The day the global mecha transformation suddenly hit the world. Whatever vehicle you owned became the mecha you turned into, and your fate was completely determined by your ride's condition. Some turned into high-speed sports cars, others turned into badass off-road SUVs. Meanwhile, all animals were metallicized, transforming into steel beasts that slaughtered anyone on sight. Being totally broke, I only turned into a tiny electric scooter, barely, surviving for 10 years, dodging countless attacks from those steel beasts. But starting out so weak ultimately meant I died at the hands of massive heavy-duty trucks. But now, carrying all those memories with me, I've reincarnated to the day before the mecha apocalypse. So, I immediately grabbed all my life savings and ran straight to a heavy-duty truck dealership. The salesman saw me and immediately rushed over to greet me. But my eyes were locked tight on a massive truck in the corner, a bright red beast, 4 meters tall and 12 meters long, with 12 massive wheels, and each tire was nearly the height of a grown man. Just one glance gave off an overwhelming sense of pure power. I'll take this truck. Haha, you've got incredible taste, sir. This is our brand new flagship model. It has an 8-cylinder engine and weighs 10 tons. Towing 30 to 40 tons is child's play for this thing. Top speed is 110 kilometers per hour, with a price tag of 680,000 yuan. But the minimum down payment is only 160,000. Done. Hearing that, the salesman immediately rushed off to process the paperwork. As for me, I wasn't worried at all. Once the ownership transfer is done, I'll turn into a badass mecha tomorrow anyway. Pay back the loan? No freaking way. Once I got the keys, I drove straight to a custom repair shop. Hey, weld me a blade that's 8 meters long and 1 meter wide, sharpened on just one side. I need it ready today. Hearing this, the owner was about to kick me out, but I instantly slapped 30,000 yuan in cash right in his face. His attitude flipped in a second. No problem. I'll get it done for you today. And with that, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and got to work. By 10 o'clock that night, I finally finished making it a massive sword weighing 800 pounds. The design was modeled after a classic Tang Dynasty straight sword. Its blade was dead straight, with a sharp, slanted tip. I tossed the sword into the truck bed and stuffed my face. Then, I crashed in the cab to get some sleep, quietly waiting for the mecha awakening to begin. In my dream, I felt my body sinking, plummeting into an endless darkness. My limbs were completely frozen, and though I tried to scream, no sound came out. Who knows how much time passed, but when I finally opened my eyes, all I heard was the heavy, grinding sound of gears. Looking down, I was stunned. I realized I had actually transformed into a heavy-duty truck, a true fusion of man and machine. I was the truck, and the truck was me. With just a single thought, my wheels began rolling forward. Braking, turning on the headlights, everything happened instantly, guided solely by my mind. My belong body let out a massive mechanical roar. First, the cab reared up, the drive shaft began to spin, and the wheels retracted. A pair of massive mechanical feet slammed onto the ground. My midsection reconfigured, my head took shape, and my arms fully deployed. In just a matter of seconds, I had gone from a simple truck to a towering, bipedal transformer. My body was coated in a brand new, vibrant red armor, with that massive sword strapped to my back. Is this true power? To think in my past life, I was just a puny electric scooter, never knowing what real strength felt like. But now, my blood is absolutely pumping. I can feel my own overwhelming power so clearly. Standing as tall as a 5-story building, yet my movements aren't clumsy in the slightest. But just as I was getting used to my new body, I suddenly heard desperate cries for help in the distance. Around me, other machine humans were slowly waking up, while mutated steel beasts were beginning to emerge. Even ordinary pet dogs had doubled in size. Their entire bodies have turned to solid steel, and they're completely out of their minds, biting anyone in sight. The Azure Dragon Empire has a population of 1 billion. On average, there's only one car for every family of 5, which means there are, at most, 200 million mech humans. The other 800 million are still just regular people. But as for animals, nobody can count them all. One thing is for sure though, their numbers easily dwarf the mech humans 100 times over, maybe 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Right now, nearby vehicle bots are frantically rushing back to their homes, but they're getting tangled up with the metal beasts lunging out along the way. Looking back, I see a thin vehicle bot over 2 meters tall, scrapping with a metallic dog. By the looks of it, this guy is a tricycle bot. Right now, the dog has its jaws clamped tight around one of his legs, and with his family inside, he's desperately trying to break free. But he's clearly on the verge of being finished. So, I immediately shift back into my heavy truck form, slam my foot flat on the gas, and charge straight ahead. That 1 meter tall steel dog is crushed clean in half under my massive wheels. The tricycle bot, breaking out in a cold sweat, gasps. "Brother, thank you. It's not safe here," I reply. You need to get out of here. Fast. With that, I transform back into my 15-meter-tall robot form. Then, I reach down and pry open the steel dog's chest cavity, grabbing a glowing green crystal and tossing it straight into my mouth. This is the steel dog's power core, which has replaced its original heart. It's also the absolute only way for mech humans to evolve, by consuming these crystals to reinforce our own bodies. Before long, this secret will be common knowledge, so I've got to seize the initiative and level up my power right now. With that in mind, I head straight toward the city center, because there's a zoo over there. It's packed with massive beasts, and their power cores are bound to be absolutely massive. I make my way to an old intersection. That's still a short distance from the city center. Suddenly, I spot a pack of steel wolves, each over 2 meters tall, clashing violently with a group of vehicle bots. There are about 7 or 8 of those steel wolves, over 20 Autobots, so I immediately shifted into combat mode and charged straight at the wolf pack. My massive size and brutal fighting style showed the other Autobots the true definition of brutal elegance. In less than 3 minutes, all 7 or 8 steel wolves were wiped out. I ripped out their power crystals and swallowed them down. As a warm rush surged through my body, I could feel myself getting a whole lot stronger. Even my armor felt way tougher. About 10 minutes later, I reached the city center. Looking around, the place was littered with the wreckage of Autobots and steel beasts. Tigers, bears, and elephants, all these fierce beasts were there. On the Autobot side, a yellow convoy was holding the line. They were all 10-meter-tall, heavy trucks. Some were excavators with drill bit arms and bulldozers with massive fists. But the one that really stood out was a 20-meter-tall yellow behemoth. It was a massive mining dump truck. In this city, only one person would have the money to buy a rig like that. I instantly knew who it was. It was Huang Kuan, the future land war god. He's a total powerhouse. If I don't latch onto him now, when will I? Seeing him fighting a 7 to 8 meter-long steel crocodile, I immediately drew my blade and charged in. Hey brother, I'm here to back you up. With a blinding flash of my white blade, the crocodile was sent flying 4 or 5 meters back. Before it could even hit the ground, Huang Kuan saw my red figure leap high into the air. I punched right through the crocodile's belly in a few strikes, then ripped out something and swallowed it down. Jackpot! This time I got a fist-sized power crystal. I patted my stomach in pure satisfaction. Right after, my armor gleamed even brighter. This crystal was way bigger than any. It's even bigger than all the steel wolves I've killed combined. Seeing how incredibly fierce this newcomer is, Huang Kuan says we should take care of the other steel beasts first. We'll talk more in a bit, and with that, I join the battlefield as well. But I'm not actually there to fight. Right now, the fact that power crystals can upgrade you is something only I know. Before I even got here, this crew had already locked horns with the steel beasts. Right now, there are 7 or 8 massive beast carcasses scattered on the ground. It'd be stupid to pass up on all this free loot. Thanks, brothers. I'll come help you guys out once I'm done absorbing these. Muttering this to myself, I start ripping them out. After consuming all of the crystals, my aura undergoes another dramatic change. My red armor turns into an even darker shade of crimson, and all those tiny exposed parts completely vanish, giving me a much more streamlined and badass look. Hang on, guys! I'm coming! With a sudden dash, my fist breaks the sound barrier with a series of sonic booms, slamming heavily into the giant elephant, and the dozens of tons elephant gets completely flattened by this single punch. Seeing the massive mecha beast get completely wrecked, Huang Kuan is totally dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? I shout. Get in there and aim for the heart. Before Huang Kuan can even process what's happening, he unleashes his full firepower and jumps back into the fray. Fist dents start piling up all over the elephant's body, and deep blade slashes even sever one of its massive tusks. Huang Kuan pins the elephant's chest and unleashes dozens of brutal punches. Just as he's about to break through, I thrust my blade in from behind. Then I tell him, go help the others first. I've got this covered. With that, I punch straight through the elephant's heart and smoothly rip out the crystal. In less than a second, I swallow it down. Talk about another massive payday. Without another word, I immediately rush off to the next battlefield. In my past life, people didn't find out what power crystals actually did until a month later. So, I've already made up my mind to leech off Huang Kuan for all he's worth. In this apocalypse, basically, whatever vehicle you drive determines your destiny. No matter how badass a bicycle gets, how strong can it actually be, even after evolving multiple times? His heavy-duty truck is already considered a top-tier powerhouse. Talk about raw power. A normal vehicle could spend its whole life upgrading and only ever reach his starting point. But compared to Huang Kuan, even that falls short. Cayman is just a total monster. Driving a mining truck that weighs hundreds of tons, who could possibly survive a single punch from him? He is literally the peak of the peak. Hardly anyone in the entire world is as badass as he is. If he keeps upgrading later on, Who could ever stand a chance against him? Half an hour later, the battle is over. Huang Kuan shouts, "Retreat, brothers," but I step up and say, "You guys go first. I'll cover the rear." Huang Kuan is so touched he's practically crying. "Take care, brother. We'll wait for you up ahead." Huang Kuan leads his remaining forces away, and I immediately drop the act and show my true colors. The metal scraps might be gone, but there are still several bodies I haven't looted yet. So, I start cleaning up the battlefield. After swallowing the crystal, the patterns on my body grow even sharper. It feels as if a design is about to emerge right on my chest. The second evolution is complete. My mech's appearance has become significantly more refined. The tires behind my heels are completely gone, replaced by glowing, fiery red steel. My head now has distinct facial features. Muscles are starting to bulge, and my body now has a defined waistline. My strength has also increased quite a bit, but right now, this is still far from enough. In my past life, to become a true locomotive warrior, you had to evolve at least 5 times, just to barely survive in this apocalypse. Taking advantage of this window where I have the information edge, I have to speed up my evolution timeline and become a true mech warrior. With that, I shrink back into my vehicle mode. I floor the gas pedal and speed after Huang Quan's convoy. This guy is a massive golden ticket, and I am definitely not letting him slip away. Once I catch up with them, I notice the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Except for Huang Kuan, all the other heavy truck drivers look deeply troubled. From their conversation, I find out that Huang Kuan wants to go rescue one of his friends, but none of his men are willing to go with him. Just how brutal the previous battle was is something they all witnessed firsthand. Brother Huang, it's not that we're disloyal, but I've got a family to feed. I just can't take that risk. Huang Kuan starts to panic inside and yells, "An extra 500,000 for each of you. If you die, your family gets 1 million. You know what kind of man I am. That money will absolutely make it to your families. I'm sorry, Brother Huang, but we can't risk our lives with you anymore. Those monsters are just too powerful. I don't even want the money you promised anymore. Even though my family isn't rich, now that I have these powers, making money shouldn't be a problem." These words suddenly open the eyes of Huang Quan's other men. That's right. Now that we've become mecha humans, even moving bricks for a day would be a total breeze. Just as Huang Kuan is sinking into despair, I step forward. "I'll go with you." "Really? You're a friend for life," Huang Kuan says, full of gratitude. But secretly, I'm running my own little calculation. In my past life, when Huang Kuan went to Chinja, he obtained an unparalleled, legendary weapon, an ultra-high-temperature greatsword. It was this very sword that made him invincible among those of his level, and even allowed him to fight above his rank. If I can get my hands on this artifact first, then I will surely become a legend in this life. But before we even take 2 steps, Huang Kuan feels his stomach growl from the exhaustion of the recent battle. Exhausted, this simple-minded guy thinks for a moment and, since he realized he'd turned into an Autobot now, he obviously thought he should fuel up with gasoline. So, without another word, he dragged me straight to a gas station. He grabbed a container of 98-octane gas and started chugging it down. Wait, this isn't right. How come every time I walk, my stomach is still sloshing and rumbling? This sight literally almost made me laugh my motor oil out. I immediately told him it was probably because he hadn't digested it yet, and he just needed to get some exercise. Right on cue, a few giant robotic roosters came running over from the distance. These cybernetic beasts would lose their minds and swarm any mecha they saw. But before our eyes, a 1-meter-tall giant rooster got swatted by Huang Kuan, like a fly, instantly crushed to death. I grinned and suggested, "Hey, maybe eating chicken is how you actually fill your stomach." Then I picked up one of the metal roosters and started tearing into it. Seeing this, Huang Kuan had no other choice. At the risk of chipping his teeth on the iron rooster, he started gnawing on it. Once he finished off the whole metal rooster, Huang Kuan's hunger actually went down a bit. But just as he was about to share the good news with me, he noticed that I had only ripped out the rooster's power source to eat, leaving the rest of the heavy metal scrap completely untouched. The very next second, a furious Huang Kuan snapped and started screaming at me, "Are you freaking kidding me? You absolute liar. Not only did you make me drink gasoline, but you also went behind my back and ate all those power sources. No wonder you grew so much taller." This morning, Huang Kuan saw I was only 15 meters tall. My frame was short, and my massive wheels were still completely exposed. But taking a closer look now, I was over 16 meters. My colors were vibrant, my build was bulky, and most of the car-like elements on my body had disappeared, making me look exactly like a mecha from a movie. Obviously, anyone could tell. Power cores are what actually feed us vehicle people. Even though Huang Kuan was still a bit annoyed, he still couldn't hold back his curiosity. He asked if every single steel beast has one. It's not just the steel beasts, even we have them. These power core crystals are basically like an animal's heart. They don't just protect you, they also make your body stronger. And the stronger the steel beast, the bigger its power core is. After saying all that, I stared straight at old Huang. Now that you know these secrets, do you still want to travel with me? What kind of question is that? You freaking ate so many of my crystals. Don't even think about running off without paying me back. Hearing that, I burst out laughing and ran ahead to lead the way. I knew he wasn't afraid of getting screwed over. He just hated being left in the dark about it. With me helping him unconditionally all this time, it might actually have made him a bit paranoid. Along the way, Huang Kuan asked me a few things about evolution, and I told him everything I knew honestly, including how after 5 evolutions, a massive black vehicle will start to appear. Looking at my chest, where 3/5 of the vehicle had already appeared, Huang Kuan's mouth twitched instantly. As the fallout of the cataclysm grew worse by the second, even though it was high noon, the sky was packed with dark, heavy clouds. No one knew that it wasn't just the animals. Even the clouds themselves were turning into steel. With no sunlight getting through, plants wouldn't be able to survive, and the temperature would drop day by day. In a month at most, the surface temperature would plummet to -20 degrees. Without power, water, or any way to stay warm, and with no crops able to grow, once the food ran out, regular people wouldn't survive for long. As for why clouds that heavy didn't just fall from the sky, no one had any idea. In my past life, someone had managed to blast a hole through the clouds, sending a group of top-tier survivors up there. But their ultimate fate remained a complete mystery. A few hours later, the sky had visibly grown much darker. The dark clouds blocked out the sun, but the sun hadn't disappeared. Even during the day, under the harsh glare, the city was shrouded in a dim yellow haze. You could barely make out your surroundings. But at night, it was pitch black. You couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. Just as we switched on our high beams to keep moving, an e-scooter suddenly shot out from nearby. The man on it was crying and screaming, fleeing in our direction. Behind him was a dark, terrifying torrent of mechanical rats. The guy running was none other than Huang Kuan's close buddy, Yang Fan. Huang Kuan reached out, grabbed Yang Fan, and bolted without looking back. If we got swarmed by that many rats, it doesn't take a genius to know what would happen. Before long, we arrived at a gas station. Only 50 meters behind us, the rats were still hot on our heels. I slammed my iron fists into the ground. After smashing a massive crater in the pavement, gasoline sprayed out like a fountain. The air instantly filled with the pungent smell of fuel. I drew my broadsword and hurled it forward. The chipped blade scraped against the ground, quickly generating sparks that unleashed a terrifying, scorching heat across the entire gas station. This instantly melted more than half of the rats, allowing the 3 of us to finally escape the city. After escaping the mechanical rat swarm, I opened the car door to let Yang Fan in, and we headed straight onto the highway. Once he was inside, I slowed down to drive alongside Huang Kuan, chatting along the bumpy road. Before long, it grew completely dark, and more silhouettes began to appear by the roadside. They were all refugees fleeing from the city. Should we rest here? Huang Kuan turned to ask me. There are a lot of mountains here, so there might be wild beasts around. There's a service area 80 kilometers ahead. Let's rest there. After driving for about an hour, we could see the service area in the distance, with hundreds of people were crammed together. Turns out, the rest stop owner was price gouging everyone, selling all the food at dozens of times its original price. If he were just some regular guy, they would have beaten him to a pulp by now. But this boss was actually a transformed minivan, and he had over a dozen truck transformers backing him up. Just as we pulled into the gas station, one of the workers walked right up to us. He asked in a cold voice, "Yo, brother, are you looking to refuel or stay the night?" Since they saw it was a brand new car without license plates, the guy immediately started cooking up a shady scheme. Yang Fan didn't think much of it at first. He took off the watch on his wrist and handed it over. "This watch is worth 1.5 million. Take good care of our 2 crews, and when we leave, make sure you pack us a whole carload of food." But the very next second, the guy pocketed the watch and put on an innocent face, claiming they only accept cash. When Yang Fan tried to grab his watch back, he was shoved away. Not only that, the guy even barked at him to get lost. In all his years of growing up, Yang Fan had never met someone so shameless. He stood there completely stunned. But as the worker shouted, a bunch of mecha warriors marched right over. They were absolutely massive, all standing over 10 meters tall. The moment the rest stop boss walked up, he shamelessly bellowed, "What do you people think you're doing with my brand new truck? Get the hell off it right now." Oh boy, this time, they actually wanted to rob me blind too. A heavy-duty truck is worth way more than a regular truck, after all. Surrounded by a gang of 10-meter-tall mecha warriors, Yang Fan swallowed hard. He took a few steps back to my side and whispered, "Man, you'd better handle this for me." Seeing how incredibly shameless these guys were, I didn't hold back anymore. I transformed directly into my mecha form. After 3 rounds of evolution, My height was already close to 17 meters tall. I stared down at the minivan's puny little body, and with a grin, I raised my foot when suddenly, a massive crash echoed. The front of the minivan instantly caved into its chest, its legs snapping in two. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Next, my eyes locked onto the rest of the carbots. Without a second of hesitation, they spun around and bolted. But I cleared 7 or 8 meters in a single stride, catching up to them in just a few seconds. I threw a devastating punch, and the guy lagging at the back was instantly snapped right in half. Yet, there were still 5 fiercely loyal mechas left. These carbots swore to avenge their minivan boss, even if it killed them. They all charged at me at once. I countered with a wild swing, a flying kick, and a brutal knee strike. In less than a minute, I wiped them all out. This wasn't even a fight. It was a total one-sided slaughter. In just a matter of moments, over a dozen carbots were completely wiped out by my hands. The carbots watching from the sidelines were absolutely terrified. For the first time, they realized some folks are just born at the finish line, and the difference between vehicle models is a massive, unbridgeable gulf. Early the next morning, everyone was jarred awake by the sound of the earth shaking. In the distance, dozens of tanks came rumbling in, trailed by a massive force of armed soldiers. Aside from thousands of troops, there were also thousands upon thousands of ordinary citizens. A massive, surging sea of people, stretched as far as the eye could see. Seeing this, I grabbed Huang Kuan, spun around, and ran. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the carbots didn't rule the world yet. The Empire was still the undisputed king. If you had to face off against a barrage of rocket launchers, heavy tanks, and attack helicopters, tell me, wouldn't you be absolutely terrified? Whenever the Empire ran into carbots, their standard protocol was to forcibly draft them all. Oh, you want freedom? Let's see how you like this anti-tank rocket launcher. A single armor-piercing round burns at over 1,000 degrees when it detonates. In those early days, the carbots were basically target practice, leaving them with gaping, basketball-sized holes blown right through them. By noon, we arrived at the gates of Bailingshan Park. This place used to be a famous nature park, teeming with all kinds of wild beasts, from wolves to tigers and leopards. And there are tons of massive beasts out there. Armed with the memories of my past life, I know there's a research facility hidden right near the park. That's exactly where Huang Kuan, in my past life, obtained his ultra-high temperature giant dreadnought. Huang Kuan had long been itching to find a steel beast to feed on, so he charged straight at them. He grabbed a steel beast and ripped it apart with raw power, splitting it in two in an instant. The crystal inside tumbled right out. Seeing this, Huang Kuan picked it up and shoved it into his mouth. Before long, that gnawing hunger of his began to fade away. The closer we got to Bailingshan Park, the more steel beasts we ran into. Lions, tigers, and even elephants. By the end, even Huang Kuan was struggling to keep up, so I had to step in and join the fight. Huang Kuan didn't back down either. Though he possessed incredible strength, his speed was on the slower side, making him far less agile than me. He just didn't have the upper hand on the run. Meanwhile, inside the research facility, an old man in a lab coat, with a head full of silver hair, was actually a leading scientist in the field of condensed peptides. This so-called condensed peptide technology was a key project heavily backed by the Empire, and it was this very technology that, in the near future, would completely reshape the future of humanity. In my past life, it was all thanks to Elder Chen using this technology, combining it with crystals to forge weapons, which gave ordinary humans the ability to fight back. Only then could they barely survive the onslaught of the steel beasts. Honestly, without him, except for the mechs of the Empire, humanity wouldn't have stood a single chance of survival. Suddenly, a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner, leading 70 or 80 people, pushed open the main gates and bolted out. But they barely made it a few steps, before blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. A pack of steel wolves lunged out of nowhere, tearing them to shreds in an instant. Witnessing this, Wang Xiaoming shut the blast-proof glass doors now. He instinctively took a few steps back. Ever since the cataclysm started, this entire area had been the epicenter of danger. Now, there wasn't a single soul alive for miles around. The streets were littered with corpses, the mangled wreckage of cars, and human remains. If it weren't for this blast-resistant glass door, they would have all been dead long ago. Just as everyone was bracing themselves, unable to watch their colleague get torn to shreds by the steel beasts, a metal wolf came crashing down from the sky. It slammed right in front of the blast-resistant glass doors. Its body was twisted and snapped completely in half, held together by only a few metal ribs. Then, a series of alarms started blaring. Right outside the research institute was a small plaza. Through the glass, they could see a massive, fiery red mecha, locked in fierce combat. A pack of metal wolves lunged relentlessly, clawing and biting at the mecha, but it crushed them one by one with its bare fists, shattering the ground and leaving massive craters everywhere. Within minutes, the ground was covered in the wreckage of the metal beasts. After wiping out the pack, I ran over to the research institute's doors, catching my breath, and yelled, "Is anyone still alive in there?" The heavy doors finally slid open, and a group of people came rushing out. I scanned the crowd and asked calmly, "Which one of you is Dr. Chen?" An elderly man stepped forward, looking confused. I got straight to the point. "Time is limited, so I'll make this quick. I know how to crack the condensed titanium technology. This whole area is crawling with metal beasts. If I try to escort you out, I won't be able to fight, but I can bring you food on a regular basis until the Empire sends a team to rescue you." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming asked calmly, "What do you want in return?" If he wasn't sent by the Empire, risking his life to help them at a time like this meant he definitely wanted something. I didn't try to hide my motives either, and straight up told them, "I'll give you the key to cracking condensed titanium, and I'll protect you. But in return, you have to help me forge a weapon. Don't worry, you guys can definitely pull it off." In my past life, Huang Kuan passed through here and helped them out. He caught a few steel beasts along the way and left them behind for research. And surprisingly, because of those crystals, Old Man Chen made a breakthrough in his condensed matter research. He even used the absolute best technology from that breakthrough to forge a massive long blade for him. They named the blade Yanmo. It's a weapon capable of unleashing ultra-high temperatures. Huang Kuan is already a massive guy, but across the country, there are plenty of mecha warriors even bigger than him. The main reason he could dominate everyone else and become a legend on the battlefield was largely thanks to this very blade. In my past life, I was lucky enough to witness Huang Kuan in action. With just one effortless swing, he sliced a fully grown steel beast clean in half. Because they're incredibly expensive to make, and the materials are so rare, there are barely any of these weapons in the entire world. To face off against even bigger monsters in the future, I absolutely must get my hands on a god-tier weapon like this. After thinking it over for a few seconds, Old Man Chen said, "If everything is truly as you say, then I agree." Hearing that, I nodded and left Yang Fan with them, even leaving behind several crates of ammo I'd been hoarding. Then, I turned and shouted to Huang Kuan in the middle of his fight, "Toss one of those steel beasts over here." Huang Kuan grabbed a steel beast and hurled it over from dozens of meters away. I caught it with one hand and crushed it to death on the spot. Inside these steel beasts, there's something called a crystal. We mecha warriors have them too. It's the ultimate power source for our entire bodies. It'll help you break through the barrier in your condensed matter research. Along with the food, I brought a few fireworks this time. Once you make the breakthrough, light them up. I'll head back as soon as I hear the sound, and then we can talk about crafting my weapon. Old Man Chen nodded solemnly, his eyes burning with excitement. He was already itching to start dissecting this steel beast. Iron beasts. Even Wang Xiaoming, standing right next to me, was totally pumped. I wanted to grab a few more, but when I turned around, I saw Huang Kuan was already completely buried under a swarm of steel monkeys. Well, being massive means you've got serious raw power. So, after giving my orders, I charged right in. We fought and ran, fighting our way through, covering over 10 kilometers. These damn monkeys just wouldn't give up the chase. I mean, we only swiped a few of their crystals. Was it really that big of a deal? Huang Chuan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, clutching a handful of crystals, probably around 20 or 30 of them. And it was because of these very crystals that the monkey army was chasing us like crazy. He started tossing them into his mouth, handful after handful, crunching them down like hard candy. That's when I pulled out a few crystals the size of my fist and said, "Come on, have some self-respect. Those are just baby monkeys that haven't even undergone their first evolution. How much energy could those tiny crystals possibly have? Next time, aim a little higher. Otherwise, if you hang out with me in the future, I'll be too embarrassed to even admit I know you. Right now, my target is the evolved iron beasts. Even just one of them has way more energy than those weaklings." Without wasting another second, I dragged Huang Kuan back up to continue our hunt and push our evolution even further. Soon, the two of us arrived at the entrance of Bailing Park. The first thing we ran into was a giant alligator. I dashed forward like a bullet, delivering a massive blow right to its head. Huang Kuan, weighing over 100 tons, jumped up and slammed his massive body right onto the beast. As the alligator writhed in pain, I seized the chance and grabbed its jaws with both hands, ripping them apart with all my might. With a sickening crack, I tore its mouth wide open. Huang Kuan quickly snatched the crystal right out of its mouth. Over the next few days, the two of us ambushed 6 or 7 waves of iron beasts, wiping out dozens of them. They were all huge. These monsters are packed with crystal energy, each one more loaded than the last. I don't know if it's because of his massive size, but evolving is way harder for him than anyone else. Even after eating so many crystals, Huang Kuan has only managed to evolve twice. Unlike me, I already reached my 4th evolution a week ago. Standing at 17.5 meters tall, I only need one more evolution to reach full adulthood. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes through the air. The building ahead crumbles into pieces, and a horde of crocodiles comes charging out. The biggest one is over 20 meters long, standing 7 to 8 meters tall. The spikes on its back are easily half a meter long, and its tail is basically a massive warhammer. Huang Kuan doesn't hesitate, he charges straight in with giant strides, slamming his colossal fist onto the crocodile's back, pinning the beast flat to the ground, cracking the ground wide open beneath them. And this lead crocodile is already at its 4th evolution. Its massive hammer tail slams directly into Huang Kuan's thigh. Knocked to the ground, Huang Kuan doesn't even hesitate, and quickly rolls to the side. An instant later, the spot where he just stood is smashed, leaving a crater 2.5 meters wide. If he hadn't dodged so quickly, that blow would have blown him to pieces. After finishing off the other crocodiles, I rush over to help Huang Kuan. Grabbing a telephone pole from the roadside, I start beating the crocodile with it relentlessly. Heavy, metallic crashes echo one after another, until Huang Kuan finally drives his fist straight through the crocodile's belly. But just then, the ground begins to tremble violently. In the distance, a massive shadow looms, heading our way. It's a crocodile that has reached its 6th evolution. I know all too well that with our current strength, we don't stand a chance against it. So, quickly harvesting the crystals like a pro, we quickly get the hell out of there. Before long, we reach an abandoned residential area, where Huang Kuan and I start counting our loot. These 6 crystals are mine, and this big one is for you, Huang Kuan said as he handed me the crystal of the giant alligator we just teamed up to kill. He then explained, once I eat these 6, I should reach my 3rd stage of purification. With that, I swallowed my crystal in one gulp. As the crystal hit my stomach, the energy inside me instantly surged to its limit. If before I felt like nothing but a steel skeleton, now it feels as if I've gained real flesh and blood. I can clearly feel tiny pathways forming throughout my limbs and bones. The crystal's energy flows along these channels, circulating constantly before returning to the core crystal. Physically, my height locked in at 18 meters. With just a single thought, my arm began to click and clank, and a cylindrical barrel slid out, sporting 9 muzzles. Seeing this, Huang Kuan instantly jumped back. Whoa, what is that? I didn't say a word. Instead, I raised my arm, aiming at a skyscraper ahead. The barrel began to spin wildly, and golden bullets immediately poured out in a heavy storm, slicing a skyscraper completely in half within a dozen seconds. Huang Kuan, who was standing nearby, stared with his mouth wide open in utter shock. This is totally unscientific. Where did you get those bullets? And how the hell are they so powerful? I blew on the smoking muzzle, transforming my arm back into a hand. These are laser bullets, powered by the crystal energy inside my body. If I purify 5 more times, I'll reach the Lord class. Even missiles won't be able to blow me apart. As I spoke, I extended my arm and transformed it into a gun barrel again. What do you think of this weapon? A Lord class will evolve a laser cannon from this, and a single blast can easily blow a skyscraper in half. Huang Kuan swallowed hard. Meanwhile, old Chen in the research lab stared at the glowing crystal and suddenly shouted, "We did it! Condensed matter technology has finally had a breakthrough." He held the crystal high in his hand. He shouted to everyone inside the research facility, "This isn't just a technological breakthrough. It's the hope of all humanity." After seeing a flare signal from the research facility, Huang Kuan and I fought our way there by noon that day, bringing along a whole truckload of daily supplies. Now that I've evolved to my adult form, I simply swept through with a barrage of laser bullets, and the steel horde gathered in the plaza, collapsed instantly. Seeing me, Elder Chen's pupils contracted in shock. He knew I had already evolved. Then, he stared at me with burning intensity, saying, "Now that we've made a breakthrough in peptide condensation technology, what kind of weapon do you want us to build?" "A blade, an ultra-high temperature flame blade." I didn't really know its exact functions either, so I could only describe its general appearance based on my past life. Since this blade originated from their research center, they should have some idea of how to construct it. However, to my surprise, the one put in charge of the project was actually Elder Chen's apprentice, Wang Xiaoming. He hauled a machine up from the basement and gave me a complete head-to-toe scan. Seeing this, everyone around quickly backed away. Since that thing has massive radiation, it's not meant for humans at all. An ordinary person exposed to it would suffer liver and kidney failure, along with complete organ shutdown. From their murmurs, I gathered that the material for making my weapon was the aerospace-grade material used on rockets. Cursing, Huang Kuan grabbed a handful of crystals and stuffed them into his mouth. "Is this dump truck cursed or what?" He squatted down, his mecha showing absolutely no signs of evolution, staring blankly with lifeless eyes. I watched him from nearby, letting out a low chuckle. But to be honest, I actually envied Huang Kuan. Having a devastating beast of a vehicle like a mining dump truck, only those who have survived the apocalypse truly understand how crucial a good starting vehicle is. Ordinary people without vehicles, all that awaits them is death and starvation. Motorcycles, tricycles, cargo vans. Even though these machine people don't have to worry about basic needs like eating, drinking, or using the bathroom, their fighting power is pretty limited. They're at the absolute bottom of the food chain in the machine world. On the battlefield, they're nothing but cannon fodder. Then you have the mid-tier machine people. These are family sedans and the like, whose strength is just average. It's incredibly hard for them to level up or climb any higher. Only a select few manage to break through and stand out, while most just live out their lives in mediocrity. Heavy-duty trucks, massive excavators, off-roaders, and bulldozers, these are the high-end powerhouses. Only machine people at this level can truly hold their own and survive in this chaotic world. Finally, the blast-proof glass doors of the research center swung wide open. Yang Fan and Wang Xiaoming walked out with heavy dark circles under their eyes, while the rest of the crew was fast asleep on makeshift floor beds. To build this weapon, they hadn't slept a wink for days. Everyone had been working around the clock as Xiaoming's assistants. Soon, two guys carried out a massive hilt and stepped forward. It was pitch black from end to end, 2.5 meters long, with a rounded pommel on one end and a gaping dragon's head on the other. Xiaoming gave a knowing smile and said, "Give it a shot and you'll see. Just flip that switch on the side." Hearing that, I did exactly what he said and gently flipped the switch. The very next second, 25% of the energy from the crystal inside my body was instantly sucked dry. It surged down my arm and directly into the hilt, and in that instant, the fierce dragon's mouth spat out a massive beam of light. It finally solidified into an 8-meter-long, glowing red blade. A wave of scorching heat blasted right into my face, forcing Xiaoming to quickly take a few steps back. He explained, "This blade draws energy directly from its wielder's crystal. Once it passes through the conversion device inside the hilt, it forms this blazing blade. So, it's actually not a physical blade at all. Instead, it's a beam of super high temperature, high density light. The blade has 3 power settings. The first setting reaches 1,500 degrees, and the second hits 5,000 degrees. The third setting goes all the way up to 25,000 degrees. With a powerful kick off the ground, I leaped up, instantly rushing right in front of a 3-story building. Without a single word, I slashed down. The blade's fiery soul flashed in an instant. The 3-story building was instantly sliced clean in half. Now this is a true god-tier weapon. I looked down, examining the blade, highly satisfied. The only downside is that it drains way too much crystal energy. Just using the first setting sucked out 2.5 units of energy, and that single swing used up another chunk of it. I can swing it for 2 minutes at most before it runs out of juice. Since it unleashes extreme heat when fed with crystal energy, let's call it Yanmo. I calmly opened my mouth, speaking the blade's name from its past life. Yanmo, what a great name. Standing nearby, Huang Kuan's eyes were completely glued to it. This blade is absolutely insane. Who could possibly survive a single slash from that? It's a total weapon of mass destruction. If it weren't for how scarce the materials are, Huang Kuan would have begged for another one, no matter what. Just then, a helicopter roared across the sky high above, landing on a high-rise helipad and instantly transforming. The Mecha's infrared scope locked onto the research facility. It was impossible to tell friend from foe, and we had absolutely no idea. An aircraft carrier is the ultimate symbol of top-tier military power wherever it goes. It is the final and most powerful beacon of hope in this post-apocalyptic world. Carrying countless fighter jets and mechas, it's like a floating city of steel. This is an attack helicopter. As the chopper drew closer, Lin Qin lost her cool once she got a clear look at it. 14 meters long and 4 meters tall. Normal civilian choppers are nowhere near this massive. But who the hell owns a private attack chopper? This is the Kanglong Empire. Never mind a private attack chopper. For your average everyday citizen, they'd never see a real gun in their entire lives. Sure, if we were in some war-torn tiny nation, seeing private tanks or attack helicopters wouldn't be all that surprising. Wait, no, this is a heavily modified attack chopper. Huang Kuan, being a guy who's seen it all, took one look and realized something was off. There was no weapon system on it. 8. Lin Qin squinted to get a closer look. 9. And sure enough, there really weren't any weapons. 10. "Hey, little bro, over here. I'm over here." 11. Yang Fan jumped up, waving frantically at the attack chopper. 12. He turned to the others with a grin and said, "Relax, he's one of us." 13. "That's my cousin, Yang Ao. He's the guy." 14. "The one with the helicopter?" Huang Quan chimed in, losing his cool. 15. "Yep, that's him." 16. 17. "Is your family trying to start a freaking rebellion or something?" 17. "Pff, please. Your family's the one rebelling." 18. This attack chopper is decommissioned surplus. 19. The weapon systems were stripped off a long time ago. 20. My cousin was a pilot in the military. 21. And pulled some strings to buy this thing. 22. It only looks like a military chopper on the outside. 23. Honestly, it's pretty much just a civilian ride now. 24. Huang Kuan flipped him off. Like hell I'm buying that crap. 25. Okay, so the weapon system is gone. 26. But what about the military-grade radar? 27. And the engine? 28. What about all the other high-tech systems? 29. Those are still full-blown military specs. 30. The chopper moved incredibly fast. 31. Landing right in front of them within seconds. 32. Its 4 rotor blades folded back behind it. 33. Transforming into a 15-meter-tall black mecha. Bro, 34. Are you okay? 35. I'm fine, doing great. 36. Yang Fan pulled his military coat tighter and walked up. How's everyone at home? 37. Are Grandpa and Grandma okay? 38. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt have all been moved to the safe zone. 39. You were the only one everyone was worried about. 40. After greeting Yang Fan. 41. His eyes caught the building nearby that had been sliced clean in half. 42. Yang Ao's eye twitched. Holy crap, how does that look like it was sliced by a giant blade? 43. Let me introduce you guys. 44. This is my friend, Lin Chin. 45. Honestly, Huang Kuan. We owe it all to those two. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now. Hey, brother Lin. Hey, bro Huang. I'm Yang Ao, Yang Fan's little brother. Yang Ao reached out and shook hands with both of them. He had noticed these two massive guys from a mile away. The reason he flew over here wasn't because he saw Yang Fan, but because he spotted Lin Qing and Huang Kuan. It's been over 10 days since the cataclysm, and he'd seen all kinds of machine men, but big guys like these were incredibly rare. Hey there, nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you, Lin Qing said. He had no idea Yang Fan's brother was actually Yang Ao. He was very familiar with this guy. He was a legendary figure in his past life. Helicopter mechas were extremely rare in the country, and military attack choppers like this were even scarcer. They were even rarer than Huang Kuan's mining dump truck, mainly because they could fly. With the sky blocked by dark clouds and intense magnetic interference, commercial flights were completely out of the question. The fastest way to travel long distances was by helicopter, as they could completely bypass ground traffic. At over 200 kilometers per hour, crossing from south to north only took a few hours. You know me? I've heard Fanzi mention you a lot, saying he has an awesome little brother. Meeting you today, you definitely live up to the hype. Yang Ao came from the military, so his combat power was off the charts. Lin Qing remembered that among the first batch of people to break through to the growth phase, this big shot was one of them. Later on, he became one of the few overlord class representatives of the military. Haha, you flatter me. Compared to you guys, I still have a long way to go. By the way, have you guys decided where you're heading? Why not come to Qingzhou? We can keep each other company. Don't worry. They're already heading to Qingzhou. Yang Fan sniffled, looking at Lin Qing and old Huang. Once you get there, make sure you hit me up, okay? It might take me a while to get over to where you are. Please keep an eye on my parents for me. I've got you covered. Yang Ao transformed into a helicopter, and Yang Fan climbed aboard. The researchers had been waiting anxiously. Hello. Hey, buddy. Take me with you. He glanced at the Research Institute's sign. Yang Ao spoke. 10 minutes ago, while I was on my way here, I spotted the helicopters coming from the Imperial capital. They're coming to pick you guys up, so there's no need to head my way. Oh crap. That idiot Yang Fan slapped the dashboard hard. Grinning mischievously, he said to the researchers, Dr. Chen, Brother Wang, and everyone else, do you want to come with me? Whatever the Imperial capital can offer you, Qingzhou can give you the exact same thing. Your benefits and packages will absolutely be top tier. Having stayed at the Institute for a few days, he knew how incredible their condensed peptide technology was. In the future, this stuff was bound to change the world. And then there was Wang Xiaoming, the main designer of the Yanmo. This guy was an absolute genius. Even putting all that aside, dozens of top scientists would be highly prized anywhere they went. Cupping his hands in apology, Chen Chong said, I appreciate your kindness, but since the Empire has sent people for us, it wouldn't be right for me to leave. Wang Xiaoming also smiled and chimed in. Maybe next time. If I ever get the chance to visit Qingzhou, I'll definitely look you up. The rest of the researchers also turned down Yang Fan one after another. First, Yang Ao's helicopter could only carry a few people, and second, the Empire had already sent a rescue team for them, so there was really no need to head to Qingzhou. Feeling a pang of regret, Yang Fan punched the dashboard once more. If Yang Ao hadn't warned him that the Imperial helicopters were on their way, He would have absolutely kidnapped Chen Chong and Wang Xiaoming today, planning to double back later. Yang Fan departed, riding aboard Yang Ao. Knowing that the Empire was sending people, Lin Qin didn't want to stick around any longer. He had no interest in being recruited just yet, and besides, he'd threatened this group of researchers earlier. If any of them decided to stir up trouble and badmouth him, the guys from the capital might just gun him down. Old Huang, let's roll. With a sudden puff of black smoke, Lin Qin slammed on the gas and took off. Huang Kuan revved his engine and quickly followed. After undergoing 3 evolutions, his speed had increased to 90 kilometers per hour. Just a few minutes after the two of them left, a squadron of 15 military choppers flew in. On both sides of their pitch-black fuselages were cold, menacing gun barrels and shiny golden shells. The researchers waved their hands, shouting at the top of their lungs, practically on the verge of tears. Who is Dr. Chen? A team of soldiers in camouflage geared down from the chopper, each of them holding a machine gun. The leader, holding a high military rank, wore dark sunglasses. I am Chen Chong. He stepped forward. You've been through a lot. I was sent by the Empire to rescue you. Board the choppers. I'm taking you back to the capital. Glancing back at the research facility, Chen Chong frowned deeply. But what about the equipment here? Are we taking it with us? Sorry, we can't take it with us. The best course of action is to destroy it. No way, the researchers protested. Wang Xiaoming's voice was the loudest. The equipment here is of immeasurable value. It's far too precious. It cannot be destroyed. You cannot destroy it, Chen Chong said in a deep voice. Under current conditions, it would be extremely difficult to manufacture another set of this equipment. It was hard enough to secure even one set during peacetime, let alone now. If it's destroyed, we might never be able to replicate another set of this exact same equipment. Well, what do you suggest we do? We can't just expect our soldiers to haul all of this back, trip after trip. You won't have to haul anything. The research lab's main door is so tough, ordinary steel beasts can't even scratch it. Plus, the basement is sealed by a blast-proof passcode door. Nobody is getting in there. When the time is right in the future, we can always come back for them. If that's how you want to handle it, I have no objections. All right, get on the chopper. Let's not waste any more time. Besides, the steel beasts can't use this scientific gear anyway, and to normal people, it's nothing but a pile of junk. If we leave it here, no one's going to touch it, so destroying it doesn't really matter. Meanwhile, in a nearby neighborhood, Huang Kuan looks totally confused as he stares at Lin Qing. Wait, weren't we running away? Why are we just squatting here? You don't know, Jack. Lin Qing slaps him on the back of his head. Do you really think they can carry all that heavy research gear with them? Well, obviously not. Even if they tried, it would take them endless trips. Exactly. Now, do you want a kick-ass weapon or not? Hell yeah, I do. Well, there you go. Lin Qing flashes a sly grin. Once they leave, we're going to steal that equipment. Then we'll gather the materials, kidnap Wang Xiaoming, and force him to build weapons for us. Mwahaha. That's a killer plan. But besides putting the gear to good use later, Lin Qing has his own selfish reasons. He doesn't want a devastating weapon like the Yanmo to end up in the hands of those hawkish factions. The imperial capital is in complete chaos right now, and plenty of ruthless warlords are trying to rise to power. They don't know yet that Wang Xiaoming created the Yanmo, but if they find out, they'll definitely come back to claim this equipment. And once they get their hands on the data and machinery, before long, there will be a second and even a third Yanmo born into the world. Using a weapon like this to slaughter steel beasts is one thing, but if it's used to execute mechas who refuse to fall in line just to satisfy someone's wild ambition, that would be absolutely terrifying. Half an hour later, once they were sure the people from the Empire had left, Lin Qin and Huang Kuan sneaked over to the research center. Seeing Lin Qin reach for his blade to hack down the main gate, Huang Kuan waved him off, saying, "Leave a trivial matter like this to me. Using Yanmo here is absolute overkill." With that, he threw a straight punch, smashing through the bulletproof glass. The gate shattered to pieces. Awkwardly, neither of them actually went inside. Instead, they just stood there staring at the gate. "I think this door of yours is a bit small," Lin Qin muttered. Huang Kuan turned his head. "How about I throw a few more punches?" Lin Qin was 18 meters tall, so he couldn't get in at all, let alone Huang Kuan and his massive 20-meter height. "Forget it. I'm afraid a few more punches from you will demolish the whole building, and before we can even get the equipment out, it'll be completely ruined by you first. Step back, and let me draw Yanmo." Switching to Gear 1, a crimson glow surged along the blade. Lin Qin backed up a few meters and slashed diagonally across the roof of the research center. Screech. The screech of metal grinding and the stench of scorched material filled the air at the same time. The research center was sliced wide open, exposing the structures inside. The roof surface looked like ordinary tile, but there was actually a thick steel plate underneath. Huang Kuan finally understood. No wonder the steel beasts couldn't breach this place for so many days. Turns out this place is a total turtle shell. Cut the chatter and get to work. Sheathing his blade, Lin Qin began to tear down the research center from top to bottom. Working together, it wasn't long before the massive research center was stripped bare to the ground. Sizing up the heavy steel door of the basement, after consuming a few crystals to replenish his energy, Lin Qin drew his blade once more. Gently slicing open a small gap, completely ignoring the welds, he rips open the steel door with his hands, tearing the entrance wider and wider. It isn't until nightfall that they finally spot the lab's equipment. Over 100 computers, massive machines standing 3 or 4 meters tall, and tons of transistors and boxed-up files. Transforming into his heavy truck form, Lin Qing tells Huang Kuan to start loading it all in. 10 minutes later, the underground lab is stripped clean, leaving only a few cups of instant noodles. Where are we going to keep all this? We can't just carry it around with us forever. Leaving the lab, Huang Kuan follows along behind Lin Qing, but they definitely can't keep hauling this load. They need to find a place to bury it first and retrieve it later. Spotting a wrecked semi-truck, they detach its trailer, and Lin Qing packs all their loot inside. Then, they pick a spot and bury it deep. Since traveling at night is too dangerous, they aren't in any rush to hit the road. Instead, the two find a safe spot to rest up. The next day, they head out of Shenbei City, making their next stop Handong Province. It's a top-tier metropolitan hub, with a population of 60 million. On the highway, their two vehicles speed along. Huang Kuan speaks up. Hey, Lin Qing, are you in such a rush to get to Chinja for something important? It used to be important, but it isn't anymore. Before, he wanted to go to Chinja to find shelter. After all, his strength was limited back then, and running around blindly would have gotten him killed. But things are different now. With his breakthrough to the growth stage and the Yanmo blade in hand, he has absolutely nothing to fear. He'll rip through anyone who gets in his way. Well, since it's not that urgent, why don't we tear things up here in Handong first? Boosting our strength as fast as possible is our main priority. Once those steel beasts fully evolve, they won't be so easy to kill. Yang Fan has already headed back. His parents were also in his care, so he didn't have to worry about things back home. Right now, his only goal was to get stronger, so he could get a secure foothold in this apocalypse. Having followed Lin Qing during this time, and seeing the disaster get worse by the day, his survival instincts were screaming louder than ever. Without absolute strength, you wouldn't even have the right to survive in the future. Since you put it that way, then I'm definitely down to risk my neck and ride with you. Whipping the car around, Lin Qing got off the highway and drove in a completely different direction. In the early days of the apocalypse, barely anyone thought about actively hunting the steel beasts. For one, nobody knew that their crystals could trigger evolution. And second, people were barely clinging to life as it was. They were thanking their lucky stars if a steel beast didn't break down their door. So who in their right mind would go looking for trouble? Even the Empire's military was in the same boat. Their primary mission was to protect the citizens, but dealing with food shortages and the freezing cold already had them completely overwhelmed. Huang Kuan wanted to hunt the steel beasts, and Lin Qing was fully on board. He also wanted to level up his own strength, and with the two powerhouses teaming up, their safety was much more guaranteed. Upon entering Handong, Lin Qing didn't head straight for the municipal headquarters. Instead, he began clearing the outskirts of the city. But the moment they set foot in the area, they ran into trouble. A roadblock was set up across the road, and dozens of vehicle people were standing by, glaring at them with hostile eyes. They'd been recruited. These vehicle people came in all shapes and sizes: light trucks, micro trucks, vans, sedans, and even motor scooters. To their surprise, the scooter people actually had weapons in their hands. Brand new automatic rifles were loaded, with the barrels pointed straight at the two of them. These motorcycle people were about the size of an average human. They're small in size, not very strong, and what sets them apart from humans is that their bodies are made of cold steel. In the future, this species makes up the bottom-tier workforce. "What are your names? Where are you from?" asked a red Alto transformer. The two of them glanced at the gun barrels. Huang Kuan took a half step back. "Whoa, bro, don't do anything rash. My name is Huang Kuan, and this is my buddy, Lin Qing. We came from Shenbei to seek refuge." A tiny white scooter picked up a pen and wrote down their identities on a piece of paper. "Protecting humanity is everyone's duty. Starting right now, you two are drafted. We'll guarantee your food and drinks every day and keep you safe." Any objections? Huang Kuan was dumbfounded. They had literally just got here and they were already being drafted? Bro, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of food and drinks? "Gasoline, of course," the red Alto replied flatly. "We've already taken over the local gas station. Outsiders don't get a single drop. And don't say I didn't warn you. We Transformers will die if we don't refuel." Huang Kuan asked, "Bro, don't you feel your stomach rumbling?" "It rumbles, sure, but whose gas tank doesn't? So what do you eat then?" Beast carcasses? Do you just gulp down a whole one? Duh, obviously. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. The thought of eating a raw iron beast sent a shiver down Huang Kuan's spine. He respected these guys to no end. No wonder their teeth were all chipped and broken. What now? Huang Kuan cast an inquiring glance. A dozen or so rifles couldn't do much damage to them anyway. It would only take 5 seconds for him to crush those gun-toting guys into scrap metal. And if Lin Qing lent a hand, it would be even easier. If we just sweep them with our laser guns, every last one of them would bite the dust. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. Lin Qing said to the mechas, "What do you need us to do? It's simple. Just go out on the streets every day to scavenge for food, and if you run into any beasts, drive them back." Sure enough, it was exactly what he'd expected. Lin Qing nodded. "All right, we two brothers are in." "Smart move." Alto gestured with his hand, and the guys behind him lowered their weapons. "Leave one squad here, and the rest of you, follow me to sweep Xingba Street. You two newcomers, keep up." Following closely behind, Huang Kuan whispered, "This isn't like you at all. Why didn't we just kick their asses?" Lin Qing sighed. "These guys are different from Brother Liu at the service station. They're organized. They're gathering mechas to protect ordinary humans. In other places, there are plenty of organizations like this. As long as they don't cross the line, we'll leave them alone. Besides, we have to hunt down those steel beasts anyway. Just think of it as helping them out. After the cataclysm, the government has been trying to recruit and reorganize the mechas, but some of them don't want to live under someone else's thumb. So they gathered a group to survive out here on their own. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the outskirts of Xingba Street. From far away, Lin Qing could see packs of steel beasts roaming all over the streets. There were over 100 of them. They didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, they hid behind a building. The Red Alto laid out the battle plan. Machine gunners, alternate fire from the left and right, and advance in waves. Once we secure the intersection, Squad 1 takes the high-rise on the left, and Squad 2 takes the high-rise on the right. You two newcomers have big builds, so you'll lead the charge in a bit. If you even think about running, the guys behind will turn you both into Swiss cheese. "No problem," Lin Qing said as he transformed into a mech. Huang Kuan did the same. For some reason, the sky grew a little darker. With those two massive giants standing right behind them, the armed motorcycle riders started trembling uncontrollably, and the rest of the crew stood there completely frozen. "CCC Captain Zhang. If you've got something to say it. Stop stuttering." Alto kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, not turning around at all. "Captain Jiang, it's huge." Looking at the 4-meter-tall Shiba Inu on the street, Alto replied, "Yeah, it is indeed massive. This is going to be a tough battle. Where's Yadang? Did you find him yet?" "Captain Jiang, I'm not talking about that." The guy behind him looked like he was about to cry, gently patting Alto on the shoulder. "Just turn around and see for yourself." Sensing the dead silence behind him, Alto finally turned around, only to see a massive, dark shadow looming. "Wait, what? Since when did a wall get built here?" "No, that wasn't right." Tilting his head back, he looked further up along the wall, only to find two massive faces staring right down at him. They were two giant mechs, one red, one yellow. Unlike ordinary vehicle transformers, these two mechs were absolutely flawless. From their appearance, they were like actual works of art. On the chest of one was the Chinese character for chariot, while the other only had a partially formed one. He had seen this kind of mark before. That kid in their squad named Ye Daying, he had one too, though his chariot character wasn't nearly as distinct. Cackling with laughter, Huang Kuan spoke up. "You must be Captain Jiang, right? When do we charge in?" Gulp. Gulping, nervously, Alto smiled wryly and said, "Just call me Xiao Jiang. We can talk about whatever else after we finish this fight, all right?" Even though it was their first time meeting, he already knew these two were absolute behemoths. A heavy cargo truck and a mining dump truck. Once transformed, they easily stood over 10 meters tall, but no one expected them to be this huge. One is 18 meters tall, and the other is 20. It's absolutely terrifying, especially that red heavy-duty truck. This makes absolutely zero sense. It's not like he's never seen a heavy truck mecha before, but those things are 15 meters max. So what the hell is with this one being a whole story taller? "Got it," Lin Qing nodded, expressionless. Taking a deep breath, the Alto Mecha said in a deep voice, "All teams, listen to my command. Execute the original plan. Go." Rat-tat-tat-tat. The motorcycles not reason, and scooters charged forward, wielding their rifles. The two teams on the left and right coordinated perfectly. They slowly closed in, each resting a hand on the next one's shoulder. Under their heavy gunfire, one steel beast after another had its metal body shot through. It took dozens of bullets on average just to put one down. Watching this unfold, Huang Kuan calmly commented, "Well trained. This is actually pretty impressive." You'd probably have to ask Captain Jiang about that, Lin Qing said, looking down at the red Alto who was tensely scanning the battlefield. Guns were something that, in this cataclysm, only motorcycle and scooter mechas could actually handle. Because their bodies are about the same size as an average human, yet they're much stronger. Any mecha slightly larger than that can't use guns at all. Forget firing them. They can't even fit their thumbs into the trigger guard, and holding a rifle is like holding a toothpick. These scooter and motorcycle mechas coordinated brilliantly. They had incredible mental fortitude. Not a single one took even half a step back. Every single shot was not only precise, but incredibly steady. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but Lin Qing could sense the distinct aura of soldiers in them. As a batch of steel beasts collapsed, the gunners moved up the stairs to secure the buildings on both sides. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as rifles were set up at the second-floor windows. It's our turn. Looking at the raging steel beasts, Captain Jiang waved his hand. A squad of tough Carbot mechas charged out from behind the buildings, screaming and charging forward, completely unafraid of death. From the scars and menacing aura on these guys, Lin Qing can tell this isn't their first rodeo. Old Huang. I'm going in. Wait up. I'm coming too. Vaulting off the rooftop with one hand, Lin Qing leaped down and landed right in the middle of the street. Huang Kuan followed closely behind. Let's do this. Boom. Crash landing from the sky, Huang Kuan slammed his fist right into the 4-meter-tall Shiba Inu steel beast. The Shiba's spine caved in, its belly swelling up like a balloon, and then, the first steel rib burst out of its body, followed by the second and third, while its limbs exploded right at the knees. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, but the beating wasn't over yet. The beast kept sinking lower, flattening against the asphalt, which cracked wide open, as it was crushed deep into the dirt. Then the ground literally erupted. Boom! A massive sinkhole formed, completely blasting through the city's sewer line. A 4 to 5 meter crater opened up, and tons of raw sewage started spewing everywhere. Are you freaking kidding me? Back in the day, when he dared to take on adult steel beasts with just a pistol, Lin Qing was fearless. But now, he fled the battlefield, for his dear life, instantly scrambling up to the third-floor rooftop. Are you trying to make me throw up? Why the hell did you have to use that much power? Just to beat a second evolution steel beast? Cough, my bad, my bad. It was a total misunderstanding. Huang Kuan stood on his tiptoes against the wall, mumbling awkwardly, I just wanted to see how strong my punch really was. With the sewer line shattered, all the filth surged up, rising knee-high in the blink of an eye. The entire street smelled absolutely rancid. Going back down there was completely out of the question. Huang Kuan and Lin Qing stayed as far away as possible, terrified of getting splashed. This disaster didn't do much damage, but it was incredibly disgusting. Grey Wolf. Support 7 with cover fire. Coyote. Don't get bogged down. Pull back from this street. Draw them out so we can fight them. Huang Kuan had still underestimated these guys. What insane mental strength. To think they can keep fighting in a hellhole like this. Completely ignoring the filth on the ground, the commander ordered a retreat. It wasn't because he felt disgusted, but because he knew that he and Lin Qing would never step into a fight under these conditions. That's why he had to lure the steel beasts out, so everyone could gang up on them together. A hail of bullets tore through the street walls, with grenades constantly kicking up sparks. Every few seconds, another steel beast went down. Without Lin Qing and Huang Kuan backing them up, the mecha bikers started taking casualties. Within a few seconds, their entire line collapsed. They started running back for dear life. If not for the snipers covering them from the rooftops, they would have been wiped out long ago. They look like two squads merged together, said Huang Kuan, sizing up the situation. The ones who opened fire are highly trained. They're calm and follow orders to a T. But the other mecha bikers are a complete mess. They look decent on the surface, but the second real danger hits, they turn into a disorganized mob. They're not going to last much longer. Are you going to step in? Lifting his arm, which transformed into a gun barrel, Lin Qing aimed at the steel beasts. If he didn't make a move now, this squad was going to be history. Bang! A steel beast's head was blown to pieces. Metal shards and shrapnel shattered into countless pieces in midair. But Lin Qing hadn't even pulled the trigger. He whipped his head toward the source of the gunshot. Only a sniper rifle could pack that kind of punch, and a heavy caliber one. At that, a roaring engine echoed from beyond the horizon. A black motorcycle came tearing in. Just a second ago, Lin Qing estimated the gunshot was at least 1,000 meters away. But in just a few seconds, the bike was already right in front of them. Just as it was about to enter the smoke-filled street, the black motorcycle swerves and starts driving right up the wall. And that's exactly when Lin Qin and Huang Kuan finally get a clear look at the bike, a Kawasaki H2. It is completely custom and hand-built. No side mirrors, no headlights. Why? Because it doesn't need them. This thing is a pure track beast. With a top speed of 400 kilometers per hour, That's faster than a bullet train. The bike has no rider, which means it's a mech bot. High up on the wall, the bike leaps into the air. It transforms mid-flight. Encased in sleek black armor, a 6-foot-tall mech bot appears, out of nowhere. A massive sniper rifle appears in his hands. He pulls off a flawless backflip in midair, aims backward, and fires a devastating one-shot, one-kill round. The bullet pierces right through a steel beast's heart as he lands perfectly on his feet. Holy crap. Huang Kuan's jaw drops. He claps his hands and cheers. Dude, that was epic. Slinging the sniper rifle onto his back, the flashy bike flips his non-existent hair like a total show-off. Keep it low-key, real low-key. Watch out. Not far away, a huge pack of steel beasts is seen charging straight for the bike. Captain Jiang yells in panic, but the bike just yells back, I got this. You already know how fast I am. They'll never catch me. Wait, Lin Chin. His arm barrels begin to spin, unleashing dozens of laser rounds per second, unloading the entire volley right into the steel beasts. Unlike normal bullets, these laser rounds rip straight through the steel beasts like paper. In less than 10 seconds, over 100 normal steel beasts are left rotting in the cesspool. The whole place goes dead silent. A stunned Captain Jiang and his crew stand frozen, their mouths wide open, unable to squeeze out a single word. The motorcycle leans against a wall, dry heaving. Looks like he got splashed with a ton of sewage earlier. Hey, old Huang. Don't say I never look out for you. I won't fight you for the crystal this time. It's all yours. The damn things are completely soaked in water. Who could actually stomach eating that? Whoever wants it can have it. Because there's no way in hell I'm taking it. Forget about swallowing the crystal. Just looking at this mess makes him sick to his stomach. Hiding behind the building, Huang Kuan pokes half his body out and shouts to the motorcycle, Hey kid, those iron beasts are all yours. Keep it up, you got this. 5 minutes later, dozens of meters away from the battlefield, Huang Kuan is leaning against a building, with his arms crossed over his chest, educating the group of mech humans at his feet with some basic facts. After some introductions, he learns that the Kawasaki H2 is named Ye Daing. His parents are both dead, and he's a wealthy demolition heir, 20 years old. The red Alto is Jiang Cheng, a police captain, and those guys with guns are his comrades. 10 days ago, the military abandoned them. To save more people, Jiang Cheng and his comrades broke into the armory, struggled to build a base with whatever gear they could find, and went out every day to scavenge for supplies for ordinary people. These mech humans' wives, children, parents, and families are mostly back at the base, so they came out to help. Knowing their strength in numbers, Jiang Cheng heads out to recruit people whenever he's free, bringing in more mech humans to band together. Hearing that these things are called iron beasts, and that absorbing their crystals can purify them, Ye Daing loses his cool. He stares down at the 1-meter deep water, where the iron beasts are submerged. The others are tempted too. But after staring at the water for a few seconds, they all turn their heads away, shuddering with disgust. Ye Daing lowers his sniper rifle. He walked over to the water and dragged out a steel beast, struggling to pry its crystal out. All right, boys, bottoms up. With a loud shout of let's do this. He shut his eyes and swallowed it in one gulp. Ugh. Immediately, everyone around him began gagging. Huang Kuan couldn't even look. He turned to Lin Chin and said, This kid is definitely going to make it big. Lin Chin nodded in agreement. This guy was a total savage. He knew the crystals could purify them. Even with over 100 steel beasts lying right there, absolutely no one dared to fight Ye Daing for them. By hogging over 100 crystals all to himself, Ye Daing shot up 2 levels, reaching his second evolution. Everyone was both envious and full of admiration. Ye Daing then asked, Brother Lin, are you guys here to hunt down steel beasts? I know this area like the back of my hand. I can show you around. After swallowing the crystals, Ye Daing let out a massive burp. Lin Chin originally wanted to pat his shoulder, but paused and pulled his hand back. Jiang Cheng then said, All right, you're the guy, Daing. This kid is sharp and has a good eye. Having him as your guide will definitely work out. Smiling, Jiang Cheng continued, Let's head back to the base first. If you need anything, just let me know. As they were leaving, Jiang Cheng even gave Ye Daing a knowing look. With 2 absolute powerhouses like Huang Kuan and Lin Chin around, once the steel beasts were cleared out, they would only need to follow behind and scoop up the loot. As for those adult-stage steel beasts, boss, there are a total of 12 urban areas in the Handong-Linjiang Plain. Right now, we're in Jinpu City. It has a population of 4.8 million. Excluding those who turned into mechas and the ones who fled, about half of them are still left in this city. Lagging half a step behind, Ye Daing babbled on, introducing everything to Lin Chin. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who said I was your boss? Lin Chin's mouth twitched. They had only known each other for about half an hour. That's not important. I've already decided to roll with you. From now on, you're the boss. If you tell me to go east, I'm definitely not going west. Lifting Ye Dang up with one hand, Huang Kuan sneered. Roll with us? And what makes you think you're worthy? The Shigang iron beasts were already the targets of those two. If it weren't for that sewer explosion, there's no way this kid would have gotten his hands on those crystals. But look at him now. He's got a taste for it and is trying to cling to them. Because of my incredible marksmanship. Struggling in vain, Yudang's face flushed beet red. Pulling the massive sniper rifle from his back, he boasted, "Within 1,000 meters, my shots never miss. Plus, I have a small build, and since I'm fast on my feet, I can scout ahead and run errands." Huang Quan shook his head. Those iron beasts are evolving fast. And before long, your sniper rifle won't be good for anything but shooting mosquitoes. Lin Qing can gun down countless beasts with just one magazine. We don't need you. As for being fast, what good does that even do? Our current speed is more than enough, and we definitely don't need any scouting. Teaming up with Lin Qing is enough to make us invincible across the land. Who is there to fear? Then, you. You guys, Ye Dang stammered anxiously, his mind racing. You guys still need someone to clean up the battlefield, right? Doing everything yourselves. Is that really what top-tier experts should be doing? It completely ruins your vibe. From now on, you two big brothers only need to focus on fighting. I'll scout, gather intel, clean up the battlefield, and collect the crystals. Aha. And of course, I only ask for a tiny cut in return. Just a few crystals will do. It's been 2 weeks since he turned into a mecha human, and this was the first time he'd ever seen someone take down over 100 iron beasts with just a wave of their hand. That scene absolutely blew him away. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. He's definitely someone worth following. And of course, Lin Qing's generosity plays a huge part. I mean, he just gave up over 100 crystals without a second thought. Talk about a class act. Following a boss like him, he's bound to become way stronger. Damn it! You trying to steal my job? Huang Quan smacks Ye Dang on the head. If you do all the work, what's left for me to do? Big bro, didn't I just tell you? You're in charge of the fighting. Bullshit. Why the hell would they need me for that? And stop calling me big bro. Fine. How about deputy chief then? Trust me. I'll definitely make myself useful. Just leave all the grunt work to me. If things get dangerous, you guys just run. Don't even worry about saving me. But whether we add someone to the team isn't up to them. Huang Quan turns his gaze over to Lin Qing. His ability is pretty trash, and he has zero potential. His only saving grace is that he runs fast. So, do we want him? Why wouldn't we? Lin Qing rolls his eyes. I even took in a useless piece of trash like you, so what's one more? Huang Quan gets defensive. Hey, I'm actually really strong, okay? I can bring down a whole building with one punch. Who else has that kind of power? Yeah, you're so strong, but you're not as fast as me. Your combat power doesn't even match mine, and your brain is pretty average. What do I even need you for? If you don't hit your growth stage within 1 month, we're parting ways. I can't afford to keep feeding you. Walking behind him, Huang Quan curses under his breath. Damn it. You useless loser. How dare you look down on me? If I'd known, I would have never shared that giant crocodile crystal with you. I'm the one who's full of regret here. I've been hunting crystals for days, and you're still not growing up. Hearing the two bosses bickering like this, Yi Dang shivered in fear, not daring to make a sound. He could only quietly cheer himself on, telling himself he had to get stronger. After all, even the second in command was getting kicked out despite being insanely powerful. If Dang stayed this useless, they wouldn't even keep him around to do chores before long. Following Ye Dang's directions, half an hour later, the three of them arrived near Jinpu's largest exotic meat market. All they could see were collapsed buildings, dead Autobots, burnt-out apartments, and ruined, debris-strewn streets. Boss, I'll head over first to scout things out. Yi Dang offered helpfully, eagerly volunteering for scouting duty. He revved his sports bike and vanished down the street in the blink of an eye. What he didn't realize, though, was that standing as tall as Lin Qin and Huang Quan did, the two of them could already see right into the market. The entire area had already been overrun, crawling with nothing but steel beasts. Stroking his chin, Huang Quan asked in confusion. Boss, this doesn't make sense. How are the steel beasts here getting along so well? They're not even fighting each other. Back when we were in Shenbai, there were tons of steel beasts, all kinds of different species. But usually, they'd stick to their own packs, and tearing each other apart was just a daily thing. Yet here, in an exotic meat market, with dozens of different species thrown together, things should be way more brutal than Bailingshan Park. The weird thing is, not a single steel beast is attacking another. It's totally unnatural. It's simple. They have a leader, someone using absolute power to keep them all in line, so none of them dare to step out of line. Lin Qin's eyes darkened as he spoke. He cracked his neck and strode confidently toward the market. Let's go pay this leader a little visit. A few hundred meters away from the market, at an 8th floor window, Yi Dang scanned the area through his 8x sniper scope. The more he saw, the more terrified he became. The entire street was teeming with massive, terrifying steel beasts. Every single one is as massive as a water buffalo, and these are on a completely different level compared to the ones they killed earlier. As his eyes slowly scan the area, something crazy appears in his line of sight. Out of nowhere, a narrow alley 40 meters long and half a meter wide appears. Wait, no. That's not an alley. At the end of the alley, Ye Dang spots a massive, terrifying head. It's a giant steel python. Its eyes are even larger than lanterns, making it absolutely spine-chilling to look at. But what really makes his heart sink is that Huang Kuan and Lin Qing are moving right toward it. Don't go over there. Suddenly, 3 loud gunshots break the silence. Concrete splinters fly everywhere right next to Lin Qing's feet. Looking over at where the shots came from, Huang Kuan asks, "What is this guy's deal? He's probably warning us to stay back, and that there might be danger ahead." But this idiot fired such a loud shot that even if there wasn't danger before, there definitely is now. Just as the words leave his mouth, the surroundings suddenly grow darker. A massive python coils its way up a building. Its steel body, stretching over 40 meters long, constantly scrapes tiles off the walls as it moves. For once, Lin Qing and Huang Kuan find themselves looking up, staring up in awe at another living creature. This beast is, by far, the largest steel beast either of them has ever laid eyes on. While normal python scales are only about the size of a fingernail, this beast's scales are as large as a human palm. Its glowing red eyes, resembling 2 massive lanterns, hang high in the air. Inside its gaping maw are 2 rows of razor-sharp, serrated teeth. But the most striking detail is the massive mark on its head, making it look like the undisputed king of this territory. It's huge, absolutely huge. Lin Qing raises his arm and fires a rapid volley of laser rounds. With a target this huge, there is absolutely no need to aim. Sparks shower everywhere on impact. These laser rounds, which could easily pierce through reinforced concrete walls, surprisingly show absolutely no effect. The giant python merely twists its massive body in slight irritation. The hotel was instantly twisted and snapped in half. "Damn, that's impressive," Huang Kuan said, looking up in awe. "And here I thought laser guns were invincible. At this rate, we'd have to blast it for half an hour just to kill it." "It's not that bad," Lin Qing replied. "If we land dozens of laser rounds in the exact same spot, it'll pierce right through its body." Seeing the two of them still chatting, from a distant high-rise, Ye Dang was losing his mind. "Guys, what are you even chatting about right now? Just run already." He had seen what Lin Qing's laser bullets could do, and he still couldn't get it out of his head. If even a weapon like that doesn't work, what are you waiting for? Run! Badao, Lin Qing, are you taking this on? Or should I? Looking at the massive steel python, Lin Qing reached around to his back, preparing to unsheath his giant blade. "Let me handle this," Huang Kuan said, stretching his limbs. "I want to see where my limits are. If I can't handle it, you can step in." "Deal? It's all yours," Lin Qing replied. Lin Qing stepped back to watch from the sidelines. After all, he couldn't do all the heavy lifting. If this kept up, Huang Kuan would never get any real combat experience, and this potentially god-tier character would end up ruined. With a fierce roar, Huang Kuan charged toward the giant python. He moved faster and faster, his presence becoming overwhelming. His heavy steps left deep craters in the asphalt road. A distance of over 100 meters took him only a few seconds to cross. By the time he closed in on the giant python, he had fully charged his strike. Stomping down hard, he twisted his waist and threw a devastating punch. Boom! The python, as thick as a water barrel and over 40 meters long, was completely knocked down by the blow, crashing into and collapsing a nearby building. Dust billowed into the air, and the ground shook violently. In the distance, Ye Dang's jaw dropped in utter shock. Talk about a wake-up call on what a real freak is. Taking on a massive steel beast like that? Seriously? Is he even human? Just standing there without flinching? There isn't a single trace of relief on Huang Kuan's face. Instead, his expression grows even grimmer. He knows exactly how much power he put into that punch. Even though he went completely all out, the connection felt totally off. He didn't even dent the giant python's thick armor-like scales. It's nothing but a scratch. The giant python rears its head from the rubble, towering high with most of its body suspended in the air. With a deafening screech, it lunges forward, jaws wide open, aiming straight for him. Its speed is absolutely insane. In a gust of foul wind, it's already upon him. Before he can even react, the beast clamps its jaws right onto Huang Kuan's shoulder. He immediately grabs hold with both hands, desperately prying open the python's snapping jaws before they can crush him. If those jaws snap shut, he's losing his arms for sure. The sight is absolutely terrifying. Dang's heart leaps right into his throat. Why isn't the boss making a move yet? He's about to get completely wrecked. But brute strength is exactly what Huang Kuan does best. He holds the python's jaws wide open, refusing to let them close. Frustrated, the beast violently thrashes its massive body, slamming him directly into a massive concrete building. Boom! His back crashes brutally through reinforced concrete and steel. The impact leaves half of Huang Kuan's body completely numb. But suddenly, he feels the python loosen its grip. Without a second thought, he starts throwing a barrage of heavy punches. Both man and beast are absolute giants, locked in an incredibly brutal clash. The battle reaches a fever pitch. Skyscrapers crumble all around them, making Ye Dang's blood pump with pure adrenaline. Other steel beasts try to move in and swarm him, but Lin Qin steps in, obliterating them with single strikes. The entire zone is filled with the deafening roars of battle. You can hear the chaos from miles away. Holy crap! He can't hold on much longer. 5 minutes later, Huang Kuan called out for backup. Everything was going fine at first, but a giant python over 40 meters long suddenly coiled around him. Its massive body locked him tight from head to toe. He couldn't move a single inch. Countless scales were scraped off in the struggle. Heaving heavily, the python raised its head, ready to swallow him whole. Bang! Ye Dang fired. The bullet hit the top of the python's head, but it just ricocheted off, leaving nothing but a faint white scratch. Bang, bang, bang. He quickly fired 3 more shots, aiming straight for its eyes. But the python jerked its head aside, and the bullets missed completely. Second Master, rest in peace. Ye Dang was utterly hopeless. Tilt your head, a calm voice whispered into Huang Kuan's ear. Without a second thought, he ducked. Whoosh! A fierce red blade light flashed violently, slashing past in an instant. In the next second, just as the steel python let out a painful shriek, its upper body went flying. Looking at the severed, writhing half of its body, Ling Qin rushed forward. She stomped hard on its vital spot and thrust her blade, Yanmo, straight down. The python's head was skewered, pinning it firmly to the ground. Yanmo was just that, brutally powerful. Among those of the same rank, barely anyone could withstand a single blow from it. Not to mention, Ling Qin had caught it completely off guard. It was a calculated ambush, so there was absolutely no suspense. The steel python was dead instantly. Sitting amidst the ruins, a weak Huang Kuan shouted toward Ye Dang, "Hey, kid, it's time to get to work." A dramatic wail echoed, and Ye Dang threw himself onto Huang Kuan's leg, sobbing, "Second Master, I thought you were a goner. Get lost. Get to work. On it." Instantly wiping away his tears, Ye Dang scrambled over to the dead steel python, staring at the perfectly clean cut. He couldn't help but look back at Ling Qin. He had witnessed the power of that red blade the entire time. It was terrifyingly strong. The giant python that Huang Kuan had fought so desperately against, yet failed to kill, was sliced in half with total ease. He now had a whole new appreciation for Ling Qin's terrifying strength. "How are you holding up? You all right?" Lin Qing walked over to the battered Huang Kuan and sighed. "Don't even get me started," I thought. With all this raw strength, I'd be able to overpower that python, but I guess I overestimated myself. Honestly, you're already pretty strong. You've only evolved 3 times, yet you're taking on an adult giant python. What more do you want? No need to comfort me. I get it. Looking at Huang Kuan's dejected face, Lin Qing let out a helpless laugh. You just got held back by your lack of combat technique and your ignorance of how beasts behave. I won't even get into combat skills. Growing up, you probably haven't even been in many fights. Even with my guidance, you can't become a master in just 1 or 2 days. Let's talk about beast habits instead. Even though they're steel-plated, their basic physical structure and instincts remain the same. A giant python likes to rest in dark corners, while the alligator we ran into earlier preferred hiding in the water. It's an instinct carved right into their bones. They can't change it. An alligator's strongest weapons are its tail whip and its sudden bite force. A python, on the other hand, relies on constriction. Their long bodies and flexible bones allow them to squeeze the life out of prey that are several times stronger than them. If you hadn't let your guard down and gotten coiled and kept fighting that python, there's no telling who would have won. Plus, when you fight a snake, you gotta strike its weak spot. What the hell is the point of beating its tail or midsection? Lin Qing explained. Nearby, Ye Dang perked up his ears, hanging on every word. His mind wasn't on the task at hand at all. This kind of knowledge was far beyond anything Jiang Cheng and his crew at the base could ever teach. These were hard-won lessons, forged through countless life-and-death battles. If Lin Qing hadn't pointed it out, he probably would have gone his whole life without knowing. After a while, Ye Dang took the collected crystals and handed them over to Lin Qing. Grabbing 2 handfuls of the crystals, Lin Qing swallowed them right down to replenish the energy he had lost today. Picking out the giant python's crystal, he handed it to Huang Kuan, saying, "If you still can't break through to the 4th evolution today, I'm seriously done carrying you." He finally understood why the Huang Kuan of his past life had to join the military. This absolute glutton. Ordinary people really couldn't afford to raise him. Boss. I'm rolling with you now. Could you really bear to let me go hungry? With a cheeky grin, he took the crystal and swallowed it. The wounds on Huang Kuan's body slowly healed. The parts that had been dented by the giant python popped back into shape. His mech body became gleaming bright, and his eyes shone with vibrant life. Flashing repeatedly, it wasn't over yet. His body shot up by 1 meter, feeling light and agile, and his strength surged once again. The fourth evolution was complete. The character for vehicle in front of him was only missing its final stroke. Awesome! He stood up and hopped in place. Huang Kuan clenched his fists and threw a trial punch. A loud whoosh ripped through the air, making him wish he could fight that giant python again. I can beat it to death. Second boss, you are awesome. Yi Daing raised his hand and muttered, stop kissing his ass. If you can't increase your strength, you'd better get lost as soon as possible. Lin Qing handed him the remaining 10 or so ordinary crystals and said, let me give you a suggestion. Work on your shooting skills. That is your only way out. In his past life, he had been a motorcycle himself, so he naturally knew the limits of this type of vehicle person. Going the strength route is a complete dead end, and they can only rely on external forces. Hit me if you can. The sky began to grow dark, so they didn't continue hunting. Lin Qing planned to rest for the night and continue tomorrow. Ye Daing walked ahead, leading the way for them. Take them to the base. How many ordinary people are at your base? And how many mecha humans? Lin Qing asked casually on the way. He didn't answer right away. Ye Daing thought for a few seconds, gathered his thoughts, and replied honestly, almost 100,000 ordinary people. There are quite a few mecha humans too, over 200 soldiers and officers. Where is the main army's base? Why don't you guys head over there? The Imperial forces withdrew long ago. The newly established base is in Yangcheng, several hundred miles away from Jingpu. It's not that we don't want to go there, but they don't want the elderly, the weak, or women and children. They only accept mecha humans or people with specialized skills. Right now, our base is in University Town. Most of the people are the elderly, children, and students. Some of the mecha humans who stayed behind are teachers, and some are former soldiers. They're just genuinely kind, good-hearted people. Are those bastards even human? Huang Kuan couldn't believe it and spat coldly. Even at a time like this, they're still dividing people into classes? Ye Daing smiled bitterly. Second in command, you don't understand. Being divided into classes is actually a luxury. At least you just get treated differently. What's terrifying is when you don't even qualify as the lowest class. When I first turned into a motorcycle, I was pretty bitter about it, but after seeing so many tragedies happen to ordinary people, I realized I'm actually pretty lucky. At least I don't have to freeze or starve. Lin Qing smiled at Huang Kuan and said, look at him. That's what I call a reality check. You'd better drop that bleeding heart attitude of yours as soon as possible, or sooner or later, it'll get us killed in this apocalypse. In the 10 years of survival, the cruelty he had witnessed was far more than what Ye Daing had ever seen. He had seen every kind of tragedy imaginable. In an environment like this, an ordinary heart would gradually grow numb, losing all feeling. The only belief keeping him going was to become stronger. Only by getting stronger. Only when you're strong do you actually get a say, right? Even though my body has mutated, my soul is still human. Huang Kuan slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. If we just ignore everything, then what's the point of even being alive? You think you're strong? There are plenty of iron beasts and mechas out there way stronger than you. Just focus on surviving first. Sneezing, for once. A rare occurrence. Lin Qing rubbed his nose and muttered, who's talking about me behind my back? At the entrance of the Shenbei Research Institute, 3 figures stood waiting. One was a 15-meter-tall black mecha wrapped in a bedsheet. Next to it was a scruffy human man wearing a Hello Kitty mask. And then there was Wang Xiaoming, with his messy, shoulder-length bedhead. Didn't you say you guys didn't touch the equipment? Then where the hell is it? The man in the Hello Kitty mask glared fiercely at Wang Xiaoming. Bro, I have no idea. We really didn't touch a thing when we left. We left everything there, Wang Xiaoming said, looking utterly miserable. And another thing, Yang Fan. Who the hell are you trying to fool with that stupid mask? You didn't even change your clothes. If you're going to wear a disguise, at least put some damn effort into it. See? I told you your disguise skills were garbage. The black mecha ripped the bedsheet off his body, revealing the folded propellers on his back. Yang Fan snapped in frustration. What the fuck? Are you an idiot? He's totally bluffing. Quick, put the bedsheet back on. Seriously. Do you have a loose screw in your head? Yang Ao couldn't even bring himself to roast his own cousin. Fine, I admit it. It's me. Yang Fan took off his mask. He said solemnly, but we absolutely must take that equipment. It has to stay in our hands. Old Wang, do me a favor and rack your brain. Where exactly did you hide it? I seriously didn't hide it. We literally just left. And the next second you guys hijacked us. How much time could have possibly passed? When would we have had the time to hide all that gear? Besides, this junk is so worthless even a scrapyard wouldn't take it. It's useless to ordinary people anyway. That's why we chose to leave it right there and come back for it later. Wang Xiaoming wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Talk about terrible luck. He had just boarded the helicopter sent by the Empire, only to get ambushed shortly after taking off. Yang Fan and his cousin, Yang Ao, had, straight up, wrecked one of the helicopters. And as bad luck would have it, he was sitting inside and ended up getting taken hostage. Then, they dragged him all the way back to the research lab, just to search for some damn equipment. With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan walked into the ruins of the lab. He crouched down, staring at the cut steel beams, which showed signs of being melted by intense heat. He muttered darkly, "It's useless to ordinary people anyway. So, whoever took it is definitely no ordinary crowd." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Lin Qing, you really act fast, don't you? I guess I still underestimated you. Since the equipment was sealed right here, anyone who could take it away in such a short time could only be Lin Qing and Huang Kuan." Yang Fan glanced back at Wang Xiaoming and grinned. "But even if you have the equipment, it's useless. The key person is right here with me. We'll have to work together sooner or later." He clapped his hands and stood up. "Let's go, back to Qingzhou. We're not looking for the equipment anymore." Yang Ao asked in confusion. It was because Yang Fan had told him how important the equipment was, that he dared to risk everything to attack the Imperial convoy. He didn't expect they'd just take a quick look and leave. "No need. We'll head to Qingzhou and wait for them." Taking Lin Qing and Huang Kuan, Yi Dang arrived at a suburban university. This was their safe zone. The original walls, which were over 2 meters high, had been reinforced to 7 or 8 meters high. The entire university had been transformed into a fortress. Whoa, talk about fancy. Entering the campus, Lin Qing heard the loud hum of many generators. The classrooms were brightly lit. 18 and 19-year-old students were playing soccer on the field. Couples in love strolled down the streets hand in hand. The elderly and children were laughing and chatting. There wasn't a single trace of panic after the apocalypse. Anyone who didn't know better would think the disaster never happened. Stammering, Ye Dang admitted, "Actually, I don't really support them acting like this either, but they can't handle the steel beasts. They're too weak to do any heavy lifting, so they just eat at the communal cafeteria when the bell rings, and go to sleep once they're done. Even the crappiest mecha human can easily outwork dozens of ordinary people. We have hundreds of mecha humans in the base, so things get done super fast. Hard labor doesn't fall on these students at all. They don't even have to cook their own meals. The cafeteria takes care of all the cooking. All they have to do is show up and eat when it's time." Lin Qing smiled and said to Huang Kuan, "Your family is in business, and you're a boss too. What do you think of this kind of management style?" Frowning deeply, Huang Kuan said, "Our mecha humans are out there risking their lives, only to come back and pamper a bunch of freeloaders. If this keeps up, nobody is going to want to work anymore. The base is toast sooner or later. You're still being too polite. If you ask me, this is basically a pig-raising model. Actually, wait, even pigs have some use, but these guys are completely useless. How the hell are they still playing so carefree at a time like this? Do they seriously think they're royalty?" As they spoke, the soccer ball from the field flew over and landed right at their feet. A few young guys yelled out, "Hey, hey brother, kick it back." Lin Qing gently bounced the ball onto his instep, then popped it up to his knee, his arm, and his back. The entire sequence of moves was smooth and seamless. He didn't know how to play soccer before, but ever since he became a mecha human, with highly mechanical movements and precise control, he easily pulls off these complex moves. "Boss, you're awesome." Ye Dang smiles and claps. With a pop, he finishes juggling the ball, and Lin Qing stomps and pops it. Yi Dang's smile instantly freezes. "Hey, what did you do that for? Why did you stomp on our soccer ball?" With the soccer ball popped, a few young guys are absolutely furious and run over to confront them. "Sorry about that. He accidentally lost control." Ye Dang steps forward to apologize. "Why don't you guys just find another one?" "Find another one? Where? You can't even buy them anymore. The gym only had a few soccer balls, and that was the very last one." "My bad. Actually, I did it on purpose." Lin Qing smirks, bending down to look at the guys. "What, you gonna hit me?" Standing 18 meters tall, towering nearly 6 stories high, and showing off fists as big as sandbags, the guys swallow hard. "You. Even so, you can't just wreck our ball for no reason. I just don't like the look of you guys. So what are you gonna do about it?" Taunted by Lin Qing, the guys' faces turn bright red with anger. Clenching and unclenching their fists, they are furious but too terrified to speak. All they can do is glare at him with pure rage. If looks could kill, Lin Qing would have already died hundreds of times over. Waving them off like annoying flies, Lin Qing says, "A good dog doesn't block the way. Step aside, I'm trying to get through." "Screw you, who are you calling a dog?" "I'm talking to you guys, obviously." "Oh, wait, calling you dogs is actually a compliment. At least dogs can guard the house." You guys are worse than dogs. Seeing the college students get enraged, Yi Dang was worried they'd get hurt, so he held them back. Turning to Lin Qing, he said, "Boss, please, don't lower yourself to their level. Just ignore them, and let's go check out somewhere else first." Snorting, Lin Qing walked toward the dorms. As he left, he said calmly, "Actually, you didn't have to hold them back. If they actually had the guts to fight me, they wouldn't be getting fed like pigs every single day." Hearing this, the college boys practically ground their teeth to dust. If they weren't so hopelessly outmatched, they would have killed Lin Qing right then and there. Watching Lin Qing's figure walk away, one of the boys shoved Ye Dang aside and said angrily, "Is this how you help an outsider? To bully us?" Ye Dang almost spat blood from sheer frustration. This kid clearly didn't realize the situation. If he hadn't held them back right then, with their puny bodies, how dare they talk to Lin Qing like that? They'd be dead by now. "Shut up and get out of the way." Muttering curses, the guys walked away. Ye Dang could faintly hear them cursing, saying things like, "What's so great about being a mech human anyway?" Walking beside Lin Qing, Huang Kuan smiled and asked, "What's gotten into you today? Why did you suddenly decide to mess with them?" "Nothing. I just couldn't stand looking at them, pitying their helplessness, yet furious at their lack of fight." That was how Lin Qing felt when he saw those boys. In his past life, he had survived for 10 years, and had seen too much cruelty. The major safe zones never kept useless freeloaders around. People like them would have died a long time ago. Anyone who survived for more than 3 years, be they elderly or children, had to prove their own worth. Without any real skills, they worked their butts off sweeping the streets every single day, following the mechas around to haul food, or helping the mechas build fortifications, hauling cement and carrying heavy rocks. Sure, they aren't the most efficient, but actually working versus doing nothing shows two completely different attitudes. Doing absolutely nothing, just because you're weak, and acting like you're in the right just because you're vulnerable. If you really hold on to that kind of mindset, you won't even last a single month. While Jiang Cheng and the others are risking their lives out there, the people here are just playing soccer. It really doesn't sit right. Thinking about today's battle, and the few mechas who lost their lives, Huang Kuan sighs. Yeah, dying just to feed a bunch of useless freeloaders. Those guys must be rolling in their graves. But what choice do we have? Like Ye Dang said, these people can't do any real work, and they definitely can't fight. We can't exactly hand them all machetes and expect them to go head-to-head with those steel beasts, right? Can they really do nothing at all? Lin Qing questions. But then, he sighs. Whatever. That's their problem. I don't care enough to get involved. We're leaving in a while anyway. Dropping the subject, they walk through the dorm area. Huang Kuan eyes the girls' dorm, looking completely envious when he sees that the housing is co-ed. With 100,000 people crammed into a single university, giving everyone their own room is totally unrealistic. So, the old 6-person rooms have all been converted, now housing entire families who arrive together. Even the classrooms have been turned into dorms packed with bunk beds. With dozens of people packed into a single classroom, most of them are students and single young adults. Before the two can walk much further, Jiang Cheng appears, jogging over to greet them, apologizing for the wait. "I was just in a meeting. I've already got your rooms set up. How long do you two plan on staying?" Jiang Cheng's heart tightened. His eyes locked onto Lin Qing. He desperately wanted the two of them to stay. Most of the mecha warriors in the city had already fled to the Empire's base. The mechas left here weren't very strong, and people were dying every single day. They were barely scraping by. "We'll see. Maybe 2 or 3 days. Maybe 3 to 5 days?" Ching Ching replied indifferently. A flash of disappointment crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it. Still refusing to give up, Jiang Cheng asked, "With the world in such chaos, where are you guys headed?" Qingjiao is so far. Honestly, with your skills, you two could thrive anywhere. Why not stay? We can fight side by side. I can even hand over the leadership of this base to you. From now on, everyone will follow your lead. Not interested. Lin Qing replied flatly, "I have no interest in being a babysitter, risking my own neck, just so others can reap the rewards. They're all just poor souls. We should help them however we can. Times are tough for everyone." Lin Qing looked toward one of the dorm buildings, where a family of 5 was spending some warm quality time together. A young couple snuggled close, while the grandparents played with the child. Who has it easy in this world? Why should I risk my life to protect them? What about the mecha warriors in your squad who died today? How are their families being taken care of? Does having plenty of food and clothes count? And besides that, nothing else. Jiang Cheng shook his head slowly. Money is useless now. We can only compensate them with extra food. Lin Qing scoffed with a cold laugh. By food, you mean cafeteria rations, right? At most, they just get a few extra pieces of meat. You call that compensation? Do you know why most mechas would rather head to those massive, cutthroat bases? Even though the rules there are cold and ruthless, at least they're fair. Strength gets rewarded, and the strong get treated like royalty. You get exactly what you work for. Usually, any mecha with a family gets assigned their own private apartment. They're given plenty of food every single day, their kids can actually go to school, and if a mecha dies in battle, the base will step in to raise their kids and provide them with living subsidies. Now look at what you guys are doing here. Everyone eats out of the same pot, treating everyone exactly the same. Why the hell would anyone risk their lives for you? Some families get private houses, while others have to sleep in crowded dorms. Why should they? Jiang Cheng never expected Lin Qing to get this worked up. Stunned, Jiang Cheng stammered. But what choice do I have? I can't just be like those other bases and divide people into social classes, can I? It seems you still don't understand the reality of our situation. Lin Qing rolled his eyes at him. This is the freaking apocalypse. The apocalypse. Do you get that? Nobody is coming to save us. We can only save ourselves. If they want food, make them go scavenge, sew clothes, or cook. They can at least lay bricks and carry cement, right? They can repair circuits, build new houses, get factory assembly lines running again, process food, and grow crops. All of these things need people to do them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing continued. Do you have any idea how much food 100,000 people eat in a single day? You must have some clue, right? How many days do you think you can hold out? If we don't become self-sufficient, all 100,000 of these people are going to die sooner or later. With such a massive population, this isn't something a few hundred of you mechas, armed with just a few crappy guns, going out to scavenge for food every day can sustain. Bases like Jiangcheng, Lin Qing had seen plenty of them in his past life. Most of them didn't even last 1 year. The main reason was their communal free-for-all system, with no clear division of labor. Eventually, infighting breaks out, leaving the actual workers demoralized, and they leave one by one. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng's voice trembled. I never thought about any of this. Patting his shoulder, Lin Qing said, if you haven't, then you'd better start thinking. Also, your personality isn't suited to be a leader anyway. Find someone among the ordinary humans who knows how to manage. You can just focus on the fighting. Mr. Lin, could you tell me more? Is there anything else we need to improve? Tons. First off, electricity. Generators need fuel. At the rate you guys are using it, the base will go bust in 1 year max. Every single room in every household is using electric heating. It was Lin Qing's first time seeing a base so incredibly wasteful. He had to admit, it was pretty insane. I'll have them fix that right away. No generators during the day. Lin Qing nodded. Except for essential departments, no one else should be using them. And don't turn on the lights at night, it'll attract the steel beasts. You'd better use firewood or coal for heating. Point by point, Lin Qing passed on his survival lessons from his past life to Jiang Cheng. All of these survival tips were paid for with the lives of countless people. Lastly, here's my advice. Leave this place. Go to a larger survival base. Slowly shaking his head, Jiang Cheng looked at the dorm building and sighed. If I leave, what will happen to them? Everyone has their own fate. Never underestimate what people can do when they're pushed. The ones who are survivors, they'll make it through, even without you. But the ones who can't cut it, even if you spoon-feed them every single day, they'll still find a way to get themselves killed sooner or later. In my past life, there were plenty of survivor bases that didn't rely on mecha humans. It wasn't just 1 or 2 of them, either. They were completely self-sufficient, and they still managed to get by perfectly fine on their own. Sigh, we'll see about that later. Until it comes down to the absolute wire, I'm not going to abandon them. Bringing Lin Qing and Huang Kuan along, Jiang Cheng arranged for them to stay at the base of an experimental building before heading out. There was a makeshift canopy set up here, which was more than enough shelter for them to rest. Lying flat on his back on the cold ground, Huang Kuan let out a massive yawn. God, this is pure misery. I used to stay in 5-star luxury hotels, and now I'm sleeping on the dirt floor every single night. It's just to rest up and recharge. Stop whining. Lin Qing closed his eyes to rest as a heavy truck. For 10 years, he had already moved far past the normal human way of sleeping. Soon after, Huang Kuan opened his eyes and smirked. You're all bark and no bite, you know? You obviously want to help them out, so why do you always have to talk with such a cold attitude? Because I don't want any trouble finding me, Lin Qing replied. Haha. What? Are you worried they'll force you to stay behind and make you their leader? Honestly though, being the boss doesn't sound half bad. Holding the power of life and death over 100,000 people. Man, that would feel like being a literal king. Heh, once you actually take charge of a place like this, it's not some royal luxury. You basically become a glorified freaking babysitter. Lending them a hand once in a while is one thing, but I am absolutely never going to build a survivor base for humans. Rolling onto his side and propping up his head with his hand, Huang Kuan blinked at him. Then what do you actually want? I just want to survive. After a few quiet seconds, Lin Qing stared up at the dark sky. And if the right opportunity ever comes along, I want to go up there and see what the hell that thing is. that turned the world into this mess. He chuckled softly. Huang Kuan asked, "What if there are aliens up there? Then I'll wipe them out." "That's the spirit. I'm going up too. We'll wipe them out together." Nights after the transformation could only be described in 2 words: cold and dark. Once night falls, temperatures of over 10 degrees below zero freeze the ground. Dark clouds block out all light, leaving everything in pitch-black darkness. The darkness slowly swallows up people's courage. Lin Qing and Huang Quan went to bed early, but after dark, they were woken up by a massive commotion. The football field was brightly lit and packed with people. The surrounding bleachers were filled with men, women, young, and old, all shivering in their heavy coats. Right now, these people were all shouting in protest at the stage, targeting Jiang Cheng and the other machine men. "Why did you cut the power? It's freezing out here. Without heating, we're going to freeze to death. It's over 10 degrees below zero. If the power is cut, we can't even take a hot shower. You guys are made of steel. So of course you don't need to bathe. But we do. There are several gas stations in the city. They have plenty of diesel. So resources aren't scarce at all." Jiang Cheng was stunned. He didn't expect that just mentioning power rationing would trigger such a massive backlash. But remembering Lin Qing's words, he grit his teeth, grabbed the microphone, and shouted, "It's not just a power cut. From now on, everyone has to work. We will be responsible for clearing the steel beasts outside, while the young people follow behind to transport supplies. The elderly and children will stay home to weave and make clothes, doing whatever they can to help." Instantly, Jiang Cheng's words were like lighting a powder keg. In an instant, the crowd erupted. Staring in disbelief, an old cell phone was thrown, hitting Jiang Cheng as the uproar echoed throughout the entire campus. What a joke. Chanting about freedom and equality at the top of their lungs. And then, a swarm of old ladies rushes onto the stage, acting like they want to tear Jiang Cheng to pieces. In the distance, Lin Qin and Huang Quan have already woken up. The two of them watch everything unfold, and Huang Quan's eyes are filled with pure shock. "Well, now I finally understand why you refuse to lead this group. This is literally a textbook case of the farmer and the snake. He didn't even ask them to risk their lives. He just asked them to do some basic chores. And they throw a massive fit. If he asked them to actually fight the iron beasts, they'd probably dig up his ancestors' graves. Honestly, just helping the mech humans carry some food isn't even a big deal, let alone doing some odd jobs around the base. Complaining about not getting hot baths is just complete nonsense. You're about to lose your life, and you're worried about taking a bath?" Jiang Cheng probably held back on saying the rest, like how the mech humans actually get special treatment. If he actually said that out loud, they'd tear him apart. Looking at Jiang Cheng standing completely still on the stage, Lin Xingdao wants to see how he's going to handle this crowd. If he can't get things under control today, he can forget about leading them ever again. And finally, Jiang Cheng makes his move. He raises his gun and fires a burst into the air. The entire place falls dead silent. The old folks on the stage scramble for their lives, jumping off the platform. Jiang Cheng barks, "I'm only going to say this once. If you're willing to work, stay. If you're not, then get out. This is our school. Why on earth should we leave? If anyone's leaving, it's you." "That's right. This is our school. You have absolutely no right to kick us out." Coldly, Jiang Cheng screams back, "Anyone who wants to come with me, gather here tomorrow. Get out. Get out. Get out." Once one person started chanting, a second, then a third quickly joined in. Soon, tens of thousands of people were jeering, and every single one of them was telling Jiang Cheng to get lost. In their eyes, there were already plenty of supplies. They thought they could survive just fine without the mechas. If they got hungry, they could just grab food from the supermarket, and grab a drink if they were thirsty. With so many hotels around, supermarkets, convenience stores, and wholesale markets, there was food absolutely everywhere. Whoops, things really got out of hand. Lin Qing rubbed his nose in embarrassment. "We'd better get out of here before someone shows up with a jerry can of gasoline and burns us to the ground, right? Can't mess with them. Let's get the hell out of here." So they slipped away under the cover of the moonlight. Both of them quietly made their escape, but they didn't expect to bump into Ye Daying, who was on guard duty at the school gate. "Hey boss, second boss, wait up. I'm coming with you." He had heard all the massive commotion loud and clear. Honestly, he never liked this place anyway. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng, he would have left a long time ago. And now that Jiang Cheng was leaving, he planned to pack up and call it quits too. Even though Ye Dang only transformed into a motorcycle, his top speed of 400 kilometers per hour was still world class. That made him a pretty rare talent. Lin Qing didn't drive him away. Instead, he let him tag along. After letting the other mechas on duty know, Yi Daying followed right behind Lin Qing as they departed. The three of them found a spot under an abandoned bridge to rest, deciding to move out once the sun came up. A few hours later, the sky began to brighten, as a faint light slowly crept in, waking the two fast-asleep guys. Lin Qing climbed up the bridge to scout the surrounding area. Hey, dang. Where are the toughest steel beasts around here, and where is their biggest gathering spot? Heh, big boss. You've definitely asked the right guy. I've scouted every single area around here, big and small. I know exactly which spots are dangerous and which are weak. As for those python-level steel beasts like the one yesterday, there are only 7 or 8 of them in Jinpu. But there are dozens of packs with over 100 ordinary steel beasts. So, when do we make our move? Huang Kuan's eyes lit up. Looks like we came to the right place. Then let's do this. Let's sweep the area first. After taking just a few steps, Lin Qin suddenly stopped in his tracks. Huang Quan turned to look at him. What's wrong? Something's not right. Didn't you two hear something? No, wait, look. The water's moving. Ye Dang pointed at the rippling river and said, Is something about to crawl out? Ripples spread outward, shaking the surface of the river. Lin Qin frowned. This vibration, the source isn't the riverbed. It's a stampede of 10,000 beasts coming from behind. They're driving hundreds of thousands of civilians and mecha humans before them. Anyone they catch is instantly torn to shreds. Screams of terror and brutal slaughter fill the air, turning the area into a living hell. His face twitched with horror. Ye Dang trembled. Those are people from the other bases. Even though this is just the suburbs, it's not quiet at all. Because this area is a university town. There are 7 or 8 universities within just a few kilometers. The sheer volume of people here is staggering. After the catastrophe hit, all the ordinary people who couldn't escape fled to these campuses. Some of the mecha humans, just like those back in Jiang City, built a safe zone right here. This region has a population of 700 to 800,000 people. Basically, everyone who couldn't escape is gathered right here. Worrying about the situation back in Jiang City, Yi Dang looked grave and said, Chief, you guys fall back first. I'll go, warned Captain Jiang. With that, he transformed into a motorcycle and sped off in the blink of an eye. It's still early morning, and most people are still fast asleep. Once that army of steel beasts charges in, no one will even have a chance to escape. Looking at the several massive giants towering within the army of steel beasts, Lin Qin replied in a calm, unhurried voice, Well, looks like we don't even have to go looking for them. They're practically delivering themselves right to us. And just like that, they're going head to head. Isn't that a little reckless? It stretches on as far as the eye can see. There are easily tens of thousands of steel beasts. Faced with a nightmare like this, even Huang Kuan starts losing his confidence. Are you insane? How are we supposed to fight that many? By picking off the stragglers, of course. We'll head into the city's narrow streets for some urban warfare and take them down one by one. But let's get one thing straight first. Any crystals we get from our own kills are ours to keep. Transforming into a heavy truck, Ling Qing immediately speeds toward the city center, with Huang Kuan hot on her heels. Hey, tell me, why are there so many steel beasts moving together like this? Do you think something even bigger is controlling them? I honestly don't know the details, but this is different from what happened with the python. When tens of thousands of steel beasts band together to hunt down mecha humans, we call it a beast tide. In every single city, almost like clockwork, an event like this always breaks out. In her past life, Ling Qing had survived many of these. Research from the top brass showed that this isn't some coordinated attack led by a powerful boss beast. It's almost entirely spontaneous, driven solely by the urge to wipe out all the mecha humans in the city and destroy any chance of a peaceful life. But as for why they do it, no one has ever found an answer. Captain Jiang, you can't just abandon us like this. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, just take me with you. Jiang Cheng, you're a cop. How can you just turn your back on us? Does your oath mean absolutely nothing to you? If you dare run away, I swear I'll report you to your superiors. Once word gets out on campus that a massive wave of steel beasts is coming, sheer panic grips everyone. The very people who tried to kick Jiang Cheng out just moments ago are now begging him on their knees to stay. Seeing his expression shift back and forth, Ye Dang said, Captain, why even bother with them? Let's fall back. We have 2 minutes at most before the steel beasts get here. Once they're here, we won't even be able to run. A look of pity crossed Jiang Cheng's face. Ye Dang cursed under his breath. Damn it, I've delivered the warning. Either way, I'm sure as hell not staying to help them. I'm out of here. Take care of yourselves. Ye Dang then took off. Following his lead, some of the other mecha humans began to flee as well. And some of the ordinary people, who knew it was better to rely on themselves, had already packed up all their belongings and driven off. Boom. In the downtown area, Ling Qing and Huang Kuan threw punch after punch, repeatedly smashing into the high-rise buildings. Within just a few minutes, the wide 8-lane road was split in two by the collapsing buildings. Without stopping, the two of them continued to push down more buildings, creating paths 7 or 8 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. forming countless forks in the road. These paths ultimately led to two locations. One was an abandoned construction site, and the other was an urban village. Once they were done, Ling Qing smiled and asked, "Which side are you picking?" "The road leading to the construction site is the widest, which means the most steel beasts are bound to go that way. Plus, it's a dead end." Naturally, Huang Kuan didn't dare to choose the construction site. "I don't have your crazy skills and courage. I'll choose the urban village. At least if I can't beat them, I can still run." Looking up at the sky, Ling Qing replied, "All right, let's meet up at noon. I just realized, when you hunt those steel beasts, it's usually either in the morning or the afternoon. That's so damn unlucky. Why can't you just do it at noon?" Ignoring his lame joke, Ling Qing flipped him the bird and walked away. With a massive beast horde chasing them down, the entire city was running for their lives. Those with cars sped off, while those without scrambled on foot. And if they couldn't escape, they'd duck into apartment buildings to hide. The mecha humans were also running for their lives, but compared to ordinary humans, their chances of survival were much higher. In terms of both strength and speed, normal people couldn't even compare. Lin Qing transformed into heavy truck mode and hid himself under some construction tarps. Before long, he heard the constant roars of the steel beasts. Some of them rushed in from a fork in the road, chasing humans deeper into the area. In his head, he counted down, and when he reached 100, he transformed into his giant mech. He threw a punch at a nearby building that was already on the verge of collapsing. Its structure caved in, and most of the building toppled over, crashing into the one across the street. The building lay slanted right across the middle of the road, completely blocking off the street. A massive swarm of steel beasts was shut out. The ground rumbled heavily. As Lin Qing caught up to the steel beasts running ahead, he slammed his fist down. With just that one simple move, over a dozen steel beasts were instantly smashed to pieces, sending countless cracks spiderwebbing across the ground. Da 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 da. Fully charged with energy, he sprayed laser bullets like they didn't cost a dime. A rain of golden glowing bullets poured down, pinning hundreds of steel beasts in the narrow street. They had absolutely nowhere to run. It was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe, mowing them down like wheat in the wind. Haha, this is so satisfying. In his past life, Lin Qing was either being hunted by steel beasts or constantly on the run from them. This was the first time he had ever fought with such absolute thrill. One man, single-handedly hunting down thousands of steel beasts. 100 seconds. The steel beasts running down this street numbered at least 3,000 to 4,000. Lin Qin was lying in ambush for the stragglers at the very back. About 200 to 300 of them. They were all just ordinary steel beasts, with none in their mature stage. At most, they'd only evolved 3 or 4 times, so they stood absolutely no chance against his laser gun. With the rapid fire of bullets rat-tat-tatting, they fell row after row in just 10 seconds. Some of their bodies were blown completely to pieces. After wiping out most of the steel beasts, Lin Qin stopped spraying with his gun. With only a few dozen scattered ones left, firing more would just be a waste of energy. Crack! He charged forward and crushed a steel beast with one hand. Without slowing down, Lin Qin threw a punch right at a 12-meter-tall boar in front of him. The steel beast's tusks shattered, and its entire skull exploded. Brutal and simple. No flashy moves. With every single punch and kick, Lin Qin struck the steel beast's vital spots. Shockwaves rumbled like thunder through the air. Even high-rise buildings were snapped in half by his roundhouse kicks. When his fists struck the steel beasts, not a single one was left intact. Their corpses were completely blown to pieces. Boom! A monkey-like steel beast jumped onto Lin Qin's back, but he grabbed it and slammed it down. The next second, the concrete ground cracked, leaving only its skull in his hand. A mature stage mecha warrior is absolutely terrifying. A casual punch from him packs the power of a cannonball. Against Lin Qin, these ordinary steel beasts were simply unilaterally slaughtered. 2 minutes later, the high-rises on both sides of the street were left in ruins, with the ground and walls covered in the corpses of the steel beasts. Catching his breath, Lin Qin was just about to clean up the battlefield, when his eyes suddenly narrowed. He raised his gun and fired a shot to his front left. "Boss, it's me up on the wall. Don't shoot." The 1-meter-high concrete pillar right in front of him was blasted in half. Yi Dang quickly threw his hands up and yelled, "I only came over because I heard the gunshots." Lin Qing gave him a quick look and said, "I'm going after the other steel beasts. Follow behind me and dig up all the crystals. Bury whatever you can't carry right on the spot, and we'll come back for them later." "On it, boss. Consider it done." Leaping down from the wall, Yi Dang immediately got to work harvesting the crystals. Looking at the steel beast carcasses covering the ground, his heart couldn't help but tremble. The last time he saw such a massive scene was just yesterday, and that was also Lin Qing's doing. But back then, Lin Qing only mowed them down with guns, without actually getting up close and personal. Just now, from up on the wall, he had seen everything with perfect clarity. how Lin Qing single-handedly took down dozens of steel beasts all by himself. He was a total beast. A single graze from those iron fists meant crippling injury, and a direct hit meant instant death. And his movements were ridiculously agile. His combat instincts were just off the charts. The sheer variety of his whip kicks, aerial strikes, and elbow jabs gave him goosebumps. And after finishing the fight, he wasn't even breaking a sweat. Now, he was going to chase down thousands of steel beasts. If anyone ever found out that a single guy was chasing and slaughtering thousands of steel beasts all on his own, they'd think he was absolutely insane. If you dare run off with my crystals, kid. Heh, Lin Qing had sneered right before leaving, sending a shiver straight down Ye Daying's spine. About 15 minutes later, following the sound of gunfire, Ye Daying arrived at the second battlefield with a sack on his back. This place was originally a luxury residential complex, but now, there was nothing luxurious left about it. It lay in complete ruins, with collapsed and shattered buildings everywhere, and steel beast carcasses littering the ground. There were far more steel beasts in this area, thousands of them, and there was no shortage of massive beasts that had already evolved 4 times. When Ye Daying arrived, Lin Qing was sitting on the ruins, with his grinding blade standing upright in his hand. Around him, there were layers upon layers of steel beast corpses, piled up 2 stories high. Give me the crystals and get to work. Lin Qing gestured. He didn't dare look him in the eye. Ye Daying handed over the sack and turned around to keep digging out steel beast crystals from the ground. For some reason, even with his back turned to Lin Qing, he still felt a chill down his spine, making him feel completely uneasy. He squirmed a bit. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A crisp, crunchy sound came from behind him. To quickly replenish his energy, he chewed up and ate the crystals. They digested much faster this way. Normally, if it was just to power up, swallowing a few would do. Lin Qing kept grabbing crystals out of the sack handful by handful, crunching them down. After using the grinding blade, his stamina drained incredibly fast. He had to quickly replenish his energy, otherwise the next few tough battles would be hard to win. With his back still turned to Lin Qing, Ye Daying picked up a crystal. Harvesting crystals was hard physical labor, too. His arms were unbelievably sore. Once the entire sack of crystals was finished, Lin Qing took a deep breath and stood up. The next battle is going to be a tough one. Don't get too close. The further we go, the stronger the steel beasts get. They actually let in several adult stage ones. Got it, got it. Ye Daying nodded vigorously. The agreed noon meeting time with Lin Qing had arrived. Huang Kuan dragged his exhausted body and came to the spot where they had agreed to meet. The steel beasts on his side weren't too many, but they weren't few either. Over 2,000 of them. If he hadn't been munching on crystals the entire time he was fighting, he would have worked himself to death by now. As a result, after a whole morning of this, there wasn't a single crystal left. But eating them all definitely had its perks. He successfully broke through to his adult form, leaning out quite a bit, and he wasn't nearly as clunky as before. Just like Lin Qing, he could feel the power of the crystals inside him, flowing through his entire body. His strength right now was several times greater than it was yesterday. Rat-a-tat-tat. With a wave of his right hand, it transformed into a gun barrel, shooting out countless laser beams. They poured from his arm like a rushing river, leaving nothing but a blinding flash of light. Whoa, not bad. Looks like you broke through. Just then, 2 figures, one tall, one short, slowly stepped out from around the corner. Lin Qing led the way, while Ye Daying followed behind, lugging 4 heavy sacks. His back was practically snapping under the weight. Keep it on the down low. Keep it on the down low, Huang Kuan chuckled, waving his hand. We should definitely spar sometime. Unbeatable among peers of the same level. That was Huang Kuan's absolute confidence. Before, when his level was lower than Lin Qing's, he obviously stood no chance. But things were different now. They were both in their adult forms. As long as Lin Qing didn't pull out his Yanmo blade, he was confident he could kick his butt. Sure. I'll be waiting, Lin Qing replied with a smirk. Later, at the city center plaza, Lin Qing was chowing down on the crystals, swallowing them down by the handful. This kind of crazy, rich guy behavior made Huang Kuan and Ye Daying burn with pure envy. Man, he's seriously not even human, Ye Daying grumbled, his heart aching just watching. It was as if Lin Qing was eating his own precious crystals. Seeing this, Lin Qing grabbed a handful and tossed them to Ye Daying. There were about 20 or 30 of them. Here, consider this your payment for today's hard work. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're the absolute best. The big boss is a beast. Lin Qing had just obtained several thousand crystals. Saying Ye Daying wasn't jealous would be a total lie, but jealousy aside, he knew exactly what it took to get those crystals. He had seen Lin Qing trapped in desperate situations several times, almost losing his life in the process. He did nothing but help pick up the crystals, so getting several dozen of them was already a pretty sweet deal. Besides, he had eaten quite a few along the way to recover his energy. Truly worth a few whole sacks of crystals. Under the watchful eyes of Huang Kuan and Ye Daing, Lin Qing quickly swept them all up. He didn't leave a single one behind. Lin Qing stood up and stretched his body. Seeing that his appearance hadn't changed at all, Huang Kuan was puzzled, but let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "No time like the present. Let's spar, shall we?" The two of them squared off, ready to fight. Ye Daing sat further away, excitedly munching on crystals, and watching them with wide eyes. "First off, you can't use Yanmo," Huang Quan warned him beforehand. "That thing is way too lethal. He couldn't handle it. One hit from that, and I'm done for." "Sure, no problem." Lin Qing grinned. Putting his right hand behind his back, he said, "Not only will I not use it, but I'll even fight you with one hand tied behind my back." "Holy crap, you're way too arrogant." Huang Quan blew his top. This was the first time he had ever been insulted like this. Someone actually wanted to take him on with just one hand. Time to arm up. Don't forget to support and vote. Before yesterday, even if Lin Qing didn't use Yanmo, there was no way he could easily beat him with one hand, let alone now, when he had already broken through to adulthood. They were both at the same level now. "Then I won't hold back." With a cold sneer, Huang Quan cracked his neck. "You're the one who begged for this. Don't say I forced you. Our backgrounds are entirely different. There's no doubt his current strength is way above Lin Qin's. That's for damn sure. He wouldn't even need to hold back. Just a few punches would be enough to take down that cocky Lin Qin, who's trying to show off with only one hand. Don't sweat it. Bring it on." Extending his left hand, Lin Qin smiles calmly. "But if you can withstand even a single punch from me, I'll admit defeat. I've never seen anyone flex this hard before." Never mind Huang Quan. Even Ye Daing's short temper is about to blow. Crouching slightly, Huang Quan pushes off the ground with all his might, springing forward like a coiled wire, and throwing a fierce uppercut straight at Lin Qin's face. Taking half a step back, Lin Qin easily dodges the strike. Clenching his left fist, an ink-black shade spreads from his fist all the way up his arm, leaving it pitch black. With a deafening boom, he plunges his fist deep into Huang Quan's stomach. In an instant, Huang Quan's face contour, his features twisting in agonizing pain, and he's sent flying backward in a high arc, crashing heavily over 10 meters away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The crystal in Ye Daing's hand slips out and clatters onto the ground without him even realizing it, his eyes completely glazed over in shock. 3 minutes, a whole 3 minutes pass, before Huang Quan finally manages to crawl back up. Staring at Lin Qin's pitch-black arm, his pupils shrink in sheer terror. What kind of punch was that? In that split second, I felt the cold grip of death itself. I literally felt like my body was going to be blasted right through. Shaking out his fist, the dark coloration recedes. Lin Qin calmly walks over. That's only natural. After all, I've reached the 6th stage of evolution. Specifically, that black layer coating the arm. Yes, every evolution marks a massive watershed, and it's even more extreme from the 5th stage onward. It's no exaggeration to say the difference is like night and day. Starting from the 6th stage, the body gains an additional layer of reinforcement, which I call armament, utilizing a full 100% of the black coating. Both his power and durability will skyrocket. Not even a rocket launcher could blast through it. Raising his hand, his left arm turns pitch black once again. Lin Qin keeps going until his limbs and torso are completely covered. This is the Lord class. Even he, only after consuming thousands of crystals, had just managed to break through his 6th evolution. While the base model of each mecha is important, the number of evolutions is just as crucial. If an adult stage can easily take on a dozen, 4 times evolved mechas, then a single Lord class can crush hundreds of adult stages. In his past life, during the early days of the Cataclysm, everyone was just busy hiding from the Steel Beasts, completely missing the golden window to level up. Later on, the Steel Beasts evolved faster and faster, making them incredibly difficult to hunt down. This caused everyone's power progression to slow to a crawl, and it only got worse as time went on, creating a brutal, endless cycle. 10 years into the Cataclysm, Lin Qin went through unspeakable suffering, just to finally break through to the adult stage. But that was his absolute limit. By then, adult stage Steel Beasts were literally crawling all over the streets, while the Lord class ruled over entire territories. Forget about hunting them. Just not getting hunted yourself was already a miracle. Trying to gather enough crystals to break through to the Lord class was nothing but a pipe dream. But in this life, starting out with a heavy-duty truck as his base, and already having 6 evolutions under his belt, he finally has what it takes to stand his ground. Holy crap! Huang Quan curses. You've already broken through to the 6th stage, and you're still sparring with me? Isn't this just straight-up bullying? Lin Qin just chuckles. You're the one who wanted to practice. I didn't force you. Screw you, you sneaky bastard. Huang Quan flips him off. But after getting hit by that one punch earlier, he had almost been beaten to death. You two rest here. I'm going to find a few steel beasts to test out this new power. In his past life, he only ever reached the adult stage, This sixth evolution is a realm he has never experienced before. He needed to master his new power as quickly as possible. Leaving the plaza, Lin Qin found a small pack of iron beasts. He coated his arms with armament and engaged them in close combat. Instead of punching them to death in a few hits, he deliberately held back and let the iron beasts bite him, using his left hand to block and parry. After practicing like this for over half an hour, he deactivated his armament. He drew Grinder and muttered, "That's enough warming up. Time to send you guys on your way." Lin Qin was dying to see what Grinder looked like in Gear 2. He immediately shifted it directly to Gear 2. It felt as if a water pump had been installed inside him, as the crystal energy within his body was relentlessly drained. Grinder's blade glow flickered erratically, fluctuating between 8 and 10 meters. The energy blade grew brighter and brighter, and the surrounding temperature began to skyrocket. Just as Lin Qin thought he was going to be drained completely dry, Grinder finally stopped absorbing the crystal energy. The blade light stabilized at 8 meters. Its size remained the same as before, but the color had turned a deep, fiery crimson, looking as if it were about to drip blood. The intense heat warped the air within 2 meters of the blade. Looking at the 20-meter-tall office building in front of him, Lin Qin raised Grinder and brought it down in a vertical slash. Right after delivering the strike, Lin Qin quickly deactivated Gear 2. His body's energy reserve couldn't handle a second drain. 2 seconds later, a straight black line appeared right down the middle of the office building. With a gentle push of his hand, half of the office building collapsed with a deafening crash, revealing a perfectly smooth cut. At this, Lin Qin gasped in shock. What an insanely sharp blade. Who could possibly survive this? In Gear 1, Grinder's temperature was 1500 degrees, but in Gear 2, it reached 5000 degrees. It was more than just a few times stronger. Gear 2 could definitely slice right through armament. With a blade like this in hand, I'd even dare to challenge a Lord-class beast now. He finally understood why the legendary imperial might of his past life was called the God of War. With a blade like this, who wouldn't dare to go on a rampage? Challenging higher-level bosses is an absolute breeze. Although, with his current crystal energy after 6 rounds of purification, he can only unleash 1 slash in second gear mode, but that's plenty. When facing someone stronger than him, he can just play dumb at first, and then, at the crucial moment, unleash one final blow to end them. Several hundred meters away, Jiang Cheng was covering a group of survivors trying to escape. Behind them, dozens of iron beasts were hot on their heels. Just as the group rounded a corner and ran onto the main street, they witnessed a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. An 18-meter-tall crimson mech, wielding a blood-red greatsword, sliced a 20-meter-tall office building clean in half. Everyone froze in their tracks, their minds completely blown by that spectacular slash. How is this even possible? Is that really something a human can do? Stop daydreaming. Keep running. Jiang Cheng snapped back to reality. Remembering the deadly iron beasts chasing them, he quickly looked back, only to find dozens of iron beasts turning around and fleeing. To them, this figure was just too freaking terrifying. He had previously hunted down and slaughtered thousands of their kind, and they were the lucky ones who had barely escaped from Lin Qing's blade. They never expected to run into this god of slaughter here again. Huh? Lin Qing turned his head and looked their way. Terrified, the iron beasts bolted even faster. A few of them even tripped over themselves, scrambling wildly to escape. These beasts didn't have much intelligence, but they definitely had a survival instinct. They knew exactly that when you encounter a powerful enemy, you just run. Among the crowd, survivors from other bases swallowed hard and stammered, Who on earth is that? Scaring off iron beasts with just a single look? Jiang Cheng stared at him with a complex expression and muttered, His name is Lin Qing. Before the main force evacuated, there was an incredibly strong guy. It wasn't like he had never seen a heavy-tonnage mecha human before, but when it came to pure combat power, Lin Qing was definitely number 1 among everyone he'd ever met. Forget about just this region. Even looking across the entire country, he doubted. There were even a handful of people who could last a few rounds against him. This guy is a total freak, not even a normal human. Thinking back to those web novels he used to read when he was bored, Jiang Cheng had thought more than once that Lin Qing might actually be a protagonist with a cheat system. Otherwise, it just didn't make any sense. Everyone turned into mecha humans at the exact same time, so how the hell was this bastard so ridiculously strong? He was just on a whole different level. Captain Jiang, are you still dragging those people along? Lin Qing and Jiang Cheng had just returned together. Ye Dang stared at the thousands of people trailing behind them, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He had already seen firsthand just how ungrateful these bastards could be. He couldn't believe Jiang Cheng still hadn't given up on them and was actually keeping them around. Sigh, their homes are gone, so I'll save as many as I can. Looking back at the dusty, battered crowd, Jiang Cheng Hill. Some of them had survived beast tides at other bases. They were chased by hundreds of thousands of those things, and I don't even know if I'll survive myself, so how can I worry about anyone else? I just happened to run into them while trying to escape, and they insisted on following me. There are pregnant women and kids among them, and I just didn't have the heart to leave them behind. Sitting on the ground without moving, Huang Kuan leaned against the rubble and said lazily with his eyes closed, "We've pretty much cleared out the steel beasts around here. Before it gets dark, anyone who wants to survive should go find some food." Jiang Cheng cupped his hands and turned around, shouting to the crowd, "What are you all standing there for? What are you waiting for? Go find some food. Are you waiting for me to spoon-feed you?" They were trembling with fear. Ordinary folks, in small groups of 3 to 5, huddled together as they ran into nearby shopping malls for shelter. And that was all. Jiang Cheng had matured a lot and wasn't as indecisive as before. Lin Qing nodded silently in agreement. He said to Huang Kuan and Ye Dang, "Let's get moving too. Time for our next adventure." Seeing Ye Dang about to leave, Jiang Cheng called out to stop him. From the case he was carrying, he tossed over a few boxes of ammo. Sniper ammo is hard to come by, so it's not like I have much use for it anyway. I've got 300 rounds left, and they're all yours. Thanks, Captain Jiang. I've got some crystals here too. Take them and power yourself up. Get out of here. I'm way stronger than you already, so I don't need them. Haha, don't be so sure about that. Jiang Cheng had shown him great kindness, and he wasn't about to be ungrateful. Forcing the crystals into Jiang Cheng's hands, Ye Dang ran off. Sizing up the 2 level 3 purification crystals in his hand, Huang Kuan casually tossed them over, laughing heartily. "You did what I wanted to do but couldn't. If we ever cross paths again, I'll definitely chug a few barrels of gasoline with you. Catch you later. No need to see us off." As the howling wind swept the smoke of battle through the city, under the gloomy sky, the 3 figures faded into the distance. Gripping the crystals tightly in his hand, Jiang Cheng watched their retreating backs with a conflicted gaze. On their way to the next city, Lin Qing set some new rules for the team. "You two aren't kids anymore, so we need to make some changes to how we run things. From now on, any crystals you get from your own solo actions will belong entirely to you. During joint operations, we'll split everything based on individual contribution. Any objections?" How would Ye Dang dare to object? He was already lucky enough to just tag along and get a piece of the pie. Huang Kuan let out an approving grunt. "That's only fair. I'm good with that." "Great. Moving on to the next topic. I'll assign tasks to the 2 of you. As our sniper, Xiao Ying, your job in battle is to draw fire, recon the terrain, cover our retreat, and clean up the battlefield." Slamming on the brakes, Ye Dang skidded for dozens of meters, leaving a long mark. Pulling a long face, he pleaded, "Boss, everything else is fine, but covering a retreat is going to be really tough. I mean, if we're actually forced to retreat, that means even you and Huang Kuan are running for your lives. Just how terrifyingly powerful would that steel beast have to be? If I stay behind to guard our rear, isn't that basically suicide? Duh. If it were easy, I'd just do it myself. Why would I even need you? Just tell me. Can you do it or not?" "I can." Ye Dang forced a smile through gritted teeth. "Sure, there's some difficulty, but that doesn't mean it's impossible." Lin Qing was right. If it were easy, why would they even need him? If he wanted to secure his place in such a powerful team, he had to prove his worth. Just cleaning up the battlefield and harvesting crystals is something anyone can do. Who knows when a new recruit might come along and replace him? Only by showing off his talent and proving that he was irreplaceable could he survive in the long run. On the side, Huang Kuan snickered. Lin Qing's gaze drifted over to him. "From now on, you're our team's main damage dealer. When trouble hits, you're the first one to stand at the front. Got it?" His smile froze. A few seconds later, Huang Kuan replied, "I don't have a problem with that, but you're stronger than me. If anyone should be taking the hits, shouldn't it be you? You've got to save your best assets for when they really count. Whether it's grinding or powering up our energy reserves, it just drains way too much. Wasting it on weak small fry is just a joke. What we need is to strike them down in one blow when it counts. Saving it for the real big bosses is the only smart play." And, taking a brief pause, Lin Qing rubbed his chin and continued speaking. "If a master like me has to step in for every little thing, don't you think that totally ruins my style? Huang Kuan, just admit you want to be a sneaky camper, okay? You're clearly so overpowered, yet you insist on playing weak just to catch people off guard." Honestly, he was just completely speechless. "Play the song 'Today is a Good Day' and crank the volume all the way up," Lin Qing shouted. "All right, since we're a team now, I propose we give our squad a name, and if we're gonna name it, let's make it." Huang Kuan looked up at the dark, heavy clouds with an imposing air, and, with a deep look in his eyes, he said, "Our goal is to one day fly up to heaven and slay the gods. Let's call ourselves Yue Tian." Ye Dang and Lin Qing both cleared their throats awkwardly. "That name is a bit too flashy, isn't it?" It doesn't really roll off the tongue. How about we call ourselves Zhan Tian instead? Now that sounds badass. Yi Dang clapped in agreement. Actually, I think Yue Tian is really completely ignoring Huang Kuan. Lin Qing gestured for everyone to quiet down and said, "All right, since there are no objections, we're officially Zhan Tian. Next up, we need to pick a captain. As our squad's #1 fighter, I'll step up without hesitation. As for the vice captain, that'll be Huang Kuan. And the first squad leader is Ye Daying. Don't go saying I'm running a ruthless dictatorship here. If you guys have any objections, just say so. I always listen to different opinions, and I'm always happy to make changes." Daying stared at him with wide eyes. Huang Kuan was completely speechless. "Bro, you literally just decided the team name, the captain, the vice captain, and even the squad leader. You set the whole lineup in one breath. What the hell are we even supposed to say now?" Clap, clap, clap. As Lin Qing's #1 lackey, Ye Dang cheered excitedly. "No objections here. I'll follow your orders to the letter, Captain. Why are you getting so worked up?" With Huang Kuan and Bai Yan, this was a team of only 3 people. "Captain, with the captain, vice captains, and squad leaders all accounted for, we don't even have a single regular member. Don't worry about it. I'm sure our team will grow much bigger in the future." Grinning, Lin Qin patted Ye Daying on the shoulder in satisfaction. "I'll hook you up with a rifle in the future. We're going to build this up, make it big, and carve out a legendary future." "Chief, I don't want a regular rifle. I want an anti-tank Barrett sniper rifle." "No problem. You'll get one. What is the most important thing when trying to survive in an apocalypse? Personal strength is one thing, but having a great team is even more crucial. No matter how good of a fighter you are, can you really take on 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 enemies alone? Being on your own makes you vulnerable, and it makes doing a lot of things way too difficult. After all, you can't possibly do everything yourself. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Things are different when you have numbers on your side." Lin Qin had actually been keeping an eye on Huang Kuan for a long time. This future god of war on land would definitely be a massive asset if recruited into the team. He wanted to build an elite squad of mecha humans. A small team, but one powerful enough to sweep across the entire world. Only then could they truly secure a solid foothold in this post-apocalyptic world, and stand tall without fearing the powerful, especially in an era where the entire population is turning into mechas. With local governors and massive corporations hoarding military power for themselves, it wouldn't be long before the entire landscape of the Konglong Empire was completely rewritten. The law of the jungle was taking over, and a chaotic era was fast approaching. Without enough bargaining chips in hand, you wouldn't even have the right to sit at this high-stakes table. Small players would only end up getting swallowed whole by the corporate giants. On their journey toward Chinja, they had to pass through Yangcheng, which served as the safe haven for the main military forces of Handong. 2 days later, in the afternoon, at the Han River Bridge, about 15 kilometers outside of Yangcheng, Lin Qin and his 2 companions finally arrived. A biting, bone-chilling wind blew right into their faces. Yi Dang stood on the bridge, looking down at the shimmering waters of the Han River. This massive bridge stretches for 100 meters, making it the fastest route to Yangcheng. Strangely, though, no one ever dares to cross it. There's a warning sign at the entrance. Caution, river monster. Over the last 2 days, Lin Qing and his crew had cleared out other parts of Handong, hunting down almost every adult iron beast in the entire area. Now, they were finally ready to leave Handong. Instead of taking the long way around, they headed straight for the Hanjiang Bridge. Seeing the warning sign didn't scare them off at all. In fact, it only made them more curious. It's probably a level 7 adult iron beast. Ye Daying, with his incredibly sharp eyesight, spotted a massive dark shadow darting through the river. Lin Qing called out, "Time to work. Same old rules." Looking around at the bridge, Huang Kuan suddenly got cold feet and muttered, "Hey, with my heavy build, would I even float if I fell in? Or would I just sink straight to the bottom?" "I don't know if you'll sink," Lin Qing replied, "but if you don't get moving right now, I'll throw you in myself." All right, don't rush me. I never said I wasn't going." Stepping onto the frozen bridge, Yi Daying took the lead, while Huang Kuan and Lin Qing transformed into vehicles, following close behind. When they reached the middle of the bridge, everything was dead quiet, with absolutely no sign of life. Then, Ye Daying suddenly tripped, spilling his bag of crystals onto the ground. Several of them bounced off the edge and fell into the river with a soft plop. Watching this play out, Lin Qing chuckled. The kid's pretty clever. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool began to swirl in the river, growing larger by the second. Huang Kuan kept his eyes glued to the water, whispering, "It's coming up. Get ready." Before Lin Qing could even yell back, "Got it," the river surface suddenly exploded. An enormous, pitch-black fish leaped out of the water, completely blocking out the sky. It had to be dozens of meters long. Supported by 4 legs, its mouth gaped open like a black hole. Inside were 2 rows of densely packed, razor-sharp serrated teeth. "Captain, save me." At this moment, the giant fish was snapping its jaws right at Ye Dang, planning to scoop him up in a single, swift motion. It would swallow him whole and plunge off the other side of the bridge back into the river. Boom! Huang Kuan leaped into action. He instantly transformed into his mecha form, throwing a devastating, world-shaking punch with unrivaled power. The sheer force of the strike shattered the air itself, sending out an ear-splitting boom. This was the terrifying ferocity of the past-life god of war. Just as the giant fish was about to swallow Ye Dang whole, the colossal fist came crashing down into its flank. Sparks exploded in all directions, and a heavy shower of scales rained down onto the ground. The giant fish was blasted back over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the bridge. Sensing that the impact wasn't quite right, Huang Kuan shouted, "Its scales are too slippery." My hand slipped. The punch hadn't landed squarely when it hit the giant fish's body. Instead, it slipped the exact moment of impact, deflecting a massive amount of the strike's force. But even so, the giant fish still took a brutal beating. It was nearly crippled by the blow. Scrambling back to its feet, it desperately tried to flee, bounding 7 or 8 meters into the air toward the edge of the bridge. From that single punch, it had instantly realized that it was absolutely no match for this yellow mecha. Staying to fight meant certain death. But as it leaped into the air, and before it could even plunge back into the river, a brilliant flash of crimson blade light sliced through its vision. The giant fish's heart seized in sheer panic as the chilling aura of death rushed right at it. Instinctively, it jerked its head back and curled its body time shrink. The giant fish slammed back onto the bridge, shaking the entire deck. More than half of its tail had been completely severed from its body, and it lay there thrashing and screaming in agony, the intense heat turning the black scales around the wound a glowing, searing red. Having unleashed his first slash with Yanmo, Lin Qing didn't stop moving for a second. Almost the exact instant the giant fish hit the ground, wielding his fiery red blade, he slashed forward with absolute resolve. Roar. At such close range, the giant steel fish beast knew it couldn't dodge, so it didn't even try to avoid the blow. Instead, it opened its massive jaws and lunged for Lin Qing's head. Experienced hunters all know that animals are at their most ferocious during their final death struggle. Anyone smart would avoid going head-on. But Lin Qing was an exception. He didn't flinch or dodge. He simply blocked with his armored left arm, letting the beast's giant maw clamp down. Meanwhile, his swinging blade never slowed down. It sliced through the air, leaving a trail of fiery red. The foolish giant fish thought it already knew how this mecha would end up. It expected to tear off the arm and bite off the head. After all, its razor-sharp teeth could easily crush reinforced concrete like crackers. It had already chewed between 300 and 500 mechas to pieces. Clang, squish. Both sounds rang out at the exact same time. The giant fish bit down hard on Lin Qing's arm, but those sharp teeth that could tear down a building couldn't even scratch him. Lin Qing swung his blade, and a massive head went flying into the air. The whole fight took less than 3 seconds. The battle was over. Grinning, Dang praised, "Awesome, Captain." Dang jogged over, fully practiced, to harvest the crystal. This wasn't the first time the 3 of them had done this. They had their teamwork down to a science. An adult stage steel beast had no chance of biting through Lin Qing's armored arm. So every time, he used his left arm as a shield and swung his blade with his right, taking them out in a split second. He never missed a beat. Dang had just finished pulling the crystal out and hadn't even put it in his bag yet when a loud shout echoed from the other side of the bridge. 5 tanks were speeding toward them, followed by 15 heavy trucks. They were all red belongs, looking exactly like Lin Qing, except they weren't quite as massive. Some were 16 meters tall, others 17. Judging by the vehicle parts on their chests, they've evolved at least twice. Most are tier 3, and the highest is tier 4. "Hey friend, this is our prey. We've been staking them out for days," the tier 4 mechanoid, standing at the end of the bridge, says. Squinting his eyes, Huang Kuan asks, "And so? First, hand over the energy crystal. Second, you're being drafted. From this moment on, you must join the Yangcheng mechanoid unit." Ha, damn. Huang Kuan finally gets how the Empire operates. No wonder Lin Qing didn't want to deal with them. They literally press gang anyone they see. What he doesn't know is, the Empire doesn't actually draft just anyone. They don't give a damn about ordinary mechanoids. He only has himself and Lin Qing to blame for being so huge. The Empire would never pass up heavy-duty mechanoids like them. What if we choose neither? The tier 4 heavy truck waves his hand, and 5 tanks point their barrels at the 3 of them. "You're welcome to try." Damn. You think I'm easily intimidated? Lin Qing cracks her knuckles and takes a big step forward, yelling, "Let's get one thing straight. I'm not joining the Yangcheng mechanoid unit because I'm scared of you guys. It's mostly out of my deep admiration and respect for Governor Jiang. His character is just Xiao Ying, hand over the crystal. Reluctantly, Yi Daing hands over the crystal they've barely had time to hold. Lin Qing shoots Huang Kuan a look. The two of them step forward as well. Captain, this crystal is huge. Someone in the heavy truck's crew gasps. The crystals they usually see are only the size of a fist, but this one is as big as a basketball. It's obvious how much energy is packed inside. Humph, glad to see you know what's good for you. Taking the crystal, the Tier 4 heavy truck looks very pleased. Lin Qing had rarely seen something like this in the 20-odd days since the cataclysm. Who would dare refuse to sell? To the tank? The last stubborn bastard who tried is already pushing up daisies. Suddenly, in the Yangcheng squad, someone catches sight of the sack on Ye Daing's back. He steps forward and whispers, "Captain." That fat marked sack is definitely loaded with good stuff. The captain's eyes light up. The 4 times evolved heavy truck says, "We are the absolute elite among Yangcheng's machine men. I think you guys have real potential. Hand over all your crystals, and I'll get you into our squad." Hey there, big bro. What kind of squad is it? Lin Qing takes a few more steps forward, already reaching the edge of the bridge. Ever heard of Juyo? Huang Kuan steps up with a smirk. Nope. Mind telling us about it? It was founded by Lord Jiang himself. Only large vehicles that have evolved at least once are allowed to join. In Yangcheng, we get the absolute best perks. We pull in over 100 crystals every single month. Oh. Is that so? Lin Qing pulls out his flame demon blade with a grin. In that case, I think I'll pass. Talk about stirring up a hornet's nest. Lin Qing cranks the flame demon to gear 1, unleashing a blazing red heat from the blade. Looking down on him, Lin Qing swings his blade at the 4 times evolved heavy truck. Sizzle. The 1,500-degree heat is more than enough to melt solid steel. Combined with Lin Qing's monstrous swinging power, the heavy truck's head instantly flies into the sky, and its body drops right to its knees. Boom! Huang Kuan throws a devastating punch at the tank. It was tough as iron, and seemingly indestructible. The very terror that struck fear into countless machine men is completely shattered into pieces. Even the electric scooter bots hiding inside, and every machine man are crushed into exploding fireballs. Only then does the heavy truck squad finally react. 4 tanks pivot their main guns, aiming directly at the 3 of them. Lin Qing sneers in disdain. If he was a little wary back on the bridge, worried about being turned into a sitting duck, or the bridge collapsing and sending them plunging into the river, things are completely different now. At this close range, taking them out is child's play. Inside the tanks, the mecha pilots grimace ferociously, locking their barrels onto Lin Qing. Go to hell. Lin Qing's left hand instantly armors up. He wraps his 5 metal fingers tightly around the tank's barrel. With a muffled, heavy boom, the tank shell fails to fire. Instead, the tank completely implodes. Wielding the Yanmo blade in his hand, Lin Qing delivers a single slash, slicing the tank clean in half. Over on Huang Kuan's side, after shattering the remaining tanks with a few brutal punches, his laser gun fires. A barrage of bullets rains down, and the enemy motorbots collapse one after another. By the side of the bridge, Yi Daing raises his sniper rifle and fires a single shot into the sky. Bang! A scouting drone hovering overhead is blown wide open, spinning out of control as it spirals away into the distance. Captain, we need to move, now! That drone definitely saw us. A massive wave of reinforcements is going to be here any minute. True to his policy of never leaving any loot behind, Lin Qing quickly rips out the energy crystals from the heavy trucks, before finally making a run for it. Ye Daing stays at the rear to keep watch, watching Lin Qing and Huang Kuan race side by side. As they speed down the highway, holy crap. I seriously let you drag me into this mess, didn't I? You actually dared to wreck Imperial tanks. Are you out of your mind? They'll send an army of hundreds of thousands to wipe us out in a heartbeat. He was an absolute beast during the fight. But now that it's over, Huang Kuan is panicking like crazy. These are freaking Imperial tanks. Normally, if one of those aimed at me, I'd be on my knees begging for mercy. But look at us now. We completely trashed them all. We're probably going to be wanted fugitives forever. What are you panicking for? The Empire is in total chaos right now. They don't have time to worry about you. Besides, is the Yangcheng military loyal to Jiang or Shen right now? It's all the same. The Handong governor is loyal to the Azure Dragon, while the Imperial family supports the Shens. If I remember correctly, after the cataclysm in my past life, the governor of Handong, Jiang Tianyun, seized control of Yangcheng, built up his own faction, and ruled like a local warlord. He made himself a powerful tyrant. There were plenty of people like Jiang Tianyun back then, more than just 1 or 2. Any group with even a shred of power, every corporation and faction, was trying to break away and go independent. It was a total free-for-all. Right now, Lin Qin's group is still very small, and they can pack up and run at any second. Never mind Jiang Tianyun's forces, even if the entire Imperial army showed up, if they dared to block his path, he'd take them on without a second thought. But we're talking about hundreds of thousands of mecha soldiers, not to mention countless guns and heavy artillery. Huang Kuan's face went completely pale. If they come after us, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save us. Calm down, calm down. There's going to be plenty more of this in the future. The list of people who want us dead is only going to grow. Who does Jiang Tianyun think he is? He doesn't even make the cut. Ooh, boss. Is it too late for me to jump ship now? Overhead, the heavy drone of military helicopter propellers filled the air. Lin Qin looked up. I'm afraid it's too late. Leaving just 5 minutes too late. Yi Daing, who had stayed behind to cover their rear, saw the oncoming army clearly and pushed his speed to the absolute limit. He quickly caught up with Lin Qin and Huang Kuan. Compared to his speed of 400 kilometers per hour, the other two were moving at a snail's pace. Darn it. We've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Yi Daing's lips were trembling as he spoke. 10 attack helicopters, and all of them are fully armed. Lin Qin scoffed. Never mind just 10 attack helicopters. Even if they were all mecha soldiers, it wouldn't matter. We can handle them, but those motobots are just way too agile. For him, though, it's a major headache. But if it's just 10 ordinary attack helicopters, that's no big deal. Up in the sky, they're just sitting ducks. One good burst of fire, and down goes one. I wasn't finished. There are also over 100 heavy truck bots. They're over 10 meters tall, and they look absolutely terrifying. Crash. Huang Kuan wasn't paying attention and crashed right into the guardrail. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hundreds of heavy truck bots, a massive, dark horde of them. At least 100 of them. Plus, I saw some smaller motobots too, carrying rocket launchers and bringing up the rear. Holy crap, Huang Kuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. I told you we shouldn't have fought them. Now look what happened. They've come right to our doorstep. There are 5 of them in the sky, and rocket launchers on the ground. A few rounds of that, and we'll be blown to smithereens. Shut the hell up. You're the one who killed the most of them, you freaking hypocrite. Ling Qing, speed up. He kept muttering. Taking the highway definitely won't work. They'll catch up to us sooner or later. There's a scenic area just ahead, called Dianjiangtai. We can escape through there. Dianjiangtai is located on Baisho Mountain, just outside Yangcheng. The terrain is extremely rugged and steep. After climbing a slope of several hundred meters, there's a wide, open clearing. In ancient times, an emperor personally led his army into battle here. He once mustered his troops right at this spot, and because of this rich history, it was developed into a tourist attraction years ago. A stone staircase winds all the way up the steep slope. A monument and a pagoda were even built at the mountain peak. Behind the general's platform lies miles of deep, vast mountains. Every year, it attracts many hikers looking to trek through the wilderness. Above them, the attack helicopter fired. It launched portable missiles, with the first one raining down right toward the 3 of them, then a second, and a third. The deafening explosions were relentless. As the missiles rained down, the ground was left covered in massive craters. The 3 of them scrambled for their lives, desperately running for cover. Yi Daing yells out to his captain, I'll head to the command stage first to scout the way for you guys. With that, he accelerates, speeding ahead. His engine roars loudly, and he completely vanishes from sight. The gunships can't even keep up with his speed. Let's take out the ones in the sky first. Lin Qing transforms into his mecha form. He arms his left hand, spins around, and throws a punch straight at an incoming missile. The missile and fist collide, triggering a massive explosion. The powerful shockwave knocks him back several meters, as countless metal shrapnel graze his entire body. Pow, 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 pow. Lin Qing and Huang Kuan unleash a barrage of laser fire, sweeping right toward the gunships in the sky. Caught completely off guard, 4 or 5 helicopters are shot down immediately. The remaining gunships scatter like frightened birds, pulling their choppers up high and not daring to get any closer. Taking advantage of this brief breathing room, Lin Qing and Huang Kuan sprint toward the command stage. Before long, an army of over 100 heavy trucks arrives, led by a massive 18-meter-tall giant. He is completely clad in blue, and looking at the wreckage of the gunships on the ground, he roars in anger. Useless trash! You're all a bunch of freaking useless trash. Didn't I tell you they are 5 times evolved mecha, and that you need to keep your distance? Chase them down immediately. Blast them with missiles. Mow them down with guns and cannons. Their bodies won't be able to take it. Hearing this, the ordinary soldiers piloting the gunships feel their faces flush with anger, their fingers gripping the flight controls in a tight, white-knuckled squeeze. Gritting their teeth, they spit out, Yes, Captain Zhang. When have they ever had to take this kind of disrespect? If they were being chewed out by their actual commanding officers, that would be one thing. But who the hell does Jiang Yanjun think he is? Before the apocalypse, he was nothing but a construction site punk. Relying on his distant, convoluted family ties with the governor, He ran a dirt-hauling business, managing a fleet of heavy trucks. After the cataclysm, he brought his trucks to join Governor Jiang Tianyun and ended up getting put in a position of power. And they even had him assemble a massive mecha force and serve as the commander. Now, presenting Star Wars, the Fourth Calamity. Imagine taking control of a mothership from Homeworld and then transmigrating into the Star Wars universe. Tang Xiao was like, "This world is way too dangerous. Mom, I want to go home." Wait a minute, the mother ship? Its database actually contains Sins of a Solar Empire, Halo, EVE Online, StarCraft, and Stellaris. And that's not all. Jim Raynor is actually asleep inside the cryopod, along with Master Chief and Hierarch Artanis. Tang Xiao scoffed. "They will all bow at my feet." The Fourth Calamity. No, wait. Long live the Fourth Empire. And now, Huang Kuan battles the 9 netherworlds. Bang. At the summit of Dianjiang platform, inside the pavilion, Ye Daing watched Lin Qing and Huang Kuan being chased down a kilometer away. Stealing his resolve, he took a sniper shot and brought down an armed helicopter. The pilot died instantly, and the gunship crashed. Shit. There's absolutely no turning back now. "Captain, don't you dare abandon me." Having taken down an Imperial gunship, his palms were dripping with sweat. Before the cataclysm, he was just a regular, law-abiding citizen. He'd never even stepped foot inside a police station in his entire life. He never imagined he'd one day be going up against the Empire. But honestly, it was pretty thrilling. The 1-kilometer distance was covered in a flash. Lin Qing and Huang Kuan reached the foot of Dianjiang platform, and after transforming into their mechas, they began climbing the mountain. Behind them was a barrage of missiles, rocket launchers, and machine gun fire. In just a few seconds, this 1,000-year-old scenic landmark was completely engulfed in the flames of war. Smoke and fire billowed everywhere, as shattered rocks and debris rained down, leaving the ground riddled with craters. Boom! A missile came screaming from behind Huang Kuan, tearing through the air and leaving a white vapor trail. Lin Qing's armored left hand shot out and gripped the missile. An explosion rips through the air right behind him. The shockwave catches Huang Kuan, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. "Go on ahead. I'll hold them off." Lin Qing's calm voice rings out. Without a second thought, he scrambles to his feet and sprints toward the peak. If he can just make it over this mountain, he'll finally be completely in the clear. Bang, bang, bang. Up at the peak, Ye Daing is picking them off one by one with a sniper rifle. With every single shot, an attack helicopter is brought down. These choppers are rare, high-value assets, and next to impossible to replace in the short term. Watching them get taken out one by one, the weapons officer begins cursing up a storm. "If I return after losing this many choppers, I'm definitely going to face the music. Lay down heavy suppressive fire. Blow that piece of crap motorcycle on the peak to Kingdom Come first." A dozen mini-mechs stood in a row, hoisting rocket launchers on their shoulders. They aimed their barrels right at the peak and pulled their triggers all at once. Ye Daing's heart skips a beat. He puts away his gun, spins around, and leaps down behind the pavilion. Below him is a steep 70-degree slope, dropping over 100 meters, and at the bottom lies an endless forest. He mutters, "Captain, this is all the help I can give you. Hope we meet again if we make it." Boom. Over a dozen rockets fire in unison, obliterating the basketball court-sized peak, instantly reducing it to rubble. Huang Kuan, who hasn't even reached the peak yet, jumps out of his skin. "Man, thank God I didn't go up there." With his current durability, a single rocket would easily blow right through him. Having so many strike him at the same time, he would have died several times over. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, Lin Qin unsheathes his demon blade and becomes the Grim Reaper itself. A fiery red blade light flashes, relentlessly reaping lives. Every single slash sends another heavy truck crashing. The dozen or so heavy trucks giving chase are instantly wiped out. Seeing this, the remaining heavy trucks rushing up are absolutely terrified. They froze in their tracks. "We're all heavy trucks here. How the hell is this guy so strong? One slash, one kill. Is he slicing us up like damn cabbages? You guys with the rocket launchers, watch out. Don't damage that weapon." Jiang Yanjun stared at the Yanmo sword, his eyes gleaming with greed. That really is a legendary weapon. "Everyone else, charge together. Wear him down. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth today, I'm going to capture that bastard." Without the rocket barrage pinning him down, Lin Qin found it much easier to move. From the mountaintop, Huang Kuan fired a barrage with his laser rifle and quickly covered him as he retreated up the mountain. By then, both of them were completely out of breath. Lin Qin could barely even hold his sword anymore. Looking out over the landscape, the path from the foot of the mountain to the ridge was in absolute ruins, strewn with the shattered bodies of mecha units. The enemy still had over 70 heavy mechas left. This was the terrifying power of firearms in the early days of the apocalypse. Combined with the power of the mechas, their combat effectiveness had more than doubled. If it weren't for those gunships and rocket launchers, he and Huang Kuan could have fought a fighting retreat and wiped out all 100 of these heavy trucks. You two have nowhere left to run. Hand over that weapon, and I'll give you a quick, clean death. From a distance of 100 meters down the mountain, Jiang Yanjun stood with his hands behind his back, staring up at Lin Qin. Lin Qin glanced back at the endless forest and sneered. With just this handful of guys, you're nowhere near enough to stop me. As long as he wanted to, he could leap into the mountains at any moment. With a forest this vast, trying to hunt him down would be near impossible. Besides, the steep terrain and thick woods were terrible for a large army to fight in. Heh. Did you really think I dragged this out for so long? Just to wear out your stamina? Lin Qin frowned, a sudden wave of dread washing over him. He looked down the mountain and saw nearly 1,000 more mecha units flooding down the highway below. Heavy trucks, excavators, loaders, dump trucks, they had everything. The Juyu force has a total of 3,000 troops, all handpicked by me from hundreds of thousands of mechabots. They're all heavy-duty models. It's not too late to surrender now. With nearly 1,000 heavy-duty mechabots, even if Lin Qing has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't survive this highway to hell. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I still have some crystals here. Take them as compensation. How about we just let this go? Looking at the wreckage of the helicopter and the bodies of the mechabots scattered all over the hills, Jiang Yanjun gave a half-smile. If you had said this half an hour ago, I might have actually considered it. But now, you fucking killed so many of my men, and you think you can just pay me off with a few crystals? No way in hell it's that easy. You're going to die, and your blade is staying here too. He had received news earlier that someone had wiped out a Juyu squad. He had brought his men and rushed over, but he hadn't expected to suffer so many losses while chasing them down. The more they fought, the more furious he became. There was no turning back now. He couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Even with his high status, he would definitely be punished upon his return. Only by seizing the red blade in Lin Qing's hand could he hope to redeem himself. You want my blade? Lin Qing laughed crazily. Sure, how about we make a bet? What's the bet? No guns for anyone. I'll stand right here and take you all on. Let's see if all of you together can take me down. Show me what you've got. Holy shit, are you crazy? Huang Kuan grabbed Lin Qing's shoulder, desperately wanting to turn around and flee into the mountains. If we run, we might live. Staying here for a showdown is suicide. Jiang Yanjun burst into laughter, but then his smile instantly vanished. He solemnly agreed, and I replied, both Lin Qing and Huang Kuan were mature mechbots, armed with laser guns. After a few rounds of heavy gunfire, even if the Juyo gang managed to charge up the hill, they would suffer devastating casualties. Although they had rocket launchers on their side, if they pushed Lin Qing too far and he destroyed that blade, the losses would far outweigh the gains. Panting heavily, Captain, why haven't you guys left yet? I've been waiting down there forever. A dusty, battered Yadaeng scrambled up from the hillside. We can't leave anymore. Looking at the over 1,000 massive mechbots, Lin Qing's eyes burned with determination. Even if we hide in the forest, there's still a high chance we'll get hunted down. The only way out is to wear down their forces first and then wait for nightfall. It was already afternoon when we killed the giant fish, so darkness isn't far off now. Once we block them in the forest and it gets pitch black, Jiang Yanjun won't stand a chance of catching us. Even if they dare to pursue us, they won't dare turn on their lights, leaving them to grope around in the dark. Nighttime is the home turf of the steel beasts. Turning on the lights would make them sitting ducks. Give me the giant fish's crystal. You two, fall back first. Taking the giant fish crystal from the pack behind him, Yadaeng's face was filled with worry. He had already escaped, but for some bizarre reason, he came back. He couldn't explain why. He just wanted to stay with Lin Qing and fight side by side with them. Huang Kuan grabbed a handful of crystals from the pack and swallowed them. He shouted down the hill, "Mind if I tag along?" Jiang Yanjun's eyes turned dark and menacing, staring at Huang Kuan as if he had murdered his father. This bastard had killed just as many people as Lin Qing. I never planned on letting you go in the first place. You kids really don't play fair, do you? Wait, didn't we already agree on this? I'm the main damage dealer of this squad. So how could I let you, our captain, take the front line? He's right, Captain. You assigned me to cover our retreat. But since neither of you left, how could I possibly run? All right then. Let's stick to the usual plan. No more of that you guys go first crap, or I'll hold them off cliches. After swallowing the massive energy core, Lin Qing immediately loosened up his body and turned towards the pirates down the hill. Remember this. My name is Lin Qing, and I'm the one who's going to end you. And your grandpa here is called Huang Kuan, and your young master here is called Ye Daing. Oh, screw you. You're trying to take advantage of me, huh? Lin Qing's face went completely blank with exasperation. I don't need to remember the names of dead men. With a grim face, Jiang Yanjun waved his hand. The hillside couldn't hold that many people, so the 300 men advanced in waves, taking turns to attack. Watch out for that red blade. Under the influence of the mature stage crystal, Lin Qing's stamina was almost fully restored. He murmured in a low voice, "Get ready, they're coming." A 300-man unit of mech soldiers charged up, each of them standing at least 12 meters tall, a sight terrifying enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Within a dozen seconds, the first wave of Juyo mechs reached them. An excavator mech threw a fist directly at Lin Qing's chest. His arm was over 1 meter long, tipped with a drill bit spinning at high speed. This was a tool designed specifically for carving through mountains. If it hit a boulder weighing several tons, it would instantly drill a massive hole straight through. It had been tested before. An ordinary mech would be instantly crippled from a single strike, leaving a clean hole the size of a wash basin right through them. Without even flinching, Lin Qin threw a punch with his armored left hand, clashing fist to fist. "Mwahaha, you're begging to die." The excavator transformer sneered down at him. Jiang Yanjun's face paled. "This is bad. This main force just arrived. They have absolutely no idea what Lin Qin is capable of. Aside from that blade of his, that blackened arm is also a deadly weapon. Not only is it indestructible, but its destructive power is absolutely terrifying. But it's too late to warn them now." Crack! The two fists clashed. The excavator transformer's drill shattered into pieces, and his entire arm was completely blown apart. Lin Qin's second punch slammed right into his chest, punching straight through him. As he pulled his fist back, he casually ripped out the energy crystal and swallowed it whole. The entire sequence was smooth as silk, taking less than 2 seconds from start to finish. As the other transformers began surrounding him, Lin Qin pulled out the hilt of his Yanmo blade. With a wide sweep of his arm, he slashed down at them. Seeing his seemingly crazy move, the heavy truck transformers almost burst out laughing. "Didn't your mother ever teach you that you can't cut anything with just a hilt?" Suddenly, the fierce dragon head on the hilt unleashed an 8-meter-long crimson energy blade. The air instantly grew scorching hot, before the 4 heavy trucks could even react. A flash of red light blinded them. Their vision began to slide downward, as they were sliced clean in half. Bam! Yidang popped out of nowhere, routinely smashing open the chests of the dead heavy trucks, and quickly snatched their crystals. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Kuan swung his iron fists, shattering a heavy truck with every single punch. In less than half a minute, 7 or 8 heavy trucks were laid out flat, and not a single one managed to reach the mountaintop. Lin Qin swung his Yanmo once more. Every single time, several massive biker bots were wiped out. Not a single brawler's body was left intact either. Their heads flew off, or they were sliced clean in half. The two of them coordinated perfectly, covering the left and right sides. And one after another, the heavy rigs went down. After tearing through over 100 biker bots, Lin Qin's arms were aching from the strain. Just when Jiang Yanjun thought he was finally hitting his limit, Ye Daing showed up carrying a whole pile of energy crystals and fed them straight to Lin Qin and Huang Kuan. Watching his terrified forces in the heavy rigs constantly backing down, Jiang Yanjun practically spit blood and rage, screaming, "Get the fuck up there, all of you. If anyone dares to take a single step back, I'll blow your damn brains out myself." Those two on the peak are completely exhausted and running on fumes. They'll be dead in 2 minutes tops, but these cowards actually let themselves get scared off, giving them a perfect chance to recover. Over 100 of our men died for absolutely nothing. That's enough for now. Don't push it too hard. After scarfing down a few handfuls of crystals, Lin Qin looked up at the darkening sky and muttered under his breath, "It'll be pitch black in 10 or 15 minutes at most. Once we slip into the deep mountains under the cover of night, not even God himself will be able to find us." The only reason they hadn't run before was because there was still too much daylight left. If they had run into the woods then, they would have been relentlessly hunted down, and it was only a matter of time before they got cornered. At that exact moment, Jiang Yanjun caught Lin Qin looking up at the sky. Within seconds, he realized what was happening and panicked. He's waiting for nightfall to make a run for it. "Charge, damn it. Move, move. We cannot let them escape. We've already lost over 100 massive biker bots. If they got away after all this, his boss would literally skin him alive." Grabbing a massive battle axe, Jiang Yanjun personally led the charge up the mountain. "Let him have it, old Huang," Lin Qin roared, as he and Huang Kuan deployed their laser barrels simultaneously. They aimed straight down the mountainside and let loose a devastating barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat. A relentless storm of fire rained down, shredding and toppling rows of heavy rigs. Jiang Yanjun ducked his head and scrambled backward to cover. His arm transforms into a gun barrel. Without even aiming, he blasts away. The enemy screams, "Holy shit, you dirty punk, you've got no honor. We agreed on no guns. It's called all's fair in war. You really think I'm that stupid? Like I'd be dumb enough to go hand to hand with you." A laser gun is way more destructive than fists or enma. One burst drops a whole crowd. In just 5 seconds, dozens of bikers are dead. Don't stop. Keep charging. It's only a few meters. Even if we die, we push forward. Jiang Yanjun has completely snapped. He is 40 years old. He runs an excavation business and has connections in both the underworld and high society. Though he's never taken a life, he's slashed plenty of guys before. He's never taken a loss like this in his life. When two sides clash, the worst thing you can do is show fear. Never mind if the opponent is suicidal. As long as his crew charges, even God himself would end up dead. No matter how strong you are, you only have 2 hands. When hundreds of people mob you at once, you'll be done for in less than 3 seconds. Clang! Huang Kuan's gun barrel is grabbed tightly by a biker. Instantly, over a dozen people dogpile him. Seeing that he's about to be finished, Lin Qin takes a huge stride forward, swings Enma in a horizontal slash, sending several heads flying. Sensing a gust of wind behind her, Lin Qin doesn't even need to look back to know an attack is coming. Her blackened left hand swings back with a loud clang. Her arm collides head-on with Jiang Yanjun's battle axe. In just those few seconds, over 100 bikers have climbed up the summit, surrounding the group completely. Sweeping a cold gaze across them, Lin Qin bellows, "Old Huang, running away, huh? You think it's that easy to just walk away after taking out so many of my men? If you manage to escape today, I'll write my damn name backward." With a sharp hiss, he pushes the Yanmo blade to gear 2. Under the intense heat of 5,000 degrees, the blade's glow flares an even deadlier shade of blood red. As the temperature climbs, the surrounding air begins to warp and distort from the heat. Lin Qin spins around and charges straight into the crowd of heavy-duty mechas. With a surge of absolute power, he swings his massive arm. The Yanmo blade itself, combined with the hilt, measures just over 10 meters, and with Lin Qin's arm length reaching over 6 meters, the total reach comes to a staggering 17 meters. Using himself as the center point of this terrifying strike, every single mecha warrior within a 17-meter radius is sliced clean in half at the waist. Blood-curdling screams echo through the mountains, instantly clearing out a massive space around him. Lin Qin sheathes his blade and leaps down the mountain slope. Huang Kuan and Ye Daing follow closely on his heels. The few survivors are left paralyzed with absolute terror, and not a single one of them dares to give chase. They are utterly terrified that he might turn back for another deadly round. Further up the slope, Jiang Yanjun walks up, gripping his battle axe tightly. Looking at the sea of mangled bodies, his blood boils with pure rage. The moment Lin Qin's blade flared that brilliant red, he knew something was off. His years of experience in the underworld made his skin crawl with warning. Instinctively, he had backed away, and if he hadn't moved as fast as he did, he would be just another corpse rotting on the ground right now. Should we pursue them? Sure. You lead the way, then. Jiang Yanjun looks calmly at his subordinate. Seeing the man freeze, stammering and too terrified to speak, his battle axe suddenly swings down with brutal force. A head rolls onto the dirt. Damn it. What the hell are you all staring at? Clean up this battlefield, and prepare to pull back. Meanwhile, night begins to fall. Deep within the mountain forests, all trace of Lin Qin has long since vanished. Staring in the direction Lin Qin escaped, Jiang Yanjun clenches his fists so hard they tremble. With a surge of murderous intent, he growls, "Lin Qin, I will make sure you pay for this." Meanwhile, in a small town several hundred miles away from Chinja, Lin Qin and his companions had traveled day and night through the mountains, running all the way to this area without a single moment of rest. They ran for hundreds of kilometers, collapsing on the ground once they reached a small town, too exhausted to even move a muscle. Damn it. We took a massive loss on this trip. We almost got everyone killed just for a single crystal. If I'd known, I wouldn't have even started this mess. Saying they didn't regret it would be a total lie. Lin Qin hadn't expected things to blow up this big in the end either. Over 12 attack helicopters and thousands of motorcycle people had joined the battle, and they had even pulled out rocket launchers and everything. If it wasn't for the cover of darkness and Zhang Yan's obsession with the flame demon, they probably would have been dead a long time ago. You're only realizing this now, bro? Just thinking about potentially becoming wanted fugitives. Huang Kuan whined. He was a wealthy heir with billions of dollars, but ever since he met Lin Qin, everything went to hell. You promised we'd be living the high life, but now, we're eating bullets and rockets. We're literally fighting for our lives on the edge every single day. Ye Daing pulled out a plastic bag from behind his back, his exhaustion vanishing instantly, looking absolutely thrilled. Honestly, I think this run was totally worth it. Opening up the plastic bag, 50 to 60 glittering crystals lay quietly inside. These were all from when Lin Qin and Huang Kuan were busy fighting the Juyo forces. He had taken the chance to dig them out. Since everyone was focused on attacking the other two back then, nobody paid him any attention at all. Around 60 crystals, and at the very least, they were second-tier essences. Many were third-tier, and a few were even 4th tier. Just this tiny bag alone was worth thousands of ordinary steel beast crystals. On top of that, Lin Qing and Huang Kuan had absorbed plenty of energy during the battle itself. All in all, they had scored a massive victory on this trip. It was worth several days of hunting, so they didn't lose out at all. Hey, I'm seriously injured here. I took several deep slashes to my waist. I need to recharge my energy, Huang Kuan said weakly, clutching his waist. Lin Qing glanced over at him. His back was indeed covered in gashes from blades, spears, and axes, and there were even several bullet holes. You can take 20 of them. Yi Daing stared longingly at them, but remembering that he hadn't really contributed much, he smiled gratefully and looked away. These crystals were all obtained by Lin Qing and Huang Kuan. He had barely killed any. Xiao Ying, you take 20 as well. We'll keep the rest as spares. Lin Qing picked out 10 and swallowed them, his cheeks puffing out as he said, "This was a team effort. Xiao Ying put in a lot of effort. If you hadn't backed us up with crystals those few times, the vice captain and I would have fallen long ago. But Captain, I don't need this many. Maybe I should just take 10 instead. These crystals are all purified. 20 of them are worth hundreds of regular ones. Just take them." Old Huang ate quite a few during the battle, so he's not short on them. I also swallowed an adult stage crystal earlier. If I didn't urgently need the energy, I wouldn't even want these 10. Lin Qing was always very fair with his own people, never letting anyone get the short end of the stick. You get exactly what you work for. Today, Huang Kuan and Ye Daing both risked their lives. Honestly, 20 crystals was actually a bit too little, and he was still the one who got the better end of the deal with the adult stage crystal. He would just have to make it up to them during the rest of the journey. Seeing how firm Lin Qing was, Ye Daing didn't push any further. He thanked him and put away the 20 crystals. Leaning against the wall, he swallowed them one by one. After a massive battle and running all through the night, the three of them were utterly exhausted. After finding a good spot to hide, they closed their eyes to rest, waiting until the next day to move again. This city also had a survivor base. Walking down the desolate streets, Huang Kuan ran into several groups of mechabots scavenging for supplies. Whispered to Lin Qing, "Did you notice the way they're looking at us? Something feels a bit off. A mix of curiosity and fear, but also maybe a tiny bit of excitement. Should we just grab someone and ask? Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Let's find a big city and scout it out first. The priority right now is to power up as fast as possible." Taking a detour, the three of them headed toward the ring road, planning to leave this place behind. But before they could even reach the ring road, trouble found them. The roar of engines echoed from right behind them. Over 200 mechanoids closed in on them. There were trucks, tricycles, and motorcycles. Several of those motorcycle mechanoids were holding handguns. "What's the meaning of this, fellas?" Huang Kuan was the first to ask. An off-road vehicle stepped forward. After transforming into his mech, he stood over 10 meters tall. Looking at a bulldozer, he called out, "Old Dong, everyone's here. What are you waiting for?" With a sharp metallic click, the bulldozer rose and sized Huang Kuan up. Their heights and builds match perfectly. It's definitely them. "Well, even though your guys spotted them first, I brought over 80 of my own brothers. I want 40%. If you're down, we do this. If not, we go our separate ways. You know, if I weren't worried about you stabbing me in the back with my strength, I wouldn't even need you. 35%. Are we doing business here? Making money together is where the fun is, right?" The bulldozer called Old Dong replied indifferently, "I have twice your numbers. 30%. Take it or leave it." "Fine. Deal. Hey. Ye Daing couldn't watch this anymore. "You two, you're acting like we're not even here," the off-road mechanoid said domineeringly. "Lin Qing, Huang Kuan, and Ye Daing, right? Hand over what you stole from Yangcheng, and I might leave you in one piece." The pupils of the three shrank in shock. Huang Kuan stepped out, confronting them. "We have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Why don't you make yourself a bit clearer, huh? Are you still fucking playing dumb here?" Lao Dong took a newspaper from the bot behind him and threw it at Ling Qing's feet. "See for yourself. Ling Qing, Huang Kuan, and Ye Daing, for theft in Yangcheng, stolen from me, Jiang Tianyun, a precious blade. The rewards are as follows: 5,000 crystals for Ling Qing, 3,000 crystals for Huang Kuan, and 800 crystals for Ye Daing. And for whoever recovers the precious blade, there's an additional 5,000 crystals from crowdfunding." Aside from the reward details, the newspaper also had drawings of the three of them and weapon schematics. Huang Kuan froze, then snapped in absolute rage. "Why? Why the hell is my bounty lower than Ling Qing's? Who even posted this? No. Wait. That is not the point. Okay." Ye Daing wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and said, "The real issue is that they're framing us out of thin air. Instead of an imperial arrest warrant, we got hit with a bounty on our heads. You've no idea how bad our luck is. If it were an official warrant, we could still manage in this chaotic world. After all, who'd have the time to hunt us down? But a bounty? That's a whole different nightmare. And there's no telling how many copies of this newspaper have been distributed. The three of our heads combined are worth 8,800 crystals. Plus the blade? That's 13,800. 13,800. Do you have any idea what that means? That's enough to literally build up an adult bot from scratch. The temptation is just too great. So great that countless people will be willing to risk everything and do whatever it takes to hunt us down. Just like how they were looking at the three of them right now, the off-road bot, Lang Sheng, sneered, "Are you going to hand over the blade yourselves, or should I come take it from you? Speak up." Behind him, several pistols were aimed straight at the heads of Ling Qing and Huang Kuan. Seriously, is it really worth all this for some junk blade? Huang Kuan shrugged and said, "But I already gave you the blade. Can you spare our lives now?" He burst out laughing. Off-road's face went cold. "Of course not. The heads of you three are worth 8,800 crystals. I get it now." Huang Kuan raised his hand, and his arm transformed into a gun barrel, unleashing a barrage at the more than 200 motorbots in front of him. He wasn't one to let a grudge sit overnight. This gang, most of them hadn't even evolved once, and the strongest among them had only evolved twice. They were absolutely no match for Huang Kuan. With just one burst of fire, a massive crowd of them collapsed instantly. The motorbots holding handguns didn't even have time to fire, before being headshotted by Ye Dang. In just 5 seconds, the gang of over 200 motorbots scattered in sheer panic. The ringleaders, Bulldozer and Off-Road, tried to make a break for it, but Lin Qing unleashed a kick, his sidekick slicing through the air with a deafening boom. The Off-Road motorbot's waist caved in, and his steel body snapped in half. Jogging forward a few steps, he obliterated half of Bulldozer's body with a single punch. As for those electric scooters and motorcycles, Lin Qing didn't bother chasing them. There was really no point. How much crystal energy could they possibly have anyway? As usual, Ye Dang was in charge of harvesting the crystals. Holding a newspaper, Huang Kuan frowned. This Jiang Tianyun is seriously well connected. He even got newspapers distributed all the way out here. No wonder I heard a helicopter flying over this morning. Open your 24-karat titanium eyes and take a closer look. Is this even a Yangcheng newspaper? Lin Qing pointed to a corner of the paper and said, "This was published by the White Pigeon Group." White Pigeon Group, that sounds kind of familiar. They're the ones behind Nadutong Express. Besides the express delivery business, they're also into the magazine industry. And now they're printing newspapers. Looks like they've already consolidated their power. They've really secured a solid foothold. Examining the newspaper closely, Huang Kuan noticed that besides the bounties, there were also recruitment notices, as well as information on some of the post-apocalyptic mech humans and their evolution levels. Different sections were published by different groups. The general info section was issued by the Empire, but there were countless recruitment notices. Dozens of factions, big and small, were all recruiting. Among them, the major mech human factions offered the best benefits. Besides offering a safe haven for family members, they also paid a set amount of crystals every month. Huang Kuan's eyes widened. Advertising in the paper definitely wasn't free, and for ordinary mech humans to buy a copy, it would definitely cost them crystals. This White Pigeon Group is really something. The ones placing ads in the paper weren't just random people. They were all major organizations. They definitely weren't short on crystals. A single copy shouldn't be priced too high, maybe even dirt cheap, so most mech humans could afford it. But with a massive volume like that, it adds up fast. With hundreds of millions of mech humans nationwide, even if only 1 in 1,000 buys it, that's still a huge chunk of change. Not to mention, the paper is constantly updated. The White Pigeon Group is fast. To roll out a service like this so quickly, it's practically a monopoly, and they definitely have plenty of messenger helicopters. This paper is bound to reach every single corner of the Empire. So, what's our move? Without answering Huang Kuan's question right away, Lin Qing lowered his head, lost in thought. After a long silence, he finally muttered, "A heavy bounty tempts many hearts. With a bounty this high, even I'd be tempted if I saw it. There's really no hiding from this. Unless we run off into the deep mountains. But that's not a real solution. Unless we plan to hide for the rest of our lives. So what are we supposed to do now?" Huang Kuan clicked his tongue and looked up. Lin Qing smirked. "It's simple. We just take out the guy who put the bounty on us. If he's gone, the bounty goes away, right?" He gulped. Ye Dang swallowed hard. "See, Captain. What are you planning to do? I'm usually a pretty easygoing guy, but I don't let a grudge sit overnight. Since Jiang Tianyun had the balls to mess with me, he'd better be ready for some payback. We're going back to hit him when he least expects it. But he's the governor." Huang Kuan shuddered. "Are we really doing this?" "Damn right we are. In this day and age, if you want to stand tall, you've got to be ruthless. If you don't want to get pushed around, you either show off your influence, or you show them your raw strength. I have no backing right now, only some decent strength. If we can't win, we can run at any moment. Since we have nothing to lose, who's afraid of him? Show of hands. Ye Daing spoke up weakly. For a massive power like them, they must have tons of crystals, right? Let's not go too far. How about we just steal their crystals and call it a day? Leave them a way out, so we can still get along in the future. Huang Kuan felt like coughing up blood. One of them wanted to murder the guy. The other wanted to rob them blind, and they actually called that not going too far. If they really stole all the crystals in Yangcheng, Jiang Tianyun would hunt them to the ends of the earth. Now that's a great idea. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Crime really does pay. Hunting steel beasts is such a grind. It's nowhere near as fast as robbing someone. It's settled then. Whoa. Hold on, let me get a word in. Huang Kuan felt like this was still way too risky. Lin Qing said softly, if we pull off this Yangcheng job, evolving to the next level won't be a problem for you. Well, shit. Screw it. Let's do this. No sooner said than done. They cleared the mountain paths and secretly sneaked out of the city. The mountain forests were crawling with steel beasts. Although their combat power wasn't very high, the venomous pests, insects, and rats were no joke. So, the group decided to take the main road. They floored the gas and arrived at Dianjiangtai before dark. Standing on the mountain peak, Lin Qing looked out into the distance. A few kilometers away, the lights were brightly shining. In the pitch-black night, Yangcheng stood out like a giant beacon. They have so many people, they could literally drown us in spit. This isn't going to be easy. Huang Kuan frowned deeply. With a quick spark in his eyes, Yi Daing cackled. Fighting them head-on is a suicide mission, but we can use the environment to our advantage. What do you mean? Lin Qing asked. We redirect the threat, and then we slip in during the chaos. Wiping the grin off his face, Ye Daing continued. We lure the steel beasts straight to Yangcheng, let them fight it out, and then we take advantage of the chaos to raid the crystal vault. No way. Huang Kuan shook his head, flatly refusing. Doing this would definitely get us what we want, but the innocent civilians in the city will pay the price. They won't stand a chance against a massive swarm of steel beasts. Ye Daing's plan was too ruthless. It dragged innocent civilians into the crossfire, showing absolutely no regard for their lives. Yangcheng was the largest safe zone in Handong, home to at least 8 to 10 million people. If those steel beasts actually get inside, countless families will be torn apart. Aren't you underestimating Yangcheng's defenses? Jiang Tianyun has at least hundreds of thousands of troops under his command. The mech forces must number in the millions. Can the steel beasts we lure in even stand a chance against them? That's still a big if. Huang Kuan muttered, yeah. Jiang Tianyun has tanks, rocket launchers, and attack helicopters. Who knows how many mech troops he has? With that kind of firepower, an ordinary pack of steel beasts wouldn't even be a warm-up for them. Let's just go with what Xiao Ying suggested. Lin Qin made the final call. The steel beasts we have right now can't even scratch a powerhouse like Yangcheng. We'll lure them to start a riot outside the city. Besides, the steel beasts inside Yangcheng had already been cleared out long ago. The entire city was strictly divided into different social classes. Those with specialized jobs lived in one district, the families of the mech soldiers lived in another, and the refugees who did manual labor were packed into their own area. As for the mech forces, they were divided into 4 battalions, positioned at the north, south, east, and west corners of the city. On the 4th day, as night fell, Huang Kuan arrived behind a hill just outside the southern part of the city and said to Lin Qin, I got the details. The crystals are hidden in the warehouse at number 82 Shangyuan Road. Is that info solid? It should be accurate. That guy took 20 of my crystals and 10 bags of rice. Besides, his whole family is still outside the city, so he wouldn't dare lie. Lin Qin looked up at the night sky. It's pitch black tonight, perfect. Now, we just wait for Xiao Ying. Before long, the distinct roar of a Kawasaki H2 engine pierced the dark night. A black motorcycle sped toward Yangcheng. That kid's got skills. Watching Ye Daing, with a massive swarm of steel beasts hot on his heels, Huang Kuan praised him. To lure these monsters here, Ling Qing spent the whole day hunting down crystals and managed to gather over 200 of them for Ye Daing to bait the steel beasts. And now, they were bound to clash. With a cool drift and skid, Ye Daing pulls to a stop at the bottom of the hill, gasping for breath as he bounds over to the 2 of them in a few leaps. Nice job. I'll reward you later. Huang Kuan smiles, patting him on the shoulder. It wasn't me. Looking back, the roars shake the heavens and earth, stretching endlessly as far as the eye can see, filled with steel beasts with glowing red eyes. Ye Daing whines with an incredibly pitiful look on his face. I only threw out a few crystals, but suddenly, the entire city went absolutely wild. Now all those steel beasts are chasing after me. An endless stream of steel beasts is charging toward Yangcheng. Many lone mechbots stranded outside are desperately running back into the city. Seeing this massive horde, Lin Qing is utterly dumbfounded. No. There's more. There must be hundreds of thousands of steel beasts here. I bet the steel beasts from all the neighboring districts have gathered here. What the hell did you do? I swear, I didn't do anything. Ye Dang opens the burlap sack he's carrying, revealing over 100 crystals inside. He hasn't even had the chance to use the bait yet. Holy crap, they must have run into a massive beast hide. Whatever. Let's sneak into the city while we still can. Bullets fly everywhere, and the deafening roar of artillery shells is constant. The entire city is choked with thick smoke. Countless mechbots are deployed to Yangcheng's main gate to hold off the steel beasts. On the ground, hundreds of tanks continuously blast away, while in the sky, the gun barrels of the attack helicopters are literally glowing red. Even so, the army of steel beasts remains completely fearless of death, charging forward head first, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades. There are crocodiles dozens of meters long, with thick, impenetrable hides, rhinos over 20 meters tall, that even missiles can't blast through, giant, towering apes, and packs of black bears that can strike with 10,000 pounds of force. All kinds of massive beasts are unleashing pure, violent chaos. The entire city is retreating to the rear, leaving the frontline battlefield clear. Transforming into a heavy truck, Ling Qing snuck into Yangcheng from the outskirts, heading straight for Warehouse 82 on Shengyuan Road. It was originally a package pickup hub for a logistics company, but after the apocalypse, it was naturally requisitioned. Captain, I'm gonna go cut the power to the generator and find a high vantage point to cover you guys. Looking at the streetlights illuminating the main road, Ye Dang stopped in his tracks. Yeah, be careful. This area is a military zone. It's usually heavily guarded by motorbots. Civilians are rarely ever seen around here, but right now, most of those motorbots have been deployed elsewhere, leaving only a skeleton crew behind. After crossing through a few streets, Lin Qin and Huang Kuan ran into some motorbot sentries. They quickly and silently took them all out. Soon, they were closing in on the warehouse. Captain, the fighting up front is getting really intense. Should we go and back them up? Standing guard at the warehouse entrance were 50 dump truck motorbots. One of them asked Zhang Yanjun, back them up? Like hell we are. If you want to die, go right ahead. Jiang Yanjun barked angrily. With a dark expression, he snapped. Precisely because it's so damn dangerous over there, that's why I applied to guard this warehouse. Hey, take it easy, Boss Jiang. This kid is new. He doesn't know how things work yet. I know you treat us like family, which is why you brought us along with you. Well, that's because you've been with me for quite some time now, kid. You need to understand how the world works. In our line of work, you don't need to be the strongest, but you absolutely must have sharp instincts. If you rush headfirst into every single fight, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to keep you alive. Too true, too true. You're absolutely right, Boss Jiang. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Yanjun glanced left and right. He suddenly let out a heavy sigh. Tonight, the steel beasts are launching a massive assault, and some rogue motorbots inside the city might try to take advantage of the chaos to raid the warehouses. We've already lost 5,000 crystals. What? His subordinate gasped, completely stunned, even with you personally guarding it. Boss Jiang, what low-life thief dares to launch a sneak attack? Is that so? Jiang Yanjun's eyes narrowed, glaring right at him. He cursed under his breath, kicking the warehouse door wide open with a loud bang. Jiang Yanjun's arm transformed into a gun barrel, aiming directly at the guys holding Gatling guns inside, and unleashed a wild barrage of bullets. Before the 7 or 8 ordinary soldiers could even react, they were turned into Swiss cheese in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yanjun turned around and said flatly, "The bodies are right here, and you're asking me?" JJJ Master Jiang, these are our own people. How could you? One of the mechabots stammered, looking at this scene in absolute terror. Before he could even finish, another mechabot swung a massive spiked club, smashing his head to pieces with a single blow. Captain, with this much destruction at the scene, I don't think we just lost 5,000 crystals. It must be at least 8,000. With an appreciative look, Jiang Yanjun stared at this guy, a mechabot who stood a full head taller than the others. Jiang Yanjun asked, "What's your name?" "Zhang Ba, sir." "Good. From now on, you're the squad leader." "Thank you, Captain. I'm going inside to check out the situation. Keep watch out here and don't let anyone in, got it?" "Mission guaranteed, Captain." Jiang Yanjun's outrageous, shameless stunt left Lin Qin and Huang Kuan completely dumbfounded. It turned out Jiang Yanjun was just a backstabbing turncoat too, who specialized in screwing over his own people. Clearing his throat, Lin Qin stepped out from the darkness, sacrificing a giant mechabot and several soldiers. With bandits this brutal, I'd say our losses must be at least 30 to 50,000 crystals. Holy crap. Jiang Yanjun stumbled, nearly tripping over his own feet. Who the hell was this? They were even more ruthless than him, demanding 30 to 50,000 right off the bat. If Jiang Tianyun found out about this, he'd definitely skin him alive. Just as he was about to turn around and shout in anger, suddenly, something feels off. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Well, Brother Jiang, looks like our paths cross again. It's been a while. Lin Qin and Huang Kuan slowly step forward. The dump truck crew backs away step by step. Xiangba nervously backs up toward the warehouse door, ready to bolt at any moment. They all survived the massive battle at the muster platform 2 days ago. Lin Qin's terrifying, single slash, the one that tore through dozens of massive mechs, is still burned deep into their minds. Haha. Well, look who it is. So, it's you. There was a path to heaven, but you chose to ignore it, and now you've barged right into the gates of hell. Whether there's a path to heaven, I wouldn't know. But this place is definitely not hell. Drawing his blade, an 8-meter-long fiery red glow lights up the area. Huang Kuan aims her gun right at Jiang Yanjun. Don't even think about moving. There are 50 of us here. I don't believe the two of you can wipe us all out in an instant. If even one of us gets away, within 3 minutes, tens of thousands of mecha riders will hunt you down. Trying to threaten me? Walking right up to the warehouse door, Lin Qin points his blade straight at Jiang Yanjun. Maybe I can't kill 50 of you in an instant, but putting you down? That'll take a split second. How about we make a deal? Jiang Yanjun slowly raises both hands. Your target is the crystals, right? If you alert the main force, you won't be able to leave. So, how about this? You take 2 cases of crystals, and I'll look the other way. We both mind our own business, fair and square. All that tough talk, and you're already backing down? Lin Qin chuckles. You were leading a squad to hunt me down just 2 days ago. Hey, those were orders from the higher-ups. I'm just a low-level grunt. I had to follow them. If you want payback, go look for Jiang Tianyun. I swear, I won't stand in your way. After thinking it over for a few seconds, Lin Qin gestures with his head toward Huang Kuan. Grab as much as you can in 2 minutes. Just like Jiang Yanjun said, there was no way he could wipe out all 50 people here. If even one of them got away to blow the whistle, the main force would be all over them in a matter of minutes. After the cataclysm, crystals became the ultimate resource, and Jiang Tianyun wasn't about to let anything happen to his warehouse. But since they were already here, leaving with just 2 boxes would be a total waste of their risky trip. This was their one and only shot, so obviously, the more they grabbed, the better. The warehouse was the size of a football field, stacked with hundreds of boxes neatly marked, with 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, representing how many times the crystals had been purified. Huang Kuan pulled out a giant sack he had prepared in advance, popped open the boxes, and started dumping them in. Watching him actually go for the Tier 4 crystals, Jiang Yanjun's heart was practically bleeding. Damn you, you bastard, I'm gonna make you pay for this. At least leave some for me. For a team to completely reinvent itself and evolve over and over, these rare crystals were essential. But there weren't many saved here, only about 200 or so. Huang Kuan then set his sights on the Tier 3 crystals. Along the way, he even found a small box containing 3 mature stage crystals. But what was bound to happen, happened. Jiang Yanjun dropped to his knees on the spot. Brother, you can take as many ordinary crystals as you want, but you can't touch these. If you take them, I'm a dead man. Mature Tier 7 steel beasts were extremely rare. To get these 3 crystals, they had lost countless lives. If they went missing, Jiang Tianyun would torture him to death. But Huang Kuan didn't give a damn. He just threw them straight into his burlap sack, while saying coldly, your life is about to end right now anyway. Bang! A bullet slammed into the warehouse door. This was Ye Dang's signal, warning them of danger. Lin Qin quickly shouted, Old Huang, let's get out of here. Brother Jiang, I don't really know Yang Cheng, so I'll have to trouble you to send our brother on his way. He gave Xiongba a quick wink, and Jiang Yanjun went along with Lin Qin quite cooperatively. Well, it wasn't like he had a choice anyway. A pair of iron-grip hands was squeezing his neck tight. Led by Jiang Yanjun, the 3 of them quickly made their way out of the city, heading straight for a familiar spot, the general's muster platform. Seeing Lin Qin staring at him with a sinister look, Jiang Yanjun pleaded, Look, brother, if you guys want to leave, I won't stop you. But when you're out on the streets, you've got to keep your word. We agreed you'd let me go. Did I ever say that? Jiang Yanjun was an adult mecha biker, after all, and Lin Qin was a bit reluctant to just let him go. I won't even bring up loyalty, filial piety, or honor, but you've at least got to have some basic integrity, right? Jiang Yanjun's face fell, looking like he was on the verge of tears. Are your promises just hot air? If you don't have even a shred of credibility, how are your 2 brothers ever going to trust you and follow you? You know, making a friend means opening up another path. Who doesn't hit a rough patch in life? If you cut me some slack today, I swear, if we ever cross paths again, I'll definitely let you off the hook too. Lin Qin didn't say a word. Lin Qin raised his fist. The dark, ink-like energy of his armor faded, then surged again, surging and fading repeatedly. A few seconds later, he raised his head, grinned, and said, "Hey, I'm a man of my word. How could I ever go back on a promise? Now, get lost." Jiang Yanjun let out a quiet sigh of relief. In just those few seconds, he felt like he had brushed past death's door a dozen times. "Thank you," he backed away, taking one cautious step after another. Once he was a safe distance away from them, Jiang Yanjun turned on his heel and bolted. Not even 2 minutes later, he ran into Shengba and the others on the highway, and he was so relieved. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. "Why is it just you guys? Where's the main force?" The ones who arrived were about 50 dump trucks from the Dai faction tonight. Before the mecha biker had been taken hostage, he had winked to send a secret signal, signaling Xiongba to call for backup. He had thought Xiongba got the message. "Wait, this is all you brought? What did you expect? A whole army?" Xiongba waves his hand, and his bikers hurl the heavy sacks they were carrying onto the ground, revealing a heap of glittering crystals. "Wait, didn't you tell me to grab the rest of the crystals? And pin it all on Lin Qin?" "Oh, for crying out loud," Jiang Yanjun is screaming internally. "I survived Lin Qin's band of crazy thugs, only to end up dead because of you sooner or later. Should I just take them back?" Realizing he completely misread the situation, Xiongba awkwardly scratches his head and whispers, "The warehouse got cleaned out completely. If we go back, we are getting a one-way ticket to a firing squad. We might as well pack our bags and run for our lives." There were so many witnesses who saw Lin Qin marching him out of the city in broad daylight, and now he's holding a chunk of the stolen crystals. There's absolutely no way to explain this. He's absolutely sick to his stomach. Keeping a straight face, Jiang Yanjun asks, "How many crystals do we have here?" "Around 50,000. But they're all just basic crystals. The high-grade, evolved ones were all looted from the warehouse by Lin Qin and his crew. Those crystals were prepared by Jiang Tianyun as this month's military pay for the Juyu army. It's not even the end of the month, and it's already completely gone." Still, 50,000 isn't a small amount. Looking at his old comrades, Jiang Yanjun makes a bold decision. "Everyone takes 1,000. Let's split them up. If you stick with me from now on, I promise I'll make sure you're all well taken care of." "Captain, since we walked out with you, we are completely committed to following you. We've been sick of their crap for a long time anyway. Why the hell should we have to turn in all the crystals we risked our necks to hunt, just to line the pockets of those bastards? Yeah, those high-up bastards aren't even human. They are worse than blood-sucking vampires. I'm done risking my neck for them. Screw them. We're rebelling. I'm not taking their orders anymore." Jiang Yanjun felt so awkward because damn, it felt like they were talking right about him. After all, he was one of the top brass at the base. Usually, he didn't have to lift a finger. But when it came to pocketing and skimming off crystals, he was a total pro. I mean, how else did he reach his growth stage? By the time dawn broke, Ling Qing and the group had made it out of the forest. The group tracked down a remote little town, hiding out to divide their loot. After pulling an all-nighter, everyone was totally exhausted. But the moment they saw the sacks crammed full of crystals, they got a massive second wind. Their faces practically lit up with excitement. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, and having seen some massive battles, Ling Qing had still never seen this many crystals in one place. This haul was absolutely worth it. Huang Kuan dumped all the crystals onto the ground, forming a mini mountain a few meters high. 3 adult stage crystals shone the brightest of them all. "Ling Qing, you're the leader, so you should be the one to divide them up. Everyone put in the work this time, so let's just split them evenly." Starting with the adult stage crystals, they each took one, getting the biggest pieces out of the way first. Next, Ling Qing started handing out the 4 times purified crystals, giving 65 to each person, and they split the remaining 3 times purified crystals among themselves. Half an hour later, the loot was fully divided. Everyone grabbed their share and started devouring them. Ye Dang was the first to show any changes. Since he was only at the second stage of evolution, devouring these crystals allowed him to skip 2 entire levels, breaking straight through to his 4th evolution. The further along you get, the slower the evolution process becomes, so jumping 2 levels like this was incredibly rare. But Ye Dang had already absorbed plenty of crystals during the Battle of Dianjiangtai, meaning he had enough of a foundation to pull off this double-level jump. The resident glutton, Huang Kuan, had also built up a solid base beforehand. After gulping down his entire share this time, he barely managed to push through to his 6th evolution. Ling Qing wasn't quite as lucky. His body simply felt more solid, with his strength and agility getting a nice boost, but he didn't actually trigger another evolution. At his current level, it took way more to break through. Every single breakthrough requires a massive amount of crystals. He had saved up a lot, but it still wasn't enough to keep up with Lin Qing. "Let's spar," he said, as his armored arm turned pitch black. Huang Kuan couldn't wait to test its power. "Take a swing at me with Yanmo." "Are you sure?" Lin Qing placed his thumb on the second gear switch. First gear is gentler. Let's take it slow. Truth be told, he still didn't dare to challenge the second gear. 5,000 degrees of heat was just too intense. Coupled with Lin Qing's raw strength, a single slash would probably chop his arm clean off. First gear 8 meters. A crimson blade light spewed from the dragon's mouth. Lin Qing said calmly, I've never slashed a 6 times purified mecha either. Be careful. Yeah, bring it on. Clang. Using 30% of his strength, Lin Qing slashed Huang Kuan's arm. It only left a faint white mark, which quickly faded away. Again. Clang, clang, clang. 50% strength, 80% strength. And finally, Lin Qing went all out at 100% strength. He finally broke through Huang Kuan's armor, leaving a wound over 10 centimeters deep. But for a mecha over 20 meters tall, a wound just over 10 centimeters deep was barely worth mentioning. Staring intently at his arm, Huang Kuan fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, Hit me again. Let's see. Boom. This time, Huang Kuan also went all out. Blade and fist collided. A massive shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Ye Daing shielded his eyes. Peering through his fingers to see what happened, he was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The demonic monk Huang Kuan blocked Yanmo completely unscathed. Just a second ago, the slash cut right through his arm. But now, he doesn't have a single scratch. Not to mention Ye Daing. Even Lin Qing found it intriguing. Sheathing his blade? He asked. How did you pull that off? In his past life, he had only reached 5 purifications at most, so he knew almost nothing about the higher level mechanics. The first few times, I just armored up my arms to block your blade head on. This time, I channeled the crystal, focusing all my energy directly into my fist. You can actually do that? Lin Qing's jaw literally dropped. As expected of the god of war, his combat instincts are just insanely sharp. Comparing yourself to him will only drive you crazy and makes you feel like absolute trash. He'd already reached his 6th evolution a few days ago, but he had always just blindly activated his armor. He'd never thought to experiment with it like this. Alright, let's give it a shot. I'll armor up and blacken my arms too. Lin Qing and Huang Kuan clashed fists. Lin Qing stumbled back half a step, while Huang Kuan didn't budge an inch. The gap from their innate traits was slowly closing as they leveled up. If they fought without using the flame demon, Lin Qing felt he could still beat Huang Kuan through pure combat technique. Of course, at the same level, under normal circumstances, an average heavy truck still wouldn't be a match for Huang Kuan. At best, it would be a 40-60 split in Huang Kuan's favor. In his past life, Huang Kuan relied on the flame demon to drag those 40-60 odds down to an overwhelming 20-80 or 10-90, making himself completely invincible within his tier. Standing to the side, Ye Daing watched how powerful they were, and quietly clenched his fists. He had to get stronger too. But as their opponents grew more formidable, he could clearly feel that his sniper rifle was starting to fall short. Unless he landed a shot right through the eye socket, a single bullet wouldn't even scratch them. Against someone at Huang Kuan's level, he could stand there and take over 10 direct shots without even flinching. Sensing what he was thinking, Huang Kuan said, Everyone has their own strengths. Xiaoying, physical strength isn't really your strong suit. Just focus on sharpening your marksmanship. Once we reach Chinja, I'll have a buddy hook you up with a Barrett. Really? Thank you so much, big brother Huang. Keep up the good work. You've got a ton of potential. Lin Qing bent down and patted Ye Daing on the shoulder. In the future, taking down a lord-level beast with a single shot isn't completely out of the question. Is that even possible? Huang Kuan smirked. Don't go hyping up anti-material rifles just to mess with him. Though as far as sniper rifles go, the Barrett is indeed a beast. Even a fully grown mech human wouldn't survive a single hit, but that's pretty much Ye Daing's absolute limit. What? You don't believe me? Lin Qing pointed to his own grinder blade. You of all people should know how I got this blade. Are you saying Huang Kuan was shocked by how bold Lin Qing was? A single grinder blade was already terrifying enough, but if they could actually modify a sniper rifle and take down a lord-level beast with one shot from a kilometer away, that would be absolutely terrifying. At a distance of a kilometer, you can't even see the target. They'd be dead before they even knew a fight had started. They wouldn't even know what hit them, and that's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. What kind of mind games are you two playing here? Ye Daing's curiosity was killing him. He was dying to know what they were talking about. But Lin Qing refused to spill the beans. He just gave a mysterious smile and said he'd find out soon enough. Anyway, let's drop this for now. Get some sleep. Rest up and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, we head straight for Chinja. When Lin Qing and the others woke up the next morning, the entire small county town was covered in a blanket of silver frost. Foot-long icicles hung heavily from the eaves. The trees, the roads, and the houses were all completely frozen over. The entire world had turned pure white, making the morning light look even brighter. It had been nearly 1 month since the cataclysm, and the temperature had been dropping day by day. By now, it was already hovering close to -20 degrees, leaving the fields completely desolate. Crops can't grow anymore, and ordinary folks can't even step foot outdoors. The real disaster has finally arrived. From here on, food shortages are going to be the biggest issue. If they can't solve this problem, people will die by the millions. Going solo isn't an option anymore. Banding together and joining a major base is the only way to survive. Fast forward 1 month. Even the mechas are facing a crisis. The steel beasts have fully evolved. The ones still standing have either joined a pack or are incredibly powerful. While mechas can survive a few days without using crystals, the steel beasts can't. These wild beasts have no humanity. When they're hungry, they hunt. On the road to Chinja, Lin Qing and his crew witnessed too much brutality. Human remains are scattered everywhere, and slaughtered mechas are torn to scrap metal, piled up like mountains. Once beautiful cities are reduced to nothing but rubble and ruins. The entire world reeks of decay. Ha! Talk about karma. One day, Huang Kuan looks at a stolen newspaper. There's a new bounty on Jiang Yanjun, 3,000 crystals, dead or alive. Looks like Jiang Tianyun is absolutely furious. He's willing to pay a fortune just to take out this backstabber. Captain, it's not like we're having an easy time either. Excuse me. Mind moving your foot? Dragging out from under Huang Kuan, a mecha crushed flat beneath his feet. Ye Daeng skillfully harvests its crystal. Behind him lie 40 to 50 mecha corpses. While Jiang Yanjun has a bounty on his head, they haven't been slacking off either. Every single day, they're either dodging assassins or fighting for their lives. On quiet days, they face 1 or 2 waves of enemies, and on busy days, it's 7 or 8. There are plenty of desperate outlaws, but they're all basically just on suicide runs. What's there to be afraid of? With our strength, unless we face a whole battalion of tanks and planes, whoever comes is just begging for death. Seeing Huang Kuan getting a little too cocky, Lin Qing tell him not to let his guard down. True masters are hidden in plain sight. There could easily be someone stronger than us out there. Man, I wish there was. But too bad none of them can actually fight. It's lonely at the top. Amitabha, how about this humble monk tests your skills? The 3 of them gasped. They looked up toward a tall building. Without them even realizing, a white motorcycle robot was standing there. He had a string of iron Buddhist beads hanging around his neck, each one the size of a watermelon. He was a white sports car robot, standing only 10 meters tall and completely snow white. The ridiculous part was, he had grabbed some bed sheets from God knows where, draped them over his shoulders, using them as a monk's robe to go with his beads, chanting Amitabha while wrapped in a makeshift robe. If he weren't standing on an adult stage steel beast, the giant Kong's shoulder, they would have just written him off as a psycho. This 20-meter-tall gorilla, Lin Qin and his crew had actually seen it before. It was right there the night Yang Cheng was attacked. Compared to how violent and cruel he was under Zimu Yuli, the giant Kong seemed a lot more docile now. Looking at the Buddhist emblem on the robot's chest, Huang Quan's smile vanished as he asked seriously, "Who the hell are you?" With a faint smile, the white sports car robot pressed one palm against his chest. "I am the humble monk, Zhizhang. I came all this way for the bounty, traveling 300 miles just to catch up with you other idiots." Hearing that name, Huang Quan laughed. You? You think you can claim the bounty? I'm afraid you won't live long enough to spend it. You need not worry about that. Benefactor, this humble monk has plenty of ways to spend it. With that, Zhizhang gently patted the giant gorilla's head, and the giant Kong took a massive leap, jumping from the high building to land right in front of them. Ye Daeng had just raised his sniper rifle when Lin Qing stopped him. "Not this time. You can't handle this. Just stand back and watch. A monk biker bot and a steel beast. You won't find a second combo like this anywhere in the world." The demonic monk Zhizhang, in his previous life, was a legendary, overlord-class powerhouse. Hailing from the Shaolin Discipline Hall, he had practiced martial arts since childhood and mastered 72 ultimate techniques. His combat power was absolutely off the charts. Aside from his formidable hand-to-hand combat skills, his most defining trait was the steel beast mount between his legs, which he went through one after another. In his past life, Lin Qing had met him once. Back then, he was riding a Lord-class flood dragon. "Hey, big guy, would you believe me if I said I was just passing by?" the monk asked, cracking his knuckles. Huang Quan stepped forward with a grin, looking at Lin Qing. "Leave this giant gorilla to you, and I'll deal with the monk. No matter what, don't steal this fight from me." Every time they came across a powerful opponent, it was always Lin Qing who ended up dealing with them. It made him, the vice captain, feel absolutely useless. He was too embarrassed to even brag to Ye Daeng anymore. Now that they finally ran into someone strong, he just had to show off his own power. "Be careful. This monk is no pushover," Lin Qing warned. "Don't end up biting off more than you can chew." "Him? He barely reaches my waist," Huang Quan chuckled. "A little stream like this won't drown me." Besides Lin Qing, who could keep him in check, among those of the same rank, He had yet to find a worthy opponent. "My dear benefactor, you are sorely mistaken," the monk replied. "Aren't there still people who drown in puddles no bigger than a palm? Heh, those are drunks. I'm no drunk." Before the words even left his mouth, Huang Kuan threw a devastating punch, whipping up a howling gale. With his hands pressed together, Zhejiang stood his ground, making no attempt to dodge. He looked completely paralyzed by fear, but a split second later, he took a step back. Just a mere half step was all it took to easily dodge the punch. The giant ape went absolutely berserk, beating his chest with both fists, making a loud thumping sound. Roaring, he charged straight at Huang Kuan and raised his massive arms, ready to tear him limb from limb. Both of these guys are absolute juggernauts with mind-blowing strength, capable of unleashing sheer destruction. Taking a single punch from either of them would be a total nightmare. "You dumb beast. Your opponent is me." Dashing right in front of Huang Kuan to block the blow, Lin Qing armored up his left arm. And stopped the giant ape with just a single hand. Under the impact, the concrete road beneath their feet shattered piece by piece. To the naked eye, the ground within a 2-meter radius sank down by several centimeters. Glancing over at this scene, Zhejiang's usually calm eyes suddenly shrank in shock, and his expression turned dead serious. No wonder there's such a massive bounty of crystals on his head, yet he's still completely fine. It looks like this humble monk totally misjudged him this time. Heh, you only realize that now, monk? Huang Kuan went full throttle and charged right in. With arms thicker than human thighs, he swung his fists one after another. Too late to run now. Not too late. Not too late. A normal household sedan only grows to about 10 meters in its adult phase, and it's hard for them to get any taller. But Zhejiang is a sports car, so his body size isn't very big, giving him no advantage in a fight against Huang Kuan. But in his eyes, a fighter's true strength isn't determined by their height. After all, how else did he manage to tame this giant ape? This humble monk will send you to the afterlife. Witness my ultimate technique, Guanyin 18 styles. Standing 10+ meters away, Zhejiang crossed several yards in a single bound, and was right in front of him in less than a second. He was so fast that Huang Kuan could only see a blurry afterimage. What the hell? You call that Guanyin 18 styles? Of course not. This is the 8 steps catching cicada. With a mighty leap, Zhejiang springs into the air, shouting at the top of his lungs, demon-slaying Vajra Fist. Boom! As Ye Dang watches in sheer disbelief, Huang Kuan is sent flying backwards 7 or 8 meters. Instantly, on his chest, a massive dent forms. It turns out Zhejiang didn't even use his fist. Instead, at the last second, he ripped off the prayer beads hanging around his neck and hurled them straight at Huang Kuan. The prayer beads were pitch black, each one the size of a watermelon, with 36 of them in total. Looking closely, you'd realize they weren't made of wood at all, but were actually parts of an iron beast's body, harvested and strung together like beads. That's why they're so incredibly hard, easily sending Huang Kuan flying and leaving a dent on his body. Holy crap, you sneaky bastard. Scrambling back to his feet, Huang Kuan curses. If I don't wreck you today, I'll take your last name. Shouting the name of one martial art style, but pulling off something completely different that is so incredibly cheap. Heh heh. This humble monk is a man of peace, and I have no interest in taking you as my son. Why, you? Fuming with rage, Huang Kuan snaps. You think you're the only one who knows martial arts? I've got some moves too. Take my 6 Meridian's divine sword. Rat-tat-tat-tat. His right hand transforms into a gun barrel, and muzzle flashes spark wildly as countless laser bullets rain down from Huang Kuan's arm. But the very instant he raises his hand, Zhejiang spins around and bolts, as if he has eyes in the back of his head. With a few snake-like dodges, he doesn't get hit by a single bullet. The bullets pour out, and then the gunfire stops. Before Zhejiang can even catch his breath, his scalp suddenly goes numb, and a strange sense of dread washes over him. Gotcha. Without him even realizing it, Huang Kuan has appeared right behind his back. A giant hand grabs him by the neck and slams him right into a building. I can easily take 10 of your punches and be fine, but if you take even one hit from me, you're dead. With a savage glare, Huang Kuan drives him neck first into the building. Before absolute strength, all tricks are nothing but a joke. Heh, maybe not. Even an ant can shake a giant tree. Instead of being tense, the dummy giggles, and with a tricky, impossible angle, wraps himself around Huang Kuan's waist. With a twist of his body, he instantly gets on his back and executes a massive body slam. Boom! Huang Kuan suddenly feels an immense force, surging from his back, driving him straight into the building. His over 20-meter-tall body is instantly shattered, buried under countless bricks, rebars, and concrete from the collapsing building. Landing lightly on the ground, the dummy presses his palms together and chants, Amitabha. Hey monk, you're totally treating me like I'm invisible. A voice rings in his ear, and as he turns, a giant hand chokes him by the neck. Qingqian holds the glowing red flame demon in her right hand, while her armored left hand clutches the dummy in a death grip, lifting him into the air, over 3 meters off the ground. 10 meters away, the giant Vajra's chest is shattered. Who knows when he took his last breath? Old Huang was right. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and conspiracies are completely useless. If you can't beat a scheme, it's simply because you're not strong enough. With her height, a single normal step of hers can cover 7 or 8 meters, and that distance multiplies when she runs. 100-meter distance is covered in a split second. The dummy was only halfway through chanting his Amitabha, before she was already right behind him. 7-star fist, flower-threading palms, Shaolin double-ring hands, and a massive body slam. A series of martial arts moves were yelled out from the idiot's mouth, but they didn't do a damn thing against Lin Qin's arm, only kicking up a shower of sparks. Got any other moves? Show me what you've got, Lin Qin said, clutching him by the throat. Lin Qin calmly said, "All right, you're the one who forced my hand. 6 powers, finger pistol my ass." But before the idiot could even raise his hand, Lin Qin already knew what he was up to. His hand, still clutching the idiot's throat, slammed him hard onto the ground. The ground cracked, gravel flew everywhere, and spiderweb-like cracks quickly tore open, leaving a good part of his body embedded in the dirt. The idiot raised his hand, his mechanical arm transforming into a gun barrel aimed straight at Lin Qin's face. But before his finger pistol could even fire, Lin Qin gently grabbed his wrist. "Do you want to test if your bullet is faster, or if I can crush your arm faster?" Since the idiot was an adult-phase cyborg, he could naturally fire laser guns, but a single shot from this thing wouldn't kill anyone, especially against someone of the adult-phase tier, unless it hit a vital spot or he unleashed a wild spray. In a battle of the same tier, the damage wasn't even as high as a single punch from him. Blinking his eyes and staring at Lin Qin, the idiot weakly muttered, "Big brother, would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Monks don't tell lies, right?" He never in a million years expected that this wanted cyborg would be so incredibly strong, instantly defeating him in a split second. He wondered if it was too late to back down now. Meanwhile, Huang Kuan crawled out of the ruins, covered in dirt and soot. "Don't listen to him. This bastard is full of crap." "I know," Lin Qin muttered, glancing up at Huang Kuan. Seeing that he was fine, Lin Qin continued to choke the idiot, slap after slap. She rained blows down on his head. "Didn't you chase us for hundreds of miles, you bastard? Where are your 18 clinging close falls now? Where's your demon-subduing Vajra fist? Where's your 8 steps to catch a cicada? Take a look at yourself. Do you think you still stand a chance?" This once unstoppable powerhouse was now being dragged and pinned to the ground by her. Lin Qin was absolutely thrilled. She kept slapping him, one after another. The dumbass monk, Zhejiang, was almost in tears. "You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Just give me a quick death." "Oh? Acting all tough now, are we? I didn't see that coming. Well, too bad. I'm going to keep beating you anyway. Spill it. Where did you get the money to buy a sports car?" "I earned it myself. Do you take me for a fool? Where would a monk get that much cash?" "Oh, wait, bro. A monk's salary isn't as low as you think. You need at least a bachelor's degree just to get in. Most of us are already starting graduate school by our senior year." Lin Qin slapped him again. Even a grad student doesn't make millions to buy a sports car. She knew that Zhaolin's temple made hundreds of millions in ticket sales every year. But for a regular monk to afford a sports car was just ridiculous. Even the abbot wouldn't dare to be so flashy. "Well, I paid for a part of it, and my family chipped in for the rest." "How much did your family chip in?" "Over 4 million. Turned out this guy was a rich trust fund kid." Lin Qin was slightly surprised. "If your family is so rich, why on earth did you become a monk?" "I was always sick as a kid. A fortune teller said I wouldn't live past 24. So, my family sent me to a temple to become a monk." Zhejiang's family owned a hotel chain. Compared to those ultra-rich tycoons with multi-million-dollar goals, his family wasn't super wealthy, but they still had about 100 million in assets. Too bad his childhood was full of misfortunes. If he wasn't falling into manholes, he was getting hit by cars and ending up in the hospital. In short, he was incredibly unlucky. An ordinary person doesn't go through as much in a lifetime as he did in just 1 month. Later, on the advice of a wise master, he was sent to a temple. They said he couldn't leave until he turned 24. He ended up staying there for over 10 years. Fortunately, his parents could visit him often. While at the temple, he learned martial arts, got his driver's license, and read plenty of Buddhist scriptures. Even the abbot said he had a natural gift for Zen, and suggested more than once that he would pass down his mantle to him. Last month, just a week before his 24th birthday, he gave his tens of thousands in savings to his parents and asked them to help him buy a sports car. But he never expected that on his actual birthday, the cataclysm would strike, and when he woke up, he had turned into a mecha human. To think he has a backstory like that. Stroking his chin, Lin Qing asked what he was most curious about. How on earth do you control those steel beasts? The most valuable thing about Zhejiang isn't his so-called martial arts, but his ability to tame beasts. Later on, he can even get Lord-class steel beasts to serve as his mounts. If he could control thousands of steel beasts, that would be absolutely insane. An army of hundreds of thousands of steel beasts wouldn't even need to fight. The enemy would just drop to their knees and call him daddy. I know exactly what you're thinking, but you guys won't be able to learn my method. How the hell do you know if we can't learn it if you don't fucking tell us? After thinking for a few seconds, Zhejiang said with a puzzled look, actually, I don't really know how I control them either. Old Huang, your turn to teach him a lesson. My hands are sore. Wait, no. I just offended Huang Kuan. Zhejiang knew this guy was absolutely boiling with rage, just waiting to take it out on him. If he still had something good to offer, then they could talk things out nicely. Lin Qing squatted down next to him and said flatly, give me a good answer, and I'll let you go. If you don't, I'll bury you right here. Bro, if I tell you, will you really let me go? Lin Qing swore to the heavens. If I don't let you leave, if I'm lying, I'm your bitch. All right, like I said, I can read the minds of the steel beasts, and even control them. Lin Qing, Huang Kuan, Ye Daying, get over here. Lin Qing, step back for a second. Huang Kuan steps forward and starts beating the crap out of Zhejiang, yelling, I'm trying to talk science with you, and you're fucking talking theology to me? Are you shitting me? Bro, I swear I'm telling the truth. Animals are actually really simple-minded. They don't hide their feelings. If you communicate with them right, they can become your companion. My ass. Do you take me for an idiot? Start talking, or else. Holding his head and protecting his crotch, he screams in pain. Zhejiang screams, I'm telling the absolute truth. My abbot said this is a natural gift. Others can't just learn it. And I can only control one steel beast at a time. Plus, it takes a ton of time to bond with them. Otherwise, they'll turn on me. Think about it, bro. If I could fully control them, I wouldn't have brought just one to block you guys. I would have brought thousands, or even tens of thousands of them. Huang Kuan stops, tilts his head, and thinks, wait, that actually makes sense. If this bastard were actually that badass, he'd be invincible by now. At the very least, he could just make the steel beasts run up to him and commit suicide. He'd have more power crystals than he could ever eat. He would have reached the overlord level long ago. Bro, can I leave now? Zhejiang looks at Lin Qing with teary eyes. You have to keep your word. We'll definitely let you go. But as for my buddy here, I don't know if he'll let you off. He turns his head to look at Huang Kuan. Zhejiang grumbles in frustration. Kids these days have no honor. Is Huang Kuan really going to let him go? Hell no. What are you talking about? When have I ever gone back on my word? What did I tell you? I, Lin Qing, swore to God that times I'd times let you go. But I never said old Huang here would let you walk. Cracking his knuckles, Huang Kuan sneered, let's go another round, you and me. I heard you Shaolin monks have 72 ultimate techniques. Why don't you show me what you've got? Big bro, those 72 ultimate techniques are all a total sham. It's just slightly advanced martial arts. I was just talking big to show off. Please just let me go. Oh? You clearly don't get the situation here. Do you? Huang Kuan turned to Ye Dang and said, Dang, give him a little demonstration. Tell him, why are all those bounty hunters who came after us so dead silent now? Yi Dang used his foot and nudged the burlap sack stuffed with crystals. It clinked loudly. A massive sack, completely filled with crystals. There must be at least 1,000 in there. Zhejiang suddenly felt his throat go incredibly dry. These guys were straight-up ruthless thugs. He highly suspected that the bounty on them was actually posted by themselves, solely to lure more mechas here to their deaths. Buddy, you just had the worst luck running into me. In your next life, keep your eyes peeled, and don't just jump at every bounty you see. Did you honestly not stop to think why, after all these days, we are still standing here, completely unscathed? Big bro, do you think I still have a chance? Sure you do, Lin Qing said with a wide grin. The heavens favor the merciful, so I'll give you a shot. Go toe-to-toe with my buddy here. If you win, you join our crew. From then on, you'll be living the high life with us. As he spoke, Lin Qing toyed with the giant gorilla's crystal, a cold, brutal smile playing on his lips. Take a guess. Hearing this, the monk shuddered from head to toe. Zhejiang kipped up and sprang to his feet, unwhipping the Buddhist prayer beads from his neck and wrapping them tightly around his hands, stretching all the way from his fists to his forearms. These beads were forged from the iron beasts he had hunted, having harvested them directly from their bodies. Every single piece was carved from the hardest bone in his entire body. His arms turned pitch black, as Huang Kuan activated his armament too. This time, he wasn't about to stay cooped up in his dorm. With the Vajra crystal swallowed down, Lin Qin sat on the sidelines, watching the two face off. Yi Daing came trotting over eagerly. Lin, do you actually believe what this monk is saying? He was referring to that whole telepathy thing, and communicating with the steel beasts. Lin Qin shook his head. He said in a low voice, it's a mix of truth and lies. Some parts are real, while others are fake. In his past life, although Zhejiang could control the steel beasts, he really could only control one at a time. So it wasn't that he didn't want to control more, he just wasn't capable of doing it on a large scale. And as for that whole telepathy nonsense, that's just complete BS. But hey, everyone's got their own secrets. As long as he can be a good teammate, I don't mind if he keeps a few secrets to himself. The two of them didn't bother whispering, so as he got into his stance, Zhejiang, who was gearing up for battle, heard every single word. His butt instantly clenched in panic, and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Awei's 18th style. Monk peeking at Nana. Huang Kuan let out a loud roar, swinging his armored arms as he charged forward. Zhejiang didn't try to clash with him head-on. Instead, he backed away smoothly, his footwork completely unfazed. After a few quick exchanges, Huang Kuan couldn't land a single blow on him. On the contrary, his own body took several solid punches in return. Even Ye Daing, who knew absolutely nothing about fighting, could easily tell that Zhejiang was a real pro. His skill completely outclassed Huang Kuan. The only problem was, his raw power was lacking. It was exactly like Huang Kuan had said before, I can take 10 of your punches and still be fine, but if you get hit just once by me, you're going down. Yo, monk, can you actually handle this? The spirit bird is rushing us. We've got to keep moving. They're really breathing down our necks here. Zhejiang grits his teeth and stops trying to dodge. He takes the initiative to attack Huang Kuan. His footwork becomes completely unpredictable, going straight into a triple ladder kick. Behold, my deadly chain kicks. Chain kicks my ass. Having already learned his lesson, Huang Kuan wasn't about to fall for it again. His eyes locked onto the hand wrapped in prayer beads. Bam, bam, bam. This time, Zhejiang is throwing real kicks. He leaps into the air, delivering 2 brutal kicks before landing. Spinning around, he whips out another powerful sidekick. The air crackles with the sheer force of it. With his arms fully guarded, Huang Kuan blocks every single strike. He smirks and laughs. That's not going to work on me. With that, he unleashes a devastating punch. It lands right on Zhejiang's chest. It felt as if he was hit by a cannonball. The scenery blurs around Zhejiang as he's sent flying backward. He crashes straight into a building dozens of meters away. Damn. That's impressive. You really are as tough as a mining truck. Zhejiang weakly stumbles out of the building, right there on his chest. A massive fist print is dented several centimeters deep. What's the matter? Still want more? Huang Kuan folds his arms across his chest, saying mockingly. With a quick glance at the spirit bird, Zhejiang snorts coldly. Not fight? If I don't, I'm a dead man anyway. Arching his back slightly, taking half a step back with his right foot, Zhejiang locks his cold gaze onto Huang Kuan, ready to sprint. Crack. The next second, the ground beneath him shatters, and Zhejiang vanishes instantly. He lunges forward, stopping just a few meters away from Huang Kuan, raising his knee. Still using that old trick? Huang Kuan sneers, silently raising his left arm to block in front of him. A massive, iron-like leg cuts through the air, unleashing a sonic boom. But just as it's about to hit Huang Kuan, Zhejiang suddenly twists his waist, ducking his body low, and delivers a sweeping kick to knock Huang Kuan off his feet. Then, bringing his heel all the way over his head, he slammed it down with brutal force. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before Huang Kuan could even react, he crashed hard onto the ground. The ground shook under the impact. All Huang Kuan could feel was a crushing tightness in his chest. His entire back was practically embedded into the pavement. But before he could even get back up, Zhejiang locked onto his arm, clamped his legs down tight, and fully locked in a devastating armbar. I'd advise you not to move, unless you want your arm snapped. Don't say I didn't warn you. The harder you struggle, the tighter it gets, and the faster your arm is going to break. Huang Kuan was stronger than him and had much better defense. So from the very beginning, the monk had no intention of winning with raw strength. He had to rely on technique, using softness to overcome brute force, and it worked perfectly. If he wanted to, he could snap Huang Kuan's arm in a split second, but he didn't dare do it, because Huang Kuan's massive, pitch-black hand was aimed right at his waist. The moment he snapped the arm, he'd definitely get blasted right through by a furious counterpunch. Neither of them made a move. They just stayed locked in a tense standoff, until Lin Qin spoke up. Old Huang, you lost. The monk wins. Congratulations! I didn't lose. Huang Kuan refused to accept it. As soon as Zhejiang let go, he scrambled up to protest. I demand an appeal. You're totally biased. Everyone here saw it. Don't believe me? Ask Xiao Ying. Lin Qin passed the buck to Ye Daing, who coughed nervously. Well, Brother Huang, you just made one wrong move. It's a draw. At most, a draw. Exactly. Even I think it's a draw at best. Looking at the two of them, Lin Qin said in a dead serious tone, there are no draws on a real battlefield. There is only life or death. The monk held back out of concern and didn't use lethal force. Otherwise, that move just now wouldn't have been a simple armbar. No, it's a straight-up guillotine. Even if you manage to land one last punch right before you die, at most, he'll just end up heavily injured, but you'll still be the one who ends up dead. Eyes wide with shock, Huang Kuan just stood there, totally frozen. He was clearly stronger than the monk, and his level was higher too. He never expected things to turn out like this. He felt incredibly frustrated. How about a rematch? I'll definitely win this time. Are you sure about that? Are you absolutely sure? Zhejiang opened his mouth wide, trying to speak but finding himself completely speechless. He had worked so hard to beat them, and now they wanted to do it all over again? That's just not fair. Is there no justice left? This is just straight up bullying an honest guy. Don't worry, Lin Qin said, waving her hand to comfort him. This time, we'll settle it with a fight. As for who gets to be the vice captain, whoever wins gets the spot, she said, and you'll automatically be placed under Xiao Ying's squad. Vice captain? Zhejiang asked, looking completely lost. You probably don't even know our squad's name yet, do you? Zhan Tian, Ye Dang said proudly. Only the absolute strongest can join us. The minimum requirement is 5 evolutions, and you still have to pass a bunch of tests. Then what about you? Oh, I'm the exception. Check out my top speed of 400 kilometers per hour. 400 kilometers? That's 800 li. In just one single hour? Zhejiang's eyes almost popped right out of his head. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Plus, Ye Daing's evolution count wasn't low either. 4 evolutions. And he was still a freaking motorcycle. Even so, he already blew 90% of other mecha humans out of the water. Most of them were still stuck at level 1 or 2. This squad is seriously badass. Lin Qin looked at Zhejiang with a grin. So, are you in or what? Come on. Zhejiang grit his teeth and said, if I win, do I really get to be the vice captain? And get to order these two around? A bet's a bet. Of course you can. And not just vice captain. In the future, even the captain's spot will be decided by a fight. Whoever can beat me gets to be the captain. What an idiot. The big rig gave Huang Kuan and Ye Dang quite a scare, with these two top-tier fighters standing right in front of him and thinking about how they'd be his underlings in the future. Zhejiang got inexplicably excited. Huang Kuan let out a cold laugh. This guy is still way too naive. He has no idea how devious Lin Qing can be. Just that flame demon blade alone puts Lin Qing in a completely different league. What's the point of even fighting? You two, get ready. Just say go whenever you're set. Lin Qing stepped back from the battlefield, leaving the area to them as dust began to kick up. A chilly wind howled through the air. The two mechas clashed back and forth in an incredibly intense battle. All sorts of mysterious martial arts were shouted out by Zhejiang as he fought. Ah Wei's 18 styles, wheelbarrow push, ultimate strike, the poison dragon drill. After trading blows for over 10 minutes, an earth-shattering scream erupted from Huang Kuan. He was clutching his backside against the wall, his face twisted in absolute agony. A cold shiver ran from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Are you even fucking human? How could you use such a cheap, dirty move? Gripping the broken piece of rebar in his hand, Zhejiang panted heavily and said, Kung Fu comes down to 2 simple things, horizontal and vertical. The winner stands, and the loser lies down. There are no fancy rules here. You think my methods are cheap? Then why don't you have the balls to stop using that black arm? The longer they fought, the more familiar Huang Kuan became with his style. In just that short span of time, he had already taken several hard punches. Each punch packed thousands of pounds of force, nearly breaking him in half. If this kept up, he was definitely going to lose. His only option was to unleash his signature technique. None of his fellow disciples who had sparred with him in the past could ever withstand his 18 styles. Everyone always praised him as a complete natural. Hey, old Huang, you still want to fight? Lin Qing called out. Huang Kuan's face turned beet red. He desperately wanted to fight another round, but the moment he saw the broken steel bar in Zhejiang's hands, he got cold feet. Just a moment ago, Zhejiang had executed a sliding tackle right between his legs and viciously jabbed him in the rear with that steel rod. The friction was so intense that sparks actually flew from his metallic backside. True. As a mechanical humanoid, his anatomy was completely different from a normal human's, but psychologically, as a former human, he still couldn't cope with the trauma of being rear-ended by another guy with a piece of steel. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but now, every time a breeze blew, he felt a chilly draft down there. It felt like he was leaking air. Talk about humiliating. Huang Kuan remained silent. Lin Qing chuckled. Since that's the case, it's settled. The vice captain position goes to the monk. Seeing a smug grin spread across Ji Zhang's face, Lin Qing added, "Don't celebrate too early. This is only temporary. From now on, we're doing this rematch every single month." Ji Zhang's smile instantly froze. He only won against Huang Kuan this time by playing dirty. And because Huang Kuan wasn't familiar with his underhanded tactics, once Huang Kuan figured him out, he would be toast. If he didn't hurry up and boost his power, within a few months, he'd definitely be dragged down from his vice-captain throne, let alone challenging Lin Qing for control of the team. All right, it's getting late. Let's pack up and hit the road. We need to make it to Chinja by tomorrow. Wait, what is it? Lin Qing turned around to look at Ji Zhang. Could you give me a little time? I want to say goodbye to my master and martial brothers first. Plus, I have a personal matter to settle. Oh, come on. I thought it was something major. We're all in the same boat now. Your martial brothers are my martial brothers. If you need anything, just let me know. Draping his arm over Ji Zhang's shoulder, Lin Qing smiled, getting ready to head back with him. Ji Zhang, you're just damn worried I'll run, aren't you? Our base is about to starve. The only reason I came out to find you guys this time was to claim the bounty and trade it for food. I've got a whole bunch of mouths to feed back there. At the base, I'm the main fighting force. And once I leave, things get really rough for them. Before I go, I want to get them settled. Is that all? No problem. Lin Qing turned to Ye Daying and said, Daying, look up, where the nearest hotspot for steel beasts is. In a bit, we'll haul 2 truckloads of supplies as a greeting gift for the monk. It's been almost 1 month since the cataclysm, and most malls, convenience stores, and supermarkets have been completely looted. The only places left with food are where massive hordes of steel beasts gather. Their prey is the mecha humans, so they don't touch human food like rice and oil. With the roles of hunter and prey reversed, it's their instinct to kill humans on sight. Even when they maul ordinary people to death, it's just to unleash their wild nature. Eating them actually does absolutely nothing for their bodies. Amitabha. Then, thank you so much. The monk Zhejiang chanted a prayer. I actually know a few places where those steel beasts gather, so there's no need to trouble this young brother. Led by Zhejiang, the group arrived at a city 100 kilometers away. Stepping into the eerie silence of the city, they saw an endless sea of corpses lining the streets. Zhejiang pressed his palms together, silently chanting a prayer. Within a 100-mile radius, this place has the highest concentration of steel beasts. There are no civilians left in this city. I've been here a few times before, looking for food, and clashed with a few adult level 7 steel beasts. Every time, they brought a whole gang of lackeys to jump me, and I almost didn't make it out. What a great place. This really is a treasure trove, Huang Kuan exclaimed in excitement. God knows how hard it has been for them to find a few adult level 7 steel beasts lately. Same old rules, we're hunting down level 7 adult iron beasts. The monk just needs to hang back and gather the supplies. After all, he's the new guy. Let him rest up first and get used to the team. There are too many mouths to feed and too little meat. We don't even know how many iron beasts there are. There isn't even enough to go around for ourselves. If we add one more person, everyone's share gets smaller. When it comes to hunting iron beasts, everyone in the squad is incredibly eager. Huang Kuan and Lin Qin revved their engines and sped off first. Jianye and Dang were also itching to go. Zhejiang grabbed him tightly. What are the same old rules? Unable to break free, Yu Dang anxiously blurted out, Solo operations? Whoever gets the kill keeps the crystal. For group ops, it's split based on contribution and effort. Stop freaking holding me back. I still have to assist the captain. In a minute, Brother Huang is going to steal all the action. When it came to getting to work, Ye Dang's eyes turned red with excitement. At this rate, anyone who stops him is like his sworn enemy. Even God himself couldn't make him stop now. Zhejiang's heart skipped a beat, thinking, wait, I want in on this too. Zhejiang followed close behind Lin Qin's tail. He was originally worried that after joining the team, any crystals he hunted would be confiscated, with the boss taking the lion's share, and the seconds-in-command and veterans splitting the rest in order. But this is perfect. It turns out they had already figured everything out. Whoever gets the kill, gets the loot. Probably to help support the weaker members, group actions are divided based on contribution. This way, even the weakest person, as long as they're willing to fight hard, can still get a piece of the pie. By the time Zhejiang and Ye Dang caught up, the battle had already begun. They saw Lin Qin and Huang Kuan charge straight into the horde of iron beasts, recklessly heading straight for the largest level 7 adult beast. In an instant, thousands of iron beasts surrounded them. Slamming on the brakes, Zhejiang's heart jumped into his throat, and he didn't dare to charge in. That's exactly how he got surrounded and almost kicked the bucket the last few times. If we're talking about a one-on-one fight, he can hold his own against anyone, but there's just too damn many of them. No matter how strong you are, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If thousands of steel beasts pounce all at once, even a god would end up dead. Yidang grabbed his sniper rifle from his back, took a few quick steps, and climbed up to the roof of a small building. Hey, "What are you doing?" The only answer the idiot Dahai got was a loud gunshot. A fourth stage evolved steel beast that was about to ambush Huang Kuan from behind had its knee completely shattered. Holding his rifle, Ye Dang held his breath and concentrated. After turning into a mechanoid, many human physical limitations disappeared, like shaky hands, sweating, and so on. For a sniper, this was a massive blessing. Bang, 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 the second shot, the third, and the fourth muzzle flashes lit up the air. The bullets tore right through, dropping another steel beast with every single shot. Some were hit in the knees, some right in the eye sockets, and others in the elbows, all of them protecting and providing cover for Lin Qin and Huang Kuan. He knew that at the current rate these steel beasts were evolving, it was hard to kill them with a single shot from normal firearms. So, he acted as support, clearing out any potential threats in front of and behind them. They are total badasses. Are they seriously not even scared? Dahai, the idiot, stood frozen in shock. After all, there were thousands of steel beasts here. Mine. Lin Qin mowed down a whole group of steel beasts with a single magazine. Leaping dozens of meters, Lin Qin landed right in front of an adult steel beast. Not on my watch. Not wanting to be outdone, Huang Tuan charged right in, crushing a whole pile of them under his weight. With his massive size, these ordinary steel beasts didn't even reach his thighs, and he could easily stomp dozens of them to death. Too late. Maybe next time, Ling Qin said indifferently. The idiot watched as he casually waved his arm, and a fiery red blade light flashed past. Before the adult steel beast could even make a move, it was sliced clean in half. It was that red flash again. It sent shivers down the idiot's spine. He had seen it once before, but he had no idea where Ling Qin was hiding it. It vanished in the blink of an eye. He never expected it to be this powerful, instantly one-shotting an adult steel beast. He instinctively clutched his own kidneys, figuring that if he ever got targeted by that blade, then his fate wouldn't be any better than that steel beast. What kind of freaks are these guys? Damn it, you beat me to it every single time. Do you even have any self-awareness as a captain? Have you ever heard of respecting your elders? With Huang Kuan blowing his top, the ordinary steel beasts were in for a rough time. His arm cannons began to spin, spitting out a relentless hail of bullets. The beasts fell in droves. He devoured their crystals as he slaughtered them, but even all these steel beasts weren't enough to vent his anger. You take your sweet time killing them? I'm going to look around. An adult beast violently crashed through a nearby building, but Ling Qin darted right past it, vanishing from sight in just a few seconds. Wait for me! Huang Kuan holstered his guns and ran after him. The battlefield was left in absolute ruins, with countless shredded corpses of steel beasts scattered everywhere. The few surviving beasts scattered and fled in terror. Ye Daing leaped down from the building and started running, scavenging for crystals while cursing. What a waste of money. This one is completely shattered. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't hit them in the chest. Stop shooting the chest. But you never listen. And this one's broken too. Doesn't that break your heart? His throat felt bone dry. Zhizhang's lips parted several times before he finally spoke. 1. Are you guys always this calm? Is this just a walk in the park for you? He pulled a cigarette out of nowhere and lit it. Ye Daing took a deep drag. He glanced back at him and said, Get to work. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Start digging up those crystals. 2. You're standing there like a total blockhead. Wait, did I just get looked down on? Zhizhang stood frozen in the wind, completely bewildered. I'm a fully grown mecha human, okay? I rank among the absolute best in the entire country. And now I'm getting looked down on by a motorcycle? Well, that's just how we do things around here. When Lin Qin and Huang Kuan returned at noon, Ye Daing and Zhizhang were bending over, digging up crystals with their butts in the air. As they dug, they listened to Ye Daing lecturing them. Around here, it doesn't matter if you're weak, but you absolutely must have sharp eyes. Brother Lin is the captain. Just listen to whatever he says, and you won't go wrong. Do whatever he tells you to do, and stop whining about it. Second is Brother Huang, his strength. Wait, that's not right. Zhizhang, who had been nodding along the whole time, looked up. Aren't I the deputy captain now? Even Huang Kuan has to listen to me. And besides, I'm the deputy captain, and you're just a squad leader. You're technically my subordinate, so watch your tone when you talk to me. Haha, listen to you talking big. The tables turn, buddy. What goes around comes around. Sure, you're the deputy captain right now, but these positions rotate. Who knows? Next month, you might be working under me just to get by. You're the one who should be showing me some respect. Somehow, Zhizhang felt that Ye Daing actually made a lot of sense. Zhizhang was left speechless. Huh? The captain and the others are back. Hand over the crystals you collected. Go look for some supplies, he said, carrying several sacks of crystals. Ye Daing eagerly scurried over to Lin Qin. Lin, they're all right here. I harvested them myself and didn't miss a single one. Not bad. You guys split them up. I don't need any this time. He had just taken a stroll around the city and ran into 5 adult iron beasts. Aside from one kill stolen by Huang Kuan, all the rest ended up in his stomach. Along with some random ones, he had swallowed dozens of 4th-tier purification crystals. Now, he felt like his 7th evolution was just around the corner. Awesome! Ye Daeng grinned so hard his mouth almost reached his ears. Aside from his insane strength, this was the best thing about Lin Qin. He was incredibly generous and never sweated the small stuff. Hey Huang, you want some? Duh. Huang Kuan rolled his eyes. He grabbed 2 big sacks and sat down to the side, and started munching down on them. With only 1 sack left, Ye Daeng dragged it over to Zhejiang. Just as Zhejiang was starting to feel a little touched, Ye Daeng pulled out 78 ordinary crystals. You worked hard with me all morning. Here. These are for you. Zhejiang's lips began to tremble. Zhejiang's eyes turned completely red with rage. Oh. So you do know? I worked my absolute butt off all morning, and you're trying to brush me off with 78 lousy crystals? Do I look like a beggar to you? If I hadn't wasted my time here, I could have cleared out an entire area and scored a mountain of crystals. Hey, don't mention it. It's the least I could do. I'll definitely hit you up next time there's a sweet gig like this. Ye Daeng slung the sack over his shoulder and walked away with a bright smile. Motherfucker. Zhejiang almost crushed the crystals in his fist. Having studied Buddhism for years, his inner peace was on the absolute brink of shattering. This is way too much. Hey, that's just how we do things here, Huang Kuan said, crunching loudly on a crystal. He didn't even look up, but you get paid exactly for the amount of work you do. Without firing a single shot, you only deserve this tiny share. Zhejiang didn't argue back. He just gritted his teeth and nodded. He hadn't been of any help anyway, so getting 7 or 8 crystals just for harvesting them was already a great reward. It's only fair. I'll do better next time. Good. As long as you know. There's a shopping mall over there. Go grab whatever you need. In a bit, Lin Qing and I will help you haul it back. Thanks. Folding his hands, Zhejiang nodded in gratitude. His vehicle form was a sports car, so he couldn't carry much, unlike Lin Qing and Huang Kuan, who had massive cargo space. Half an hour later, carrying 2 truckloads of supplies, the group headed toward the base, led by Zhejiang. By evening, they arrived at their destination. It was an old residential neighborhood. There were guards standing watch at the entrance, and over 100 people had gathered there, looking ready to start a massive brawl at any second. Hand over the kid, old man. Amitabha, the boy didn't steal anything. This old monk will never hand him over. Not steal? Who are you trying to fool? This entire town of Chinja is under our company's jurisdiction. Taking food from the supermarket is stealing. Plain and simple. Since when does Qingzhen belong to you? Don't push us too far. We offered you a merger, but you refused. Why make things so hard on yourselves? Today, you either join us, or we'll ruin that kid. The 2 factions of vehicle bots faced off. On the residential side, leading them was a black Mercedes, along with 20 to 30 family cars of various models, looking aggressive and fierce. Leading the other side with an overbearing tone was a minibus, with over 100 vehicle bots standing behind him. This old monk is getting too old to handle these matters. Whether we merge or not, we'll talk when my disciple gets back. What do you say? Haha, do you think I'm an idiot? If Zhejiang could actually make it back, do you think I'd still be blocking your door? He's probably dead by now. Thank you for your concern, benefactor. Luckily, Xiao San was unharmed. Just then, Zhejiang spoke up, and instantly, everyone's eyes locked onto him. Their pupils dilated in pure shock. He, Zhongqiao, was completely dumbfounded. Once he snapped out of it, he forced a greasy smile and said, "Oh, it's Master Zhejiang. This is all a misunderstanding." A huge misunderstanding. Zhejiang had gone to hunt down Ling Qing and her crew and hadn't returned for an entire day. Zhongqiao assumed he was a goner, which is why he brought his crew over to raid his temple and kidnap his fellow monk. If he had known Zhejiang was perfectly fine, he wouldn't have dared to show his face here even if he had 10 times the courage. After all, he knew all too well just how terrifying a fully mature Motobot could be. A misunderstanding? Xiaozhang didn't buy it for a second. Zhejiang paused for a brief moment. A cold shiver ran straight down the spines of He Zhongqiao and his men. Heaven values all living things. But just because a monk rarely takes a life, doesn't mean he never will. We all live in the same town. Even though we aren't part of the same crew, he had never once set his sights on them. But who would have thought that after he was gone for just 1 day, they would actually dare to come looking for trouble at his very doorstep? If he hadn't made it back just in time, the abbot's old bones would have probably been broken to pieces. Master, I was wrong. With a heavy thud, He Zhongqiao fell straight to his knees on the spot. His voice was thick with tears. Zhejiang chanted, Amitabha, to realize your mistake and reform is the greatest virtue. Zhejiang stepped forward, patted his head gently, and said, Go on back home. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Master, for sparing my life. From now on, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and be a good citizen. Are you serious? You're just letting him walk away like that? Huang Kuan couldn't stand to watch any longer. He dumped all the supplies out of his truck bed and transformed into his mecha form, blocking the way. If you ask me, it's better to just finish them off right here and end this once and for all. Standing at over 20 meters tall, Huang Kuan threatened to instantly crush over 100 mecha humans the moment he opened his mouth. When Huang Kuan spoke, it chilled everyone to the bone. These are actual human lives. They aren't steel beasts. Being monks, they had never encountered such a murderous fiend before. They all waved their hands frantically, saying this was out of the question. The abbot spoke up, saying, "Benefactor, heaven cherishes all forms of life. We should show mercy whenever we can." Completely ignoring the old monk, Huang Kuan turned his head to look at Zhejiang. "You guys have never left this place, have you? How can you still be so naive at a time like this? Out there right now, just for a single piece of bread, there are countless people who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Once you make an enemy, if you don't want to live in constant fear, or have to sleep with one eye open, the best way is to just put them down. Besides, those guys are hardly innocent. Killing them won't weigh on your conscience at all. My master and the others have been hiding here ever since they came down the mountain. I hope you can understand. Please, let me handle this." "Fine. I, old Huang, won't meddle in your business." Without anyone noticing, Lin Qing walked up behind Huang Kuan and patted him on the shoulder, shaking his head silently. The nickname, Demonic Monk, wasn't just given to him because he could control steel beasts. The demonic monk he knew was definitely not some soft-hearted saint. In his past life, those who crossed him, after he had a heart-to-heart with them, were all sent to meet the Buddha. He was notoriously ruthless. Guess I was just poking my nose where it didn't belong. Suit yourself, but you've just landed yourself in major trouble. Leading them into the residential complex, Zhejiang introduced his fellow disciples to Lin Qing and the others. Among the over 100 monks, there were over 30 mecha humans. Most of their vehicles were basic family sedans, though there were quite a few worth over $1 million. Aside from these monks, there were tens of thousands of ordinary citizens in the base. Most of the town's residents had migrated here. "Hey, Xiaoying, can I borrow your crystal?" Before long, night fell. Zhejiang tracked down Ye Dang, who had climbed onto the rooftop to sleep. Clutching his sack tight, Ye Dang pouted. "My gun and crystal are strictly off limits. You can borrow anything else, though." Zhejiang was completely speechless. This guy literally only has those two things to his name. He'd need to actually have something else first. "Just lend them to me for a few days, and I'll pay you back double." "What do you even need the crystal for?" "Well, aren't we about to leave? I'm planning to head over to the military camp and trade for a few guns for my fellow disciples. There's a Kanglong Empire military camp about 10 kilometers away. With all their heavy firepower, they're incredibly strong, and they've got more food than they can eat. But they won't accept ordinary people in exchange. Ordinary people can only trade crystals for food. Forget about paying me back double for the guns. Just give me a little interest and we're good. Thanks a ton." Clutching his sack, Zhejiang vanished into the dark night. Yi Dang also jumped down from the rooftop, ran over to Lin Qing's side, and told him about Zhejiang heading to the military camp. Lin Qing just shook his head, signaling not to worry about it. In the middle of the night, a barrage of intense gunfire woke up the people in the base. Some peered out of their windows, realized the shootout wasn't happening nearby, and just rolled over to go back to sleep. They were already used to this kind of thing. As long as the guards on duty didn't come to report anything, it meant they were safe. Only Lin Qing and his two companions couldn't sleep. Huang Kuan scratched his head. "Huh, this sound isn't right. It seems a bit different." "Of course it's different. Those are the sounds of your laser rifles." Ye Dang had previously traveled with Jiang Cheng and his group, so he'd seen and even used quite a variety of firearms. He could recognize almost any gunshot, let alone a laser rifle. It was the signature weapon of mecha humans, after all. In other words, the monk is fighting someone. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes. They get up and head out to see what's going on. Once outside the base, they head toward the sound of gunfire. The group soon arrives at a repair yard. By then, the fight is already over. Huang Kuan is standing over a pile of defeated cyborgs. Looking closely at the bodies, they seem a bit familiar. It's the same gang that tried to extort the old monk earlier today. And now, they're all totally iced. Amitabha. "Oh, it's you, Captain. What are you guys doing out here?" Lin Qing glances at the bodies on the ground and asks, "We heard gunshots and got worried. So we came to check on you." "Ha ha! I'm totally fine." Zhejiang smiles faintly and points to a few crates on the ground. "I just came out to upgrade my gear, but then I ran into these guys. They were on their way to report us. I tried talking some sense into them, but they just wouldn't listen. I practically got down on my knees and begged them, but instead of appreciating it, they ambushed me with guns. And, well, this happened." His ridiculous excuse makes the three of them twitch in disbelief. It's pitch black outside. You can't even see your hand in front of your face. And the steel beasts are everywhere. There's no way these guys were going to report anyone tonight. If they were going to do that, they would have waited until daylight. Besides, this is Zhejiang's territory. Everyone knows how terrifying he is. From their earlier encounter, it was obvious he Zhengchao and his crew didn't dare to cross him, let alone ambush him. A single burst of laser fire from him, and who could possibly survive? They'd have to be tired of living. Any way you look at it, this guy must have come here to corner them, specifically to tie up loose ends before leaving, and wipe out any future trouble for his fellow disciples. Sigh, well, let's not speak ill of the dead. Since you guys are already here, let's dig a hole and bury them. It was just their fate. What a sin. What a sin. Looking at the corpses, which are riddled with bullet holes and completely blown to pieces, Yi Daing is completely dumbfounded. And you actually talk about fate? Lin Qin and Huang Kuan dug a pit. In no time, over 100 mech bikers were buried alive. Clasping his hands together, Zhejiang muttered a prayer. But in his mind, he thought, forgiving you is the Buddha's job. All I can do is send you to meet him. Using the dozen or so submachine guns Tianming left behind, and a few rocket launchers, Zhejiang reluctantly bid farewell to his fellow disciples. Go in peace, my child. We'll remember everything you said. Once you find your parents, remember to come back and visit your junior brothers often. If you ever run into any trouble, just let us know. Your senior brothers will handle it for you. Take care of yourself, junior brother. Be careful out there. To them, Zhejiang only said he was looking for his parents. He didn't mention his actual mission. He also told the abbot the location of the small town they cleared out yesterday, so they could go back and haul away the food. These disciples might have been few in number, but since they were all from the warrior monk regiment, each and every one of them was highly skilled in combat. At their level, maybe they couldn't take on 10 at once, but taking out 3 or 4 was a piece of cake. Man, this is so incredibly satisfying. On this comfortable day, as they approached Chinja, Zhejiang followed Lin Qin and the others to clear out another steel beast nest. By now, he had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a dirty bedsheet slung across his waist, and his prayer beads wrapped around his arm, looking like a total bandit. Xiaoying, got any more premium smokes? Give me another one. With his gun barrel glowing red, Zhang finally ceased fire. The plaza in front of him was littered with over 1,000 dead steel beasts, including both 3rd and 4th stage evolutions. He was even sitting on top of an adult stage one. Hey. Of course I do, handsome. Running over eagerly, Ye Daing tossed the monk a whole pack and then went off to harvest the crystals. Leaving his master, the monk had completely let loose around Ye Daing, completely shattering his expectations every single day. You guys are doing pretty good business here, huh? Huang Kuan walked over from the distance, absolutely covered in wounds, playfully tossing 2 adult-tier crystals in his hand. Zhejiang's smile instantly froze, and his cheerful mood vanished in an instant. Not bad. But you'd better work harder. Or else, Xiaoying might end up being your boss by next month. Not necessarily. Besides, I've got nothing better to do anyway. Want to spar? No way, Zhejiang said, shaking his head. You just finished a massive battle. Your energy levels are way too low. We'll go at it once you're fully recovered. Otherwise, even if I win, it wouldn't be fair. But deep down, he was actually sweating bullets. Zhejiang's relaxed heart instantly tensed up. His previous victory over Huang Kuan had been pure luck. If they fought again, his opponent would figure out all his tricks, and then he'd be done for. Heck, if he got exposed, Ye Daing would probably become his boss before the month even ended. With that, Zhejiang quickly scurried off to a corner to meditate and recover his energy. In his own words, he was entering sage mode. How about I spar with you instead? Suddenly, the sky began to buzz with a loud roar. A helicopter came hurtling straight down toward Huang Kuan, transforming into a massive mecha the exact moment before impact. Its massive fist clashed head-on against Huang Kuan's fist with a deafening crash. Caught completely off guard, Huang Kuan was sent skidding back by the sheer force of the blow. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind whipped up right behind his head. The helicopter mech instantly sensed danger. The monk in sage mode had somehow slipped behind him without anyone noticing. Without uttering a single word, he whipped a brutal roundhouse kick right at him. Just as the helicopter tried to duck and dodge, the monk seemed to read his movements perfectly and drove his iron knee straight into his waist. It turned out the kick was just a feint. Having landed his strike, the monk didn't give him a single second to breathe. Unleashing a flurry of punches and elbows, he threw 3 devastating punches in a single second. Boom, boom, boom. The helicopter managed to block the first punch with his arm, but the second punch blew his guard wide open, slamming heavily into his chest. And the third punch smashed him clean into the dirt. Stepping right on the barely functioning helicopter, Zhejiang mocked him. Seems like you're losing it, Huang Kuan. Getting blindsided by a minor scrub like this? If I hadn't stepped in, you'd be hanging by a thread right now, you know? Bullshit! Huang Kuan roared back. If I hadn't let my guard down and ran low on stamina, I wouldn't be afraid even if dozens more showed up. Is that so? A voice suddenly echoed out of nowhere, and then the ground began to shake. First, 7 or 8 helicopters appeared in the sky, transforming into mechas and landing on nearby rooftops. Then, over 20 heavy trucks surrounded them. After transforming, each of them stood 18 meters tall, 30 mechas in total, and all of them were in their adult stage. They were in deep, deep trouble. Huang Kuan, Ye Daing, and Zhejiang, the same thought flashed through all three of their minds. Just watch me tear you to pieces, and you're done for. In a one-on-one fight, whether it was Huang Kuan or Zhejiang, both of them were confident. They could absolutely wreck a standard adult stage mecha, but 1 against 2 was risky. Though, even if they got severely injured, they could still barely manage to take down both of them. As for 1 against 3, don't even think about it. Your only option is to run. After all, the combat power of 3 people isn't just 3 times that of 1. But now, 30 adult stage mechas were surrounding them. They couldn't even run if they wanted to. If they all swarmed them at once, they'd be smashed to pieces in less than 10 seconds. Up on a high-rise, a helicopter mecha leaped down, stepping closer and closer. I heard you guys are worth a lot of money, and that you're pretty tough fighters. Amitabha, it's all a misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. Zhejiang helped up the mecha that was splayed out on the ground and gently dusted him off. We men of the cloth believe in mercy above all else. We don't support solving problems with violence. With a cold snort, the battered mecha, who was just helped up, slapped his hand away and limped back to his squad, clutching his hip. This guy was the one who had beat him up the worst and hit him the hardest. Remaining completely unfazed, Huang Kuan swallowed the 2 crystals in his hand. He glared at Zhejiang with utter contempt, knowing these guys were clearly looking for trouble. What was the point of running? Just fight it out and get it over with. Who's afraid of who anyway? Even though they had just survived a major battle, but with my strength, taking 7 or 8 of them down to the grave with me is a piece of cake. That being said, Huang Kuan kept his hands behind his back, frantically gesturing to Ye Daing, wanting him to go find Lin Qing. At a time like this, only an overpowered cheat like Lin Qing could save them. Once the flame demon is summoned, although it might not beat all 30 of these guys, he doubted they'd be brave enough to face death. Once he put 10 or 8 of them on the ground, the rest would naturally scatter in a panic. You're Huang Kuan, right? How about we test each other out? The helicopter mecha stepped right up to him. Don't say we're bullying you. Let's make it a one-on-one. Bring it, oh tat 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 tat. Before he could even finish, Huang Kuan's laser gun erupted, firing straight at his face. This move was stolen from Zhejiang's Aoi 18 styles. Facial blast. Damn it, you actually sucker punched me. Taking several hits to his body, the helicopter mecha rolled away, then lunged forward in a diving tackle, throwing a massive punch right at Huang Kuan. Without even flinching, Huang Kuan took the blow head-on while charging up his left arm, blasting it straight at the enemy's head. Trading a wound to take a life, that was his exact fighting style. At such close range, the laser gun's power was significantly reduced. His opponent could close the gap in just 2 or 3 steps. So, at the end of the day, nothing beats a pair of trusty iron fists. What a total madman. No wonder there's a bounty on his head. The helicopter mecha's eyes widened in shock, and instead of fighting head-on, he quickly pulled back his fists and retreated. But there was no way Huang Kuan was letting him slide that easily. Huang Kuan lunged forward and unleashed a barrage of devastating blows. With just 2 punches, the helicopter went spinning away over a dozen times, his body nearly punched clean through. Among the heavy trucks, onlookers started whispering to each other in awe. Is this the life and death battle the instructor was talking about? It's absolutely terrifying. Victory and defeat really do happen in a split second. Brother Zhang only took 1 step back, but hesitating for just a few seconds cost him the match. Well, that was expected. Huang Kuan's massive size gives him a huge advantage. Honestly, among adult motor vehicle formers, probably very few can tank those heavy punches of his. Pfft. Size advantage my foot. At the end of the day, it's about the fighter. Huang Kuan fought his way to where he is now, surviving countless life and death battles. A pampered, farm-raised guy like Zhang Qian is no match for him. Hey, watch your damn mouth. What do you mean by farm-raised? I feel personally attacked by that. Keep your voice down. Don't let those birdmen up there hear you, or they'll make your life a living hell later. Next. Hands behind his back, Huang Kuan called out indifferently. I'll take him on, a voice shouted back. From the sky, another helicopter mecha flew in, transforming midair, and unleashing a fierce whip kick. This guy was on a completely different level compared to the last one. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Huang Kuan's fully armed left arm. In an instant, Huang Kuan grabbed the incoming leg, lifted him up, and slammed him violently onto the ground. A thunderous crash erupted, echoing miles away. A massive, human-shaped crater formed in the dirt. The onlookers' scalps went numb with sheer terror. Who's next? Huang Kuan roared, his voice echoing through the air. Trapped right there in the streets, facing 30 adult level 7 mechas, he's acting unbelievably cocky. Even Zhejiang and Ye Dang are breaking a sweat for him. What an arrogant bastard. We can't beat him one-on-one. Let's gang up on him. Squad 1 on me. 10 heavy trucks rolled out, completely surrounding Huang Kuan, just waiting for the signal to strike. My dear benefactors, isn't it a bit unfair to outnumber him like this? How about letting this humble monk join in on the fun? With his hands pressed together, Zhejiang stepped forward. His eyes darted around, already plotting his escape route in his head. A monk driving a sports car? Seriously? Anyone rolling in a ride that expensive is definitely up to no good. All 5 choppers in the sky swoop down. Trying to play the hero? We'll gladly put you out of your misery. One of you takes on 10, and the other takes on 5. Well, looks like they don't even have to fight over who gets who. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Huang Kuan roared, charging headfirst at a heavy truck. He grabbed it by the neck and hurled it aside, plowing through the asphalt and clearing a path. Vroom! Ye Dang slammed the pedal to the metal, and in just 1.5 seconds, the speedometer needle hit 400. Within 3 seconds, he completely vanished from the plaza. Whoa. Did you catch that? It looked like a massive black blur just zipped past. Blur my ass. That was actually a racing bike going 400 kilometers per hour, and after 4 evolutions, it's even faster. Once that throttle revs, there is no way in hell anyone's catching up. Damn, talk about a hit and run. That's insane. Who could ever deal with that kind of speed? For such a tiny squad, they're seriously packed with beasts. I'm really curious to see what their leader, Lin Qing, is actually like. Heh. I bet you'll find out in just a second. The battle in the square is on the verge of exploding. 17 adult level 7 car transformers are about to clash. Every single punch and kick carries devastating destructive power. The thunderous roar of clashing fists hasn't stopped for a second. Some of the locals living in this city are watching this battle from a distance, their jaws completely dropping in shock. That yellow figure is putting up a hell of a fight. Knocking down a heavy-duty truck with just a single punch, he really looks like a one-man army charging through thousands of enemies. Back in ancient times, he'd easily be a legendary battlefield general. Damn, he couldn't even keep looking cool for 3 seconds. Now, Huang Kuan is flat on his back. And look at that, countless feet are stomping right down on him. You still want to act like a big shot? Damn it, weren't you having a grand old time just a second ago? That last cannon punch almost took me completely out. Oh, you like drilling, huh? Take this. How about a little critical hit to your soul? Let's see you try to handle this endless pounding. Completely unable to fight back, Huang Kuan can only cover his head and protect his crotch, crying out to them, "Hey, these cheap shots were all the monk's idea. He taught me, if you want to beat someone up, go beat him instead." Meanwhile, on the other side, the monk isn't doing much better than Huang Kuan. After knocking down 2 helicopters, he got pinned to the dirt and pummeled. He keeps yelling about how monks are all about mercy, how he barely even knows Huang Kuan, and how they are all brothers from the same homeland. 5 minutes later, Lin Qing finally arrives. This miserable pair of partners in crime is squatting in a corner, just staring blankly at each other. Seeing that they aren't dead yet, Ye Dang lets out a massive sigh of relief. He was seriously terrified he'd come back to find nothing but 2 cold corpses. Lin Qing took one quick look at them, and pretty much figured out what had happened. He opens his mouth and demands, "Let them go." Huh. Quite the big mouth you have. You must be Lin Qing, right? Want to throw down? Punk? Just watch. I'll wreck you and get this over with. Flashing forward, Lin Qing's elbow slammed like a spear into the face of the speaking, heavy truck, sending him flying dozens of meters. His fate unknown. Let's throw down then. What crazy speed. Everyone was shocked. They didn't see at all how Lin Qing had rushed forward. In a mere flash, he was already right in front of them, more agile than a monkey. It was hard to imagine that this was a 10-ton vehicle bot, actually pulling off such moves. As fellow heavy trucks, they knew their own strength and limitations better than anyone. Even though they were much stronger than family sedans, they were also relatively clunky. Most of the time, their eyes could keep up with their opponent's movements, but their bodies couldn't. Only after evolving time and time again did this sluggish feeling gradually disappear. After 5 evolutions, their bodies would move as naturally as their own limbs. But to achieve Lin Qing's level of speed that defied common sense was absolutely impossible for them. Glancing at these gossiping guys, Lin Qing's body began to change. His left arm turned pitch black as ink, stretching from his fist to his shoulder and ribs, then down to his chest, below his throat, and above his belly button. Nearly half of his body was now completely black. With a hard stomp, Lin Qing vanished from the spot, leaving a 10-centimeter footprint behind, showing the sheer power of that single stomp. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away, in the middle of the heavy truck crowd. Crash! Crash! Driving his knee up, thrusting his elbow and throwing punches, sweeping with his legs all in just 3 seconds. 5 or 6 mature phase heavy trucks were laid flat. The captain is so awesome. Cap is a beast. Huang Kuan screamed until his voice cracked. They were finally saved. Get him! Gang up on him! Someone in the crowd roared. Every heavy truck and helicopter rushed forward, their heavy stomps shaking the earth. The once orderly plaza instantly turned into an earthquake zone. Completely ignoring them, Lin Qing's eyes went cold. He dashed forward a few steps, brushing right past a helicopter mech. He slammed his left hand right onto its face and shoved it straight down. Boom! Before the helicopter mech could even react, its body was forced backward, its feet lifting off the ground. Its head went completely numb, and it blacked out instantly, knocked out cold. An 18-meter-tall mech slammed 2 meters deep into the ground with just one hand. The others who were about to charge slammed on their brakes. Lin Qing slowly drew Yanmo. It was a massive blade, over 2.5 meters long. The hilt was wrapped in sharp, black, overlapping scales, which, paired with the ferocious dragon guard, looked exactly like a dragon's body. Suddenly, the dragon guard's mouth flew open, spitting out an 8-meter-long crimson energy blade. The freezing air warmed up instantly, hissing and giving off clouds of white steam. For the first time since the apocalypse, the frozen ground, which hadn't seen sunlight in ages, began to melt into puddles. Staring at the massive blade, everyone's expression turned dead serious. It felt like a massive mountain was crushing their chests, making it incredibly hard to breathe. The mechas, who were laughing and joking just seconds ago, couldn't even squeeze out a smile now. The fiery red mech, holding that blazing red blade, just stood there motionless. Yet the sheer pressure was overwhelming. No one doubted that a single strike from that sword would end them. In this moment, Lin Qing stood there like an absolute executioner on a killing field, and they are like death row prisoners about to be beheaded. Screech! The tip of his blade drags along the ground, carving a deep, narrow groove all the way. Lin Qing says indifferently, "Yang Ao, if you don't show yourself right now, believe it or not, I will bury every last one of your men." What? Yang Ao? Huang Kuan is shocked. What does this have to do with Yang Ao? Who is Yang Ao? Zhizhang nearby turns his head to ask. A friend of a friend. We've met once before. Is he really that strong? Yang Ao is an armed helicopter. His fuselage structure, power, and overall body durability are way beyond what any ordinary mech could ever compare to. Recalling their first meeting, Huang Kuan nods solemnly. Incredibly strong. 3. On the battlefield, Lin Qing is already counting down, not taking these 20-plus mature mechs seriously at all. The moment he hits one, if nobody shows up, he won't hesitate. Today, he absolutely must collect 30 mature crystals. Out of sheer nervousness, their throats grow dry for some reason. Whispers spread through the heavy truck group. Why hasn't the instructor come out yet? Is this psycho really going to kill us? Damn it, where did this freak come from? His aura is freaking insane. It's my first time facing someone like this, and it's giving me the major creeps. Creeps? That's putting it lightly. I'm about to tuck tail and run. He's definitely not human. There's no way anyone is this strong. Don't panic, everyone. There are over 20 of us against just one of him. I refuse to believe we can't beat him. Ptwai, if you're so tough, you go first. Didn't you see that sword? It's high-tech. Slicing us up would probably be like cutting through tofu. 2. Lin Qing was getting a bit impatient. He swept his gaze across the area. Raising his Yanmo blade, he pointed the tip right at the helicopter under his feet. He was ready to start a bloodbath in the very next second. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Their hearts were practically jumping out of their chests. 1. Lin Qing thrust his long blade straight down. The group of heavy truck mechas were just about to turn and run, when suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew in, accompanied by a deafening, high-pitched buzz. Sizzling sounds of metal clashing on fire echoed, filling the air with a burning smell, sending a shower of sparks flying. Standing right in front of Lin Qing was Yang Ao, his dark green armor gleaming. His armored left hand was gripping the blade of the Yanmo. What's all this about, Brother Lin? I only dozed off for a bit and got here a few seconds late. Why the massive temper? I sent them to welcome you, but I didn't expect them to be so utterly clueless. My deepest apologies for offending you guys. He let go of the Yanmo blade and tucked his hands behind his back, looking completely calm and collected, elegant and refined. Behind him, the heavy truck mechas gasped, their eyes widening in shock. From their angle, they could clearly see a long, red slash across Yang Ao's left palm. It was obvious his armor had been breached. Yang Ao came from the Chinja military. His father was the governor, and since he transformed from an attack helicopter, he received the absolute best resources. Most of the crystals they collected were used to upgrade him. Out of the millions of vehicle transformers in Chinja, Yang Ao ranked number 1 in combat power, and he was among the very best nationwide. Who would have thought that in just their very first encounter, he would suffer a setback at Lin Qing's hands. Sheathing his blade, Lin Qing said coldly, "You should be saying that to my two brothers, not me. Didn't you hear me? Anyone who joined in on the beating, get over there and apologize. Now." Hey there, old Huang. Sorry about that, man. I gotta admit, I'm the one who kicked your ass. Don't blame me for going so hard on you. That's what you get for stealing my antiques the last time you came over. And you used to beat the crap out of me every single day when we were kids. Now you finally got a taste of your own medicine. I'm not apologizing for shit. These bastards are straight up animals. Whoa, Brother Huang, my bad. I apologize. I'm calling them out. They're the ones who made me do it. Hell, I'd even throw hands with your dad, let alone a punk like you. Apologize? My ass. Huang Kuan stood there, completely dumbfounded. Wait, Zhang Yang? Xia Luo. He. And me, Bai Ji? And Gao Yi? Are you freaking kidding me? Huang Kuan looked around frantically, trying to find something he could use as a weapon. Hey, little Huang. What are you looking for? Need your uncle to help you find something to teach these punks a lesson? Huang Kuan was absolutely furious, but then he suddenly burst out laughing. He walked over, slapped the side of a helicopter, and said, "You guys just wait. I am going to absolutely wreck you guys later. Hey, old Huang, I'm not the same guy I used to be. Taking me down won't be so easy anymore. Honestly. We'll see who beats up who." Oh yeah? Then who was the one running away crying just now? I just let my guard down, all right? I didn't bother dodging. Obviously, anyone who owned a private helicopter had to be filthy rich or incredibly powerful. And in a place like Chinja, the elite social circle was pretty small. Huang Kuan knew almost everyone in it. Just moments ago, he was still wondering who the hell these crazy bastards were. The thought had crossed his mind that he might actually know them, but those jerks had beaten him so mercilessly that he completely forgot about trying to identify them while defending himself. Who would have thought he really did know them? Some were old family friends, others he'd met a few times at events. A few were business partners, and some were literally his relatives. Now that they had arrived in Chinja, and with Huang Kuan knowing so many people there, it only took a few quick words to put the whole beatdown behind them. Anyway, he and Zhejiang got hurt out of pure bad luck. But if you want to talk about real bad luck, look at this crowd. Several of them have already passed out cold. Let's get acquainted. This is our team's deputy leader, the great mage Zhejiang. Just call him Monk. Huang Kuan brings them over to introduce them to Zhejiang. A pleasure to meet you. The monk didn't hurt you, did he? Amitabha. We holy men are tough-skinned and used to getting banged up. No worries. After all, we had to fight to become friends. Look at this, old Huang. We're on the same team. So, how is there such a massive difference in class? That's because you don't fucking know him. Instead of explaining further, Huang Kuan just laughs it off to brush past the topic. If we're talking about the most devious snakes on this team, besides Ling Qing, there's the monk and drunken eagle who look all smiley on the outside, while plotting when to stab you in the back. These are the scariest kind of people. You can never let your guard down around them. You never know when they'll pull a fast one on you. Hey there, I'm Young Ao. We're all on the same side here. I won't brag about other things. But once we're in Chinjo territory, there's barely anything I can't handle. Yedang mutters, "We won't get a bounty placed on us the moment we enter Chinjo, right? No way. I promise you." Yang Ao nods with a smile, saying, "Isn't he just Jiang Tianyun from Yangcheng? Who gives a crap about him? It's a good thing he isn't here. Otherwise, I'd teach him a lesson in a heartbeat." The governor is indeed powerful, but that only works in certain places. In Chinjo, even dragons have to lie low, and tigers have to crouch. Others might fear him, but we definitely don't. No matter how many of them come, we'll slaughter them all. Most of the people here with helicopters and motorcycles are rich, second-generation heirs. Those third-generation rich kids are all so incredibly arrogant, and once they got unmatched power, they became even more out of control. Ordinary people couldn't handle them at all. To tame these entitled jerks, Yang Ao personally paid each of them a visit to beat some sense into them. He literally beat them into submission. Now, they won't listen to a single word from anyone but him. Man, you haven't changed a bit. If you go a single day without bragging, it probably drives you crazy. Huang Kuan threw his arm around one of the helicopter guy's shoulders. So, how are my parents doing? Don't even get me started. After the cataclysm, the ones living their absolute best lives are those seniors. Even the ones who turned into the crappiest, most beat-up old clunkers have completely said goodbye to. Backaches and sore muscles, rheumatism, high blood pressure, cholesterol, and even heart disease or liver cancer. It's all gone. Now, those old folks are just playing basketball in the neighborhood all day or doing square dancing. They're having the time of their lives. If we're talking about who benefited the most from the cataclysm, it's definitely the sick elderly folks in their 70s or 80s who barely had any time left. Especially the ones who were riddled with illnesses and on their deathbeds. Now that their entire bodies are made of steel, What health issues could they possibly have left? All they have to do is consume a crystal every now and then to recharge their energy. Knowing his family was safe, Huang Kuan's anxious heart finally settled. He started chatting with everyone with even more excitement. Walking over to the side to sit down with Lin Qing, Yang Ao asked, "Where did you kidnap this monk from? I've never seen him before." "I'm almost embarrassed to say," Lin Qing sighed and said, "but my personal charm is just too great. He joined me voluntarily, and I can't even chase him away. The steel beasts in the square are all his trophies." Right now, the monk was busy extracting crystals one by one. Suddenly, his hand paused, and with a face full of irritation, he glared at Lin Qing. "Come on. I was literally forced to come here. Okay? This monk is actually pretty good. Not bad. Setting that aside, what are you guys doing here?" Lin Qing squinted, staring straight at Yang Ao. "You don't seriously think I came all this way just to corner you guys, do you? Haha. I'm just out here training my troops. Right now, Chinja's mechs, with 5 or more evolutions, are mostly right here. Just training in the barracks all day doesn't really cut it. So every now and then, I bring everyone out to look around. And today, our target just happened to be here. By the way, how did you know they were my men? If I said I just guessed, would you believe me?" With a chuckle, Yang Ao nodded. "I believe you. Yeah, right." Of all the people he'd met since the cataclysm, Lin Qing was the very first person he couldn't read. But now, there was another one who looked honest and simple. The monk. After watching the entire battle play out, the monk seemed normal, yet totally off. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. "Are you guys planning to leave Chinjo next? Or stay here for a while?" Yang Ao asked, bringing up the question he cared about most. "We'll probably stay for a bit. We'll see how things go." "Oh, really? Then as your host, I've got to treat you guys right. Come on, let me take you to the base. I promise you'll absolutely love Chinjo." "I wouldn't be so sure about that." Lin Qing gave a playful smile. "Haha, you'll see when we get there." Half an hour later, after helping the monk dig out all the crystals, the main group headed toward Chinjo. The closer they got to Chinjo, the more mechs they saw along the way. Every now and then, they even saw groups of ordinary people, armed with guns, hunting down steel beasts. Chinjo had a unique terrain, combining basins, highlands, and mountains into one. Surrounded by natural mountain barriers to keep out enemies, it had fertile farmlands inside to feed the entire region. Since ancient times, this place has been a crucial stronghold, a prize fought over by every military commander. By afternoon, Lin Qin and his group finally arrived at Tianan Pass. Looking out as far as the eye can see, this mountain range stretches out, with 100-meter-tall peaks crisscrossing the landscape. Densely forested ridges tower into the sky, with layers upon layers of rugged peaks. Originally, this pass was only dozens of meters high, with a great wall stretching along the ridges. But over the last 10 years, it had been developed into a scenic tourist spot. But after the cataclysm, the governor of Chinjo ordered it to be completely rebuilt. Using the formidable natural terrain as a base, they poured modern concrete and reinforced iron rebars to raise a massive wall 100 meters high and 20 meters wide, stretching for several kilometers like a giant dragon. Even now, construction on this great wall is still underway. Looking at the sheer scale of it, it seems they plan to loop around for hundreds of miles, completely turning Chinjo into an iron fortress. Wow, things have changed so much. Looking up at the massive wall, Huang Kuan was flooded with mixed emotions, feeling like it was a lifetime ago. Zhejiang and Yediang were also completely blown away by this massive project. Along their journey, every city they passed was in complete ruins. Who would still have the will to rebuild a homeland they were destined never to return to? Let's head inside and check it out. You'll find the changes in there are even more mind-blowing. Slapping Huang Kuan on the shoulder, Yang Ao grinned and said, the city gate was actually quite low, only about 10 meters high. At the entrance, there were several motorcycles and motor humans registering the vehicles and people lining up to enter. Hello, my name is got any special talents, like mechanical engineering, machining, masonry, or something? We give special treatment to professionals in those fields. I can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Get the hell out of here. Grab your number and report to District D. Yang Ao rubbed his nose in embarrassment and explained, at the end of the day, humans and vehicles are treated differently. We all live in separate quarters. Got it, got it. Come on. Let me show you guys inside. The group transformed into vehicle mode to enter the city. Meanwhile, Yang Ao and the others flew overhead. Once they passed through the city gates, Yi Dang finally got a real taste of what true, awe-inspiring scale really looked like. The city gates sat halfway up the mountain, looking down onto a winding mountain road. Stretching out as far as the eye could see was a massive basin nestled between 3 mountain ranges, spacious enough to hold millions of people. The endless defense wall was lined with tens of thousands of cannons, tanks, and heavy machine guns. Dozens of military helicopters patrolled the skies above. Down below, the streets were perfectly organized, with towering high-rises reaching for the sky. People were bustling about, busy at work, but strangely enough, there wasn't a single giant mech in the entire city, and no heavy anti-materiel weapons to be seen. As they headed down the highway into the city, Yang Ao led Lin Qin and the others up onto the defense wall. Giant mechs would easily tear up the city roads, and if a fight broke out over some petty argument, the collateral damage would be devastating. That's why only ordinary humans live inside the city, with the military handling security and order. Seeing how Chinja was built and run, Yi Daing finally understood why Lin Qin used to say their old battlefield base was a total joke. With millions of citizens living down below, all the strong, able-bodied youth are working hard, doing their part to restore the city to its former glory. The workers, the elderly, the children, the teachers, and the officials, everyone has a role and knows exactly what to do, without a single hitch in how society runs. As for smaller mechs like him, they are stationed entirely along the defense wall, manning heavy artillery to keep enemies at bay, each paired up with 2 to 3 soldiers for support. In a place like this, how could anyone not want to fight to the death to protect it? Is this really all the mechs you have? This doesn't make any sense. Walking along the city walls, Huang Kuan barely saw any large mech bots. He couldn't help but find it strange. Chinja is a massive city. There should be at least a few million car owners here. But most of what he saw on the walls were just electric scooters, motorcycles, and small family cars. This basin was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Right now, they were in the southern part of the city, which served as the safe zone in the deep rear. Yang Ao pointed toward the open horizon, where there were no mountains, and said, "Their main territory is right over there. We call it the combat zone." The area Yang Ao was talking about was incredibly far away. With the naked eye, you could only make out a faint silhouette of it. It was the gateway connecting to the next city, linking several urban districts from north to south. Because of that, there are way more steel beasts over there. We're currently clearing them out, bit by bit, trying to reclaim the land step by step. Tons of refugees are pouring in every single day. If we don't hurry up and clear out some living space, it won't be long before this small town completely overflows. Chinja was massive, with a huge population, but this spot they were in used to be just a small county town. Because it was naturally fortified by mountains on 3 sides, the military decided to relocate here. Just 1 month after the apocalypse, this tiny county town had been packed with millions of people. It had already pushed past its absolute limit. With the population constantly growing, the higher-ups had no choice but to speed up their offensive, clearing out more areas to make room for the refugees to live. And because of this non-stop daily warfare, they've managed to harvest tons of steel beast crystals. That's exactly how they were able to nurture dozens of fully evolved mech bots. Led by Yang Ao, the group picked up their pace. It took them over an hour of walking to finally reach the so-called combat zone. Before they even got close, they could hear the constant roar of artillery from a distance, along with the deafening chatter of machine guns, and the sound of buildings collapsing. The streets lie in complete ruins. Thick black smoke blankets the sky over the city. Mecha warriors are constantly hauling massive crates and smaller ammo boxes, rushing straight to the front line. They brush past those who have finished gathering the crystals. A commander screams into a megaphone, his voice already hoarse. "Salute, Captain Yang." Seeing Yang Ao approach, the commander, clad in a sharp black military uniform, 2 wide felt hat, and tall leather boots, snaps to attention and salutes with deep respect. Yang Ao has no real talent for command. He knows nothing about military formations or strategy, but in this war, his impact is just as massive as anyone else's. "Whoa, look at you, Captain. Seems like you're kind of a big deal around here." Huang Kuan chuckles, teasingly adding, "I don't have any fancy title. I'm just a glorified pack mule. When a mission drops, I lead my squad to charge the front lines. And when we're off duty, I just train the rookies and whatever." With that, Yang Ao turns to the commander. "How is the battle going today? We only secured 2 districts, Hefeng and Kaiyang. But in Jinshu, we spotted a heavy concentration of adult iron beasts. We can't break through their lines for now. Zhang Yang, Charlotte, and Bai Jie, you guys head over first. I'll catch up shortly." "Yes, sir," they reply in unison. The helicopters and heavy trucks quickly roar to life and depart. Shifting his gaze with a sly grin, Zhejiang chants, "Amitabha." This humble monk truly cannot bear to watch the innocent people suffer, homeless and displaced with nowhere to go. Since ancient times, sages have sacrificed themselves for the greater good. And today, if I do not enter purgatory, who will? I am willing to join you benefactors and slay the evil forces, bringing peace back to this world once more. Great. That's exactly what we need. Yang Ao couldn't help but look at the monk with newfound respect. He never expected him to be such a compassionate holy man. In fact, Young Ao had been struggling to find a way to ask Lin Qing and his crew to get to work. This humble monk has one more presumptuous request. I wonder if Patron Yang would agree to our terms. Please, master, feel free to speak your mind. Without even realizing it, Yang Ao had started using respectful terms. Well, you see, just as a nation has its laws, a family has its rules. So when it comes to how our team operates, we must play by our own rules. Brother Lin, Brother Huang, and Brother Ye want to tag along too. Sure, absolutely no problem. Once you're up there, you guys can act completely on your own. No need to take orders from anyone else. If you ever need help, I can even send some of my men to back up. Thinking they just didn't want to be under anyone's control, Yang Ao went out of his way to guarantee this. It's normal for powerful people to have a bit of an attitude, after all. Especially a powerhouse motomech like Lin Qing, there is no way he would submit to someone else so easily. But hey, there's plenty of time. He was confident that Lin Qing and the others would eventually join him as allies. Many thanks, Patron Yang. But that's not actually what this humble monk meant. Actually, it's he-ha. Huang Kuan lowered his head and cleared his throat. Ye Daeng stared straight up at the sky. Lin Qing looked away, acting completely detached. Seeing that the three of them remained dead silent, Zhejiang didn't even blush or skip a beat. He calmly announced, "Our captain has a strict rule. For solo hunts, any crystal turtles we kill are ours. But for joint operations, we split the loot based on who did the most work." Well, damn! Talk about shameless. Young Ao was left completely dumbfounded. So after all that talking, they just refused to work for free. And here he was, thinking this monk was some kind of holy master. He really misjudged him. In the military, everyone is supposed to follow orders. There is absolutely no rule about crystals going to individuals. Benefits are always handed out behind the scenes. The motomechs get crystals, while regular soldiers get the newly developed currency, with all their food and drinks fully covered. But now, Lin Qing and his squad are demanding crystals directly. This put him in a bit of a tight spot. But then again, considering how insanely strong they were, he quickly let it slide. Sure, we can do it according to the young master's rules. Thanks for the help. The Buddhist prayer beads around his neck were now wrapped around his arm. The idiot put on a completely different face. Ye Daeng remained calm and collected. He nudged Huang Kuan's butt with his sniper rifle. Huang Kuan looked back to see him constantly fiddling with his gun. In a moment, when we meet that silly Captain Yang, can you hook my buddy here up with a Barrett? The gun he's got right now just isn't cutting it. Don't worry. We'll definitely treat you right once this is over. No need for the formal captain stuff. My brother's friends are my friends. Just call me Yang Zi. I won't stand on ceremony either. And just call you Old Huang. If you were asking me for anything else, I might not have it. But when it comes to guns, I've got plenty of those. I'll have someone bring one over right away. Thanks, Yang Zi. Thanks a lot, Brother Yang. Ye Daeng thanked him with a smile. Don't mention it. We're practically family. Besides, hunting down those iron beasts is helping me out too. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Yang Ao sent someone to get the gun. 10 or so minutes later, a long box was placed right in front of them. They opened it, and inside was an anti-material Barrett, and a heavy-duty one at that. This thing is meant for taking out tanks, so the recoil is intense. It might have some accuracy issues. Are you sure you can handle using it? I can handle it. A fiery passion flared in Ye Daeng's eyes. He leaped forward and assembled the gun in a flash. Back at the base, Jiang Chang had a sniper teach him. Even though it was a different gun, the general structure was the same. It was just a matter of connecting a few key parts. The gun was 1.5 meters long and weighing over 60 pounds. This massive Barrett felt as light as a feather in Ye Daeng's hands. He chambered around and raised the rifle, peering through the 10 times scope, all in one smooth motion. To keep things simple, he didn't even bother with a mounting stand. Staring into that cold, pitch-black barrel, Huang Kuan's heart skipped a beat. This gun actually posed a real threat to him. Yang Ao chuckled. I totally forgot you're a 4-time evolved sport bike. You've completely shattered the limits of normal bikes. Everyone has their own role to play. After the cataclysm, those on 2 wheels are hands down the best with guns, bar none. A regular sedan stands 6 to 7 meters tall after transforming. Some are even 7 to 8 meters. Once they reach full maturity, they're over 10 meters tall and can't use guns at all. But scooters and electric bikes are roughly the same size as a human after transforming. But their raw physical strength is on a whole different level. In a movie, they'd basically be super soldiers. Take this heavy-duty Barrett right here, for example. Normally, it requires a heavy tripod, anchored to the ground just to be fired safely. Without that base, the recoil would instantly shatter your collarbone. But for a 4-time evolved guy like Ye Daeng, wielding it is a total walk in the park. Judging by his stance, you could hang dozens of heavy bricks from the barrel, and his hands wouldn't even budge, let alone getting hurt by the recoil. Lin Qing waved goodbye with a smile. All right, stay safe. I've got some things to handle here, so I won't tag along. I'll meet up with you guys later. Subehai. Yang Ao shouted toward a mature helicopter, and a mecha descended from the sky, landing right in front of them. From this moment on, Lin Qing's words are my words. You will act as their guide and lead the way. Consider it done, boss. Smiling, Yang Ao said to Lin Qing, this is my deputy captain. He knows this area like the back of his hand. If you need anything, just let him know. Thanks for helping us out. A helicopter flies dozens of meters high, leading the way. Lin Qing and his squad of 4 follow closely below. Within a few seconds, they vanish down the street. Wiping the smile from his face, Yang Ao's eyes filled with a complex gaze. Looking at their departing figures, he lets out a deep sigh. Then he turns and heads down another street. Hey brothers, where are you guys heading? Asks Shubehai from the sky. Lin Qing asks calmly, where are the strongest steel beasts? Wherever there's the most of them, that's where we're going. That would be Kaiyang District. Currently, we've detected 12 adult stage beasts there. And where's the second most? Jinshu District, with 8. Looking up at the sky, Lin Qing says, we'll go to Kaiyang first, then Jinshu. If we move fast, we can finish before it gets dark. Holy crap, what? That's insanely arrogant. Up in the sky, Shubehai's helicopter almost tilts out of control. He knew the people Yang Ao invited wouldn't be weak. He knew they had 3 adult stage fighters, and 1 at the 4th evolution stage. This team was indeed pretty strong, but that was all. He didn't expect them to target 20 adult stage beasts right off the bat. Their arrogance was off the charts. Hey guys, how about we head to Hefeng instead? We can team up with the main force. Once we clear that area, we can hit the other 2 spots. No need. Just take us to Kaiyang. Lead the way. Shubehai mutters to himself, fine. You're the ones digging your own graves. Can't blame me for what happens next. Half an hour later, they arrive at the battlefield. Stretching out before them, over 100 tanks are relentlessly firing shells. The ground shakes violently, and the dust and debris tremble. It's an absolutely breathtaking battlefield. Right ahead in the city center, countless steel beasts are scurrying in panic under the tank bombardment, while in the sky, dozens of fighter jets soar. Gunships rain down non-stop gunfire, tearing down skyscraper after skyscraper. This once thriving city is almost leveled to the ground. Shubehai says there are way too many steel beasts, and there's no way to take them out one by one. To minimize casualties, they have to resort to carpet bombing. Kaiyang is still a few districts away, and to get there, we have to cross right through the war zone. We need to wait a few minutes. Once this round of shelling stops, we'll make our move. With the deafening roar of endless explosions and countless bullets whizzing overhead, this familiar chaos makes Lin Qing's blood boil with excitement once again. This is the raw power of conventional weapons in the early days of the Cataclysm. Even fully grown steel beasts have no choice but to stay clear of this firepower. But, in a few months, once the Lord-class beasts appear, the tables will turn, and artillery shells won't do a thing. Wait for what? Let's just push through. Lin Qing says, always the one to drop a bombshell. Just tell the guys up in the sky to keep an eye out, and make sure they don't accidentally blow us away. Shubehai's heart skips a beat. No way. That's too dangerous. You'll get caught in the crossfire. The fighter jets and choppers overhead are one thing. As long as the pilots pay attention, they probably won't hit us. But the tanks on the ground are different. They're firing blind. Who knows where those shells will land? If even one hits you, you're dead. But Lin Qing doesn't listen to him at all. The moment the words leave his mouth, he already dashes in. Huang Kuan and Ye Dang can only follow behind, gritting their teeth in frustration. Shubehai takes to the sky to guide them from above. A few minutes later, they step right into the center of the battlefield. Ye Dang feels bullets whizzing past his ears. Shells rain down just a few meters away, one after another. Sharp shrapnel flies right toward them. His head is buzzing, and his mind goes completely blank. He can't even think straight. After only a few steps, he trips over a stone pillar on the ground. Finally snapping out of it, he scooped him right up. Lin Qing ran forward without even looking back, yelling as he ran, "Don't panic. The bullets aren't going to hit us. Just watch out for the incoming shells. They're firing at the flanks, so just run straight." He had seen plenty of wild situations like this. The ones who panic are always the first to die. The more terrified you are, the faster you get killed. It's not like the tank shells are firing blindly. Besides, with him and Huang Kuan being so massive, they were basically giant moving targets. The enemy wouldn't waste shots aiming directly at them. Sometimes, the shells landing nearby are actually aiming for the steel beasts rushing at them, telling him to take a deep breath and calm down. Lin Qing set Ye Dang down, telling him to take notes from old Huang and the monk. He pulled out a smoke and lit it up. Ye Dang took a deep drag, and his tensed-up body finally relaxed quite a bit. But when he looked back, he saw Huang Kuan's legs shaking like crazy. The guy wasn't doing any better than he was. Although Zhejiang's legs weren't shaking, He was frantically looking all over the place. His white-knuckled grip on his prayer beads totally gave away how terrified he actually was. The demon monk Zhizhang and the god of war. Huang Kuan, seeing how they looked, Lin Qin couldn't help but chuckle. He had chosen this exact moment to bring them here, specifically to get them baptized in the fires of war. True wisdom is found on the edge of life and death, and nothing builds character like a chaotic battlefield. Down the road, mecha warriors who have survived actual combat, and those who have never seen a battlefield, end up with completely different fighting styles. None of the veterans who make it off the battlefield are pushovers. Every single one of them is fierce and ready to risk it all. When matching up combat power at the same level, they're easily a cut above those coddled greenhouse flowers. But there was an even more important reason he brought them here, and that was to prepare them for breaking through to the Lord level in the future. Sure, you can force your way into adulthood by stacking up power crystals, but reaching the Lord level is a whole different story. Feeding crystals can only purify a mecha 9 times at most, which is the absolute peak of the adult stage. That is the limit. Nobody knows the actual reason why. Otherwise, with the strength of an entire nation hunting down steel beasts, even if they couldn't beat them all, they could still easily get millions or tens of millions of crystals. They would have pumped out countless top-tier powerhouses by now, and we wouldn't have had to fight so miserably in the later stages. But in my past life, those who managed to break through to the Lord class undoubtedly survived countless life and death battles. That's why there's always been a legend among the people. Without going through life and death trials, you can never break through to the Lord class. Brother Qing, Brother Huang, have a premium smoke. Ye Daing smiled, handing over the cigarettes. Heh, you think I'm like you? Huang Kuan took the cigarettes, lit 5 of them on a roadside fire, and stuffed them into his mouth, inhaling them all in one single puff. To him, the length of a cigarette was smaller than a toothpick. He couldn't even get a few drags out of it. What a complete waste. So crude, Zhizhang muttered, lighting one and putting it in his mouth, but he didn't even inhale, just letting it burn down slowly on its own. Lin Qing said flatly, "You guys sure love showing off, don't you? How about we stay and slaughter another round before leaving?" Cough cough, wait, Zhizhang choked. "I think we should leave first. I don't really mind either way, but I'm mostly worried we'll mess up their military plans." Boom! An artillery shell landed right next to Huang Quan's foot and exploded. Just as he was about to show off, he jumped up in fright. Swearing loudly, he yelled, "Holy shit! Let's get the hell out of here!" That black-hearted monk. So, how did it go? Did you run into them? In the residential area, Yang Ao arrived in front of a Western-style villa. Yang Fan, wearing a white shirt and a suit, was talking to him from the 3rd-floor balcony. "Yeah, I ran into them. And? How was it? They didn't disappoint you, did they?" Disappoint? Far from it. Recalling Lin Qing's terrifying power, Yang Ao smiled bitterly. "If you were there at the time, you'd definitely have been scared out of your mind." His smile faded. Yang Fan asked, "Did something unexpected happen?" Unexpected? It was a massive shock. "Wait, didn't we estimate he'd only evolve 5 times at most?" "Yeah. Is there a problem with that?" "Don't tell me he hasn't even reached that yet. That shouldn't be possible." "It's not that he hasn't reached it. He actually went way past it. The absolute weakest member in their squad. Even that damn motorcycle has evolved 4 times. It's barely a step away from full maturity." "What the hell?" Yang Fan completely lost his cool. Since when is evolving so damn easy? Even a motorcycle can evolve 4 times? That's total bullshit. Every single time you evolve, the next stage requires several times more crystal energy than the last. It gets exponentially harder the further you go. How the hell could a motorcycle evolve 4 times? It makes absolutely no sense. Their team has 2 new rookies now. The motorcycle has evolved 4 times, and there's this monk who's already fully matured, which is just insane. I couldn't even see through Huang Kuan and Lin Qin's evolution levels. One of them is at 6, and the other is at 7-1. 6 and 7, okay, wait, what? You heard me right. It's literally 6 and 7 times. Huang Kuan is on the same level as me, but with even higher potential. My jaw practically hit the floor. Yang Fan's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? Are you just making stories up right now? 6 evolutions. And 7 evolutions? Do you have any idea what that even means? Out of the millions of mecha warriors in Chinja, the absolute strongest are only at 5 or 6 evolutions. Even Yang Ao only got this far because the governor backed him up, shoveling endless resources into his training. But Huang Kuan and Lin Qin are doing this completely solo, unless they're putting their lives on the line every single day, hunting down high-level steel beasts like maniacs. There's no way in hell they could have reached this level. But aren't they terrified of dying? One tiny slip-up and you're dead. Actually, if you think about it, it makes sense. Yang Ao chimed in. The fact that steel beast crystals can absorb essence, we only figured that out 2 weeks after the cataclysm. But going by what you said, Lin Qing used his physical advantage. to hunt on a massive scale starting from day one, targeting the steel beasts before they could even mature. This gave him a massive head start. For someone with that kind of guts and vision, it's no surprise his growth rate is so insane. Plus, he also has Yanmo in his hands, that devastating weapon that makes him even more unstoppable. With Lin Qing being so powerful, it was impossible for Yang Ao not to feel a little envious. But envy was just envy. He wasn't actually jealous, because this was the result of Lin Qing risking his life every single day for a whole month. While for him, going from 0 to 6 purifications only took half a month. Actually, to be precise, it didn't even take him half a month. He reached this level just by devouring massive amounts of energy crystals a few times. If you give him just a little more time, surpassing Lin Qing would only be a matter of time. No matter how strong you are as a single individual, your speed in hunting steel beasts could never compare to an army of hundreds of thousands and millions of mecha warriors. This was the absolute confidence that his family's influence gave him. After a long silence, Yang Fan exhaled deeply. Our plans have changed. We can't recruit them like we originally planned. I'll go check on them tonight. As for the rest, we'll talk about it in a few days. Yeah, that's the only way. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In Kaiyang district, from below Lin Qing's throat to above his navel, across his ribs and heart area, as well as his arm and half of his body, everything was pitch black. His upper body was half red and half black, looking incredibly eerie. The 7th evolution. He had only achieved this breakthrough right before running into Yang Ao and his group today. After accumulating power for so long, he had finally reached the next level. An adult-stage steel beast of the 5th evolution was absolute trash in front of him. He could punch right through it with a single blow. Violent currents of air swirled all around him, and the ferocious shockwaves of wind blew away some of the smaller steel beasts nearby. Facing a giant black bear as tall as himself, and a giant lizard capable of snapping skyscrapers with its tail, Lin Qing chose to clash head-on and smash through their armored defenses. With a sweep of his right hand, in just 3 minutes, 4 fully grown steel beasts collapsed at his feet, including one with a level 6 purification. Combat power of this caliber could easily wipe an entire city off the map anywhere else. But in Lin Qing's hands, they were completely helpless and utterly destroyed. Amitabha, Captain, you are awesome. The brainless monk rushed over and took over Ye Dang's job. You've worked hard, Captain. Let me harvest the crystals for you. Come on, Brother Shang, you can't do this. Ye Dang was dumbfounded. If you do all the work, what am I supposed to do? Am I the vice captain? Or are you? From now on, I'll harvest the high-grade crystals. You handle the trash mobs. High-end stuff like this is way too precious. With your clumsy skills, what if you damage it? The brainless monk slowly pried open the chest of the steel beast, careful not to damage the bones. Yi Dang was speechless. Seriously? Is that really necessary? When he used to harvest crystals, he would just stomp on them, shattering the body completely before digging them out. Amitabha, you don't know Jack. Taking out the crystal, he handed it to Lin Qing. Smiling from ear to ear, the brainless monk said, So, Captain, since this steel beast is just going to go to waste anyway, how about you let me handle the remains? You want to make a weapon out of it? Lin Qing gave him a sidelong glance, instantly reading his mind. Hey, a few of my Buddhist beads got damaged, and I want to replace them. You know, according to the team rules, whoever makes the kill owns the loot. I get it. Gritting his teeth, the brainless monk pulled out 10 level 4 purified crystals to trade with you. What he wanted was the level 6 purified tailbone of that giant lizard. He had witnessed just how insanely powerful that beast was, having watched it smash an entire skyscraper with a single swipe of its tail. That showed just how incredibly tough its tailbone had to be, making it the absolute best choice for upgrading his beads. Come on, we're all on the same team. No need for all that. I'll just let you have the steel beast. Don't forget to hand over those crystals later. Amitabha Buddha. Enough with the Amitabha stuff. Every time you say that, I feel like you're low-key insulting me. You've got me all wrong, Captain. I'm genuinely grateful here. I'm literally praying for you in my heart. Trading 10 tier 4 crystals for the carcass of a stage 6 purified steel beast? That's basically dirt cheap. Does Lin Qing even care about a few tier 4 crystals? Not at all. He probably just doesn't want them getting used to free handouts, so he's taking a token fee just for show. Didn't you see Shu Beihai over there? He's practically drooling. Well, you can stay here and polish your prayer beads all you want. I'm heading to the next spot. Popping 5 adult tier 7 crystals like they're candy, Lin Qing dashes off to the next steel beast nest. Ye Dang and Huang Kuan scramble to keep up. As long as Lin Qing gets the feast, they're perfectly happy with the leftovers. If they're too late, they won't even get the crumbs. Once they get there, Lin Qing will hold down the heavy hitters, leaving the smaller tier 4 and tier 5 evolved weaklings for them to absolutely tear through. Hey, wait up, Captain. Don't leave me behind. Zhejiang stands there, completely torn. He wants to leave, but he's too terrified to move. His eyes drift over to Xu Beihai, standing nearby, and a devious idea pops into his head. Amitabha, Benefactor Shu, these steel beast carcasses are far superior to even high-grade steel. If you take them back, whether it's for forging weapons or using them for industrial purposes, they are incredibly rare. Top-tier materials. Well, duh. Do you think I'm blind? Clasping his hands in prayer, Xu Beihai nods. You're absolutely right, Master. So do you want them? Of course. Why do you think I'm waiting here for you to leave? You do? Well, you see, these cost this poor monk a pretty penny. I bought it straight from the captain. Zhejiang rubbed his thumb and index finger together, doing the universal gesture for cash. Xu Beihai got the message instantly. On behalf of Chinja, I'll offer 20 level 4 purified crystals. And I want one, an adult stage crystal. Zhejiang was totally jacking up the price on the spot. Furthermore, you guys also have to use the bones to craft me a premium set of prayer beads. Damn, you greedy monk. You're not secretly cursing me in your head, are you? Zhejiang cleared his throat and smirked. Hey, don't go calling this monk greedy. Our captain only gave me a deal because we're on the same team. Just 10 level 4 crystals. Try anyone else and see if they'd agree to that. Fine, I accept. Xu Beihai grit his teeth and stomped his foot, pretending to reluctantly agree to Zhejiang's demand. But on the inside, he was absolutely thrilled. This idiot doesn't even know how many level 4 crystals it takes to equal a level 5 one. He has absolutely no clue. The base ran experiments on this. A level 2 purified crystal has about 10 times the energy of a level 1. A level 3 is 10 times a level 2, and a level 4 is 10 times a level 3. But an adult stage crystal is a whole different story. A level 5 purified crystal undergoes a qualitative shift, making it way rarer than 10 level 4 ones. Just looking at the energy density, it takes 20 level 4 ones to match just one level 5. So when he offered 20 earlier, it was actually the exact same value as the one adult stage crystal Zhejiang wanted. Plus, this was the carcass of a level 6 purified steel beast. Its rarity made it far more valuable than anything level 5. Amitabha, I love how cooperative you are. Zhejiang chuckled slyly. Now, let's tally up the rest of the adult stage carcasses. Lin Qing had killed a total of 4. Aside from the giant lizard, there were 3 other adult stage beasts. Most of these steel beasts weighed over 100 tons, so even if we just sold the 3 of them, weighing 300 tons, as scrap metal, selling them would still bring in hundreds of thousands. Not to mention these are iron beasts, which are even better than premium steel. And you're actually selling this? Xu Beihai was speechless. The monk replied, Of course. Where else are you going to find the carcasses of adult iron beasts? Flat price. 2 crystals. 3 carcasses for just 2 crystals? That price is too high. How could Xu Beihai possibly agree to that? If he went back like that, Yang Ao would skin him alive. The monk said, Fine. I'll take 1 adult crystal, plus 10 4 times purified crystals. Make it 5. Xu Beihai bargained. The monk quickly agreed. Deal. I'll head out first. Just send the stuff over once you've got it ready. Xu Beihai muttered. Did I bid too high? Just then, the monk called out, Bene, Factor, why don't we make another deal? The idiot monk who had just left turned right back. I'll sell you all the adult iron beast carcasses from the battlefields down below, all packaged up in a neat bundle. Selling something before it was even dead? This guy had some nerve. If it were anyone else, Xu Beihai would have slapped them across the face. But this idiot was an exception. He had witnessed Lin Qing's incredible strength firsthand. Taking down a few adult iron beasts would be a piece of cake for him. So Xu Beihai asked, Is the price still the same? The monk nodded. Yup. Xu Beihai grinned so wide his mouth almost warped. I'll take as many as you guys can get. After all, handing in 1 adult carcass earned him a first-class merit. That was the rule set by the higher-ups. Besides the merit, he would also get a reward of 10 4 times purified crystals. This idiot was selling 3 adult carcasses for just 1 5 times purified crystal, and 5 4 times purified crystals. Adding it all up, that was only equivalent to 25 4 times purified crystals. On average, each carcass cost him about 8 4 times purified crystals, but when he turned them in, he'd get 10 crystals each, making a sweet profit of 2 crystals per beast. Plus, he'd still get that first-class merit. It would be stupid not to make this trade. Amitabha, Benefactor, you are truly a good man. I will pray to the Buddha for your blessings. Fearing that Xu Beihai might back out, the monk spun around and slipped away. Instead of following him, Xu Beihai excitedly headed back to gather people to transport the carcasses, only to run straight into Yang Ao. He explained everything with a big smile on his face. Are you fucking kidding me? Looking at Xu Beihai, who was practically stretching his neck out for a compliment. Young Ao lost his temper. Do you have a pig brain? What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Oh, you did great. You did so fucking great. Yang Ao was speechless. Trying his best not to punch him, he said, let me ask you something. If you didn't buy those iron beasts from them, were they going to carry them around every single day? Chu Beihai froze for a moment. He hesitated and said, but those things belong to them. We couldn't just rob them, right? And besides that, Lin Qinggai is fierce as hell. Nobody stands a chance against him. Holy shit, me choosing you as vice captain was the biggest mistake of my entire life. What I'm trying to say is, those carcasses are nothing but garbage to them. They can't carry them away anyway, so they're completely useless to them. And you're fucking happy to play the generous saint. If they don't rip you off, who else are they gonna rip off? 4 carcasses weigh over 400 tons. Like Lin Qing's got nothing better to do than carry all that around every day. Once they harvest the crystals, they'd at most take a few parts, leaving over 90% of the carcasses behind anyway. We could have easily scavenged them for free. But now look at you. We actually have to spend crystals to buy them. I'm sorry, Captain. I messed up. Shu Beihai finally realized his mistake. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he muttered, it's all that monk's fault. He kept bargaining with me, and before I knew it, I fell right into his trap. You're just stupid. And now you're blaming others? You really are a piece of work. Once we get back, you are suspended from your position. Go fight on the front lines for half a month before you even think about coming back. Slumping his head in defeat, Shu Beihai still didn't want to give up. But what about my deal? Yang Ao felt completely exhausted. He prayed in his heart that Lin Qing and his crew wouldn't kill too many beasts. The word is already out. Just buy them, then. As dusk fell, Lin Qing and his crew sat resting in the ruins, sharing what they'd harvested today. I sniped 23 of them on my own, Ye Daing said, all 4th evolution iron beasts. I also gave the captain 6 support shots, 12 shots to assist Brother Shang, and 9 shots to assist Brother Huang. The Barrett sniper rifle only had 50 rounds of ammunition, and Ye Daing had used every single one of them. If he hadn't run out of ammo, he definitely could have taken down even more. Having a top-tier weapon really makes a world of difference. It makes hunting so much easier. Puffing on a post-battle cigarette, he talked tough. I killed 4 adult-stage iron beasts, and as for the 4th evolution ones, I didn't keep count, probably several dozen. I was just slaying blindly. So I lost track. Huang Kuan slumped his head, looking completely listless. 4 adult-stage beasts, with Ye Daing even assisting with 6 of his shots. For a heavy consumer like him, this harvest really wasn't much. I got 2 adult-stage ones, 28 4th evolution ones, and 106 3rd evolution ones. Zhejiang stood up and said with a grin. Huang Kuan sneered in disdain. You got so few, and you still have the nerve to smile? Ye Daing used 50 bullets, and over 10 of them were spent assisting you. But what's important isn't the process, but the result. A big harvest is all that matters. Zhejiang then explained how he recycled the iron beasts, then turned his gaze to Lin Qing. Lin Qing was the one who had killed the most, specifically targeting adult stage ones, slaughtering 12 of them today. You crazy monk, I can't believe you actually did that, Lin Qing muttered, shaking his head with a wry smile. They're making things easy for us, so let's not cause any trouble for them. Even without them, Yang Ao's team would have cleared out these iron beasts sooner or later. What trouble would we be causing? Up in the sky, 5 of them flew in, transformed into mechs, and landed on the ground. Captain Yang, please don't mind this monk. He doesn't know the rules. Don't mind him trying to trade the steel beast carcasses for crystals. We don't have any use for them anyway. If you guys can use them, just take them. I was just about to talk about that, Yang Ao said with a light chuckle. We have base rules here, so we should do things by the book. We do have a policy for recycling steel beast carcasses. I'll have my people tally them up in a bit. Whatever the count is, we'll pay exactly that amount. Please, don't say no. If you don't accept it, others might think I'm someone who goes back on his word. He was already prepared to pay a hefty price. He'd rather take a loss than make Lin Qing unhappy. There's really no need. Just think of it as us brothers, doing our part and contributing to the base. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of opportunities to contribute down the road. Haha, what I mean is, we've got plenty of time. No need to sweat the small stuff. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Let me show you the way back. My brother really missed you guys. He insisted on coming over himself, and I almost couldn't hold him back. With heavy gunfire echoing across the combat zone, bullets flying everywhere, and steel beasts roaming all over, Yang Fan couldn't possibly come here as a normal human, nor did he need to. In Shifang Yanluo County, the base is populated entirely by ordinary civilians, so motorbots aren't allowed to enter as they please. Yang Ao led them to rest on the wide Great Wall. As night fell, Ye Daing noticed that a new shift of guards had taken over the Great Wall. Previously, among the smaller motorbots, there were some ordinary soldiers mixed in, but now, they were entirely made up of motorcycle motorbots. These motorbots wore large felt hats, black military uniforms, and tall boots, with long overcoats worn on the outside, holding heavy sniper rifles in their hands, and carrying horizontal sabers on their backs. Awesome, Yi Dang exclaimed, but then, he realized something was off. Brother Yang. If it's to tell different military branches apart, I get why they'd wear different uniforms. But what's the deal with these heavy coats? Are they actually afraid of the cold? Freezing weather is only a problem for ordinary humans. With their bodies of steel, mechas have long been immune to sickness, heat, and cold. Why on earth would they be afraid of any of that? These aren't just ordinary coats. Yang Ao ordered one of the mechas to take off his coat and shone a light on it. Instantly, the fabric turned snow white, blending perfectly with the light. These are chameleon coats. They change color to match different environments. The principle behind it is simple. I'm sure you can guess how it works, just like chameleons. Since most industries shut down after the cataclysm, mass production is no longer realistic. So, my team is the only one equipped with stuff like this. Mechas don't breathe and have no body heat. Once they put on these chameleon coats and lie flat on the ground, as long as they don't move, even if a steel beast walks right up to them, it won't notice a thing. Thanks to these coats, they've successfully ambushed many packs of steel beasts at night. It's worked like a charm every single time. If you guys need some, I'll have my men send a few over later. Hell yeah. We want them. These are incredibly useful. Not only can they save your life in a pinch, but they also offer the perfect cover. Zhejiang nodded immediately and said, Amitabha, in that case, my deepest thanks to benefactor Yang. After spending the day together, Yang Ao already knew this monk was up to no good, so acting like a greedy bandit was only natural for him. Looking over at the motorcycle mechas, Yi Dang asked, Brother Yang, I've heard you mention the words, your team, so many times today. What kind of team are you guys, exactly? Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Lin Qin glared at him. What Yang Ao was actually afraid of was them, times not times asking. Smiling, he waved his hand. It's fine. It's not like it's some top-secret info. Chinja has 1,000,000 mechs, but because of their different vehicle forms, most of them aren't very strong in battle. More than half have been sent to rebuild the Great Wall, do urban construction, and restore industry. The rest who can actually fight are split into 3 legions. The 7 Slayers, the Army Breakers, and the Greedy Wolves. Each legion has around 100,000 troops. They fight on the front lines, and serve as Chinjo's main strike force. In Chinjo, the number of people who can mobilize these 300,000 troops doesn't exceed, and our Captain Yang is one of them. Not sure who interrupted, but Yang Ao snapped coldly. Keep your mouth shut. You're probably grinning on the inside anyway, aren't you? Dressed in a suit with a black overcoat draped over his shoulders, Yang Fan, escorted by several mechs, shone a flashlight as he walked over, making Yang Ao's face darken instantly. Bro, could you not ruin my moment? What's there to hide anyway? They'd find out the moment they asked. Yang Fan smiled and walked up to Lin Qin and Huang Kuan. Old Huang, old Lin, long time no see. Huang Kuan smacked his lips. Well, look at you, doing pretty well for yourself, huh? Flanked by guards, and you're even wearing a suit. Keep it down. Keep it down. Right now, I'm just the director of the Economic Development Zone, as well as a Kinjo senator and the director of the Senate Research Bureau. Not bad, Fan. Don't forget your old pals now that you're rich and powerful, to hold 3 major positions at once in times like this. Young Fan was doing much better than he had imagined. Just a moment ago, he had mentioned that Yang Ao could mobilize an army of 300,000 mechs. It seemed Chinjo was practically run by the Yang family now. Hey, of course. Yang Fan turned to Yang Ao and said, Go on, keep talking. After a brief pause, Yang Ao said, It's true that I can mobilize 300,000 mechs, but the process is a huge pain. They aren't as amazing as my brother made them out to be. The force that's actually under my command is just that squad you saw earlier today, along with these motorcycle bots on the wall. I call them the 10 Yamas. Pointing his chin toward the uniformed motorcycle bots, Yang Ao, with his hands behind his back, says, The ones from today were just the day patrol. And these guys are the night wraiths. 1 god, 1 ghost. The 10 Yamas were formed less than 2 weeks ago, but they're already famous throughout Chinjo. The day patrol are all mature stage bots, 30 in total, and their destructive power is off the charts. When they fight, they'll tear through anything in their way, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. As for the night wraiths, they're entirely made up of motorcycle bots, with sizes no different from normal humans. Their naturally small build makes them perfect for stealth and surprise attacks. All 3,000 of these little ghosts are equipped with a heavy sniper and a straight saber forged from the remains of steel beasts. In the dark, they become grim reapers, harvesting steel beasts one by one. Zhejiang noticed that even the lowest ranking of these motorcycle bots had undergone a Stage 2 evolution. 3,000 little ghosts, 3,000 snipers. Just imagine being targeted by 3,000 heavy sniper rifles at once. Even Lin Qing probably couldn't handle that. Amitabha. Impressive. Truly impressive. With such a powerful army protecting us, this humble monk has regained a bit of hope for this apocalypse. Yang Ao smiled slightly. You flatter me, master. It's nothing, master. You overpraise us. But Yang Fan stepped in to rain on his parade again. Don't listen to his bragging. How strong could a squad formed less than 2 weeks ago actually be? You guys saw those so-called day patrol bots. They're just a bunch of spoiled rich kids who do nothing but gobble down crystals all day. They've barely even been in a real fight. And don't even get me started on these little ghosts. They're like a bunch of little black rats who only know how to fire guns from afar. They're nowhere near as good as Ye Dang from your team. Oh, by the way, what was the name of your squad again? Heh. It's Zontian. Yi Dang said modestly. Come on. Even the name is on a whole different level. Zhantian sounds so badass. They're aiming for the sky, while you guys are just digging in the dirt. Hey, hey, hey. That's enough out of you. Yang Ao couldn't stand listening to this anymore. Can't you see the kids next to you are literally shaking with rage? He's worried that one day, when Yang Fan is walking down the street, someone's gonna throw a sack over his head and bury him alive. Hey, I'm just telling the truth. If you don't believe me, tell them to step up and test me. We're both bikes. But Yi Daing can easily wreck them with one hand. Let's go. A gruff voice boomed out, and a motorcycle mecha stepped forward. Glaring angrily at Ye Daing, he spat. Wanna test that theory, bro? Why even bother? Yi Daing didn't even lift a finger. He just pointed at the emblem on his chest. 4 purifications versus only 3 on the other side. Just that one difference makes their power levels worlds apart. There's honestly no point in even fighting. More purifications doesn't automatically make you stronger. A real fight is all about mental toughness and combat skills. Ye Yugui argued back, refusing to back down. Bai Pu, do you really want to do this? Looking at his top warrior, Yang Ao asked, if you lose, I'm docking this week's pay. I've thought it through. It's just 1 week's pay. It's just a few dozen crystals. I can afford to lose that. With a loud roar, Bai Pu threw himself into a fighting stance and charged right at Ye Daing. You could tell right away this guy was a trained fighter. His sweeps and kicks and heavy hooks were incredibly smooth and fluid. But he was up against Ye Daing, a 4 times evolved racing model. Bam. Dodging the opening flurry of blows, Yi Daing drove his iron knee straight into the guy's chest, sending Bai Pu flying back 7 or 8 meters. And he did the whole thing without even using his hands. There's a massive gap between the two. On the surface, he's only at his 4th stage of evolution, but in reality, he's actually pretty close to stage 5. Ever since he joined Lin Qin's squad, to make sure he wouldn't drag them down, he spent every day either practicing his spear or his martial arts. All the life and death battles he went through had allowed him to develop his own fighting style. No flashy moves, just punches and kicks aiming straight for the vitals. Zhejiang had once given him some pointers. He had always remembered the advice from the Awe 18 styles. Get into position, lock on to the target, and strike with everything you've got. I'm number 1 in the country. And that's enough. Stop making a fool of yourself. Just as Ipu got back up, ready to fight again, Yang Ao spoke up to stop the fight. Anyone with eyes could see that Ye Daing was basically just playing with him. With a chuckle, Yang Ao said to everyone, young people are always so hot-headed. Sorry about that. Yang Fan replied, it's normal. Would they even be young if they weren't hot-headed? We used to get into fights back in our school days too, right? Old Huang chuckled. You mean you were the one getting beaten up, right? Haha. I was just being a law-abiding citizen. I had no choice but to follow the law. I was seeing this girl, but turned out she had a boyfriend. The moment I stepped out of the hotel, 7 or 8 guys cornered me. I almost got beaten to death. Since it's rare for you guys to visit, Old Huang, let me show you guys around. Bro, it's late at night. Are we just going to sit here and freeze? Then you take them. I still have to keep watch tonight. Shipei couldn't turn down his friend's invitation to hang out at the Imperial Club. Zhejiang and Ye Daing turned to look over. Lin Qin saw him nod, and only then did they follow along. All along the way, they listened to Yang Fan bragging, and Lin Qin didn't call him out on it, just chuckling along with him. Tonight, he finally saw right through the 2 Yang brothers. Playing off each other like a tag team, they're getting ready to poach his crew. Even though they haven't openly made their move yet, it won't be long before they show their true colors. Old Huang, Old Lin. You guys have no idea how hard things are for me. Managing the entire city's economy, working over 10 hours every single day. Jack Ma was actually right. The 996 grind is actually a blessing. If nothing else, just the expenses for the mech warriors are astronomical. It's giving me a massive headache. Glancing left and right, he looked at Yang Fan and whispered, Do you guys know how much Yang Ao's 10 Kings of Hell burns through in crystals every week? A cold wind blew, but nobody chimed in. Sighing, he continued. Every single adult mech warrior consumes 4 purifying crystals a week, and that's just their basic benefits. Every time they complete a mission, there's an extra 3,000 crystal bonus. Those punks just lounge around on the Great Wall doing absolutely nothing, yet I still have to shell out a massive amount of crystals for them. And all those crystals are paid for with the lives of our frontline soldiers. If they actually did some real work, I wouldn't even mind. I wouldn't care how many crystals they burn through. But what's the actual result? They run only 2 freaking missions a week. When they're not training, they're just slacking off, claiming that only by growing stronger can they complete their missions more effectively. I spit on that. We're in a crisis right now. Where is the time to sit around and wait for them to train and grow? I'd rather just spend my money hiring someone else. Frowning as he listened, Ye Daing asked, Seriously? Brother Yang's team is really that lazy? That doesn't sound like them. Didn't you guys clash with them? Whether it sounds like them or not, you know the truth. A bunch of trust fund kids could never handle real hardship. Calling them useless freeloaders is actually a compliment. Well, that's actually true. Ye Daing nodded thoughtfully. Those with strong willpower are definitely in the minority. Seriously, those spoiled rich kids who grew up with silver spoons are just the worst. Exactly, man. That's why I'm so freaking tired of this. I mean, I'm shelling out so many crystals every single week, just to feed these freeloading bastards? What the hell am I even doing this for? Huang Kuan burst out laughing. Well, in that case, you might as well just give those crystals to us. We'd definitely get things done way faster than those guys. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Yang Fan's eyes lit up as it clicked. Right. Since you guys aren't planning to leave anyway, why not just team up with me? I promise I'll treat you guys right. After saying that, Yang Fan looked at Lin Qing with caution. After all, he was the one calling the shots here. As long as Lin Qing gave the green light, bringing this team under his banner would be a walk in the park. Heh. You think you can buy us off with a few measly crystals and make us put our lives on the line? Lin Qing's tone was ice cold. Hearing this, Yang Fan's heart sank instantly. These guys are like brothers to me, my absolute dearest friends. Suddenly, a warm feeling washed over the hearts of the Zhantian squad members. Yang Fan didn't expect him to react so strongly, so he immediately pivoted to backpedal. Sorry about that, Brother Lin, which is why you've got to pay us extra. Lin Qing grit his teeth and clenched his fists. Also, any crystals we harvest on hunts are ours to keep, and we are absolutely not handing them over to the base. Meanwhile, Zhejiang, Huang Kuan, and Ye Daing cursed under their breath. Our captain is still the same old captain. He hasn't changed a bit. Not even a single, tiny bit. Yang Fan fell silent for a few seconds before replying, Well, paying extra is negotiable, but the base has its own rules. We operate as a collective, so everything we get usually has to be turned in. But of course, there's an exception to every rule. Since you're willing to join us, Brother Lin, I can pull some strings and make this official. Just keep it on the down low. You know how people get when they think someone's getting special treatment. If the others find out, they'll completely lose their minds. Who said anything about joining? Lin Qing waved his hand with a grin. Besides, you missed the most important condition. We're used to doing our own thing, and we really hate being tied down. So, I want the freedom to come and go as I please. Before the joy could even set in, it was already gone. Yang Fan's smile froze. He wants top-tier benefits and high-level privileges. That's not a problem, but you have to earn it with your strength. Lin Qing has plenty of that. But the most important thing is, you have to be one of us. I mean, how can a temp get the same benefits as a full-time employee? But Lin Qing wants the freedom to come and go as he pleases. And that's where the problem lies. If they build him up only for him to take off, his bosses would absolutely skin him alive. Brother Lin, is there no room for compromise here? We can even throw in more crystals. No way. This is the absolute deal breaker. If you don't agree to this, then the deal is off. Huang Chuan wanted to speak, but Lin Qing shut him down with a single glare. Zhejiang also quietly gave him a tug. If you're making a deal, you've got to act like it. Right now, they were basically selling Lin Qing, trying to secure the best perks and benefits for everyone. This was definitely not the time to be playing the friendship card. Yang Fan smiled helplessly. Brother Lin, you might not fully understand the sheer power and resources of our Chinja. We have over 1 million mecha humans and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Needless to say, our firepower is insane. We have countless planes, tanks, and artillery. And it's not like we don't have mature phase mecha humans. We can easily pull together 30 or 50 of them. Chinja offers opportunities, a platform to level up your strength, and guaranteed safety. Fame, fortune, power, you can get it all here. Yang Fan had basically said, you need us, without actually saying we don't need you. In the grand scheme of things, compared to a 1 million-strong army, Lin Qing's Jiantian squad was indeed as tiny as a speck of dust. Clearing his throat, Lin Qing calmly replied, "I've evolved 7 times. Plus I have the Yanmo. My strength is literally #1 in the country." No one expected Lin Qing to just come out and say that. Yang Fan choked on his words. "But our Qingzhou is powerful, and I am #1 in the country. How many iron beasts can Qingzhou destroy in a single day? Do you even know? Training a 7 times evolved warrior is no big deal. I'm #1 in the country. Quit your #1 bullshit. Do you even have any idea how big the world is? In a month, believe it or not, I can churn out a whole bunch of 7 times evolved warriors. But I'm #1 in the—" "Stop. Hold on," Yang Fan said with a growing headache. "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something else. We can discuss it tomorrow. First, let me show you guys something, and meet an old acquaintance." After leaving the Great Wall, about 10 minutes later, Yang Fan led the group to a prison with high, towering walls. The ones standing guard outside were adult-stage motorbots, 5 of them in total. Yang Ao's Night Spectres were here too, 100 of them guarding the perimeter. Before the group could even get close, their bodies were covered in red laser dots. "It's me," Yang Fan called out. "Hello, Director." The guards saluted. "Open the gates and let us through." The heavy iron gate, made from the melted carcasses of adult-stage iron beasts, slowly creaked open. Lin Qing and the others stepped inside. The first thing they saw was a row of tanks pointed straight at them. Everyone gasped in shock. "Don't worry, this isn't aimed at you guys." Meeting Wang Xiaoming again. A row of tanks parked in a spacious courtyard would startle anyone at first glance. If they hadn't known they were just dropping by on a whim, they would have thought Yang Fan was planning to ambush them. The area behind the courtyard used to be the jail where prisoners were kept, but now it was brightly lit. People were bustling back and forth, and bone-chilling screams could be heard from time to time. "Follow me." Yang Fan waved his hand, leading Lin Qing and the others toward a building. He then ran up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Up on the 3rd floor was a laboratory. Just a few seconds after he went inside, a figure walked out. Looking completely exhausted, Wang Xiaoming, with 2 massive dark circles under his eyes, met his old friends. While Lin Qin and Huang Kuan were certainly thrilled to see him, what really made them frown was what they saw the moment the door swung open. As the contents of the lab came into view, it wasn't just Zhejiang they saw. They also noticed a section of a forearm lying around. What lay on the lab table didn't belong to a normal human. Instead, it was a mecha human's arm. And not just any arm, it was from an adult mecha human, the distinctive laser gun arm. Even though it was just a forearm, it was actually over 1 meter long. Aside from this arm, the lab specimens also included a steel beast's brain, a torso crystal, and a mecha human's brain and torso. What the hell kind of experiment is this? The thought flashed through the minds of Lin Qin's group. "Oh, it's you two. Long time no see. It's so good to see some familiar faces." A faint smile appeared on Wang Xiaoming's pale face. "Yeah, long time no see. Wait, weren't you picked up by the Empire? What are you doing here? Where's Teacher Li?" "Well, on the day we were leaving, we got ambushed by steel beasts, and I got separated from the main group. Yang Ao and I happened to rescue him." Yang Fan chimed in with a grin. Without going into too much detail, Wang Xiaoming nodded helplessly. "Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. You guys have no idea how happy old Wang has been living here. I tried to send him away, but he refused to leave. He insisted on staying. Like hell, I'd believe you." Lin Qin knew exactly what kind of person Yang Fan was. There's no way he'd willingly let go of a rare talent like Wang Xiaoming. Is that even possible? Honestly, the steel beast attack on their helicopter back then was probably orchestrated by this bastard. "Yep, I like it here so much. I don't even want to leave." His exhausted face and bloodshot eyes couldn't hide Wang Xiaoming's sheer excitement. He couldn't care less about money or women. His one and only passion was running experiments, especially on steel beasts and mecha humans. Yang Fan in Chinja had given him plenty of experimental materials, top-tier equipment, and all the support he could ever ask for. This was something he could never have dreamed of back when he was still studying under his master. The two of them had hit it off instantly. Lin Qing walked over, gently leaning against the corridor railing, his eyes fixed on the equipment inside the lab. "Hey, Brother Wang, got any cool new inventions lately? Care to give me a little tour?" Wang Xiaoming waved his hand modestly. "Oh, it's just a minor breakthrough. Nothing worth mentioning. Really, it's nothing." Downstairs, Ye Dang stood on his tiptoes, jumping up and down, clinging onto Huang Kuan's arm to climb onto his shoulder. Only then catching a clear glimpse of Wang Xiaoming, he whispered, "Who is that guy? Is he really that big of a deal? Even the captain and Brother Yang have to call him brother?" Ji Zhang blinked his innocent eyes and quietly pricked up his ears. Huang Kuan smiled bitterly. "Call him brother? Let me tell you, if he could make a weapon for me, I'd gladly call him my ancestor and burn incense for him every single day. You know Lin Qing's Yanmo blade, right? He made it." Hearing this, Ye Daiying completely lost his cool, and the way he looked at Wang Xiaoming instantly changed. Zhejiang narrowed his eyes. Lost in thought, he let out a long sigh and admired. Indeed, knowledge is power. It's because I didn't study enough and lack an education that I ended up in this state today. Brother Monk, do you really think this is just about not studying enough? Ye Daiying tilted his head and muttered softly, I wonder if he needs someone to hug his thigh. Just how powerful was the Yanmo blade? The group knew it all too well. Lin Qing, who was already incredibly strong on his own, was practically unstoppable with that blade in hand, slaying anyone in his path. He is unstoppable, ready to slay anyone, even gods, and so far, he hasn't met a single worthy opponent. Before this, Lincoln said he was the #1 emperor class in the country. Neither he nor Ye Daiying doubted it for a second, because below the spirit engine level, nobody can stand against him. If he unleashes a slash in second gear and shifts straight into third, he could probably hold his own against a spirit engine. Walking into another room, Yang Fan came out holding a 1-meter-long shotgun. Its long barrel was as thick as an arm. The loading mechanism was identical to a revolver's. With a gentle tap of the switch, the upper half of the gun split open from the middle, revealing a 9-hole revolving cylinder. This is a new invention from our research bureau. Give it a spin, little Ye. Wang Xiaoming tossed the gun over to Ye Daiying. Isn't this just a regular shotgun? But the moment Ye Daiying caught it, he realized something was off. The gun was incredibly heavy, no lighter than the Barrett sniper rifle on his back, and the material was different too. This thing is made from a steel beast's corpse? Where are the bullets? Ye Daiying looked over at Yang Fan. How the hell am I supposed to shoot without ammo? Hey, hold your horses. He turned around and headed back into the room. After a loud session of rummaging through drawers and cabinets, he tossed out a few rounds. Squinting his eyes, Ye Daiying stared at the ammo in his hand. Was this really a bullet? This is literally a freaking battery. If it weren't for the fact that they were transparent, he would have sworn that Yang Fan had just pried them out of a TV remote. Amitabha, you uncultured peasant. Those are polished from steel beast crystals, Zhejiang said with utter disdain. Huh. High-tech indeed. 9 cylindrical, finger-length crystals were slotted inside, snapping into the cylinder with a satisfying click. Ye Daiying snapped the gun shut and aimed at a target in the middle of the yard. Boom! He fired. The massive recoil instantly sent the muzzle jerking upward. The bullet veered off target and slammed into the perimeter wall, blasting a massive, 1-meter-wide hole right through it. Everyone present gasps in sheer shock. With firepower like that, anyone would have mistaken it for a rocket launcher. Hearing the loud commotion, the mature mechbots on guard duty outside rush in. Yang Fan waves them off, then turns to Lin Qin and the others, asking, So, how is it? Not bad, right? Not bad? It's absolutely insane. Ye Daiying is completely dumbfounded. The Barrett sniper rifle he just got his hands on today isn't even half as badass as this. Shooting targets is boring. Brother Lin, want to test it out yourself? Yang Fan grins, looking directly at Lin Qin. Didn't you claim to be #1 in the country? Why don't you get a taste of my new weapon first? Sure. Standing in the courtyard, Ye Daiying and Lin Qin put some distance between themselves. Captain, watch out. The power of this gun is no joke. Don't worry, give it everything you've got. After Lin Qin armors up, he points right at his chest, telling Ye Daiying to shoot there. Another deafening blast echoes through the courtyard. This time, Ye Daiying is fully prepared. His barrel doesn't waver even a fraction of an inch. Lin Qin's body sways slightly, as he is forced back half a step, but his chest armor remains completely unscathed. Yang Fan leans against the third-floor balcony railing and asks with a casual smile, So, how's the power? Just so-so. Oh, stop bluffing. Yang Fan continues, This gun works on the exact same principle as a mature mechbot's laser rifle, except you guys use the crystals inside your bodies as an energy source, whereas this weapon is loaded with crystal ammunition. But just imagine, if 100 ordinary people armed with these weapons were pointing them straight at you, could you actually survive that? At that moment, Lin Qin's title of #1 in the country suddenly feels like a complete joke. 100 regular guys could turn you into Swiss cheese. Keep firing, Lin Qin's cold voice rang out. Boom, boom, boom. With every shot Ye Daiying fired, Lin Qin took step after step forward until she was standing right in front of him, completely unharmed. She turned her head to look at Yang Fan. Lin Qin just shot him a look, as if to say, Is that all? Man, I'm tired. Yang Fan stood there, his jaw on the floor, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. How is this even possible? Getting blasted that many times and not having a single scratch on her? Did I seriously hand him a fake gun? Snapping back to his senses, Yang Fan said calmly, This isn't a life-or-death fight. That black armor of yours only covers a small portion of your body. If Xiao Ye had aimed for your head, you'd be dead by now. To that, Lin Qin could only scoff. If it were a real life or death fight, he wouldn't have even had the chance to pull the trigger. From 800 meters away, I would have wiped him out 100 times over with a laser gun. And stop bragging about equipping hundreds of people with this kind of weapon. I just felt its impact. The closer you are, the more powerful it gets. Conversely, the further away you are, the weaker it gets. I can guarantee you, the effective range of this gun is absolutely no more than 100 meters. 100 meters? You idiot. With a quick dash, she leaped forward. Landing, she turned back with a smirk. Try 40 meters. With a forced sprint, I can cover 100 meters in 2 seconds flat. Yang Fan's face flushed red, completely unable to argue back. The effective range of this gun was indeed exactly as Lin Qin had said, 100 meters, but its maximum damage range is only within 50 meters. At that distance, against a top-tier fighter like Lin Qin, the shooter would be dead before they could even react. It's a close-quarters weapon. Earlier, I was just using ordinary people as an example. But what if the shooter is a cyborg like Xiao Ye, who's been upgraded several times? Lin Qin nodded. A motorcycle with that kind of speed. You wouldn't find more than a handful in the entire country. It's hardly representative. So quit your bragging. This gun can only damage a 5 times evolved mech human at best. Against a 6 times evolved one, it's basically useless. Let alone someone like me, who's evolved 7 times. Besides, it uses crystals as bullets. That can't be cheap. What level of evolved crystal does it use anyway? If it takes 100 people to kill a single 5 times evolved adult steel beast, you'd lose a fortune. That really hit Yang Fan where it hurts. Even Wang Xiaoming could only shake his head repeatedly. He couldn't even bear to look, because the bullets use 3 times evolved crystals that have been cut and processed. Firing a single magazine basically eats up 4 times evolved crystal, using 100 people to fight 1 adult steel beast. Only a lunatic would do that. In less than a month, even throwing in the entire base wouldn't be enough. This is just an early prototype. Wang Xiaoming pushed up his glasses and said, a lot of features aren't fully developed yet. Its biggest flaw is exactly what you said. It consumes too much crystal, so we can't distribute it on a large scale. Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier. Lin Qing chuckled and looked at Yang Fan. Wait, what the hell? Hold on a second. Our research institute has another ultimate weapon. He rushed back into the room like a madman. Minutes later, Yang Fan wheeled out a massive laser gun. This was made from an adult mech human's arm that was chopped off and modified onto a steel cart, with a mature crystal loaded into the chamber. Yang Fan pointed the barrel at Lin Qing. So, what do you think of this? You clearly don't understand what a 7 times evolved being can do. So, what do you think? It doesn't work on me anyway. Why would I lie to you? Lin Qin draws her blade. Yanmo. The blade points straight at Yang Fan. A wave of pure killing intent locks onto him. The extreme heat from Yanmo sizzles the air, releasing clouds of white steam. Yang Fan's heart starts pounding wildly against his chest. Lin Qin shifts into gear 2. Yanmo's temperature instantly skyrockets to 5,000 degrees. Beads of hot sweat drip down Yang Fan's forehead. The crushing pressure makes his knees go weak. Staring at Lin Qin, his usually cold eyes can't help but tremble. I told you, I'm number 1 in the entire country. Did you really think I was joking? Cut the crap. Don't mess with me. As far as I know, there is someone in the Imperial capital who has already undergone 8 evolutions. Forget 8 evolutions, even someone with 10 evolutions couldn't survive a single slash from me. Seeing Yang Fan's disbelief, Wang Xiaoming, standing nearby, nods in agreement. Lin Qin is right. Yanmo actually has 3 gears. Theoretically, even someone with 10 evolutions wouldn't survive a single hit from it. Damn. She's literally a cheat code. Even if you are number 1 in the country, it's still useless against an army of millions. Whether it works or not, you know better than anyone. Some things can't be solved just by throwing numbers at them. Yang Fan stands speechless for a moment before sighing. I'm exhausted. Let's talk business tomorrow. I need to discuss things with the higher-ups first. Tired? My ass? You still haven't told me where my parents are. Huang Kuan speaks up. Go out 10 kilometers. The security director of the District 1 neighborhood we just took over is actually your dad. Thanks to his connection with Huang Kuan, Yang Fan would never mistreat his family, so he made sure they were given easy and safe jobs. Amitabha, benefactor Yang. This humble monk has a small, unreasonable request. I was wondering if you could help me find my parents as well? As long as they're in Chinja, they should be registered. It shouldn't be too hard to find them. Honestly, I don't know if they're in Chinja either. Before the cataclysm, they were probably in a city hundreds of miles away. Stroking his chin, Yang Fan frowned. That makes things a bit tricky. Even though everyone near Chinja is heading toward this place, I still can't say for sure if your parents are among them. But don't worry. Chinja is a massive base. New people and vehicles show up every single day. If they're still out there alive, we'll definitely find them. I just mean as long as they're alive, that's all that matters. You know what I mean. Anyway, you get the point. Amitabha, there is no need to explain. Benefactor. This humble monk understands. Thank you so much. Jijong gave his parents' names to Yang Fan. Since his parents owned a vehicle, they must have turned into vehicle bots. And as long as they didn't run off to somewhere dangerous, they should still be alive. He wasn't too worried about that part. After saying goodbye to Lin Qin, Huang Kuan, eager to get home, ran off to find his parents. The rest of the group planned to just find a place to crash, with a heavy sniper rifle slung over his back and a shotgun in his hand. Ye Daing took only a few steps before running back to Yang Fan. Ami Ptui. Hey, brother Yang, can you spare some ammo for this gun? Yang Fan snapped. Are you fucking kidding me? When did I ever say I was giving you the damn gun? I only let you try it out, as in, a test run. Got it? Does everyone from Lin Qin's crew push their luck like this? As if sensing his words, Lin Qin looked back. Even Zhejiang glanced over. Being stared at like that made Yang Fan's skin crawl. Look, I can lend you the gun for a few days, but it's official property, so I can't just give it away. Ammo is no big deal though. If you bring the materials, I'll have someone make them for you for free. Clang. Yi Daing dumped the massive bag of crystals he'd hunted today, all over the ground, wanting to swap them for bullets. Plus, the ones Huang Kuan and Zhejiang supplied him. There were 30 of them in total. A level 4 purified crystal can be swapped for hundreds of bullets. This is a bit too much. What the hell is all this? Why are you guys so busy? Yang Fan picked up 7 or 8 of them and handed them to Wang Xiaoming, then turned and said to Ye Daing, our research institute can't just drop everything else to spend all day making bullets for you. Give us a break. Thanks, brother Yang. By the way, Captain Yang mentioned earlier that he'd give each of us a color-changing coat. Where do we collect them? What a spendthrift. Why is he giving everything away? Haha, go get some rest first. I'll have someone deliver them to you tomorrow. And Captain Yang also agreed to buy back the carcasses of the steel beasts we hunted. Let me go over the detailed list with you. Yang Fan was left speechless, sighing to the heavens. I'm so exhausted. A tiny 5-member squad killed more steel beasts in a single afternoon than what Yang Ao's 30 adult day patrollers could kill. In the past, mecha humans hunting steel beasts was a massive operation for the base, but now, it's just a complete roundup. Where is the justice in this? Qingzhou Big Shot Yang Fan led them, inviting them to find a place to rest, introducing the state of Qingzhou along the way. Only 1 month into the cataclysm, and this place has already completely stabilized. They built artificial suns, constructed greenhouses, grew fresh vegetables, produced synthetic meat, restored industrial production, and started mass-producing weapons. The mecha human army advances over a dozen kilometers every day, with the people behind keeping pace, rebuilding cities, and walking onto the Great Wall. Looking out at the sea of city lights, Yang Fan sighed. In the coming years, Jingzhou can only sustain 10 million ordinary people at most. In prosperity, the common people suffer. In ruin, they suffer just the same. Yet, during this cataclysm, some were blessed by the heavens. Some people transformed into mech humans. To protect their homes, they risk life and limb to do their part in these chaotic times. This is the greater good. But some people don't see it that way. Once they gained great power, they started bullying the weak and lording over their own territories. They treat this as an opportunity to rise above others. They build their own strength on the bones of countless others. How utterly ridiculous is that? Living in this world, a person's got to stand for something. I'm not a mech human. I'm going to die sooner or later. But years from now, when people look back at this cataclysm, I hope someone remembers that a guy named Yang Fan put up a fight. Yang Fan's words make Ye Daing hang his head in shame. The monk quietly chants, Amitabha. Lincoln looks at them, wishing they would grow up. Listen to that. Now that's a whole different level. He's about your age, yet he's contributing to humanity, while all you guys think about is farming crystals and leveling up. The atmosphere he worked so hard to build suddenly crumbles. Yang Fan's mouth twitches. He curses inwardly. I was trying to lecture you, you idiot. You're the greedy one who won't lift a finger unless there's something in it for you. Well said. Living in this world, we've got to stand for something. Lincoln rests her hands on the Great Wall's parapet, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. But to each their own. Continuous heavy rain will flood the crops. Just blindly trying to salvage them isn't enough. The root cause is the storm clouds in the sky. If the clouds don't disperse, the rain won't stop. That's why there's a saying that you have to blast the storm clouds with cannons. If this layer of clouds in the sky doesn't scatter, humans spend their whole lives just struggling to survive. The bone-chilling cold is suffocating. It makes people so prone to getting sick. And human lifespans will drop drastically. Babies born in the future won't live long. Having come from the future, Lin Qin knew all too well what that really meant. Human nature is sinister. They'll slaughter one another, and infighting is absolutely everywhere. If what Yang Fan is doing actually worked, The Emperor wouldn't have fought the heavens back then just to be reborn. All he wants is to survive. Just to fucking survive. And to survive, he has to shatter the steel cloud and deal with those things in the sky. So, power is everything to him right now. He has to increase it as fast as possible. Yang Fan looks up. The sky is still a heavy, dark mass, looking like a man-eating beast. Can these dark clouds really be dispersed? Lin Qing sneered. The clouds are just a veil covering the heavens and earth. Have you never wondered if there's someone behind that veil? Up until now, no one had ever thought there was something behind the clouds. A mastermind? Aliens? Yang Fan's heart shudders. For real? To cause a whole planet to mutate? Just how powerful would that civilization have to be? They couldn't have just done it on a whim while passing by, right? What would they even gain? Biting down on his cigarette, Ye Daying took a deep drag. Lin Qing's words, completely shattered, the joy he felt from recently gaining power so fast, leaving it in absolute ruins. He felt a sudden, cold dread wash over him. If there really is something behind those clouds, it's too terrifying to even imagine. Amitabha, Jijong presses his palms together. Yuan glared with fury and barked, "Screw this! If I ever find out who caused this disaster, I swear to God I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. I had everything planned out. Once I left the priesthood, first order of business, taking a sports car out for a spin with a hot girl. Second order, taking her straight to a hotel. Wait, right now?" Looking down at his own crotch, the idiot wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lin Qin slowly shook his head. Whether there's anyone behind those clouds? I don't know, but I'm definitely going up there to check it out. There were some things he isn't even sure of himself right now. Hard to say. Whew. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief. He gave Lin Qin a massive side-eye. So it was all just a freaking guess? Scared the crap out of me. If there really is something up there in the clouds, it's gotta be a far more powerful alien civilization, and humanity would be 100% doomed. You guys get some rest. I've gotta head back for a meeting. See you tomorrow, he said, sniffing his nose. Slouching his shoulders, Yang Fan walked away. Lin Qin's situation was unique. Yang Fan wasn't sure if he could agree to the demands. He had to go back and discuss it with the higher-ups. Although his young family was the dominant force in Chinja, he couldn't just run a one-man show. He had to keep the people convinced. Otherwise, once morale crumbles, a team becomes impossible to lead. The next morning, a bloodshot-eyed Yang Fan tracked down Lin Qin. The mood among them seemed heavy. I brought your conditions to the higher-ups. And? Well, some people aren't happy about it. They don't think you're worth the price. Lin Qin chuckled softly. That's easy. I specialize in treating all kinds of attitude. If they've got a problem, a quick fight will fix it. That's actually why I'm here to take you over there. They've been waiting for a while. Lead the way. Huang Kuan had gone to visit his parents and hadn't returned yet, so only Ye Daying, the idiot, and Lin Qin, the three of them headed out. On the way there, Yang Fan brought up the idiot's request to search for his parents. We couldn't find them. His parents aren't on the current Chinja registry. Instantly, a heavy weight sank into the idiot's chest. But sometimes, no news is the best news. Lin Qin's voice came from right beside him. I'll take you around some of the larger bases later, to see if we can find, well, what you need. I guess that's our only option. 30 minutes later, the group arrived at the outskirts of the city they had just captured yesterday. Over 1,000 massive mechas stood guard, not allowing anyone to enter. Lin Qin walked inside and made his way to the downtown plaza. There, he saw Yang Ao and his 10 lords of hell. Standing in front of them were 7 or 8 middle-aged men. They were wearing suits, draped in heavy overcoats, sitting on chairs. The two sitting in the center were the most prominent. One was in his 40s, with a buzz cut and a determined expression, his eyes shining with a sharp intensity. He sat with his legs crossed. This was the Chinja military commander, Jiang Nan. Before the cataclysm, he was in charge of the entire military region. The other one wore glasses. He looked about the same age as Jiang Nan, but his temples were graying, giving him a more refined, scholarly look. This was the governor of Chinja, Yang Hongfei, who was Yang Ao's father, and Yang Fan's uncle. The rest were all big shots of Chinja from before the cataclysm. Some were chairmen of listed corporations, and others were high-ranking government officials. Lin Qin walked up and gave Yang Hongfei a slight nod. After all, he still had to show some respect to these big shots. That kid Yang Fan says you're #1 in the country, and that you want special privileges. Sitting with his legs crossed, Jiang Nan spoke with his arms folded across his chest. His voice was loud and booming, carrying a strong military authority. It's not about privileges, just a normal business deal. Doesn't matter. Might makes right. As long as you can prove your strength and value, you can have whatever privileges you want. Get Lin Qin over here for a talk. Privileges aren't the most important thing here. Is all this fanfare really necessary? Mainly, everyone just wants to see a 7 times evolved mech human, and just how strong this national #1 really is. They also want to see the true potential of mech humans. Let's begin. Yang Ao, don't hold back. Give it everything you've got. Yang Ao stepped forward with heavy, booming strides. In his hands, he held a 20-meter-long iron spine. It belonged to an adult steel beast, forged from its very corpse. It had a spearhead in the middle, with crescent blades flanking both sides. It could thrust and slash. Lin Qin, you don't need to hold back either. Go ahead and unleash your full power. Really? Lin Qin asked, surprised. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Of course, Yang Ao replied. Holding the long spine horizontally in front of him, Yang Ao's expression grew solemn. As the number one in Chinja, he had his own pride. He had made it this far, largely because the military had piled resources and crystals onto him. But if anyone mistook him for one of those rich, spoiled heirs, or those 40 or 50-year-old geezers who became helicopter mech humans, they would be dead wrong. His years in the military hadn't just tempered his willpower, but also his combat skills. Have you ever been defeated? Standing in the center of the plaza, Lin Qin kept his right hand behind his back and gestured for Yang Ao to come at him with his other hand. If you mean in a fight, before the cataclysm, all the time. After the cataclysm, never. Dragging his long spine along the ground, kicking up sparks, Yang Ao swung it forward. With a sharp times whoosh, it sliced through the air. His entire body lunged toward Lin Qin. At blistering speed, a dark shadow flashed, and in an instant, he was right in front of him, instantly raising his weapon for a strike. Is this kid scared out of his mind? He's just standing there. Frozen. 7-time evolved? What a joke. Pfft. Against Captain Yang, he won't stand a chance. I bet Lin Qin goes down in 3 moves. Trying to take on Captain Yang with one hand? Talk about acting cocky. Just watch. He's about to get wrecked. The onlookers aren't just the 10 Directions Yama. The other mecha warriors, who have never seen Lin Qin fight, are whispering among themselves. Some are even placing bets on the side. Only the Daywalkers, who actually know how powerful Lin Qin is, don't have the slightest smile on their faces. How could someone who can wipe them out in an instant be so incredibly careless? If Lin Qin were that easy to deal with, he'd be dead by now. As the sharp clang of metal clashing rings out, right in the middle of the plaza, Yang Ao's heavy blade slams right onto Lin Qin's left shoulder, but that spot is already fully armored. A deep, ink-like layer has turned half of his body pitch black. That incredibly sharp blade unexpectedly fails to even dent Lin Qin's defense. Everyone is left speechless. Looks like today is your losing day. Bang! Sweeping in a wide arc, Lin Qin whips out a devastating roundhouse kick, aiming straight for Yang Ao's waist. The impact sends him flying 7 or 8 meters back. He tumbles head over heels several times before finally scrambling to his feet. A dead silence falls over the entire crowd. You could hear a pin drop. Who on earth is this guy? Yang Ao has always been the one dominating his opponents. When has he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? To think he'd get sent flying by a single kick. Yet, Lin Qin looks completely unfazed. Furious, Yang Ao charges right back in. In his armored state, Lin Qin starts trading heavy blows single-handedly. That heavy blade, forged from the bones of an adult stage steel beast, is shattered to pieces in just a few punches. Yang Ao, a 6-time evolved warrior, who can also armor his arms pitch black, clashes fist to fist with Lin Qin, but within a few seconds, he is sent flying once again. 10 years after the cataclysm, Lin Qin's fighting skills were literally forged in life-and-death battles. He is leagues ahead of Yang Ao. On top of that, with the level suppression, it's practically a complete, one-sided beatdown. The Chinja commander's face turned grim as he frowned deeply. He turned to Yang Fan, standing next to him, and said, "One is at the 7th evolution, and the other is only at the 6th. Is a single level's difference really this massive? Normally, it shouldn't be. My little brother's willpower and combat skills are far beyond any ordinary person. Even with a 1-level difference, he shouldn't be getting beaten this badly. But when it comes to Lin Qin, it makes perfect sense." Yang Fan let out a helpless, bitter laugh. He hasn't even drawn Yanmo yet. Otherwise, my little brother wouldn't last 3 seconds. Is that blade really that terrifying? Young Hongfei asked directly. Terrifying doesn't even begin to describe it. Forget my little brother being at the 6th evolution. Even an 8th evolution fighter would have to kneel before him. And what if they are at the 9th evolution? According to Wang Xiaoming's research data, even a 9th evolution mech warrior is no match for Lin Qin. But Lin Qin wouldn't be able to kill them. He can defeat a 9th evolution opponent, but he can't finish them off. This is based on the data from Wang Xiaoming's countless tests and research. With every evolution, a mech warrior's power practically doubles. After the 9th evolution, their power becomes unfathomable. A single punch or kick is enough to shatter mountains and level buildings, but even a 9th evolution powerhouse like that can't do anything against Yanmo. Faced with that blade, their only option is to run. What about the 10th evolution? Yang Hongfei asked again. I don't know. but I wouldn't recommend trying it. What kind of realm a 10th evolution reaches? Even Wang Xiaoming can't predict, but it's bound to be insanely powerful, and the amount of crystals it would cost is astronomical. The reason Yang Hongfei asked this was because he definitely wanted to power Yang Ao all the way up to the 10th evolution, but when it came to managing the crystals, Yang Fan, who had a sharp eye for numbers, immediately disagreed. Putting aside how many crystals it would take, just to force out 10 purifications, there are so many major families in Qingzhou. Who would ever agree to this? After all, inequality breeds resentment. The only reason Yang Ao was allowed to reach 6 purifications was because the other day patrol members were getting the same upgrade at the same time. That was the only reason it was allowed. With so many prominent families within the 10 courts of Yama, every single one is backed by a massive web of interests. Why on earth should you, Yang Ao, get to reach 10 evolutions instead of someone from my own family? Right. I was just asking. Yang Hongfei nodded. The elders sitting around Yang Hongfei heard this and let out a massive sigh of relief. Boom. 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 Lin Qing and Yang Ao were tearing the plaza apart, leaving giant craters all over the ground. A 6 evolution fighter against a 7 evolution powerhouse, both of them top-tier masters. A spectacular clash like this is a rare sight, and the crowd watched, completely mesmerized. 5 minutes later, sensing that time was just about up, Lin Qing kicked Yang Ao right out of the air, sending him crashing deep into a crater. And with that, the fight was over. Good fight, Yang Ao muttered, struggling to stand on his shaking legs. His entire body was covered in dents and bruises, all left by Lin Qing's heavy fists. Each punch had landed with the force of 10,000 pounds, almost beating the life out of him, and that was without even using a weapon. If you added his Flame Fiend blade, it was hard to imagine how terrifying he would be. Though he wondered if it was just his imagination, it felt like Lin Qing had been holding back a lot. Is this the power of a 7 evolution fighter? I will surpass you. Next time, I won't lose. Definitely. I'll be waiting, Lin Qing replies. As Yang Ao steps down, the members of the 10 Directions Yama squad take the stage, only to get absolutely hammered one by one. This goes on until all 30 of them are totally defeated. The crowd that was mocking him earlier is dead silent now, looking like they've just seen a ghost. Holy crap. This guy has got to be hacking. He is way too damn strong. This makes absolutely no sense. He's like the chosen one. Seriously, what is he eating? How is he this insane? No wonder he's #1 in the country. Lin Qing stands proud and tall, towering like a massive mountain, with defeated mecha warriors scattered all around him. He turns to Jiangnan and asks, "Do I still need to prove my strength? Impressive? Truly impressive?" Jiangnan says, picking his nose with his pinky and wiping it right off on Yang Hongfei's chair. Like I said, if you want special treatment, you've got to show me your strength and your value. I've seen your strength, but I still haven't seen your value. So, what's it going to take? Come find me this afternoon, and we'll talk. Jiangnan uncrosses his legs, turns around, and walks away, with Yang Hongfei following closely behind. Once they leave, a crowd immediately rushes over, greeting Lin Qing with big smiles as Yang Fan stands by, introducing everyone. Once the crowd finally disperses, Ye Dang finally makes his way over. "Boss, you are an absolute beast. That was so sick. You looked incredibly cool back there." "Cut the flattery," Zhizhong says calmly. "You made the right call not pulling out the flame demon today. In the future, try to avoid using it in front of outsiders." Duh, I'm not stupid. Who wouldn't drool over a devastating weapon like the flame demon? In his past life, even Huang Kuan could only wield it by aligning himself with Qingzhou. But in this life, Lin Qing doesn't want to serve anyone. He just wants to keep a low profile and grow, boosting his strength as fast as possible, purifying the steel beasts 7 times. That afternoon, led by a soldier, Lin Qin arrived at the place where Jiangnan was, the Qinzhou camp. The training grounds were packed with sweating soldiers, along with the rapid, chaotic sound of gunfire. As long as it doesn't kill you, train like there's no tomorrow. You don't have super strength, you don't have mechas, you'll get hungry, tired, and weak. But what makes the strong truly strong is never their body. It's their willpower. If you can't take the heat, speak up and get the hell out of my camp. I don't keep useless trash here. Tell me, are you all trash? No? Then get back to training, damn it. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a mecha human before? After the cataclysm, only a few became mecha humans. The vast majority of the world is still made up of ordinary people. Qinzhou hasn't given up on these ordinary people. The young and strong are either working at construction sites or serving in the military camp. A week ago, getting to shoot live ammo was a rare treat, but now, they're shooting every single day. Until they are trained into qualified soldiers, these men will be deployed to the battlefield to fight the steel beasts. This way, Mr. Lin, the soldier leading him said. Seeing that Lin Qin was dazed, the soldier gave him a gentle reminder. Looking at this scene, Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder Chinja became a massive base in his past life. Aside from the high-level leadership, it was also thanks to the unity of all its people. If the entire Kanglong Empire was mobilized, and all the mecha humans stood united, so many people wouldn't have been left homeless and displaced. But sadly, that's impossible. Bases like Chinja are few and far between. After all, most places are like Yangcheng, where warlords like Jiang Tianyu rule over their own fiefdoms, like local kings. Even a small county town can have a dozen different factions, constantly fighting one another. A few minutes later, Lin Qin saw Jiang Nan on the Qinzhou training ground, standing under a large canopy. He was staring intently at a tactical sand table. His brow was furrowed in deep concentration. It wasn't until a soldier shouted, "Reporting!" that he finally snapped out of it. Wait, where the hell am I supposed to sit? Lin Qin looked down, scanning his surroundings. There wasn't even a stool in sight. Then again, with a massive body like his, there probably wasn't a stool around that could hold his weight anyway. So, he just plopped his butt right onto the ground. The two of them just stared blankly at each other. Jiangnan smiled. "You're pretty interesting. How about it? Interested in working for me? You'll get the exact same deal as Yang Ao. Whatever he gets, you get. And I won't tie you down. Whenever you want to pack up and leave, I won't stop you. But there is one catch. You cannot betray your country. And you cannot mindlessly slaughter civilians. Otherwise, no matter where you run, I will use dozens of bombers to blow you to absolute dust." This is a bit sudden. Lin Qin was completely dazed. "Can you give me a second to process this?" Jiang Nan turned back to stare at the sand table. A few seconds later, he looked back over. "Done yet?" "Sir, what exactly are you doing?" Lin Qin stammered. "I'm just a little caught off guard here." With a wide grin, Jiang Nan shoved his thumb into his nose, gave it a flick, and flashed a row of pearly whites. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted? It's right in front of you. Why hesitate? What do you need me to do?" "Haha, don't put me in the same category as those scheming old fogies. I'm just looking out for the bigger picture. Everything I do is for peace. Otherwise, a month ago, I would have risen up and rebelled just like the others. There wouldn't even be a Yang Hongfei today. As the highest-ranking official in Qinzhou, the governor oversees everything. Even the commander-in-chief is under his command. But that was during peacetime, and that is only if the empire stays standing. But now, with the entire population turning into mechas, and steel beasts running rampant everywhere, the Azure Dragon Empire collapsed overnight. Dark undercurrents are surging in the imperial capital, and the major families are totally at each other's throats. They don't have time to worry about anything else. Jiangnan has an army of hundreds of thousands under his command, and hundreds of thousands of guns at his disposal. If he wanted to rebel, even 10 Yang Hongfeis wouldn't stand a chance. But the reality is, right after the cataclysm hit, he immediately went to find Yang Hongfei. The two of them teamed up to take a two-pronged approach. One focused on cracking down on rogue mechas and steel beasts, while the other reassured the officials and the citizens, doing everything they could to keep Qinzhou from collapsing. That is the only reason we are standing here today. If Jiangnan had been even a little selfish, Qinzhou would have turned into a bloody, smoke-filled battlefield by now. Tilting her head, Lin Qing said, "I trust your character, but this is all happening so fast. It just feels a bit too good to be true. So, just give it to me straight. What do I need to do?" "All right, if you want to treat this like a business deal, I can lay out two options for you right now. Option 1 is what I just mentioned. You work under me, and you get the exact same benefits as Yang Ao. As for option 2, well, you still work for me, but your benefits will be even better than Yang Ao's. Can you be a bit more specific?" Lin Qing looked completely dazed. "For option 1, after you join my unit, you will follow me to gradually clear out the steel beasts, just like what Yang Ao and his team are doing right now. For option 2, you still join my unit, but you won't be operating with the main force. Instead, our relationship will be more like a boss and an employee in a regular company. I assign the missions, and you complete them. You get paid exactly for how much work you put in." Lin Qing opened her mouth to say something, but Jiangnan interrupted her. "But option 2 is not as simple as it sounds. Whenever I come to you with a job, it's always insanely difficult. The kind of job where you could easily end up dead. Since this is strictly a partnership, I don't really care whether you live or die. All I care about is the final result." Shutting his mouth, Jiangnan looked at Lin Qing, letting him make his own choice. "I'll go with the second option." "Why?" "Because debts of gratitude are always hard to repay. And besides, rather than being on the defensive, I prefer to take the initiative. I respect your decision." Jiangnan slowly uttered those words, then turned and pointed to a spot on the sand table with a red flag pinned on it. Jiangling is 230 li from Qinzhou. That city has the highest concentration of steel beasts, numbering in the millions. Among them, there's a 7th evolution ant queen. I want you to head over there. Lin Qing leaned forward to look at the sand table. In less than 3 seconds, he knew exactly why Jiangnan was bypassing the closer targets to attack Jiangling. Looking at the map, Chinja is flanked by mountains on 2 sides. With a great wall built, they form a perfect natural barrier. To the east lies an open plain, where they can easily make a gradual advance. That's their plan for the future anyway. The only problem is the north. The massive city of Jiangling stands completely isolated up there, pointing like a dagger right at Chinja's throat. If the steel beasts decide to charge down, they'll be pinned down and attacked from both sides. And given Chinja's current situation, they can't afford to split their forces to fight on 2 fronts. Can you handle it? Seeing Lin Qing's expression turn dark and uncertain, Jiangnan asked. Lin Qing then said, I have one question. How are you so sure? There's a 7th evolution ant queen there? This ant queen has been moving south from the north, bringing countless steel beasts with her, and has already wiped out 7 or 8 cities along the way. Information about her is no secret. Lin Qing was deeply shaken. So, Chinja is the next target? It's possible. Jiangnan's face darkened. It would be best if you could kill the ant queen, but if you can't, lure her to White Bear Valley, 80 Lai, outside Chinja. I'll have my men set up an ambush there in advance, to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Lin Qin remained silent. Jiangnan figured he was hesitating, and spoke up. This mission was originally assigned to Yang Ao. It really is tough. The Ant Queen can control the beast tides. One wrong move, and you'll be hunted down by hundreds of thousands of steel beasts. It's basically a suicide mission. But if you agree to my first condition, we can. I'll do it. A low voice came from Lin Qin. Of course it's hard. If it were easy, you wouldn't need me in the first place. Now, I only have one question. The pay. I assume you don't care about fame or fortune, so let's get straight to the point. 40. Adult stage crystals. 4 is an unlucky number. 58? Why don't I just give you 66 for some good luck then? Jiangnan rolled his eyes at him. Fine, 50 it is. Adult stage crystals were extremely rare, and even the base didn't have many. 50 would practically clean out their entire inventory. But if Lin Qin could actually pull off this mission, it would be completely worth it. For the Atlantis Empire mission, I want half the deposit up front, and if the mission fails, no refunds. Lin Qin made his final demand. For a mission this dangerous, I don't even know if we'll make it back alive. If we all get wiped out, we'd lose big time. The word fine was practically squeezed out from between Jiangnan's teeth. I'll have someone deliver them to you shortly. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Go on. After leaving the military camp, Lin Qin ran into Yang Fan at the entrance. By the looks of it, Yang Fan was waiting for him on purpose. The weather is great today. How about a walk? Looking up at the pitch-black sky, Lin Qin was speechless. Where the hell did the weather look good? There must be a reason he's looking for him this time. Yeah, along the road. The two of them headed toward the Great Wall. Yang Fan didn't say a word for a long while. Lin Qin couldn't help but speak up. Are we really just going for a walk? I just don't know how to bring it up. Then don't bring it up. But I have to. Then just say, my uncle wants to buy your Yanmo. Exhaling into the cold air, Yang Fan rubbed his hands together. He's probably heard of its great reputation and wants to give it to my younger cousin. I didn't expect that. The first one to set their sights on Yanmo would be Yang Hongfei. Lin Qing chuckled. Buy it? And what is he buying it with? Reputation, power, status, and crystals. He said you can name any price. Those were his exact words. Shifting his tone, Yang Fan continued. But I know you're not interested in any of that. It's so much easier talking to smart people. If Yang Ao wants to use Yanmo, tell him to come partner up himself. If he has any self-respect. That is, power, status. Lin Qing didn't have that much ambition. In this chaotic world, besides raw strength, everything else is just a meaningless distraction. And Yanmo is a weapon that can double his combat power. You'd have to be absolutely brain-dead to sell something like that. That's why I didn't want to bring it up. With a chuckle, Yang Fan pulled his neck into his collar and crossed his arms, tucking his hands into his armpits. He turned his head and said, Anyway, let's talk about our own business. I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. The equipment from the Yalong Condensed Matter Research Institute. Is it in your hands? The Yalong Condensed Matter Research Institute equipment? How should I know? Lin Qing exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Yang Fan shot back. Don't play dumb. I doubled back there that very day. In just a few hours, the entire research institute was completely cleaned out. The clean-cut marks had Yanmo's signature all over them. Who else could it have been but you? Well, look at you. Lin Qin was surprised by Yang Fan's alertness. To actually double back and pull off a stunt like that, and even dare to steal from the Empire, I really underestimated his guts. So, you're saying you kidnapped Wang Xiaoming? What do you mean? Kidnapped. That was an invitation, okay? The doors to my lab are open every single day. If he wanted to leave, I wouldn't have stopped him. Sure. Whatever you say. Another moment of silence passed. Yang Fan spoke first. You have the equipment, and the guy is with me. Let's team up. Why should I? I'm not short on weapons, but does Ye Dang? Does Huang Kuan? Does the monk? If you want to say this has nothing to do with you, I'll go tell them right now. Lin Qin was speechless. Those three had been drooling over his Yanmo for a long time. They'd wanted to get their hands on one for ages, especially Huang Kuan. If it weren't for him missing his family so much, he would have gone to block Wang Xiaoming's door long ago. Now that they had both the equipment and the guy, if he didn't make some for them, it would be pretty hard to lead the team in the future. So, how do we cooperate? That's more like it. You bring the equipment, I bring the guy. They bring their own materials. Whatever weapons they want, just say the word, and he can make them. As long as there are enough materials, replicating weapons on the level of Yanmo won't be a problem. Fine. I'm in. But you have to provide the materials. I'll trade crystals of equal value with you. Where on earth was Lin Qin supposed to find materials at a time like this? Yang Fan had to figure something out. Provide them? My foot. Yang Fan felt like spitting blood. Those materials are only found in the Empire. Ever since Dr. Chen returned to the capital, this stuff has probably been classified as a super rare resource. Then why the hell are we talking about this? Lin Qing turned to leave. Wait. Even though I don't have it, I know exactly where we can find some. He shot him a sidelong glance. Lin Qing asked, Where is it? Leaning closer, Yang Fan whispered the name of a place. Screw you. Lin Qing felt a shiver run down his spine and couldn't help but curse out loud. Do you have a death wish or something? Can we even go to a place like that? Whether we can go or not, you'll have to ask Huang Kuan. If they say no, then we'll drop it. I won't bring it up ever again. Isn't that a stupid question? Just to get a weapon. He'd probably even dare to raid the Atlan Empire next door right now. Speaking of the Atlan Empire, Yang Fan wiped the smile off his face. There's something I need to tell you. We have to find those machines fast. If we're too late, they'll be gone. What do you mean? The Yalong Condensed Matter Research Institute. Do you know why it's called that? Yalong? Lin Qing frowned. A few seconds later, he guessed. The Atlan Empire. And the Azure Dragon Empire? Exactly. It was a joint project between the two. Didn't you notice? There were quite a few foreigners among the people you rescued back then. With those foreigners and Dr. Chen heading back, the Atlan Empire and the Azure Dragon Empire definitely know about the research. Right now, they're probably turning Shenbei City upside down. The area is only so big. There aren't many places to hide things. If they really start searching inch by inch, it's only a matter of time before they find it. Quietly calculating the timeline in his head, Lin Qing said in a deep voice, In 2 days, I'll head over myself. But Big Brother's going to be out of it for 2 days. Can't we just leave right now? The chopper squad can make 2 round trips in a single morning. I don't have time today. Lin Qin explained the mission to head to Jiangnan. Hearing this made Yang Fan look like he was severely constipated. How about you give me the address first? I'm worried you'll go and never come back, and the equipment will be lost forever. I used to worry about not coming back, but now I'm not worried at all. If you want the equipment, you'd better pray I make it back in one piece. Damn it, you really have me by the balls. Yang Fan grumbled in frustration. At most, I can spare a few guys for you. Whether you survive or not is entirely up to you. I just hope the people you send are actually useful. You'll find out when the time comes. Lin Qin returned to the resting area. Yi Daing, Huang Kuan, and Zhizhang were all there, holding a handful of crystals in their hands, drooling with greed. The captain sent these over from the barracks, saying it's your deposit. What kind of major gig did you land during your trip out? Looking at the 25 mature stage crystals in front of him, Yi Daing's eyes lit up. After consuming over 24 times purified crystals yesterday, he was one step closer to his mature stage. Right now, he was stuck at the peak of the 4th purification. If he swallowed all of these, he would evolve at least twice. We're going to hunt down a general spirit, one that is at least 7 times purified, or lure it to White Bear Valley. The reward is 50 mature stage crystals. Back out? Hell no. Whoever backs out is a total idiot. I'm in. Yi Dang was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Is a 7 times evolved beast really that strong? Can it even take 1 slash from our captain? Huang Chuan's attitude was pretty much the same as Ye Daing's. He nodded without saying a word. Zhizhang chanted, Amitabha. For them to offer 50 mature stage crystals, this mission is definitely not going to be easy. Cut the crap. If it wasn't dangerous, would they really be offering 50 grams? Huang Kuan snapped back. Just say whether you've got the balls to go or not. If I don't go, do I get to keep a few extra grams? The danger level is off the charts. It might even trigger a massive beast horde later on. We've already cleared out several layers before this. There's no 100% guarantee we'll win. Lin Qing explained the situation honestly. I have a friend named Xu Peng, but now we call him Xu Peng, a 7 times evolved steel beast. Just tell me the truth from now on. We'll settle this face to face. Lin Qing had, at most, an 85% chance of success. The other 15% was a complete gamble. In our line of work, any doubt basically means you're dead. He couldn't afford not to be careful. Of course he's going. But after being egged on by Huang Kuan, Zhijiang puffed out his chest and barked, "When has my Awei 18 moves ever been afraid of anyone? Besides, we've got brand new weapons now. No matter how strong those steel beasts are, they'll have to lie under my krotba. I mean, lie down at my feet." Yang Ao was incredibly efficient. Not long after Lin Qing left, the new Buddhist beads arrived. Never mind a 6 times evolved creature, a steel beast is truly on another level. They even used the hardest part of its body. Holding the tailbone in his hand, he slammed it down, leaving a row of craters in the ground. Follow the captain. Get big, get strong, and achieve greater glory. Yi Daing wore a large felt hat, dressed in a black military uniform and black leather boots, with a rifle slung over his shoulder, striking a pose he thought looked incredibly cool. The clothes and the rifle ammunition were sent over at the same time, along with Zhijiang's Buddhist beads. On top of that, there were the crystals Yang Ao promised in exchange for the steel beast's carcass, along with a color-changing jacket. Huang Kuan and the others were too massive to fit into the military uniforms, so they had to let him have them. Aren't you worried those tight clothes will rip open? Ye Daing was having a blast, but Lin Qing could only frown. The moment you transform into a motorcycle, those clothes are toast. Who cares? As long as I look cool. Ye Daing pulled down the brim of his hat. Shadows covered most of his face. I'll strip first before transforming. Taking off his freaking shoes and changing clothes before transforming? Seriously? That was certainly an eye-opener for Lin Qing. Whatever, man. You do you. Now that everyone's here, Monk, divide up the crystals Yang Ao sent over. Sure thing. As for how many everyone killed, everyone has a pretty good idea. Within a few minutes, Zhijiang finished dividing them up. Lin Qing ended up with the most, totaling over 120 Tier 4 purified crystals. The base didn't have many Tier 5 purified crystals, but they had plenty of Tier 3 and Tier 4 ones. So, Yang Ao used these to settle the tab. As for the first few adult iron beasts Lin Qing killed, he had promised to give them to Zhijiang, but the monk didn't want to take advantage of him. So after getting his prayer beads, he gave all the crystals to Lin Qing. Next was Huang Kuan, with 43 Tier 4 purified crystals. Then Zhijiang, with 25 Tier 4 purified crystals. And finally, Ye Daing, with 10 Tier 4 purified crystals. Lin Qing looked at the 25 crystals Jiangnan sent over. I'll handle distributing these. The other 3 nodded, having no objections. Monk, you're not far from Tier 6 purification. Take 10 of these. Combined with what you have, it should be enough for you to break through. You consumed all the crystals hunted yesterday. After building up for so long, if you get 10 more and still can't break through, you might as well find a block of tofu and bash your head against it. There are only 25 in total, and giving 40% of them to him all at once. The monk was at a loss for words. It was just a very warm and touching gesture. Captain, I want to break through too. I need to make progress as well. Huang Kuan, you actually get 10 as well. Suddenly getting 10 of them. Now that it was actually happening, Huang Kuan felt a bit self-conscious. Haha, I was just joking around. The monk taking 10 makes sense since he needs them to break through. I've got no complaints. So, 10 for the monk, 10 for him. That only leaves 5. Wait, so you and Ye Daing are splitting the remaining 5, leaving only 2.5 for each of you? Just take it. Lin Qing pushed them in front of Huang Kuan. Are you really giving them to me? No duh. Do you want them or not? If you don't want them, I'm taking them back. Seeing that Lin Qing wasn't joking, Huang Kuan took them. Why would I ever say no? Although they won't let me break through level 7, they'll still give my strength a massive boost. With 5 crystals left, Ye Daing rubbed his hands awkwardly. Well, Captain, I don't think I should take any. If everyone hadn't been carrying me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Even though he said that, he couldn't help but feel a sudden pang of bitterness in his heart. After all, he was just a motorcycle, and his combat power was no match for Huang Chuan or Zhijiang. Back when he joined the team, he had basically shamelessly begged his way in. Every time they handed out rewards, he never dared to ask for anything, only waiting until everyone else was done before speaking up. Looking down from his height, Lin Qing stared at Ye Daing. The most important thing for a person is to know their own limits, to acknowledge your shortcomings and strive to be better. That's a good thing. I hope you can break through as soon as possible and make a bigger contribution to the team. Yeah, Ye Daing wished he could bury his head in the dirt. He was too ashamed to look up, feeling incredibly flustered. Take these, Lin Qing said. Use them to boost your strength. I won't let you down, Captain. Suddenly, looking down at the 5 crystals at his feet, Ye Daing's eyes went wide, and he snapped his head up. Captain, did you make a mistake? Huang Kuan and Zhijiang were also completely baffled as they stared at Lin Qing. Nope. I remember you're also stuck at the adult tier 7 bottleneck. If you take these 5 and still can't break through, I'll break your legs. A warm feeling surged through his chest. Yidang suddenly felt his eyes growing a bit dry, and he blinked repeatedly. Thank you, Captain. I promise I'll break through. Why is everyone staring at me? Go break through already. Oh, old Lin. You really are something. Isn't giving this to us for free a bit of a loss for you? Huang Kuan grabbed Lin Qin's arm. If you don't explain things clearly, it's seriously going to freak me out. Not wanting even a single crystal. That's way more than just a bit of a loss. He's taking a massive hit. This was definitely not the Lin Qin they knew. Ye Dang and that idiot Chi-Chi had completely forgotten about that. But once Huang Quan pointed it out, the two of them also started doubting the whole free thing. Wait, when did I ever say it was free? So these 25 crystals are just a deposit? And there's another 25 for the final payment? I'm just paying you your advance wages now, so I won't be paying you later, okay? The idiot craned his neck, trying to say something, but no words came out. Huang Quan cursed under his breath. Yep, this was the real Lin Qin all right. Clutching his 5 crystals, the wave of gratitude Yidang had just felt instantly evaporated a little. Well, that's our captain for you. With just a few words earlier, he almost brought him to tears. They were still too naive. For this mission, my main target is a Tier 7 evolved steel beast. You guys are no match for it, so just focus on doing some basic support work. Resting his hands on the shoulders of Huang Quan and the idiot, Lin Qin said earnestly. Young people need to learn to be content. Once this mission is done, I'll give each of you a big sack of over 100 Tier 4 crystals. Stuffing his own loot into a sack, Lin Qin swaggered off, leaving the three of them standing there in utter bewilderment. To say this guy is totally brainless, he'd rather hold back his own strength, just to give his share of the crystals, to help his teammates break through and stay alive. But if you say he's loyal, it sounds like he's even scamming his own crew. Holding the heavy crystals, the idiot muttered. Amitabha, what kind of freak is this guy anyway? At noon, completely unnoticed, the group quietly slipped out of the city, heading deep into the heart of the mountains. Wearing the cloaking jacket Yang Ao gave them, Ling Qing and the others seemed to completely vanish into the forest, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. Amitabha, Benefactor Shu, can't you just fly up and take a look from above? We're freaking lost. All this wandering around is making my damn head spin. Beside them was Shu Beihai in his helicopter form. Under his guidance, they had been wandering in the mountains all afternoon and were now completely lost. Lin Chen cursed speechlessly. Are you sure Yang Fan didn't send you here, specifically to get rid of me? I'm innocent. In a massive forest like this, taking a few wrong turns is totally normal, Shu Beihai whimpered, on the verge of tears. It's not that I don't want to fly up, but there are too many beasts in these mountains. Flying in the sky is way too flashy, and who knows what might shoot us down. Ye Daing drew his revolver and pressed it against Shu Beihai. Since he wasn't tall enough, the gun he raised pointed right at Shu Beihai's crotch. I used to have a friend named Shu Peng. Now his name is just Shu Peng without the bird in it. Talk about a real demon monk. Well, damn, that is brutal. Among the 10 Yama Kings, all 10 members are ranked strictly by strength. As the vice captain, Shu Beihai's strength is undeniably massive, second only to Yang Ao. Even his father's current official rank is right below Yang Hongfei's. When has he ever had a gun pointed directly at his crotch? If it were anyone else, he might let it slide. But where do you get the nerve to talk to me like that? Grabbing Ye Daing by the collar with one hand, Shu Beihai hoisted him right up. In an instant, his feet were over 10 meters off the ground. I'm not flying, damn it. What are you gonna do? Eat me? Under his collar, the car emblem on Ye Daing's chest was exposed. His 5th stage evolution is a dead ringer for him. Bang. Ye Daing raises his hand and fires a shot right next to him. Wood splinters fly everywhere as the trees explode. The echo reverberates into the distance. We only make a few $100 a month. Why the hell are we risking our lives for this? Are you out of your mind? If you're gonna fly, hurry up. The steel beasts are gonna be crawling all over us in a second. Are you freaking kidding me? Shu Beihai completely loses his mind. Now we don't even have a choice. We have to fly. Otherwise, in just a bit, all those steel beasts drawn by the noise are gonna swarm us, and they'll be stuck in a massive brawl. A fight wouldn't normally be a big deal, but if it delays their main mission, they'll be in deep trouble. The whole reason they chose this mountain pass to Jiangling was to bypass the major cities, to save time and avoid getting tangled up with any steel beasts blocking the way. You're gonna pay for this, kid. I won't forget this. Transforming into a helicopter, Shu Beihai takes off. Soaring 100 meters into the air, he takes a quick glance around, spots the path, and immediately drops back down. The entire process takes less than 10 seconds. But suddenly, a piercing eagle screech echoes through the sky, spreading its massive wings. A giant eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters dives straight at Shubei from the mountain peak. With a single, powerful flap of its wings, it's right in his face. Holy crap, save me. This thing is a fully grown giant eagle. Its razor-sharp talons can easily shred a regular mecha's armor. With his current durability, there's no way he'll survive a hit. Shoot it down and leave it to me. Just don't damage its wings. Zhejiang says to Lin Qing, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Are you planning to? Out of nowhere, Lin Qing remembers this guy's nickname, the demonic monk who can tame beasts. Yep, Buddha guides those destined to cross paths. And today, this creature and I are destined to meet. Boom. Lin Qing takes off into a sprint. Building up full speed, he takes a massive leap straight into the sky. By now, Shubei is dozens of meters off the ground, with the giant eagle's razor-sharp talons gleaming right behind him. It was inches away. It was about to impale him. With absolutely no way to dodge, Shubei shifted back into his mecha form to speed up his descent, but he still couldn't escape those giant claws of death. Boom. A red streak flashed by. At the critical moment, Lin Qing grabbed the giant eagle's steel claws. With a weight of over 10 tons, not only did he fail to pull the giant eagle down, but he was dragged right along with it. Get down here, you beast. Lin Qing roared as he unleashed all the power of his 7th evolution. With a violent downward yank, the giant eagle lost its balance and plummeted, crashing with Lin Qing into a mountain ravine. He flipped over to ride on the eagle's back, pinning its head down with one hand as Lin Qing raised his armored fist. Let go of that beast. Let me at him, Zhejiang shouted, running over, and immediately unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the giant eagle. As he beat it, he turned back and said, You take a break. I'm gonna have a little chat with him. Not far away, Huang Kuan watched, utterly dumbfounded. Is this what the damn monk meant by destined by fate? Hurry it up, we don't have much time. Lin Qing stood by, just watching him, quite curious about how the monk tames these steel beasts. And he wasn't the only one. Ye Daing and Huang Kuan were just as curious. Amitabha, mercy, mercy. In our past life, I was your daddy, and you are my son. Pfft. Who would have thought he'd start singing while beating the crap out of it? Lin Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing. What the hell is he doing? You're my sister-in-law, and I'm your brother-in-law. Ah, Lian. You gave birth to 8 in one litter. The oldest is called Little Huang, the second is called Little Ye. Huang Quan's face darkened. Feeling personally attacked, he muttered, I bet. The monk is just singing random bullshit. Stop wasting time. Let's just slice it open and yank the crystal out. Yeah, totally. I was thinking the same thing. Yi Daing nodded in agreement. Hey, can someone please come over and help me up? Dozens of yards away, from inside the woods, Shubei wailed. He had tumbled all the way down the mountain, smashing into who knows how many rocks along the way. Feeling like every bone in his body was shattered, he groaned. Monk, that's enough already. Lin Qin couldn't bear to watch any longer. Even he thought this guy was just messing around. Is this seriously how you're supposed to tame a steel beast? If you didn't know better, you'd think he was wailing at a funeral. Hold on, almost done. The monk managed to squeeze in a quick reply. Zhejiang then threw 2 heavy punches straight at the giant eagle's eyes, before leaping into the air and landing a flurry of kicks. He beat the giant eagle to within an inch of its life, leaving it completely limp and unable to get back up. And there. All done. That's it? Lin Qin's jaw completely dropped. Huang Kuan and Ye Daing had disbelief written all over their faces. If you could tame a steel beast just by beating it up and wailing like that, then there wouldn't be enough steel beasts in the world to go around as pets. With his hands pressed together in front of his chest, Zhejiang gave a faint smile. He looked at the giant eagle and said, Ah, Huang, get up and say hello to everyone. To their absolute bewilderment, the giant eagle wobbled to its feet and actually nodded in their direction. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Huang Kuan looked like he had just seen a ghost. Yi Daing was completely stunned. He walked over and circled the giant eagle, asking, No way. Is this for real? You actually pulled it off? What's real is real, and what's fake is fake. I told you. We were destined to meet in a past life. We're just picking up where we left off in this life. That's all. Captain, can you lend me a few of your crystals? Ah, Huang isn't feeling too well right now, and he probably won't be able to fly. Lin Qin usually kept his crystals in the carriage, only pouring them out when they were needed. He handed over a dozen or so crystals. Be fair. I think if you hadn't beaten him up, he'd be flying by now. I only beat him for his own good. You can't teach them without a little tough love, you know? You've got to understand the tough love of us parents. Huang Kuan was left totally baffled. None of what you're saying makes any sense. First, he was your sister-in-law, and now he's your son? And also, you'd better change his name. Otherwise, I can't guarantee he'll even make it to tomorrow. Calling him A Huang and saying he's your son? Isn't that totally taking advantage of me? All right, I'll change it. Zhejiang fed the crystals to the eagle and stroked its head. Since you're so big and black, how about I call you Little White? Let's go, Little White. Let's go for a little ride in the sky. Just us father and son. Stepping onto the giant eagle's back, Zhejiang sat down cross-legged. Dressed in all white, a string of Buddhist beads hung around his neck. He pressed his palms together, and with a soft shout of, "Rise!" the giant eagle flapped its wings, whipping up sand and rocks as it soared into the sky. Man, is Brother Monk seriously some kind of high priest? Yi Dang was so stunned by this whole display that he was left completely speechless. Shu Beihai sat in the forest, staring blankly at the sky and murmuring, "This guy is a freaking demonic monk, taming a steel beast just by wailing and crying? That's unheard of." Among the over 1 million motorbots in Qingzhou, he's seen every kind of them. But when it comes to Lin Qing's team, each and every one of them is a freak. There's the over 100-ton heavy truck, Huang Kuan, Lin Qing, wielding the fiery demon blade Yanmo, the 5 times evolved motorcycle with unmatched speed, Ye Daing, and Zhejiang, who can actually control steel beasts. By the way, what was this team called again? Zhantian? This is way more than just battling heaven. They're practically defying the gods themselves. No, wait. I see the path now. Follow me. We've got to hurry. A bunch of those giant metal beasts are heading right for us. Zhejiang, soaring high above, watched as trees in the distant forest snapped and collapsed, with his brow furrowed deeply. Ye Dang's shot had definitely riled up quite a few of those big guys, but with Zhejiang's eyes keeping watch from the sky, they didn't take any wrong turns, and quickly left the metal beasts far behind them. Once they reached White Bear Valley, just as Jiangnan had described, the group stopped to take a breather. So, this is White Bear Valley. It really is the perfect spot for an ambush. Zhejiang landed, looking at the natural valley, carved right between 2 massive, stretching mountain ranges. The cliffs on both sides were 40 to 50 meters high, and the narrow gap between them was only 5 to 6 meters wide, just enough space for a big truck to squeeze through. In ancient times, they'd call this a sky sliver pass. With a few thousand men holding this spot, even an army of hundreds of thousands wouldn't dare to charge. Tonight, Jiangnan will have his men lying in wait here, ready for him. Leaning their backs against the mountainside, Yi Dang and the others pulled out some crystals to consume. Running, all this way had been exhausting, and to stay combat-ready at a moment's notice, they had to keep their strength up. "Captain, how come you aren't eating any crystals to restore your energy?" "I'm not tired." Crossing his arms, Lin Qing swept his gaze around, scanning their surroundings. "As expected of our captain, awesome. Hey, Huang, do you want to top up? I'll lend you some. But if you're giving them to me, I'll take them. If it's a loan, forget it. No thanks." Honestly, I don't get why Lin Qing hoards his crystals like this. Huang Kuan couldn't help but grumble. "You should use them when you have them. They boost your strength and restore your energy. Just keeping a few for backup is plenty. Why be so stingy?" "You don't get it." Lin Qing hesitated, stopping himself from saying more. After a brief pause, he spoke up. "Haven't you noticed that if you eat too many crystals, your body starts to feel sluggish, and it takes a really long time to bounce back? I didn't really notice it before, but ever since I reached the mature stage, I've started to realize it. This feeling is becoming more and more obvious, especially after 7 evolutions. And swallowing 12 more adult stage crystals. I don't know if it's a side effect of gaining strength too quickly. Even though my power has increased a lot, my body is feeling heavier and heavier. My reflexes and movements are slower than before. This feeling is starting to give him a creeping sense of dread. Hey, you didn't take a single crystal today and gave them all to us." After complaining, Huang Kuan added, "Isn't this completely normal? I had this feeling after my 4th evolution. When your body gets bigger, it takes time to adapt. Don't overthink it." Chubeihai Kimedin. "Everyone back on our side is like that. So far, nothing's gone wrong." "Wait, that's not right. Why don't I feel that way?" Zhejiang spoke up. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. "Seriously, I don't." Zhejiang shrugged and pulled off a 720-degree backflip, followed by a series of mid-air triangle leaps. He was as light as a white feather, and his movements were as agile as ever. Lin Qing was completely baffled, his brow furrowed deeply. His mind raced. Is it only Huang Kuan who's different? That doesn't make sense. Huang Kuan, Ye Daing, Shu Beihai, and the 10 Yamas all feel the same way. This proves it's not an isolated incident, nor is it some random glitch with just their bodies. But in my 10 years in my past life, I never heard of anything like this. It makes no sense that I'd run into all these bizarre issues just because I was reborn. Popping a few crystals into his mouth, Huang Kuan crunched on them noisily. "We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Why worry so much? As long as it makes us stronger, who cares? Worst comes to worst, we just fight a few more battles. Honestly, I feel amazing all over after every fight." "You freak." The others cursed inwardly. If we can just lay low and safely build up our strength, who in their right mind would want to fight those steel beasts? Isn't that just straight up crazy? Shaking his head to clear out the chaotic thoughts, Lin Qing said in a deep voice. Old Huang is right. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We can figure the rest out later. For now, let's just keep moving. Night fell. A dark shadow sprinted along the rooftops on both sides of Jiangling Avenue, standing about 6 feet tall, wearing a black trench coat and a dark military uniform. Beneath his wide-brimmed felt hat and tall boots, he had a sharp, prominent nose. His chiseled features were rugged and sharp. His dark, cold eyes gleamed as he scanned his surroundings. With a sudden burst of speed, he leaped from the rooftop across the 20-meter-wide street, landing smoothly on the rooftop on the other side. Once he was sure the Megang steel beasts behind him had spotted him, the dark figure threw himself into a leap, jumping down from the 6th floor. Relying on a roll upon landing, the dark shadow cushioned the impact, making barely a sound. The queen ant is at Shengda Mall, surrounded and guarded by steel ant beasts, at least 10,000 of them. Plus, there are tons of other packs of steel beasts nearby. Lions, tigers, elephants, wolves, cattle, horses, pigs, dogs, chickens. Basically, almost any adult animal you can think of is there, with at least 30 of them at the adult stage. And below the adult stage, they are packed so densely you can't even count them. I'd estimate there are no fewer than 300,000, and that's just the ones we can see. Who knows how many more are hiding in other corners of the city. In a quiet alley, a few tarps were pulled back, revealing a red heavy-duty truck, a yellow mining dump truck, a helicopter, and a white sports car. The others were simply too massive, so scouting and recon could only be left to Ye Dang. He was incredibly fast. Even if he got spotted, none of those steel beasts could outrun him. He didn't even transform into his mecha. Lin Qing spoke up. Stick to the plan. Let's get to work. The roar of an engine filled the air. The headlights illuminated the construction site. Lin Qing drove off the site. The others scattered, each heading in a different direction. Once Lin Qing cleared the site, he transformed into his giant mecha, right on the street. High above, a circling giant baby monster swooped down, grabbing him in its claws and flying straight toward the mall. Whoa, 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 whoa. Under his color-shifting cloak, Ye Daying blended seamlessly into the night. As Huang Kuan dashed forward, the wind whistled past his ears. He carried 2 rifles strapped to his back, a heavy Barrett sniper and a Winchester rifle. Reaching the end of the alley, he leaped up to a 3rd-floor balcony of a nearby apartment building. Hanging from the security grates with one hand, he scaled the wall, quickly making his way up to the 12th-floor rooftop. He set up his Barrett and peer-scoped through the 10x zoom, aiming toward the distant shopping mall miles away. It was pitch black tonight, and with the streetlights out, he couldn't see a thing in the distance. All he could do was aim blindly, relying entirely on his memory. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Zhejiang's sports car tore down the deserted streets, its engine revving louder and louder with every gear change. Within moments, he arrived at the Shengda shopping mall, slamming the pedal to the metal and charging straight into the swarm of steel beasts. Suddenly, he yanked the wheel and slammed on the brakes, pulling off a massive drift that sent a horde of steel ant beasts flying. Crash. Bam. Crunch. Over a dozen steel beasts were instantly smashed to pieces. Flooring the gas pedal once again, Zhejiang crushed the carcasses of the steel beasts beneath his tires and sped away into the night. Roar. Among the steel beast horde, there were quite a few 5th-stage evolved adults. Though their intelligence couldn't match a normal human, they were easily as smart as a young child. This blatant provocation sent them into a raging fury. With a deafening roar, they rallied their minions and charged after Zhejiang. But Zhejiang, who hadn't even gone far, suddenly spun back around. With yet another massive drift, he swept a whole crowd of them off their feet. The metal beast used its agile reflexes to make a clean escape. But enough is enough. There's no way he's taking this lying down. Being provoked over and over again has completely enraged the metal beast. Tens of thousands of ants banded together, forming a miniature horde, and came surging forward from all sides. Once the ant army cleared out, flares began raining down from the sky. Within seconds, the plaza was lit up as bright as day. Up on the back of a giant eagle, Lin Qing finished dropping the flares and leaped off. Activating his combat gear mid-air, he plummeted 70 to 80 meters, crashing straight into the mall. Boom! Shengda Mall, this iconic landmark in Jiangling's prime district, was instantly smashed to pieces. Amidst the rubble, Lin Qing immediately spotted her. Squatting inside the mall was the 7 times purified queen ant. Standing 7 to 8 meters tall, her entire body was pitch black. In front of her lay a massive, mountain-like pile of crystals. Ants are social creatures, known for their extreme discipline. Normally, all food and resources are prioritized for the queen. Since the cataclysm, this queen ant had stubbornly relied on the crystal tributes from tens of thousands of metal ants to force her way up to the 7th purification stage. Sweeping south from the north, they laid waste to cities and conquered them. Any metal beast that refused to submit ended up in her stomach. Without wasting a single breath, Lin Qing shifted his blade, Yanmo, into second gear. He charged straight at her. A massive heat wave erupted, sizzling with intense, scorching heat. Yanmo clashed violently with the 7 times purified Queen Ant. With a full-force swing from Lin Qing, Yanmo sliced clean through one of the Queen's massive legs. Second gear burns at a scorching 5,000 degrees. Even a 7 times purified metal beast couldn't block that. This is the sheer power of human high-tech. Enduring the excruciating pain, the Queen Ant spread her arms and lunged furiously at Lin Qing. Ants can lift objects more than 50 times their own weight, showing just how insanely strong they are. An ant queen evolved 7 times is so strong, let alone Lin Qing. Even if she grabbed Huang Kuan, he would be torn apart to shreds as sparks flew everywhere. But Lin Qing doesn't even flinch. He blocks the ant queen strike with his armored arm, and before her other hand can grab him, he claws back. The rotary blade in his hand slashes right at her head. Time is running out. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the ant queen's antennae twitching. She is summoning her minions. In 1 minute at most, swarms of worker and soldier ants will come rushing in. With such a massive horde, and the tamed steel beasts nearby, they will absolutely crush this uninvited guest. A sudden sense of danger hits him. As the cold breath of death closes in, the ant queen, who had planned to rip Lin Qing apart, now throws her guards in front of her. Her instinct tells her that she is no match for this red mecha. Her only option is to stall for backup. Boom. Outside the mall, Zhizhang is being chased by a massive swarm of ant soldiers. He drives down a street, and just as the steel beasts behind are about to catch him, a nearby building is demolished, and a massive yellow mecha over 20 meters tall appears. After leveling a building with a single punch, Huang Kuan looks down from above, hunching over with his fists slammed into the ground, his basketball-sized eyes wide open. In the next second, his massive iron fists rain down on the horde like a storm. Boom. 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 It is like hundreds of missiles exploding all at once. The ground trembles violently, throwing rubble and steel beast corpses into the air. With every single punch that lands, dozens or even hundreds of ordinary steel beasts are crushed to pieces. Whether they are 3 times evolved or 4 times evolved, or even 5 times evolved, none of them stand a chance against Huang Kuan at full power. In just 10 short seconds, over 100 punches rained down in a rapid barrage. Zhizhang didn't even need to aim his laser gun. He just sprayed fire straight down the alley. Instantly, the ground was littered with bodies, leaving countless dead and wounded. A massive explosion echoed from the distance. The ant swarm, which was just getting ready to call in backup to finish off Huang Kuan and Zhizhang, suddenly twitched their antennae. Immediately, they retreated like a receding tide, rushing back toward the mall. Bang! Before they could even step foot inside the mall, the head of an adult ant soldier instantly blew apart. Over a kilometer away, on the roof of a tall building, Ye Daing stood, his black coat fluttering in the wind. Clutching his heavy sniper rifle, he stood with one foot planted on the rooftop railing. Pulling the bolt back after firing his shot, he lined up his sights on the next adult steel beast. Bang! 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 Guided by the glow of the flare, with every gunshot, another steel beast fell dead. Under the gaze of his 10-time scope, he picked them off one by one. He was completely flawless, every shot finding its mark. Within just a few breaths, 4 adult steel beasts lay dead on the ground. The ant swarm was retreating back to their nest, packed so tightly together that it was impossible to tell which ones were strong or weak. Ye Daing didn't push his luck further. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and prepared to head downstairs. His mission was complete. Next, it was time to draw the steel beasts away and make his escape. With gunshots this loud, any steel beasts in the area, as long as they weren't deaf, would definitely gather here. For Huang Kuan and Zhizhang, it was the exact same story. Though the ant swarm had retreated, a massive horde of other steel beasts nearby was still hot on their heels. Squelch! Inside the mall, the ant soldier's blocking arms were completely unharmed, yet its head was sliced clean off. Even in its wildest dreams, the beast never would have expected that at the exact millisecond the blade was about to clash with its arm, this glowing red blade would suddenly vanish, bypass its defense, and reappear right at its neck. In the end, it simply lacked experience fighting against humans. At the very last second, Lin Qing simply switched off second gear and flipped it right back on. Armored up, he unleashed 7 or 8 brutal punches right into the queen ant's belly. Breaking through her defense, Lin Qing grabbed the queen ant's crystal. Honestly, without his armor, if it had been a pure hand-to-hand brawl, he would have never dared to go toe-to-toe with her. Her insane physical strength and defense are on a whole different level compared to regular steel beasts. Even among those of the same tier, she is an absolute apex predator. Hearing a strange rustling at the entrance, Lin Qin knew the ant soldiers had arrived. He remembered when he first broke into the nest, the queen ant was cradling a massive mountain of crystals and devouring them. Many of them were from adult-stage beasts. He had planned to swipe a few on his way out, but when he turned around, the corner where the crystals had been piled was completely empty. In their place was only a palm-sized frog, croaking as it hopped onto the windowsill, ready to slip outside. Holy crap. Lin Qin was totally dumbfounded. He wasn't even this stunned when he was fighting the queen ant. What in the absolute hell? That was a pile of 6,000 crystals. At least 20 or 30 of them had to be adult grade. Where the hell did they go? It seemed like his swearing caught the attention of the steel beast frog. The frog turned its head, its tiny, bean-sized eyes gleaming with mischief. Suddenly, its bright red tongue whipped out over 10 meters. Caught completely off guard, the crystal in Lin Qin's hand was instantly snatched away. With a sharp whoosh, the tongue snapped back, dragging the crystal right into the frog's mouth. Its cheeks stretched so wide they almost burst. Gulp. The crystal slid down its throat and into its belly. The weird thing was, the bulky crystal that had just stretched its throat to the limit seemed to dissolve into thin air once it hit its stomach. You couldn't even tell that its round little belly had swallowed anything at all. What the hell? Lin Qin snapped. He was furious. The crystals I worked my butt off to harvest just got stolen like that? And the little punk did it right in front of my face. Is there no justice in this world? He was absolutely sure that the crystals on the ground earlier were also swallowed by that frog. He cranked the Yanmo blade up to second gear and prepared to slice the frog to pieces. But before he could even make a move, the ant army charged right in. You stinky frog. I'll remember this. With his armored side, he smashed right through the building, and Lin Qin bolted. But the moment he got out of the mall, the million steel beasts in Jiangling City sensed that the queen's aura had vanished, and they all went absolutely wild. Since this was the only lit spot in the entire city, a massive horde of steel beasts began to swarm over. Some fought each other to claim the title of the new king, while others charged at him in excitement the moment they spotted him. The beast tide surged violently, stretching as far as the eye could see. The deafening roars could be heard from over 10 miles away. Xiaobai. Lin Qin screamed out the giant eagle's name. Although he looked as cool as a cucumber on the outside, he was actually sweating bullets on the inside. A million steel beasts could drown him with their spit alone. Fortunately, Xiaobai was there to pick him up. As long as they could get into the air, they'd be fine. The circling eagle glanced at Lin Qin with a look of pure confusion in its eyes and didn't fly down. Lin Qin panicked. Are you kidding me? That damn monk screwed me over. At the most critical moment, the eagle ignored his commands. Who the hell was he supposed to complain to? Come on, buddy. Boss. Ancestor. With the beast tied right on his heels, Lin Qin screamed until his throat was raw. Left with no choice, he fired his laser gun wildly, while running for his life. Suddenly, a helicopter buzzed overhead and flew in. Thank goodness I had a backup plan. On this trip to Jiangling, the biggest danger wasn't killing the 7 times evolved queen, but escaping. To make sure he'd make it out safe, Lin Qin had Xu Beihai on standby. This was exactly the kind of outcome he was dreading. Springing up into a leap, he dangled by one hand from a helicopter dozens of meters in the air. Swinging his body, Xu Beihai began to climb his way up. The helicopter wobbled unsteadily as it carried him away into the distance. With his laser gun firing non-stop, Lin Qin rained fire recklessly on the ground below, completely ignoring his energy reserves. Suddenly, with a soft tap, that familiar red snake wrapped right around his ankle. Lin Qin looked down, only to see that frog climbing up its own tongue, straight onto the top of his foot. Well, we'll talk about a small world. He prepared to unload a full clip into the frog. Easy there, kid. Don't do anything reckless. A voice echoed directly from inside the frog's body. Mecha compatibility rate. The frog didn't even open its mouth, yet it was speaking perfect human tongue. Lin Qin's grip on the helicopter almost slipped from the sheer shock. Seriously. The bizarre events today were just piling up one after another. Who the hell are you anyway? What do you mean, who? I'm not a person, and I'm not a frog either. The voice continued to echo from the frog. I was just passing by. Lin Qin. A frog was literally speaking and claiming it wasn't even a frog. What the hell are you then? I'm not a thing. Wait. Yes, I am. Forget it, you bumpkin. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You can just call me Shura. I don't give a damn what kind of Shura you are. Spit out my crystals right now. If I'm missing even one, I'll dump a whole mag into you. Since he was at Lin Qin's mercy, and looking at the roaring steel beasts below, the frog had to submit. The frog squeaked anxiously. I can't spit them out. They're already digested. Can we please just get out of here first? With a cold chuckle, Lin Qin put away his laser gun. He reached down, grabbed the frog by its leg. I'll just slice you open and swallow your crystal. It'll have the exact same effect. Whoa, easy little brother, don't do anything crazy. Hearing that he was going to take its crystal, this frog is even more worked up than before. I'm a stage 2 evolved frog. Those crystals aren't even enough to get stuck in your teeth. If you take me out of here, can we count the crystals as a loan? Shura, give my word. It's cast in stone. But when I say borrow, I don't necessarily mean return. Lin Qing didn't catch the second half of that. All he heard was stage 2 evolved frog. After eating thousands of crystals, including dozens of adult stage 1s, and even one from a stage 7 evolution, you're telling me you're still only at stage 2? Anyone else would have evolved to stage 6 by now. What the hell? Are you pregnant with Neja? Is it going to take 3 years to show any results? Neja? What's that? I don't get it. Trying to play dumb with me? I don't care how many times you've evolved. Even if you were just a regular frog, I'd still stew you alive. What are you muttering to yourself? Xu Beihai had been listening for a while. Ever since Lin Qing hooked onto the plane, he'd been acting weird, talking to a frog, and even talking about stewing it. He looked up. Didn't you hear this frog stealing my crystals? I didn't hear a damn thing. All I've heard is you babbling to yourself this whole time. Did that fight with the queen ant mess up your head? Xu Beihai really couldn't hear the frog, but it was clearly talking. Without thinking, Lin Qing squeezed his hand tighter. The frog rolled its eyes wildly. Easy there. You're gonna kill me. I'm talking to you telepathically. Other people can't hear us. What the hell are you, anyway? Lin Qing's eyes widened, his tone no longer as relaxed as before. It has human intelligence, a bottomless pit of a stomach, and it can even communicate telepathically. Then, the frog spoke. My name is Shura, but you can call me Bro Shura, or Lord Shura if you want. Tightening his grip, Lin Qing sneered. And I'm Lin Qing. Whoa, brother Lin Ye, let go. Let go. Let's talk about this. Back then, we were absolute badasses wherever we went. But ever since we ended up in this dump, my Shura form is shot, and this body is totally falling apart. We're either constantly being hunted down, or on our way to being hunted down. His mental energy is running on fumes. This is his absolute last thread. This physical body is literally dying. His true self will slip into a deep, endless slumber. And who knows how many years it'll take to wake up again. I'll say it one more time. Give me back my crystal. Right here, right now. I can't return it. Before the grass frog could even finish, Lin Qin tossed him right off. The next second, his long, red, snake-like tongue shot out and wrapped around Lin Qin's foot again. The frog scrambled back up, yelling, I wasn't done talking. Can't you just listen to me for once? Kids these days have zero patience. Lin Qin just shook his leg, discarding him again. And down went the frog. Over the next few minutes, this exact scene played out on loop. Every single time the frog climbed up, he got tossed right back down. 5 minutes later, the frog gasped, completely exhausted. All right, stop throwing me. Can't I just pay you back with something else? A few times. He almost fell straight into the gaping maws of the iron beasts below. If the helicopter hadn't been intentionally flying so low, his tongue wouldn't have even been able to reach. Pay me back with what? Lin Qin asked, lifting the tiny frog up by its collar. Let me catch my breath first. Okay, I'll talk. Seeing Lin Qin's grip loosen again, the frog blurted out in a panic. Your world is going through a massive shift. In just 1 month, you've already evolved 7 times. That's insane. Though, if it weren't for me today, actually, never mind that part. But at your current pace, it won't be long before you hit your 8th evolution. Keep wasting my time, and I'm tossing you right now. But you will never break through to 10 evolutions. Lin Qin's heart skipped a beat. Why couldn't the crystals push him to the Spirit Lord level? He had known this all along. But why wasn't it working? Even in his past life, this was a complete mystery. The frog clearly knew something, bluntly stating that he could never break through to Spirit Lord. That sent a cold shiver straight down his spine. Huang Kuan and Zhejiang. In his past life, Yang Ao and the others were all absolute overlords, reborn with every possible advantage, yet still unable to reach the Lord level, only to watch latecomers surpass him? This rebirth is way too frustrating. If Huang Kuan and Zhejiang end up at a higher level than him, how is he supposed to lead the team? Every time you purify, doesn't your body feel heavier, clunky, like it takes you a really long time to adjust? But with your leveling speed, you probably undergo another purification before you've even fully adjusted. Seriously, 7 purifications in a single month, and you can still fight this smoothly? You really are a freak of nature. With a dark look on his face, Lin Qin said in a deep voice, get to the point. It's because the synchronization between your mind and your mech is way too low. What do you mean? Sure, you look like this on the outside, but your mental strength is still just that of an ordinary human. Let me give you an analogy. If a baby just a few months old suddenly got the body of an adult warrior, but kept their baby brain, what do you think would happen? Lin Qin fell silent, his heart feeling incredibly heavy. He understood what the frog was trying to say. A baby that's only a few months old can't even walk. If you put them in an adult's body, they'd probably trip and fall with every step, let alone going onto the battlefield and fighting someone. Your situation right now is exactly like that. A child trapped in an adult's body. You need time to synchronize properly before you can succeed. The condition for the 10th evolution is a 100% synchronization between your mind and your mecha. When your physical body is on the weaker side, the time it takes to break in compared to when your body is strong is actually much shorter, that's for sure. With your potential, if you fight every single day starting now, and don't consume any crystals for 2 to 3 years, your body should be able to fully mature. By then, you'll be several times stronger than you are now. No way, Lin Qing said, shaking his head. No consuming crystals for 2 to 3 years? That basically means running in place for 2 to 3 years. Only a crazy person would do that. In 2 to 3 years, the world will be crawling with powerhouse fighters. Within the major factions, those who have reached their 8th evolution, and even those with their 9th evolution will be everywhere. If they wanted to crush him, it would only take them seconds. Hehe, I have a way to shorten your adjustment time. Lin Qing stared intently at the frog and said, "This isn't something I can explain in just a sentence or two. Put me on top of your head. Don't push your luck. Are you going to do it or not?" Gritting his teeth, Lin Qing placed the frog on top of his head. See? There we go. The frog hopped around on Lin Qing's head, bouncing up and down, and then suddenly pressed its hand down. Boom! Lin Qing felt like his head was exploding, as if something was drilling right into it. In a daisy, his other hand, which was holding onto the helicopter, slipped. Head first, with his feet in the air, his body plummeted straight down, completely out of control. Holy crap! Wake up! Wake up! The frog shrieked in panic. In order to lure the beast tide, Xu Beihai's helicopter wasn't flying very fast or very high. Just 200 to 300 meters away was the horde of steel beasts. Like a battle song, Lin Qing suddenly plummeted, catching Xu Beihai completely off guard. But there was one thing he could be sure of. Lin Qing had definitely damaged his brain. Since getting on the plane, he had been acting completely out of it. Not only was he talking to a frog, but he even jumped out on his own. There wasn't even time to grab him. With the wind howling past his ears, maybe the frog shouting finally woke Lin Qing up. He spun around midair, flipping his body completely over. Instead of face-planting, his legs took the impact. Boom. Landing on one knee, he smashed a huge crater into the ground. Clinging to his shoulder, Shura patted his belly in relief, still shaken. I forgot to tell you how to skip the mech's break-in period. It's too hard to explain with words, so I'll have to send it directly to your mind. You might feel a bit disoriented for a few seconds. I'll settle the score with you later, the frog snapped. In just a split second, Lin Qing processed the new information flooding his mind. It was a martial arts concept, a system designed to accelerate mech control, divided into 4 stages. Body and strength as 1, strength and weapon as 1, chi and will as 1, and will and spirit as 1. Just seconds after he landed, a tidal wave of steel beasts swarmed around Lin Qing. Leaping backward, he swung the flame demon sword. A flash of red light burst out, slicing dozens of steel beasts in half. Even before their corpses hit the ground, their crystals were devoured by the endless swarm of steel beasts rushing forward, leaving not a single scrap behind. Without even looking back, Lin Qing turned and bolted. In the middle of the beast swarm, an adult, blind lone wolf lunged at his back. Feeling the wind rush behind his ears, Lin Qing spun around and threw a powerful punch. The one-eyed wolf's head instantly exploded. In just a single second, another 7 or 8 adult beasts charged forward. His movements were a complete blur. All you could see was a flash of red light, and 2 more steel beasts were instantly torn apart. His armored, jet-black left arm sent a steel beast flying with a single punch. Then, driving his elbow like a spear, he slammed it into the neck of an ambushing tiger on his left. Without stopping, he threw a sharp kick that broke the sound barrier with a loud boom. An adult steel beast exploded in midair. Gripping the Yanmo, Lin Qing slashed wildly, unleashing 6 or 7 slashes in an instant, each strike faster than the last, each strike more ruthless than the last. Looking at the 8 steel beasts lying at his feet, Lin Qing was slightly dazed. Those moves just now were purely instinctive. His body just acted the moment he thought of it. Heavy punches, whip kicks, and lightning slashes, as if rehearsed thousands of times in his mind. He knew exactly when to hold back and when to unleash his full explosive power, perfectly executing them in an instant. Compared to his past self, his previous combat style was messy and unrefined, but now it was incredibly clean and precise. Bro, if you don't run now, you're dead meat. Shura's tongue shot out, snatching and swallowing the crystals of those adult steel beasts, shouting at him. Without saying a word, Lin Qing burst into a full sprint, speeding up to hitch a ride on Xu Beihai's helicopter. High in the air, the freezing wind roared, and the helicopter blades thundered in his ears. Looking down at the endless sea of steel beasts below, Lin Qing finally let out a sigh of relief. Xu Beihai teased with a smile. As expected of Captain Lin, you're insanely good. Did you seriously jump down there just to stretch your numb hands? Is that so? How come I feel like if I was a few seconds later, you would have just taken off without me? No way. I was literally about to jump down and help you. I only held back when I saw how badass you were down there. I swear to God, man, if I'm lying, may my dick fall off. Lin Qing instantly slaughtered 8 adult steel beasts in the blink of an eye, which left Xu Beihai absolutely terrified. Even though I knew a 7th evolution could easily crush a 5th evolution, I never expected it to be this insanely powerful, especially that Yanmo blade. One touch, and you're dead. It's absolutely terrifying. Not bad at all. You've got a tiny fraction of my style back in the day. The frog on his shoulder chimed in. This method of controlling mecha is called the battle hymn. It can only be trained in the heat of battle, making you stronger with every fight. Body and force align. Force and mecha synchronize. Energy and intent unite. And intent and spirit merge. 4 distinct stages. The first stage is body and force align. Just like it sounds, it's about the coordination of your physical body and raw power. You're currently at this level. Once you can completely master your body, making heavy weapons feel light as a feather, and wielding them with effortless precision, only then have you mastered it. Then, you can begin the training for stage 2. Lin Qing listened intently. Once the frog finished, he asked in a whisper only the two of them could hear, you said before that mecha synchronization has to reach 100% to break through the 10th evolution. Right? Where do you think mine is at right now? 30%. Glancing at him, the frog said, it's incredibly low. After all, your control over this body is absolutely trash. At your level, even my front gate guards are 10 times stronger than you. If I hadn't stepped in and taken your crystal, this ratio would be even lower after you broke through the 8th evolution. Lin Qing stared, completely dumbfounded. Big bro, who on earth are you? I already told you, I am Shura. The frog crossed his hands behind his back, holding his head high. Lin Qing asked, but why are you even here? You're definitely not from around here, are you? Yeah, I come from a place far, far away. Wait, from way up above the clouds? Do you know about them? Lin Qin clenched his fists. With a squinty smile, the frog said, I know a little. More than just knowing. He had only reached this point today, entirely because of this catastrophe. With so many people dying for no reason all over the world, who was going to take the blame? Looking at Lin Qin's bloodthirsty eyes, the frog sensed something was seriously wrong. Whoa, don't get me wrong. I'm not with those guys up in the sky. They're actually hunting me down too. Haha, seriously, I swear to God, if I'm lying, may my dick fall off. With a devious roll of its eyes, the frog said, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? Why don't we team up? I can help you take down those things up in the sky. And save your planet. Glancing down at the tiny, palm-sized frog, Lin Qin scoffed. You? Seriously? No duh. If not me, then who? You? Those things are terrifying beyond your wildest imagination, let alone 7 purifications. Even 10 purifications are nothing in their eyes. What about 15? Did he just say 15 purifications? The frog's pupils suddenly shrank. Every 5 purifications is a massive milestone, which isn't even a secret where they come from. It's practically common knowledge, but this is a planet that literally just went through its apocalypse. How could anyone here possibly know that you can evolve 15 times? From the very moment they met, it had realized that Lin Qin was incredibly bizarre. For starters, his rank of 7 evolutions. If he hadn't taken the crystal, it probably would have only taken a few more days. Before this guy achieved 8 evolutions. To reach 8 evolutions in just 1 month is a terrifying speed. And then there was that blade of his, completely reeking of danger. Not to mention how he mastered the battle song almost instantly, achieving perfect harmony of body and power. It was as if this guy had already been through countless battles and survived endless life and death situations. All that's missing is an opportunity and a systematic way of learning. Just who the hell are you? This time, it was the frog's turn to ask. Just a local. I took out a loan to buy a heavy truck right before the cataclysm. That's all. You still haven't explained how on earth you're going to deal with those guys up in the sky. Don't ask. I have my ways. You just need to provide me with a massive amount of crystals. If I can't wipe those bastards out, I'll eat shit while doing a handstand. The soul scoffed in disdain. If you give me a ton of crystals, I can wipe them out too. If I can't pull it off, I'll eat shit too. Anyone can talk big. Why don't we talk about something more practical? The frog choked up. How many years had it been? This was the first time it had ever been looked down on. What do you mean by practical? Aren't you just after crystals? Let's trade using something like your battle hymn. We both get what we want. Kid, Don't bite off more than you can chew. Without my guidance, you won't master even a single part of the battle hymn in your entire life. And even that would be enough for you to dominate this world. How about we change the terms? I'll teach you the battle hymn, and you hand over the crystals? Lin Qing sneered with a cold laugh. Where I come from? When we sell stuff, we guarantee a tenfold refund if it's fake, and we offer a triple guarantee after sales policy. What the hell is a triple guarantee after sales policy? Guaranteed learning, guaranteed exchanges, and guaranteed refunds. Just like the second gear Flame Fiend in Huang Kuan's hands, guaranteed learning, guaranteed refunds, and guaranteed exchanges. Screw you, the frog snapped in frustration. It let out a flurry of angry croaks. Fine, I won't sell it to you. All right? No way. That's consumer fraud. You owe me triple compensation. No wonder those Shura bastards came after you guys. This planet got exactly what it deserved. They had it coming. Shu Beihai couldn't help but chime in. Lin Qing, how about I speed up so we can get back sooner? Talking to yourself again? Don't you dare jump down next. Wait, why aren't the others back yet? According to our plan, everyone was supposed to draw away some of those steel beasts, and then meet at the village entrance. Scratch that. The toll booth. Looking down from high above, Huang Kuan and the others hadn't made it out yet. Letting go. Lin Qin dropped to the ground and transformed into a heavy truck, crashing straight through a building. She spun around and sped off toward a certain part of the city. I'm going to back them up. You lure the steel beasts to White Bear Ravine. If it were the Huang Kuan and that dumbass from his past life, he wouldn't be worried at all. But right now, they're still just rookies. They haven't reached their full potential yet. Since they didn't show up this time, something definitely went wrong. Hey! If you're going to save them, did you even ask me? I want to get off. I'm not going. Clinging tightly to Lin Qin's shoulder, Froggy screamed at the top of his lungs. Lin Qin moved way too fast. Without a word of warning, she jumped, and he ended up getting dragged along. Behind them, a pack of steel beasts split off to chase them down. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. No, nothing. Just run. Floor it. Why are you so slow? Boom. Somewhere in Jiangling City, Ye Dang was speeding down Commercial Avenue. As he spun around, his shotgun spewed fire. The chest of a Tier 5 purified steel beast blasted open. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Huang Quan was locked in battle with 4 or 5 adult Tier 7 steel beasts. Countless steel beasts lunged at him. Instantly, they were clinging to his back, head, and legs. Fine. Go to hell. Completely ignoring them, Huang Quan's bloodshot eyes locked onto the few, adult ones right in front of him. His fists rained down relentlessly, leaving absolutely nothing left of their crystals. Just as several steel beasts exploded, a sharp pain shot through his back. Countless steel beasts were gnawing away at him. A white sports car drifts wildly, sliding sideways, knocking several steel beasts into the air. As it stands, it transforms into a massive mecha. Its white arm fires a laser gun, sweeping the area, taking a lot of pressure off Huang Quan. Ji Zhang shouts, Huang Quan, you go first. Sakura and I will cover the rear. Yeah. Despite him taking the heaviest beating, Huang Quan knows that if she stays, she'll only hold them back. Damn it, I'll be absolutely damned. If I ever expected Lin Qing's super dangerous job to turn out to be the easiest, while we, the support crew, are in the absolute most danger. He should have made his getaway by now, right? Once the beast horde in Jiangling City goes completely wild, they will tear anyone they see to pieces, and we'll all be dragged down with them. Having to run all the way here, even Ji Zhang looks incredibly embarrassed. The distance we ran is just too far. I've lost contact with Little White, and can't control it anymore. Let's just hope Shu Beihai gets here in time. Otherwise, he's going to be in even more danger than us. Holy crap. What kind of mess did you get us into? Huang Quan's sanity is completely hanging by a thread. On their end, they're being chased like stray dogs by tens of thousands of steel beasts. With hundreds of thousands of them over on Qingqing's side, can she even survive? Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as if a massive earthquake is hitting. Several steel beasts lose their balance, stumbling to the ground with furious roars. A nearby commercial building is smashed right through. A 2-story tall, 5th evolution steel rhino bursts through the building, charging straight at them. It's completely unstoppable. Its razor-sharp horn aims directly below Huang Quan's navel. At such close range, even my time manipulation is completely useless. No one expected a steel beast to burst through the walls like this. In a desperate panic, Huang Quan grabs hold of the rhino's horn, but she's still forced backward by its massive force. In an instant, she is slammed hard against the wall of the building across the street. The rhino's horn pierces her lower body, driving a full foot deep into her frame. Huang Kuan can almost hear the wet sound of a beef skewer being pierced. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps rapidly approach. Ye Daeng leaps right onto the rhino's back and fires 3 consecutive shots at the exact same spot on its neck. The steel armor shatters, exposing the metallic skeleton underneath. But its neck didn't break. Holy shit. Huang Kuan is enraged. Single-handedly, he grabs the rhino's hornarm and slams a massive punch into it. Crack. The black glowing horn snaps off, and holding it in his hand, he stabs it backhand right into the rhino's eye socket. How do you like getting stabbed, you piece of shit? Brother Huang, we gotta go. There's no time. If we don't leave now, none of us are getting out, Ye Daeng urges. He's completely out of rifle ammo and only has his heavy Barrett sniper left. He can't hold out much longer. Huang Kuan punches right through the rhino's skull, rips out its crystal, and swallows it whole. He then lifts the massive rhino and hurls it into the steel beast horde. You guys go first. I'll hold them off. Can you even hold them off? This is no time to be stubborn. Get lost. He grabs Ye Daeng and flings him over 100 meters away. Fighting amidst the steel beast horde, Zhejiang takes down the surrounding beasts, one punch at a time, and shouts, "Are we really not leaving? You get lost too. I'm locking horns with these bastards." Yanking a lamppost out of the ground, Huang Kuan starts slamming it into the steel beasts. With so many steel beasts around, escaping seems impossible. Someone has to buy some time. Ye Daeng is fast and can leave whenever he wants. There's no need for him to stay. Zhejiang is a sports car, so his speed is no joke either. Among the 3, he is the slowest. If it weren't for him, the other 2 would have escaped long ago. Amitabha, I'm the vice captain. You have to listen to me. Retreat. Otherwise, I'll break your legs with a lamppost. Huang Kuan fires a barrage with his laser gun, but it drains a massive amount of energy. It's fine to use for a short time, but it can't be used continuously. Before long, the energy will run dry, leaving him without even the strength to walk. Huang Kuan has clearly reached the end of his rope at this point. I seriously owe you one. Zhejiang leaps into the herd of steel beasts, landing right on the back of a 5th evolution black bear. He reaches out and presses his hand against the bear's head. Kill them! The next second, the black bear flies into a rage, turning around to tear into the surrounding steel beasts. I knew your skill couldn't just be wailing. Look what time it is, alright? Controlling a 5th evolution steel beast, Zhejiang almost collapses, the sheer exhaustion clear in his eyes. He transforms into a sports car and speeds off, wobbling so hard he almost slams right into a wall. That cooldown time is no joke. Huang Kuan carries Zhejiang and sprints like crazy. Controlling 2 adult steel beasts in a single day took way too much out of Zhejiang, and on top of that fierce battle, it's a miracle he hasn't passed out yet. He knows his own limits. With his current strength, controlling 1 adult stage beast is just right, and any more becomes a massive burden. Although the black bear is holding them back, it can only buy them a little bit of time. It won't hold them off for long. Against tens of thousands of steel beasts, the bear will be lucky to last 10 seconds. Bang! A gleaming golden bullet streaks through the air, grazing right past Huang Kuan's ear and piercing the neck of a steel beast behind him. The spinning bullet tears through its neck, warping the metal as it bursts out from the back of its head, leaving a hole the size of a wash basin. Thud. The 4th evolution, steel beast crashes to the ground. Hundreds of meters away, Ye Daeng stands on a 3rd-floor windowsill. Having fired that shot, he immediately prepares to fire a second shot, aiming every single bullet at the beasts closing in on Huang Kuan. Don't let his calm exterior fool you. Inside, he's sweating bullets. At this close range, it'll be nearly impossible for Huang Kuan to escape. Barring any miracles, they'll catch up to him in no time. Wait, scratch that, he's already been caught. He's toast. But just then, a familiar voice echoes through the air as a 2.5-meter-long black iron staff comes flying toward Huang Kuan. The head of the staff is carved into a ferocious, roaring black dragon, and its shaft is covered in dense, tiny scales, making it look like a real dragon's body. Second gear activated. Grasping Yanmo, Huang Kuan instantly shifts into second gear. A fiery red blade light bursts forth, slicing through any steel beasts that dare to get close. Zhejiang's secret. Seeing Huang Kuan surrounded in the distance, Lin Qing doesn't have time to help directly, so he can only hurl Yanmo to him. Holding Yanmo, Huang Kuan is like a dragon bursting from the abyss. Vibrant red beams of light flash all around him. With a blade of over 10 meters, combined with his 7 to 8 meter arm reach, within a 17 to 18 meter radius, every single steel beast that touches Yanmo's blade light is instantly sliced in half. The surrounding area is instantly cleared, leaving a ground covered in corpses. They're finally here. Looking out from the 3rd-floor window, Ye Daeng lets out a massive sigh of relief. Even though the steel beasts are everywhere, as long as Lin Qing is here, this is child's play. That's the absolute trust he and Huang Kuan have built in Lin Qing over time. Boom. As Lin Qing approaches the commercial street, his armored arms hammer into the skyscrapers, punch after punch, sending massive sections of the buildings teetering on the edge of collapse. Bang! Chunks of debris over 2 meters in diameter, packed with reinforced concrete and stone, are kicked right into the herd of steel beasts. Like falling meteors, they crush crowds of steel beasts, sending them flying in utter chaos. Watching the long blade dance wildly, and Huang Kuan, who is absolutely going berserk, the frog remarks, "This guy's mech synchronization rate is incredibly high, 65%. Wait, the one on his back is even higher, 87%. Just what kind of monsters are you guys?" And it's only the start of the cataclysm. Evolving 6 times in just 1 month is one thing, but for his mecha's core integration level to be this high, it's just not freaking normal. Just how many battles has he been through? Since the very first day of the cataclysm, has he just been hunting steel beasts for fun every single day? A hand quietly drops onto his shoulder. Huang Kuan gasps in shock, instinctively spinning around to slash with his blade. "It's me," Lin Qin says, catching his wrist. "Give me Yanmo. Take the monk and get out of here first." His eyes gradually clear up, and Huang Kuan says exhaustedly, "Be careful, damn it. Who do you think I am?" Lin Qin replies, taking over Yanmo. Lin Qin fights even more ruthlessly now. After learning the frogs battle him, he's come up with some new tactics. Instead of keeping Yanmo's second gear active the whole time like before, he constantly toggles it on and off, switching between first and second gear, making his counterattacks far more efficient, while saving way more energy. Across a street over 20 meters wide, tens of thousands of steel beasts are somehow held back by him alone. He's even managed to push them back a few meters. Holy crap, as expected of our captain, Ye Dang leads Huang Kuan away. Lin Qin turns and approaches the building on the side of the street. He thrusts Yanmo deep inside, and with a harsh, grinding screech, he drags the blade all the way to the end of the street. Rumble, rumble, boom. The already unstable row of buildings begins to collapse, burying countless steel beasts in the middle of the street. Hearing the massive commotion, Huang Kuan looks back from a distance. Lin Qin is running toward them, clouds of dust billowing behind him, amidst collapsing buildings and the countless wails of trapped steel beasts. His eyes fixate on Yanmo, only reluctantly looking away once Lin Qin puts it away. There are some things you can never truly understand until you've experienced them. Now that he's handed Yanmo over, it feels like he's plummeted straight from the heavens, leaving everything else feeling utterly dull and lifeless. This weapon is so freaking badass. Too bad it wasn't his captain. "You're okay. Thank goodness." On Huang Kuan's back, Zhizhang opened his weary eyes and spoke. Though he was completely exhausted, he hadn't passed out yet. Huang Kuan had put on an incredible show of power, and Lin Qing had rushed in to save the day in the nick of time. He had seen the whole thing play out. Rushing over, Lin Qing smacked Zhizhang on the head and snapped, "Where's your whitey? It almost got me killed. Damn it, I'm stewing that thing when we get back. Haha, it was too far away. I lost control of it. I'll stew it myself later. By the way, where is Shu Beihai? He's leading the beast horde forward. Let's follow them and trail behind. Once they open fire over at White Bear Valley, we'll flank the steel beasts in a pincer attack." "Pincer my ass. No way in hell I'm going. Do you have any idea how many steel beasts are out there?" "Hundreds of thousands." The frog on Lin Qing's shoulder croaked. Zhizhang muttered, "Amitabha, this creature is destined to be with me. Give it to me first so I can replenish my energy. Show some respect. This is my friend." Lin Qing slapped his hand away. Huang Kuan grinned and said, "Oh, come on. Are you seriously pulling the monk's tricks too? I saw the whole thing. This guy, playing dumb and crying his eyes out. It was all an act. He tamed it in literally 1 second." "Oh, really? Shura. Make a sound for everyone." With a dark look on his face, Lin Qing pulled out a crystal. "Holy crap." Huang Kuan and Zhizhang gasped in shock. "You actually tamed it. How on earth did you do that?" Zhizhang stared intently at Lin Qing. He had thought he was the only one who knew this skill. He waved to Ye Dang to scout the path ahead. Lin Qing said, "Let's talk as we walk." The beast horde of hundreds of thousands was like a roaring torrent, shaking rocks and shattering stones wherever they went, leaving absolutely nothing alive in their wake. All houses and buildings were completely reduced to ruins. Lin Qing and the others landed, a few kilometers away from the steel beast army. "So, how did you tame that frog anyway?" "Well, that's my little secret. If you want to know, you've got to trade one of yours. Actually, I'm not a virgin. Screw off." Also, Huang Kuan got his balls impaled by a rhino before. I saw it with my own eyes. "Don't you fucking talk nonsense. I'll rip your mouth open." "How is that even a secret? You know exactly what I'm asking about." After a long silence, Zhizhang finally spoke. "After the apocalypse, my mental energy became extremely powerful, allowing me to directly invade the minds of steel beasts and control them. but the range is limited. I can only control one at a time, and the range is within 100 meters. If I push past that, I'll pass out. Holy crap, that's insane, the frog croaked. He's incredibly gifted. This kid has crazy talent. No wonder his mecha compatibility was so high. It's because of his powerful mental strength. Compared to others, controlling a mecha is a breeze for him. You really hit the jackpot here. As long as he stays alive, he'll easily surpass 15 evolutions in the future. Not only that, but his combat power will be absolutely devastating. His talent is way better than yours. Damn. He's the chosen one. Huang Kuan immediately tried to cozy up to him. By the way, Zhejiang baby, how did you train this? Teach me. Maybe because I've been meditating since I was a kid, so my mental energy is slightly stronger than average. If you want to learn, I can teach you some other day. Huang Kuan curled his lip. There are so many monks meditating in temples, how come none of them have powerful mental energy? Don't knock it. I really think it's because of meditation, Zhejiang replied. There's a deep art to meditation. Ever heard of entering deep meditation? Only when you reach that state does it actually work. He thought about how monks usually just sit in one spot and stay there for the entire afternoon. Huang Kuan shuddered at the thought. Yeah, never mind. A guy like me is definitely not built for meditation. Besides, reaching deep Zen is supposedly only for elite monks. Sitting dead still for hours would drive him absolutely insane. Captain, you still haven't told us how you tamed that steel frog beast? Zhejiang asked. Ye Daing and Huang Kuan also stared over, filled with curiosity. I didn't tame it, Ling Qing smiled playfully. No way. Then how is that frog listening to your every word? You can't cheat. This frog only cares about money. As long as you feed it crystals, it will do literally anything. Are you serious? Disbelief was written all over Zhejiang's face. Give it a try, and see for yourself. Finding a crystal, Zhejiang held it by the frog's mouth and said, Call me daddy. Patui, the others burst out laughing. Ye Daing tossed over a crystal, saying casually, Come here. The frog swallowed it in one gulp. Shura jumped onto Ye Daing's head. Heh, well, aren't you a funny little guy? Come over here and let me try. Huang Kuan also pulled out a crystal. Damn. There are so many suckers these days, thought the frog, its mouth practically splitting into a wide grin. If it had known this trick worked so well, why on earth had it risked its life stealing crystals everywhere? These guys were its sworn brothers, its dearest friends. At the foot of the mountains on both sides of White Bear Valley, over 100 tanks and armored vehicles were already locked and loaded. Dozens of attack helicopters kept their engines running, ready to take off at a moment's notice. The 7 Kills, Army Breaker, and Greedy Wolf forces 300,000 mecha warriors stood silently on the summit of the back mountain. With tents pitched all around, Jiang Nan and Yang Hongfei sat on chairs, while behind them stood Yang Ao's 10 Yama lords, under the pitch-black night sky. Everything is dead silent. It's terrifyingly quiet. A few minutes after they arrive, Jiang Nan spots Xu Beihai flying in through his binoculars, with hundreds of thousands of steel beasts trailing behind him, but Lin Qing isn't with him. He doesn't see Lin Qing anywhere. Yang Ao's heart instantly sinks. With his strength, there's no way he should have failed. Did something happen to him? But then how is Xu Beihai still alive? Shut up, Yang Hongfei snaps. A massive battle is upon us. This is no time for this. Whatever it is, save it for after the fight. Throughout history, victory is built on sacrifice. For the safety of Chinja's millions of citizens, I don't care if it's Lin Qing. Even if it were my own flesh and blood, I'd sacrifice them in a heartbeat. If it meant we could end this crisis, if I had the power, I would have been the first one to lead the charge. Ignoring the father and son, Jiang Nan keeps his binoculars raised. Chen Sheng shouts, Hear my command. Hold fire until they get closer. 9, 8, 7. Hundreds of thousands of steel beasts form a massive river of iron, charging forward like a tidal wave. Only those standing right on the front lines can truly feel this suffocating pressure. It feels like a giant hand is squeezing your heart, leaving you completely breathless. We've deployed 80% of Chinja's entire military force. If we can't stop this beast tide, we're all finished. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The steel beasts are closing in. Up high in the sky, Xu Beihai can already see everyone lying in ambush. 3, 2, 1. The generators on the mountain peak roar to life. 8 ultra-long-range searchlights snap on, casting blinding beams directly onto the oncoming horde. The open fields instantly light up like broad daylight. Spotting the light signal, the tank barrels raise boom. As the first shell fires into the sky, a relentless barrage of artillery and missiles rise from the ground, erupting into a spectacular display of fireworks. The ground shook violently, a deafening roar echoing in their ears. Loose rocks and debris kept raining down from the mountains. Jiang Nan and Yang Hongfei instantly covered their ears. Hundreds of artillery shells slammed right into the heart of the beast horde. Flames shot into the sky as wave after wave of explosions tore through the area. Countless steel beasts were blown to absolute pieces. 50 gunships ascended into the sky, flying shoulder to shoulder, spaced just 10 meters apart. They formed a deadly line stretching 500 meters across. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A hail of bullets poured relentlessly from the gunships, unleashing a torrential downpour of lead for 30 straight seconds. Countless steel beasts were mowed down in an instant. The bigger the beast, the more attention they got. Specialized rocket launchers locked onto the massive beasts, and what spat from their barrels weren't normal rockets, but highly devastating white phosphorus rounds. The shells burst in midair, scattering like deadly fireworks. White phosphorus powder drifted down like snow, and the second it touched a steel beast's metallic hide, it ignited instantly, burning right through their thick armor. Watching all this from the rear, the frog was completely and utterly speechless. Is this the true power of ordinary humans on your planet? What you're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg, Lin Chin replied. Ever heard of nukes? Or atomic bombs? They're powerful enough to wipe this entire planet out dozens, even hundreds of times. They're really that powerful? Then what are we waiting for? Just drop some and blow these steel freaks to hell. Lin Chin rolled her eyes and said, We have an old saying where I'm from. Weapons are tools of doom, to be used only as a last resort. If you get a few fleas on your body, you don't jump into a boiling vat of oil to kill them, do you? The sheer power of a nuclear explosion is beyond your wildest imagination. It leaves hundreds of miles completely barren, not a single blade of grass can survive. And for decades, humans wouldn't even be able to set foot anywhere near the blast zone. By the time the steel beasts are gone, we'll be gone too. It's a classic case of taking down your enemy only to destroy yourself. The frog's eyes popped open in realization. Instead of giving him an answer, Lin Chin just clenched her fists tightly. The beast tide is surging back. Get ready to fight. This time, we're mostly here to test our limits. Don't lose your cool. Now that we know fighting more speeds up our synchronization with our mechs. There's no way we're letting this chance slip by. Having clawed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Lin Chin knew all too well that the more chaotic the battlefield, the better it tempers a person. The others nodded solemnly. Even if he hadn't said it, they wouldn't have dared to face them head-on anyway. Getting dragged into a massive horde of steel beasts like that, even gods wouldn't survive. Kid, if you really want to push yourself, I'd advise you not to use that weapon. The frog on his shoulder spoke up, and it's not just the weapon. You'd better not use that black armor either, or what you call your armament. Avoid using it entirely. Fight with your raw, primal strength, and rely solely on your true power. That's how your mech synchronization will improve the fastest. Sheathing Yanmo, Lin Chin turned to the three behind him and said, Unless it's an absolute matter of life and death, the three of you are not allowed to use your laser guns. Huang Kuan, monk, no armaments either. Say what? The three of them were completely dumbfounded. No laser guns? No armaments? How the hell are we supposed to fight then? Are we going out there just to give those steel beasts a nice gentle massage? Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. Would I ever set you guys up to fail? Though they found this request completely insane, Lin Chin repeatedly insisted on it, so the three of them had no choice but to comply. On me! Let's move! The steel beasts were scattered in the chaos. Most of them retreated back along their original path toward their nest in Jiangling, while a portion of them scattered in all directions like headless chickens. And those headless chickens were exactly who Lin Chin was targeting. But even if they were just running blindly, the smallest pack still consisted of hundreds of them. On the mountaintop, Yang Ao personally led the 10 Yama Kings forward to back them up. Before Yang Ao could even get emotional and speak, his very first words were, Where's Lin Qing? No need to thank me. It's the least I could do, and I only did a tiny bit to help. Xu Beihai had to swallow those polite words right back down. He looked as disgusted as if he had just swallowed a fly. He went back to save his buddy. He should be fine. He's probably somewhere behind us right now. Whew, that's a relief. Captain, your feelings for Lin Qing are truly something else. Even an outsider like me is getting a little jealous. Xu Beihai put a heavy emphasis on the word outsider. Well, Lin Qing is my brother in arms, and my dearest friend. I'd rather have something happen to me than let him get hurt. The location of the equipment at the Yalong Condensed Titanium Research Institute hasn't been revealed yet, so he absolutely cannot die. If he dies, the weapons are gone for good. Xu Beihai clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, is this really the same Yang Ao I know? No way these two are secret lovers, right? Day patrol. With me. Night patrol. Cover our charge. Ignoring his inner thoughts, seeing that the steel beasts were trying to flee, Yang Ao took the lead and charged down the mountain, with 30 adult-stage mechanoids following close behind. The steel beasts scattered in all directions. At a time like this, using artillery wasn't cost-effective. It was hard to land a hit, the damage was limited, and it was a complete waste of resources. It was time for hand-to-hand combat. The 300,000 mechanoids of 7 kills, Army Breaker, and Greedy Wolf charged out. The two forces clashed like two waves colliding. The battle erupted instantly. Aim for the head. With enough force, you can easily take them out. Why waste extra energy? If your strike is too weak, and you hit their hard bones, you have to break them with a single blow. Don't dodge. You can't avoid death on the battlefield. Keep up the momentum and face them head-on. Going head-on, trading blows to finish it off. Perched on Lin Qin's shoulder, the frog used its tongue to snatch crystals, while barking out directions. Under its guidance, Lin Qin got more and more into the groove, and her mecha sync rate kept rising. After blasting away for 1 hour, the exhausted Lin Qin suddenly felt her body lighten up. An invisible shackle binding her seemed to snap open. Her mecha sync rate had reached 40%. Come on, Lin Qin. She clenched her fists. That familiar feeling was finally coming back. On the first day of the cataclysm, the mecha was so easy to control. But as its level increased later on, that effortless extension of my own body feeling had completely vanished. Now that her sync rate had reached 40%, she had finally reclaimed a tiny bit of it. Don't stop. Keep going. We're just getting started. If you don't feed me my fill today, you're not allowed to rest. After gulping down another crystal, the frog yelled. It had been less than 1 day since he met Lin Qin, but he had already gathered more crystals than in the entire past month combined. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered his strength. Easy for you to say. Why don't you try doing this instead? If I could, would I even need you? Hurry up. If you can't handle it, I'll just find another partner. I think the monk and Da Huang look like pretty good options. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qin charged straight toward another pack of beasts. A few minutes later, Yang Ao found Ye dying, who was taking a break. Where's Lin Qin? I heard she was spotted around here. Without a second thought, he ran right over. Seeing Ye dying, the heavy weight in his chest finally lifted. If the motorcycle is fine, then Lin Qin, as the captain, must be totally fine too. Go look for her in Jiangling. She went chasing after a pack of beasts. Why the hell did she run off so far? Grumbling under his breath, Yang Ao headed off toward Jiangling. Lao Huang, do you feel any changes in your body? Behind a small hill, Zhejiang and Huang Kuan were talking. Really? Smashed a steel beast with just 1 punch? Huang Kuan swallowed the crystal. I don't feel anything. If you eat fewer of them, you'd feel it. Besides restoring energy, we have to keep consuming them. Most of Zhejiang's crystals were saved up. I get stronger the more I fight. Duh. Of course you get stronger the more you fight. Your skills are just improving. That's all. It's not about skill. It's about control over my body. After a battle, my movements are clearly much smoother. Based on what Lin Qin said, the more we fight, the stronger this boost gets. Now that you mention it, I feel that way too. Huang Kuan continued to swallow the crystals. I still think it's better to boost our strength as quickly as possible. Zhejiang's mouth twitched. Your strength is already pretty good. Why are you in such a rush? To become the vice captain next month, of course. You still remember that? Is it really worth it? If you want it, I can give it to you right now. A squad of 4 people has 3 official positions: captain, vice captain, and squad leader. There's literally only 1 freaking regular member. Even as vice captain, you still have to listen to Lin Qin for everything. It makes absolutely no difference. I don't need your charity. Just watch. Huang Kuan stubbornly showed a determined look. I'm going to win it myself. Damn. This kid is crazy. Amitabha. Fine, then win it yourself. I plan to fight for another 2 hours. I'll fight for 3 hours. You're competing over this too? Then I'm going for 5 hours. I'll freaking die trying. The night passed. A dim, gray light began to dawn over the land. At noon, Lin Qin returned from Jiangling. In the ravine, she saw Zhejiang and Huang Kuan lying on the ground like dead bodies. What are you two doing? They opened their eyes, and Huang Kuan said weakly, We're competing to see who can go longest without using crystals, and fight the longest. Both of their bodies were covered in bite and claw marks. Lin Qin couldn't bear to watch them like this. He pulled out 2 crystals and stuffed them into their mouths. If they don't get some energy soon, they're gonna die. You saw that, right? I didn't even want to eat them. Lin Qin forced them into my mouth. Whatever, dumbass. Lin Qin couldn't find Ye Daying anywhere. When he asked around, he found out he was critically injured. He had to be carried back because he actually listened to some idiot's advice. Fighting more would make him stronger. At the summit of White Bear Valley, Jiangnan saw Lin Qin passing by below. Lin Qin waved, and Jiangnan smiled and nodded back. Neither of them said a word. Did he forget something? They held up 5 fingers as a reminder of the 50 crystals. Huang Kuan stared blankly and said, No, he didn't forget. I saw him nod. On their way back to Chinja, they didn't have to climb over mountains anymore. Wide roads carved out by tanks gave them the perfect path to follow. Along the way, they saw trucks constantly hauling back the carcasses of the metal beasts. Slapping his forehead in realization, Huang Kuan asked, "Wait, didn't Yang Ao go look for you? How did you get back here? He never found me." Even if he did, he'd have to handle the aftermath in Jiangling first, so he won't be returning to Qinzhou anytime soon. The beast swarm has been dealt with, but there are still plenty of metal beasts left in Jiangling to clean up. Where will Qinzhou set up its camp in the future, guarded by the Tai Chi bot? What did he want with you anyway? He seemed to be in a real hurry. Looking around cautiously, Lin Qing said, "Do you remember the Yilong Condensed Titanium Research Institute in Shenbei City?" "Oh, I remember it all too well. How could I forget the birthplace of the flame demon? I've dreamed about that day countless times, wishing that I could have a flame demon of my own. Yang Fan wants to partner up with me." "You mean Huang Kuan?" rubbed his hands nervously. "Wang Xiaoming is at the Qinzhou base, and the equipment is currently with him and Lin Qing. Combine them, and the next Yanmo will be born." I don't understand a single word you guys are saying." Zhejiang was super annoyed. "What kind of riddles are you two playing here?" Huang Kuan looked over at Lin Qing, asking with his eyes if they should let Zhejiang in on it. Since Zhejiang had saved his life before, he didn't want to keep secrets from him. But Lin Qing was the captain, and the equipment was their private secret, so he needed to get his permission first. "I already have a Yanmo. This whole trip was to score some gear for you guys anyway. Go ahead and tell him." In just a few quick words, Huang Kuan explained everything that went down at the Yalong Condensate Research Institute, as well as their current situation. His eyes lit up with excitement. Zhejiang looked at Lin Qing with wild excitement. "Is this the big surprise you were talking about?" "You bet." "Amitabha, Captain, you are freaking awesome. Don't celebrate just yet. Right now, we only have the equipment and the guy. We don't have any materials." Huang Quan's smile instantly froze. "Then, where the heck do we get materials?" Lin Qing quietly muttered a location. "The military zone." Zhejiang jumped in fright. "Did you guys see their insane defense line last night? The imperial capital is even stronger than Qinzhou. If the few of us waltz in there, we'll get blasted to absolute smithereens." The place Lin Qing mentioned was the rocket launch site of the Konglong Empire. It was a restricted military zone, heavily guarded by heavy artillery year-round. It truly lived up to its reputation. Even a bird flying overhead would get shot down immediately. According to Huang Kuan, once Dr. Chen returned to the imperial capital, the materials needed to build weapons would 100% be placed under maximum security. Getting their hands on them would be near impossible. "Well, it's definitely a bit tough," Lin Qing said in a deep voice, "but the fact that Young Fan actually said it means he has a way. I'll ask him about it as soon as we get back to the base." "Let's hope so," Huang Kuan sighed. The sleeping frog on his shoulder opened its eyes. "Hey, do you have any extra materials? Hook me up with one, too. Can you even lift it?" Seeing Huang Kuan and the dummy look back, Lin Qin clarified, "I wasn't talking to you two. I mean, with a tiny frog body like that, even holding a kitchen knife is pushing it. That's none of your business. If you can make it, I'll trade you some of my stuff for it." "Deal?" Back at the base, Lin Qin immediately went to check on Ye Daeng, and saw that he was doing just fine. Afterward, she met up with Yang Fan. Yang Fan handed her the 25 mature crystals he had prepared earlier. "If you hadn't come back soon, I would have gone looking for you. You have that little faith in my abilities?" "That's two completely different things." Yang Fan pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qin. "The Empire has already beaten us to the available materials. You'll have to strip them right off the rocket. This is the latest layout map of the troop deployments at the launch center. That place must have been taken over after the apocalypse. Yet, Yang Fan was still able to get his hands on the troop deployment map. Qin felt like the paper was a hot potato. Does Jiangnan know? If you don't get caught, he knows. If you do, he doesn't. Otherwise, the whole family goes down together. Got it. The classic, pull up your pants and play dumb move. If we don't get caught, we're still buddies. If we do, we've never met. Lin Qin couldn't find a way to argue with that. If you want to do great things, you have to make some sacrifices. Right? We're not just being heartless. Knowing what she was thinking, Yang Fan explained, "Once my brother finishes dealing with the generals, he'll meet up with you. Then, you guys will head to the rocket launch center together. If things go south, he'll get dragged down too. And when that happens, even my uncle won't recognize him." Man, he'd even disown his own kid? What else could Lin Qing even say? That's insane. Is a weapon really worth all that trouble? Normally, no. But after seeing you, it absolutely is. With just one Yanmo blade, he wiped out thousands of mecha humans in Yangcheng. Lin Qing's name became legendary overnight. I mean, who wouldn't want a weapon like that? Wang Xiaoming did say that the future belongs to mecha-human warfare. If Yang Ao could get his hands on a Yanmo blade, his combat power would easily multiply. Qinzhou would have a massive upper hand in any future battlefield. All right, I'll head out to Shenbei right now. Tell Yang Ao to send some people to meet me as soon as possible. Waving from where he stood, Yang Fan smiled and said, have a safe trip. At noon, after feeding Ye Dang a handful of crystals, Team Zhantian didn't waste a single second and set off once again. They were heading back to Shenbei City. Once they left Chinja, the group chatted to pass the time on the road. Hey, old Huang. I haven't had a chance to ask yet, how are your parents doing? Lin Qing asked out of casual curiosity. They're doing great. Their back pain is gone, their bad eyesight is gone, their high cholesterol and blood pressure are gone, and they're in perfect shape. They can sprint from the first floor to the 8th floor without even losing their breath. Both of his parents owned cars before, so after the cataclysm, they naturally turned into mecha humans. But since they're quite elderly, fighting on the front lines is definitely out of the question. They just spend their days taking it easy and enjoying their retirement. Wait, wasn't your family running some small company with about 100 employees? Well, the Cole boss's family business was based in Chinja, so they quickly built up a local force. The Huang family's wealth is actually nothing to scoff at. They own quite a few brick-and-mortar businesses, from factories and hotels to apparel and real estate. With Huang Kuan's power and his connection to Yang Fan, seizing the opportunity to grow rapidly during this crisis is a piece of cake. Besides mecha humans, Chinja still has plenty of ordinary humans. Now that society has completely collapsed, industries still desperately need to produce goods. Young Hongfei is more than happy to back productive enterprises. Oh, please. On the 3rd day of the cataclysm, my dad basically handed over all our family fortune. The company, the factories, and the machinery. He went ahead and donated all of his mining trucks. He said that as a Chinja local, he wanted to do his part to give back to the city. Ye Dang chuckled helplessly. The old man is a smart one. Yang Hongfei and Zhang Nan are playing a game of good cop, bad cop. On the surface, they claim they're supporting local businesses, but in reality, when an army of hundreds of thousands of mecha humans rolls up to your doorstep and tells you to do something, would you dare to say no? Don't be fooled by how Chinjo's business tycoons and Yang Hongfei are always laughing and joking around with each other. To put it bluntly, they're just glorified corporate slaves. Their lives are completely in someone else's hands. Huang Kuan Sihil. Yeah. Before I left, my dad told me to focus on building up my strength, saying that to forge iron, you have to be tough yourself. But with a rhino horn piercing right through your balls, can you even get hard after that? Zhejiang smirked. Hey, Ying, what was that friend of yours named again? Shupeng or Shupeng. That rhino gore had become Huang Quan's lifelong trauma. He absolutely hated when anyone brought it up, yet Zhejiang had to mention it 3 times a day. It was making him incredibly pissed off. You damn monk, are you looking for a beating? Amitabha, this poor monk does not hit women. Before he could finish, he suddenly looked up. A massive dark shadow swept across the sky, its wings spreading wide enough to blot out the sun, whipping up fierce gusts of wind. It had a pair of sharp, hawkish eyes, a giant eagle searching for its prey. Whoa, monk, your giant bird is up in the sky, Huang Quan yelled dramatically. That's an eagle, not a vulture. Using the Buddhist lion's roar, Zhejiang pressed his palms together and roared toward the sky. You vile beast, get down here. Boom. The giant eagle plummeted straight down, slamming hard into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Yidang asked, curious about Monk Shang, wait, can't you control your eagle with just your mind? Why do you still have to strike that pose? And what's the point of screaming that Buddhist lion's roar? Just to show off? Huang Quan scoffed. Oh, you naive kid, we meet again. As he stroked the giant eagle's head, the monk asked in disbelief, what did you say? My whole family is dead, and I don't want to go on living alone. And you actually understand the meow language? Ye Dang whispered to Huang Quan. Wait, does he understand jack shit? That monk's heart is as black as coal. Amitabha, mercy mercy. Since you no longer wish to drag out your miserable existence, then let me send you on your way. After all, a family should always stay together, neat and tidy. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Zhejiang jumped onto the eagle's back and quickly finished him off. He even casually dug out the crystal, sighing, what a tragedy, but now, we'll live together forever. With that, he closed his eyes and swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Opening his eyes, he saw them staring at him. But Zhejiang acted as if nothing had happened. Stop staring. Respect the dead. Let's dig a hole and bury him. Lying on Lingqian's back, the frog didn't know what to say. Only after a long silence did he manage to spit out a sentence. This monk is going to do big things in the future. Lingqian nodded. I've never doubted that for a second. With 2 heavy punches, a huge crater was smashed into the ground, and Zhejiang buried the eagle. Captain, we're moving way too slow like this. Why don't you switch to vehicle mode? The highway is right ahead. Yi Daing was burning with anxiety, desperate to get his hands on some weapons as soon as possible. He only had 2 guns on him, one rifle loaded with crystal bullets, and one Barrett heavy sniper rifle, and both of them were gifts from other people. He wasn't used to using other people's stuff. Alright, let's move. The mecha form was only meant for crossing mountains and rough terrain. After the cataclysm, most of the roads were completely trashed. You couldn't even get through on 4 wheels. But when it comes to speed, nothing beats tearing down the highway in car form. Transforming into a heavy truck, Lin Qing opened the door to let the frog inside. But to his surprise, no one was there. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw that little rascal, sneaking around the back of his truck, desperately trying to break into the cargo bed. What the hell are you doing transforming your mecha? Lin Qing glared back at him with an icy stare. I get motion sickness. Okay? I'm not used to riding in the front. You're just trying to steal my damn crystals, aren't you? All of his crystals were stored right there in the cargo bed. If he let a bottomless pit like this frog inside, they'd all be wiped out in a split second. Hey, stop falsely accusing me. I am the great Shura, a proud, honorable warrior. How could I ever stoop to being a petty thief? Even if I starve to death, freeze to death, or completely run out of energy, I would never steal a single thing from anyone. Yeah, you wouldn't steal a needle or a thread, because you'd steal absolutely everything else? You damn thief. You clearly don't understand me at all. I know you all too damn well. That's the problem. Lin Qing grabbed the frog by his leg and threw him into the air, then transformed into a heavy truck and opened the door to let him climb in himself. Leading the way was a racing motorcycle, followed closely by a white sports car, a massive red truck, and a giant yellow mining dump truck. All 4 vehicles tore down the highway at a speed of 130 kilometers per hour. Hey, what's my current mecha synchronization rate anyway? Inside the truck cab, Lin Qing's voice crackled through the intercom. Buckle your seatbelt. The frog propped himself up on his legs and rolled his eyes. It's 50%. Wait until it's over 90% before you use crystals to upgrade. Otherwise, you won't be able to tap into its true power. If it weren't for Brother Zhan, Lin Qing would have barely synchronized by 5% after working at it all night. So you don't even need any crystals right now. Why don't you just give them to me instead? I'll pay you back later. Yeah, right. I'm afraid they'll never come back to me. By the way, where the hell did all those crystals you ate actually go? You haven't leveled up, and your stomach isn't even bloated. He only ate one of the crystals from the iron beasts we killed last night, and the rest all went straight into that frog's belly, plus the thousands of crystals from the Ant Queen. This guy is still only at his 2nd evolution. It's a secret. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. That frog is just full of secrets from head to toe, so many that Lin Qing can't even be bothered to ask, because even if he did, the guy wouldn't tell him anyway. Before the group entered a city highway, Lin Qing slammed on the brakes. Captain, is there a problem? Seeing him stop, Yi Daeng asked. We're not taking this road. We're taking a detour to Fan City, but that's going to add a few hundred kilometers to our trip. Young Fan told me that Fan City is the base of the White Dove Group, where a lot of ordinary people gather. We can go there to look for them. Even if we can't find Monk's family, we can post a notice in the newspaper, telling them to go to Chinja. The fact that the White Dove Group was in Fan City was actually something Lin Qing remembered from his past life, and not something Yang Fan had told him. But at a time like this, he could only pin it on Yang Fan. Amitabha, thank you, Captain. In this chaotic world, if you want to find someone, the absolute fastest way is to post an ad in the newspaper. If we put them in every city, before long, everyone will know. We're on the same team. Why are you thanking me? Let's go. If we can't find them, you're paying for the newspaper ads. The monk thought, no wonder he told me not to rush to use the crystals. So this is what he was waiting for. On the way, Huang Kuan was feeling a bit worried. Previously, the White Dove Group had issued a wanted bounty on us. Won't we be walking right into their trap if we go there? No way. The White Doves are completely neutral. They only care about getting crystals and getting the job done. They don't care who their client is. In his past life, the reason the White Dove Group survived for so long was largely because they never poked their noses into other people's business. But just because they stay out of trouble doesn't mean they're weak. Before the cataclysm, they were one of the nation's top conglomerates, a massive delivery and logistics company. Their sheer power was plain for all to see. If there were a ranking of bases by their number of mecha humans, the White Pigeon Group would easily make the top 10. After all, companies that handled delivery and food courier services before the disaster had amassed a massive number of mecha humans. I mean, every single delivery rider had their own electric scooter, right? But before Huang Kuan could celebrate, Lin Qin added, whether the other mecha humans in the city will attack us is a completely different story. Are there that many? Ye Daeng stiffly turned his neck. Not really, Lin Qin replied. Probably only 200,000 or 300,000. Holy crap. How is that not many? Even if just 1% of those mecha humans made a move, there's no way Daixing could handle them, even if he wanted to claim their bounty. Lin Qin calmly remarked, Since you guys see massive battles every single day and only run into elite mecha humans, do you really think you're just average? Well, wasn't that the truth? Ever since they started following Lin Chin every single day, they were either being chased down and hunted by packs of fully grown steel beasts, or they were the ones hunting down those same steel beasts. And the other mecha humans they crossed paths with were powerhouses from major factions like Jiang Yunjun and Yang Ao. Compared to those monsters, they felt like they were absolutely nothing. Once they entered Chinja, seeing dozens of large, adult-stage mecha humans scared them half to death. But in reality, it was nothing. Their confidence had taken quite a beating lately, so Lin Chin felt it was time to boost everyone's morale. How many days has it really been since the cataclysm? Most mecha humans haven't even fused with steel yet. Those who have evolved 2 or 3 times and undergone purification are already considered top-tier experts. Your rank easily puts you above 90% of the mecha humans out there. In any normal base, you'd be the absolute peak powerhouses. Most people only figured out that consuming crystals could purify them a full half-month after the cataclysm. And how much time has passed since then? Barely over 2 weeks. Purifying 2 or 3 times is something only the fiercest and bravest fighters can achieve. Anyone with even a shred of cowardice. Right now, they haven't even evolved once. Not everyone has the guts like Yang Ao and his crew. With Lin Qing putting it that way, Ye Dang unconsciously straightened his back. So, that means I'm a powerhouse too? Have some confidence. Drop the 2. If we run into those electric scooters and motorcycles, they should be the ones shaking in their boots. If we don't like someone's face, we'll just wreck them. Damn. I can't believe Lin Qing actually said that. Ye Dang bought it completely. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, I'll keep that in mind." A few hours later, they arrived at the Fancheng toll station. It looked simple, but there was a roadblock made of reinforced concrete, 5 or 6 meters high. Yi Daing smiled slightly. The captain was right after all. A person needs to have confidence. How many bases out there are actually like Chinja? If anyone gives us attitude, we just kick their ass. Hey, sorry guys, you need to register over here before you can enter the city. There were 2 teams of mecha humans standing guard at the toll station. They were all just converted from ordinary family cars, having evolved twice at most, and some still had blank chest plates. But seeing Lin Qing and his crew, they immediately wimped out. Kofia Daing, Huang Kuan, Lin Qing. And this poor monk is Zhejiang. Zhejiang? Who the hell would name themselves retard? The guards on duty almost burst out laughing, but once they realized he was an adult-stage mecha human, they forced themselves to swallow their laughter. Their shoulders were shaking violently, trying desperately not to crack up. Amitabha. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in, Zhejiang said. Haha, no way. We aren't that shallow. Yeah, right, my ass. Ye Daing raised his hand and smacked him on the head. You think you can laugh at our vice captain? He smacked him again. That bastard mecha human felt incredibly aggrieved, but seeing that Ye Daing was also in the adult stage, he swallowed his pride and forced out an apology. I didn't mean it? Then, what exactly did you mean? You'd better watch your step. Don't mess with people you can't handle. Realizing they couldn't mess with them, the guards on duty suddenly thought of something. They all turned together to look at the newspapers pasted on the concrete wall. Those were the various bounty posters and missing person notices. Since this was the entrance, they ran into a lot of people every day, so putting things up here made it easy to find people. If they got lucky, they could make some extra cash on the side. From top to bottom, the bounty amounts varied. The higher up they went, the more valuable they got. And these guys were all in their mature stage. They looked directly at the one on the very top, which was a bit wrinkled and had slightly faded ink. Lin Qing, Huang Kuan, Ye Daing, and Yang Cheng quickly scanned the information, and when they looked at the bounty, they were completely dumbfounded. Total outlaws. Absolute outlaws. They're definitely hardcore outlaws. Who on earth are these guys? They even dared to mess with Yang City. Out of the way. Don't block the path. Yi Dang pushed away the biker in front of him. Even though he wasn't nearly as big as the other guy, he was incredibly cocky. He just remembered Lin Qin saying they were the bosses around here. After taking just a few steps, Ye Daing turned back and asked to see the register. He wanted to find someone. Since entering Fan City required registration, if the dummy's parents came here, there should be a record. Before the guard could flip through the names, the dummy snatched the register away and started scanning through it rapidly. 20 minutes later, the dummy put down the register. What about the ones before the 20th? We don't have those. We only started registering people after the 20th. Since we can't find anything before the 20th, we'll just have to go search in the city. If all else fails, we can put an ad in the paper. And with that, they stepped into the toll station. As they entered the city, they ran into more and more mecha humans. The wide streets were packed with mechas coming and going. Some were beating each other up over a single piece of bread, while others were on their knees, begging desperately just for a bite to eat. In the dark, freezing alleys, several corpses lay frozen stiff. Yi Daing saw a homeless man treat one of the bodies like an absolute treasure, dragging it away in a hurry. He looked terrified, as if someone might snatch it from him. Seems the White Dove group isn't as powerful as we thought, Jijong said, putting his hands together and chanting a silent prayer. Talk about a harsh reality check. Although life for the people back in Chinja was tough, at least they had something to eat. Their basic morality, humanity, and laws hadn't collapsed. But this place, it had already turned into a living hell. He shuddered to think what would have happened if his parents weren't mecha humans. What kind of horrible end they would have met. Cut the sentimental crap, Ling Qing said indifferently. In a place like this, as long as those steel beasts aren't dealt with, humanity will never know peace. Tank mecha captain, the way those guys are looking at us, doesn't it seem a bit off? Being pointed at by the other mecha humans all along the way, Yi Dang felt a little uneasy. Maybe they admire us, Huang Kuan replied flatly. After all, your big bro is kind of a big deal now. Really? Ye Dang took a closer look at the eyes of those mecha humans. It was the kind of hunger you'd see in wolves that hadn't eaten for 7 or 8 days, a pure, desperate thirst that only shows when they spot prey. I don't think that's it at all, and that's why you're still wet behind the ears. Huang Chuan didn't even transform. Instead, he rolled forward in his heavy mining dump truck form and called out to the mecha humans, "Hey there!" The mecha human he addressed was taken aback, but then a wide grin stretched across his face. "Well, hello, boys. It's hunting time." Instantly, hundreds of mecha humans from across the street charged forward like maniacs. Some of them were brandishing steel pipes in their hands. Some of them were wielding machetes. Ling Qing, Huang Kuan, and Ye Dang. These faces were way too familiar. They were featured right on the very first bounty list, and their prices were insanely high. Since not much time had passed, there was no way they could have gotten that much stronger. Leaving this massive bounty on the table would just be stupid. With over 100 mech bikers, they could easily overwhelm them by sheer numbers alone. But right after entering the city, they were ambushed by over 100 mech bikers. Huang Kuan cursed his bad luck. He clearly should have checked his horoscope before leaving the house. I don't know who gave you guys the balls to try and claim my bounty, but I've got to admit, you've got serious guts. But don't worry, I'm actually a pretty nice guy. Just make sure you keep your eyes peeled in your next life. Transforming into his mecha form, Huang Kuan wound up like he was kicking a soccer ball and delivered a brutal slide tackle straight into the ground. He tore open a 2-meter-deep crater in the dirt, sending those at the front flying. Dozens of mech bikers were instantly ripped to shreds by the force of that single kick. They were kicked to pieces. Crap. He's at the 5th evolution stage. Fall back. Spotting the symbol on Huang Quan's body, the remaining mech bikers slammed on their brakes, throwing up massive sparks, and bolted in the opposite direction. Trying to collect our bounty? You guys must have a death wish. Ye Dang charged straight into the mob of mech bikers, unleashing his laser guns. He swept his arms in a wide circle, spraying energy rounds in all directions. Within seconds, every last one of the remaining mech bikers was mowed down. They were only at the basic 1st or 2nd evolution stages. In fact, most of them hadn't even reached the 2nd stage. How could they ever stand a chance against 5th or 6th stage evolutions? Once Ye Dang and Huang Kuan stepped in, over 100 mech bikers were decimated. Huang Kuan had only thrown a single kick, and Ye Dang had only fired a single burst, and yet, the battle was already over. The handful of survivors who got lucky had already scrambled into the narrow side alleys, vanishing without a trace. Is that really all you guys got? Pathetic, Ye Dang muttered, pointing dramatically at the battlefield. Not a single one of them can even put up a fight. Hey kid, don't go flexing so hard. You know what they say, flex too hard and lightning will strike you down. Who's that raining on my parade? Ye Dang turned around. The one speaking was an old Santana carbot parked by the curb. You don't see this kind of car very often anymore. It was a massive hit over 20 years ago, but it was discontinued a long time ago. These days, the only people who still drive them are old-timers. Old man, I'm not trying to show off here, but my sheer strength just won't let me keep a low profile. Heh. Although Fancheng is mostly known for its newspaper business, there are actually plenty of bounty hunters making a living inside the city. The ones you ran into were just ordinary carbots. They can't even compare to the professionals. You'd better get out of here while you still can. Let them come. I'm actually starving right now anyway. Ye Dang lit up a cigarette, squatting down on the ground and digging for energy crystals. He only believed in Lin Qin. Lin Qin had said before that in a normal base, someone with 2 or 3 evolutions is already an elite. Even though Han Cheng isn't just some ordinary base, his 5 evolutions should easily put him among the elite of the elite. Not to mention, Huang Kuan hadn't even shown his true power yet. With Lin Qin and that brain-dead archmage watching from the sidelines, seeing that he couldn't convince them, the old man stopped trying. He found a spot under a tree to sit back and watch the show. Just as they finished extracting the crystals, dozens of massive vehicle bots suddenly flooded the street. There were heavy trucks, muck trucks, excavators, bulldozers, cement mixers, stone crushers, and even tanks. That's right, actual tanks. And they weren't just ordinary tanks, but full-on tank bots. What the absolute hell is a tank bot? Ye Dang's jaw dropped so wide, he didn't even notice his cigarette falling out. After all, these were tanks. Ordinary folks had never seen anything like this, let alone owned one. In this cataclysm, no matter how many mechas you own, you usually end up taking the form of the biggest one and automatically transform into that mecha. So, being able to turn into a tank mecha means this guy must have owned a literal tank before the apocalypse. But here's the real question. When the hell did tanks become private property anyway? Just look at this armor plating, this structure. With this level of durability, even without a single evolution, it's way stronger than a normal second stage evolution, right? As a mere motorcycle, Yi Dang feels like even if he reached his third or fourth evolution, if he ever ran into this monster, his best move would definitely be to tuck tail and run. Nothing he can do about it, it's just the ultimate pay-to-win advantage. I mean, who told him to be too broke to buy a tank? Over 100 mechas all transformed at once, stepping forward toward Ye Dang. The leading cars, with their chest energy meters fully charged, were blindingly bright. Fifth stage evolution, fully matured. Their sheer power just wouldn't allow them to stay low-key. The massive tank looked down at Ye Dang, who barely reached his thigh, and asked in a deep, rumbling voice, "You know who I am? Like I give a crap who you are. Beat it before my bro Huang gets pissed." With Huang Kuan standing right behind him, Ye Dang wasn't scared at all. A few stage 5 evolutions? That's not even enough to get Huang Kuan warmed up. Even though these guys were already elite among elites, there was absolutely no need to play nice with them. When it's time to flex, you gotta flex. Kid, you've got a massive mouth. In the entire city of Fancheng, there's no one who doesn't know me. Chang Kai. As he spoke, the tank suddenly swung a massive fist, aiming straight for Ye Dang's head. If that hit connected, his head would 100% explode. Caught completely off guard, Ye Dang couldn't react in time. Just as he tried to dodge, Huang Quan's voice boomed from behind. "So, you're the punk named Chang Kai, huh?" Before anyone could blink, a massive kick flew out. Huang Quan's kick sent the tank's arm flying, knocking Chang Kai off balance. "Your crystal treasure chest? Screw that, and screw you." Chang Kai cursed furiously, aiming his laser cannon right at them. Raising his weapon, he fires off a whole burst. Everyone, charge together. The symbol on every mecha warrior's chest, when fully lit, represents 5 evolutions, signifying that they've reached maturity. Anything beyond 5 evolutions usually isn't visible, and can only be judged by the range of their armor. Since Lin Qing and Zhizhang hadn't transformed, Cheng Kai assumed that Huang Quan and Ye Daying were the only ones with 5 evolutions. That's why he dared to make a move. After all, how strong could a beat-up motorcycle with 5 evolutions really be? The only tough opponent would be Huang Quan, but since they had the numbers on their side, as long as they could take down Huang Quan, Ye Daying wouldn't be an issue at all. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The fierce laser gun spat out tongues of fire. Faced with this attack, Huang Quan didn't even bother to dodge. He simply threw a devastating punch straight at Cheng Kai's hand. Seeing this, the excavators, bulldozers, and heavy trucks that were about to charge all stopped in their tracks. Heh. This kid is dead meat, daring to block laser bullets barehanded? Talk about a death wish. And here I thought he was actually tough. Turns out he's just a reckless rookie. Get ready to enjoy our prey, boys. Boom! The armored fist slammed hard into the tank's arm. Right before their eyes, the tank's arm bent first. And then, with the laser gun exploding, the forearm blew apart, turning into a heap of scrap metal, and it wasn't over yet. The upper arm exploded next, and the rest of his arm was not spared either, because Huang Quan's fist didn't stop. With an unstoppable, devastating force, Huang Quan shattered the entire arm, and his massive fist slammed straight into the left side of the tank's chest, obliterating half of his body. Looking from the side, you could see all the metallic gears and parts inside Cheng Kai's body, clear as day. The entire place fell dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Watching the spectacle, the old Santana man suddenly stood straight up. He rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the battlefield. His eyes were filled with pure shock. A level 5 evolved tank. Chen Kai's beast of a machine was actually trashed with a single punch. A Bugatti Veyron. Chen Kai used to be a wealthy trust fund kid in Fancheng. That tank was originally a decommissioned piece his old man had collected. Its weapon systems were long gone, meant purely as a collector's item. A few years back, when his old man passed away, the entire inheritance fell right into Chen Kai's lap. Honestly, a tank like that had just been sitting in a warehouse, gathering dust. If it hadn't transformed after the cataclysm, he probably would have forgotten all about it. In his own words, his old man must have been buried in a spot with great feng shui, which is why, right after the cataclysm hit, he immediately bonded with the tank. With a beast of a weapon like that, he barely ever met his match. He could smash a regular family car to pieces with a single punch. That was, until he was taken under the wing of the leader of the White Pigeon Group. So you're the punk named Chen Kai, huh? Gripping the tank's throat, Huang Kuan threw a punch with every single word, smashing him right in the face. Where's that tough guy attitude from earlier, huh? Chen Kai growled through the pain. Let me tell you something. I've got head trauma, all right? I'm not right in the head. If you push me, there's no telling what I'll do. Oh, screw you, as if anyone here is completely sane. Pfft, you're the only brain-damaged idiot here. Who do you think you're threatening? I've torn apart more mecha shifters than you've ever even seen. I run with Bai Luomei. You better let me go right now, or you're never making it out of Fancheng alive. I don't care if you're running with White Luomei or Black Luomei, you crossed paths with me, so consider today your unlucky day. Another heavy punch landed. Then another. By this point, Chen Kai's face was completely deformed. Massive steel plates had broken off, leaving half his head completely caved in and exposing the raw metal skeleton underneath. If Huang Kuan hadn't intentionally dragged out the conversation to chat, he's already long dead. But now, Huang Kuan is done playing around. He plans to deliver one final punch to put an end to Tank Boy once and for all. What a waste of a tank on a pathetic piece of trash like you. He's honestly speechless. With 5 evolutions, his strength shouldn't be this low, but Chen Kai's actual combat skills are a total joke. Huang Kuan is absolutely sure that he only got this far by having others feed him crystals. He's barely been in any real life or death fights. If those crystals had gone to the mecha humans of Chinja, their strength would have multiplied several times overweight. Hearing the name Bai Luomei, Lin Qin spoke up, but boom. She was a step too late. Before she could finish, he had already struck. A massive steel head rolled right to her feet. Huang Kuan turned around. What's wrong? Nothing, just good luck to you. Lin Qin glanced up at the sky. It's getting late. How about we get the hell out of here? Are you serious? It can't be that bad. Bro, haven't you noticed that the name Bai Luomei sounds a bit familiar? Huang Kuan tilted his head, thinking it over. After a few seconds, he said, Actually, it does sound a bit familiar. Who is she? Oh crap. I know who Bai Luomei is. She's that massive superstar. My phone used to be full of her photos. Even though I called myself a proud free-to-play gamer, I still ended up spending tens of billions on her. Ye Dang jumped up in excitement. Huang Kuan finally remembered. Oh, so it's her. I think my family's company even had her do some endorsements. Bai Luomei was a popular young starlet, only 20 years old this year. A rare talent in both music and acting, with 3.7 billion fans, making her an absolute top-tier superstar. She was fair-skinned, gorgeous, and had a smoking hot body. Having debuted at 13, she became an instant hit. Early in her career, she always played pure and innocent roles. Thanks to her powerful background, she never accepted any kissing or intimate scenes. Perhaps wanting to take her career to the next level, she's really been letting loose the last 2 years. Posing for FHM, stripping off her jacket at concerts with some crazy hot choreography, and starring in steamy love scenes, she's basically a non-stop drama magnet. She's become the ultimate dream girl for every single nerd out there, and she's got countless hardcore fanboys like Ye Dang, who have practically worn their rods down to a needle over her. I never expected to hear that name here. Huang Kuan was slightly taken aback, but so what? Like I'm scared of her? Amitabha. Captain, there are rumors online that Miss Bai has some serious backing. She wouldn't happen to be connected to the White Dove group in Fancheng, would she? Huh. This time, it was Lin Qing's turn to be surprised. You actually know her? Heh. Our temple has an electronic reading room. I go online all the time. I mean, we can't be totally out of touch with society, right? He doesn't just browse the web. He knows all about the games young people like, movies, and even adult videos. One time, the internet lagged, and the screen froze completely. A few of his fellow disciples caught a glimpse, and when they got back, their blood was absolutely pumping. They spent the whole night tossing and turning, unable to sleep a wink. Exactly. Bai Luomei is indeed connected to the White Dove group, and those ties run pretty deep. Lin Qing's words made Zhizhang's heart tighten. He was still hoping to run an ad in the paper. But if they ended up killing this tank kid, they'd be lucky if the other side didn't hunt them down and tear them to pieces. But according to Yang Fan's intel, she doesn't seem to have a vehicle. Phew. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Looks like things aren't that bad. But her brother, Bai Xin, has a stretched luxury RV, with a roof big enough to land a helicopter, and a 3-bedroom. 1 living room interior that even comes with its own garage. Just pinning everything on Yang Fan is definitely the way to go. That'll make it way easier to make up stories later. The hearts they had just let settle jumped right back into their throats. No matter how badass a normal vehicle is, they wouldn't be scared, just like this tank kid right in front of them. Even though he has a strong natural advantage, since he's a total loser himself, he won't get very far. He's only afraid of mechas from major factions, like Yang Ao of Qingzhou. Because of his family connections and how well he's been doing since the Cataclysm, they basically threw all kinds of resources his way. It's impossible for him not to be powerful. Since Baixin owns a massive RV, the White Dove Group would never just let her fend for herself. They're definitely going all out to groom her. Even a guy like Chen Kai has evolved 5 times. With the immense backing of the Bai family, how far could they push Baixin's power? A 6th, 7th, or even 8th evolution? Now, they can only pin their hopes on Ling Qin. The others instinctively turn to look at him. Amitabha, you guys should make a run for it. I'll stay behind to see how things play out. I'm a fan of Miss Bai. She probably won't give me a hard time. Ye Dang snapped. What the hell? I'm literally her biggest financial backer. Like she gives a damn. How can I, as the captain, abandon my teammates? Ling Qin frowned, looking up at the row of helicopters flying in from the distance. Besides, we couldn't leave even if we wanted to. Back when they were checking the names at the toll booth, the idiot asked the guard about his parents' names. If we leave now without finding them, and his parents actually end up on that return trip, they're dead meat. If they can't find us, they'll definitely take it out on the old couple, and that's exactly why the idiot has to stay. 30 helicopters instantly shifted formation, with 8 of them transforming into mechas on the ground, while the rest hovered 100 meters up in the air. Other than the pilots high in the air, there were also gunners armed with heavy machine guns. Just like the ones from Qinzhou, the helicopters on the ground were all in their mature forms. In less than a minute, hundreds of trucks and over 1,000 scooter mechas rushed in, sealing off the area. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The roar of a sports car engine erupted. The thousands of scooters, trucks, and helicopter mechas all parted to clear a path. Seconds later, a sleek black car tore through. With a gorgeous drift, it skidded sideways right in front of Huang Kuan. The chassis of a 50 million plus limited edition Bugatti Veyron rose up, and the Bugatti transformed into a massive mech, with sleek, gorgeous lines tracing its waist, and a metallic body gleaming with royal elegance. Its handsome face practically screamed, "I am insanely expensive." But what drew the most attention was the fully formed Che symbol on his chest. Was he also at the 5th stage of evolution? No, it was far more than 5 times. As the Bugatti stepped forward, the first stage of armor covered his arm, the second part extended to his chest, covering nearly half of his body, the third part spread over his chest and his back, completely enveloping his other arm. Only his head remained unchanged. The rest of his upper body was pitch black. 8 evolutions. Looking incredibly eerie with half his body black and half red, but his powerful, oppressive aura was unmistakable. Though he wasn't as tall as Huang Kuan, he looked around at the devastated scene, looked up, and asked, "Are you the ones causing trouble?" "I am Zhang Mazi." 8th evolution. Huang Kuan's heart sank instantly. This guy was bad news. The gap in power was just too wide. This wasn't something that mere combat skills, or a sheer lack of fear of death could overcome. It was like a kid who's mastered martial arts, trying to fight a 2-meter-tall giant. No matter how badass your skills are, you can't make up for such a massive, natural disadvantage in strength. Even if this Bugatti Veyron had only powered up by feeding on crystals. It's him. It's him. It's him! Tank, one of Chen Kai's men! Pointing at Huang Kuan, he bowed and scraped like a total sycophant, saying, "It's those two. They're the ones who killed young Master Bai. They blew up dozens of us with a single kick. It was so brutal they're not even human. Especially that yellow mining truck. He didn't show you an ounce of respect. Even when heads were getting blown off, they kept fighting." The Bugatti's brow furrowed deep, and with a sudden, violent punch, he blew the head of the speaking truck into pieces. All that was left was a standing, headless mecha. Damn it! He just keeps yapping. Isn't he sick of hearing himself talk? Does he think I'm an idiot? Looking back at Huang Kuan, the Bugatti spoke up. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Bai Long. My close friends call me Lil White Dragon. My grandfather is the one who runs the White Pigeon Group. Pleasure to meet you." "So you're young Master Bai." Huang Kuan cupped his hands. "I'm Huang Kuan." Compared to them, his family's business was just a small company worth $10 or $20 billion, and compared to a giant like the White Pigeon Group, which was worth hundreds of billions, they still fell way short. Both companies operated in different industries, so they rarely had any reason to work together. Since these rich heirs belonged to different social circles, they didn't hang out in the same crowd. "The guys you killed earlier?" "Yeah, those were my people," Bai Long said. pointing toward a pile of metal scraps. He was talking about the 100 or so biker bots who originally tried to claim the bounty. Most of them had been crushed with a single stomp, but a few managed to slip away and escape. They were the ones who tipped off Bai Long, which is why he rushed over. But I'm sure this was all just a misunderstanding. Bai Long smiled. My men were just being blind idiots. They had it coming, so it's good they were taught a lesson. Right, definitely a misunderstanding, Huang Kuan chuckled, forcing a polite smile. When you're at someone else's mercy, you have to swallow your pride. Besides, he still needed a favor from this guy. It was best not to make any enemies right now. Not that he was actually afraid of Bai Long. Even if he couldn't beat the guy himself, there was no way Lin Qing couldn't. Haha, I'm glad we cleared that up. They were just some low-level thugs. Don't worry about them, but I see you've got some real skills. How about you come work for me from now on? To him, a bunch of biker bots who had only evolved once or twice were indeed nothing but low-level thugs. In Fancheng, there were countless people begging to work for Bai Long. If those survivors hadn't come to report, he wouldn't even have known those lackeys existed. Trading a few worthless, cheap lives to recruit a 5th-stage evolved fighter? There was no way he'd say no. The immense combat power of a 6th-stage evolution is a steal, no matter how you look at it. To him, Huang Kuan coming to Fancheng was clearly to seek refuge. He just happened to run into some blind fools and get into a fight. Since they're looking for a place, why not choose someone who has the strength, the power, and the connections? There's no reason to refuse. Sorry, but we have no plans of joining Fancheng at the moment. We're just passing through. Bai Long's smile remains unchanged. It's dangerous out there, which I'm sure you already know. So why not find a safe place to settle down? No thanks, I don't really like being tied down. Huang Kuan rejects him again. Haha, I don't play those kinds of games. What era is this anyway? It's not like we're living in a feudal society, where you have to bow down and pledge loyalty the second you join. With me, there's no need for bowing and scraping. You're completely free. You can do whatever you want. I appreciate the offer, and thank you, but I'll still have to pass. I've been free and lazy for too long, and I tend to cause trouble wherever I go. What, you're not going to show me some respect? Though Bai Long still has a smile on his face, his tone is ice cold. Who the hell do you think you are? His dad? Why should he cater to your every whim? Yi Daing had long been sick of this guy acting so high and mighty. He acts polite and friendly on the surface, but in reality, he's incredibly arrogant. As if to say, letting you be his lackey is doing you a favor. What a joke. Did they really think they were safe? Captain Ruan is standing right behind them, with second gear active. If one slash of my blade doesn't kill you, I'll write my name backward. Think an 8-stage evolution makes you hot shit? Pah! Yi Daing spits, opening his mouth. The entire place falls dead silent. Only the sound of the cold wind howling remains. For Bai Long, no one had ever dared to call themselves his father before. Don't let his gentle and refined appearance fool you, and his soft-spoken words, but anyone who knows him well knows the truth. Underneath Bai Long's polite, gentlemanly facade lies a cruel and twisted nature. He is a completely lawless bastard who has committed countless crimes, running people down with his car, abusing helpless interns, setting houses on fire, and throwing a debt collector off a building to fake a suicide. If his family hadn't covered for him and paid off his victims, he would have faced the firing squad 10 times over. And now, a mere motorcycle is pointing right at his face and cursing him out. There is no way in hell he's taking this lying down. With a dark, menacing expression, Bai Long glared savagely at Yi Daing. You've got guts. He throws a fierce punch with his pitch-black armored arm. The blow whistles through the air, aiming straight for Yi Daing. You think you can lay a hand on my teammate? Did you ask me first? Huang Kuan doesn't try to block the punch. Instead, his own armored arm swings directly at Bai Long's head. While the upper body can be armored, the head remains unprotected. A single punch could still blow Bai Long's head off. So if he doesn't want to die, he has no choice but to pull back. Catching a glimpse of Huang Kuan's armored arm, Bai Long's pupils shrink in shock. The fist that was heading for Yi Daing instantly changes course, as he raises his elbow to block the ferocious blow. Huang Kuan's strength is within his expectations, but his sudden intervention is completely unexpected. To make an enemy out of him over a mere motorcycle, this guy is either completely out of his mind, or he believes Fancheng poses absolutely no threat to him. Is Huang Kuan a fool? Obviously not. A fool wouldn't have been able to evolve 6 times. It only means he has absolute confidence. But against my army of over 1,000 men, where does his confidence come from? Evolving 6 times just isn't enough. Then, he suddenly remembers. The bounty warrant his subordinates mentioned earlier. They should have one more person with them. In an instant, it all clicks. The red heavy truck, Lin Qing. Bai Long's mind raced. And finally, his eyes locked onto 2 vehicles parked dozens of meters away. A white sports car and a massive red semi-truck. Boom. Suddenly, A sharp gunshot snapped everyone back to reality. In Ye Dang's hands was a rifle, its muzzle still smoking. Following the line of fire, a chunk of Bai Long's head was completely missing, revealing a bowl-sized wound. The shot had grazed diagonally up his forehead. If Bai Long hadn't dodged at the last millisecond, his eye would have been completely obliterated. Right on its heels came a strike from Huang Kuan. A whip kick lashed into Bai Long's waist, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. It all happened faster than the eye could follow. Though the clash from the moment Bai Long moved seemed to drag on, the entire exchange had actually lasted less than 1 second. Damn you all, you're all going to fucking die. Clutching his bleeding forehead, Bai Long's eyes burned with pure rage. But the moment he scrambled to his feet, he was met with a rapidly expanding red iron knee. Boom! His face caved in, and Bai Long was sent flying once more, rolling over a dozen times across the ground. Before he could even get up this time, a flash of red blade light pierced right through his armored back, pinning him helplessly to the ground. Evolved 8 times. And you think you're hot shit? Strutting around like you own the damn place. I've always hated you rich bastards. Who the fuck are you? Pinned face down, Bai Long couldn't move a single muscle, unable to even see the person behind him. The eerie blade light hummed dangerously close to his energy crystal, making him absolutely terrified that the next stab would pierce right through it. He had never suffered such a humiliating defeat in his entire life, especially right in front of over 1,000 of his own men. His hatred burned with a blistering intensity. He clawed at the ground so hard he tore right into the asphalt. If he ever got back on his feet, he swore he'd tear the guy behind him to pieces. And if that bastard had a family, he'd make their lives a living hell. I don't hide who I am. The name's Zhang Mazi, Ling Qing said nonchalantly, or you can call me the Keg God. Damn it! Zhang Mazi and Huang Kuan are in cahoots. There were only 2 people left, either the white sports car or the heavy truck. Ling Qing. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Long caught a glimpse of a red figure, and knew instantly it was Ling Qing. Cut the act, Ling. I know damn well it's you. If you dare lay a single finger on me, I'll make sure you never leave Fancheng alive. Who the hell is Ling? I don't know who you're talking about. Kid. Don't go framing innocent people. Shifting his tone, Ling Qing said, but what you just said is pretty damn disrespectful to me. I mean, if I don't lay a hand on you now, how am I supposed to keep my reputation in the streets? People might start thinking I only pick on the weak and run from the strong. So, just to save myself a little face, I think I'll go ahead and touch a few of your fingers. With a heavy thud, his massive foot slammed down on Bai Long's palm, crushing it completely. All 5 fingers were flattened completely flat. You're dead meat. Just you wait till I get up, you bastard. And what if I do let you get up? The long red blade retracted from his chest, and the heavy foot was lifted from his back. Feeling the immense weight lift, Bai Long struggled to crawl back up. Finally, he got a clear look at the figure behind him. Standing over 18 meters tall, the massive red heavy truck had a small portion of its upper body as pitch black as ink, indicating it had probably reached its 7th evolution. Perched on its broad shoulder was a frog, while its right hand gripped a long red blade, the heat radiating from it instantly evaporating in the cold air, sending up steady plumes of white smoke. Look at how hot that blade is. This is fucking Lin Qing. Boom. 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 Caught completely off guard, Lin Qing's left arm threw 3 heavy punches. Bai Long's vision blurred. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. The first punch sent a numbing shock through his arms, forcing him straight out of his armed state. The second punch broke his forearms, and the third hit him square in the chest. The whole thing took less than a second. Bai Long was flat on the ground again, except this time, a massive hole was blasted in his chest. He wasn't completely pierced through, but he was barely hanging on with half his life. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Lin Qing stood there, looking down at him. With a mere 7% compatibility, you dared to fight me? Who gave you that kind of confidence? When the Bugatti Veyron showed up, the frog immediately saw his true strength. 8 evolutions, but a mech compatibility rate of only 7%. In other words, at most, Bai Long could only unleash 7% of the power of his 8 evolutions, whereas Lin Qing himself had 50% of his 7 evolution power. In the last Beast Tide, after breaking through 40%, he killed another 100 million, slaughtering them continuously until dawn, only stopping when his compatibility reached 50%. A mere 7% of an 8 evolution power would barely be enough to take on Huang Kuan and Zhu Zhang working together, let alone fighting him. Plus, with the surprise attack and the power of Yanmo, it's not surprising at all that Bai Long was instantly taken down. Kid, you've crossed the line big time. You better let Bai Shou go right now. Everyone, ready your heavy weapons, aim and blow them to pieces. Let's get him together. I don't care if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Over 1,000 locomotive warriors closed in. Up in the helicopters, heavy machine guns locked onto them. Lin Qing and his crew looked ready to throw down at any second. Hearing all the noisy cursing and shouting, Lin Qing grew impatient. Cleaning out his ear, Lin Qing pointed at Bai Long and said, "The guy's right here. If you want him, come take him yourself. Hurry! Help sister-in-law Bai up and feed her the crystal. Otherwise, she won't make it." Helping Bai Long up, the level 5 evolved helicopter Mecha said to Lin Qing, "You're going to pay for what you did today. I was only being polite, and you actually took it seriously? Now go to hell." Swung Yanmo. A flash of red blade light cut through the air. Dozens of surrounding mechas were sliced in half, including the 3 closest to him. The level 5 evolved helicopter mecha soared into the sky, its heavy machine gun aiming right at the helicopter carrying Lin Qing and his crew. One by one, they exploded. Watching the helicopters fly higher and higher, Yi Daing, holding his rifle, sneered, "How naive. Did you really think you'd be safe just by flying high?" He took the Barrett down from his back, assembling it with a 10-time scope in just a few seconds. Through the lens, even the individual hairs of the helicopter pilots were crystal clear to him. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy anti-material Barrett could pierce right through a tank, let alone a civilian helicopter. Aiming right at the fuel tanks, Ye Daing blew up 5 or 6 helicopters within seconds, terrifying the remaining pilots so much that they scrambled to flee in all directions, not daring to get anywhere near. Within 1,000 meters, seeing over 1,000 mechas surrounding them like a tidal wave, Lin Qing grabbed Bai Long by the back of his neck, pressing Yanmo right against his throat. "If you don't want him dead, then go ahead and try me. What the hell do you actually want? We can talk this out. Don't do anything reckless. Everyone, stand down. I don't care if you're after money or people, but there's no way I believe you came all the way to Fancheng just because you were bored, just to pick a fight. Now that we've established that, why don't we sit down and have a proper talk?" His eyes darted around. Lin Qing smiled and said, "Finally, someone with a brain is speaking. I, Zhang Mazi, just came down from the mountain. I'm a bit short on cash, so I'm looking for both loot and recruits. As long as you want something, we can talk." The helicopter vehicle bot who just spoke let out a sigh of relief. The scariest thing was dealing with someone who didn't care about anything, a reckless hothead who just acted on a whim. "Just tell me what you need. If it's within my power, I can agree to it right now. If I can't make the call, I'll report it to my superiors. But on one condition, you can't hurt Bai Shou anymore." "No problem. As long as my demands are met, everything is negotiable. Tell Bai Long's dad to get 100 mature crystals ready. And help me find 2 people. 100 mature crystals?" Hearing this, Bai Long, who only had half a life left, nearly passed out. Where on earth was he supposed to get 100 mature crystals? Fancheng had plenty of triple or quadruple purified crystals, but 5th purification level ones were extremely rare. Most of them had already been consumed by him and Bai Xin. It would be lucky if they could even scrape together a few dozen right now. The helicopter vehicle bot replied, 100 is too many. I can't make that call. Tell me who you're looking for first." "Amitabha, I need to find Qin Fugui and Liu Guifen." As the white sports car transformed, Zhejiang stepped forward. Most likely, one of them is a white Audi A8, and the other is a black Mercedes-Benz business van. They had already offended people, so this was the only way left to find them. He didn't blame Lin Qing's actions. This was a last resort. "And who are you?" The helicopter sized up Zhejiang. Another 5th evolution power. This crew was definitely not simple. "I am 9 of Tubes." Zhejiang casually offered a fake name. Ye Daing slung his gun over his shoulder and shouted, "I'm 6 dots." Huang Kuan quickly chimed in, "And I'm 3 dots." The pilot in the helicopter was completely dumbfounded. "Holy crap, are you serious right now? Are they really lying this blatantly?" That bastard, Huang Kuan, Ye Daing, and Lin Qing, who knows how many bounties are already out on those 3. "Do you seriously think I'm blind, Mr. Lin?" "The name is Zhang Mazi," Lin Qing interrupted. "And don't get my alias wrong. If anyone comes looking to settle a score later, they'll be looking for Zhang Mazi." "What's that got to do with Lin Qing anyway? What's the matter? You got a problem with that? Then why don't you go talk to Jiangnan, who commands a 1,000,000-strong army in Chinja? I'm with him. After all, some things we all know deep down, but we still have to keep up appearances on the surface. Especially when I'm the one with the heavy power and influence, then we definitely have to make it look good." "Fine, I'll just pretend your name is Zhang Mazi." The helicopter pilot's mouth twitched as he spoke. "Just wait right here for a few minutes. I'll go get it right now." "No problem. Go ahead. But standing around is way too exhausting, so I think I'll find a place to chill." Riding on the white dragon, Lin Qing looked around and finally headed into a high school, ordering that no one from Fancheng was allowed inside. Another 8th stage evolution was about to begin. The cold wind howled, and heavy dark clouds pressed down, making it feel like the city was on the verge of collapsing. It had been so long since the cataclysm, and there hadn't been any sunlight in ages. The temperature in the air had already plummeted to -30 degrees. There weren't many ordinary people wandering the streets of Fencheng. In this freezing weather, as long as they had a bite to eat, no one wanted to go outside and freeze. And right now, near the high school, there wasn't a single soul within a 2-kilometer radius. It was terrifyingly quiet. Before long, an army of 30,000 mecha humans closed in, surrounding the place so tightly in layers, not even a drop of water could slip through. A heavy, murderous tension hung thick in the air. Snipers were stationed at every vantage point outside, just waiting for the order to fire. Near the school gates, a small group of people stood waiting. At the very front was an old man in his late 70s or 80s, leaning on a cane. He had silver hair and a white beard, but was still full of vigor. This was Bai Zhenyuan, the head of the White Dove group. Flanking him was his eldest son, Bai Hancheng, and his second son, Bai Qingshan. Both Bai Qingshan and Bai Hancheng were fifth-stage purified mecha humans, holding positions of immense power. They didn't need to fight to level themselves up. Still, to ensure they could protect themselves, behind the two of them was a stretched luxury RV. The door slid open, and Bai Luomei, who remained a human, stepped out. In her early 20s, she had delicate features and wine-red hair that flowed down to her waist. She wore a long, white hooded down coat, layered over a turtleneck sweater, and a pair of tall boots on her feet. Feeling the freezing chill of the weather, Bai Luomei blew hot air onto her hands to warm them. As she walked up to Bai Qingshan and whispered, "I heard my cousin got into trouble, so I came over to check on him." But seeing the smirk she tried to hide behind her small hand, "You're just worried your cousin won't die, aren't you?" Bai Hancheng shot her a sideways glare, his tone harsh. He and Bai Qingshan were brothers, and Bai Long was his son. The two families had been constantly fighting for years. They only put on a polite facade when the old man was around, but in private, they had absolutely no contact. After the cataclysm, he had spent massive resources to push Bai Long to the 8th stage of evolution, while Bai Qingshan desperately pushed his own son, Bai Xin, to level up as well. Neither of the two brothers was willing to back down. Now that Bai Long's in this deep mess, I bet nobody wants him dead more than Bai Qingshan. Once Bai Long kicks the bucket, their family line is completely cut off. The whole group is bound to fall right into the second brother's hands. After all, they still have Bai Luomei and Bai Xin on their side. Come on, uncle, how could you say something like that? Bai Long is my brother. I wouldn't wish this on him, no matter what. Besides, I have a reason I absolutely had to come here. The bastard inside killed my right-hand man. With a loud mechanical whir, the luxury RV begins to transform. In an instant, a 20-meter-tall mech stands tall. Bai Xin speaks up. They killed Chen Kai. What Huang Kuan doesn't know is that they actually killed two different groups. The first group of lackeys belonged to Bai Long, and the second group with the tanks belonged to Bai Xin. It's just that he usually doesn't bother with these things, leaving all his men in Bai Luomei's hands. Bai Hancheng turns around to look, and Bai Xin just snorts and stays quiet. Years ago, to make sure Bai Luomei lived comfortably, Bai Xin specially spent over 10 million to buy him a luxury RV. But since Bai Luomei was still a minor back then, the title transfer kept getting delayed. Eventually, they just completely forgot about it. By a strange twist of fate, who would have thought that after the cataclysm, Bai Xin would end up becoming this behemoth? This made Bai Hancheng and his son incredibly jealous. Right now, our top priority is to rescue Xiaolong, the silver-haired Bai Zhengyuan says. Bai Qingshan, who was about to speak, shuts his mouth. Eldest, how are your forces looking? Have they found the two people they're looking for? And second, what about the crystals I asked you to prepare? Don't worry, Dad. I've deployed 30,000 Autobots and dozens of snipers. Just say the word, and we'll blow them straight to hell in an instant. I've also ordered the entire city to search for Qin Fugui and Liu Guifeng. As long as they're still breathing, it won't take long to bring them over. He looked over at Bai Qingshan. Bai Hancheng continued, I think their main goal is just the money. Second brother, if you get the crystals ready, we should be fine. Where the hell am I supposed to find those crystals? Bai Qingshan, who usually put on a refined and polite act, was playing the stubborn rascal this time. We just turned them over to the company a few days ago. There's barely anything left in the warehouse right now. If you ask me, we should just march in with our full force. Take Qin Fugui and Liu Guifeng up there to swap for the hostages. Hand over 100 crystals. Are you kidding me? It's not like my son is the one who got kidnapped. Honestly, it'd be best if your son dies and gets his throat slit. That way, all the fucking crystals will be mine. Dad, look at him. This is his true colors. His heart is as black as coal. Bai Zhengyuan's face darkened. Second brother, saving Xiaolong is our top priority right now. If it were your Luomei who got taken today, or even Bai Xin, I would treat them the exact same way. Heh, I was just kidding around. With a casual chuckle, the second brother said, but seriously, we don't have 100 mature crystals. I just did a quick count. We can only scrape up 70 at most. The rest are needed for tributes and keeping the company running. We can't halt operations. Fine, 70 it is. Bai Xin, you're coming inside with me. The rest of you stay outside. Why? Once those two are found, we'll bring them over. Dad, let me go with you. The eldest brother took a long, hard look at Bai Xin, completely distrusting this little punk. If he goes off script and fires a random shot, both the old man and Bai Long will end up dead. Without the old man backing them up like a shield, he wouldn't be able to keep a lid on things all by himself. For the second brother's family, father and son shared an unbreakable bond. Xiaolong is my son. More than anyone, I want him to survive. Just let me go in. Bai Zhengyuan sighed softly. All right, but once we're in, don't say a word. Leave everything to me. It's easy to lose your head when you're too close to the situation. He was afraid the oldest would lose his cool because of his worry for his son. Throughout this whole mess, he never intended to hand over the 70 crystals. And as for the hostage, he had no intention of releasing him either. Dad, I'm going too. There's strength in numbers. Besides, I'm not at ease. If they could defeat Xiaolong, I'm afraid Shinner won't be safe either. As he spoke, Bai Qingshan winked at Bai Qing, signaling him to bolt if things got bad. Their opponents were ruthless thugs. Even Bai Long, with his 8-stage evolution, had been tied up. That alone proved how incredibly powerful they were. As for Bai Qingshuan, who was also at the 8-stage evolution, I want to go too. With the hood of her white down jacket pulled over her head and her hands tucked deep inside her sleeves, she looked quite adorable. A family has to stay complete. We can't leave anyone behind. Bai Xin stood there, completely speechless. Why did that sound so incredibly weird? It sounded as if they were all walking straight to the gallows. Bai Zhengyuan looked around, nodded, and said, All right, our family will go together. With tens of thousands of mecha men surrounding them, even with 10 times the courage, Zhang Mazi wouldn't dare lay a finger on them. Pushing open the iron gate, the 5 of them stepped onto the school soccer field's main stage. There sat Lin Qing, Huang Kuan, Ye Daiying, and Zhizhang. Some were sitting, others were lounging, and lying at their feet was Bai Long, who was barely clinging to life. Only when Bai Xin walked closer did he see the full extent of Bai Long's injuries. His arms were broken, and a massive, deep gash ran straight through his ribs. A gaping hole in his chest made it look as if he'd been pierced through by some terrifying brute force. You can clearly see the gears spinning inside. It almost went clean through. Looks like it took full damage. I heard White Dragon still got insta-killed. Just how strong is this opposing team? Comparing them to ourselves, Bai Xin thought to himself, Where's the stuff I asked for? Lin Chen didn't even stand up. The frog on his shoulder whispered, An 8-stage evolution, with 10% synchronization. That shouldn't be much of a problem for you. Young man, you might not have even brought what I wanted. Huh. Then did you just come all this way to enjoy the breeze? The old saying really is true. Youth, you probably don't quite grasp the situation you're in. Bai Zhengyuan raised his hand. A cluster of red laser dots instantly lit up the heads of Lin Chen and his crew. At every high point nearby, snipers are already in position. With just a flick of his wrist, he could turn them into Swiss cheese in an instant. Lin Chen couldn't even be bothered to speak. He just mouthed to Ye Daiying, Oh, I'm so scared. Ye Daiying raised his rifle, aiming the barrel right at White Dragon's head. At the same time, he waved at Bai Luomei. Hey there, Miss Bai. I'm a huge fan of yours. In a tense, life-or-death moment like this, meeting a fan was the last thing anyone expected. Bai Luomei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We're in the middle of a deal for over 100 crystals here. Can you fucking take this seriously for once? Lin Chen seriously wanted to kick this guy. Oh, right. Cough times. Sorry, my bad. It's just my first time seeing my goddess. So I got a little excited. Clearing his throat, Ye Daiying said, This weapon of mine fires bullets made from the remains of an iron beast, and I'm using a stage 3 purified crystal. So, I'm not sure if your precious White Dragon's head is harder, or if my crystal's instantaneous explosive force is stronger. You guys probably don't know me, so let me introduce myself. I go by 6. The guy next to me is my big brother, Zhang Mazi. My second brother, 3. My third brother, 9. With the White Pigeon Group's intel, they'd already dug up everything on these guys before coming. What the hell was with those 3, 6, and 9 names? Except for 9, whom they didn't recognize, the rest, like Ye Daiying and Lin Qing of the underworld, were incredibly famous. Their reputations preceded them. The usually gentle Bai Qingshan glared with fury and roared, I don't give a damn what you are. If you know what's good for you, let them go right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure there's nothing left of you to bury. Bai Hancheng barely kept from screaming in frustration. Wasn't this second brother just trying to provoke them? If he ticked them off, they'd end Bai Long's life in a heartbeat. This guy just couldn't stand to see my son doing well. Hey, take it easy. little brothers. You guys just want the crystals, right? I'll give them to you. And the person you're looking for? We're tracking them down and we'll bring them over right away. Just please don't hurt him. Ye Dang turned to Lin Qing and said, See, boss? I told you these rich families are reasonable. Look how easy they are to talk to. Ignoring him, Lin Qing said lazily, Leave 100 crystals, leave the hostage, and get out. Come back to talk to me when you've brought the person I'm actually looking for. He didn't expect them to dismiss them so quickly. Bai Zenyuan was fuming, unable to use a single one of the arguments he'd prepared. 100 crystals is too much. Fan Cheng can't scrape that many together all at once. 70 is our absolute limit. They actually brought them. Ye Dang and the others held their breath in excitement. No wonder people say crime pays so well. The ancients really didn't lie to me. In the blink of an eye, 70 crystals were in the bag. Working a real job could never make money this fast. Ye Dang was already wondering, which bases? Rich kid to kidnap next. Let me say this one more time. Leave the stuff and get out. When are you going to bring Qin Fugui and Liu Guifang here? And hurry the hell up. I've got all the time in the world. But I'm not so sure your little white dragon can afford to wait. Dad, if I don't get some crystal energy soon, I'm gonna croak. Just go find them, please. I can't hold on much longer. Give them whatever they want. Just save me. That's all that matters. On the floor, White Dragon let out a weak, pathetic groan. Lin Qing's punches had been brutal. They had absolutely wrecked him, leaving him critically injured. And without any crystals to recharge his energy, he didn't even have the strength to crawl. Bai Zhenyuan's expression shifted, dark and tense. His fists clenched and unclenched, over and over, making Bai Hancheng's stomach knot with anxiety. He was terrified his old man would try to be a hero and sacrifice White Dragon's life, just to take this gang down. Hancheng, Qingshan, go find them, the old man commanded. Bai Xing and Luo Mei, wait outside. I'll stay and talk with him. Dad, no. Bai Hancheng was the first to object. White Dragon is already tied up. If we lose you too, we're completely done for. Don't worry, my old bones aren't worth much. Boss Zhang is a big picture guy. He'll understand. Is Bai Zhenyuan's life actually worth anything? In a way, yes. In another way, not at all. It all comes down to how his two sons feel about him. If they're a devoted family, he's priceless. But if, well, honestly, these two brothers might secretly wish the old man would just drop dead. At least the old man is reasonable. Lin Qing chuckled. You can stay, he said, before pointing at Bai Luomei. She's staying too. No way, absolutely not. Bai Qingshan and Bai Xing shouted at the exact same time. Are you out of your mind? This has been about White Dragon from the very start. Why the hell is our family getting dragged into this? There's absolutely no reason to involve Luomei. Isn't this just a total disaster out of nowhere? Lin Qing tilted his head toward Ye Dang and revved his engine. Half of the platform was blown to pieces. Ye Dang raised his hand and fired a shot, missing Bai Long by just a hair. Bai Luo uncle is begging you. Please, save your brother. We're all family here. Bai Hancheng was on the verge of tears. Fine, I'll stay. Without waiting for Bai Xin and Bai Qingshan to speak, Bai Luo said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Everything will be fine. They cautiously left 70 adult stage crystals behind. Bai Xin, his son, and Bai Hancheng looked back with every step they took as they left the soccer field. Well played, Zhang Mazi. This time, the White Pigeon Group admits defeat. You've got the goods. He'll be here shortly. I hope you keep your word. Bai Zhengyuan walked onto the platform, step by step. Don't worry. In our line of work, keeping our word is everything. You'll definitely have Bai Long back in your hands today. Pleasure doing business. I like doing business with young people like you. Standing right in front of Lin Qing, Bai Zhengyuan said, You probably don't know who I am. I know you. Old Master Bai is a legendary figure. Even before the disaster, you were famous everywhere. How could I not know you? After pausing for a few seconds, Bai Zhengyuan said, To be frank with you, you guys are playing with fire. Sooner or later, you're going to get burned. Why not make an ally instead and secure yourselves a place in Fancheng? First, they took down Jiang Tianyun of Yangcheng. Then they hunted down anyone who came after them, killing everyone in their path wherever they went. And now, they've targeted him. These guys are literally the most dangerous outlaws of our time. Anyone else would have died hundreds of times over by now. A guy like him will never settle for being beneath anyone. He's only saying this to keep Lin Qing calm, so he can deal with them once this is all over. Forget the 70 crystals. I'll give you 30 instead, and hand over part of my business for you to run. How about that? You beat his grandson to a pulp, and not only does he let bygones be bygones, but he also gives you 30 crystals, and hands over part of his business. Holy crap. Anyone hearing this would think they're dreaming. Looking at the old man's sincere eyes, for a split second, Huang Kuan almost agreed. Not interested, Lin Qing said coldly. And another thing, we agreed on 100 crystals. and 100 is what I expect. Short me by even 1, and I'll rip off one of your grandson's parts. With a dark look on his face, Bai Zhengyuan said, I can't produce 100. Even if you beat my grandson to death, it won't help. Why don't we agree on terms we can both accept? The old man didn't look like he was lying. Lin Qing thought for a few seconds before saying, then we'll trade using ordinary crystals. First or second stage, or third or fourth stage evolution crystals, any of them will do. Are you sure? Bai Zhengyuan asked in shock. Positive. Fine, just you wait. With a quick turn of his mind, Bai Zhengyuan already had a plan. He intended to make up the difference entirely with level 1 evolution crystals, keeping the remaining 30 adult stage crystals. With such a massive pile of crystals, there was no way Lin Qing could run very far carrying them. Selling the same goods to 2 buyers. Luomei. Let's head back first. Leaning on his cane, Bai Zhengyuan turned to leave, only to find Bai Luomei standing there, completely still. Elder Bai, I said you could leave, but I didn't say Miss Bai could. Lin Qing grinned. Fetching crystals is a one-person job. Besides, it's freezing out there. It'd be so inconvenient to have Miss Bai running back and forth. The moment Bai Zhengyuan turned around, Bai Luomei, who was facing them directly, gave a quick wink. She barely shook her head, signaling she didn't want to leave, and he wasn't the only one who saw it. Ye Daing, Huang Kuan, and Zhizhong noticed it too. Although they had no idea what she was plotting, having someone stay behind was still a good thing. After all, an unarmed girl couldn't cause much trouble anyway. Damn, I, Bai Luomei, really am a natural-born actress. Her almond eyes instantly welled up with tears, switching on her emotions in a split second. Her pretty face showed 70% terror and 30% hope, hoping the old man would take her with him. Old man, don't push your luck, Lin Qin snapped in a hostile tone. Luomei, wait here for a bit. I'll be right back for you. Zhang Mazi, if you dare touch a single hair on my granddaughter's head, I'll make sure you don't get a single crystal. Relax, I'm not a psycho. Why would I mess with her? She's our cash cow, isn't she? I'll make sure she's treated like royalty. With a cold snort, Bai Zhengyuan walked away. Once he was far enough, Bai Luomei dropped her terrified act and let out a soft laugh. I used to think my brother was the strongest person in the world, but I never expected to run into people like you guys. Color me impressed. Actually, we go back a bit. Seeing as I was the one who took the bounty on you guys. Yeah, that was my job. Just as Huang Kuan was about to snap, Bai Luomei continued. But since my subordinate Chen Kai died by your hands today, I guess this is how destiny works. Karma always finds a way. They never expected they'd killed people from 2 different groups, and both of them had serious backing. Huang Kuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, thinking to himself that their luck was seriously unreal. But Lin Qin had no time to waste listening to her babble. Bottom line is, you're not getting away. This place is already surrounded by 30,000 mech warriors. Plus, my uncle has probably set up an ambush along your only escape route, 30 mature evolution crystals, to exchange for 1/8 evolution crystal. That would pile up like a small mountain, wouldn't it? It can only be delivered by my uncle in person. That indirectly takes away one of their fighters. Lin Qing smiled knowingly. I suggest you don't release him even after you get the crystals. Take my cousin with you and run. On the ground, Bai Long froze. Huang Kuan, Yi Daing, and Zhizhong also froze. Are they seriously cousins? Bai Luomei, I hope you die a horrible death. Bai Long's eyes went completely red with rage. If he could crawl back up right now, he would definitely have torn Bai Luomei to shreds. Shut up. Huang Kuan stomped a foot right onto Bai Long's mouth, instantly crushing it out of shape, making it impossible for him to utter another word. Pinching her brow, Bai Luomei let out a soft sigh. You see, my cousin is extremely vicious. He's notoriously petty and vengeful. If you let him get back alive, you'll probably spend the rest of your lives being hunted down. Panic filled the depths of Bai Long's eyes. As he struggled frantically, she was literally driving him to his death. Although that was exactly what he was planning in his head, thinking it and having it said out loud were 2 completely different things. Lin Qing slapped his thigh. He had a sudden realization. You're absolutely right. We can't let him go. Now that we've done this, your white pigeon group will definitely never let us off. If we're going to kill one, we might as well kill 2. It's all the same. So hehehe. Seeing Lin Qing staring at her, Bai Luomei felt a chill run down her spine. Bai Long and I aren't on the same side. We're not close. Whether he lives or dies is none of my business. On the contrary, once he's dead, Fan Cheng will belong to my brother. My brother controls most of our forces. As long as we let this slide, no one's going to hunt you down. But if you kill me too, you'll completely make an enemy out of Fan Cheng. My brother has evolved 8 times. He's way stronger than a useless loser like Bai Long. He won't let you get away with this. And then, Bai Luomei paused mid-sentence. If you help me with this favor, we can be friends. Just let me know if you ever need anything in the future. Huang Kuan, Ye Daing, and Zhizhang all turned to look at Lin Qing. Now was definitely not the time to look for more trouble. They already had a bounty on their heads from one major faction. If they pissed off another one, it might be a bit too much for them to handle. Business is business, and favors are favors. I don't like playing the favor game with people like you. Let's be direct. How many crystals are you offering to kill Bai Long? The frog watched, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. Lin Qing is a total badass. He's literally selling the same guy to two different buyers, making a profit from both sides. 15 5 times purified crystals. Bai Luomei set her price. It's just a minor favor for you anyway. Besides, you'd kill him even if I didn't give you any. Lin Qing grinned. Make it 30. To make a friend. Everyone else was speechless. He just said he didn't like talking about favors, and now an extra 15 crystals suddenly makes them friends? You don't have the right to refuse. Seeing that Bai Luomei didn't shake her head, Lin Qing chimed in quickly. If you don't give me 15 more, I'll stop the execution and let him go home alive. If that happened, wouldn't she be totally exposed? Bai Luomei nearly ground her teeth to dust. I don't have that many crystals, but your brother does. He has evolved 8 times. Getting 30 crystals should be a breeze for him. Besides, with a family business as big as yours, 30 crystals is probably just a few days' worth of income. Where would we get that much? Fancheng is not as simple as you think. There are a lot of people we have to grease the palms of. We've got families to feed, too. Man, all right, I won't put you on the spot then. Just let them go. Gripping the powder hidden in their sleeves tight, Bai Luomei was so angry her chest was heaving. I can't produce 30 crystals in such a short time. Plus, today isn't a good day to make a deal anyway. I'll give them to you once I take control of Fancheng. She had hoped to instigate Lin Qing with just a few words, getting them to eliminate that menace, Bai Long, but she never expected to get dragged into the mess herself. Now she has no choice but to pay up. If the old man found out it was his terrible idea, he'd absolutely despise him for it. Their whole family line is basically ruined after this. Deal, Lin Qing said with a slight smile. But talk is cheap. Let's put it in writing. A school is the last place to run out of paper and pens. Yi Daing leaped into the school building, returning in just a few minutes. There are snipers watching the area. Stand behind me and wait. Bai Luomei really didn't want anyone seeing her. Making a deal with Lin Qing. No problem. Lin Qing and Huang Kuan had massive builds, so the two of them crouched down, pretending to chat with Bai Long. This perfectly shielded Bai Luomei, leaving the snipers outside completely unable to spot her. Amitabha, Miss Bai, feel free to write on me. The idiot eagerly transformed into a sports car, offering his hood to Bai Luomei as a desk. Mimicking his tone, Ye Daing calmly said, Amitabha, Miss Bai, it's not very comfortable standing up. Why don't you sit on me? My leather seats are super soft. They aren't stiff at all. With that, he transformed into a motorcycle. Just imagining his goddess sitting on him, Ye Daing was so thrilled he couldn't even put it into words. With a twitch of her lips, Bai Luomei shook her head. Thanks, but no thank you. The sports car is already low enough. Riding on the hood meant she had to lean over, but riding on a motorcycle would be completely impossible. Taking the paper and pen, Bai Luomei leaned over the hood and started writing some words. Seeing this made Ye Daing incredibly jealous, like, Huang Kuan, who was crouching on the ground pretending to chat with Bai Long, felt something wet pooling up under him. He turned around and snapped at the dumb monk. Your fucking exhaust pipe is leaking oil. Hey, that's just AC condensation. He was moving ridiculously fast. In Fancheng, the White Dove Group ruled like kings. With a single command from Bai Zhengguan, hundreds of thousands of citizens and mecha riders searched everywhere for Qin Fugui and Lu Guifen. And wouldn't you know it, they actually found them. And they weren't anywhere else, but right in the middle of the 30,000 mecha riders surrounding the school, a commercial Mercedes-Benz, and an Audi A8. Half an hour later, they brought back the couple, Qin Fugui and Lu Guifen, along with countless level 1 purification crystals. Bai Zhengyuan, along with Boss Bai, second brother Bai, Bai Xing, and the others returned once more. They used level 1 purification crystals to settle the debt of 30 level 5 purification crystals. The quantity was massive, piled up like a small mountain. Boss Zhang, inside the city, there really aren't any mature stage crystals left. Please forgive us, Bai Zhengguen said with an apologetic look. Hundreds of thousands of level 1 purification crystals, with even the smallest being the size of a fist. Let's see how the hell you're gonna carry these away. It's fine. I can accept that, Lin Qing said, holding down the restless frog on his shoulder. Then, isn't it time to let them go? On the ground. Bai Long shook his head, mumbling incoherently. He kept struggling to get up, but his mouth had been stomped to a pulp, so he couldn't speak a word. Huang Kuan considerately covered his mouth and said with a smile, looks like sister-in-law Bai is in a real hurry to get home. No rush, we'll be there in a bit. Lin Qing smiled gently and said, Old man Bai, just to be safe, we'd like sister-in-law Bai and Miss Bai to escort us part of the way. You don't mind, do you? With a couple of dry laughs, Bai Zhengyuan replied, What? You don't even trust me. Look, it's not a matter of trust. It's better for everyone if we stick to the protocol. If we let him go now, are we really going to make it out of this stadium alive? But you can't just keep dragging my grandson along with you. What if you double-cross me and kill him anyway? How about this? I'll keep him with me and give you a 10-kilometer head start. Deal. But deep down, both of them were grinning. Lin Qin was planning to deal with Bai Long first, and then have Ye Daying cover their escape and take down the enemy's helicopter. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenyuan was thinking that he already had his men lying in wait 20 kilometers away. As soon as his grandson was safe in his hands, he would instantly wipe out this entire gang. So, please leave the kid and the crystal behind, old man, and take a step outside. I'll pack things up and be right out. I hope you keep your word. Zhang Mazi is a man of his word. Bai Zhenyuan and his grandson retreated from the school. Zhang ran to his parents, unable to contain his excitement. Dad, Mom, looking at the towering Mecha man. Qin Fugui. In front of her, Lady Lu could barely recognize him. It's me, Zhang said. Xiao Shou? You beast? Lu Guifeng stared in utter disbelief. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Lin Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Once the joke clicked, Huang Kuan cracked up too, clutching his stomach. Who would have thought the monk's real name was literally Beast? That is fucking priceless. With a dark expression, Zhang glared back at them. Then he turned to his parents with a forced smile. Yeah, it's really me. Are you guys okay? What could possibly be wrong? We've been living the good life every single day. Honestly, it couldn't be any better. Let me tell you, son. Your old man is a powerhouse now too. Crushing rocks with one hand is nothing to me. As he spoke, Qin Fugui wanted to show off his level 1 evolved power. Zhejiang quickly cut him off. Let's save that for later. We're in a bit of a rush. We need to get out of here. Fast. Run? Run from what? Qin Fugui had absolutely no idea what was going on. Even the ones ordered to surround the area had absolutely no clue why. Even when Bai Hanqing summoned him, he was still completely in the dark. There's no time to explain. I'll tell you when we have a moment. Anyway, let's get out of here first. On Lin Qin's shoulder, the frog, which couldn't hold back any longer, leaped into the pile of crystals and activated its glutton mode. In less than half a minute, the pile of crystals had shrunk by nearly half. Since they couldn't carry them all anyway, Lin Qin just let it do whatever it wanted. Only when about half of the pile was left did he grab the frog back. That's enough. We still have a use for the rest. They packed over 20 sacks full of them, and Lin Qin loaded them all into the carriage. But this tiny amount was far from filling it up. Amitabha, what kind of freak is that? In the short time Zhejiang was talking to his parents, he turned around only to see that a third of the crystals had already been swallowed by the frog. Is this thing a gold-eating beast? Bai Luome stared at the frog, feeling utterly mind-blown. Lin Qin didn't bother to explain much. If they found out that the frog had not only eaten 7 times purified crystals, but had also devoured dozens of mature crystals, they would probably lose their minds. Lao Huang, you take Bai Long. Monk, you take Miss Bai. Let's move out. No way, no way. 2 voices rang out at the same time. Neither Zhejiang nor Ye Dang agreed. Zhejiang said, This journey is bound to be dangerous. My parents aren't very strong, so I have to protect them. As for Miss Bai, she's with the White Dove group, so she won't be in any danger. Letting people ride inside me only brings me trouble. In vehicle form, people can sit inside, just fine. But once transforming into a mecha, my body structure changes. Anyone left inside would be crushed to death. If danger strikes, it gets incredibly messy. I'd have to let them out before I can even fight. This is also why Lin Qing hates carrying passengers, except for back at the start of the Cataclysm, when he wanted to get closer to Yang Fan. No one has ever sat in his cockpit. At most, he'd use his truck bed to give some folks a quick lift. Ride me. Ride me. Ride me. Ye Dang jumped up and down, excitedly saying to Bai Luomei, I'm crazy fast, and I'm just as comfortable as the monk. Bai Luomei licked her red lips. Oh? Really? Just how fast are you? Fast enough to make you scream. What the hell is wrong with these people? Lin Qing thought. He was starting to regret recruiting a horny bastard like Ye Dang. All right. You'll be my ride. Bai Luomei raised her long legs and straddled the motorcycle. Ye Dang felt so good he almost let out a moan. He was already a high-end racing motorcycle to begin with top-tier looks and premium comfort, let alone now. After 5 rounds of evolution, gripping the handlebars with both hands, Bai Luomei leaned forward, her body slightly arched. As she twisted the throttle, she said, Wait, I don't know how to ride a motorcycle. Nothing's gonna happen. Right? Before she could even finish her sentence, the bike shot forward like a rocket. Ye Dang sneered in his mind. Now that you're on my ride, there's no way I'm letting you take control. From here on out, just let Big Bro show you what real speed and passion feel like. Miss Bai, lower your center of gravity. Hold on to the handlebars tight. Otherwise, you're gonna get blown away. How do I lower my center of gravity? Bai Luomei opened her mouth to ask, but a blast of cold wind rushed right in. She quickly lowered her head, pressing her upper body flat against the fuel tank. Right, just like that. Yidang slowed down, pumping the brakes and stopping repeatedly, claiming he was doing it so those bastards would show some gratitude. The idiots behind them were so pissed off, their eyes turned red. At the school gate, the army of tens of thousands of mecha humans parted like a tide. Lin Qing called out in a clear, loud voice. Elder Bai, until we meet again. No need to see us out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the group swaggered away just like that. Bai Genyuan clenched his fists behind his back, his fingernails almost digging into his flesh. Having spent so many years in the business world, this was the first time he had ever suffered such a humiliating insult. Once we catch them, he swore he would make Lin Qing and his crew experience what it truly means to wish they were dead. Dad, wait, something's not right. Look at the direction they're heading, Bai Hancheng said, completely bewildered. Lin Qing didn't take the highway back the way they came. Instead, he headed toward the city center, planning to escape through another route. Just as Bai Luomei had mentioned, he knew there would be an ambush on the road. Why would he ever take the same way back? After all, this escape route was recommended by Bai Luomei herself, who claimed it was incredibly safe. Chase them, Bai Zhenyuan commanded, his face ice cold, and his hands trembling with rage. If they actually let Lin Qing escape, how could the White Pigeon Group ever show their faces again? You people know absolutely nothing about speed. Cutting through the downtown area, they quickly reached the outskirts of the city. Looking at the massive crowd 1,000 meters behind them, Lin Qing told Ye Dang to teach them a little lesson. Boom! Transforming into his mecha form, Yi Dang assembled his Barrett-heavy anti-material sniper rifle. With a quick shot, he blew up a helicopter. Miss Bai, hop on. Putting away his rifle, Yi Dang transformed back into a motorcycle and chuckled. No way! With her hair standing on end and her face flushed red, Bai Luomei sniffled and said, It'll burn my butt. You literally just fired it. The temperature is really high right now. Unlike Lin Qing and the others, Ye Dang didn't have an enclosed cabin. All the guns were just hanging off the sides of the vehicle. The second Bai Luomei got on, she wanted to get right back off, but they were moving way too fast. The moment she opened her mouth, the freezing wind blasted in, making it impossible to speak. I'll just squeeze in with Auntie instead. Saying so, she ran over to open the door to Lu Guifang's Audi A8. You idiot. Think this through before opening your mouth. Even if Xiao Ying's ride leaves your butt completely exposed, no one can catch up to him when it comes to speed. There is literally nothing safer than him. Even before the disaster, he could go 400 kilometers per hour, and after 5 purifications, he's already been upgraded to a terrifying 500 kilometers per hour. That kind of speed is world-class. He is definitely near the very top in the Kanglong Empire. Even for a sports car with 6 purifications, even with that, they wouldn't be able to catch up to Ye Dang even if they stomped the gas pedal straight through the floor. Bai Luomei was stubborn. I'd rather get blown to pieces in this car than freeze to death out there. Suit yourself. Thinking about it, having Bai Luomei in the car made his parents a bit safer too. At least they wouldn't spray machine gun fire in their direction. Rolling down the window, Bai Luomei said to Lin Qing, They won't dare to chase us for now. We're about to hit the highway again. It's time to make a move, right? Don't worry. I'm still here. Even if you kill Bai Long, they won't dare touch you. I can even escort you guys a bit further. Brother, you heard her. It's not that I, Zhang Mazi, lack honor, Lin Qing whispered to the terrified Bai Long. If you're going to blame anyone, blame her. Once you're a ghost, make sure you haunt the right person. With a single punch, Huang Kuan pierced right through Bai Long's heart, ripped out the crystal, and walked away without looking back. He didn't feel a single shred of guilt killing someone like this. The metallic corpse slumped against the wall, his eyes still wide with disbelief. 1,000 meters away, Bai Zhenyuan saw Bai Long slumped against the wall through his binoculars. Thinking they were out of the woods, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they immediately used the helicopters to apply pressure and capture them alive. But Luomei is still in their hands. We can't just attack. Second brother Bai panicked, but first brother Bai reassured him. Don't worry, second brother. I won't put my niece in danger. This pack of ruthless bandits has no humanity. A proper show of overwhelming firepower will make them hesitate and force them to release her faster. Bai Zhengyuan nodded. Hancheng is right. Second brother, don't worry too much. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on Luomei. Hearing this, Bai Qingshan and his son were chilled to the bone. The Bai family was deeply sexist. favoring sons over daughters. As a daughter, Bai Luomei would eventually marry out and bring no benefit to the family. The old man didn't care about her at all. On the other hand, Bai Long, as a mecha human, who was high level and came from the eldest branch, would surely take over the family in the future if nothing went wrong. In the sky, dozens of helicopters charged straight toward Lin Qin and his crew. Heavy machine guns on the choppers spat tongues of fire, showering down bright golden shell casings. Up on an overpass, Ye Daing set up a Barrett-heavy sniper rifle. Staring at his target, which was right in front of him, he remained expressionless. His finger pulled the trigger. Bang! He aimed at a fifth-stage purified helicopter. As a mecha human, his single shot shattered the rotor blades, sending the chopper plummeting from the high sky. For anyone below the sixth stage of purification, without protective armor, falling from such a height would surely kill or cripple them. Bang, bang, bang. Once they became mecha humans, they no longer needed to breathe, and many of their physiological limitations disappeared. For a marksman, this was a massive advantage. Ye Daing's mind was as calm as still water. In the blink of an eye, he fired 8 shots, and 8 helicopters exploded into fireballs. Countless bullets rained down around him, but his body didn't budge an inch, and he didn't even blink. He remembered Ling Qin once telling him that on the battlefield, you can't dodge bullets, and she was absolutely right. Even the slowest pistol bullet travels at over 300 meters per second. Heavy machine guns usually double that speed. That's over 600 meters per second. How the hell are you supposed to dodge that? Unless you can predict the shot beforehand. But with his current reflexes, he wasn't worried about that at all. Aim for his legs. Don't shoot him in the head. The chairman wants him taken alive. Copy that. Copy that. If we let him get away from this close, we might as well end it ourselves. The remaining 20-plus helicopters in the sky fanned out to surround Ye Daing. You guys clearly have no idea what real speed is. Ye Daing slung his Barrett rifle over his shoulder and waved goodbye to the helicopters 100 meters away. He flipped over the railing and leaped off the 5-meter-high overpass. The instant he hit the ground, he transformed into a sleek motorcycle. The throttle slammed wide open. He exploded forward at a blinding speed of 500 kilometers per hour. The rear tire spun furiously against the pavement, tearing a 5-centimeter-deep trench right out of the asphalt. The black motorcycle sliced through the air, with a sharp whoosh, vanishing down the street in the blink of an eye. From high above, Ye Daing left behind a streak of a dark line over 10 meters long. It was a trail of afterimages. Up in the sky, the helicopter pilots were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! What the hell is that speed? How are we supposed to chase him? We'd need a fighter jet to catch that. They were only flying civilian helicopters, with very limited speed. Forget about them. Even if military gunships were here, they'd still be eating Ye Daing's dust. Unless someone like Yang Ao, who has evolved multiple times, stepped in. Miss Bai, it seems you aren't very highly valued in your family. Meanwhile, on another highway, Lin Qing and Liu Guifeng were driving neck and neck. This must have been my oldest uncle's order. He suddenly lost his son, so it's understandable that he'd lose his mind. Internally, she was absolutely panicking, but Bai Luomei still had to act calm on the outside. If she actually let Lin Qing find out that she wasn't worth anything to her family, how would she ever survive? Wouldn't he just bury her right then and there? Lin Qing remained highly skeptical. Back in the city, Bai Zhenyuan and his family received Bai Long's body, staring at his wide-open, unblinking eyes. And the gaping hole in his chest? Bai Zhenyuan couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. Since they were mech humans now, they couldn't shed tears, and Bai Hansheng couldn't even cry if he wanted to. This was his only son, whom he had pampered like a treasure since childhood, always cleaning up his messes no matter how big they were. He never expected him to be gone just like that. Second, Uncle Bai and his son glanced at each other, their eyes filled with pure gloating. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, Bai Xing would have burst out laughing. He fucking deserved it. But the moment he remembered his sister was still in Lin Qing's hands, Bai Xing's smile vanished. His heart filled with endless anxiety, praying she wouldn't end up the same way. Glancing at his father, he followed the helicopters, racing in the direction Lin Qing had fled. 10 Bai Longs couldn't even compare to his sister. Even if he had to go to the ends of the earth, he was going to catch up to Lin Qing. Hey, Zhang Mazi. Is it about time you let me out of the car? On the highway, seeing there were no pursuers behind them, Bai Luomei rolled down her window and spoke to Lin Qing. Don't be in such a rush. Just wait a little longer. Captain, I'm back. Ye Daing caught up from behind. Hey miss, we're not really familiar with this area, so we hope you can guide us a bit further. Monk, you take uncle and auntie and head out first. Xiao Ying and Lao Huang, stay here. The 3 of us will play with them some more. Since Zhejiang and the parents are the slowest, running like this won't work. They're gonna catch up sooner or later. Someone's gotta stay behind to hold them off. If you can survive a single hit from me, you're pretty tough. More than 20 helicopters were circling 100 meters in the air. The deafening roar of their rotors filled the air. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and another helicopter crashed right beside the highway. On the seemingly empty hillside, a figure suddenly jumped out. And who else could it be but Ye Dang? This time, he was wearing the chameleon jacket Yang Ao had given him, completely blending in with his surroundings. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even realize someone was lying on the hillside. After firing off a shot, Ye Dang leaped down the hillside and ducked into an underpass beneath the highway. The helicopters above began descending one after another, planning to capture him. Leading the charge were over 1,000 biker bots right behind them. Led by Bai Xing, they also changed direction. But they were only the first wave. The heavy biker bots were still behind, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up too. Listen up. You're completely surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender. It's your only way out. Yeah, right. More like eat lead. One of the biker bots shouted from behind an obstacle. Ye Dang has a heavy Barrett sniper rifle. They had already learned how deadly it was on their way here. Getting hit by one of those is no joke. Hiding inside the underpass, Ye Dang pulled out one of his few remaining cigarettes and lit it. After taking a deep drag, he yelled, "Cooperate and rot in jail. Resist and go home for the holidays. I know how your rules work. If you aren't afraid to die, come on in and try me. Even if I go down, I'm taking a few of you with me." The biker bots looked at each other, but none of them dared to step forward. Terrified he would fight to the death. Kid, you think you're safe just because you're hiding? How about you get a load of this grenade? If we wanted to, we could turn you to ash in a heartbeat. Right now, we're giving you a chance, so don't push your luck. Don't move. Seeing a moto-human actually trying to throw away their life, Bai Xin stepped in to stop them. Don't kill him. Capture him alive. With his own sister's whereabouts still unknown, his only choice now was to capture Ye Dang in hopes of trading him for her. Listen to my directions. When I give the signal, you strike. Quietly flanking above the bridge tunnel, Bai Xin planned to collapse the highway and temporarily bury Ye Dang under the rubble. Below them, the moto-humans used verbal taunts to draw his attention. Zhang Mazi left you behind to cover the rear. It's obvious he's abandoning you. Why keep risking your life for him? Besides, you're a 5th-tier evolved being. If you leave the dark side and join us, we in Fanshan are more than willing to take you in. Power, wealth, status, beautiful women. You can have whatever you want. With a chuckle, Ye Dang replied, "Well, I'd have to ask our captain about that. Captain, what do you say? Once a Zhantian, always a Zhantian." Suddenly, Lin Qin's calm voice echoed from above. Bai Xin cursed under his breath and looked up. A crimson silhouette from the edge of the highway leaped down from the mountainside dozens of meters above, unleashing a fierce slash of scarlet blade light. Their figures clashed, and Lin Qin landed, holding Yanmo in his hand, his feet sinking deep into the ground. 10 meters away, a horrifying wound split open on Bai Xin's body, stretching from his shoulder all the way down to his lower abdomen. A successful sneak attack in their very first clash. Lin Qin wasn't surprised in the slightest. Ever since he made his debut, he had never met anyone who could survive a single strike from Yanmo. With a heavy thud, Bai Xin collapsed to the ground, mumbling under his breath, "Why?" At that critical moment, when he clearly covered his upper body with armor, was he still cut down in a single strike? An 8th stage evolution defeated by a 7th stage. He simply cannot accept this. Since the Cataclysm, he had never met his match. He even dominated the White Dragon, who was also an 8th stage, took on entire armies by himself, and slaughtered all kinds of steel beasts. But now, this single strike has completely shattered his pride. Turns out he was actually this pathetic. Just as this battle ends in a split second, the people below try to rush up and help, but waiting for them is Huang Kuan's pair of iron fists. He had been lurking down there from the very beginning, cloaked only in a camouflage suit. These mech warriors' attention was fully focused on Ye Dang, so they didn't even notice him right under their feet. Boom! Standing over 20 meters tall, weighing over 200 tons, and being a 6th stage mining dump truck, his fists are definitely nothing to sneeze at. To say it was like a tiger among sheep is no exaggeration. Not a single mech warrior could withstand even one of his punches. With just one blow, they are smashed to pieces. Within seconds, the ground is littered with scrap metal. Walking up to Bai Xing, Lin Qing says calmly, "To survive my strike, you are indeed strong." Bai Xing tries to speak, but finds he doesn't even have the strength to utter a word. He knows that surviving this strike wasn't because of his own strength, but because the man in front of him held back. Otherwise, with the blade just half a foot away, his energy crystal would have been shattered. "I will release your sister and send her back. In the future, spend more of your time hunting steel beasts. I am not your enemy." Leaving behind those words, Lin Qing sheathes his blade and charges into the army of thousands of mech warriors. The reason he spared Bai Xing is because in his past life, Bai Xing was one of the few Overlord-class mech warriors who was dedicated to protecting humanity. In his memory, years later, The White Dove group would be controlled by the Bai Xing siblings. Under their leadership, Fansheng would be turned into a massive base, sheltering countless ordinary citizens. You don't even want an 8th stage evolution crystal? That doesn't sound like you at all. The frog on his shoulder squeaked in disbelief, punching straight through the chest of the adult stage mechabot in front of him. Lin Qing replied, I'm not a psycho. I don't just kill everyone I see. Besides, you'd better remember exactly how many crystals you swallowed today. If you don't have something of equal value to trade for them, I'm going to stew you for dinner tonight. After saying that, he fell silent, focusing entirely on the fight. The battle anthem played by the frog was incredibly effective, making him fight smoother and smoother. It felt like it wouldn't be long before he fully mastered the first stage of body and power unity. He didn't use his laser gun to sweep through them. Instead, he fought hand to hand, throwing punches and kicks. Lin Qing's mecha sync rate kept climbing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes later, the battle finally ended. Lin Qing's sync rate reached 53%. Watching the second wave of 7,000 to 8,000 mechabots arrive, he decided to go for another round. Huang Kuan, who hadn't had his fill of fighting yet, wanted to stay and fight too. Yidang made a bitter face. Captain, you guys go ahead. I can't hold out anymore, so I'm heading out. He had only undergone 5 evolutions, and close quarters combat wasn't his strong suit. After just one round, he had almost kicked the bucket. There was no way he could compare to these two monsters. Casting a provocative glance at Lin Qing, Huang Kuan said, After this, I might undergo my 7th evolution. Without using the Yanmo, let's have another duel. If I win, the captain's title is mine. I bet you won't win, Lin Qing countered. Haha, then you've already lost. With that, Huang Kuan was the first to charge back into the mechabot army. Staring at his retreating back, Lin Qing muttered, Shura, check old Huang's sync rate. 67%, and if he undergoes his 7th evolution, how much will it drop? To 40%. Lin Qing himself had a 53% sync rate at his 7th evolution. Even if Huang Kuan made the breakthrough, he'd only have a 40% synchronization rate at 7th evolution. In comparison, Lin Qing wasn't worried about losing at all. Even if Huang Kuan had the natural advantage of being a mining dump truck, it still couldn't make up for that 13% gap. Don't get cocky just yet. As if reading Lin Qing's mind, Frog said, His talent is insane. It's no exaggeration to say he was born for battle. Even if he can't beat you right now, it won't be long before he catches up. Refusing to back down, Lin Qing scoffed. So what? It's just fighting. Who doesn't know how to fight? Sure, Huang Kuan was incredibly strong, but Lin Qing was a reincarnated soul, with 2 lifetimes of experience, and had taken the absolute lead. If he still couldn't beat him with all that, he might as well just quit. Leaving a massive crater behind, Lin Qing vanished. When he reappeared, he was already right in the middle of the motorbot army. With a thunderous punch, 3 motorbots were instantly shattered. Zhang Yanjun takes the fall, and the shield-tunneling mecha appears. Lin Qing retreated. After fighting for over 10 minutes, Huang Kuan noticed that the motorbots around them weren't decreasing at all. Instead, they were only growing in number. Now, there were over 10,000 surrounding them. If they kept dragging this out, they were going to be toast. Acting as if he hadn't heard a thing, Lin Qing ignored him and kept slaughtering wildly. The only thing he could hear was Frog calling out the numbers. 55%, 56%. Slurp. 57%, 58%, 59% bro. As long as this doesn't kill me, I'm going to fight until I drop. I believe in you. Under these chaotic conditions, Lin Qing had absolutely no way to harvest the crystals of the motorbots he killed. They all ended up going to Frog. One was eating with absolute joy, while the other was killing with absolute frenzy. He was completely unstoppable now. Lin Qing was getting totally into his groove. But that feeling of wearing heavy shackles was also getting stronger. He was just a hair away from shattering those chains once and for all, so there was absolutely no way he was stopping now. Holy shit, this guy is on an absolute rampage. Huang Kuan could only watch in utter shock. He was honestly terrified Lin Qing would just collapse and die of exhaustion. Crack. A few minutes later, he crushed the biker bot's head in his bare hands, and at that exact moment, those shackles finally shattered. Mecha sync rate, 60%. His physical body and raw strength were now in perfect harmony. He had fully mastered the first stage of fusing body and strength. Lin Qing could feel it with absolute clarity. Now, with every single punch and kick, he wouldn't waste a single ounce of energy. If he threw a punch with 5,000 kilograms of force, it would deliver exactly that, never dropping to 4,800. Complete control, making the heaviest blows look absolutely effortless. His eyes finally cleared up, regaining their focus. He drew Yanmo and unleashed a massive sweep, slicing every biker bot within a dozen meters clean in half. In an instant, he cleared out a massive open space. Old Huang, why the hell are you still fighting? Stop dragging this out. Let's get the hell out of here, damn it. Huang Kuan wanted to scream. Who the hell was the one dragging the fight out? I practically screamed my throat raw. I was one step away from begging you on my knees to leave, and you still wouldn't budge. And now you're accusing Emmy of dragging the fight out? Screw you. If I actually stood a chance in a fight against you, I'd beat the crap out of you right now. With Yanmo in his hand, Lin Chen was completely invincible. With his armor covering his body, he swung his blade in a wild frenzy. With a dozen rapid slashes, he forcefully carved a path right through them. But after fighting for so long, it wasn't like he was completely unscathed. Dozens of bullet holes riddled his chest, with the crushed bullets still embedded right in them. The worst part was his back, which got hit by a rocket launcher, leaving a hole the size of a basketball. Following the frog's advice, just to push his own limits, he hadn't covered himself in armor. But now that his compatibility had reached 60%, and his goal was achieved, he'd be an absolute idiot not to defend himself. In the distance, the eldest and second brothers of the Bai family could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen and Huang Kuan tore a massive hole right through their army of 10,000 and made a clean getaway. A soft sigh escaped Bai Qingshan's lips. He closed his eyes in defeat, muttering, "We can't catch them. Let's pull back. My daughter's fate is unknown, and my son is lying at my feet, barely clinging to life." He wanted to stop Lin Chen more than anyone, but they just couldn't do it. Bai Hancheng's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists so hard they trembled, his whole body shaking as he growled, "No, even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I want him dead. Everyone, listen to my command. Keep chasing them. Whoever brings me Zhang Mazi's head will be rewarded with 30 adult stage crystals. And even if you can't kill him, it doesn't matter. Starting today, anyone who provides info on this group will get 1 adult stage crystal, 10 crystals for each head of 3, 6, or 9 Tong, and 30 crystals for taking down Zhang Mazi." Instantly, the army of 10,000 mecha warriors went wild with excitement. What if they couldn't kill him? Just tailing them and giving updates would still earn them a crystal. Some went after the 30 crystals, while others were happy with just 1. The entire army of mecha warriors surged forward in a massive wave, hot on Lin Chen's trail. This chase dragged on for 2 days and 2 nights, covering over 1,000 kilometers. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. In a small town, Huang Kuan was panting like a dog, completely exhausted. Zhao Qiang lay motionless, muttering, "Is it really okay for us to stop and rest? Do you want me to help you walk?" Lin Qing asked with concern. "Brother Huang Kuan, maybe I should just stick with you. I feel like it won't be as dangerous that way." "Pfft. Listen to you. You're the one who killed the white dragon. You're the enemy who killed their child. I'm the one getting dragged down by you. Okay? Anyway, I can't run anymore. Why don't you just absorb the crystal? I should be able to reach 7 purifications. Then I'll at least have a fighting chance." He had wanted to consume the crystal the whole way, but Lin Qing had advised him not to, telling him to wait until he gets used to his current power. Perched on Lin Qing's shoulder, the frog said he was currently at 75%. Although it's a bit low, he can still absorb it. If he doesn't take it now, he's a goner. Just use it. The white dragon's 8 purification crystal was on Huang Kuan. Lin Qing hadn't given him any other crystals. Before going to Qingzhou, Huang Kuan had already gathered quite a few. Later on, he was given 10 mature crystals from the operation to consume. Plus, he traded Yang Ao's steel beast carcass for more crystals. Along with what he harvested from a night of fighting in White Bear Valley, he was very close to 7 purifications. As for that single 8 purification crystal, its value was beyond measure. Looking at the entire world, it was currently at the absolute top tier. Even leaving the 8 purification crystal aside, Huang Kuan was bound to break through despite his massive appetite. Taking out the crystal, Huang Kuan opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. Halfway through, he realized it was too big to swallow. Lin Qing punched him, shoving it straight down his throat. A few seconds later, a stream of light flowed across his body, and all of his injuries instantly healed. A layer of black armor spread from his arms to his chest. His ribs and back were covered too, and his shoulder blades and half of his spine were also coated in the black armor. It felt so good. Huang Kuan almost groaned out loud. The 7th evolution didn't just beef up his armor, it covered way more of his body, and his raw strength shot up to a whole new level, 50% match. Glancing at him, Frog pulled up his mecha compatibility stats. After wiping out a wave of pursuers behind them, the 2 of them kept running. Up in the trees, Lin Qin asked Frog, "If I break through to the 8th purification right now, what would my compatibility rate be?" "At most 40%. And as low as that sounds, it's actually pretty high. If you hadn't been training so hard lately, that number would be cut in half. Even after perfectly uniting your body and strength, I feel like my compatibility is climbing slower and slower. Why is that?" After pausing to think for a few seconds, Frog said, "For one, you need to unlock the the second stage of synchronization. And second, the training for the seventh purification is something you haven't even started yet. Lin Qin stumbled, almost losing his balance and falling. I'm already at over 60% compatibility. And I haven't even started? You really haven't. All you've been doing is laying down the foundation you missed before the fifth purification. Let me ask you this. What's the biggest difference between before and after? The fifth purification? Your armor, right? But do you actually know how to use it? Lin Qin wanted to say yes, but on second thought, he realized he didn't. In his past life, he only reached the fifth evolution, so he never even got to touch combat armor. And in this life, he'd had his armor for less than 2 weeks. He hadn't even figured out most of its features, before already jumping to the seventh evolution. Right now, he could only use the absolute basics, using it as body defense or focusing it on his arms to attack. That remaining 30% of compatibility is all about mastering your armor. But let's get out of here first. I'll train you once we've lost these guys. Frog snorted coldly, adding, besides, your crystal isn't stupid. Behind her, a massive army of thousands of motorcycle bots was hot on her heels. After running for over 10 minutes, Lin Qing turned the corner into another street. Right away, she spotted her acquaintance, Jiang Yanjun, with his butt sticking up in the air, leading over 100 of his underlings by the roadside, harvesting crystals from dead motorcycle bots. It looked like they had just finished a brutal gang fight with another crew. He was happily humming a tune while digging out the crystals. Back when my squad first started, just dozens of men and 7 or 8 guns. Brother Jiang, Lin Qing yelled. Huh? Reacting on instinct, Jiang Yanjun looked up. His shield-tunneling mecha hands shook with fear. Our cover is blown, Lin Qing yelled. Retreat, quick. Left utterly bewildered, Jiang Yanjun had absolutely no idea what was going on and stood there dazed. Before he could even process it, Lin Qing tossed several bulging sacks straight at him. Catching the sacks, Jiang Yanjun took a look inside and was immediately filled with questions. He had no idea why Lin Qing was giving him Tier 1 purification crystals. There's barely any here anyway, he muttered. But as his mind began to scheme, he was still planning to take down Lin Qing and Huang Kuan to settle his old grudge. Adopting the mindset of the bolder you are, the bigger the reward, and believing that the brave feast while the cowardly starve, he had done plenty of fighting and looting lately. Fortunately, his efforts had paid off, and he was now a Tier 6 evolved boss. Beside him, his dump truck lackey, Zhang Ba, gave him a knowing look. Ever since they left Yang City, he had been following Jiang Yanjun. Relying on his sharp wits and extraordinary guts, he had also managed to reach Tier 5 evolution. Taking advantage of their superior numbers, he wanted Jiang Yanjun to order the hit on Lin Qing. Brothers, this is Lin Qing. Everyone, get. But before he could finish, a bone-chilling, murderous aura completely enveloped him. An 8-meter-long red blade of light instantly hovered right above his head. Staring into Lin Qing's eyes filled with pure murderous intent, Jiang Yanjun yelled at the top of his lungs, Boss! Boss! The 100-plus motorcycle bots also yelled in unison, Brothers, good job. Now let's lay low. Lin Qin and Jiang Yanjun brushed past each other and kept running away with Huang Kuan. Is it really okay to troll someone like this? Huang Kuan sure is a filial son. This kid is definitely up to no good. He didn't hesitate for a second to set him up. Phew, once Lin Qin was gone, Jiang Yanjun let out a deep breath. If mecha humans could sweat, he would definitely be drenched in sweat right now. That was way too terrifying. If he had said even half a word wrong just now, he would have ended up decapitated. How on earth is this Lin Qin so incredibly strong? There's no freaking justice in this world. Yeah? I can't figure it out either, Papa Bear said, trembling with fear. He was terrified too. His speed is absolutely insane. And then there's that blade of his. Actually standing face to face with that god of death, he felt like he didn't even have the courage to lift a finger. Charge. Kill them! I heard them teaming up with Lin Qin's crew. Dozens of mecha humans rushed out first. Like hell you will. You worthless bastards. Do you really think I'm a pushover? They rushed in to kill him without even asking a single question. Jiang Yanjun cursed in a rage. Brothers, let's kick some ass today. It's just a few dozen mecha humans, and only 2 or 3 of them are level 5. He could easily handle a small skirmish like this. But before they could even charge, the ground began to violently shake. Countless mecha humans swarmed out from the street corner in dense packs. More than a dozen helicopters circled in the sky. The entire street was instantly overrun and flattened. Boom! A giant python burrowed out from beneath the ground, opening its massive maw and swallowing more than a dozen of Jiang Yanjun's lackeys in a single bite. No, wait. That's not a python. Taking a closer look at the thing in front of him, Jiang Yanjun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was a tunnel-boring machine over 30 meters long. It is shaped like a giant cylinder, slithering along just like a snake. Typically, these machines are used to drill through mountains and dig tunnels. But its mouth isn't actually a mouth. Instead, it is a massive, 6-meter-wide maw, lined with spinning cutter heads. Just moments ago, one of his lackeys was snatched up by that giant opening, instantly shredded by the rotating blades and swallowed whole. This tunnel-boring machine had undergone 6 evolutions. Who knows where this freak came from? It is even more brutal than the steel beasts. Holy crap, Lin Qing! Who the hell did you piss off? Bail out, boys, run! Without even looking back at Zhang Yanjun, he spun around and bolted, pushing himself to his absolute limit, wishing his parents had given him a few extra legs to run faster. As for whether his lackeys lived or died, he couldn't care less at a time like this. Now that a devastating weapon like a tunnel-boring machine has shown up, survival is entirely up to their own luck. What he didn't know was, Lin Qing already had a bounty on his head from the White Dove Group, 30 energy crystals, dead or alive. And now, it wasn't just the White Dove Group hunting them down, but all kinds of bounty hunters along the way. The tunnel-boring machine was just one of them. It was just that the news hadn't reached this area yet, so the locals were still completely in the dark. Before the apocalypse, Fancheng First High was an elite private school with a massive campus and top-notch facilities. After the disaster, it became the headquarters of the Bai family. Ordinary people lived in the single dorms, while the vehicle bots occupied the sports field. Standing at the edge of the field, Bai Luomei looked at her father beside her and asked, "Dad, is my brother going to be okay?" Out on the field, Bai Xing was training by fighting over 100 sparring partners, and the battle was raging furiously. "I heard he got taken down in a single blow by Zhang Mazi, and he's been like this ever since he got back. He must have been deeply traumatized by it." Bai Luomei couldn't believe it. "Anyway, let's not talk about him anymore. How did you even make it back? No matter how hard Bai Xin trains, she'll be fine. Plus, it'll only make her stronger." On the contrary, Bai Qingshan was much more curious about how Bai Luomei managed to make it back safely. Yesterday, when the corporation's mech humans found him, he was just sitting in a cafe, sipping coffee. Well, that's a long story, then make it short. Actually, Zhang Mazi isn't really a bad guy. They claim to be heroic outlaws who rob the rich to help the poor. They don't hurt innocent civilians, and they won't steal a single needle or thread from them. That line definitely sounded like it came from an idiot. But Bai Luomei left out the other half of the story. The idiot's exact words were, "We rob the rich to help the poor. And we are the poor. We don't steal a single needle or thread from them. But except for the needle and thread, we're taking everything else." Think about it. From the very beginning, their actions were purely out of self-defense. If Cousin hadn't pushed them into a corner, none of this drama would have happened. "Yeah," Bai Qingshan sighed, nodding in agreement. Bai Long was so arrogant, thinking his big family background made him untouchable. He always assumed nobody would ever dare cross him. He had no idea there's always a bigger fish. There are plenty of desperate outlaws like Zhang Mazi. They've only got one worthless life to lose, so they'll kidnap you. Even if you're the king of the world, afterward, they just dust themselves off and run, and you'll never find them. From now on, you two siblings need to keep a low profile. I'm not asking you to bow down and be humble to everyone, just don't go around making enemies. In all my years of doing business, I've dealt with people from all walks of life. Back in the day, the ones I feared most weren't the mob bosses, but the lone desperados with absolutely nothing to lose. A mob boss has a family, a business, and a company. They still play by some rules, and they won't just vanish overnight. But the ones you really need to fear are those who are dirt poor, with absolutely no family or friends. This kind of guy pulls off one job and runs. He can easily hide out in the mountains for 3 to 5 months. Where would you even look for him? And if you don't take him out for good, it'll only get worse. You'll just have to look over your shoulder, waiting for his revenge. Who could stand having someone stake out their house day after day? Just like Lin Qin right now, a total lone wolf and incredibly powerful. If you push him too far and he sets his sights on the Bai family, our lives will be a living hell. He didn't want to issue a bounty in the first place, but the old man and Bai Hancheng, who just lost his son, couldn't swallow their anger. They insisted on putting out a bounty, and now he doesn't even dare to step out of the house. With her head lowered, Bai Luomei had a faint smirk on her lips. "Dad, don't worry. I get it. Your grandpa is sick right now, and there's no one to manage a lot of the group's business. I'm putting you in charge of the newspaper division. Don't disappoint me." "I won't. I'll do a great job." Bai Luomei clenched her fists. This move really paid off. Now that the main branch of the family has fallen, most of the group's business will fall right into their hands. If everything goes as planned, her brother will be the sole heir they focus on grooming, and all of Bai Long's former resources will go to him too. That's the best part about the White Dove Group. Since it's a family business, family members get to keep a massive share of the crystals. As long as the old man agrees, he can allocate a whole month's profits to a single person, while others are left completely empty-handed. Whipping out his spiked mace, Jiang Yanjun smashed one of the bikers chasing him. With his chest caved in, the biker was sent flying. But before he even hit the ground, a fist burst right through his chest. Tossing the biker aside like trash, Xiangba rushed over. "Boss, we've been played by Lin Qin." "No shit. You think I don't know that? So what do we do now? There are way too many of them chasing us. We're dead meat either way." Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yanjun growls, "Do you still remember which way Lin Qin ran? Follow him." With how much he hates Ling Qing, he's definitely no weaker than any of these bounty hunters. If given half a chance, he'd be the very first one to tear Ling Qing to shreds. I worked my butt off to build this squad, and now, they're all gone. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to violently rumble. Jiang Yanjun's face pales in an instant. Damn it. Not another one. The tunnel borer is like a silent assassin lurking deep underground. Every time it surfaces, over a dozen mech bikers end up dead. Its body is incredibly heavily armored, and its bite force is absolutely terrifying. Inside its 6-meter-wide gaping mouth are rows of spinning cutter blades. With just one bite, even the toughest armor is ground into scrap metal. But the most frustrating part is, this bastard never stays above ground for long. The moment it gets a kill, it immediately dives back into the earth, making it almost impossible to counter. To hell with you. Feeling the violent tremors beneath his feet, and without waiting for the tunnel borer to break the surface, Jiang Yanjun slams his spiked mace straight down. The earth cracks violently, sending shattered rock flying in all directions, as a powerful shockwave blasts outward. "Get back down there, you overgrown worm!" Xiongba concentrates all of his strength into his fist, aiming directly at the ground and throwing a devastating punch. The tunnel borer, which was just about to poke its head out, is forcefully hammered back down by their devastating combo. The impact is so intense that the ground visibly sinks by 2 meters. Man, I've run into some seriously tough customers. Underground, Fang Ping feels a massive force slam into his back. Fang Ping curses under his breath. He opens his giant mouth, sucks in a massive gulp of dirt, and drills even deeper down. Before the apocalypse, he was just a notorious slacker, drifting between factories and cheap internet cafes, working odd jobs for daily pay, doing one day of work just to play video games for 3. He lived on cheap, $3 bowls of noodles, and slept in rundown, web-covered shanties. He had sold his ID card a long time ago for just $60. The cops were constantly knocking on his door, telling him he suddenly had dozens of companies registered under his name, and even suspecting him of money laundering across the border. Who knows how many hands his ID had passed through, or which foreign organization ended up with it. Anyway, on the day of the cataclysm, he woke up and realized he'd freaking turned into a tunnel-boring machine. Armed with a set of god-tier gear, he absolutely dominated, slaying gods if they stood in his way, and crushing Buddhas if they tried to stop him. Back when he was only at Stage 1 evolution, he already had the guts to take on Stage 3 steel beasts. By the time he reached Stage 3 evolution, he was bold enough to attack fully grown Stage 7 steel beasts, drilling right out from underground, shredding them to pieces with his giant cutter head, and swallowing the remains, before diving right back into the earth. With this one killer move, he was completely unstoppable, and he hadn't failed a single time yet. While on the road, he heard about a notorious outlaw named Lin Qin, who had kidnapped and executed the eldest son of the Beige Group, making him wanted nationwide with a massive bounty on his head. So, he decided to roll on over to join in on the fun. Phew, he's finally gone. Xiangba wiped his forehead, even though there wasn't a damn thing on it. That tunnel boring machine is so fucking terrifying. Jiang Yanjun snapped. Stop dilly-dallying and let's get out of here, before Lin Qin gets too far ahead of us. After Lin Qin and Huang Kuan shook off the pursuers behind them, they intentionally headed toward the ring road, and then, when no one was paying attention, they doubled back over the mountains, heading in the direction they came from. According to their original route, they had already bypassed Shenbei City, but because he was worried it would affect his plan to get the equipment, he intentionally took a detour around Shenbei. When Xiongba and Jiang Yanjun caught up, they naturally couldn't find a single trace of them, left utterly in despair. The two of them stood frozen on the spot. Boss, what do we do now? If we can't find them, then forget it. Let's do the exact opposite and head to Shenbei City. I bet no one would ever suspect that we'd actually turn around and double back right now. Shenbei was originally just an ordinary city. It was locked down by the Empire just 2 weeks after the cataclysm. On paper, they claimed they were just cordoning off the area to slaughter the steel beasts. But in reality, they were secretly searching for that batch of equipment from the Research Institute, along with the Yanmo data. Meanwhile, on the highway, when they were still a few kilometers away from Shenbei, a basketball-sized boulder came flying right at Lin Qing's front windshield. Instantly transforming into his mecha form, he gave a casual wave of his hand. Lin Qing shattered the rock into pieces and turned to look in the direction the boulder had come from. Deep in the dense mountain forests, a few mechas were standing there. It was Yang Ao, Zhizhang, and Ye Daing. If they hadn't taken off their camouflage cloaks, It would have been really hard to spot them. Lin Qing and Huang Kuan ran up the mountain to meet them. But as they got closer, Lin Qing realized that Yang Ao hadn't come alone. 30-day touring gods, and over 100 night touring ghosts were there too. What was even more shocking was that in just a few days, Yang Ao had already reached his 7th evolution, and all 30-day touring gods had reached their 6th evolution. In the Battle of Jiangling, they had slaughtered hundreds of thousands, even millions of steel beasts in Qinzhou. The amount of energy crystals they got must have been astronomical, and looking at them now, a massive portion of that loot must have been invested directly into these guys. You guys actually brought these things along? Is that really necessary? Lin Qing asked, eyeing the heavy gear in the hands of the night touring ghosts. Lin Qing's eyes widened as he counted 20 Gatling guns, 10 Barrett sniper rifles, 8 rocket launchers, and a whole row of submachine guns. One Gatling gun could fire 1,000 rounds per minute, so 20 of them meant 20,000 rounds of absolute chaos. With so many submachine guns on top of that, what on earth were they planning to do? They're not planning to double-cross me after we secure the equipment and take my ass out, are they? Actually, this is on the lighter side, Yang Ao said, his voice heavy with tension. Right now, inside the blockaded city of Shenbei, there's a massive force of over 100,000 motorized troops gathered. The elites of the Atlanta Empire and the top experts from the Blue Dragon Empire are all there. Hearing this, Lin Qing's eyes narrowed instantly. With Atlant jumping in on the action, looking at the global landscape, the Kanglong Empire definitely has the sheer numbers, but they're not exactly an economic powerhouse. But thanks to their huge population, when you add up all the mecha humans in the country, they easily rank among the top in the world. On the other hand, Atlant is a sci-tech giant, with the #1 economy on the planet, but their population is on the smaller side, coming in at under 300 million people. And once you filter out seniors, kids, and people without cars, their mecha human count is a whole lot smaller than the Kanglong Empires. But because of their government's policies, the market over there is way more terrifying than what we have in the Kanglong Empire. You can find machine guns and pistols all over their supermarkets. If a household doesn't have a few guns for self-defense, they'd be too embarrassed to even step outside. Vehicles that are incredibly rare back home are sold just about everywhere over there, and when people are that loaded, they get bored out of their minds. Private jets are basically a dime a dozen, with the ultra-rich driving tanks around and taking Barrett rifles out to go hunting in the wild. According to official statistics, the number of gun-related deaths in Atlanta every year is in the thousands. In an intense environment like that, you can only imagine how insanely powerful their mecha humans are when they go abroad. Looking out over Shenbei City, Yang Ao continued. The other mecha humans are no big deal. They're just small fry. We only need to look out for 2 specific teams. Which 2? Lin Qing asked, suddenly getting a really bad feeling. Please, don't let it be those 2. Qianlong and Zhu Shen? Lin Qing cursed inwardly. Beside him, Huang Kuan spoke up. Are they really that tough? Glancing at him, Yang Ao said, well, that depends on who they're up against. Qianlong is a team temporarily put together by the Kanglong Empire. They have a total of 300 members, and the lowest level among them is 5th tier evolution. They're split into squads of 50, and each squad leader has reached 6th tier evolution. Their overall commander is Shen Zheyan, who is at 8th tier evolution. An attack helicopter? Not a stripped-down, retired one with no weapon system like mine. It's a real deal, fully combat-ready gunship. Ye Dang covered his mouth. Man, the rich really know how to play. They can actually buy attack helicopters. If they ever went totally off the deep end, we'd be completely screwed. Well, you don't need to worry about that. Shen Zheyan's gunship was purchased abroad. They were out of the country when the cataclysm hit, and were only recently recalled. Who on earth is this person? An attack chopper and overseas connections. Definitely sounds like a big deal. Honestly, I don't know much either. Yang Ao shook his head and continued. Anyway, let's talk about the Pantheon. They're the most badass mecha warriors under the Atlanta Empire. 12 of them showed up this time. We're talking tanks, armored vehicles, gunships, and even those massive mining giants. If you've seen it on TV, they've got it. Don't let their small numbers fool you, though. According to my intel, they are at least at the 6th stage of evolution, maybe even 7th or 8th. Just be careful. The Huailong Condensation Research Institute is a joint project between 2 nations. Both sides are dead set on securing the equipment and data. We're trying to snatch the prize right out of the tiger's mouth. A clash is inevitable. Yi Dang swallowed hard. How are we even supposed to fight that? He looked over at Lin Qin and Huang Kuan. Yang Ao grinned playfully. Your buddy Zhang Mazi can slice right through an 8th evolution with one strike. He's incredibly strong, and if I'm not mistaken, Big Brother 3. Is probably at the 7th evolution by now. With 6. 9. and 1. On our side, we definitely stand a fighting chance. Where the hell did 1. come from? Huang Kuan asked. He was utterly baffled. Wrapped in a black tarp, with a hood pulled over his head. Yang Ao pointed at himself. Yours truly, one dot. Now for the author's note. We've officially launched. Our bookmarks are currently at 13,000, but active subscriptions are only at 260 so far. Yep, you heard that right, just 260. Which means only 260 people are actually willing to spend 20 cents to subscribe. Piracy is absolutely rampant, and free platforms are blowing up. Writing on Kidian has become a nightmare. Back then, you could get one paying reader out of every 10, but over time, that gap just kept getting wider. 15 to 1, then 20 to 1. Now, only 1 out of 30 or 40 readers actually pays, and this is happening all over the place. It's getting harder and harder for authors to keep going. I mean, everyone has a family to feed. Everyone has to make a living. After coming home from work exhausted every single day, I sit up late at night, quietly typing away. Part of it is because I truly love writing novels, but the other part is to make a little extra money, to help support my family. Look, if I didn't have any readers, I'd get it. If I only had a few dozen subscriptions, I'd just accept my fate. But when you have over 10,000 bookmarks and only 200 to 300 subscriptions, it's honestly just hard to swallow, especially when Kidian literally gives you free points just for watching videos. Which means subscribing to a book doesn't even have to cost you a single penny. I really don't get why so many people ignore the official release and choose to read pirated copies instead. The first 24 hours of subscription on launch day completely decides the life or death of a book. If that launch day subscription is low, you won't get any featured spots, and the book is basically dead in the water. I wasn't even planning on writing a launch note. It's not like this is my first time publishing a book. I know some readers just refuse to subscribe, no matter what, and even begging on my knees wouldn't change their minds. The ones who want to support me will do it on their own. But still, I just couldn't keep quiet. I'll handle the writing, but the success of this book is up to you guys. Please, guys, I need your support here. Just to clarify, this is not an announcement that I'm dropping the book. After all, I still owe money to a public corporation, and I have to pay them back on the 9th of every month. I'm literally counting on this launch to make enough money to pay off my debts. We do have our discipline after all. Please subscribe, because next up, Lin Qing kidnaps the eldest son of the White Dove Group and extorted 100 mature crystals. This whole thing has already blown up. A lot of people know about it now. As a major powerhouse, Chinja received the news immediately. At first, Yang Ao thought Lin Qin had just caused a massive mess, but now, it looks like it might actually be a blessing in disguise. After all, since they're raising hell alongside the Empire's Hawk faction, he can't really do anything openly under Chinja's name. But now that the bandit leader, Big Brother Jiang Mazi, is taking the charge and sending 1 dot, 3 dot, 6 dot, and 9 dot to attack Shenbei, there couldn't be a better cover story. What the hell is 1 dot? Stop trying to get me killed, Lin Qin muttered, his forehead dripping with sweat. We've already pissed off Fanshan and Yangcheng, 2 huge factions, and if we add the Kanglong and Atlant empires to the list, there is no way I can survive this. Jiang Tianyun and Bai Zhengyuan are already more than enough trouble. If the Empire actually steps in, who could possibly survive that? Besides, you're already wanted across the country. Having 1 or 2 more empires after you won't make a difference. Anyway, do you guys still want those weapons or not? The equipment is right in front of us. If you say no, I'll turn right back around. Ye Dang and the others fell silent. Who wouldn't want those weapons? But the thought of going up against 2 whole empires makes them feel a bit weak in the knees. Just a month ago, I was still a law-abiding citizen. When I stayed at hotels and saw those shady little cards slid under the door, I didn't even dare to call the number. But now, we're going toe-to-toe with the elites of the Kanglong Empire. Aren't we biting off way more than we can chew? Patting Lin Qin on the shoulder, Yang Ao said, "Don't worry, you still have me, don't you? I gave up my comfortable life as a privileged official's kid, just to come and risk my life with you guys. If I'm not scared, what are you guys so afraid of?" The others thought, "It's exactly because we don't have a governor for a dad that we're absolutely terrified. Your dad commands a 1,000,000-strong army in Chinja. If everything goes south, they'll let you off out of respect for him. Even the Empire won't do anything to you. But we're different. We're just poor nobodies. If we get caught, we're dead." Without making a hasty decision, Lin Qing cast his gaze toward Zhejiang and Huang Kuan. "And Ye Dang, if you guys want to go, I can trigger my 8th evolution right here on the spot. But there are too many elites down there, and I can't guarantee I'll bring you out alive. Unlike before, this time, we're really risking our lives. Hundreds of adult-stage enemies, plus over 100,000 locomotive troops. He had never faced such a massive battle before. I really can't guarantee we'll be able to get the equipment out." "I'm in." Huang Kuan nodded grimly. Even though the equipment is hidden well, with this kind of dragnet search, it's only a matter of time before they find it. If we miss this chance, we'll never get another. It'll be practically impossible to get weapons in the future. I'm willing to take that gamble. Ever since he used Lin Qing's Yanmo blade once, he had been obsessed with it. That feeling of slicing through anything, of being completely unstoppable, was incredibly addictive and irresistible. If only he could have a blade like that for himself. Taking down higher-level opponents wouldn't be a problem at all. To secure a foothold in this chaotic future world, it would be an invaluable asset. Count me in too, Ye Dying said with a grin. I'm fast, so they won't be able to catch me. It's basically a freebie. We'd be stupid to pass it up. In this team, the one who needed a weapon the most wasn't Huang Kuan, nor was it the monk, but him. He was small, and his strength was limited. Even if he broke through to the adult stage, he still wouldn't be able to take a single punch from those big guys. Only an incredibly sharp, unstoppable blade could make up for his shortcoming. Amitabha, since you guys have decided to go, this monk, I can't fall behind either. His parents were already sent back to Chinja yesterday by Yang Ao's men to get settled. So now, he has absolutely nothing holding him back, no worries at all. Honestly, he doesn't even need any crazy powerful weapons. But since they're a team, just looking out for himself wouldn't sit right with him. Besides, Lin Qin and the others got into huge trouble just to help him out. He absolutely has to return the favor. In that case, let's do this, Lin Qin said in a low, serious voice. Let's make sure everyone who goes in comes back alive. I'm still planning on leading you guys to conquer the heavens. You're making a minor scuffle sound like some tragic final farewell. This is nothing but a walk in the park. Hell yeah. And I'm not bragging about my speed, but when I get going, I even scare myself. There's no way I'm gonna die. Besides, my parents passed away when I was a kid. In a web novel, that backstory practically guarantees I'm the chosen one, loaded with pure main character armor. Amitabha, I don't really mind either way, but it's a real shame I'm still a virgin. That's my biggest regret. If I accidentally croak, you guys just remember to burn a few female celebrities for me. Zhejiang's words made everyone burst out laughing. Yang Ao said casually, I brought 30 tier 6 essences this time. Plus, you guys and all these heavy weapons, if we can't secure the equipment with this, we might as well pack up and go home. To be honest, it's only because I heard the opponents are Qianlong and Zhu Shen, along with hundreds of mature phase 1s and a bunch of top-tier experts. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother showing up. Yeah, I'm just that cocky. Ye Daing and Huang Kuan exchanged glances. Lin Qin muttered in a low voice, if you guys were in your 20s and commanded an army of hundreds of thousands, you'd definitely be even cockier than he is. Coming from a military background, as a 7th evolution powerhouse who can mobilize Qinzhou's Qixia and Pojun, and Tanlang, an army of 300,000 mecha human troops, Yang Ao definitely has every right to be cocky. He cleared his throat with a dry chuckle. Yang Ao quickly shifted gears. But of course, going head-to-head is going to be tough. We need a game plan. Here's what I'm thinking. After hearing Yang Ao's plan, Ling Qin and the others headed over to another hilltop to huddle up and hold a private meeting. Since we're doing this, let's split the crystals. Right now, they had 70 mature-grade crystals, along with a ton of Tier 1 purified crystals. All together, that was worth over a dozen Tier 5 purified crystals. While they were on the run, Old Huang had swallowed a Tier 8 purified crystal to force a breakthrough, so he wasn't getting a cut this time. Heh, works for me. No complaints here, since a Tier 8 crystal was worth an insane amount. Huang Kuan felt a little guilty. Luckily, neither Ye Daing nor the monk said a word. Emptying out all the crystals, Ling Qin divided them into 3 piles. Xiao Ying, you take 25. That should get you to Tier 6. Monk, you take 30. As for whether you can reach Tier 7, that's up to you. You're getting a pretty good deal here. The rest is mine. Hold on, that's not right. Seeing that Ling Qin was counting the portion swallowed by the frog as her own share, Zhejiang disagreed. I didn't lift a finger this entire run. I shouldn't be taking any. Besides, I know my own limits. Even if I take these 30 crystals, I still won't be able to break through. It's pretty much pointless for me right now. You should take my share. You're trying to break through to Tier 8. You definitely won't make it without enough crystals. Ye Daing chimed in. Captain, just shut it. 25 crystals is barely enough for you to hit Tier 6 anyway. Ling Qin took 10 crystals from the monk's pile. This is enough. After reaching Tier 7, she had swallowed 12 mature-grade crystals back in Qinzhou, which included a Tier 6 purified crystal. On top of that, she still had the 100-plus crystals she'd traded from Yang Ao for the steel beast carcasses, and she hadn't even touched those Tier 4 crystals yet. Plus, there were the 25 crystals from Jiangnan as a mission reward. Breaking through with these 40-some crystals won't be an issue. Lin Qing handed over handful after handful of crystals to support Yang Ao. Everyone else in the squad is practically green with envy, especially after watching Ye Daing evolve 6 times right before their eyes, and Lin Qing undergo 8 evolutions. Xu Beihai said, Captain, how about we also pull off a job of our own later? Screw off. We're under strict discipline. Don't forget who you are. Yang Ao's mind raced for a second, and the names of several rich heirs popped into his head. He could just ask them to do him a favor. Just as the frog expected, Lin Qing forced a breakthrough to 8 evolutions, dropping his mecha synchronization rate to 40%. Yi Daing had undergone 6 evolutions, and his synchronization rate was even lower, but his strength didn't lie in leveling up anyway, so when it came to close quarters combat, it didn't really matter. In the afternoon, Lin Qing appeared in a city 100 kilometers away from Shenbei. Brandishing his flame demon blade, he cut down hundreds of mecha humans who wanted to claim the bounty on him. Someone leaked the news, claiming that his weapon fell from the sky on the day of the cataclysm, and that there was more than just one of them. His return to Shenbei this time was supposedly to retrieve these weapons for the rest of his team. In no time, tens of thousands of mecha warriors flooded towards Shenbei, only to be blocked by the Imperial Mecha Army, who claimed the city was under total lockdown. Some had been skeptical at first, but this was solid proof. Even the Empire was looking for the weapons. Why else would they lock down the city? Shenbei wasn't some strategic military stronghold, nor did it have any research value. As for their excuse of locking down the area to cull the steel beasts, nobody with a brain would buy that. The Imperial capital, the Magic City, the coastal regions, the Northwest, all of those places were either high-tech hubs or heavy industrial zones. If anything, those were the places that should be locked down to cull steel beasts. Shenbei was just a deserted wasteland in the middle of nowhere, and everyone had already fled. The Empire traveled thousands of miles just to hunt down these steel beasts? Who the hell are they kidding? As night falls, at the highway toll booth, thousands of mecha bikers, armed to the teeth, are standing guard. Dozens of heavy machine guns are aimed at the highway 100 meters away, targeting a countless crowd of other mecha bikers. Let me repeat this one more time. By order of the Empire, anyone who dares to step into Shenbei will be executed without mercy. They've already been locked in a tense standoff here for hours. Worried about the sheer size of the crowd, the Imperial forces don't dare to pull the trigger. The civilians definitely have the numbers, but they lack the real firepower, and nobody wants to be the first to stick their neck out. After all, the toll booth is guarded by more than 10 level 5 purified mecha bikers and a whole row of heavy machine guns. That kind of firepower is a massive deterrent. With a roar, one side is too afraid to shoot, and the other is too scared to advance. But right in the middle of this deadlock, an artillery shell slams right into the toll booth, instantly blowing several mecha bikers to pieces. First shot, second shot. A second and third shell rain down one after another. Barrett sniper shots claim consecutive headshots. Come on, boys, for the weapons. Charge. Someone screams from the crowd. Suddenly, the ground begins to cave in, and a 30-meter-long tunnel boring machine bursts out from under the earth. It plows straight into the Empire's mecha biker squad. Its massive cutter head spins at a furious speed, shredding every single mecha biker in its path. As the devouring machine swallows the mecha bikers, it filters out the energy crystals and spits out the remaining scrap metal from its rear. Once someone takes the lead, the rest is easy. Tens of thousands of mecha bikers swarm forward at once, charging straight into the rear of Shenbei amidst the roaring explosions. Lin Qin stares at Yang Ao, completely dumbfounded. Was that one of your guys who just ordered the charge? Hell no. The plan was for me to charge first after the bombardment, and then he would get the crowd hyped up. But I haven't even fucking moved yet. They're the ones firing the cannons, and they're the ones shooting the snipers too. But they're not the ones charging. Who cares who they are? It's best if someone else is clearing the path. Let's move. 30-day patrollers and over 100 night wraiths blended into the crowd of tens of thousands. Our main force is like a drop of water in a river. Absolutely no one will notice. Don't get dragged into a fight. Our goal is to get the gear. Grab it and go. Imps, take the high ground. Open fire and blast away to cause a riot. Day patrollers, stick with Lin Qin. Make sure he stays safe, no matter what. Even at a time like this, Lin Qin still won't spill where the gear is hidden. His younger brother, Yang Ao, was beyond frustrated too. Following Lin Qing, the group sneaked into Bailing Park. Damn, I was wondering why they couldn't find it after all these days. Turns out it was hiding in plain sight all along. Yang Ao finally figured out what was going on. Since the cataclysm, every city has been crawling with millions of steel beasts. But if you're talking about the most crowded spot, it's definitely the parks. When the Imperial troops got here, they were lucky enough that the steel beasts didn't cause them trouble. There was no way they'd dare pick a fight first. That's why no one has ever set foot in Bailing Park. Lin Qin whispered, "Be careful. After all this time, there must be a powerful steel beast guarding this place. Avoid fighting if we can. The gear is inside Hongfu Temple, a famous spot in the park. Who knows if we'll run into steel beasts along the way. Let's slowly sneak over." Over 10 minutes later, after silently taking out a few adult steel beasts, the group arrived at Hongfu Temple. Pointing at a courtyard, Lin Qing said, 5 meters down. Do it. Yang Ao ordered his men, his voice trembling slightly. Careful now, don't break it. The 6th evolution excavator mech swings into action. In less than 3 minutes, a massive shipping container is unearthed. The research lab's equipment is all locked inside. With just a quick glance, Yang Ao shuts the container. From this moment on, protecting this container is our top priority. Shubei Hai. I'll cover you guys in a bit. Once you escape Shenbei, get it back to Chinjo as fast as possible. There's a ton of gear, but they have a helicopter on their team. Slinging it with some ropes to fly it out won't be a problem. With the cargo secured, the plan is half complete. Right now, Yang Ao's biggest hope is to avoid running into Imperial forces and those of the Atlantean Empire. But of course, they get exactly what they dreaded. They only make it halfway down the mountain before getting cornered. 12 mechas. Stand before them, all massive units. An armored car, a giant cement mixer, a heavy truck, an attack chopper, and a mining drill. Leave the cargo, and you're free to go. The speaker is the giant cement mixer, standing 20 meters tall with an intimidating presence. As it speaks, weapon systems deploy, its upper body turning pitch black, as if wearing a coat of dark armor. An 8th evolution powerhouse. Behind him, the armored car, the heavy truck, the attack chopper, and the mining drill show off their strength. 3 7th evolutions, and 8 6th evolutions. Just a few minutes ago, he received a report from his scouts about a group of mechs sneakily climbing the mountain. Connecting it to all the weird events tonight, he decided to bring his crew over, and it's a good thing he did. Oh, so you're after the equipment. We can work something out. What's your name, brother? As Yang Ao stepped forward, he shot Ling Qing a knowing look. You can call me Hercules. Everyone in the God Squad has a code name. They rarely use their real names. Ah, so it's Brother Li. He heard so much about you. I'm Yi Tong of Qingfeng Fortress. Could you do me a favor so we can be friends? These things don't belong to you. I will say this once more. Leave the goods behind, and you can leave. Well, looks like I don't have enough pull around here. Boss, why don't you come and talk to them? With a chuckle, Lin Qing walked over. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. He stopped 10 meters away from Hercules. Lin Qing said, I'm Zhang Mazi of Qingfeng Fortress. Could you do me a favor and show some respect? I don't care what kind of Mazi you are. You're not taking these things. Splat. In an instant, Flame Demon suddenly erupted. In the pitch-black night, a red light flashed, dazzling and brilliant, eerily radiant. The scorching red blade light pierced right through his chest, the tip of the blade protruding several meters out of Hercules' back. His unfinished words got caught in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single sound. His body slowly collapsed. The light from the blade faded, leaving Lin Qing holding the hilt. I told you to show some respect, but you just wouldn't listen. The frog croaked. This guy was really a piece of work. Blocking the path with only a 15% compatibility rate. Isn't that just begging for death? On their side, they had 1 8th stage evolution, 2 7th stage evolutions, and 31 6th stage evolutions. Crushing the opposition would be absolutely effortless. Almost at the exact moment Lin Qing made her move, led by Yang Ao, 30-day patrol gods raised their hands at the same time, aiming their laser guns right at the gods of Atlantis. The absolute, ultimate overlord killers. Once you reach the 5th evolution, regular firearms barely tickle a mecha. But laser guns? That's a whole different story. Hundreds, even thousands of shots, constantly hammering the exact same spot. Even the heaviest armor can't withstand that. Both sides clashed in a massive hail of gunfire, but after fighting for a few minutes, not a single person was dead. Come on, nobody's stupid. No one's just gonna stand there and act as a sitting duck. The second the first shot was fired, everyone scrambled for cover. We need to end this fast. Seeing that the laser guns weren't getting the job done, Lin Qing decided to go in for a close-quarters slaughter. Yang Ao, Su Beihai, along with Huang Kuan and Zhizhang, stepped forward. The 5 of them charged ahead as one, straight toward the enemy. The light from their honed blades surged with blinding energy, and Lin Qing slashed toward a cliffside with a sharp times shh. A red bloodline flashed across the stone wall, an afterimage left behind because the blade was just that incredibly fast. Under the terrified gaze of a 6th evolution bot hiding behind it, his head popped off and rolled onto the ground. His eyes were wide with sheer disbelief. How on earth could a blade be this sharp? Go back to where you came from, you punks. Huang Kuan was locked in combat with a 7th evolution driller bot. Within just a few exchanges, he spotted an opening. He drove a hard knee right into the bot's abdomen, grabbed it by the throat with his massive hand, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Then, a flurry of fists rained down like a relentless storm. Amitabha, dear donor, I see a dark shadow looming over your forehead. I'm afraid a bloody catastrophe is headed your way. Allow me to personally deliver you to the other side. A black, 6th evolution helicopter bot tried to make a break for it, but the second it took off, Zhizhang snagged it with his giant Buddhist beads slamming it violently against the rocky cliff wall. With a couple of heavy kicks, he snapped the helicopter right in half. Yo. So this is Zhang Mazi. Damn, he's absolutely brutal. A few dozen meters away in a haystack, Fang Ping, the shield-tunneling machine mech, had most of his body buried in the dirt, poking just half his head out to watch the situation. He had tagged along with the Gods Guild, hoping to fish in muddy waters and take out a few of those foreigners. But he never expected to stumble upon something this massive. Qingfeng's stronghold. What kind of tech does Zhang Mazi and his crew have that even those foreigners are trying to snatch it? Go ahead, fight all you want. It'd be best if both sides tear each other to pieces, and then yours truly will swoop in to clean up the mess. No matter what that device is, if it can make so many top-tier fighters go at it like this, it's definitely something top shelf. I'll grab it first and think later. Meanwhile, with his upper body armored up, Lin Qing swung the flame demon in his hand and slashed, leaving absolutely no survivors. In less than 3 minutes, the gods all became dead gods. 1 level 8 purification crystal, and 3 level 7 purification crystals in the bag. Just this single level 8 crystal alone makes this entire trip totally worth it. Who the hell are you guys? The armored car mech was pinned under Lin Qing's foot, unable to believe these guys were actually supposed to be bandits. What kind of bandit group can have over 30 level 6 mechs? Along with over a dozen helicopter mechs, even their level 8 captain didn't have time to react, before getting instantly taken out. How the hell is this something a bunch of bandits can do? Lin Qing looked down at the flame demon in his hand and asked, surprised, "Wait, you don't know who I am? With such an obvious signature weapon, I should have quite a reputation as a bandit nationwide by now. Shouldn't I? Well, actually, it's better if you don't. Otherwise, I'd have to worry about you guys coming back for revenge." He drew the flame demon and drove it straight down, ending his life right then and there. This mech villain died because he talked too much, and Lin Qing knew that golden rule all too well. The Atlant Empire folks just got here a few days ago. It's totally normal that they don't know who you are. Yang Ao walked over after cleaning up the battlefield. With all the racket we made here, Shen Zheyan is probably on her way. Let's bail. Yeah, it's definitely time to go. But before we get out of here, I'm going to deal with a little pest first. His gaze sharpened. Lin Qing looked over to where Fang Ping was hiding. The next second, Lin Qing rushed over. Fang Ping's heart sank. Although he had no idea how he'd been spotted, he knew he was dead meat if this god of death caught him. Without a second thought, Fang Ping smashed his fist into the ground. A fiery red fist slammed deep into the dirt, sinking all the way to the shoulder. Grabbing hold, he pulled back with all his might and dragged half of his 30-meter tunnel boring machine out of the ground. The flame demon blade immediately swung down in a horizontal slash. "Wait, boss, I'm on your side," Fang Ping screamed with his eyes shut tight. Lin Qing stared down at him with cold, uncaring eyes. The flame demon blade had stopped just centimeters from the tunnel boring machine. "The truth is, I really admire you. I've wanted to join the Qingfeng bandits for the longest time, to deliver justice alongside everyone, rob the rich to help the poor, and defeat the wicked while doing good." "And then what?" Lin Qing asked, patting the flat of the blade against his face. This machine was incredibly thick and long, with a cold, gleaming cutter head and a giant hole right in the center. It looked pretty damn sinister. "And then, on my way to find you, I saw a massive force of Empire motorbots surrounding the area. So I rushed over to warn you. Is that so?" Lin Qing murmured, still preparing to slice the guy in half. Suddenly, his eyes darted toward the foot of the hill. Countless headlights flared to life, lighting up the entire Bailingshan Park as bright as day. Dozens of helicopters roared across the sky. Shen Zheyan had arrived. "From now on, your name is Deuce. You'll be the first to charge in a bit," Lin Qing said, patting Fang Ping on the head. Lin Qing smiled and waved toward the bottom of the mountain. She turned her head and said, "Monk, it's up to you now." With that, she handed him 3 7-times purified crystals. Huang Kuan also took the level 7 crystal from his own kill and tossed it to the monk. "We can't run from this. Our only choice is to charge straight through." The monk wasn't too far from his level 7 evolution. Plus, with his own stash, it should be enough to break through. "Leave it to me." Zhejiang swallowed the crystals as he ran. In no time, he vanished into the mountains, and before long, the roars of wild beasts echoed through the forest. "Run!" Having achieved his level 7 evolution, Zhejiang scrambled back out in a panic. Behind him, blotting out the sun, were countless flying birds and massive steel beasts. "What the hell did you do?" Yang Ao gritted his teeth and dashed down the mountain. He had no choice but to run. There were tens of thousands of these steel beasts and birds, not to mention the packs of lions, tigers, and monkeys. Staying behind meant certain death. Heh. Nothing much. I just went to say hi. Even if Zhejiang didn't say it, Lin Qin could easily guess. He must have taken control of a steel beast and used it to stir up another pack's nest. That was why thousands of beasts were stampeding. Captain, they're coming down! Should we open fire? In the Qianlong team, Shen Zhan's smile froze on her face. Don't fire. They still have the equipment. Then what do we do? The other mecha riders. Use your fire to suppress those steel beasts. Qianlong team, follow me to retrieve the equipment. More than 30 people rushed down the mountain in an arrow formation. Let the shield machine lead the charge. Lin Qin was at the back, flanked by Huang Kuan, Tang Ao, the monk, and Ye Daing, who were in charge of protecting the equipment. The two groups closed the distance rapidly. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, closing 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Lin Qin's armor instantly wraps around his upper body. With a powerful stomp, he launches himself forward, swinging his blade straight at Shen Zhan. Watch out! His compatibility is at 25%. The frog on his shoulder gasps in utter shock. The monsters on this planet just keep getting crazier. Lin Qin only reached 40% under my strict training. And now, this guy randomly pops up at 25%? Is this freaking Shen Zhan some kind of god-tier genius? To reach this level in such a short amount of time, there is only one explanation. Either he's military bred, just like Yang Ao, and judging by his spiritual energy and the look in his eyes, and that pure, suffocating bloodlust, he's no ordinary soldier. Before the cataclysm, this guy's hands were already stained with blood, a battle-hardened veteran, through and through. Whoosh! Lin Qin's highly confident strike completely misses, missed by a hair. Shen Zhan takes 2 quick steps back, twisting his body to dodge. At the same time, he unleashes a brutal kick packed with the savage power of the steel python. The kick literally tears through the air, leaving a sharp sonic boom ringing in their ears. Lin Qin doesn't even bother to block. He swings his blade again, thinking, let's see if your leg is tougher, or if my blade is faster. Shen Zhan is one ruthless bastard, though. He doesn't even try to dodge, fully prepared to trade life for life. If this kick lands on Lin Qin's head, he'll be critically injured, if not dead. And once the main army swarms in, he won't stand a chance. Lin Qin's lips curl into a smirk. Flicking his wrist, he freezes his movement in midair. The fiery crimson light instantly vanishes. Slash. In just 1/10 of a second, the blade's glow erupts once more, piercing straight through Shen Zhan's shoulder, missing his vitals by a mere hair. With his roundhouse kick just centimeters away from Lin Qin's head, Shen Zhan was sent flying. Yet another future overlord and powerhouse has fallen at his feet. Lin Qin began to wonder if he should change his nickname. Maybe Overlord Slayer would suit him better. Huang Kuan, the monk, Yang Ao, Shen Zhan, and Hercules, who had just kicked the bucket. In the future, every single one of them is going to be an overlord. Just as Shen Zhan managed to crawl back up, he was greeted by a fist as big as a wrecking ball. You're better off staying down. With one punch, he knocked him flat. Wielding his Yanmo blade, he ran off without looking back. Who on earth are you guys? Before crashing to the ground, Shen Zhan asked the one question that was on everyone's mind. Everyone knew Zhang Mazi was Lin Qin, but who exactly was Lin Qin? A powerhouse like him couldn't have just popped out of thin air for no reason. There had to be some terrifying force backing him, especially after seeing over 30 individuals with 6-stage purifications. He was absolutely certain of his theory. Was it one of those powerhouse factions from Magic City? Or a rising new power from the Northwest Star in recent decades? We stand tall and we don't hide our names. I am Zhang Mazi of Qingfeng Bandit Camp. 1 dot of Qingfeng Bandit Camp. 3 dot of Qingfeng Bandit Camp. 6 dot of Qingfeng Bandit Camp. 9 dot of Qingfeng Bandit Camp. Your turn, Lin Qin muttered, slashing his blade across the tunnel boring machine. Fang Ping, now known as 22 dot of Qingfeng Bandit Camp, wanted to cry. But no tears would come. Now he was completely screwed. Declaring himself as 22 dot right in front of the Imperial Army meant he probably wouldn't have a single peaceful day ahead. Although the others had given their names, at least they couldn't be easily recognized. Except for 3 dot, the likes of Zhang Mazi, 1 dot, and vehicle men like 6 dot and 9 dot had identical models all over the country. There were easily 800 to 1,000 just like them. As long as they didn't admit to it, how could anyone ever prove who they really were? As for him, he was a different story. How many of those damn tunnel-boring machines can you even find in the whole country? The prime target of the nation's wrath, the TBM, led the charge. Lin Qin swung his long blade, slaughtering everything in sight. But he had to be careful not to damage the equipment. The Empire's mecha-human forces didn't even dare to fire a single shot. Though Qianlong was strong, with Shen Zhan down, they stood absolutely no chance against a squad boasting 1 8th-stage evolution, 3 7th-stage evolutions, and 32 6th-stage evolutions, who swept through them like a hot knife through butter. This squad instantly flanked and cut in right behind by me. The stampeding horde of 10,000 beasts clashed head-on with the Empire's mecha-humans. Violence erupted in an instant. Both sides saw red, slaughtering each other like mad. In all the chaos, absolutely no one noticed Lin Qing anymore. Behind them, over a dozen heavy Gatling guns and a row of rocket launchers were lined up. At a nearby high point, snipers armed with Barretts had already taken their positions. With such a massive commotion going on here, Lang Ao's punks had noticed it long ago. Knowing they were surrounded and under attack, they specifically came to back them up. Huge, roaring barrels spat out tongues of fire, as over a dozen Gatling guns roared to life, unleashing tens of thousands of rounds every single minute, showering down like a torrential rainstorm that blanked out the sky, and tearing right into the Empire's army. Rocket launchers fired round after round, blowing up mecha humans and steel beasts alike. It was impossible to tell them apart. The snipers fired one precision shot after another, all landing right around Lin Qing, taking down any mecha humans trying to attack them. Who the hell is that? Who's the one attacking us? Never mind that right now. Qianlong, listen to my order. Regroup and tighten our formation. Get the captain out of here first. We're getting hit from both sides. If you can't hold, fall back to the flanks. Fall back out of Shenbai first. Screw you, Zhang Mazi. I'm gonna remember this. The battlefield fell into utter chaos, stampeded by tens of thousands of steel beasts and shredded by heavy weapon fire. The Imperial army crumbled, scattering in all directions. Soldiers were running for their lives everywhere. Some, completely disoriented, headed straight for the steel, charging right into the horde of beasts like they had a death wish. Having barely made it out alive, Yang Ao and his crew were filled with relief, but when they looked back, their smiles instantly froze. Of the 30-day patrol gods they had brought, only half were left. If they hadn't made it out by now, they were definitely dead. Huang Kuan stared helplessly into the chaotic, retreating army, not saying a single word. Of those 30-day patrol gods, some were his close friends, and others were his own relatives. But the moment they chose to join the Chinja forces, they had already accepted whatever fate had in store. Don't laugh if we lie drunk on the battlefield, for since ancient times, how many ever return from war? It's just a shame they didn't fall to the claws of the steel beasts, only to die at the hands of their own people. Move the equipment out. Now. Yang Ao barked orders at the imps to secure the cargo container, hoisting it up to 2 helicopters. Just as they were lifting off, one of the Level 6 purification helicopters had its rotors blown clean off by a rocket. The heavy equipment slammed back onto the ground. Reacting in a split second, Yang Ao rushed forward, bracing one corner of the falling container with his bare shoulder. 12 o'clock. With a quick glance toward the source of the blast, Lin Qin instantly pinpointed the rocket launcher's position. Gripping his heavy Barrett sniper rifle, Ye Dang immediately fired 3 shots in response. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of meters away, right in front of Shen Zheyan, a motorcycle rider had his head completely blown off. Using this brief window of time, the helicopter finally took off with the equipment. Determined to prevent any more disasters, Yang Ao personally escorted them from the rear. Before leaving, he turned to Lin Qin and said, I'm leaving you in charge of our people for now. I'll be back as soon as I've got them settled. 100 imps and 10-day patrol gods. That was the entire fighting force Yang Ao left behind. Leading the group, Lin Qing fought his way out of the city. He slashed right through anyone who blocked their path. But what he didn't know was that after they left, those heavily injured mecha humans had their core crystals ripped out by Jiang Yanjun and Xiong Ba, ending their lives. I am 4. Of Qingfeng Camp. My big boss is Zhang Mazi. If you aren't afraid to die, come find us. Leaving those words behind, Jiang Yanjun swaggered away. Boss, is it really a good idea to pretend to be Lin Qing? Xiong Ba muttered weakly. What if he comes after us later? A good idea? It's a damn brilliant idea. That bastard has screwed me over so many times. What's wrong with pretending to be him? If we didn't have different builds, I'd have called myself Zhang Mazi directly. We're outlaws anyway, living day to day with no guarantee of tomorrow. As long as it benefits us, forget about Lin Qing. He'd even dare to impersonate the goddamn president of Atlantis. Having escaped the urban area of Shenbei, Lin Qing and his group avoided the main highways. Instead, they climbed over the mountains to the north and kept moving until dawn, finally stopping to rest in an abandoned small county town. Slumping onto the ground, Xu Beihai leaned against the wall to rest, his eyes turning to Lin Qing. Boss, what's our next move? We'll follow your lead. Rolling his eyes, Lin Qing said, how did Yang Ao originally plan this? Secure the equipment, then head straight to Podoro, without stopping. Then why are you even asking me? Podoro is over 200 kilometers long from north to south. In ancient times, it was a place where nomadic minorities herded and hunted, where they lived and raised their families. But after the Kanglong Empire was established, everyone migrated to the big cities. It's been deserted for a long time. Later, the Empire built a rocket launch center here, and since then, it's been under strict military control. Nobody dared to even go near it. Smiling sheepishly, Su Beihai said, Hey, I was just trying to respect your opinion, but since that's the case, there's no time to lose. We need to get moving. Fast. The equipment was stolen, and the Empire will figure it out soon. We have to get there before they tighten security at Padoro, or before they move the rocket. Lin Qing shook his head. The chance of them moving that rocket? Not gonna happen. From Padoro to the Imperial capital, it's thousands of kilometers. That is a massive distance. The road is way too dangerous. They won't take that risk. What if they dismantle the rocket? And take the materials? A rocket worth 7 to 800 million. Unless they have absolutely no choice, the Empire would never do something that stupid. Having been reborn from the future, Lin Qing knew the Empire's mindset during the early days of the Cataclysm all too well. They were filled with absolute, blinding confidence. What was a steel beast to them? Just roll in an army of millions, blast them with countless missiles, and who could possibly stand in their way? To the ordinary folks at the bottom, this cataclysm was an absolute nightmare. But to the elites on top, it was a golden opportunity. They could transform into mechas, gain incredible power, leave sickness and aging behind for good, and maybe even live for hundreds of extra years. In the Imperial capital, some were even calling this a technological revolution, a freaking blessing. Countless people were just waiting to slaughter the steel beasts, shatter the steel clouds, and enjoy an even more high-tech life. It's just one flame demon blade, and it's not like the Empire lacks the materials to make another. What they really need is the data, so there is absolutely no reason to dismantle a multi-million-dollar rocket. Glancing at the battered group of mecha survivors, Lin Qing said, "Let's head to Padoro. Once we get there, we'll wait for Yang Ao. There are some things we just can't pull off without him. If nothing else, like, what the hell does materials even mean?" Even Lin Qing has no clue. It's not like we can carry rocket launchers all the way back to Chinja. Let's take a 30-minute break right here. Then, the group set off once again. Meanwhile, the Kanglong Empire and the Atlantis Empire issued a joint red notice, hunting down the Qingfeng bandits. They wanted Zhang Mazi and his crew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 9. The entire nation was ordered to kill them on sight. Back at the Qinzhou camp, Yang Hongfei found Zhang Nan, his face heavy with worry. We're in deep trouble. Things have gotten way out of hand. An entire Atlantis squad was completely wiped out, and one of them was an 8th stage evolved mecha human. Now Atlantis is demanding the Empire hand over Lin Qing. Someone even reported that Lin Qing was spotted here. The Empire just sent people over demanding our cooperation. Telling him to stay calm, Jiangnan lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag and slowly blew out the smoke. Hand him over? Like hell we will. Is this your first day in the real world? If they expect me to hand my people over every time some guys die, the hundreds of thousands of men under me wouldn't even cover it. Besides, they're looking for Zhang Mazi. What's that got to do with Lin Qing? Yang Hongfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who doesn't know that? Lin Qing is Zhang Mazi. Well, sorry, but I don't know shit about that. Go tell the Empire's lackeys that the guy they're looking for isn't here. We're not handing anyone over. Old Jiang, now is not the time to burn bridges. Turning around sharply, Jiangnan narrowed his eyes at Yang Hongfei. Are you trying to pull that Imperial capital crap on me too? Bullshit. If I were like them, I wouldn't have taken in these ordinary humans. Without ordinary humans to carry on our legacy, how much longer do you think our people would survive? Right now, the Imperial capital is split into two factions. One side believes the environment is too harsh, and that ordinary humans are too hard to keep alive and too expensive to support, so they'd rather just let them fend for themselves. One side believes mechas are the future, and that we should focus everything on developing them. They want to build a world free from disease and pain, where no one has to worry about food, shelter, or survival, and everyone can live forever in a mecha world. But the other faction believes we should put humans first, and that our heritage must not be broken. Sure, mechas are incredibly powerful, but they can't reproduce. In this lawless, blood-soaked era, they'll eventually end up killing each other off, and going extinct sooner or later. After a long silence between the two, Yang Hongfei said, I got a letter from Elder Hua in the Imperial capital. The old man must be in a position of power now. What did he say? Nothing much, Yang Hongfei replied. Just catching up. Really. Chatting about the old days, teaching at the law university, and inviting me over for some tea when I have time. How did you reply? I haven't yet. That's why I'm here asking you. You and your teacher are just catching up. Why ask me? Just reply however you want. Should I really? Yes. Reply. Sky-cleaving draw technique. After rushing over 1,000 kilometers for a whole day and night, Lin Qing and his group arrived near Lipoduolo. They set up camp in a small town about 50 miles away. Next, they just had to wait for Yang Ao. He sent the 10 Yama Kings ahead to scout the path. Lin Qing sat down to take a break. Before he could even close his eyes, the frog popped out and said, Hey, Kid Lin, how about giving me that 8-fold purified crystal? After taking down Hercules, one of the gods, Lin Qing, managed to get an 8-fold, purified crystal, and the frog had been drooling over it the whole way. If his strength didn't prevent him, he would have stolen it already. You freaking swallowed so many of the crystals Bai Genuine gave us, and I haven't even settled that score with you yet. So you won't let go until you see the prize, huh? I know how it works. Lin Qing knew exactly what kind of jerk he was dealing with. The frog leaps right onto Lin Qing's head. A massive surge of mental energy floods his mind. In an instant, everything goes pitch black before Lin Qing's eyes. Suddenly, a fiery red mecha wielding a massive blade slashes through the darkness, tearing through the river of time, crossing 10,000 ages to reach him. Bending its knees and leaning forward, the mecha stares dead at him. Ripples of energy wave out beneath its feet, and then it slashes down. The flash of the blade tears through the air, leaving a trail of pure white light in its wake. Lin Qing watches the white line vanish, and suddenly, his vision spins 360 degrees, tumbling downward. Behind him, the red mecha stands tall like a silent samurai. He snaps awake instantly. Lin Qing flies his eyes open. Everything is back to normal. Ye Dang is crawling on the rooftop, scanning the area. Zhang is meditating under the eaves while Huang Kuan sits in deep thought. The 10 Yama kings are all busy with their own things. So, how does it feel? The frog's voice sounds exhausted, completely lacking its usual energy. It's as if what it just did drained all its energy. Lin Qing forces a smile. I'm fine. Being decapitated is fine? Like hell I am. He's experienced that feeling of death once before. Even though he's strong now, when the shadow of death looms over him again, the sheer terror still grips him. This move is called the draw, or rather the Heaven Slasher draw. The frog says, mysteriously, back in our world, a legendary master spent his entire life's blood to create it. In the world of martial arts, speed is everything. He believed that if you're fast enough, even a single blade of grass can pierce through the toughest mecha armor. The Heaven Slasher draw originally had 108 moves, but over time, they were slowly refined and eventually condensed into just one single strike. If you master this single slash to absolute perfection, there is nothing in this world you cannot cut down. Absolutely nothing is safe from your blade. That's insanely badass. Lin Qin didn't really get how profound this move was, but just from the name, he knew it was the real deal. I mean, with a name like Heaven Slicing Blade Draw, how could it be bad? It is absolutely insane. Puffing out its chest, the frog bragged, with this move, I once chopped up a 20 times evolved mecha, like I was slicing through cabbage. 20 times evolved? Lin Qin blurted out in shock, drawing a bunch of stares. The others had no idea how many times a mecha could evolve, but Lin Qin did. In his past life, the strongest ever was an overlord level, with 15 evolutions. But, hearing about 20 evolutions from a frog's mouth right now, he couldn't help but be completely blown away. What was even more mind-blowing, this show-off claimed he'd actually sliced a 20 times evolved mecha, and with the heaven-slicing blade draw, no less. Just how freaking strong was that? Huang Kuan, and that idiot, Ye Daying, had heard Lin Qin and the frog chatting more than once, so they already knew the frog was something else and weren't surprised. But the people from Shifang Yanluo looked at Lin Qin like he was a total lunatic, especially Xu Beihai, who muttered, he's off his rocker again. Everyone, sit further back. Don't let his crazy rub off on you. Keep it down. Keep it down, the frog whispered, gesturing with its paws to quiet down. Don't attract attention. Ha ha, this bumpkin is really from some backwater planet. He's got absolutely no world experience. I just used one ultimate move to completely blow his mind. If I actually showed him some high-tier martial arts, he'd probably drop to his knees and call me daddy. Hey, I'm gonna go look around. Don't mind me, Lin Qin said, getting up and walking out of the town. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a rocky desert. Mimicking the stance of the mecha in his mind, he bent his knees and arched his back. But before he could even draw his blade, the frog spoke up. You weren't paying attention. Think about how I drew my blade. Hold your breath and concentrate. Let your mind and soul become one. The essence of this move is that when you strike, your eyes see only the prey and nothing else. In the words of your planet, no girls in your heart, and your draw will strike like a god. The power isn't in your hands, it's under your feet. Speed, you need speed. If your feet aren't fast, how can you instantly ignite that single point to reach the absolute peak? Following the frog's guidance, Lin Qing focused all his attention, his eyes locked on a giant boulder 100 meters away. He braced himself, ready to strike. Boom! Narrowing his eyes, he left a massive cobweb of cracks on the ground beneath his feet and vanished from the spot. In front of the boulder, the red mech could be seen swinging its blade. This was an afterimage from a fraction of a second ago. Too slow. Way too slow. The giant boulder split in two, and several meters away. On Lin Qing's shoulder, the frog spoke up. Even though your speed is concentrated in your feet, you completely ignored the speed of your arms. I suggest you find your most comfortable stance to swing your blade, and practice it 3 to 5,000 times a day. Otherwise, with your mediocre talent, you won't even learn it in 10 years. Also, that 8 times purified crystal, isn't it about time you gave it to me? Taking the 8 times purified crystal from the carriage, Lin Qing handed it over to the frog. In his mind, he repeatedly replayed the sword-drawing movement of that red mech. Subconsciously, he placed himself in that moment, bringing that single point to its absolute peak. He executed the heaven-slaying draw once again. Lin Qing's speed was even faster than before. His body couldn't stop, sliding forward for over 10 meters. Rather than messing around with him, the frog sat nearby, opening its massive mouth to swallow crystals. Out of the corner of its eye, it occasionally glanced at the figure practicing tirelessly, growing more shocked by the second. Damn, another total freak. He's already getting the hang of it in such a short time. But this speed still won't cut it. Only when you can slice through the air and leave a visible blade trail will you have truly mastered it. For now, you'd better just stick to practicing your swings. There was one thing the frog didn't mention, though. This move was originally meant to be learned only after the 10th evolution. The most crucial part of the heaven-slaying draw is the explosive leg power, and to achieve that speed, both feet must be armored. Right now, Lin Qin was only at his 8th evolution. With only his upper body armored, his leg strength, at best, barely met the absolute minimum requirement for the heaven-slaying draw. Taking it any further was virtually impossible. 1 hour later, Lin Qin collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. Staring up at the sky, he realized the frog was right. His speed was indeed lacking. Even if he drained all his energy, he couldn't slice through the air and leave a blade trail. A few hours later, back at the town, Huang Kuan stared in the direction Lin Qin had left. What on earth is he doing out there? He's still not back. I hope nothing bad happened. Zhejiang opened his eyes and said calmly, if anything could actually happen to him, we'd just be walking into our own deaths if we went after him. You lousy monk, you never have anything good to say. I'm going to go check on him anyway. Me too. Dropping to the ground and transforming into a motorcycle, Yi Daing sped away. Once the two of them were far gone, Fang Ping, the shield machine, darted his eyes around. Zhang Mazi did me a huge favor. If I don't see with my own eyes that he's safe, I won't be able to rest easy. You mean you won't rest easy until you know he's dead, right? With a smirk, Zhejiang added, 2. If you want to run, just say so. No one's stopping you. Speaking of which, Fang Ping's face instantly darkened, charging straight into the Imperial Army and getting called 2. By Ling Qin when they weren't even on the same side. But now, he was stuck in a messy situation, and there was absolutely no way to clear his name. He honestly didn't know if he'd ever catch a break in this lifetime. If worst came to worst, he might as well just live underground forever. When Ye Dang and Huang Kuan walked over, every single massive boulder in the desert had been split in two. Lin Qing was holding his blade, Yanmo, slashing over and over again, repeating the exact same movement. This is bad. This is bad. He didn't actually go crazy, did he? Seeing this sight, Huang Kuan got a bad feeling. Ye Dang looked confused. That's impossible. He was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Seeing the two of them walk over, the frog said, well, this isn't something you can master in a day or two. Since they're both here, let me help you train them on armaments. Tell them to come over. Hey, old Huang, little Ying, come over here for a second. Lin Qing's voice echoed from the darkness. Huang Kuan and Ye Dang shuddered. Afraid of getting hacked to pieces, Huang Kuan absolutely refused. I'm not going. If there's something you want to say it from there. There's no one else here anyway. If you don't come over, I'm coming to you. Got it? Fine, I'll come over, okay? As they slowly crept closer and confirmed that Lin Qing hadn't gone completely feral and was still in his right mind, Huang Kuan let out a small sigh of relief. What do you want with me? Close your eyes. Don't fight back, and let him attack you. Wait, you want him to hit me? Following the frog's instructions, Lin Qing sheathed his sword and closed his eyes. Ugh. With a solid kick to the stomach, Lin Qing was sent flying dozens of meters, tumbling over and over on the ground. Lin Qing snarled, You damn frog! You better have a damn good explanation for this. The frog chuckled. Heh heh, this kid is so gullible. I wasn't even done talking. Close your eyes and activate your armor control the exact moment you get hit. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Qing crawls back up, covered in dirt. Huang Kuan is completely clueless. I only did it because you told me to. I wasn't talking to you. Let's go again. Bam, bam, bam. Fists and kicks start flying. Huang Kuan rushes in and delivers a brutal beatdown. 2 minutes later, Lin Qing's upper body is covered in armor as he lies on the ground, shielding his head, equivalent to a mining truck weighing over 200 tons. That kind of power is no joke. If it weren't for the armor protecting him, And the fact that Huang Kuan had no intention to kill, not to mention him not even fighting back, Lin Qing would have been broken into pieces long ago. Damn it, can't you dodge? The frog shouts from the side. The moment you're about to get hit, concentrate your armor. I didn't tell you to armor your whole body. Why would you even think of wasting so much energy like that? I've been wanting to call you out on this for ages. You only use your fists to punch, so what the hell is the point of armoring your chest and back? Do you have too much energy and nowhere to spend it? Stop. Tell Huang Kuan to stop. Lin Qing crawls back up once more. This time, he doesn't close his eyes. The frog's demands are just too high. There's no way he can fight with his eyes closed yet. Otherwise, isn't that just begging for a beatdown? Deploy the armor quickly to cut down on energy loss. Now that he knows the goal of the training, things are much easier. As Huang Kuan lunges forward, Lin Qing takes a defensive stance. The exact moment he's about to be struck, he deploys the armor locally and fires back with an armored punch of his own, smashing right into Huang Kuan's face. His body embeds into the rock wall, slowly sliding down. Looking miserable, Huang Kuan whines. Didn't you say you wouldn't fight back? No fair. Play by the rules. Whoops, my hand slipped. Let's do this for real now. Then I'm not playing. Huang Kuan rolled his eyes. You're a level 8 evolution fighting a level 7 like me. How is that even fair? I'll lend you the Yanmo for 2 days later. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Yanmo isn't even important. Honestly, I just love helping people out. Full throttle. Huang Kuan stomped, leaving a massive crater as he lunged forward, channeling all his strength into his arms. He threw a punch, while Lin Qing brought his armored arms up to block. Lin Qing braced himself to take the hit. With a deafening boom, Lin Qing was forced back 7 or 8 steps, leaving deep fist prints on his arms. Even Ye Daying broke into a cold sweat for him. This guy, Huang Kuan, is way too beastly. Standing over 20 meters tall, weighing more than 200 tons, and yet incredibly agile. Who could possibly stand against him? Not bad. Lin Qing shook his arms. If you can land a single punch on me, I'll lend you the Yanmo for an extra day. You said it! Then I won't hold back. Not worried about breaking Lin Qing, Huang Kuan didn't hold back at all. Every single strike aimed right for his vitals. Since the Cataclysm, they had constantly fought steel beasts, going all out. It was always a do-or-die situation. There was absolutely no room to hold back. Over time, he had developed this habit. That's just how fighting was. According to the frog, other than his arms, Lin Qing didn't keep his body constantly armored. He only activated his defenses at the exact moment of impact, trading blows back and forth. The two fought for 2 hours straight. The rocky wasteland was smashed to pieces, with massive craters everywhere. The ground looked as if it had been devastated by a missile strike, with craters several meters deep, scattered all over. Fierce winds howled across the wasteland, kicking up sand and blinding dust everywhere. Lin Qing saw his opening, slamming a heavy knee right into Huang Kuan's stomach. He followed it up with a devastating punch to his jaw, sending him flying through the air. I'm done. I quit. That's it for today. Huang Kuan yelled as he collapsed, sprawled out on the ground like a starfish. He was completely out of gas, and after 2 hours of this, his limbs felt like they were about to snap. Lin Qing calmly brushed the dust off his chest, murmuring, Your punches are getting weaker. There's barely any power left behind them. Well, duh, Huang Kuan snapped, rolling his eyes. You've been going non-stop. Why don't you try going all out for 2 straight hours and see how you like it? If it weren't for me, anyone else would have kicked the bucket already. Over those 2 painful hours, he hadn't just been dishing out a beating, he was also taking a beating himself. Since Lin Qing was at a higher level, even a single one of his punches could easily cripple someone. After taking several hits in a row, Huang Kuan could barely stand. If he didn't care so much about saving face, he would have stayed down a long time ago. Let me have a turn. Out of nowhere, the shady monk, Zhejiang, appeared on the ridge. Behind him stood Xu Beihai and the others. Seeing that Huang Kuan hadn't returned for so long, how could they just sit back and pretend nothing was happening? After watching the match for a while, the crowd began to understand what Lin Qing was doing. He was practicing how to rapidly switch his armament defense. Whether he was defending or attacking, his armor focus was concentrated entirely on a single point. At first, he couldn't even withstand one of Huang Kuan's punches, but now he was counterattacking while absorbing the blows, unleashing heavy strikes that almost beat the absolute crap out of Huang Kuan. Leaping down from the cliff dozens of meters above, Zhejiang kicked up a massive cloud of dust as he landed. His massive form stood solid on the ground. How about you two come at me together? Give those last few crystals to Huang Kuan so he can recover. Lin Qing gestured to both of them. Taking on 2 of the future's greatest powerhouses all by himself, even he felt like he was getting a little cocky. Amitabha. Blessed indeed. Blessed indeed. How about you throw me into the mix too? The ground starts to shake. A tunnel boring machine, over 30 meters long, bursts out of the ground as Fang Ping attacks without waiting for permission. He twists his body and charges straight forward, opening his giant jaws wide. With his cutter head spinning furiously, he aims directly for Lin Qing. With a maw of that size, it's no exaggeration to say he could swallow Lin Qing whole. Let's see how their strengths stack up. With half of his body heavily armored, Lin Qing slams a devastating punch right onto the spinning cutter head. Now, a tunnel boring machine consists of a cutter head, a front shield, and a middle shield. When it comes to both offensive power and sheer defense, it's not something an ordinary mecha warrior can even compare to. Don't let Fang Ping's length of just over 30 meters fool you. His weight is over 4,800 tons, completely crushing Huang Kuan's tonnage. Lin Qing's punch only manages to chip his cutter head, causing his massive body to hesitate for just a brief second. Most of the impact's force is easily absorbed by the front and middle shields. Gritting his teeth, the rage in Fang Ping's eyes looks ready to spill over. He twists his body and lets out a deafening roar, channeling every ounce of his strength to keep charging forward. Under the immense force of the impact, Lin Qing feels like he's been hit by a freight train. He is pushed backward at a breakneck speed. Out of nowhere, Zhizhong slips right under Fang Ping's underbelly to unleash his signature moves, the 18 styles of a Y. He grabs Lin Qing by the legs, yelling, "Coiling roots of the old tree. Tiger descending the mountain. 1,000 years of death." Caught completely off guard, Lin Qing's feet leave the ground as Zhizhong hoists him up onto his shoulders. Hearing the dreaded words 1,000 years of death, Lin Qing's butt tightens in sheer terror, performing way beyond his usual limits. He locks his legs around Zhizhong's head in a scissor kick and flips his body over. But just as he traps Zhizhong between his thighs, Fang Ping executes a devastating reverse dragon head move. He bites down hard on him and starts drilling straight down into the earth. Oh crap! Zhizhong's heart skips a beat. This is totally messed up. This tunnel-boring punk is definitely up to no good. With a deafening rumble, Lin Qing is shoved 20 to 30 meters deep in the blink of an eye, completely vanishing beneath the ground, leaving nothing but a massive hole. Mwahaha! You bastard. You're finally in my clutches. Down here, Fang Ping smirked to himself. Sure, he might not stand a chance on the surface, but deep underground, this was his home turf. He wasn't afraid of anyone down here. When surrounded by tons of solid dirt, ordinary mechabots couldn't even move an inch. And if they went any deeper, the crushing pressure alone would squash them flat. Heh, Big Brother Mozzie, please show me the ropes. He planned to deal with Lin Qing, grab Yanmo, and run. But honestly, where is he hiding Yanmo anyway? He hadn't seen it this whole time. Lin Qing didn't say a word. A pitch-black hilt shaped like a dragon's head appeared in his hand. An 8-meter energy blade burst forth, grazing right past Fang Ping's scalp. Don't worry, I'll definitely show you the ropes. Whoa, whoa. What's this all? Whoa, whoa. What's this all of a sudden? We're just sparring. Pulling out weapons isn't very friendly. Up on the surface, as they watched Lin Qing disappear, everyone was filled with worry. But within seconds, Fang Ping emerged, carrying Lin Qing on his back, bowing and scraping. He even used his own head to gently wipe the dirt off Lin Qing's body. They say your starting point is someone else's finish line. But since the tunnel boring machine had no legs, or arms, Fang Ping behaved just like a loyal steed. He was carefully brushing the dust off Lin Qing, even though in his mind, he was cursing Lin Qing's ancestors to the 18th generation. Why the hell do you have to be such a sore loser? We were having a nice chat. Why'd you have to pull a sword out, Tong? What happened to your head? Seeing the faint slash mark on the top of Fang Ping's head, Ye Dang burst out laughing. Well, my hairstyle was looking a bit dull, so I asked the boss to give me a middle part. A middle part? My ass. Everyone wanted to laugh. This guy definitely tried to swallow Lin Qing underground, only to get a painful lesson from Yanmo. Keep up the good work, and if you're not satisfied later, I can always give you another haircut. Lin Qing reached out and patted his head. Fang Ping, with tears streaming down his face, could only nod weakly. Yes, sir. Why are Old Huang and the monk just standing there? Keep training. I haven't had enough yet. Dragging both of them along, Lin Qin continues practicing in his combat gear and didn't stop until nightfall. Not bad? Not bad at all. Sync rate, 44%. Late at night, when the town was quiet and still, the frog spoke up before Lin Qin could even say a word. He continued. But Huang Kuan had an even bigger boost, 56%. This guy was seriously born to fight. His combat talent is through the roof. This left Lin Qin feeling pretty discouraged. When he was at his 7th evolution, how long did it take him to even get past 50%? For Huang Kuan, it's only been a few days. Don't be discouraged. It's totally normal for the sync rate to slow down the further along you get. You're at the 8th evolution. Sure, it might look like just a minor increase of a few points, but your overall combat power goes up a ton. Even if Huang Kuan goes up by 10 points, it won't give him as much of a power boost as your 5-point increase. I know. I'm just reflecting a little, that's all. Sighing. Lin Qin looked over at the monk, who was sitting in deep meditation. What's his sync rate? Even though the monk says some pretty wild things during combat, and always spouts some crazy stuff, you have to admit, his combat skills are the absolute best among everyone. After all, he's trained for over a decade. There's no comparison. He's just built different. The frog narrowed its tiny, soybean-sized eyes. 7th evolution, 65% sync rate. Holy crap. That high? Of course. He's practiced martial arts for over 10 years, so his body control is far beyond what normal people can manage. Most importantly, his mental strength is insane. During this afternoon's battle, you weren't the only one learning. He was learning too, and he was picking it up even faster than you guys. His mental strength is so strong that he can even control steel beasts. That's not something you can achieve just through hard work. That's straight-up legendary talent. You might not even find one like him in a million, kiddo. Lin Qing asked about Fang Ping's compatibility rate, and it was only 10%. That finally gave Lin Qing some peace of mind. But with a body shape like his, having no arms or legs, combat is obviously out of the question. All he needs to do is just be raw and brutal. Just lunging and biting right into his target, he relies completely on brute strength. So, his compatibility rate isn't really that important. He can just grind it up slowly later on. The guy's a real talent. If nurtured well, he's got a highly promising future. If he can break through to 20 evolutions, this guy would definitely become an ultimate weapon of war. Fang Ping is a special case. He's completely different from all the other mecha bots. His only way of attacking is that massive maw of his. Even without any evolution, just charging forward with his massive weight of over 800 tons is enough to move mountains and part seas. And that's exactly why Lin Qing got sent flying by him earlier. Crystals are the ultimate source of energy. If he can break through to 20 evolutions, he'll truly be unstoppable, slaying gods and destroying anyone who stands in his way. So what if he has to face an army of over 100,000 mechabots? A single charge from him would completely shatter their formation. As for Ye Daing and his frog jumping style, things are very different for him. Going down the path of raw strength is definitely a dead end. Aside from running fast, his potential is pretty limited. Lin Qing Sahil, he knew the limits of a motorcycle bot's potential all too well. Their starting lines are just completely different, leaving them lagging way behind everyone else. Mechabots like heavy trucks and sports cars can still put in the hard work later on to go toe-to-toe with giants like Huang Kuan. But for a motorcycle bot, there's simply zero hope. To give you some simple numbers, at the first evolution, a motorcycle bot's punch might only pack a few hundred kilograms of force. Even at full maturity, it would top out at a few thousand kilograms at most. Lin Qing had never seen a Lord-level motorcycle bot before, but even if their punch could pack tens of thousands of kilograms of force, Huang Kuan is a mining dump truck weighing over 200 tons. They don't even freaking need to evolve. Just by relying on their sheer body weight, a single punch can pack a force of over 10,000 kilograms. Your absolute limit is literally just their starting point. How are you even supposed to compete with that? Sure, Lin Qing looks incredibly badass right now, slicing through Tier 8 evolved beings like they're nothing but cabbage. But that's only because of his 10 years of experience from his past life, and the fact that he started out as a heavy-duty truck in this life. If you put aside his Yanmo and strip away his superior combat experience, at the same level, he wouldn't stand a chance against the likes of Huang Kuan or Hercules, or even Shen Zheyan. Who knows how many times he had to put his life on the line, and how much suffering he endured to get where he is today, just so he could stay one step ahead of people like Huang Kuan. When even someone like him is having such a brutally hard time, you can't expect much from a motorcycle warrior like Ye Daing, not to mention those who are just bicycles and electric scooters. They're destined to remain at the bottom of the food chain forever. Thankfully, you need a 100% compatibility rate to break through to the Lord class. This sets a strict threshold even for the top experts. Otherwise, those massive mechanical behemoths would be utterly invincible, and even Lin Qing would have to kneel if he crossed paths with them. It's hard for ordinary mecha humans to obtain crystals, but is it really that difficult for major factions and military forces? Without that threshold, it wouldn't even take a year for them to pump out an entire platoon of Lord-class warriors. And those threats in the sky? They wouldn't mean a damn thing. Just give the Empire 10 years, and they'd easily have hundreds of Overlord-class powerhouses. But while the dream is sweet, reality is incredibly harsh. In Lin Qing's memories, even including his past life, the total number of Overlord-class figures could be counted on just 2 hands, and the Lords didn't even reach 100. That is the cold, hard, naked truth. The deep night in Pajuolua was dead silent, with the freezing wind howling outside. Waking up, you'd find yourself covered in ice shavings. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, a military gunship flew in. Yang Ao had finally arrived. Besides him, there was also Wang Xiaoming, who had bundled himself up like a mummy. He wore a heavy hooded down jacket, a thick scarf around his neck, warm gloves on his hands, and fluffy earmuffs over his ears. The guy was basically bundled up to his teeth. Man, it really is freezing. Stepping off the helicopter, Wang Xiaoming's nose was already bright red from the cold, and he was clutching a hot water bottle he'd gotten from Lord knows where against his face. Why did you bring him along? Huang Kuan grumbled, glaring at young Ao. Then he turned to Wang Xiaoming with a warm smile, shielding him from the wind. Thigh-bro shoot. I mean, Brother Wang. If you need anything, just call me. Don't stand on ceremony with me. After all, this was the genius who could forge the Yanmo. Forget calling him Big Brother. He'd call him Daddy if he had to. If anything were to happen to Wang Xiaoming, they would be in deep, deep trouble. Young Ao smiled wryly. I didn't want to either, but the rocket is so massive, and we have no idea which parts we need or how to cut them. We absolutely had to have an expert on site. Thanks for coming out, Brother Wang. Rest assured. Leave your safety to me. I guarantee you'll be completely safe. Huang Kuan thumped his chest loudly. Thanks, Wang Xiaoming said, cupping his hands. Then he waved at Lin Qing. Hey, long time no see. I heard you can take down 8 times evolved beasts now. Let's catch up sometime. Catch up? Why not now? I'm super interested in high-level mechs right now. Wang Xiaoming was a total research fanatic. Ever since the cataclysm, he had poured all his energy into mechs and steel beasts. Lin Qing was the strongest mech in the Kanglong Empire, at least for now. Naturally, he was highly intrigued. If he were actually allowed to dissect him, he would have dissected him down to his core. Lin Qing gave a dry laugh. Sure. Like hell we're chatting. I knew damn well you were up to no good the second I saw you. I'm slipping away the first chance I get. After greeting everyone one by one, Wang Xiaoming finally asked, How is the situation on this end? Xu Beihai stepped forward. Things are a bit different from our intel. For several kilometers around the launch center, they've built walls that are dozens of meters high. Inside, there's a force of 6,000 troops stationed. Their heavy weapons include laser cannons, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers. A direct assault is going to be incredibly difficult. The rocket launch center is dozens of miles away, and the terrain out there is completely flat and barren. There isn't even a single dirt mound to hide behind. As soon as any vehicle bots show up, they'll spot them from miles away. If our group tries to cross that, half of us will be dead before we even get close. Those laser cannons and rocket launchers are no joke. They're all the world's largest excavators. Are you sure you can pull this off? Young Ao asked. Everyone's eyes gathered on Lin Qing. If even he couldn't do it, then this plan was never going to work. It's too early to say. We need to check out the situation on site first. Only then did they realize Lin Qing wasn't overpromising. In fact, based on the situation reported by Xu Beihai, it wasn't that they didn't have a shot at succeeding. It was just that they would need to sacrifice some people to cover his advance. Except for those kids, who here isn't a 6th evolution expert? Chinja didn't have an easy time nurturing even one of us. So how can we just sacrifice anyone? Alright, then let's go take a look. Everyone, assemble. We head to Podoro at maximum speed. The sky and ground were a blanket of pure white, and a bitter, freezing wind howled. The group left the oasis of the small town and headed toward Podoro. Half an hour later, the last bits of green on the ground completely disappear. We reach the edge of the desert. The sand here is blindingly white, stretching out as far as the eye can see. It feels like we've stepped onto a mountain of salt. Breathtaking, isn't it? Xu Beihai smiles and says, Yesterday, when I came out to scout, I was just as blown away the moment I saw it. This place used to be a regular desert. Before the cataclysm, the nighttime temperatures were already freezing. But after the apocalypse, without any sunlight, the sand completely iced over. It froze into these tiny, solid granules. However, because the howling winds never stop, and the sand keeps shifting, once the top layer freezes, the loose sand underneath gets pushed to the surface. Over time, it turned into this. The world has lost all its color. White sand swirls through the air, creating a bleak, apocalyptic wasteland. Lin Qing takes a heavy step onto the icy sand, making a loud, crunching sound. Fang Ping dives into the frozen earth like a fish taking to water, and shouts excitedly, Oh man, this place is perfect for me. This 100-mile desert has existed for thousands of years, and who knows how deep the sand actually goes. In this place, his burrowing speed is way faster than on normal dirt. Before, when he was traveling with Lin Qing, he had to tunnel through quite a few mountains. Damn rocks were everywhere. It slowed his speed down big time, and whenever he hit granite or reinforced concrete, it was an absolute nightmare. Well, I completely forgot about his ability. Lin Qing chuckles, glancing over at Fang Ping. This is going to make our trip a whole lot easier. In a 100-mile frozen desert like this, normal cars can barely even move. If an ordinary person can't make it to the launch center within a single day, they'll freeze to death once night falls. Only mecha humans have any hope of crossing this safely. Even with them slowing down to accommodate Wang Xiaoming, it still took them 2 hours. The group finally makes their way out of the desert. After walking for another 40-odd minutes, they reach a vast, gravelly wasteland. He signals the others to take cover behind the massive rock formations rising from the desert floor. Lin Qin and Ye Daing quickly scale one of the rocky ridges, carefully peeking over the top to scout the launch center a few kilometers away. The massive 70 to 80-meter structure looms in the distance like a half-buried giant, with a towering rocket already nestled right beside it. Enclosing the facility is a heavily fortified perimeter wall, tight as an iron drum. But the distance is just too great, and the lighting is terrible. Even though it's broad daylight, the dim atmosphere makes it look like 6 or 7 in the evening back before the cataclysm. Try as she might, Ling Qin can't make out what's happening inside the walls. Fortunately, Ye Daing is with her. Peering through his Barrett's 10x scope, everything becomes crystal clear. The layout is almost exactly as Xu Beihai described. "How's it looking?" Yang Ao whispers as he scrambles up beside them. Ling Qin replies with a heavy sigh. "Even if we have Ertong clearing a path, the rest of us will still be completely exposed to the Empire's artillery fire. Once we leave these rocks, it's flat, open terrain. There's nowhere to hide." Clenching his fists so tight his knuckles turn white, Yang Ao wrestles with an agonizing choice. If it really comes down to it, the other helicopters and I can carry the strike team and make an aerial push. At this distance, it won't even take a minute to get there. "A minute?" Ling Qin scoffs bitterly. "You're a military man. How many shells and bullets can fly in a single minute? You know the answer to that better than anyone. You need to weigh if that risk is truly worth it." The Nightwalkers still have 20 Gatling guns mounted. Each of those heavy machine guns spits out over 1,000 rounds a minute. With 20 guns, that's 20,000 rounds firing at us at once. Their raw firepower is just as devastating as ours, if not worse. On top of that, they've got highly lethal armored vehicles and laser cannons. Making a move across that distance in 1 minute means at least half of our dozen 6x evolved daywalkers will end up dead. Looking back down at the brothers waiting below, Yang Ao is torn apart by the decision. It's not that he's obsessed with weapons or gear, but retrieving those materials is an absolute, non-negotiable order from Chinja. Just the journey to Shenbei already cost them half of their unit. He hurts for his brothers more than anyone else. And now, he's looking at losing another half of his iron-willed brothers. Even a man of steel wouldn't be able to bear it. Although the Ten Yama was founded only a short while ago, they'd already been through plenty of action. They had fought side by side and faced life and death together. Their bond was just as strong as real brothers. While Yang Ao was still hesitating about what to do, Ye Daing gasped. Through his 10x scope, the distant sand was shifting wildly, crashing toward the launch center like wave after wave. The entire desert had come alive. Something is underground. Lay down suppressive fire. The soldiers on the walls also noticed the danger, and over a dozen heavy machine guns began sweeping the ground. Normal firearms have an effective range of a few hundred meters, and a maximum range of over 1,000 meters. But when firing directly into the ground, penetrating even a dozen meters is considered lucky. In the desert, once the spinning bullets enter the ground, the dense sand absorbs much of their impact, drastically reducing their range. They lose all power after just a few meters, so guns are basically useless against underground creatures. Bang! A 2-meter-tall armored lizard leaped out of the sand, using its agile claws to easily scale the wall. A second one, then a third, then a fourth, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of armored lizards rushed out. The sandy ground rippled and warped, surging like rolling waves. The desert killer cobras had arrived. Thousands of armored snakes slithered out in a dense swarm. Lizards, snakes, scorpions, desert foxes. Basically every creature found in the desert had appeared. In an instant, these tens of thousands of armored beasts formed a small-scale swarm. Leading them, and the most ferocious of all, was a 7 to 8 meter tall scorpion. It had evolved 6 times, its black metallic shell gleaming in the light. The stinger on its tail could easily pierce right through soldiers. Just when they seemed to be at a complete dead end, just when all hope seemed lost, a silver lining appeared. At his wit's end, Yang Ao suddenly spotted the incoming beast swarm. A smirk crossed his face. He decided to wait until they nearly finished each other off, and then swoop in to steal the easy loot. But this easy loot might not be so easy to get. Staring through his 10x scope at the 6x evolved scorpion, Ye Daing's expression turned grim. There's a wound on the scorpion's back, a massive one. And it's not just the scorpion, the king cobra, the giant lizard, almost all the other adult steel beasts are injured. What does that even mean? Nanao also sensed something was off. I have a bad feeling about this. It's like they're being chased here by someone. Ling Qing focused her gaze on the battlefield. Indeed, these steel beasts weren't trying to kill anyone. It was more like they were just passing through. They charged right through the base and kept running into the distance without looking back. Their attacks on the base guards were just a casual afterthought. Meanwhile, the sky erupted in a storm of gunfire. Laser cannons blasted one shot after another. Several adult steel beasts collapsed, and a massive section of the outer wall crumbled down. The beast swarm came fast and left just as quickly. It was all over in less than 5 minutes, leaving behind total devastation. Dead bodies lay everywhere, and several tanks and armored vehicles were completely wrecked. Before the Empire's soldiers could even catch their breath, a low, rumbling thunder echoed through the air. At the edge of the horizon, a colossal figure emerged. It blotted out the sun, sending a shiver right down to the bone. Its sheer presence went way beyond shocking. The Empire's soldiers standing on the wall stared with wide eyes, their legs shaking uncontrollably. How is this even possible? How could something like that exist in the world? Out on the wasteland, Yang Ao's pupils shrunk in terror. Everyone gasped in collective disbelief. What the hell is that? A giant red excavator, standing over 60 meters tall. From its size, it had to weigh at least 10,000 tons. And mounted on its over 30-meter-long mechanical arm was a bucket wheel excavator with a massive 12-meter-wide wheel. It's known as the absolute largest excavator in the world. You usually only see these giants in mega-scale mines, where they're used to dig up coal. A beast like this can literally flatten a whole mountain in a single day. Since his family is in real estate, power grids, and elder care, he knows exactly how terrifyingly powerful these massive machines are. Even those billionaire coal barons can't afford to mess with something like this, because the cost of building a bucket wheel excavator is insanely high. Just a single machine costs over 100 million yuan, and a complete setup runs anywhere from 400 million to 500 million yuan. In the entire country, he's only ever seen the Empire use one. But even that belonged to the Guan family, not to any single individual. Usually, a machine like this would never transform into a mecha. But what in the world is this bucket wheel excavator doing right now? Its massive arm slams into the ground, and its rear body begins to contract and compress. Countless mechanical parts start spinning and firing up. It slowly stands up, transforming into a colossal mecha. Just a minute later, he stands tall at a staggering 60 meters high. The most eye-catching feature is his arms. One is huge, while the other is small. The smaller one is only about 10 meters long, with 5 fingers that actually look somewhat normal. But the other arm is clearly transformed from the excavator's massive main arm. This 30-meter-long arm doesn't have a fist at the end. Instead, it has that massive 12-meter-wide, razor-sharp geared wheel. Are you guys ready to die? Under the gloomy, dark sky, the deafening roar of the bucket wheel mecha starting up echoes everywhere. Hey guys! About the bucket wheel excavator, since I haven't reached level 4 yet, I can't post images at the end of the chapter, but you can head over to the comments section where I've posted some pictures. It's the pinned, featured comment right at the top. For readers on QQ Reading, it's the same over there. I've also posted them in the comments section there. Sorry guys, got food poisoning. So the updates will be a bit late. I had terrible food poisoning last night, throwing up and having diarrhea, and I just couldn't hold up. Today's 2 chapters will be updated a bit later. Don't worry. I'm definitely not abandoning this story. It's Qingfeng's stronghold again. The one who's gonna kill you is named Peiqi. Remember it well. The bucket wheel machine bellowed, announcing his name. Before the cataclysm, he was a corporate chairman over on the borders of the Atlan Empire. When a local coal mining company went bankrupt, they ended up selling this giant bucket wheel excavator to him. Instead of joining the Empire's ranks, he took his own crew and tore through anyone who dared stand in his way. He gathered followers and plundered crystals wherever he went, all across the Atlan Empire. In fact, his situation was pretty similar to Lin Qing's. He'd recently taken on a job to come here and gather materials. In fact, those steel beasts had been driven here by him. 5-stage evolution. Looking through his 10-times scope, Ye Daiying could see the completed mech symbol on Peiqi's chest. He turned his head to look at Lin Qing, and Yang Ao looked over as well. Even though Yang Ao had evolved 7 times, he might not actually stand a chance against a 5-stage excavator. It was simple, really. The difference in their size was just way too massive. One smash from that giant bucket wheel would completely tear him apart. We'll just have to wait and see. Watching this, Lin Qing had a look of complex emotion. Of course, he knew who Peiqi was. In his past life, Peiqi was a notorious, overlord-class figure. He only cared about crystals, and didn't give a damn about anyone else. He would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. And this time, he hadn't come alone. Behind him stood dozens of mechas of all shapes and sizes, along with hundreds of ordinary humans from the Atlan Empire. These humans were decked out in camouflage gear, and heavily armed with heavy weaponry. Just looking at their formation and the way they held their guns, you could tell they were absolute veterans on the battlefield. Leave no one alive. Peiqi leaped forward, covering dozens of meters in a single stride, charging straight for the defensive wall. He slammed his massive 12-meter-wide gear right into it. Boom! Even that 6-stage evolution scorpion from before couldn't break it, but the wall was completely leveled with a single blow from his gear. Having just survived a brutal battle of life and death, the soldiers of the Kanglong Empire didn't even have time to reload before Peichi stormed right into the launch center. Bearing the brunt of his attack, the first thing to be obliterated was the laser cannon, stomping them into scrap metal with a single step. Even taking a direct hit from a rocket launcher only made him wobble slightly. Then, swinging his massive gear in a fit of rage, screams of agony echoed everywhere. The gunfire was relentless. Dozens of mechs followed close behind, beginning the slaughter. Within just 15 minutes, the dust settled. The rocket launch center was secured. Should we make our move? Out on the desert wasteland, Yang Ao grew anxious. If we don't act now, they're going to take all the materials. These guys had the exact same goal as them. They were all here for the rocket parts. Right now, they were dismantling the bottom of the rocket. Before long, they walked off carrying a 4-meter-long section. Glancing at the massive structure of the launch center, Paige swung his massive gear and sliced the building in two. Just as Lincoln slowly raised her hand to get ready, she paused. Huh? Hold on a second. Having finished his raid, Paige was now heading right toward them. They're literally walking right into our hands. They're practically begging for death. Everyone, get into ambush positions. After a long moment, Yang Ao, Old Huang, and the monk, you're with me to hold off that giant excavator. The rest of you, take the materials and go. Paige was, since his rebirth, the largest mech he had ever laid eyes on. Based on his experience from 2 lifetimes, trying to take him down directly was just unrealistic. 2 minutes later, the giant excavator rumbled over. He was so incredibly tall that once he got close, he would instantly spot everyone hiding on the desert ground. The moment he drew near, Yang Ao, like a swooping black eagle, dashed out with lightning speed. Wu Ji landed squarely on Paige's shoulder and fired a volley of laser blasts right at his head. Sparks flew in all directions, forcing Paige to stumble back. The strike hit home. Yang Ao leaped down from the 60 to 70 meter high shoulder, transforming into Wu Ji to circle around him. Meanwhile, Huang Kuan and Zhejiang rushed right to Paige's feet. Looking up at this colossal beast, he felt a wave of despair, wondering how the hell they were supposed to fight it. Even Huang Kuan, the tallest of them, wasn't even 1/3 its size, barely reaching its knee, while Zhejiang, even standing at full height, only reached its shin bone. Seriously, all they could do was jump up and punch its kneecap. But screw it. Huang Kuan activated his armament, covering his arm, and threw a punch with all his might straight into Peichi's knee. Crack. The knee caved inward, and mechanical parts began falling off. It's working! Huang Kuan rejoiced, but before he could even celebrate, Peichi swung his massive leg like he was kicking a soccer ball, delivering a fierce kick with a deafening gust of wind. Bang. As if hit by an artillery shell, Huang Kuan was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing and embedding himself 7 or 8 meters deep into the desert cliff. Holy shit. Looking at his mangled arms, Huang Kuan grimaced in pain. If his arms hadn't been covered by his armament, that single kick would have blown him to pieces. Compared to him, Zhejiang was much more agile. He scrambled up Peichi's body, violently tearing off the giant's parts. Peichi's companions finally realized what was happening, and were just about to step in and help when the ground began to tremble. Fang Ping burst out from below, the cutter head in his maw spinning, and instantly shredded several locomotive men to pieces. Helicopters buzzed overhead as Shu Beihai led the Sun Patrols to attack these small fry enemies. With a group of 6th Evolution fighters taking on 5th Evolution ones, along with over 100 ordinary people, it didn't take them any effort at all. It was a pure, one-sided slaughter. It was a mirror image of the scene at the launch center just a few minutes ago. Shit. If Lin Qing doesn't show up soon, I'm a goner. Running along Peichi's arm, Yang Ao yelled at the top of his lungs. Aren't I just building up a major ultimate move here? Down on the rocky ground, Lin Qing, holding the Flame Demon sword, left a massive crater where he stood, as his figure instantly vanished. The next second, he reappeared right in front of Paige's face. Focus everything on a single point. Peak mastery, heaven-slicing draw technique. A blood-red slash of light flashes past Lin Qing. He raises Yanmo high above his head and slashes down with an earth-shattering overhead strike. The chilling sensation of death instantly envelops Paige's entire body. Terrified, Paige desperately throws up his other forearm to block, but a sickening squelch echoes right in front of his eyes. His forearm snaps, but it manages to save his skull from being split wide open. But Lin Qing's blade doesn't stop there. The edge of the blade slices all the way from Paige's chin down to his belly button, nearly spilling his guts right then and there. Go to hell. Before Lin Qing can even touch the ground, Paige roars in pure rage and swings his massive bucket wheel crashing down. Boom! The earth shakes violently, as if the very mountains are collapsing. Yi Dang's heart leaps into his throat. He frantically pulls the trigger of his Barrett sniper rifle, terrified that Lin Qing might actually meet his end here. Huh? Paige narrows his eyes. In the ground, There is nothing but a massive crater, no Lin Qing in sight. Looking for me? A playful chuckle rings out as Fang Ping emerges from the ground, carrying Lin Qing on his back. See ya, big guy, sitting on Fang Ping's head. Lin Qing waves goodbye to Page. Over on Shu Beihai's end, the job was already done. The monk was already helping Huang Kuan make their escape, and since they wouldn't be able to take down Page anytime soon anyway, there was absolutely no point in dragging out this fight. Besides, who knew if the enemy had reinforcements on the way? Page spins around, only to see the helicopter already flying away with the materials. Hong Zhuoyan roars in fury. Who the hell are you people? Zhang Mazi of Qingfeng Fort. If you're not afraid to die, come and get us. With all of his men wiped out, and him being nothing but a lone, 5 times evolved survivor, like hell I'm chasing after them. The trauma from Lin Qing's devastating slash still hasn't faded in the slightest. Just thinking about it sends shivers down his spine. Page lowers his head, his gaze icy cold. Zhang Mazi of Breeze Fort. I'll remember you, Xiaoming. Want to take on the world? Do you want to be worshipped and admired? Do you want to fight alongside the strongest? Breeze Fort is recruiting. Minimum requirement: 3 evolutions. The first batch is capped at only 500 people. In a tiny, 18-tier city down south, Jiang Yanjun stands in the square, shouting. Behind him are over 100 mecha humans, and in front of him are 7,000 to 8,000 of them. Those behind him are all newly joined members, while those in front are the local mecha humans. After the Battle of Shenbai, Breeze Fort's reputation skyrocketed. Since they were disguised under the 4 Dots alias back then, Jiang Yanjun ended up on the wanted list too. He fled all the way here, with Zhang Ba, and on their very first day, they got cornered, but not by people wanting to claim the bounty. They actually wanted to join Breeze Fort and roll with him. Sure, there were plenty who wanted them dead, but those desperate to join them were just as eager. Wielding the reputation of Breeze Fort's 4 Dots, he began to recruit and build up his forces. And honestly, it worked like a charm. In just one day, he pulled in over 100 people. Waving the newspaper in his hand, Jiang Yanjun shouted, "In the Battle of Fancheng, my big brother slaughtered an 8 times evolved powerhouse, and during the Shenbei expedition, he killed yet another 8 times evolved expert. He is, without a doubt, the #1 expert. On top of that, our 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots, 6 dots, and 9 dots are all high-level mecha humans. As for yours truly, who holds the 4th seat in Breeze Fort, everyone calls me 4 dots. Under the orders of our big boss, Zhang Mazi, I came out here specifically to recruit. Anyone who wants to join our big family can sign up right now." Then Jiang Yanjun asked, "What is our slogan?" "Rob the rich, help the poor." Just outside a small base in O City, Jiang Yanjun was leading his newly recruited crew. Their very first order of business? Rob the rich. This base was actually a minibus terminal, combined with a nearby supermarket office, and run by a bunch of used car dealers. There were thousands of vehicle bots inside. When Jiang Yanjun was trying to recruit them earlier, they couldn't care less. In fact, they were even planning to snitch on him and call the Imperial Army to lock him up. But honestly, they didn't have much of a choice. Jiang Yanjun had evolved 6 times, and Xiongba had evolved 5 times. Compared to these guys with only 3, or maybe 4 evolutions, they were way too powerful. One burst from their laser rifles would completely wipe them out. Listen up. We are righteous bandits, and even thieves have a code. Do not harm the innocent civilians under any circumstances. Our main target is that vile, ruthless tyrant, Huang Xilang. Man, it was only day 1, and they hadn't even met the guy yet, but Jiang Yanjun was already calling their leader, Huang Xilang, a monstrous criminal and a merciless bully. "Charge with me, boys." Leading the charge, Jiang Yanjun stormed the base. Wielding his spiked mace, he crushed the skulls of one vehicle bot after another. Fearing he might hurt the civilians, he didn't use his laser rifle, not that he needed to anyway. Relying on his massive build and sheer level dominance, these little electric scooters, sedans, and tricycles were absolutely no match for him. He could crush one to pieces with a single stomp. "Boss, where's Huang Xilang?" Zhongba pointed at a fleeing BMW bot. "Whoever catches Huang Xilang will be rewarded with 500 purification crystals." Seeing his men go absolutely wild with greed, Jiang Yanjun laughed to himself. A small town is just a small town, after all. What a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the real world. They're scrambling like crazy over a measly 500 damn crystals? No wonder everyone is dying to join his crew. A single hit on Lin Qing's bounty is worth a whopping 105 times purified crystals. Honestly, when people saw his wanted poster, most of them were green with envy. All that talk about doing God's work and upholding justice is total BS. One successful hit pays 100 level 7 adult crystals. If it were you, would you pass that up? Do you have any idea how many purifications 100 level 7 adult crystals can get you? It's enough to take a complete nobody with 0 skills. and turn them into a top-tier powerhouse. Everyone risks their lives hunting iron beasts anyway, but usually, they only make a few crystals per run. Either way, you're putting your life on the line. But the payout from just one of his jobs is more than you could make in an entire lifetime. How could anyone not be jealous as hell? This is exactly why, the moment Jiang Yanjun arrived in Echeng, so many people were desperate to join the Qingfeng gang. Compared to going after the bounty on Zhang Mazi, they figured it was way more promising to just roll with him instead. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Jiang Yanjun completely crushed the wicked Huang Xilang, and right in front of everyone, he distributed all of the base's food supplies to the ordinary citizens. Since he had no use for these things anyway, he might as well use them to build up his reputation. After all, they were honorable bandits, not some blood-sucking mechanoids. After digging out the crystals, he handed them out to his crew based on their contributions. Though, naturally, he took the lion's share. Brother Four Dots is such a great guy. From now on, if anyone dares to say one bad word about the Qingfeng gang, I'll be the first to shut them up. Smash the rich, share the crystals. Following Brother Four Dots was definitely the right call. I got over 20 crystals from this single job. That's more than I made in a whole week before. No wonder they say crime pays. Who cares who they're fighting, as long as we get our hands on those crystals. There were thousands of mecha bots at the base. Aside from the deceased Daban, over 1,000 had been taken prisoner. Someone suggested dismantling all of these mecha bots for parts. Hearing this in the mining hall, the prisoners squatting with their heads in their hands felt their hearts sink in utter despair. A dead silence fell over the room. Rat-a-tat-tat, with a stone-cold face, Jiang Yanjun unloaded a full clip into the guy who made the suggestion, turning him into Swiss cheese. Our boss has always taught us that even bandits have a code. The Qingfeng bandits rob the rich to help the poor. We don't commit mindless atrocities. These guys were only forced to bend the knee to Huang Shilang's tyranny. What did they do wrong? The entire place went dead silent. No one saw this coming. Nobody expected Jiang Yanjun to suddenly open fire on his own man, much less preach a sermon like that. In times of chaos like this, everyone is just trying to survive. I won't pretend we're heroes saving refugees from the ashes, but scumbags like Huang Shilang, who use their power to oppress others and run amok like animals, I will slaughter every single one of them on sight. My brothers kneeling down there, I know some of you had no choice. If you think highly enough of me and want to fight alongside us, I welcome you with open arms. I'm in. Count me in too. Brother Four Dot. Honestly, I've wanted to join you guys for a long time. It's just that Huang Shilang wouldn't let us leave. Once the first stood up, a second quickly followed. Soon, the over 1,000 kneeling mecha bots had all joined the Qingfeng bandits. Jiang Yanjun grinned from ear to ear. Wait, I was so wrong. My whole strategy was wrong. Before, he had always focused on taking an elite route, recruiting only high-level fighters. He used to look down on scooters, tractors, and tricycles. Only at this moment did he truly understand. Numbers are actually what matter most. After all, top-tier masters are rare. Most of them are just low-tier cyclebots. I mean, no matter how badass Lin Chin is, can he really take on tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of cyclebots? Suddenly, his mind cleared up. Jiang Yanjun felt like he finally saw the light. Everything clicked. It was like the clouds parted to reveal the bright blue sky. Right then, a daring plan popped into his head. He gave Zhongba a quick wink, as expected of the guy who knows him best. After hesitating for just a few seconds, Zhongba got the message immediately. He cried, "Big Brother Four Dots, what about my little hometown? There are bullies running wild there too. Please, you've got to help me get justice." He even fell to his knees as he spoke. "Whoa, brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Yanjun rushed forward to pull him up. "Whatever concerns our brothers, concerns the Qingfeng clan. Am I right, everyone?" "Hell yeah," everyone shouted in unison. "So, what should we do?" "Beat up the bullies. Share the crystals. And end times cough." Jiang Yanjun choked on his words. He wanted to object, but on second thought, damn, they were actually right. All right, if that's the case, then we're heading to Daxiong's hometown and saving their folks. Over the next few days, Jiang Yanjun started leading his crew to raid several small towns. In less than a week, their crew grew to over 100,000 members. They were supposed to only take Tier 4 evolutions. But now, even little electric scooters, motorcycles, and bicycles were tagging along. One day, squatting on the ground, Jiang Yanjun squinted as he studied a city map. On his left and right were his masterminds, Xiongba and Nifeng. Nifeng was a lackey they had only recruited recently. Compared to the powerful Xiongba, he was just a little electric scooter. But for the crew to make it this far, Nifeng deserved a ton of the credit, because every now and then, some of his relatives and friends were getting pushed around and bullied by local thugs. So Jiang Yanjun took his guys to go deliver some justice. And just like that, across all the neighboring towns, they completely swept through several counties. Hey, Big Brother Sitong, my cousin is still trapped like a slave in a sweatshop. When do you think we can go and rescue him? Ni Feng placed a white go piece right onto a major city on the map. Surrounding this city were 5 black pieces, forming a complete encirclement, using the countryside to encircle the cities. That was Jiang Yanjun's master strategy. And Ni Feng totally got him. I know how it is in the big cities. Those greedy bosses don't even treat us poor working brothers like human beings. Jiang Yanjun let out a sigh. In that case, there's no time to lose. We head out today to take him down. Without even realizing it, Jiang Yanjun was growing more and more fond of Ni Feng. It wasn't just his sharp mind. Having him around felt absolutely essential. Before, he couldn't quite wrap his head around why Lin Qing always kept Ye Dang, the motorcycle man, right by his side. But now, he got it. The guy was putting on a damn show for his followers. Like, look, I can treat even a beat-up motorcycle as my brother. So how could I ever look down on any of you? How could his crew not respect a leader that generous? How could they not put their lives on the line for him? With weapons in hand, they headed to a small northern city, a city inhabited by nothing but steel beasts. Ever since pulling off their last big job, Lin Qing and his crew had been laying low here to avoid the heat. During the day, they'd each pick a sector to hunt down steel beasts, and only regroup at night. Lin Qing was the first to make it back. Deactivating his flame demon form, he found a corner and sat down, completely silent. The frog on his back was happily munching on crystals, digesting the energy from its second stage evolution. It was progressing pretty fast, with its synchronization rate already hitting 70%. In just a few more months, it should reach 100%. It's been a month since we got here. We've been fighting for our lives in brutal battles every single day. Our strength has gone up by over 20% in total. That's not a bad pace at all. If it weren't for practicing the battle song, Lin Qing had no idea how long it would have taken him to reach this level. With his usual personality, it would have taken him at least another year and a half. Gradually, Huang Kuan, Zhizhang, Ye Daing, and Fang Ping all made their way back. After 1 full month, everyone's power level had completely stabilized. Although no one had managed to evolve again, they were all significantly stronger than before. The group sat down to chat and catch up. Not long into their conversation, the loud thrum of helicopter blades echoed overhead. Only Yang Ao knew they were here, so it had to be his people arriving. The pilot told our captain that the weapons were ready, and added, "I've also got some good news for you. The wanted order has been officially cancelled. The weapons were simply too valuable for Yang Ao to just hand over to his subordinates for delivery. If some clueless thugs intercepted them and stole them on the way, they'd be crying their eyes out. The best option was for Lin Qing to pick them up in person. The 6th evolution helicopter bot didn't even land. Once he delivered the message, he turned around and flew off. Everyone was ecstatic. After busting their asses for so long and nearly getting themselves killed, their weapons were finally ready. The days of growing stronger and achieving ultimate glory were just around the corner. Lin Qing stood up and stretched his body. He glanced at the others and said, "We leave tomorrow morning. No rest tonight. We're going to clear out every single adult stage and higher steel beast in this city." This would be the team's first joint operation in a month. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, carrying dozens of adult stage crystals, the group left the city. 2 days later, they arrived back in Chinja. At the gates, Yang Ao and Yang Fan were there to welcome them. The place had changed so much. Looking at the Great Wall winding like a giant dragon, Huang Kuan sighed, thinking about how short it was the last time they came. Now, they've already built over 100 kilometers of it. Yang Fan smirked, saying, "This apocalypse is utterly useless, except for one good thing. There are plenty of mecha humans around now. With 48-hour schedules and 2 shifts, infrastructure efficiency is several times what it was before the disaster. A mecha human's stamina is leagues ahead of a regular human's. What used to take dozens of people to do is now easily handled by just one mecha human. Take a tunnel boring machine like Fang Ping, for example. Before, they could dig 7 or 8 meters of tunnel a day at most, but after 6 purifications, that efficiency multiplied by dozens of times. Of course, that's assuming the tunnel entrance doesn't collapse. In reality, wherever Fang Ping passes, the tunnel is basically his, since there's no one behind him, with everything secured along the way. The transformation wherever he goes is even more massive. Once you go in, you'll see. Hey, Ertong, a big guy like you isn't suited for this path. Let me have someone clear a path for you." Glancing at Fang Ping's massive frame, and worried he might collapse the ground, Yang Ao had his subordinates take him down another route. Stepping onto the city wall, Lin Qin looked down at the city below from a high vantage point. Beneath the cold, gloomy sky, the streetlights' warm yellow glow brought a sense of comfort. Elderly folks and children lived in the apartment buildings. The ones still living around here are all poor souls, Yang Fan said expressionlessly. Those with complete families have already moved to the new development zone. They've reunited. Before, mecha humans and regular humans weren't allowed to live together for safety reasons. But now, with most of the city's infrastructure restored and over 10,000 mecha humans patrolling the streets daily, anyone causing trouble gets mowed down instantly. Basic safety is fully guaranteed now. In fact, any family with a mecha human in it has been relocated. Even though they can't live inside the house, those mecha human parents spend their days lying in the parking sheds downstairs. Being able to chat and play with kids and the elderly is already a pretty happy life. What's the population now? Lin Qing asked casually. In all of Qinzhou, there are 4 million mecha humans and 12 million ordinary people. How's the cleanup of the steel beasts going? Do you need some help? Yang Fan chuckled. Don't underestimate our combat power. We can easily handle a small situation like this. Out of the 4 million mecha humans, 800,000 can fight. Along with hundreds of thousands of human soldiers, this force is enough to sweep everything within. Hundreds of miles of steel beasts. As the cataclysm drags on, they've adapted a lot better. Our tactics aren't nearly as passive as before. Now, once we confirm a city is empty, we just rain down indiscriminate missile strikes. Then the mecha human army pushes forward, and the human army does a second sweep. Once a round is complete, we can basically clear out most of the steel beasts. If we run into any tough, powerful steel beasts, we just send in Yang Ao's Shifang Yanluo. Do you still remember Jiangling City? That's our food production base. According to expert estimates, as long as Jiangling stands, feeding Qinzhou's 15 million people won't be an issue. Actually, you guys deserve some credit for this too. Qinzhou's development has surpassed Lin Qing's imagination. He recalled things weren't moving this fast before. Could his butterfly effect have sped up their progress? I was just doing a job for the money. No credit deserved. By the way, I heard my wanted warrant has been lifted. What's the story behind that? I'm not really sure myself, but Uncle Jiang should be looking for you tonight. You can ask him yourself. Let's go check out the weapons. Catching up from behind, Huang Kuan chuckled. Fonzie, did you do what I asked? I kept telling you over and over to make it look extra flashy. The handsome Huang Kuan suddenly spoke up. Yang Fan was startled. Catching his breath, he said, "Don't worry. It's gonna look amazing. You're gonna love it." He turned around and glanced at the group. Yang Fan realized that after not seeing them for over a month, these guys had changed a lot. They barely talked anymore, and this intense chilling aura they carried was downright terrifying. They were completely different from when they first arrived. Honestly, you couldn't blame Huang Kuan. That idiot Ye Dang had been out hunting steel beasts all by himself every single day. His mind was filled with nothing but pure slaughter. He'd been plagued by endless nightmares for who knows how long, living like that for a whole month straight. It's a miracle he hadn't gone completely insane. They walked into the spacious courtyard of Wang Xiaoming's research lab. Several weapons were laid out on the table, covered with a white cloth. Only then did a spark of life finally return to the eyes of Ye Dang and the others. Pulling back the white cloth, the first thing they saw was a broken black blade. The hilt and blade together were only 50 centimeters long. As Ye Dang picked it up, his smile completely froze. Suppressing the urge to chop someone in half, he turned to Wang Xiaoming. Is this your idea of a custom-made weapon? The hilt is barely over 20 centimeters, and the blade is barely over 20 centimeters too. How the hell am I supposed to fight with this? Even the local street pedicure guy has a longer knife than this. And the best part is, this damn thing is broken. There's literally a jagged, diagonal edge right here, staring at Ye Dang, whose look clearly screamed, "Give me a good explanation, or you're dead." Wang Xiaoming muttered awkwardly. Well, we ran out of materials, and your list of demands was so long, I had to just cobble together whatever I could find. Whoa, dude, calm down. Huang Kuan quickly held back the raging Ye Dang. It's a bit rough, but hey, close enough. As long as it works, right? Cut him some slack. It's not easy for him either. My eyes, Ye Dang's, are brimming with tears. My hand holding the blade is literally trembling. A blade barely over 20 centimeters long. What am I supposed to do with this? Use it to peel fucking apples. The hilt is made of the same material as the spirit gun. Both shoot out a laser once you channel energy into them. Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered something and felt the need to mention it. Haha. Listen to yourself. It's like you think I wouldn't even try it if it didn't shoot lasers. Yi Dang's tears instantly turned into a grin. As long as it's made by you, Brother Wang, even if it only spits water, I'd still want it. Staring at a button on the hilt, Yi Dang pressed it down. In an instant, a red blade of light, 2 fingers wide, shot out, completing the missing part of the blade, forming a 1.5-meter long tang horizontal sword. For that section of the blade, I used 7 times purified material, sourced from the hardest part of a steel beast's body, blended with some other materials. Though it's not quite the same as a blade made purely of light, You can be absolutely sure about its hardness. There won't be any issues. Huang Kuan watched with eager anticipation, unable to wait any longer to peel back the white cloth on the cutting board. His expression was almost identical to Ye Dang's earlier one. Where is the cool, flashy, mind-blowing weapon you promised? Are you seriously trying to fool me with this piece of junk? Oh, come on. It's good enough. As long as it works, who cares? Cut him some slack. It's not easy for him either, Zhejiang said calmly. I'm gonna fucking slash you. Picking up his weapon, Huang Kuan slashed at the monk. Having benefited from Jiang Yanjun, Wang Xiaoming gave Huang Kuan a green dragon crescent blade. Its structure was incredibly simple, a 13-meter-long iron staff with a dragon head at the tip. Though he knew there was a switch to make it emit a blade of light, strictly from its appearance, it looked incredibly ugly before being activated. As he leaped and slashed, he pressed the switch. Huang Kuan felt a small portion of his body's energy being drained. The dragon's head spat out a 6-meter curved blade. Fully extended, the green dragon crescent blade reached 19 meters. And with his arm span, it reached a whopping 27 meters. That idiot tilted his head without a care in the world. The long blade grazed right past his cheek, slicing into the surrounding wall without a single sound. A wall over 10 meters high was instantly sliced clean in two. Not bad, right? Wang Xiaoming grinned. Screw you. Huang Kuan desperately wanted to take this green dragon crescent blade and slice this bastard right down the middle with it. This is absolutely nothing like what I fucking asked for. Just make do with it. This was already pushing the absolute limit. If the monk hadn't selflessly sacrificed and given his own share of materials to you, it wouldn't even be this long. Wang Xiaoming wiped the smile off his face and patiently explained the situation to everyone. Turns out, they were desperately short on materials. When split among everyone, each person's share was tiny. Even Ye Dang's small tang blade had to be patched up with iron from steel beasts. So imagine trying to make one for Huang Kuan. When they parted ways 1 month ago, everyone had submitted their own custom requests, individually. Huang Kuan wanted his to be just like Lin Qin's. But considering his massive height and proportions, if he really wanted a proper crescent blade, it had to be even longer than Lin Qin's. That meant it would consume way more materials. Sure enough, once they ran the numbers, they realized it was completely unrealistic. So, he had to take a 13-meter hilt, pad it out with tons of beast iron, and finally capped it off with a 6-meter energy blade. Didn't you want it big? Didn't you want it long? Wanted something so massive you couldn't even grip it with one hand? Well, look at you now. Now you can't even grip it with both hands. Is that big and long enough for you? And even this only happened because the monk selflessly gave up his own share just so we could scrape enough together for you. Since the monk said he didn't want a blade back then and only wanted a staff forged from high-grade iron, his only requirement was for it to be tough as hell. Looking at the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, Huang Kuan glanced at Lin Qing and said awkwardly, "The problem is, can this staff actually take a slash? I hope it doesn't break in 2 hits. Would a staff forged from a steel beast carcass really withstand a heavy slash from a flame demon?" The answer was painfully obvious. Just picture him sparring with Lin Qing in the future, when a massive blade comes slicing down, and he tries to block it with his staff, only to get cut clean in half. Against normal people, it will definitely hold up. Wang Xiaoming looked up at the sky, feeling a bit guilty, but don't just mindlessly block either. Just clash head on. Besides, for you, how many opponents actually require you to block? Plus, monsters of Lin Qing's level, you won't find more than a handful in the entire world. Under the white cloth lay the very last weapon. Like a groom on his wedding night, the monk gently peeled back the white veil and picked up those 2 pitch-black, fire poker-like metal rods. His lips curled up. One was 5 meters long, and together they stretched to 10 meters. There was a joint in the middle. With a quick twist, they clicked into one. Glancing at Wang Xiaoming, the monk pointed to a 4-story building and asked, "Is there anything valuable in there?" "No, just some minor boom." The rods combined into one, and the monk leaped over 10 meters high, smashing down on the building. The earth shook, and the mountains trembled. In an instant, the 4-story building was split wide open from top to bottom, completely shattered into pieces, and he wasn't done yet. The monk twirled his staff, exerted his strength, and thrust it hard into the ground. The black iron staff sank all the way to his hand. Amitabha, holy shit, this is amazing. Thanks, Brother Wang. 5-star review. The monk didn't ask Wang Xiaoming what materials he used, nor did he ask how much time he spent grinding down that staff. To him, as long as the end result worked, that was all that mattered. As for whether it could hold up against a flame demon's slash, he wasn't worried about that at all. Wang Xiaoming's mouth twitched. Seriously, what is wrong with these guys? Sure, it works, great, but why the hell did you destroy my building and tear up my yard? Did I do something to piss you off? Even my perfectly good courtyard wall took a hit for no reason. Xiao Ying. This is our research institute's latest Laifu shotgun. Here, take one and try it out. Yang Fan suddenly ran out from God knows where, carrying a Laifu shotgun. Judging by how he was sweating bullets, and how the veins on his forehead were bulging, this Laifu was incredibly heavy. The one you had was the initial version, with a lot of unpolished features, so its firepower was pretty limited. But this one is completely different. I guarantee you'll take down an enemy with every single shot. Taking the 2.0 version of the Laifu, Ye Dang's arm sank instantly. It was indeed incredibly heavy. It easily weighed over 100 pounds. You didn't need to be a genius to know it was forged from the melted carcasses of steel beasts. Instead of shooting the courtyard wall, he aimed at the ground and fired. Boom! His arm went completely numb, and the Laifu almost flew out of his hands. Looking down at the ground, a massive crater with a diameter of 2 meters appeared right before his eyes. If this shot were to hit a 5 times purified steel beast, Yi Dang was sure it would blast right through it. Probably only armored ones could block it. Even if he ran into a 6 times, 7 times, or 8 times purified transformer. As long as they had a single blind spot, he could completely wreck them with one shot. Actually, the gun's frame was only adjusted to handle the load. The real game changer was the upgraded bullets. Before, they used 3 times purified crystals, but this time, they were using 5 times purified crystals. A single level 5 purified crystal can only make 3 bullets. This gun has been sitting here for 2 weeks, and nobody wanted it. If you don't mind the hassle, feel free to take it and use it. Yi Dang paid up. 3 shots from this damn thing cost a whole level 5 purified crystal. Who could ever afford that? And with recoil this massive, it's pretty obvious that only moto humans who are level 5 purified or higher can even use it. A regular level 2 or level 3 purified motorcycle or scooter bot would probably shatter their arm with just 1 shot. How many adult motorcycle bots are there in the entire country? That first requirement alone already filters out over 95% of all small-scale moto humans. Besides, a single level 5 purified crystal only gives you 3 shots. Damn it if you go up against a level 5 purified steel beast. Unless you hit it right in its vital spot, 1 shot definitely won't get the job done. You'd have to fire a second or even a third shot, which means I spend an entire level 5 purified crystal just to tearfully break even by getting another level 5 crystal. Whoever invented this gun is a real freaking genius. Ye Dang couldn't help but give Wang Xiaoming a big thumbs up, scratching his head with a grin. Wang Xiaoming actually thought he was being complimented. He shyly replied, "If you ever run out of ammo in the future, you can come to me anytime. I'll make them for you." Looking at this absolute piece of junk, even Huang Kuan wanted to tell Ye Dang to just throw it away. But Ye Dang didn't throw it out. Instead, he kept it. "Thanks, Brother Wang. I really thank your ancestors for 8 generations. No need to be polite. It's the least I could do. Come back and hang out whenever you're free. Since we're all done here, how about I take you guys to find a place to rest?" Yang Ao didn't really want to stay any longer. He had been sitting on pins and needles ever since they walked in. Lin Qing went to the military camp, and Uncle Jiang is looking for him. "It's best if we head to the place you visited last time." Lin Qin stared deeply at Yang Ao, giving him the absolute creeps. Nobody here was an idiot. Some things are better left unsaid. Their Zhantian squad got their weapons. But what about Yang Ao's? And what about the Shifang Yanluo's? Lin Qin and his group could easily tell that Yang Fan bringing out that version 2.0 rifle at the end was actually just his way of compensating them. With a gun that powerful, claiming no one would want it is pure BS. Sure, it's a resource hog, but its power is insane. And for the big factions, crystals are the last thing they lack. They could easily afford to feed a gun like that. He could have used it to build a connection or make a deal with anyone, yet he chose to give it to Ye Dang instead. Now that's interesting. The only thing Lin Qin couldn't figure out was why Chinja, which had always wanted to win them over, didn't throw them a bone. By all accounts, even if they had to take a small hit, they should have given them some perks. After all, isn't that how you win people's loyalty? But the exact opposite happened. Chinja definitely got the better end of the deal on this weapon forging, while they were the ones who took the hit. That's why the rifle was given as compensation. Did Jiangnan and Yang Hongfei not realize that doing this would only lose them goodwill? They absolutely knew. But why do it anyway? After turning it over in his mind, Lin Qin could only come to one conclusion. Chinja had given up on the idea of recruiting Zhantian as their henchman. He just didn't know what exactly made them make that decision. Maybe it had something to do with the wanted bounty being lifted. It was probably all thanks to Jiang Yanjun. I'm heading that way too, so let me tag along. As soon as they walked out of the courtyard gate, Lin Qin transformed into his heavy truck, and Yang Fan climbed into the passenger seat. He lit a cigarette, and after exhaling a deep puff of smoke, Yang Fan said, "This batch of materials was used to make 6 weapons in total. You guys got 2 on your end, the Shifang Yanluo got 2, and the Pojun Legion and Kisha each got 1. Except for Yang Ao's over there, which is actually decent. Everyone else's is about the same as Huang Kuan's. Making the monk's staff wasn't easy at all. Even though it wasn't made from the same material as yours, it didn't take any less effort. Just the melted carcasses of adult steel beasts. There were 12 of them. When Yang Fan said 12, he naturally meant the hardest parts of those beasts. Lin Qin understood. Scoffing, he said, "Why the hell are you telling me this now? They provided the equipment and the manpower to fight for the materials, only to end up with 2 defective pieces, while Qingzhou just took 4 of them without a second thought. No matter how you spin it, Yang Fan's explanations just sound hollow. Friggin' capitalists, they're all the same. No matter where you go. I just wanted to explain things, so you wouldn't get the wrong idea. Yeah, thanks a lot. If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't even have given it a second thought. Yang Fan, this collaboration was between you and Qingzhou. I had nothing to do with it from start to finish, so you get what I mean, right? In other words, nothing changes between us. Business is business." He gave a grunt of agreement, and Lin Qin didn't say another word. When Yang Fan got off at his stop halfway through and waved goodbye, he hesitated, then lowered his voice. "In a bit, when you see Jiang Nan, no matter what he says, I highly recommend you don't agree to it." "What do you mean by that?" "It's about Qingfeng Ridge. I can't explain it in just a few words, but you'll find out soon enough." "Qingfeng Ridge?" Lin Qin was completely baffled. "Isn't that just some fake identity we threw together on the fly? What could possibly go wrong with that?" Without offering any further explanation, with his hands shoved in his pockets, Yang Fan shrugged and walked into a heavily guarded residential area. About 15 minutes later, Lin Qin arrived at the Qingzhou camp. At the camp gate, he saw Jiang Nan holding a thermos. Looking at the defensive wall, which was several times taller than before, he couldn't help but wonder what they had been up to lately. "Let's go take a look around somewhere else," he said. But Jiang Nan didn't give him that chance. Once Jiang Nan got in, he told him to turn around and head down another street. Seeing how cautiously he was driving, Jiang Nan smirked and said, "Just drive. Don't worry about it. The streets have all been paved with iron plates. You can't break them. Besides, what's the most common thing after the apocalypse? Steel beasts, of course. We slaughter so many of them every day. We have more than we know what to do with. So we just melt them down to pave the streets. It also solves the problem of vehicles driving around and ruining the roads. It's been a while, and you've gotten a lot stronger. You can even insta-kill an 8th evolution beast now." Opening his thermos, Jiang Nan took a sip and spat out a few goji berries. "It's a crazy world out there, brother Jiang Mazi. From now on, this little brother of yours is going to have to rely on you for protection." With a sudden slam of the brakes, Lin Qing almost crashed right into a utility pole by the side of the road. After steering back on track, he replied, "I only used that alias to make things easier. It's one thing for outsiders to call me that, but you're actually taking it seriously?" No. Sure, you might be casual about names, but you are anything but casual when you get to business. You went to Shenbei to fetch some equipment, and on the way, in Fancheng, you kidnapped their young master, extorting 100 adult stage crystals. If that was all, it would be fine. But you took the ransom and killed the hostage anyway. Tsk, tsk, tsk. I should introduce my boy to you sometime, just so we don't accidentally end up clashing. And I have to bring 100 crystals just to collect his body." Lin Qing was utterly speechless. While what he did might have been ruthless, he didn't regret taking out Fancheng's white dragon in the slightest. In a situation like that, letting an enemy go would just be asking for trouble. "What? Do I get a friend discount or something?" Jiang Nan replied flatly. Coughing, Lin Qing said, "That's not what I meant. I don't even want to waste my breath explaining what happened in Fancheng. You probably know the details better than I do anyway. Let's get down to business. What do you want from me?" Lin Qing got straight to the point, but Jiang Nan still wore his usual cynical, playful smirk. "Oh, looks like Brother Jiang is getting serious. Then I suppose I'd better speak properly too, lest your Qingfeng outpost marches an army of hundreds of thousands over here and flattens a wicked local landlord like me." His smile faded, and Jiang Nan spoke seriously. "Regarding your trip to Shenbei, you guys clashed with the Empire. The higher-ups wanted me to hand you over, but I didn't give them the time of day. Do you know why? Because I trust the kind of person you are. When you killed Beilong in Fancheng, you spared Baixin's life. When you slaughtered the gods in Shenbei, you spared Shen Zheyan. You have your own lines that you won't cross. The Qingfeng outpost's motto is to deliver justice on behalf of heaven, robbing the rich to feed the poor. Even though I don't agree with your approach of relying on brute force to solve problems, I don't oppose it either. After all, this chaotic world is crawling with scum, and some people just deserve to die." Lin Qing's mind was still completely dazed, unable to grasp what Jiang Nan was trying to get at. One wise thought brings enlightenment, while one foolish thought brings ignorance. Heaven and hell, good and evil, they're often separated by a very thin line. You claim you're robbing the rich to feed the poor and saving the struggling, helpless commoners. But for the past month, all I've seen is you killing the rich without any of the actual giving back. Wherever your subordinate, Sitong, goes, the violent clashes among the mecha humans are brutal, and every single base leader who clashed with you, none of them survived. Robbing the rich to feed the poor, or killing the rich to feed the poor. Just a one-word difference. Yet, they're worlds apart. Robbing is like pointing the back of the blade at someone, but killing is pointing the blade's edge right at them. The former still has some sense of honor and justice. The latter is nothing but a butcher, satisfying pure selfish desires. Butcher? 4 dot? Where the hell did a 4 dot come from? Lin Qing didn't understand most of what was said, but he understood this line. Jiangnan sneered, letting out a cold chuckle. Lin Qing thought 1 dot is Yang Ao, 2 dot is Fang Ping, 3 dot is Huang Kuan, 6 dot is Ye Daing, and 9 dot is the monk. I can't possibly be 4 dot, can I? My. How quickly the great forget. Let me jog your memory then. A month ago, while you were being hunted down in Fancheng, your good brother, 4 dot well, or rather, it's more accurate to say, Jiang Yanjun led his men to hold off your pursuers. Then, he and Huang Kuan headed north to Shenbei. It's just that you guys operated one in the open, one in the shadows. Even Yang Ao didn't notice him. During the operation in Shenbei, he was responsible for stirring up trouble. After covering your escape, he slipped away in the chaos. But since you still had the mission to seize the materials, he didn't stay with you. Instead, he moved on to other places to recruit troops and build up his forces. In a short time, he managed to pull together a force of 700,000 mech bikers. He even claimed that your Qingfeng stronghold are heroes, not bandits, and demanded that the bounty on your heads be lifted. Otherwise, they'll fight their way all the way down. Lin Qing hadn't transformed into his mecha form yet. If he were in his mecha form right now, Jiang Nan would have definitely seen his jaw drop to the floor. Jiang Yanjun is 4 dot? A force of 700,000 mech bikers? What the hell is going on here? No wonder Jiang Nan didn't try to recruit them to the Zhantian squad anymore. Turns out Jiang Yanjun went way too far, causing such a massive scene. Now he doesn't dare to get anywhere near them. According to him, the current Qingfeng stronghold is basically a massive thorn in the side of all the major factions. Getting associated with them means making enemies of all the wealthy elites and gentry in the world. 4 dot. I thank your ancestors for 8 fucking generations. What's the matter? Got nothing to say? Thinking he had a guilty conscience, as Jiang Nan spoke up again, Lin Qing found himself in a tough spot. It seemed like he had made a massive decision. It's my fault for failing to raise him right. You know, I've been hiding out there for the past month. I never expected Sitong to be so utterly insane. So, you can still be reasoned with. Jiang Nan nodded. At least you still have some humanity left. Right now, the top priority is dealing with those steel beasts. But Sitong is acting like a total shit stirrer. Instead of fighting the steel beasts, he's turning around and attacking other mecha men bases. If his crew weren't dragging over 100,000 civilians along, the Empire would have blown them to pieces long ago. Lin Qing really wanted to salute Jiang Yanjun like a true bro. Damn, that's a genius move right there. The Snow Shadow Madblade is clearly doing the work of bandits, yet they march under the banner of a righteous army. No matter how shameless Jiang Yanjun is, you can't deny that he actually succeeded. Hundreds of thousands of mecha men might look like an unstoppable force to the average person, but in front of the real superpowers, they still don't quite measure up. Just to give you an idea, Chinja alone could wipe them out with ease. And bases like Qinzhou, which grew out of military districts, there are 7 or 8 of them in the Blue Dragon Empire. They haven't crushed Jiang Yanjun yet, partly because the guy actually has some self-awareness and didn't dare mess with the major factions. And second, Jiang Yanjun's army is highly mobile. They strike today and vanish tomorrow, always dragging over 100,000 civilians with them, claiming to be protecting them. If he weren't dragging those civilians around, and if the major factions weren't afraid of public outrage from carpet bombing them, they would have taken him out a long time ago. After a long silence, Lin Qing spoke, his voice carrying both frustration at his failure to do better and a painful, unspoken agony. I have a duty to help Sitong. Bringing him back from the brink is what I must do. What do you plan to do? Lin Qing didn't fight back. Jiang Nan crossed his legs, looking amused, and took a sip of his goji berry tea. 4 dots went way too far. He needs to be kept in check. And that part about making him pay for his actions, I didn't say that. Those were the Empire's exact words. So, are you going to give everyone an explanation? I get it. Fine. Then I'll handle it myself and go put an end to 4 dots. Pfft. Times cough, cough, hack. Jiang Nan spat his water right onto the windshield. You are one ruthless motherfucker. 4 dots risked his neck to save you so many times. He almost got himself killed. And the only reason your wanted status got cleared is mostly thanks to him. How can you just kill him off like that? He had to admit, he really underestimated Lin Qing. Sure, Jiang Yanjun acts like a total bastard, but when it comes to his brothers, he's loyal to a fault. Everywhere he goes, he's always shouting Zhang the Pockmark's name, like, my big bro is Zhang the Pockmark, and if you got a problem, come fight me, and stuff like that. But look at him now. Lin Chin can talk about killing a ride-or-die brother like that without even blinking. Even Jiang Nan felt a chill down his spine for 4 dots. With a boss like this, who needs enemies? Look, rules are rules. I don't want to kill 4 dots either. But the higher-ups gave the order. How could I possibly disobey? Jiang Nan was completely dumbfounded. They didn't say to kill him. They just wanted you to give them an explanation. You're the one who decided to kill him. Fuck, Lin Chin said, speechless. Then what the hell do you guys want? Let bygones be bygones. We just want you to talk some sense into 4 dots and get him back on the right path and have him do some actual honest work from now on. And of course, if you're down, you're always welcome to join Chinja. We can build up our strength together, which is exactly what Yang Fan warned him not to agree to. Lin Chin played dumb. Huh? No thanks. Those guys are bad news. I'm worried that one day he'll get too bold and go kidnap some rich kids. Damn. I feel like you're the one with the black heart here. Jiang Nan looked dead serious. You can take your time and think this over. There's no rush to give me an answer. Let's focus on convincing Sitong to come back first. Besides, in a few days, the Empire will probably have the White Pigeon Group in Fancheng distribute newspapers everywhere. The headlines will call on all mecha leaders to assemble in the Imperial capital to discuss a plan to completely wipe out the Iron Beasts. Just be ready for it. No wonder they wouldn't let me kill Sitong. So, that's what was going on. Lin Chin figured it all out in an instant. The hundreds of thousands of mechas in Qingfeng's stronghold were all brought together by Sitong himself. If they killed him, the Empire was worried Sitong would feel betrayed and refused to join the plan to wipe out the Iron Beasts. Little did they know. What Lin Chin actually feared was Jiang Yanjun staying alive. Under Jiang Nan's direction, Lin Chin drove the vehicle to drop him off at his residence. Yang Ao was waiting there for him with some business. After seeing Jiang Nan off, Lin Chin didn't have time to ponder why there was a nationwide joint campaign to wipe out the Iron Beasts. In his memory, this major event had never happened before. I've reached my 8th evolution, and I want to spar with you. He only started absorbing crystals 15 days after the apocalypse, going from 0 to 7 evolutions in just over half a month, and now another month has passed since his last evolution. Yang Ao had reached his 8th evolution a long time ago. If he hadn't wanted to test his strength against Lin Chin, he could have broken through to his 9th evolution over 10 days ago. Now, he was just a hair's breadth away from the 9th evolution, ready to break through at any moment. Sure, since you're picking the spot, let's head to the quarry. The quarry outside the city had been pretty much fully mined by Chinja and had long been abandoned. There wasn't a single soul in this massive place, leaving only half a bald mountain standing. The ground, covered in sand and gravel, was blown by the freezing air day after day, and the sharp edges had frozen over, making them just as sharp as regular blades. The entire area was about 6 or 7 football fields wide. It's perfect for a fight. Ao pulled out a black, 2-meter blade. The handguard featured a roaring tiger head. Pressing the switch, a white blade light shot out. Overall, it was a bit shorter than Yanmo. It was custom-made, taking his height into account. Right from the start, Yang Ao pushed it to 2nd gear. My blade is different from yours. Yours is burning hot like fire, while mine is cold as ice. With that, he slashed the ground. Sure enough, wherever the blade passed, a layer of ice formed. That's insanely awesome. Lin Chin really admired Wang Xiaoming's wild imagination. No wonder there wasn't any cold air being vaporized the moment he pulled it out. What's the name of your blade? It doesn't have a name yet. Want me to help you think of one? How about Xie Ying Crazy Blade? What a badass name. Yang Ao almost clapped in approval, but the moment he remembered it was Lin Chin who came up with it. He didn't really want to use it anymore. He said, nah, it doesn't sound that good. I think the name I came up with earlier is way better. Oh, really? What were you planning to call it then? Shui Ying Crazy Blade. Lin Chin cursed inside. What a shameless prick. If you actually came up with that name first, I'll wash my hair doing a handstand. You clearly just plagiarized. My idea. But since he got called out, he quickly changed a single word on the spot. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, my last name isn't Lin. Call it whatever the hell you want. Are you ready? Here I come. Bring it on. He drew Yanmo, and an 8-meter-long red blade light flared out, unleashing its 1st gear. 1500-degree heat. The surrounding cold air instantly vaporized into thick clouds of steam. With a loud roar of heaven-slicing draw, Lin Chin left a spiderweb-shaped crater where he stood. His figure crossed a distance of 100 meters in an instant. He steps right up to Yang Ao. Their figures flash past each other in an instant. Yang Ao is sent flying dozens of meters. His snow shadow blade clatters to the ground nearby. Across his chest, a massive slash rips through half his body armor, leaving a deep gash. It was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through completely. The fight was over in a single clash. Yang Ao lies there, flat on his back, spread-eagled, staring blankly up at the sky without saying a word. He had been waiting a whole month for this duel, to ensure a completely fair fight. He even held back from breaking through to his 9th evolution, just so they could have an all-out, thrilling battle. The moment it started, he activated his upper body armament, and pushed his blade to Gear 2. But Lin Qing didn't even use his armament, and Flame Demon was only in Gear 1. He even called out his move before striking. Yet somehow, Yang Ao still got instantly one-shotted. If Flame Demon had been in Gear 2, or if that slash had targeted his head, he'd already be dead. Was the gap between them really this massive? Footsteps approach, and Lin Qing's annoying face comes into view. My bad. I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Is this guy even speaking human? Yang Ao wanted to cry right then and there. Pulling himself together, he scrambled to his feet and yelled, "You young people have zero sportsmanship. You blindsided me before we even said start. I didn't even have my guard up. Are you sure that if we did this again, you could actually block my Heaven Slicing Draw?" Heaven Slicing Draw. What a badass name. Yang Ao felt another wave of jealousy, making a mental note to come up with an equally cool name. For his own moves later, of course I could. Who do you think I am? Alright, let's go again then. Actually, never mind. I've got a meeting to get to right now. No time. Let's do it tomorrow instead. Yang Ao turned on his heel and walked away. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. If he got one-shotted again, he wouldn't even be able to show his face. Before this, he never doubted how powerful Lin Qin was. But deep down, he was still stubborn. He felt like Lin Qin, the so-called #1 expert in the world, was a bit overrated. Second gear Yanmo, 5,000-degree heat. Ordinary armor was like wet paper in front of him. No one could take a single strike. But now, he realized he was dead wrong. They both had 8 evolutions. His blood-drawing Mad Blade wasn't any weaker than Yanmo, and yet, he still got one-shotted. You couldn't just blame it on a better weapon. The only explanation was the gap between their skills. Nicholas 6-tube, please. Trying to mess with me? Watching Yang Ao flee in panic, Lin Qin smirked. A frog popped out of nowhere and grumbled on the side. 8 evolutions and 70% compatibility, fighting someone with 28%. You even had to use the Heaven Slicing Draw technique. What do you have to be so proud of? Lin Qin didn't argue. He just tossed over a few crystals. You're a beast, bro. Totally awesome. May you get 10,000 wives. Once the crystals went down its throat, the frog instantly did a complete 180. What a spineless flip-flopper. Seeing that no one was around, Lin Qin took out Yanmo and continued practicing. His swings were sometimes fierce, sometimes a blend of hard and soft. He struck from different angles with different styles. A simple, ordinary swing, and he turned it into pure art. In the distance, Yang Ao, who had doubled back, initially wanted to say a few more words to Lin Qin, and happened to witness this exact scene. He froze on the spot. No wonder I lost. It was just a simple swing, yet Lin Qin practiced it over and over without getting tired. If he isn't strong, who is? Outsiders only see him slaughtering everyone with Yanmo, one-shotting 8 evolution experts. Who sees the sheer effort he puts in behind the scenes? All for that split second of glory. How long did he practice that single, lethal slash? Even without extra training, Lin Qin is an absolute master. He originally wanted to go back and break through to the 9th stage of evolution before fighting again. But Yang Ao immediately dismissed that thought. The gap between them was just too wide, and it wasn't something a simple level-up could bridge. Taking one last, deep look at that hard-working figure, Yang Ao walked away. Combining physical strength and inner energy, but what exactly is inner energy? You can think of it as the crystal energy inside your body. Right next to Lin Qin, a frog, with its hands clasped behind its head, was lying on the ground with its legs crossed, casually giving pointers. Man, just lounging around every day under the crystal mirror, eating ginseng. I'm totally satisfied. At this rate, if I just play it safe for another 3 to 5 years, I can finally return to my home planet. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lin Qin unleashed a slash. His hand froze in midair, his expression completely locked. In utter disbelief, he turned his head to look at the frog. That slash just now, it felt off. But where? I don't know, but for a split second, it felt like the energy inside me was about to surge right out through the blade. Let me see you do that again, the frog said. The frog sat up, and Lin Qin swung his blade once more. But this time, it was completely ordinary, with none of that previous feeling. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Flipping him the bird, the frog rolled over to go back to sleep. I freaking sat up for this, and you show me times that? No, really. Just now, there really was this indescribable feeling. With its back turned to him, the frog's eyes narrowed slightly. It muttered to itself, I didn't expect this kid to be so talented. At this rate, it won't be long before he actually reaches times realm. By evening, returning to Chinja with a 71% compatibility rate, Lin Qin arrived at the rest area, only to see Ye Dang and Feng Ping. Where are the other two? The moment the words left his mouth, he knew he'd asked a completely stupid question. Huang Kuan is in Chinja with his clueless parents. We haven't seen him in forever. He's definitely off keeping his parents company. With a heavy sigh, wearing a massive felt hat, a black trench coat, and long black boots, Ye Dang took a massive drag from his cigarette. Now, it's just the three of us left, the orphaned chosen ones. Since I don't have parents, I've always felt so out of place around normal people like them. As he spoke, he pulled down the brim of his hat to block his view. Damn, he's so freaking cool. With half of his body stuck in the ground, and only his head sticking out. Feng Ping stared at Ye Dang's sharp, chiseled profile, absolute envy eating him up inside. In his mecha form, Ye Dang stood at nearly 1.9 meters tall. His naturally delicate, handsome facial features, paired with a body of solid steel, gave him an extra touch of masculinity. His build was even better than a professional bodybuilder's. He could literally pose as a living classical statue. Just then, the glowing red cherry of his cigarette sparked, illuminating his sharp, chiseled cheekbones. Picking up a solid steel brick from the ground, Lin Qin writhed it in her hand, then violently hurled it right at Ye Dang. Bam! Cut the edgelord crap. Can't you just talk like a normal person? Getting smacked in the head by the steel plate, Ye Dang fell to the ground, his nose completely crooked. Sobbing, he whined, "What do you mean I'm not talking normally? Why the hell did you hit me? I'm beating some sense into you. You're a perfectly fine mecha man. Why the hell are you acting so dark and brooding all the time? You don't even have lungs, so why are you smoking? And where did you even get those clothes? I thought your last outfit was destroyed in the battle? I'm only brave enough to smoke precisely because I don't have lungs, damn it." Too afraid to say his thoughts out loud, Ye Dang meekly muttered, a ghost gave it to me while I was on night shift. Wait, didn't you say you borrowed it?" Feng Ping was confused. Borrowing is basically receiving a gift, Ye Dang argued self-righteously. Didn't you see all those banners hanging all over the streets? I saw them. What did they say? Coming here is just like coming home. Exactly. Ye Dang slapped his thigh. If you're taking a few clothes from your own home, how can you call that borrowing? Damn, you're shameless. But you always have an excuse. Feng Ping pulled his head back into the ground to rest, transforming into a heavy truck. Lin Qing parallel parked and turned off his engine. We're down 2 people. So let's push the meeting to tomorrow. We've been traveling for 2 straight days, and everyone is exhausted. Get some rest. As he spoke, he cast a quick glance with his headlights. Seeing that Ye Dang was disfigured, he let out a sigh of relief. No one in this squad can be more handsome than me. Ye Dang said, "Hey, Captain, you should rest. I just can't seem to fall asleep, so I think I'll go out for a walk. Come back early and don't start any trouble." Flashing an okay sign, Ye Dang adjusted his clothes and left. Once he was far enough to be sure Ling Qin wasn't watching, he pulled out a crystal and swallowed it. His deformed nose bridge instantly straightened back out. My head can roll, my blood can flow, but my good looks must stay. With a bunch of freaks like you guys, the only thing I've got going for me is this handsome face of mine. Pulling out a cigarette, Ye Dang lit it and shoved both hands deep into his pockets, strolling calmly down the street. He had quite a few girls turning their heads to check him out. But once they got a closer look and saw that his handsome features were made of cold, hard steel, they all walked away in disappointment. Mecha guys are solid metal from head to toe. No girl could handle that. He just wasn't their type. After surviving the apocalypse for so long, Jingzhou had completely stabilized. In the most bustling districts, there were even clothing stores, cosmetics shops, and businesses like jewelry stores and restaurants. Now, the only poor ones left were families without mecha humans. But for those who owned vehicles, the apocalypse had actually made their lives better. Even though they themselves could no longer enjoy good food, that didn't stop their wives and children from living the good life. This was why business-savvy merchants had opened up shops in these prime locations. However, items here weren't purchased with Kinjo's new currency, but with expensive crystals. As Ye Dang walked down the commercial street, he spotted a pair of black leather gloves in a shop window. He looked at them, then down at his own pitch-black metallic hand. Without hesitation, he walked right inside. When he came out, he was wearing the leather gloves, which, combined with his long sleeves, perfectly covered his mechanical hands. That feels much better. But looking at his reflection in the window, his cold, expressionless face was still a dead giveaway. Anyone could tell at a glance that he was a mecha human. Looking around, Ye Dang slipped into a cosmetics shop. In the middle of the night, Lin Qin heard footsteps. He turned on his headlights and slowly drove over to look. There stood a young man dressed in a sharp black suit, carrying a bunch of shopping bags. He had handsome, striking features, with long hair draping over his shoulders. He looked a bit like Chan Honam. No, actually, he was even handsomer. Hold it right there, friend. You've got the wrong place, Lin Chin warned him coldly. A voice came through. It's me, as he grinned. Yi Dang flashed a wide, toothy grin. I just bought a few suits. Do I look human now? What the hell? Lin Chin was totally speechless. Your arm, is it dyed white? Yeah, dyed. Originally, I just wanted to wear gloves, but then I thought, I can't keep wearing them forever, so I just went ahead and dyed my face too. The hair is just a wig stiffened with 502 superglue, and my eyebrows are drawn on. Why the hell did you make yourself look so ridiculously flashy? Isn't having all that strength enough to make you proud? Isn't having your junk turn into solid steel enough to make you proud? You just don't get it. Yi Dang carefully steps over a puddle on the ground, pulls out some tissue, and wipes the edges of his leather shoes clean. Looking cool is secondary. It's all about playing the underdog so I can catch them off guard. I mean, look at me dressed up like this. Who would ever guess I'm a 6 times purified motorcycle bot? If I suddenly blast them out of nowhere, they're bound to bite the dust. Right? Lin Qing's mouth twitches. The problem is, this outfit is going to be ruined after just one fight. And what are you going to do when it's time to run? It's not like you can change your clothes before transforming into a motorcycle. I already thought of that. These aren't just any ordinary leather shoes. They're made from the carcass of a steel beast. They're indestructible, he says, facing a wall. He throws a side kick. With a loud crash, the wall collapses. Ye Dang gently dusts off his shoes and transforms. There's really no other way. When it's time to run for my life, this outfit is definitely going to be ruined. But hey, I know which is more important. My life or some clothes. Holy crap. Hearing their conversation, Fang Ping pokes his head out, getting a clear look at Ye Dang's outfit. He mutters to himself, damn, Brother Dang is a total badass. Please call me Captain Nicholas 6. The frog speaks up. This kid is a real piece of work. Inside Lin Qing's cockpit, the frog sighs with emotion as he watches. Maybe this is the path he was meant to take. At the end of the day, a motorcycle is still just a motorcycle. No matter how fast you go, what's the point? Are you going to spend your whole life running away? If you want to climb higher in this chaotic world, you have to risk your neck. Just running away all the time won't get you very far. Ye Dang. Even if he's no match for those giant beasts in raw strength, with 2 weapons in hand now, it's not like he doesn't stand a chance. If he only focused on speed and did nothing but run, even the frog would look down on him a bit. Suit yourself, Lin, Qin said, closing his eyes to rest. Sensing that something was off with his tone, Fang Ping and Ye Dang were momentarily stunned, but they didn't feel right asking. Looking at Ye Dang, Lin Qin couldn't help but think of his past life. Ever since they first met, he had felt that this kid was way gutsier than he had been back when the cataclysm started. Not long after, he already dared to hit the streets with a gun to fight those steel beasts. Sure enough, only those who aren't afraid to die can make it this far. Since joining the team, Ye Dang hadn't really played a huge role, but he gave it his all in every single battle. His 6 evolutions weren't just some charity handed to him by others. As everyone's strength kept rising, he probably realized that the help he could offer was getting smaller and smaller. So that's why he got himself a humanoid form, planning to fight the steel beasts head-on from now on. Lin Qin felt that. If he had had that kind of courage back then, he wouldn't have spent 10 years just to reach his 5th evolution. Once the night passed, Huang Kuan and Zhujiang still hadn't returned. Lin Qin spoke up. For now, you're free to do what you want. Let their family have some time to catch up and bond. We'll talk about business tomorrow. Captain, where are you going? Seeing Lin Qin about to leave, Ye Dang, who was slowly getting dressed, asked, who sleeps in their clothes anyway? This suit cost him a 2nd evolution crystal. Its original store price was tens of thousands of dollars. What if it gets all wrinkled? Hunting outside the city, Lin Qin replied. I'm coming too. Quickly taking off his suit, Ye Dang stuffed the clothes into his travel bag, slung the version 2.0 rifle on his back, along with his Tang Dao and his bag of crystals. Although the blade was very short, he still paired it with a scabbard over a meter long. Lin Qing transformed into a heavy truck, speeding down the road. Seeing that Ye Dang hadn't caught up, he felt a bit strange. At a speed of over 500 kilometers per hour, he should have been much faster than him. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that dozens of meters behind him, this kid was actually running on his own 2 legs. Well, this is getting interesting, the frog muttered, with a cigarette from God knows where hanging from his mouth. Standing on his short legs, he stared into the rearview mirror. Why don't you try speeding up a bit more? I didn't dare do it in the city. Driving too fast, I mean. Lin Qing had been maintaining a steady speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Hearing the frog's words, he pressed down on the gas pedal, pushing the speedometer needle to 50 kilometers per hour. To him, this was a snail's pace, but to an ordinary person, it was the absolute limit. Even if the fastest runner in the world chased them, Trying to maintain this speed, they would pass out from oxygen deprivation in 3 minutes. But that was only for ordinary people. For a body of steel, especially for Ye Dang, who excelled in speed, this was a total piece of cake. He followed unhurriedly as they made their way out of the city. Lin Qing accelerated to 100 kilometers per hour. Behind him, Ye Dang was running his feet off, but he could still barely keep up. But when they hit 120 kilometers, his figure began to fall back. He couldn't keep up anymore. At over 30 meters per second, I think he's a better fit to learn the heaven-slicing draw sword technique than you, the frog remarked casually. Ye Dang has only gone through 6 purifications, and his compatibility isn't very high either. If he reaches 8 purifications and gets the same compatibility as Lin Qing, his speed will 100% be faster than Lin Qing's is now. And more importantly, Ye Dang is a towering 6'3", meaning he faces almost zero air resistance when swinging his blade. Plus, since speed is his specialty, his instant explosive power is 100% greater than Lin Qing's. Go ahead and tell him, if he can catch up, I've got a massive reward waiting for him. Wow. Looking to replace your man already? Figures. Not a single frog is decent. Without even turning her head, Lin Qing shouted to the back, if you can catch up in 10 seconds, I'll give you a chance to completely change your destiny. Whoosh. A violent gust of wind swept through, snapping the branches along the roadside. The asphalt road cracked open, leaving behind a deep footprint. With a loud times thud, a black figure slammed onto the roof of Lin Qing's car in the blink of an eye. Captain! What's this opportunity? Ye Dang's head spun, his vision blurring, and all the strength drained from his body. Those last few seconds had required every ounce of his explosive power. He could only keep up that level of output for a brief moment. It looked incredibly badass. But now, with a sudden shudder, everything suddenly felt completely hollow. He just wanted to lie flat on the car roof, close his eyes, blissfully puff on a cigarette, and sleep for a good couple of hours. Holy crap. Wasn't he just 200 meters back? The cigarette fell right out of the frog's mouth. I still underestimated him. The massive pair of footprints on the roof had almost caved the ceiling in. Lin Qing's heart ached for her car, and she immediately lost the will to speak. The frog rolled down the window, and Ye Dang swung his hands in, squeezing his way inside. Hey, frog bro. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought a few crystals to help fill your belly. Now that's what I call considerate. Of course, wait. Ye Dang froze. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Captain, your frog just talked. Lin Qing snapped. Do you think I don't fucking know that? Captain, quiet down. I thought Lin Qing didn't believe me. Ye Dang looked at the frog helplessly, feeling a chill run down his spine. What kind of monster are you? Anyway, the frog let out a sly chuckle. To tell you the truth, I'm actually an ancient powerhouse. During a great war, my physical body was destroyed, so my soul is temporarily residing in this body. You've got a good heart. You're hardworking, and you've got real grit. So, I'm thinking of throwing some good fortune your way. Instantly, only one thought flashed through Ye Dang's mind. My cheat code mentor has finally arrived. I knew it. How could someone whose parents are both gone just live an ordinary life? I'm finally about to make it big. Master, if you need anything in the future, just say the word. I'd climb mountains of blades or walk through fire for you without even blinking. The frog patted its round, white belly. Well, I'm starving, and I need to eat some crystals. No problem at all. Ye Dang immediately handed over all the crystals he had on him. That included 2 5-times purified ones. Before heading to Chinja, they had cleared out an entire city. They had gathered dozens of grade 7 crystals. Search. He was allocated 6 of them. He'd already consumed 2, and the rest were meant to be kept as backups. But now, he had suddenly given 2 to the frog, leaving him with only 2 left. Ha ha ha. I like you, kid. Seeing the grade 7 crystals, the frog's eyes lit up with excitement. Only then did Ye Dang realize something. The frog wasn't actually speaking with its mouth. No wonder the captain couldn't hear a thing. This had to be that legendary telepathic transmission. Lin Qing sighed inwardly, thinking he was still too naive. Sure enough, right after devouring the crystals, the frog began pitching his theory about compatibility rates. Eat fewer crystals. Before you reach 80% compatibility, you should avoid eating them as much as possible. Wait, if I don't eat them, then what should I do with the crystals? Why? Hand them over to me so I can keep them safe for you. Of course. Just like that. Ye Dang stood there like a total fool, handing over the bag of crystals on his back. Once they reached the training field, Lin Qing was off to the side, practicing his blade swings, while the frog hopped right onto Ye Dang's head. Using his mental energy, he beamed the battle hymn directly into his mind, along with a whole set of close combat techniques. Having finished all of this, the frog's eyelids drooped with exhaustion. He muttered weakly. To pass these skills on to you, kid, I had to sacrifice hundreds of years of my cultivation. I really need to munch on a few crystals to recover. You don't mind, do you? Senior. Tears welled up in Ye Daeng's eyes. Deeply moved, he cried, "Please, don't say that. It's not like I have any use for these crystals right now anyway. If you need them, eat as much as you want." Awesome. Dragging the heavy bag of crystals, the frog suddenly perked right up, hopping aside to crunch on them happily. He glanced back at them. Both Lin Qing and Ye Daeng were completely focused on their training. If you lift a frog from the bottom of a well up to the edge and let it catch a glimpse of the vast sky, will that vision be just a fleeting moment, causing it to fall right back down after one quick look, or will it soar straight up into the heavens and conquer a much wider world? With 4 dots now recruited, in the Zhantian squad, Yi Daeng had the weakest foundation among the official members. Lin Qing had 10 years of combat experience, combined with his heavy truck origins, which immediately placed him in the top tier right after the Cataclysm. The arrival of the Balrog made him even more formidable, and with the added buffs of the Battle Song and the Heaven-Slaying Blade Draw technique, he was already far ahead of 99% of the other mechs. As for Huang Kuan, being a giant mining dump truck, he was basically a walking cheat code. Ordinary mechs couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. Even the frog admitted his combat talent was incredibly high. With both factors combined, it was impossible for him not to be overpowered. The monk started out as a sports car mech, which was pretty standard, but his mental strength was absolutely insane. He could actually control the steel beasts, doubling his combat power at critical moments. He was even stronger in close-quarters combat, having trained in martial arts for over 10 years. At his level, he can easily go toe-to-toe with absolute royalty. Only Ye Daeng was just an ordinary guy before everything changed. He'd never been in a fight, let alone learned martial arts. Just totally average. Throw him in a crowd, and you wouldn't find a single thing that stands out. When fighting those steel beasts, he relied entirely on guns. He'd empty a whole magazine, and if the beast didn't die, he'd just turn tail and run. But now that the steel beasts have grown stronger, and guns are completely useless against them, he'd literally end up driving a delivery scooter on the streets. After finding an empty spot to practice, Ye Daeng followed the techniques the frog had transmitted into his mind, practicing them punch by punch, kick by kick. He didn't realize it at first, but once he started, it blew his mind. After training for a little while, he realized just how sloppy his old fighting style was, and how incredibly childish it had been. This made him feel even more grateful to the frog. After practicing for 2 hours, Yi Daeng took a break. Seeing him staring intently at Lin Qin as she swung her blade, the frog warned, "My identity must remain a secret. Don't let anyone else find out. Not even the captain?" Even now, he still had no idea Lin Qin and the frog had teamed up behind his back long ago. He just watched them talk to themselves every day, without really understanding their connection. "By the way, Senior, why did you choose me? Am I actually the chosen one?" Yi Daeng couldn't help but grin. But further away, Lin Qin overheard their conversation, and her mouth twitched in annoyance. "He only chose you because you're gullible and easy to fool. But honestly, I'm glad you're the one dealing with him now. He was milking me dry every single day, turning a rich landlord like me into a broke peasant." The frog chuckled awkwardly. "Didn't I tell you? You're hardworking, humble, and have great determination. And? What else? What else is there?" The frog racked its brains. He was highly talented, incredibly handsome, and even knew how to respect his elders and cherish the young. Ye Daeng nodded with satisfaction, though it was hard to tell if he was pleased with his talent or just happy about being so handsome. "Senior, this battle song is so hard to learn. Is there some kind of shortcut I can take?" "Sure there is," the frog replied, gesturing with his chin toward Lin Qin. "Just fight whenever you have some free time. The more you fight, the faster you'll level up." With a look of resolve in his eyes, Yi Daeng walked up to Lin Qin step by step and called out, "Captain, how about a little sparring?" Cough, the frog, who had just swallowed a crystal, almost choked to death. "Are you out of your freaking mind? Of all the people you could challenge, why him?" Lin Qin sheathed his blade, not even bothering to equip his armor. He was going to face him completely bare-handed. "Captain, I'm not the same guy I used to be." After being ordinary for so many years, his legendary cheat code mentor had finally arrived. It was finally his time to be a total badass. A vision of the future flashed in Ye Daeng's mind. Many years from now, he would plant his blade in the ground, standing there and looking around, unable to find a single worthy opponent. The once towering hurricane would be nothing but a breeze beneath his feet. "It's fine. Come at me." Lin Qin thought for a moment and put one hand behind his back. Using both hands would just be bullying. Boom. Shattering the rocks beneath his feet, Yi Daeng exploded with his full power. His blade unleashed a slash at the speed of light. "With this single strike, my fate will be mine to command, not the heavens. With this single strike, a brand new chapter of this world will begin. With this single strike, I will make my name echo throughout the entire land." Glancing at him, Lin Qin decided to put his other hand behind his back as well, sidestepping to dodge the blade. He whipped his leg out in a sidekick. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like he got blasted by a cannonball. Yedang flew backward in a straight line. The first bang was the sound of a whip kick connecting. The second bang was him smashing straight through a hollowed-out hillside. And the third was him hitting the ground and rolling over a dozen times. What a tragedy. Even the frog covered its eyes, unable to watch. Lin Qing is an 8th purification heavy truck, with over 70% compatibility. Even if he didn't put his full power into that kick, it still wasn't something a 6th purification motorcycle like Ye Dang could ever hope to withstand. Naturally, he was knocked out cold right on the spot. Ye Dang finally woke up around evening. After changing his clothes, he said he was going to relieve himself. Fang Ping was totally dumbfounded. He actually needs to use the bathroom? Who knows? Just let him go. As Lin Qing walked over, a few seconds later, a heart-wrenching, agonizing cry echoed from the alley. A few minutes later, Huang Kuan came back from checking things out, muttering and cursing under his breath. There's some psycho in the alley over there, wailing like a banshee. By the time Lin Qing and Ye Dang finished relieving themselves, Huang Kuan and Zhizhang had both returned. They were just waiting on him. Here comes the handsome guy. Are your folks doing okay? Huang Kuan turned around and saw a young guy with the exact same hairstyle as Chan Ho Nam from Young and Dangerous. In -30-degree weather, the guy was actually wearing a fucking suit and leather shoes. Who are you supposed to be? Ye Dang seemed to think this outfit was pretty trendy. Ye Dang pulled a wool overcoat out of his duffel bag and threw it on over the suit. To make it match better, he even put on a pair of black gloves. Huang Kuan and Zhizhang were both completely baffled. What kind of crazy trip is this guy on? They simultaneously turned their heads to look at Lin Qing. Lin Qing shook his head slightly and pointed to his head, gesturing that they must be out of their minds. Now that everyone's here, let's start the meeting. Without offering any further explanation, Lin Qing then quickly laid out the situation with Jiang Yanjun. The higher-ups want us to convince Four Dots to change his ways and get back on the right track. What do you all think? Amitabha, Four Dots' sins are far too deep. Honestly, I think we should just send him to meet the Buddha. Hehe. I know he's technically one of our own from Qingfeng Fortress, but he committed such a massive crime. We have to handle this strictly by the book. No playing favorites. If Four Dots doesn't die, it won't satisfy the public's outrage. Yi Dang looked completely dazed. Wait, Four Dots? Is Four Dots really one of our own? Isn't Jiang Yanjun supposed to be our opponent? Since when did he become one of us? The grown-ups are speaking, so kids should keep out of it. Huang Kuan glared at him, then muttered, Amitabha, Four Dots, Lin Qing, and I are like brothers. Once he passes away, Qingfeng Fortress must give him a truly grand send-off, so our other brothers don't feel neglected. Damn it. To think Jiang Yanjun was actually using their name to recruit people and build his own army. Hundreds of thousands of mecha warriors. This was absolutely insane. Since they were using the name of Qingfeng Fortress anyway, Lin Qing might as well wipe out Jiang Yanjun first, and then take over those hundreds of thousands of mecha warriors. With hundreds of thousands of underlings, the number of steel beasts they'd hunt down every single day would be an astronomical figure. They wouldn't even need that much. If they just handed over 20% of their loot to the few of them, their evolution speed would shoot through the roof. It wasn't just Zhizhang. Huang Kuan had also realized it. The later the stage, the slower the evolution became. If they solely relied on hunting steel beasts on their own, it would take forever to evolve. It was high time they built a faction of their own. And right on cue, someone had just handed them the perfect opportunity on a silver platter. They're still using that damn Qingfeng Fort name. If anyone deserved to die, it was Jiang Yanjun. Since we're all in agreement, then let's deal with Sitong. I got all the details from Yang Ao. It's over 1,000 kilometers away, in a place called Donghai City. We'll head out tomorrow morning, and we should be there by nightfall. In Fengcheng, after giving Yang Ao a heads up the next morning, Lin Qing took Fang Ping, Huang Kuan, Ye Daying, and Zhizhang. And they left Chinja. Seeing that Ye Daying wasn't transforming into his motorcycle, but was instead wearing a leather jacket and combat boots, running along behind them, Huang Kuan was utterly confused. Is this guy crazy? Just ignore him. Lin Qing knew what Ye Dang was up to. He was planning on going the close combat route, getting used to his physical body in advance. We'll take a detour on the way back, to find Bai Luomei and settle what we're owed. Are you serious? Huang Kuan groaned inwardly. Little White Dragon had died by their hands, and he was the one who swallowed the crystal. If they went to Fancheng now, Old Man Bai would surely chop them into pieces. The note Bai Luomei wrote is still right here, in black and white, so why wouldn't we dare to collect? Besides, we're not wanted fugitives anymore. What's there to fear? Captain, you're awesome. The monk looked full of admiration. But my stomach hurts a bit today, so why don't you guys go in first? I'll catch up later. Huang Kuan immediately chimed in. Last night my dad checked the almanac, and said the southwest direction clashes with my zodiac, so I shouldn't go in that direction anytime soon. I'll just wait for you guys outside Fancheng. Just call me if anything happens. He was the one who dug out White Dragon's crystal, and he was the one who swallowed it. Talk about a deep grudge. If Lin Qing was second on the hit list, he'd definitely be first. With the revenge for a dead son on the line, there's no way Bai Hancheng would let this slide. I never said I was going to make you two go anyway. Just as Lin Qing was about to speak, Fang Ping poked his head out from underground. Since even those two aren't going, I definitely don't dare to go. I plan to send Xiao Ying. His appearance is pretty much like a human, so nobody will suspect him. Damn. Huang Kuan and Zhejiang both gave Lin Qing the middle finger, in their minds at the same time. After bragging for so long, it turned out he wasn't planning on going in either. Captain, I don't mind going, but if something happens, you've got to bail me out. Yi Dang hadn't forgotten that Fan Cheng had an 8th evolution by Xin. Small stuff. Bai Luo wouldn't dare keep you. If he does, I'll bring the team and level Fan Cheng. Outside Fan Cheng, Lin Qing and the others hid on the mountain. Yi Dang changed into a suit shirt, threw a black trench coat over it, and walked into Fan Cheng. There was no check. He just gave a fake name, and walked right in with ease. As a cold wind blew, Ye Dang pulled up his collar. With his hands in his pockets, he gripped Tang Bao, who was hidden under his trench coat. The rifle was too conspicuous, so he hadn't brought it. After asking around a few times, and confirming Bai Luomei's residence, he headed straight for the front gate of a high school in the city center. Outside, there was a whole line of armed motorcycle mechanoids. Ye Dang didn't try to force his way in. Instead, he slipped around to the school's back gate. He looked up at the reinforced 10-meter-high wall and the 2-meter-high electric fence on top. He took a few steps back, built up some speed, and dashed forward. When he was 3 meters from the wall, he stamped his foot hard. Leaping into the air like a graceful wild goose, he cleared the electric fence by a hair's breadth and landed inside the walls. Freeze! Hands in the air. Yi Dang quickly raised his hands and slowly turned around. Behind him stood a young woman with a ponytail, who was quite easy on the eyes, pointing a handgun right at him. Looking at the steaming puddle on the ground, and then at the girl's blushing, embarrassed face, Ye Dang seemed to realize what was going on. Didn't your mother ever teach you that girls shouldn't play with guns? Don't move. Take another step and I'll shoot you dead. Who are you? Why did you climb over the wall? I'm a friend of Miss Bai's. Yi Dang smirked as he slowly stepped forward. By the way, your safety is still on. You're not going to hit anyone like that. The girl was pretty sure she had taken the safety off, but because of what Ye Dang said, she reflexively looked down to check anyway. In that single second, her head was down. A dark shadow lunged at her. She was instantly pinned against the wall. With her back slammed against the cold wall, she completely froze in shock. Her mouth was covered, making it impossible to scream, and the only thing she could do was pull the trigger, hoping the noise would draw the patrol. I told you guns are dangerous. Come on, gorgeous. Why wouldn't you just listen to me? Yi Dang slips a finger right behind the trigger, jamming it so the girl can't pull it. Yi Dang flashes a wicked grin. Go ahead, scream. Scream just one more time, and I swear, before anyone else gets here, I'll strip those clothes right off you. With tears welling up in her eyes, the girl forces back her sobs. Where does Bai Luomei live? Ye Dang lets go of her mouth. Building A, room 305. Take me there. Fine. He crushes her gun into a crumpled mess and tosses it over the wall. Yi Dang drapes an arm over her shoulder, asking as they walk. So, what's your name? Bai Qian. What's your number? 34C. Ye Dang is completely speechless. I was asking for your age. 17. Bai Qian mumbles quietly. If I just walk out like this, won't I get caught? No way. There are thousands of people living in this high school. Except for that one building. I don't really have many close friends. Ye Dang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Look, I'm just looking for someone. I'm not going to hurt you, so don't try anything funny. At this close range, if I wanted you dead, you couldn't run even if you tried. He slowly walked onto the school's sports field. Yi Dang immediately spotted Bai Xin, who had already undergone 8 evolutions. His pupils shrank in shock. His grip tightened on Bai Qian's shoulder. If your eyes are dry, you'd better blink and moisten them now. If I catch you blinking in a bit, don't blame me for being ruthless to a delicate flower like you. And without my permission, you are not allowed to talk to anyone. Yeah, I understand. There weren't many people on the field, just a few scattered here and there. Ye Dang found it strange. Why was everyone looking at him so weirdly? To avoid Bai Xin, he purposely led Bai Qian along the very edge of the field. Just as they were about to slip away, Bai Xin strode right over. Both of them froze. Who is he? Bai Xin asked. His eyes, however, were glaring straight at Ye Dang. He's my friend. Your boyfriend? Yeah, Bai Qian looked down, nodding gently. What's with all this grabbing and pulling in public? It's disgraceful. Kid, if you don't let her go right now, believe it or not, I'll chop your hand off. Not daring to talk back, Ye Daiying let his hand slide off Bai Qianqian's shoulder, a stiff smile plastered on his face. Get lost, Bai Xin yelled, an inexplicable anger welling up inside him. Sure, the guy was handsome, but why the hell was he hitting on a 17-year-old girl in his early 20s? That's freaking illegal, you know, but getting lost? That was out of the question. The moment he walked away, Bai Qianqian would probably sell him out the very next second. Yi Daiying snapped himself out of it. He calmly said, "We're truly in love." Bai Xin scoffed in disbelief. It was the first time any human had ever dared to speak to him like that. Just as he was preparing to teach this long-haired kid a lesson, Bai Qianqian spoke up. "Brother, please, just let us go. I'll explain everything to you later." Cough, cough, hack. Ye Daiying coughed violently, cursing under his breath. Son of all the people to grab as a guide, how did he end up with Bai Xin's little sister? Now he was completely screwed. Before he could say more, Bai Qianqian grabbed Ye Daiying by the hand and bolted. Once they were far enough away, they leaned against a pillar of a school building. Bai Qianqian's chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath, panting heavily. "Is Bai Xin your actual brother?" Ye Daiying asked. "He's my cousin. Our grandpas are brothers." Hearing this, Ye Daiying finally let out a sigh of relief. "Good. Thank goodness he's not your real brother." "Wait, do you know him?" Bai Qianqian asked. "We've crossed paths a few times, but we're not close." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Daiying growled, "Cut the crap. Are you interrogating me? Or am I interrogating you? Just lead the way." "Damn it. I almost let my secret slip. Then could you move that stick first? It's poking me." Bai Qianqian's face flushed a deep red as she pointed down. She had held back those words for a long time. From the very beginning, there was something on Ye Daiying's body that kept poking her from time to time. Following her gaze down, Ye Daiying said awkwardly, "This is a knife hilt, not a stick." Bai Qianqian boldly reached out and grabbed it. "Oh, it really is a knife hilt. What kind of knife do you need to hide in such a secretive place? Hey, hands off. This is my prized possession. Just lead the way and stop talking so much. I'm saying this for your own good. They're going to search everyone before we go upstairs. They won't let you up if you're carrying a weapon. Just give the knife to me. If I say it's mine, they won't confiscate it. You've got some nerve." In the stairwell, Bai Qianqian sized up the straight blade in her hand. Honestly, it looks pretty badass. But when she drew it, she almost died laughing. Is this thing meant for peeling fruit? It's barely 20 centimeters long. It can't even kill anyone. Yi Daiying snatched back the hilt and stuffed it into his coat, leaving only the sheath for Bai Qianqian. "Hey, sis, 20 plus centimeters is definitely not short. As for whether it can kill, I'm not in a position to answer that." "Huh, quite the talker. I heard that when you cyclebots transform, is times that part times welded shut too?" Clang. Ye Daiying tripped on the stairs, staring wide-eyed at Bai Qianqian. "You've got one hell of an imagination, but I can't answer that for you. It's not like I'm a cyclebot." "Oh, keep pretending. Even though you look human, your body has absolutely no warmth when you touch me. Plus, don't you think your body is rock hard?" Bai Qianqian rubbed her sore shoulder. "What normal person has arms this heavy?" Ye Daiying muttered, "My bad. I'll try to be more careful next time." Arriving at Bai Luomei's room, Bai Qianqian knocked on the door. "I don't even know if my cousin is in. If she's not, there's nothing I can do." "Who is it?" Bai Luomei's voice called out from inside. A few seconds later, the door opened. Ye Daiying waved. "Hey there. Long time no see, Miss Bai." She was wearing a face mask and pajamas. Bai Luomei squinted. "Oh, hey, don't recognize me already? You've even ridden me before." Bai Qianqian's eyes went wide, her mouth hanging open as she stared at them in disbelief. "Wait, wasn't a Cyclebot's times thing times supposed to be welded shut? And they can still do times that?" Pulling out a pocket-sized pistol from behind her, Bai Luomei said coldly, "Speak like a normal person." "It's me. My boss sent me to collect." Yi Daiying took out the note, only for her to snatch it right out of his hand. Bai Luomei crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into her pocket. She walked in and said, "You get out." The second half of that was directed at Bai Qianqian. Then, she shut the door. Bai Luomei sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. "Is Lin Chin here too? They have a new target lately, so they went to take care of it. I'm the only one left here. The notorious bandit Zhang Mazi, a new target handling business." Putting those words together, Bai Luomei rolled her eyes, but deep down, she felt a chill, knowing some poor bastard was about to have a really bad day. With Ling Qing not around, "Aren't you afraid I'll just tear up this note and back out?" "Go ahead and tear it." Ye Daiying chuckled softly. "The note itself doesn't really matter. As long as we say it exists, it exists. As for backing out, well, I'm sure Miss Bai wouldn't do something so foolish. The Qingfeng debt. Who isn't terrified of those words now that Zhang Mazi's name is tied to them? You'd have to be suicidal to dodge a debt with us. An 8th-level evolved being was cut down in a single strike. Before you decide to skip out on the bill, you might want to ask yourself how many slashes you can actually survive. Just wait here. I'll have someone bring the crystals over. The moment Bai Luomei opened the door and left, Bai Qianqian slipped inside, looking like an incredibly curious kid. What were you guys talking about? Oh, nothing. Just that your cousin took a ride last time and didn't pay the fare? You came all this way in secret just for some trivial nonsense like that? And you even kidnapped me? My dear girl, I don't think you actually know what a real kidnapping looks like. Have you ever seen a kidnapper this friendly? Fair point. Bai Qianqian agreed, nodding. When my cousin Bai Long got kidnapped last time, they beat him half to death. In the end, he didn't even make it out alive. Yi Daiying was dying to tell her that they were the ones who did that job. About 10 minutes later, Bai Luomei returned, dragging a huge black bag behind her. Here is the stuff. Take it. Once you leave, we're even. Sounds good to me. There's honor among thieves. Don't let a single word of this get out. Don't worry, we're all about reputation. Slinging the heavy bag over his shoulder with one hand, Yi Daiying walked away without looking back. Bai Qianqian quickly caught up. Is this filled with crystals? What? Is it diamond encrusted or something? Since when does a single ride cost this much? Hey, watch your mouth, little girl. Show some respect, will you? I'm leaving now. Stop following me. All right? Don't mind me, just do your thing. I just want to see how you climb over the wall. I didn't get a chance to see it last time. I didn't get to see it either, Ba. Pervert. Bai Qianqian spat. Peeing in public and you still think you're in the right? I was not peeing in public. That was. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Anyway, my family fed me something, but I didn't like it. So I threw it up when no one was looking. Sure. Whatever you say. I don't even want to talk about this anymore. Yi Daiying shouldered the crystals and walked away. Just as luck, as they passed the playground, that dead-eyed guy, Bai Xin, was still there. Seeing him and Bai Qianqian, that pain in the ass walked right over. Have we met somewhere before? Bai Xin crouched down and sized Ye Daiying up. A lot of people say I look like a celebrity. That's normal, right? Bai Xin threw a sudden punch. Bang. Ye Daiying blocked the punch with one hand, taking a few steps back, as his feet dragged 2 deep parallel lines into the ground. I knew it was you. Bai Xin's eyes narrowed coldly. You're the rider from that motorcycle, aren't you? You actually dared to come back? Who is your target this time? It's a misunderstanding, Ye Daiying said, shaking his hand out. That was just a standard punch from Bai Xin. There wasn't much power behind it. He could easily handle it. I'm actually here to see Miss Luomei. Bai Xin's gaze landed on the ride behind Ye Daiying. Miss Bai gave this to me as a gift. I didn't steal it or anything. As for why she gave it to me, that's not really for me to say. You're better off asking her yourself. Yeah, I can back that up. Bai Qianqian nodded eagerly, like a chicken pecking at grain. I saw Sister Luomei give it to him with my own eyes. They're pretty close. Bai Xin stayed completely silent, no one knowing what was going through his head. After a long silence, he pointed at Bai Qianqian and asked, What's his deal? I'm new around here, so I just needed a guide. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. I've still got things to take care of. Did Lin Qing come too? Nope, just me. You're pretty cocky, aren't you? Damn it. You killed Bai Long and still have the nerve to swagger right into our territory. And now you think you can just walk away? Completely looking down on a 9th evolution powerhouse like him. In just 1 month, and with a massive flood of resources from Fancheng, he had already achieved his 9th evolution, just waiting to run into Lin Qing to settle the score. Not bad. Ye Daiying shrugged, turned around, and walked away. Suddenly, the whistling wind of a punch rushed at him from behind. Ye Daiying spun around and planted a heavy kick right against Bai Xin's fist. His knee bent and snapped straight like a powerful bow, using the massive impact to launch himself back dozens of meters. The moment he landed, he leapt straight down the dozens of stairs of the sports field, vanishing within seconds. Absolutely slick. Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately gave chase. Bai Xin just stood there, making no attempt to move. He knew he would never catch him. Back when the motorcycle was only at its 5th evolution, it could hit 500 kilometers per hour. Now that it was likely at its 6th evolution, its speed would be on a whole different level. Besides, there was no point in chasing him anyway. Yi Daiying knew. Whatever deal Lin Qin and Bai Luomei had going on, although he wasn't entirely sure, he had a pretty good guess. Forcing Ye Daiying to stay would only cause more trouble. Hey, don't you want your scabbard anymore? By the time Bai Qianqian ran over, Ye Daiying was already closing in on the perimeter wall. Keep it. With a sudden, powerful stomp, soaring like a graceful wild goose, Ye Daiying leaped right over the 12-meter tall wall. "What's your name?" Bai Qianqian shouted again, but there was no response from the other side. Outside the city, where the nation suppressed the steel beasts, after making sure he wasn't being followed, Ye Dang headed up the hillside and found Lin Qin and the others in the woods. They handed over the bag of crystals. 15 crystals, all checked. Everything's here. Let's split them. What are we keeping them for anyway? It's not like we can download anything with them. The frog popped out and started spouting nonsense to stir the pot. Right now, it was playing both sides, mooching off both Lin Qin and Ye Dang, just waiting to get paid by both of them. But Lin Qin wasn't buying any of its nonsense. A few crystals won't boost us much anyway. Let's save them as backup for now, and we'll figure it out after we take down Jiang Yanjun. My compatibility is already over 70%. Once it hits 80%, I'm planning to break through to the 9th evolution. If we don't stock up on supplies now, where are we going to find them when we desperately need them? With the crystals safely stowed away, the group set off again. When they stopped at a small town around noon, a helicopter flew overhead, dropping thousands of newspapers before flying off. The White Dove Group had a massive business network. Rumor has it, wherever there are mech humans, they'll have a newsstand set up. That's also where the freshly delivered newspapers always end up. If you want any news, you have to head over to the kiosk yourself. It's not even that expensive to buy one. Just one Tier 1 purification crystal gets you a copy. But today was an exception. The newsstands were handing out thousands of copies completely free of charge. In less than a minute, they were completely wiped out. The moment people read the news, the entire city absolutely erupted. Everyone on the streets was talking about it. Some were laughing out loud in sheer excitement, while others were literally crying tears of joy. Huang Kuan got curious, so he had Ye Dang go grab a copy for them. Under an overpass, the group squatted down as Ye Dang unfolded the paper. The first thing that caught his eye was today's trending topics. Right below it were 10 bold red headlines. The Empire cordially invites mecha warriors with 5 or more evolutions to the Imperial capital, Xiangtan, to team up and wipe out the Iron Beasts. The ranking of the nation's top 10 fighters is finally out. Si Tong of Qingfeng Village shouted out after crushing Base 1. "My big brother is Zhang Mazi. If you've got the balls, come fight me." Now, even though they called it today's trending topics, some of the news was actually from a few days ago. But given how chaotic the world was, just being able to get major updates from a few days prior was already a luxury for ordinary mecha warriors. There wasn't a lot on the trending page, but it was packed with massive news. The Empire was inviting mecha warriors with 5 or more evolutions to the capital. Flipping to that section, there were way more details inside. The gist of it was that in 15 days, the Imperial capital would host a mecha assembly to strategize on how to suppress the Iron Beasts. Any mecha warrior with 5 or more evolutions was urged to head to the major bases, and all mecha leaders were strictly required to attend. It was a matter of national survival. Anyone who refused to show up would face direct missile strikes from the Empire. "Captain, are we going?" Yi Daing finished reading and looked up. This was a massive deal. For countless ordinary folks, it's nothing but a blessing. Every little bit of help counts. Go on. Lin Qing had actually heard the news from Jiangnan a couple of days ago and was already prepared for it. In the face of a major crisis like the entire nation uniting to wipe out the steel beasts, the Empire is willing to lift his arrest warrant, and he's not one to bite the hand that feeds him. Besides, it's not like he's crazy. With nothing better to do all day, running around acting like some kind of villain, just to make things difficult for the Empire. Wait, what the hell? This has got to be rigged. Reading further down the newspaper, Yi Daing saw the list of the nation's top 10 fighters, and surprisingly, the number 1 spot didn't go to Lin Qing, but to Shen Ziyan. The details showed he had evolved 9 times and was completely unrivaled in battle, wiping out countless steel beasts all by himself, and so on. But that wasn't all. The paper even revealed what his job was before the cataclysm. He had served in the Longya Special Forces, and after retiring, he went abroad to fight evil and promote good, helping the Empire capture criminals. They call it retirement, but in reality, everyone knows how it actually works. If some criminal organization pulled a job in the Empire and fled the country, the law couldn't touch them. Once you cross that border, the authorities can't do a thing. Legally speaking, that's true. But if you think that's how it actually goes, you're sorely mistaken. Shen Ziyan's entire purpose was to put an end to exactly that. With a secret military rank, but operating outside of his official soldier status, the Empire would supply him with weapons and ammunition, leaving him to take out those criminals who fled across the border. Huang Kuan eagerly asked, "Who's number 2? Where do I rank?" Ye Dang's voice grew quieter and quieter as he read on. "Number 2 is Yang Ao, 9-time evolved." "Wait. Huh? Looks like he just broke through today." "Number 3 is Bai Xing, 9-time evolved. Number 4 is the Captain, 8-time evolved. As for you, you didn't even make the top 10. Bullshit. It's rigged. This is totally rigged." Huang Kuan was pissed. Why the hell couldn't I get on the list in my past life? This is so freaking unfair. Have that 10th ranked, 8-time evolved guy face off with me. Just watch me chop him to pieces. Amitabha, stop your whining. Only the captain has the right to say something like that, the monk said calmly. Whether it's Bai Xin or Shen Ziyan, neither of them could survive a single slash from our captain, even though they were 8-time evolved back then. But with the captain's current strength, it would still only take 2 slashes to finish them. Being ranked 4th is the real injustice here. The White Dove Group used their newspaper publishing power to put Bai Xin in 2nd place. They're acting as both the player and the referee. How nice of them to go through all that trouble. Lin Qing said indifferently, "What is there to argue about? Is being ranked 1st going to put food on the table? Don't forget, we used to be wanted criminals. In movies or novels, we'd be the villains. It'd be a miracle if we were ranked 1st. That would just make the Empire look completely incompetent." What Lin Qing meant was that being 4th was perfectly fine. At least it saved some face for the Empire. Actually, once you look at the backgrounds of the top 10 experts, it's obvious. Most of them are government officials. This ranking wasn't made to stir up trouble, but rather to give the public and the locomotive riders a calming reassurance, to show that the Empire is powerful and that they are confident they can defeat the steel beasts. Let's go. It's time to find Fortong. Once we deal with him, we still have to recruit the hundreds of thousands of brothers from Qingfeng Fortress, and then head to the imperial capital. There is a lot to do. Lin Qing transformed into a heavy truck and led the way. Seeing Ye Dang still running on foot in his rearview mirror, he said, "We've got a long way to go, so stop running. Little Ying, get in the monk's car." He then opened the door. Ye Dang slid into the driver's seat of the sports car. "Bro, don't take control. Let me drive. All right? I've never driven a sports car before. All right, you take the wheel. I could use a quick nap anyway. Floor it." Ye Dang gripped the steering wheel with one hand, speeding like crazy once they got on the highway. 2 hours later, the excitement wore off, and he was bored out of his mind. The highways around here are just one straight line, with absolutely no room for cool maneuvers. You just step on the gas, and when you wake up from a nap, you're still freaking on the highway, man. Yeah. When we transform into mechas, our bodies look human, but we also evolved from cars. Amitabha, a monk does not tell lies, but honestly, I don't really know either. Though, I suspect it might have to do with the gear shift in your hand. A sudden chill crept up his spine, followed by goosebumps all over his body. Yi Dang shuddered violently, his scalp tingling with sheer dread. Damn it. He had been shifting that gear back and forth the entire way. Oh crap. With a loud crash, the sports car slammed into the highway guardrail, sliding for dozens of meters. If the monk hadn't quickly taken control of his physical body, the sports car would have flipped over long ago. "What is wrong with you?" Lin Qing pulled over, looking puzzled. He watched Ye Dang crawl out of the scissor door, his face twisted in absolute agony, and his hands shaking uncontrollably. Maybe he gets motion sickness in sports cars? The monk chuckled. Dang, why don't you ride in the captain's heavy truck instead? The ninefold evolved tiger shark, Donghai City, was located in the far east of the Kanglong Empire. Bordering the sea, if you asked where the most dangerous place was after the cataclysm, it wasn't the 1st-tier or 2nd-tier cities, nor was it the mountain forests, but the coastal areas. With 3 parts land and 7 parts ocean, the ocean was vastly larger than the land, and the creatures lurking within outnumbered the land creatures by countless times. Before the cataclysm, Donghai was considered a 1st-tier city. The city's total population, including temporary residents, easily tops 10 million. Less than 24 hours after the cataclysm, the mechas and humans here all fled. No one dared to stay behind. Even the Empire's troops didn't dare lay a finger on this place. 1. Jiang Yanjun knew that sooner or later, he'd have to pay the price. So after pulling off one massive heist, he made a huge show of being in Donghai. But in reality, he hadn't even set foot in the city. He was just camping out 100 miles away. So, we're finally here. Is this Donghai? By dusk, Lin Qing and his crew finally arrived. They were completely mesmerized by the view. Ever since the cataclysm, the sunlight couldn't even break through the thick clouds in some areas, leaving them pitch black as night. But where the clouds were thin, the light was actually beautiful. Donghai was exactly one of those cities. Looking out, the clouds in the sky were thin and scattered, and the warm glow of the setting sun beamed down through the gaps between the clouds, reflecting off the ocean. Golden waves crashed gently against the shore, bringing a sense of pure peace and serenity. Well, of course, it'd be a lot better if you could ignore the steel beasts, crabs, and lobsters, not to mention the giant octopuses, snakes, and crocodiles crawling everywhere. Ye Dang squinted as he looked around. Boss, we're already at the coast, but we haven't seen a single mecha along the way. Is Jiang Yanjun even here at all? Getting to this point was far from a walk in the park. Over just a dozen miles of road, they had to fight off countless steel beasts. No matter how you look at it, this place doesn't look like it's harboring hundreds of thousands of troops. If they're not in the city, they must be just outside. Within seconds, Lin Qing put two and two together. Let's fall back for now. We'll search outside the city. Yang Ao's intel is never wrong. On their way back, they crossed a 100-meter steel bridge. Below them, the ocean waves surged violently. Stay sharp. There's something massive down there. As they drew closer, Qiao Frog's heart pounded with dread. He instantly got a really bad feeling. Lin Qin and Ye Daing froze in their tracks. The idiot almost crashed right into them. Why'd we stop? I think there's something down there. Even though Frog is usually a bit of a goofball, he never messes around when things get serious. Lin Qin trusted his instincts. So what do we do? Should we take a detour? Detour my ass, Huang Kuan blustered. Going around will take at least 40 to 50 minutes. By the time we finally reach our destination, we'll have gone over 100 kilometers out of our way. If you ask me, we should just push straight through. No matter how tough whatever's down there is, there's no way it can stop us. Things are different now. We're all armed to the teeth. Unless it's some steel beast that's evolved more than 10 times. Anything else that gets in our way is dead meat. After a brief silence, Lin Qin agreed, let's go with old Huang's plan. We'll cross directly, but everyone needs to move fast. With a 100-meter distance, they could sprint at full power. In the next second, he could make it across. Huang Kuan and He Shang might be a bit slower, but at most, it would take them 2 or 3 seconds. As long as they were fast, it shouldn't be much of a problem. I'll go first, Yi Daing said, taking off his jacket. He threw it to He Shang, and after backing up a bit, bent his knees and shot forward like an arrow. As he neared the bridge, he transformed into a motorcycle and revved the engine to the max. The others only heard a loud whoosh as a dark shadow flashed past, and he was already on the other side. Once he made it across, it was bound to alert the creature under the bridge. The others didn't waste any time, slamming on the gas and rushing onto the bridge. He Shang took the lead, with Huang Kuan right behind him, and Lin Qin in third. 1 second, 2 seconds. The water under the bridge was dead calm. Seeing Ye Daing just ahead, and right within reach, Lin Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Were we just overthinking things? Suddenly, a chilling wave of dread washed over his entire body. A lethal threat was rushing up from beneath his feet. Damn it! At this very moment, only one word could describe how Huang Kuan felt. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder split the air as a massive, 20-plus-meter-long black tiger shark burst from the water. Its rock-hard head smashed right through the bottom of the bridge. Inside its massive, bloody jaws, a jagged row of steel teeth clamped down on Huang Kuan in the center. God damn it! Of all people, why did it target me? Transforming into his mecha form, he drew his green dragon crescent blade. Huang Kuan leaped high, raising his blade to deliver a heavy downward strike. The massive blade slammed right into the tiger shark's snout, clashing hard against its razor-sharp steel teeth. As the two immense forces collided, Huang Kuan's hands went completely numb. It's a 9th evolution beast. The tiger shark didn't slow down a bit, poised to swallow Huang Kuan whole. Lin Qin leaped forward, smashing his armored fist right into the top of the tiger shark's head. He put every ounce of his strength into this punch. Even Bai Xin wouldn't have been able to take it. But against a 9th evolution steel beast, Lin Qin didn't expect to kill it with a single blow. He just needed to force it back down. Steel beasts were different from humans. Almost every single one possessed a unique innate ability. This was their natural, instinctive advantage. Take the steel scorpion, for example. Its deadliest weapon was its tail, which could easily pierce right through the body of an ordinary mecha human. The steel leopard's talent was its raw speed. Once it started running, ordinary mecha humans became nothing but prey. The steel bear's talent lay in its sheer strength, the frogs in its deadly tongue, the spiders in its webs, and the bulls in its horns. As for the tiger shark, its gift was an incredibly hard skull. Even with a direct punch slamming into it, Lin Qin felt like he was hitting a solid steel plate. His full power strike barely made a dent, but it only left a scratch a few centimeters deep on the tiger shark's head. Luckily, that punch managed to slow it down. The tiger shark lunged upward to claim the airspace. A split second later, it began its descent. The tiger shark's rows of razor-sharp steel teeth slammed shut. Sparks flew everywhere. By a hair's breadth, Huang Kuan dodged the attack and pulled back. The other sharks are here, spotting the triangular fins cutting through the water not far away. Lin Qin grabbed the steel bridge's upper railing and swung backward. Just as Huang Kuan was at a complete loss, a strong wind whipped past his ear, as a long staff came swinging toward him, whipping up a fierce wind. He grabbed the long staff and quickly pulled him out of harm's way. The moment the three of them got away, tiger sharks began leaping out of the water one after another, relentlessly slamming into the bridge. In an instant, the 100-meter bridge collapsed. 1, 2, 3. Holy crap. 3 of them are 9th stage purified beasts. and over a dozen are at the 8th stage. Huang Kuan stared in absolute shock. It's unbelievable. Where did so many 9th stage beasts come from? If these things actually evolve legs to walk on land, we're totally screwed. Tiger sharks are already the tyrants of the ocean. Who knows how many tons of fish and shrimp they devour every single day. It's really no surprise they've evolved to this extent. Let's get out of here first. If the ones with legs actually show up, we won't even stand a chance of escaping. With that, Lin Qin transformed into a heavy truck and led the way, speeding down a street. In coastal cities, tiger sharks aren't even the most terrifying threat. Those massive beasts, 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, are the real nightmare. In her past life, Lin Qing had personally witnessed an aircraft carrier being dragged down and sunk. There are also plenty of weaker steel beasts along the coast, like shrimps and crabs. Their attack power isn't very high, so ordinary motorbots can handle them easily. This makes the area full of opportunities. Some people have literally farmed these small mobs and managed to level up to the 7th or 8th evolution stage. But of course, great opportunities also mean massive risks. Like the tiger sharks we encountered today, they're not going to be easy to deal with. The moment their lives are in danger, they dive straight into the water. If you have the guts, go chase those mech warriors after they're in the water. They'll be lucky if they don't sink straight to the bottom. They won't have an ounce of fighting power left. Holy crap, why don't we score a big haul before we head out? Looking at all the steel beasts roaming the streets. Crabs, lobsters, you name it. Ye Dang's eyes practically turned red with greed. Hey, every little bit counts, right? If we salvage 100 or 200 pounds a day, in 10 days to 2 weeks, getting a full purification won't just be a dream. Don't look for trouble. We'll come back once we've dealt with Jiang Yanjun. Lin Qin's eyes were also burning with desire. The East Sea is basically an untapped gold mine. If we play our cards right and make the most of this ocean, we might actually be able to raise him to the overlord class. Hey boss, you know how I am. Jiang Yanjun has hundreds of thousands of people with him. Tracking him down shouldn't be hard at all. As night falls, Yi Daing stands at the top of a skyscraper, scanning the horizon. He spots a massive camp set up below. Following the bright, blazing lights of the army, he tracks their path. As the group gets closer, they squeeze into a long street where over 100,000 troops are stationed. Countless pairs of eyes instantly lock onto them. Huang Kuan's heart starts racing with anxiety. Ye Daing takes a few steps back. This kind of situation isn't really his style. Who goes there? Clearing her throat, Lin Qin calls out, Zhang Mazi from Qingfeng Ridge. 3, 6, and 9 of dots. He had Fang Ping lie in wait underground, ready to launch a swift counterattack if things go south. Even though Jiang Yanjun was using his name as a shield, he still had no idea where these people actually stood. A massive clash was definitely on the table. Brothers, the chief has arrived. Instantly, countless lights flash in their direction, blinding the group so badly they can barely open their eyes. Huang Kuan already has his green dragon crescent blade drawn, ready to strike the moment things go wrong. They're prepared to throw down instantly, and sure enough, over 100,000 mecha warriors instantly surge toward them. Lin Qing, are we doing this? Hold on. Let's see how this plays out first. Lin Qing throws his arm over Huang Kuan's shoulder, signaling him not to make a move. Hello, Chief. My name is Wang Mingyang, and I'm a huge fan of yours. I've been wanting to suggest something to you for the longest time. You absolutely have to give me your autograph later. Brother Zhang, I really admire you, especially that heist in Fancheng. You pulled it off beautifully. When are you going to lead us on another run like that? Move aside. You guys up front. If you're done looking, let the rest of us get a look. There are people behind you. Brother Mazi, how come you don't have any pockmarks on your face? Quick, go tell. Brother Four-Pip, tell him the chief is here. Chief, we've always upheld the Qingfeng bandits' creed of robbing the rich to help the poor, and we've never taken so much as a needle or a thread from the common people. This sudden surge of enthusiasm caught Lin Qing and his companions completely off guard. They tried their best to greet everyone with stiff, forced smiles, not knowing what else to say. They just kept waving awkwardly. The way these people looked at him, their eyes shone with a fervent glow, like a raging fire. It was pure adoration. After struggling for words for what felt like forever, Lin Qing finally managed to squeeze out, "You've worked hard, comrades. We serve the people." More than 100,000 mecha citizens roared back in unison. Clearly, they had practiced chanting that slogan plenty of times. All right, time to get to business. Without any fanboys of his own, an incredibly jealous Huang Kuan urged Lin Qing, saying that finding Four-Pip was the top priority. Oh, right. Where's Four-Pip? How come he hasn't come to see me? Whatever. Someone show me the way, and I'll go see him myself. Meanwhile, over on another street, when Jiang Yanjun heard the news of Lin Qing's arrival, he nearly jumped right out of his skin. He immediately summoned his 2 genius sidekicks to discuss their options with Big Brother Sitong. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nifeng made a slicing motion across his neck with his palm. Instead of being controlled by others, we might as well take the initiative and strike first. We have 700,000 men. We outnumber them so much we could literally drown them in our spit. Ignoring that idiot, Xiongba quickly turned to the big boss. I haven't even started distributing the crystals we collected over the past few days. There's about 100 and something thousand grams. When are we running? Wait, Brother Xiong, I don't think you quite heard me. There are only 3 of them, and we have 700,000. Run? Hell no. Let's just crush them and get it over with. Sigh times Jiang Yanjun let out a heavy sigh. 1. What's bound to come will always come. Just to stay out of his way, yours truly ran thousands of miles all the way to the East Sea. My butt hasn't even warmed the seat yet. We're flying under the flag of Qingfeng Fortress. It wasn't like he hadn't thought about the Empire tracking him down, or that one day, as a copycat, he would run into the real deal in a remote place like the East Sea. His whole point was to avoid both of them. He didn't expect to avoid them forever. He just needed 3 to 5 years to build up his strength. By then, whether he was a fake or not wouldn't even matter anymore. Who would have thought that in just a few days, Lin Qin would personally show up at his door? Fight? How the hell are we supposed to fight him? The brainwashing was just too effective. Every damn person in the group has become Lin Qin's loyal fan. No one would ever raise a hand against him. And even if they tried, they'd be no match for him. An 8 times purified mecha human was taken down by Lin Qin in a single strike. Who could possibly stand a chance against him? Damn it, you two aren't even listening to me. Are you treating my words like hot air? Nifeng spoke up again. Big brother, I still think we, the 4 Dots brothers, can. Clang! Lin Qin's voice echoed from the distance. Jiang Yanjun jumped up in terror, and bumping his head on the ceiling, he spun around to flee. Nifeng was dumbfounded. Is there really any need to be this terrified? 4th bro. Why are you ignoring me? Lin Qin leaped across the skyscrapers, closing the distance, with Huang Kuan and that idiot Ye Daing following close behind. The ground began to rumble. Fang Ping burst out from the earth, rearing up half of its massive body, its bloody, gaping maw staring dead at Jiang Yanjun. An overwhelming pressure, accompanied by a chilling, murderous aura, washed over them. Nifeng's legs wouldn't stop shaking, completely giving out on him. What an incredibly powerful killing intent. What a badass mech. No wonder they're called fierce outlaws. No wonder 4 Dots wanted to run. If nothing else, just Huang Kuan, standing over 20 meters tall, and Fang Ping, that giant shield tunneling machine, is enough to scare anyone to death. This kind of overwhelming power makes you lose all will to fight at first glance. Nifeng had never personally witnessed how terrifying the Zhantian squad could be. He had only read about Lin Qin in the newspapers. But Jiang Yanjun and Xiongba were different. The 2 of them had fought Lin Qin a long time ago. Back then, even when it was 1 against 3, they couldn't even touch her. She was insanely strong. Are you too excited to see me? You can't even get a single word out. Lin Qin drew her blade, unleashing an 8-meter-long red energy slash, blindingly bright in the pitch-black night. Huang Kuan's azure dragon eyes, the moonblade, the monk's staff, and Ye Daing's double-barreled rifle. At this moment, all their sights were locked dead on Jiang Yanjun. With just a single word from Lin Qin, they would tear 4 Dots to pieces in an instant. Yeah, I'm thrilled out of my freaking mind. With his armor covering his upper body, Jiang Yanjun snapped at Xiongba. Weren't we just talking about splitting the loot? Hurry up and hand it over. 8 evolutions. None of them expected Jiang Yanjun to evolve so quickly. Looks like he's been robbing quite a few rich folks. Right away. Right away. Xiongba immediately dumped out all the crystals from his truck bed. The truck was packed to the brim with over 100,000 of them. Looking at the crowd of curious mecha warriors gathering around, Jiang Yanjun shouted at the top of his lungs, "Listen up, everyone! Our big brother here has just arrived. How about we give all these crystals to you guys as a welcoming gift? What do you say? Awesome. But oh, we really shouldn't. Yeah, we can't just take your stuff for nothing." Lin Qing waved his hand dismissively. You guys worked hard to earn these crystals. I didn't even lift a finger to help. B-boss. With the tip of the flame demon blade resting right by his foot, Jiang Yanjun's heart almost leapt out of his chest as he exclaimed, Am I really the kind of guy who'd keep it all for himself? Well, if you insist, I'll reluctantly accept them. Lin Qing patted Jiang Yanjun on the shoulder, then turned his gaze toward Xiongba. Hey, big brother Xiong, you know how I am. That look was pure, unadulterated blackmail. Xiongba got the message instantly. Since you're here, how could I not have something prepared for you? With that, he pulled out 5-6 times purified crystals. This was the stash he'd been saving up for his own 8th purification. Ah, my good brothers, you guys truly understand me best. Lin Qing shot a quick look to his crew. Huang Kuan and Ye Daing immediately stepped forward and gathered up the crystals. Lin Qing then turned to the crowd of onlookers and called out, Listen up, everyone. Now that I'm here, None of you brothers will ever have to suffer again. That's all for today. I'm going to catch up with Sitong for a bit. Everyone else, go on and head out. Wait! Don't go yet. Jiang Yanjun cried out. Boss, we've been praying day and night for you to get here. Why don't you say a few words to the crowd? What do you say, everyone? Yeah. 700,000 mecha warriors, plus over 100,000 ordinary citizens, all packed tightly together, overflowing into every single street and alleyway. Their deafening cheers echoed endlessly through the air. With so many eyes locked onto him, Lin Qing couldn't really say no. He stepped up onto a 4-story building and pressed both of his hands down to quiet the crowd. The entire room fell silent. In that case, I'll say a few words. Brother Four Dots, where do you think you're going? Jiang Yanjun wanted to slip away. Huang Kuan's calm voice echoed, and looking down, the blade of his crescent blade was aligned right behind his backside, hanging right between his legs, just under his crotch. Lin Qin is even more ruthless than I am, and that's not all. Zhizhang's staff was also pressed against his rear, ready to break things wide open at any moment. Jiang Yanjun shuddered all over, froze in his tracks, and stammered, No. My legs, they just went numb. Where would I even go? Well, the two of us will keep you company, Huang Kuan said with a fake smile. Jiang Yanjun had gone through 8 evolutions, but his mecha compatibility was terribly low. Just like most base leaders, he relied entirely on crystals to force his way up. Despite those 8 evolutions, in a one-on-one fight, he might not even be a match for Huang Kuan, let alone with both Huang Kuan and the monk teaming up against him. But wouldn't you know it, suddenly his legs weren't numb anymore. Standing here feels great. There was a massive crowd here. In front of all these people, Lin Qin wouldn't dare do anything to him. It was only in some dark, deserted corner, where you could get killed, and absolutely no one would ever know. Ye Dang glanced over at Zhongba. Hey, are your legs numb too? Numb? Why would they be? I just love being with everyone. The people here speak so nicely, and every single one of them is a genius. Being here feels just like being back home. Seeing that Zhongba was being cooperative, Ye Dang moved Laifu away from his crotch. Upstairs, Lin Qin spoke eloquently for over half an hour before finally wrapping it up. Then, he went downstairs to shake hands with his comrades. Brothers, are you eating well here? Is anyone ripping you off and pocketing your crystals? If there's any trouble, just let me know. What matters to my brothers matters to Windridge. It's no trouble at all. I'm just doing my duty, serving my brothers. Keep up the good work. I'm actually planning to roll out pension insurance soon, so when everyone gets too old to fight, you can still get a payout of crystals to live on. Jiang Yanjun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He cursed Lin Qing in his mind for being even shadier than him. Pension insurance? What the actual hell? Whether any of us can even survive to that age is another story. This bastard definitely just wants to fleece everyone and make a run for it. I feel so bad for my ride-or-die brothers, who still can't see Lin Qing for the heartless snake he really is. Thank you so much, Chief. Just a few days ago, Brother Fourbucket was saying he wanted to sign up for it. Wind Ridge Bank. We can deposit all the extra crystals we can't carry around. And we even get monthly interest, man. Lin Qing is completely brain-dead. Ye Dang and Fang Ping whipped their heads around to look at Jiang Yanjun. That heartless scumbag is so damn greedy. This bastard is definitely planning to pocket the cash and make a run for it. It's a good thing we got here early, or our Windridge brothers would have been completely swindled. This policy is amazing. I'll personally supervise it. Grasping the hand of the old man with the tricycle in front of him, Lin Qing said with deep concern, I will make absolutely sure everything is fair, just, and transparent. Thank you. Honestly, for us old-timers, whether we evolve or not doesn't really matter anymore. We just want to trade our crystals for some food to feed our families. There weren't just 1 or 2 people like this old-timer. Their own combat skills were weak, and they knew they wouldn't be able to evolve much in their lifetime anyway. They just wanted to hunt down a few weak steel beasts and trade the crystals for some food to put on the table. They could go hungry themselves, but their parents and kids couldn't. Don't you worry. As long as you're a part of Windridge, I will make sure everyone is well taken care of. I'll do my best to ensure the elderly are supported and the young are cared for. Pfft, what a hypocrite. Jiang Yanjun and Xiongba were hyping each other up. That son of a bitch Lin Qin is even better at beasting than those two. Most of these guys are just simple boys from rural towns who haven't really seen much of the world. They got recruited right after the cataclysm before they could even step foot outside, so they're pretty clueless about everything. They're never allowed to read the White Dove Group's newspapers, leaving them in a total information blackout. So whatever Big Brother Sitong says here, these guys believe it without question. According to Sitong, Lin Qin is an absolute badass. He supposedly sliced through 8th stage evolved monsters like butter and fought his way in and out of an army of hundreds of thousands 7 times. He is portrayed as a literal god of war descended to Earth. Not only that, he's also incredibly generous, always fighting the strong and helping the weak. Honestly, the praise just goes on and on. Alright, brothers, let's wrap it up for today. Everyone go back and get a good night's sleep. Bottom line is, as long as I'm here, you won't have to suffer ever again. After sending off the reluctant brothers of the Qingfeng gang, Lin Qin slung an arm around Zhang Yanjun's neck and dragged him over to a secluded spot. Huang Kuan and Dimwit dragged Xiongba over there too. Do you know who I am? I know, pal. Lin Qin coated his fist in energy and punched Jiang Yanjun, sending him flying dozens of meters away on the spot. He rolled on the ground 7 or 8 times. Don't move! Huang Kuan choked Xiongba's neck, growling. Just try saying another word, and you're next. Big brother, honestly, I was forced into this. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and a baby waiting to be fed. My child can't grow up without a father. Xiongba cried tears of desperation, howling miserably. I was working construction out of town, and hadn't been home for over a year. Before the cataclysm, my old mother called to tell me. My wife was pregnant. I was going to be a dad. I just want to go home, man. Huang Kuan and Dimwit sighed, patting Xiongba on the shoulder. Bro, just stay alive. The suffering right now is only temporary. It'll pass sooner or later. There's no obstacle in life you can't get over. Coughing violently, Jiang Yanjun pushed himself up with his arms and got back on his feet. He looked down and saw a massive fist imprint on his stomach that had almost punched right through him. And that was just an ordinary punch from Lin Qing. If he had gone all out. Damn it, we've both evolved 8 times. How can the difference be this massive? I've evolved 8 times too. And though I knew I was no match for Lin Qing, I never expected the gap to be this terrifying. This bastard is 100% using hacks. Do you know what I'm here for? Lin Qing walked up to Jiang Yanjun step by step, raising the fiery red flame demon sword in his hand. I have a pretty good guess. Let's hear it. It's nothing more than me offending too many people, so the Empire sent you to kill me, and then you'd take over the 700,000 Mecha men here in Qingfeng Fort to be their lapdogs. With unyielding defiance in his eyes, Jiang Yanjun continued. A real man, living in such chaotic times, even if he can't achieve great things, should at least live with his head held high. You know exactly what those damn capitalists are like. Even better than I do. Even I refuse to be their dog, yet a big shot like you is practically begging at their doorstep. Why bother? Why don't we team up and build our own power? In less than 3 years, I guarantee no one will ever dare look down on us. Are you done? Lin Qing asked flatly. I'm done. Any last words? Play with fire, and you're bound to get burned. What goes around comes around sooner or later. I knew I'd get taken down one day, but I never expected it to happen this fast. I only regret that I'm not strong enough to fight back. If you just gave me some time, I wouldn't be second to anyone. The moment he finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Yanjun's head. Everything went pitch black. He had no idea how much time had passed when he caught a faint, salty scent of the sea. Opening his eyes once more, the world was bright again. He found himself slumped against a wall. Not far away, Lin Qin was fighting that idiot Huang Kuan. Meanwhile, Ye Dang was off to the side, shadowboxing alone. If you're not dead, get your ass to work. Even fighting 1 against 2, Lin Qin still had the breath to talk. Sort all 700,000 mecha units by type. Heavy trucks, light trucks, mini trucks, sedans, 3-wheelers, and 2-wheelers. I want them all sorted by the end of today. Are you talking to me? Jiang Yanjun mumbled some nonsense under his breath. Besides you, who else? If you don't want to work, just say so. I'll just replace you with someone who actually wants to do it. No. I want to. I really want to. Rubbing the massive dent on the back of his head, Jiang Yanjun grimaced in pain. He scrambled to his feet and ran back to the main group. It seemed the threat actually worked. Lin Qin didn't kill him, which was a good thing. Who says you have to be an orphan to be the chosen one? Young man, I've been watching you for a long time. Now, I have a massive opportunity to offer you. Do you want it? At noon, while Huang Kuan was resting, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear. He turned around to look, but there was nothing beside him but Lin Qin's frog. Stop looking around like a dumbass. I'm the one talking. Putting its hands behind its back, the frog communicated with Huang Kuan telepathically. So, do you want this ultimate opportunity or not? What do you mean? And why me? Huang Kuan was a bit confused. If there's such a great opportunity, shouldn't it go to Lin Qin or Xiao Ying? My parents are both alive and well. I've lived in luxury since I was a kid, and girls are always throwing themselves at me. I'm definitely not the chosen one type. Pfft. What does your parents being alive have to do with anything? I chose you because of your character. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to be as powerful as Lin Qing? Do you want Ye Dang to surpass you? Are you willing to just bow down to that monk? Follow me, and I'll teach you all of my ultimate moves. I guarantee you'll master them. In 1 month, your combat power will double. In 1 year, you'll become a top-tier expert. Dominating the Empire won't just be a dream. Really? Is that for real? That's insane. Huang Kuan is a bit skeptical. The truth speaks for itself. Let me tell you a secret first. Do you know why Lin Qing is so strong? Unrivaled among his peers, and capable of fighting those way above his level? Isn't it because of Yanmo? The frog looks at Huang Kuan and spits right in his face. You can't seriously be naive enough to think that Lin Qing's strength comes from that weapon, right? Even without it, believe it or not, he could still wipe the floor with any master of his generation. From the frog's explanation, Huang Kuan finally understands why Lin Qing is so incredibly powerful and why Ye Dang has been working so hard lately, causing his strength to skyrocket. Master, I was blind to your greatness. Please don't take offense. You must teach me. Now you're talking. Then let me first explain to you what compatibility is. What is that idiot doing? The meditating monk sees Huang Kuan kneeling and bowing to the frog nearby, and even handing over all the crystals he just got last night. He immediately finds it bizarre. Lin Qing took most of the over 100,000 crystals, and the rest were split among them. Even the intern, Fang Ping, got a small share. Before they could even get warm in his pocket, Huang Kuan gave them all to the frog. This is completely nuts. Lin Qing sighs. Another one falls into the trap. We just divvied up the crystals last night, and the frog already went to work fleecing them today. He milked Ye Dang dry, then went after Huang Kuan. He really didn't leave either of them a single crystal. They're just doing some shady transaction, Lin Qing said. It's mutual anyway. One's happy to give and the other's happy to take. Just leave them to it. A few minutes later, Huang Chuan walked over looking incredibly smug. I'm going to train, he announced. Don't worry about me. He really wanted to tell the monk that his cheat grandpa had finally arrived, but remembering the frog's warning to keep it a secret, he held back. Damn it! 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Who says you have to be an orphan to be the chosen one? Even a rich heir like me can get a cheat. The frog hopped over to Lin Qing's side. The frog said, I've got a set of, get lost, I don't want it. The battle hymn and the sky/draw sword art. Those two were already more than enough for him to learn. Lin Qing knew very well not to bite off more than he could chew. That frog was just a greedy bastard who saw that they got a bunch of crystals last night and wanted to fleece them all, one by one. These crystals, he planned to save them for his breakthrough to the 9th purification. He couldn't let the frog have them. No way. You've got quite a temper, the frog scoffed. Next time you come crying, begging, I want it, give me a little more. I won't give you crap. In the afternoon, Huang Kuan came back full of confidence, insisting on having a sparring match with Lin Qing. Although he still lost, it was obvious he had made massive progress. Zhejiang narrowed his eyes and sneaked over while Huang Kuan was resting. Under his constant badgering, Huang Kuan subtly let slip a mention of the frog. Lord Frog? Master Frog? Zhejiang squatted in front of the frog and called out softly. Seeing him close his eyes and ignore him completely, he kept messing with him. Come on, you dumbass times, Patui. A glob of spit came flying right at his face. The frog cursed. You're the dumbass. Your whole family's a bunch of dumbasses. Damn. You really can talk. How about you teach me a trick or two? No way. Get lost. Last night, the first person the frog targeted was the monk, Zhejiang. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the little punk swallowed all the crystals, evolving 8 times. When you have money, you spend it on your damn self. But when you're broke, you suddenly think of calling a girl? What, you trying to get a free ride? What's going on here? The monk was completely baffled. Do you only teach chosen ones who are orphans? If you teach me a few moves, I'll go back and talk to my folks and see if they can wrap things up a few years early. With his hands behind his back, the frog barely paid him any attention. Turning sideways, he said, Next time, you need to tell me this kind of stuff in advance. In advance, got it? What does that even mean? The monk didn't quite get it. Well, I'm telling you now. So, can you teach me in a couple of days? You really are a hopeless case. You'd better go ask Huang Kuan. He knows what I mean. So the monk paid a visit to Huang Kuan. Once he repeated the frog's exact words, Huang Kuan instantly figured it out with a laugh. What he meant by in advance is that you shouldn't show up empty-handed. Seriously, you're a grown-ass man. You don't know the first thing about etiquette, do you? Is this how you ask someone for a favor? As he spoke, Huang Kuan felt a bit salty deep down. Damn it. He originally thought that once his cheat grandpa showed up, it would be his turn to kick some ass. He didn't expect this grandpa to only care about crystals, not people. From the sound of it, as long as you feed him crystals, even a pig could call him Master Frog. Leaving those words behind, the monk charged into the Donghai downtown area all by himself. When he came back that evening, he was hauling a sack packed tight with crystals. Since he gave a heads up this time, the frog's attitude was much better. Even though there weren't as many crystals as before, it was still better than nothing. So he sat on top of its head for a bit, waiting patiently. Boss, I took care of what you asked. As soon as Jiang Yanjun got back, he went straight to Lin Qing. Out of over 700,000 motorbots, 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers make up 250,000. 400,000 are sedans, 50,000 are light and mini trucks, and 10,000 are heavy trucks. Of course, these are just rough estimates. With this many motorbots, there's no way to count them one by one, but even though they're rough estimates, they shouldn't be too far off. By the way, I haven't seen Zhongba or Nifeng all day. Where did those two go? You've got some nerve asking that. Lin Qing snapped in anger. You fucking ruined me. Do you have any idea about those 100-odd thousand crystals you gave me? Were they public funds? Well, obviously. Otherwise, where the hell was I supposed to dig up over 100,000 crystals for you? But what does that have to do with my dynamic duo? Boss, you know me. Hear my excuse. Save it. Lin Qing waved his hand and said with righteous indignation, I'd never take the guy's hard-earned money. I returned every single bit of it to your strategist last night. You know, Nifeng. But that damn bald monk has wolfish ambitions. He actually ran off with his guys and took all the crystals. By the time I realized it, he was already long gone. I sent Zhongba to go after him. No telling if he can even bring them back. Jiang Yanjun's eyes widened in disbelief. Who the fuck are you trying to fool? Feng Chu is a total combat weakling. How could he have run away right under your nose? Yesterday, that monk had only evolved 7 times. That's 8 times already today. Don't you dare say you didn't consume the crystals. It just goes to show you can never truly know someone. I never expected Nifeng to be that kind of guy. Boss, blame me if you must. Of course I'm blaming you. Lin Qin nodded and said, the guy who messed up was your man. If I don't blame you, who else am I supposed to blame? Besides, I never took charge of the main force. So technically, you're the main one responsible. Tomorrow, you'll have to explain this to the boys yourself. Don't go dragging me down with you. Jiang Yanjun cursed under his breath. Talk about being completely shameless. The next day, after assembling the troops, Lin Qin found a wide-open field and gathered all the motorbots for a meeting. But he wasn't the first to speak. Instead, it was Jiang Yanjun, who began crying and weeping bitterly. Jiang Yanjun confessed how they had lost over 100,000 crystals. As he spoke, he actually fell to his knees and grabbed Lin Qin's leg, begging Lin Qin to execute him. Boss, I can't look the boys in the eye anymore. I don't want to live. I'm ready to pay for this with my life. Whether you live or die isn't up to you. Lin Qin barked, kicking Jiang Yanjun dozens of meters away. How we handle the loss of everyone's supplies will be decided by everyone. Just then, Papa Bear rushed out from the back of the crowd. He ran forward and dumped all the crystals from his cargo bed onto the ground. Boss, I chased Nifeng for 800 miles, slaughtered 108 of his accomplices, but I could only recover this small amount of crystals. Unfortunately, the bastard still managed to slip away. You've worked hard. Lin Qin patted Papa Bear on the shoulder warmly. This wasn't your responsibility, and going this far is already an incredible feat. Damn it. The night before last, who was the one who told me to go to Donghai City to hunt steel beasts? No matter how many times they evolve. Listen up, boys. No one is allowed back until their truck is completely full. Sure, Sitong might have dropped the ball this time, but his mistake is definitely not a death sentence. Since we've already recovered part of the stolen crystals, how about we give him one more chance, everyone? Lin Qing threw a quick look to a shill he had planted in the crowd. The guy immediately yelled, Since our chief has spoken, we're more than willing to give Brother Sitong another chance. With one taking the lead, others quickly joined in. Before long, the deafening cries to spare Sitong shook the entire place. Any voices from the opposition were instantly drowned out. Sitong, your life was spared by the crowd. I expect you to turn over a new leaf from now on, and turn your life around. Lin Qing shouted out to the hundreds of thousands of vehicle men. This incident has been a major wake-up call for me. Our management here at Qingfeng Fortress is seriously flawed. We've become slack, disorganized, and completely undisciplined. We don't have any clear rules or regulations, and all the power is held by just one person. That is simply unacceptable. Damn it. This is clearly my Qingfeng Fortress, isn't it? Since when did it become yours? Jiang Yanjun was dying inside but couldn't say a single word. Therefore, I have decided that starting today, we are going to adopt military-style management. Every single order must be strictly obeyed. All captured crystals will be pooled together first, and then distributed fairly. Excuse me, but what exactly is military-style management? An elderly disabled vehicle raised his hand to ask. It means you do exactly what your superiors tell you to do, and anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. At that word, execute, quite a few people couldn't help but shudder. Back when they followed Si Tong, they used to act completely on their own, swarming into bases to loot crystals and food, and then running away as soon as they grabbed the loot. They never had to listen to any commands. Those who are willing to stay are my Zhangmazi's brothers. As for those who don't want to be tied down by rules, you can take the crystals we just took back from Xiong Bastille and leave. We will part as friends, with no hard feelings. Everyone went dead silent, completely unable to believe that this was actually happening. Zhang Mazi's arrival didn't bring any good news for the folks. Instead, he made things way stricter. Man, I just wanted to follow you to slack off and score some free crystals. But look at you, forcing us to charge like soldiers just to grind crystals for you. Then what the hell do we even need you for? Next, an old rusty clunker raises his hand. Chief, for someone as old and beat up as me, with practically zero fighting power, would you even want me? Lin Xin nods and says, we do. Lin Xin waves his hand and says, I know exactly what you mean. Your combat power is low. If you go to the front lines, it's a suicide mission. But don't worry. Everyone has a purpose here. I'm not going to play games with your lives. If you aren't strong enough, you won't be on the front lines. But you can help with logistics. Repairing buildings, cleaning up the battlefield, and harvesting crystals. You can handle that. Right? Yes, absolutely. This old man can definitely do that. I'm staying. Me neither. I want to stay too. We'll follow the chief and live the good life. There were quite a few bot folk, just like this old man. Most of them were electric scooters, mopeds, or tricycles, which had almost zero combat power. Age was another big issue. They were either too old or too young. Sending them to charge would just be sending them to their deaths. Just then, a BYD sedan bot asks, I have a question. He raises his hand. If we're under military rule now, what happens to my wife and kids? And if I die out there one day, who's going to look after them? Lone wolf heroes with no families were rare. In times like these, almost everyone had a family to feed. In a typical family, there were usually 2 adults, or maybe only one of them had transformed into a bot, while the rest of the family remained ordinary humans. Supporting a whole family under these conditions brought immense pressure. They had to hunt down steel beasts to earn crystals and get stronger, while also scrambling to find food just to keep their families fed. They're so busy they're practically running themselves into the ground. Under strict military-style management, you can tell what it's like just from the name. There's no way they'll be able to spend much time with their parents and kids anymore. If anything happens to them, how are their kids and elderly parents supposed to survive? The whole family would end up wiped out together. Countless eyes lock onto Lin Qing. He bellows in a deep, booming voice. I'll answer that question for you right now. While you're alive, you support your own family. The army will supply all the basic necessities. Usually, you can trade crystals for them. And the prices are totally negotiable. I promise you. It'll be the best deal around. As long as you're not lazy, you definitely won't starve. Plus, I plan to set up a base specifically for ordinary people. Anyone in your family with a bit of muscle can go to work and get a job, earning meal tickets and food coupons. It might not be as comfortable as life before the apocalypse, but keeping your belly full won't be a problem. If there's no one to watch your kids, they can go to school for free. All your family has to do is drop them off and pick them up every day. And if I'm saying if you die in battle, I promise you here I'll take care of your wife. A sudden spring breeze blows, and a vibrant wave of green sweeps right over everyone's heads. Haha. We won't trouble the chief with times that. As long as you provide them with a safe haven, and make sure they have a bite to eat. That's enough. Absolutely. Lin Qing chuckles. In my base, ordinary people won't be bullied, and if you die in battle but have kids at home, I'll raise them until they're 16 and guarantee them job placement. See? Family. That's the biggest anxiety for most vehicle men. They themselves don't need to eat food, but their human family members do. It's fine if they themselves die in battle, but can they just watch their families die? Their greatest fear is that if they're gone one day, their wives and kids won't know how to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. They would literally be like lambs to the slaughter. But Lin Qing has just given them the ultimate safety net. Naturally, these guys were all down to lay their lives on the line. I'm staying too. If what you say is true, then I'm willing to stay. Lin Qing pressed his hands down. Once they quieted down, he said, whether it's true or not, you'll see for yourselves. We'll do a 1-month trial run. You evaluate me, and I'll evaluate you. During this time, if you feel I keep my word and want to stay, then stay. But if you can't handle the grind, or if you're a coward who fears death, or just looking for an easy ride, then I don't want you. Enough talk. I'm going to split you into units now. Heavy trucks stay. Light trucks and mini trucks. Follow Huang Kuan and Sitong to the open field to the west. Huang Kuan gestured, pointing to himself. Sedans, follow Monk and Daxiang to the open field to the north. 2-wheelers and electric trikes. Follow Ye Daying to the open field to the east. The 700,000 machine men split into several groups. Heavy trucks, light trucks, mini trucks, sedans, trikes, and 2-wheelers sorted themselves out in an instant. Each captain managed one group. Ye Daying led 250,000 machine men to the side. Their constant, noisy chatter was too loud to hear anything clearly. He found a small hill, pulled out his shotgun, pointed it at the sky, and fired a shot. which finally quieted them down. From now on, I'm your boss. You answer to me. I'm not going to sugarcoat things. Around here, strength is king. I know some of you aren't happy about this, but you're too afraid to say it. That's fine. I'll give you a chance. Beat me in a fight, and I'll personally recommend you to the big boss to be the leader of this team. Ye Daeng's gaze focused mostly on a few massive, new energy trucks. Troublemakers are everywhere, and with his motorcycle-sized body, it was unrealistic for him to command respect. Rather than having these guys pretend to follow orders while secretly plotting against me later, I might as well beat them into submission right now. No one stepping up? If nobody's got the guts, then I'll just wait. Just then, a new energy business van stepped forward. Let me make one thing clear first. I'm not trying to take your throne, but you're the one who said you wanted everyone to respect you. That's right. I did say that. Ye Daeng put down his tang blade and rifle and stepped forward. Some of you might have been worth millions before, or even tens of millions as business owners. Maybe some of you were powerful mob bosses ruling your own territory, or high-ranking officials and corporate executives. It's totally normal if you don't like my face, but we don't talk about who we used to be. There's no point in bringing up the past anymore. Strength is everything here. The one with the hardest fists calls the shots. If your fists aren't hard enough, then shut up and listen. It's as simple as that. A red motorcycle bot roared, "Well said. Power is all that matters. A weak soldier is just one weak soldier, but a weak leader ruins the whole damn squad. We're risking our lives out here. If the guy at the top is a wimp, how is he going to lead us? Enough talk. Someone call the start. Begin. If anyone else wants a turn, get in line. Let's go." Over 200,000 vehicle bots formed a massive circle, and those in the back who couldn't see a thing scrambled up the surrounding hills to watch. Facing his very first opponent, Ye Daeng moved lightning fast. He lunged forward with a swift, heavy stride and sent the business van flying 7 or 8 meters with a brutal flying knee. Next, boom. Before an electric scooter bot could even react, a sharp pain flared in its side, and it went flying through the air. He crushed dozens of vehicle bots, one after another, and not a single one could hold their ground for even a single round against Ye Daeng. After fighting for a while, he seemed to grow a little tired. He slips off his suit jacket and spots Brother Ma's car on his chest. A barrage of curses immediately burst out. God damn it! Holy crap! What the hell? Are you kidding me? No wonder not a single soul could last even one round. How are we supposed to fight a fifth evolution? Don't be fooled by the over 200,000 Autobots here. Most of them are just riding on 2 or 3 wheels. Their combat power is generally pretty weak. Many haven't even reached their second evolution. A third evolution is already considered a master. And a fourth evolution? That's an elite among elites. But Ye Daeng is flexing a fifth evolution, which is enough to run a whole base anywhere else. His hands and arms are pitch black with armor. Ye Daeng lights up a cigarette, narrows his eyes, and says, "Actually, I'm a 6th evolution. The number of steel beasts I've killed, if it isn't 3,000, it's at least 5,000. But hey, why even bring that up? Alright, next. Who was it again?" He looks out at the crowd, and that long line of hundreds of people just a moment ago is now completely empty. A 5th evolution was already way too much for them, but a 6th evolution? The gap is like a massive chasm, leaving everyone gasping for air. No one left? In that case, let's get acquainted first. Any 5th evolutions out there? No one? 4th evolutions. Step forward. Good. From now on, you guys will each be in charge of 30,000 men. After a whole day of hard work, Ye Daeng finally gets all his men organized. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he stands on the hilltop, his suit draped over his shoulders, gazing down at the army of over 200,000 below. An indescribable wave of pride swells in his chest. No wonder Yang Ao was so arrogant. It wasn't without reason. If we equip every single one of them with a gun, I'd even dare to take on Atlantis right now. Mighty heavenly dragon. With hundreds of thousands of mecha warriors under his command, Ye Daeng is practically walking on air. For some reason, his cigarette hits different today. When they get back to camp that night, they immediately dive into a meeting. Yeah, they all just squat in a circle. How's the integration coming along? Lin Chen is the first to speak. No big issues on my end. Ye Daeng takes a puff of his cigarette, keeping his tone casual, but he can't hide how proud he is. Over 200,000 mecha warriors, and he got them completely falling in line in just one day. Jiang Yanjun chuckles. No problems on my end either. Same here. Zhang Ba nods in agreement. Since Lin Chen didn't even need to show up, the two of them had managed the previous army of 700,000 anyway. Now that the numbers are cut way down, there's no way they couldn't keep things under control. They didn't even have to do what Huang Kuan and Zhejiang did, going down to personally tame them one by yelling at them. Who would dare to disobey? A bunch of stubborn heads give them a good beating, and they'll fall right into line. Huang Kuan looks at Zhejiang. We just don't know how things went on the monk's end. Oh, please. I'm a man of peace, Not like you guys who only know how to fight and kill. Actually, they were pretty easy to talk to. Just chatting and shooting the breeze got them all on board. Of course, he didn't talk about anything crazy. Just how he pulled off 4 kidnappings, how he cleared 8 rounds of evolution, and how he navigated through the Empire's army of over 100,000, weaving back and forth without getting caught. Great. Tomorrow, your mission is to take your units and put them through military drills. Lin Qin drops a bombshell the moment he speaks. At ease, attention, and marching. Train as soon as the sun comes up, and only pack it up when it gets dark. Are you kidding me? We're actually doing this? Jiang Yanjun and Xiongba stare at each other in disbelief. Both of them really want to ask what the point of this training even is, but neither of them quite dares to speak up. Improving physical fitness and boosting national defense awareness? You think I'm joking with you? You've got to be freaking kidding me with that garbage. Just standing at attention and marching isn't going to build any muscles. What kind of bullshit are you talking? If that could actually get someone in shape, then why the hell are we fighting those steel beasts? And boosting defense awareness? Those dumb grunts don't know jack shit. How many countries are there even in this world? They probably don't even know that. Well said. I'll get right on it, and make them get up early tomorrow. Huang Kuan stood up and went to greet his new disciples. After all, he has a business background, so he knows a thing or two about workplace rules. New hires always need a reality check right off the bat, to humble them a bit. In many high schools and colleges, the very first thing fresh recruits do is military training. The excuse is the same as Lin Qin's, to improve physical fitness and boost defense awareness. But that only fools kids. How much fitness can you actually gain from 10 to 15 days of drills? And as for defense awareness, they just gather everyone at night, put on some music and dances, and try to liven up the mood. Improving fitness is just a cover. It's really about laying down the law for rookies in a new environment, to teach them some manners. Like, I don't care what you did at your old school, whether you were a troublemaker or a straight-A student. Now that you're here, if you're a dragon, you better coil up, and if you're a tiger, you better crouch down. That's pretty much what Lin Qin meant. These hundreds of thousands of mecha soldiers are too used to being undisciplined. If we don't whip them into shape, they'll just run away the second they face danger on the battlefield. They won't listen to orders at all. In a life-or-death situation, without obedience drilled deep into their bones, they won't give a damn about who you are. The soldiers will just scatter and run. Huang Kuan understood what Lin Qin meant, but Jiang Yanjun didn't get it. He argued back, but I think our top priority right now it's to get food for the regular folks. The food I brought won't last us very long at all. In 7 to 8 days max, it'll all be gone. And once these people start rioting, it's not going to be a joke. If you want people to risk their necks for you, you've got to feed their wives and keep their kids happy first. Relying on sheer faith alone? Keep dreaming. The only reason the 700,000 mecha humans haven't disbanded yet is because everywhere he goes, he always gathers supplies to settle the ordinary folks first. But now, Lin Qin isn't hunting steel beasts or looking for food. What's with this military training crap? If people start starving to death in a few days, we'll have a real shit show on our hands. Don't worry. Let's do 10 days of military training first. As for the food, I'll get it from Chinja, Lin Qin said calmly. Yi Dang frowned. Will they actually give it to us? If they don't, well, they're the ones who invited me here. If they refuse, I'll just have to take the Qingfeng clan brothers and go rob the rich to feed the poor. With over 100,000 people stuck here, Lin Qin didn't believe Jiangnan would be so stingy that they'd just watch them starve to death. Also, have Yang Ao put together a team of experts to come over and guide the monk. Building a base is a whole different beast compared to just fighting and killing. We need managers, electricians, designers, and engineers. They're absolutely essential. You're something else, Jiang Yanjun said, giving Lin Qin a big thumbs up. To actually plot against Chinja, only those two could come up with that. Captain, you've handed out positions to everyone else, so what am I supposed to do? The ground began to give way. Fang Ping popped his head out from right under Xiongba's butt, giving him quite a scare. Things almost got out of hand. Hey, I'm pretty strong too. How about you hand over 30 to 50,000 men to me? Seeing everyone else commanding 1 to 200,000 troops, little Fang Ping was green with envy. Thinking about how he was still just a team intern, he felt a bit slighted. If he didn't prove his worth soon, he wouldn't even get a share when they split the crystals later. You're not cut out to lead people, Lin Qin refused bluntly. After all, Fang Ping was the ultimate slacker. Normally, when he has nothing to do, he can sleep until the afternoon. He's lazy as hell, and he hates going up to the surface to move around. If you let him lead a crew, his guys would probably work one day and slack off for 3. They'd pack their bags and ditch him in a heartbeat. They'd probably complain he's running a sweatshop too. But don't worry, I've hooked you up with a seriously badass position. What kind of position? Fang Ping instantly perked up. The Grand General of the Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Is Mighty Heavenly Dragon the badass part? Or is it Grand General? How many guys do I get to boss around? I like having a crew. Your position isn't about managing people anymore, Lin Chin said with deep gravity. From now on, you're our poster boy, the spiritual pillar of our 700,000-strong army. You'll be leading the charge on everything and building up our morale. We need the enemy to shake in their boots the moment they see you. Consider it done. I'm taking the job. Ye Daying patted the big idiot on the shoulder and said, Attaboy Fang Ping. Fang Ping is dead. Please call me the Grand General of the Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Ye Daying muttered, Holy shit. Isn't that just being the first guy in a suicide squad? Does he really have to act like he's that big of a deal? As the first ray of dawn broke through, the main force began their military drills. 1, the chants of 2, 3, 4 could be heard from miles away. By the end of the morning, thousands of men simply couldn't take it anymore. They packed up and deserted, cursing the training camp as a total sweatshop. A week later, 50 to 60,000 men had deserted. Those who stayed were the ones who could actually handle it. But it wasn't really a matter of endurance. They were just able to tolerate the sheer monotony. 2 weeks went by, and at the same time, transport planes from Chinja arrived, along with over a dozen helicopters. Yang Ao was personally leading the team. Around 70 or 80 people got off the helicopters. This was the team of experts Lin Chin had requested. You guys aren't doing too bad. You've got things looking really professional here. Before he even landed, Yang Ao spotted them standing at attention. Hundreds of thousands of mecha bikers standing at ease. We're just copying what others do. Putting on a show. We can't compare to your regular army. Lin Qing led Yang Ao to the side, and the two of them started chatting. You have no idea. When he got your letter, Uncle Jiang was absolutely furious. It's his first time seeing bandits run out of food and needing the military to supply them. He even said this is the last time, and you'll have to find your own way in the future. It was an emergency. There was no other way. Lin Qing shrugged. Lin Qing laughed. In the future, we'll definitely support ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked for the expert team. Hold on. Borrowing is borrowing. It's not a gift. You damn well have to return it. Yang Ao realized something was off with Lin Qing's words, and quickly corrected him. Fine, if it's a loan, so be it. I'll return them once construction is finished here. As for how long the construction will take, well, who knows? Chapter 109. The line-cutting incident. I came over this time because I wanted to ask, are you still going to the gathering in the imperial capital? Yang Ao asked with a seemingly casual air, but his heart was actually racing. The current Lin Qing was no longer a lone wolf. Huang Kuan, the monk, Fang Ping, and Jiang Yanjun. Which one of them wasn't a top-tier powerhouse on their own? Not to mention, he also had 700,000 mecha bikers acting as his shield. If he were truly determined to rebel, there weren't many who could actually make a move against him. I'm going. Of course. I've just been too busy these past few days to get away, but things are pretty much sorted now. Just wait for me to get everything settled, and we can head out in a bit. All right then. Hurry it up. I'll wait and go with you. That way, we can look out for each other on the road. For this trip to the imperial capital, Lin Qing only planned to bring Ye Daying with him. Everyone else was to stay behind. For one thing, Ye Daying was incredibly fast, so he could rush back in a flash if anything went wrong. Secondly, without Huang Kuan and the monk holding down the fort, he was worried Jiang Yanjun would stir up trouble. Half an hour later, dressed in a sharp suit and dress shirt, with his hair slicked back, and carrying a massive leather suitcase, Ye Daying climbed into Lin Qing's car. In his own words, since they were heading to the big city this time, carrying weapons out in the open wouldn't look good. It might hurt the image of Donghai. Damn, this teammate of yours is a real piece of work. Looking at the slick and dapper Ye Daying, Yang Ao's mouth twitched. Hey, are you really the only one going this time? Seeing only Yang Ao's helicopter in the sky, Lin Qing found it strange. Ryushen is protecting my dad, so they went ahead to meet us in the capital. What? Worried about getting robbed by bandits? Quit messing with me. Everyone knows the biggest bandit in the world is him. It's a miracle if Zhang Mazi doesn't rob others. Who in their right mind would dare rob him? The trip to the capital went completely against Lin Qing's expectations. It was smooth sailing all the way, peaceful as hell, and they barely ran into any adult steel beasts. There are tons of people heading there right now, and even the weakest are at the 5th stage of evolution. Up in the sky, Yang Ao shouted, experts from all over the country are rushing to the capital. The steel beasts along the way were already flattened by the vanguard. The two of us are traveling pretty late, so it'd be a miracle if we ran into any giant steel beasts. Oh, I see, Ye Daying said in realization. No wonder it's been so quiet. Although most of the steel beasts had been wiped out by passers-by, by the time the three of them finally reached the capital, 2 days had already passed. 2 days had already passed by then. There was nothing they could do. Some major cities were completely overrun by steel beasts. We're talking hundreds of thousands, sometimes even millions of them at a time. No one could survive that. No matter how strong they were, whenever they ran into that, the crew had to take a detour of hundreds of kilometers. At the Imperial Capital toll station, hordes of mechabots waiting to register for entry formed a massive line that stretched as far as the eye could see. Hey, Lin Qing, why don't we just cut the line? Yang Ao suggested as he landed. Do you have any manners at all? Lin Qing sneered. We're literally at the foot of the Imperial Capital, and the first thing out of your mouth is cutting the line? Everyone else is waiting, so why can't you? You represent the reputation of Chinja. Stop embarrassing us, will you? Yang Ao didn't even get mad. He just said calmly, actually, I just took a look. This line is at least 7 or 8 kilometers long. At the rate they're registering people, we might get in by tomorrow. I'm in no rush, though. I can just fly right over. But you? You're gonna have to crawl. Out of my way. This is Zhang Mazi speaking. And if you don't want to die, you better move. A massive red semi-truck reared up. Its sheer size completely towered over 90% of the mechabots there. I'm Six Pipe of the Qingfeng Bandits. Get out of the way, or suffer the consequences. Who would have thought the notorious bandit, Zhang Mazi, was right behind them? In the blink of an eye, the chaotic revving of engines echoed everywhere. Hundreds of vehicles scrambled to the sides of the highway. Some even vaulted right over the guardrails. Lin Qing chuckled. Man, the Imperial Capital really is a civilized city. People here have such great manners. Look at them. Politely letting us through. I almost feel bad. With hundreds of blocking vehicles gone, the road ahead was wide open for kilometers. They were now a huge step closer to the toll station. Lin Qing walked right up. He tapped the shoulder of the guy in front of him and said, Hey there, brother. Who the hell is your brother? You trying to cut in line, huh? The name's Zhang Mazi. And I don't give a damn who you are. Brother Zhang. After you, please. Go right ahead. Is your squad still recruiting? I want to roll with you guys. No problem. Just drop my name when you head to Donghai later. Chatting like this, Lin Qin kept making his way forward, and in no time, he made it right to the front of the toll gate. Some clueless people nearby began whispering, Who is this guy? He's so damn cocky. Everyone is actually making way for him. Isn't that way too arrogant? Shh. Keep your voice down. That is freaking Zhang Mazi, the notorious outlaw. Even the level 8 evolved White Dragon of Fancheng was killed by him, and a squad from the gods of the Atlantis Empire. Yeah. An entire squad had their level 8 evolved leader instantly killed by him. Rumor has it he kills without blinking an eye, and is completely devoid of conscience. Wherever his crew goes, not a single base escapes being plundered. If you run into this god of death, you're lucky to even escape with your life. Didn't you see those big shots up front? They didn't even dare to make a peep in front of him. The big shots these people were talking about were the level 6 or level 7 evolved mechas. Move it! I'm Zheng Sanpao, level 7 evolved. Get the hell out of my way. Seeing that shouting out your name and level actually worked, some other guys started shouting out their names as well. They might not have a clue who Zheng Sanpao was, but they definitely understood what level 7 evolved meant. He was a big shot they absolutely could not mess with, so they had to obediently step aside. Where there's one, others follow. And in just a few minutes, all kinds of voices started popping up everywhere. Zhang the Third, Wang the Fourth, and Dong 6 all jumped out to cut in line. What their names actually were didn't matter. Only how many times they had evolved was important. If they ran into a level 7 evolved, everyone would show some respect and let them pass. But if you had a low evolution level and still dared to ask people to move, the consequences would be absolutely brutal. I'm Xiaobaya, level 6 evolved. You guys up front. Get out of the way. A massive truck bellowed arrogantly. I told you to fucking move. The guy in front of him was also a 6-stage evolution. He had been waiting in line for 2 hours, only to advance 200 meters. Just when his turn was finally coming up, a whole stream of line cutters pushed in. Instead of moving forward, he was actually pushed back several hundred meters. He was absolutely seething with anger, with nowhere to vent. If it's an 8th stage, I can't afford to offend them, so letting them through is no big deal. If it's a 7th stage, I'd dare to take them on, but there's no need, so I can let them pass too. But who the fuck do you think you are? I hate line cutters more than anything in my life. Brothers, let's get him together. Beat him to death. Hit him from behind. He wasn't the only one harboring resentment. Everyone completely erupted, swarming him in a frenzy to beat him up. The level 6 little white sheep was literally beaten to pieces. The wreckage was tossed onto the emergency lane, as if warning everyone, this is what happens to line cutters. The others behind who wanted to cut the line immediately stopped in their tracks, completely terrified by the sight. After a while, a level 7 motorcycle transformer tentatively called out, Hey brothers, I'm a 7th stage evolution. Can we make friends? And let me through? Fuck off. Hey, watch your mouth. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Fuck it. This is just my attitude. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you've got the balls, come and get me. Brothers, we got another line cutter. Are we gonna let this slide? Hell no. Kick his ass. He was completely outnumbered. A few minutes later, the wreckage of the level 7 motorcycle transformer lay by the roadside. Sensing a business opportunity, Eyeball's eyes darted around. Instead of moving forward, he voluntarily offered his spot to the person behind him and waited for them to say thank you, immediately shouting, "Hey, look, another line cutter. Kick his ass." In less than an hour, dozens of adult Carbot corpses were lying by the side of the road. All of their crystals had been completely dug out. Since the commotion had gotten way too out of hand, the Empire had to send people to keep the peace. At the front of the line, a Ferrari smirked to himself. Damn, I actually got to evolve just by waiting in line. Where else are you going to find a sweet deal like this? And now, your brother-in-law is here. The moment Lin Chin entered the city, over a dozen 7-time purified Carbots immediately surrounded him and escorted him to the central square to gather. They had to be extremely careful. The imperial capital was packed with wealthy people, and there was no shortage of spoiled trust fund kids. Whichever unlucky bastard caught his eye would surely end up completely broke. The square, which could hold 300,000 people, was brightly lit. Once they entered the square, none of the Carbots were allowed to transform into their mech forms. They all had to remain in vehicle form. Based on their purification levels and the size of their vehicle bodies, they were assigned to different parking spaces. Lin Chin and Ye Daing's parking spots weren't exactly near the front. On top of that, they were constantly being watched. Holy shit, the Imperial capital really is next level. 6-time evolved bots are literally everywhere, and 5-time evolved ones are treated like dirt. Looking at the thousands of adult Carbots around them, Ye Daing couldn't help but sigh, while the 5-time evolved Carbots nearby were like, what the actual hell? We feel deeply offended right now. Oofed. So this is that notorious bandit, Zhang Mazi? He doesn't look like much. I thought he was some lawless badass who'd rob the shirt right off your back. Turns out, once he gets to the capital, this beast doesn't even dare to make a peep. Seeing that Lin Chin was being closely watched by over a dozen 7-time purified Carbots, someone couldn't help but mock him. They had all been warned not to start any fights upon entering, so this was a rare opportunity to mock and taunt him. It's not every day you get a chance to trash talk Zhang Mazi, right? Anyone can talk a little trash. If I beat him to death right now, that would count as self-defense, right? The guard next to Lin Chin said, Whoa, Mr. Zhang, please keep the bigger picture in mind. Don't make this hard on us. Hey, pockmark Zhang, he's telling you to look at the bigger picture. A level 7 evolved motorman mocked. We're right under the nose of the authorities here. Do you think this is your Qingfeng Fort bandit den? Bro, do we have some kind of beef? Lin Chin was genuinely confused. He was pretty sure this was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on this guy. Are you playing dumb? Your Qingfeng Fort raided my base and stole over 10,000 crystals. That damn bastard Jiang Yanjun made me take the blame again, Lin Chin thought to himself. Lin Chin chuckled. Well, a real pleasure meeting you. May I ask which base you're from, bro? I'll make sure to bring that useless 4 tiles over to apologize to you later. Su Wen of Baidi City. Got that? Lin Chin nodded. He whispered to Ye Daing, once we get back, tell Jiang Yanjun to take his guys and raid that base again. A dozen or so guards pretended they didn't hear a thing. They all looked up at the sky, thinking this motorman named Su Wen had a major death wish. Who else could he blame? A mere level 7 evolved daring to act like this to pockmark Zhang? Talk about taking poison because you're tired of living. Excuse me, have you seen a motorcycle motorman around here? On the wide plaza, Bai Qian, carrying a scabbard on her back, went around asking the motormen one by one. She was trying to find Ye Daing's figure. This time, she had begged shamelessly, and Bai Qian simply couldn't take her nagging anymore, so he finally brought her along. As soon as she arrived at the plaza, she started looking for Ye Daing, but the plaza was too massive and there were way too many vehicles, so she couldn't find him right away. Little girl, if you're looking for someone, you should at least give us a name. Otherwise, how are we supposed to know who you're talking about? I think his name is Ye Daing. He's super handsome, that's him. He's 6 tiles of Qingfeng Fort, right? Yes. That guy is a total badass. He's not in the same sector as us, so I suggest you go look further ahead. Important people like them usually have a whole security detail escorting them. If you want to know how big of a deal someone is around this square, all you have to do is look at the guards they've got with them. After all, almost nobody who comes to a place like this is a well-behaved, law-abiding citizen. So the ones who are highly dangerous definitely get top-tier security. Lin Chin has over a dozen 7th evolution guards around him. One look at them, and ordinary people wouldn't dare go anywhere near him. That just shows how incredibly dangerous he is. running forward with giant strides. A few minutes later, a breathless Bai Qianqian finally spotted Ye Daing. He was currently chatting with Lin Qin. There wasn't a single car for dozens of meters around them. They looked so lonely and kind of pitiful out there. Sensing footsteps behind him, Ye Daing turned around. "Oh, hey, do you still remember me?" Waving his hand, Bai Qianqian, who was bundled up in a thick down jacket, called out, "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" Ye Daing hadn't taken hostages many times in his life, and kidnapping a relative of the Bai family was even rarer. So of course he remembered Bai Qianqian. "My brother and I came together, and I just happened to spot you while we were passing by. Oh, by the way, you left your scabbard behind last time. Here, I'm returning it to you. Actually, you should probably keep it for now. They don't allow swords in here, so it's not really convenient for me. A weapon like a Tang straight sword is actually fine without a scabbard. At just dozens of centimeters long, you can easily fit it inside a suitcase, and it'll pass once the guards do their check. But if you have the scabbard on, it gets a bit too eye-catching. It wouldn't look good if people thought he was here to cause trouble." With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Bai Qianqian walked over. He paused for a few seconds before asking, "Have you ever been to the capital before? Want me to show you around? It's actually super fun. I'd love to, but I can't right now. I've got some things to take care of. So let's do it another day." Watching the two in front of him chatting away so happily, Lin Qin couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. "Hey, hey, hey, you acting like I don't even exist, huh? Xiao Ying. Who is this guy? That's Bai Qianqian. Is she your new babe? Or times cough? Cough? Shut up. Don't get me killed if Bai Xin hears that. And what exactly shouldn't I hear?" Yi Daing stiffly turned his head around. Bai Xin was standing about 10 meters away, and next to her was her brother, Bai Luome. Bai Qianqian ran over to greet them. "Hey, Xiao Ying, your brother-in-law is here. Aren't you going to say hello?" Staring at Bai Xin's icy face and murderous gaze, Yi Daing felt like pulling out a knife. He seriously wanted to stab Lin Qin right then and there. Talk about throwing him straight under the bus. "Miss Bai, we meet again." Lin Qin purposely avoided talking to Bai Xin. Bai Luome's mouth twitched. "Don't be like that. We're not that close. Everyone knows Bai Long died by Zhang Mazi's hand. What's the meaning of greeting us like this? Are you afraid people won't know that we used to be in cahoots? Oh, come on, don't be a stranger. First-time strangers, second-time friends. We'll be friends sooner or later anyway." Hearing this, Bai Xin's face darkened. "I suggest you stay far away from the Bai family. What happened to Bai Long is far from over. Why keep this endless cycle of revenge going? Brother Bai, what happened to Bai Long back then was really just a misunderstanding. How about you beat me up to vent your anger?" The people around them burst out laughing at those words. "You freaking killed his cousin, and now you're smiling and calling it a misunderstanding? Getting beat up to vent his anger? Is this something that can be settled with a simple beating? Anyway, this isn't over. Just pray you never fall into my hands." Bai Qianqian walked away. Taking Bai Luome and Bai Qianqian with her, Bai Xin departed. Dropping her smile, Ling Qing said calmly, "Look, Xiao Ying, if you don't want Bai Xin to beat you to death, you'd better stay far away from Bai Qianqian from now on. She is a future overlord-level figure, and definitely not someone Ye Daing can afford to mess with. Of course, if you have what it takes to make him your brother-in-law, I would totally support that. Captain, stop trying to screw me over. There is really nothing going on between me and Bai Qianqian. This is only the second time we've even met. I know. There's plenty of time ahead of us. Right? Besides, I think Bai Luome is pretty good too. Didn't she ride you last time? Why don't you just make her yours too? Then Fancheng will basically be ours to run." Bai Xin, who hadn't walked very far, overheard this. Fuming with rage, she rammed right into a transformer in front of her. "Move it. Are you blind? Are those two holes on your face just for breathing? You're ruining the show." The surrounding transformers shook their heads, feeling sorry for him. One after another, transformers from outside the city began to enter the arena. As night fell, a bitter wind began to howl. A few hours later, over 10,000 adult transformers gathered in the plaza. It had been just over 2 months since the cataclysm, and to have over 10,000 adult transformers here, even on a global scale, this was an absolutely staggering number. But compared to the total number of transformers in the Kanglong Empire, it wasn't actually that surprising. With an average of 1 car for every family of 5, with a population of 1 billion, just imagine how many cars that is. Truly, a sun should be like Zhangmazi. At 1 car for every family of 5 in a population of 1 billion, that would be 200 million transformers. And that's not even counting motorcycles, tricycles, scooters, or electric bikes. If you factored those in, that 200 million would easily double to 400 million transformers. Yet, there are only 10,000 adults with 5 or more purifications. What kind of ratio is that? Is it high? Not even close. On the 10-meter-high platform at the very front of the plaza, more than a dozen people ranked lower than Lin Qin and saw Yang Hongfei among them. There were still 20 to 30 hours left before the scheduled time, but everyone who was supposed to come had already arrived. Are we still waiting? It's been so many days. Those who could make it are already here. As for those who aren't, missing a few won't make a difference. Yeah, it's best not to wait anymore. All right, then we won't wait. Elder Hua, why don't you speak first? An elderly man in his 60s with salt and pepper hair stepped forward. He spoke into the microphone. You probably all know me. If you don't, just ask the person next to you. I won't waste time introducing myself. My time is tight, yours is too, and the people's is even tighter. We didn't call you all here today to put on a formal show, nor are we here to mark our territories or form rival factions. We are here to do some real good for the people. To that end, regardless of what any of you might have done wrong in the past, as long as you start making amends now, the Empire will let bygones be bygones. The old man's words carried a heavy sense of warning. Before the cataclysm, everyone sitting here was just an ordinary citizen. They used to see this old man on TV all the time. He might have looked ordinary and spoke with a calm, indifferent tone, but no one dared to underestimate him. Even Lin Qin had to sit tight and listen carefully. The old man spent 5 minutes on a brief opening. Next, another middle-aged man reported on the Kanglong Empire's active military strength and heavy weaponry. This was basically a reality check for the crowd below. Although it was just a simple introduction, the underlying threat was crystal clear. The subtext was, don't cross the Empire. Don't cause trouble. If you really push me too far, a few nukes will send you straight to the afterlife. Then, Yang Hongfei from Chinja, Jiang Tianyun from Yangcheng, and Bai Qingshan from Fancheng, among other big shots, took turns speaking. They declared their readiness to stand with the Empire, getting through this crisis together. 1 hour later, once all the polite pleasantries were out of the way, the big bosses finally laid their cards on the table. To maintain peace, we in Chinja are willing to deploy 700,000 troops to sweep through Jiangnan and Baichuan, along with Keelong, Kaiyuan, and Xicheng, to restore peace and order for our people. Yangcheng is willing to deploy 500,000 troops, alongside Chinja and Fancheng, to form a triangular formation, moving toward the center, to systematically wipe out the steel beasts in each central sector. Fancheng will deploy 200,000 troops, heading in the direction of Chinja, crushing steel beasts along the way. Furthermore, we are willing to offer massive rewards to recruit talents. Whether you are a mecha human or a highly educated specialist, you are all welcome here. We guarantee the terms will exceed your expectations. On the stage, over a dozen major factions voiced their commitments one after another. In an instant, the northern part of the empire was basically carved up, leaving only the south. Elder Hua squinted his eyes, looking down at the crowd below. It was their turn now. Ling Qing, your Qingfeng stronghold is quite powerful, and as one of the top powerhouses in the world, why don't you take the lead and pledge a number of cities? How many cities will you clear? Look, we are all made of flesh and blood. When it comes to dealing with the steel beasts and saving the citizens, as citizens of the empire, I am more than duty-bound to do my part, Ling Qing said in a deep voice. But before we do, I have a few questions to ask. Go ahead. Once the cities are cleared, how will they be handled? Will they be allocated to us? Or will the Empire send personnel to take over? How dare you? Jiang Tianyun slammed the table. You've got some nerve to even suggest that. Little Jiang, this is an open table meeting today. Everyone can speak their minds freely. It's fine. It's better to lay everything out in the open. What I'm actually afraid of is them keeping quiet, only to harbor secrets and hold back later, gently gesturing to stop. Jiang Tianyun, Elder Hua said. Since this is an open discussion, I allow you all to speak up, until we reach a complete consensus. But once we step away from this table, you'd better fall in line. If anyone tries to play double-faced, well, don't blame me when I don't play nice. Of course, Lin Qin smiled. All right, let me answer that question for you. Once we clear out the city, the Empire will send personnel to take over. Once the mecha leaders hand over control, they will withdraw from the city, and absolutely no conflicts are allowed. As for the second question, Lin Qin spoke up. I need food rations. We're just a small base. We can't compete with Qingzhou, Yangcheng, Fancheng, or any of those other big factions. After all, who doesn't have family and friends? Under my wing, we currently have hundreds of thousands of mecha human families who need to be taken care of. We have no source of food, so we'll need the Empire to supply us. Elder Hua frowned. The moment Lin Qin spoke, she threw a massive headache his way. Yet, it was a problem that absolutely had to be solved. Most bases were full of ordinary people who needed food to survive, but these bases had no reliable food source of their own. They could only scavenge malls and supermarkets in the city ruins, but that was never going to be a long-term solution. Elder Hua started to speak but stopped. Looking down at the countless mecha humans below, and seeing their desperate gazes, he gritted his teeth and said, "As for the food rations, the Empire will cover half. It's not that I'm unwilling to provide more, but this is already the limit. Maybe when the sweep begins, and the cities are cleared out, things will get a little better." Phew. All the mecha humans let out a collective sigh of relief. Hey, half is better than nothing. And it's actually a lot. After all, they hadn't even expected to get any food rations in the first place. For my third question, I need weapons, ammunition, and when fighting those steel beasts, the effectiveness of firearms is obvious to everyone. This will go a long way in minimizing our casualties. Very well. Send over your exact numbers later, and the Empire will distribute them accordingly. The Kanglong Empire has always had strict gun control. Most ordinary people have probably never even seen a real gun in their entire lives, but just because they are rare doesn't mean they're expensive. In reality, guns are actually dirt cheap. A single handgun only costs a little over $100 to make. Even the more powerful ones are only a few hundred. The only reason they're banned is because they're too lethal and would cause massive social unrest. But right now, weapons are literally cheaper than food. Cooking oil, salt, coal, electrical equipment, and winter clothing, I want all of it. I know things aren't easy for the Empire right now, so I'm willing to trade crystals for them. For once, Elder Hua actually spoke with a smile. As the two went back and forth with their questions and answers, the entire room fell dead silent. Time flew by quickly, and soon, 4 or 5 hours had passed. Speaking from the perspective of the mecha humans, Lin Qing brought up plenty of suggestions and asked a ton of questions. He discussed housing the refugees and using crystals for transactions. From increasing revenue to cutting costs, and even the climate conditions, he exchanged ideas with Elder Hua on everything. Towards the end, Lin Qing stood up. He did almost all the talking, while everyone else just listened. This was all precious knowledge the Azure Dragon Empire had paid for, with countless lives in his past life. He didn't hold anything back, sharing every single bit of it. As long as they followed his advice, the Empire's development in this lifetime would be 10 years ahead of other nations. Tens of thousands of mecha humans watched this young man talk business so effortlessly, their emotions incredibly conflicted. This is what a true legend of a chaotic era looks like. Word is, he's only in his early 20s. If you're going to raise a son, he should be just like Zhangmazi. As the first rays of dawn finally broke, and seeing that Lin Qing was finished with his speech, Elder Hua cleared his throat and asked, "You still haven't told me which cities you're going to take charge of." With Donghai as the center, within a 300-mile radius. Slap! Elder Hua slammed his hand on the table. Deal! Since you've said it, you have to stand by it. A man must keep his word. After all, Donghai is an incredibly tough nut to crack. Linhai is a death trap. No one expected Lin Qing to take on such a heavy burden. A radius of 300 miles is a lot of territory, with quite a few battles to fight. With Lin Qing taking the lead, others followed one after another, and the rest of the mecha human leaders also claimed the territories near their own bases. However, they didn't have Lin Qing's level of boldness. The stronger ones claimed several cities, while the weaker ones settled for fewer. As each mecha human leader spoke, someone beside them recorded their claims. It was quite a massive gamble. How many seconds does it take to insta-kill a Stage 9 evolved mecha? Captain, we definitely made the right move coming here this time. With food and weapons, our overall strength can multiply several times over. Once the meeting wrapped up, Yi Daeng and Lin Qing immediately left the imperial capital. Zhang Yanjun had offended way too many people, and every time he did something, he did it under the banner of the Qingfeng stronghold. The two of them were terrified of getting jumped, and they had every reason to be. With tens of thousands of adult stage mecha humans, if someone stirred the pot and rallied the others to join in, even with their bodies of steel, they wouldn't survive it. Well, you win some, you lose some. For some, this is a golden opportunity, but for others, it's a total disaster. The food and weapons are a huge help, but he had to take the gamble too. With so many cities within a 300-mile radius of Donghai, if we can really sweep through them all, raising a few Overlord-class powerhouses won't be a problem at all. But we must deliver on our promise. We can't afford to slack off anymore. We'll be fighting steel beasts for a long time. If we don't push ourselves, only death awaits. We have to race against those steel beasts to see whose evolution speed is faster. Whoever falls behind dies. The two of them chatted along the way, but 30 minutes later, they were blocked. Bai Xing was waiting for them with 10 Stage 7 evolved mechas. A mecha warrior is blocking the middle of the road. A 9th stage evolved warrior, he's leading 10 7th stage evolved mechas to block the path. Anyone with eyes can see they're looking to start trouble. The other mechas, who were about to leave, stop in their tracks, waiting around to watch the drama unfold. Lin Qing, I told you, this thing with Bai Long isn't over. Boss Bai lost his own son, and even he's over it. Yet you just won't let it go. Transforming into her mecha form, Lin Qing's voice carries a hint of impatience. Didn't that slash last time teach you a lesson? If you hadn't brought it up, I might have forgotten. But today, I'm going to settle the score for that slash. Heh. I'm clearly the one who spared your life. How did showing mercy turn you into an enemy? You don't actually think that just because you reached the 9th evolution, you can beat me. Do you? Cracking his neck, Bai Xin takes a big step forward. Defiantly, he sneers. Whether I can beat you is something we'll only know once we try. Hold on. Lin Qing raises her hand to stop him in his tracks. Frowning deeply, she asks, Are you sure you want to fight? Or did you think I was playing house with you? I don't have time to play games with you. I let you off the hook last time. This time, I might not, which means you might die. Think carefully about that. One of the 7th stage evolved mechas behind young Master Bai Xin speaks up to warn him. Sparing casually is one thing. As long as neither of you goes for the kill, even if there are serious injuries, we can still save face. But once a deathmatch begins, it won't end until one of you is dead. If you win, those hundreds of thousands of mechas from Qingfeng Fortress won't let it slide. And if you lose, Fancheng will 100% come looking for revenge. You both are among the top 5 experts today. No one can afford the consequences if either of you dies. Don't stop me. Even if it's not for Bai Long, I'm doing this for myself. Bai Xin gently touched his chest. Where Lin Qing had once slashed him, he had almost been sliced in half. In this duel, I only represent myself. If I die, it's because I was outmatched. Fancheng won't come after you. Interesting. Lin Qing unsheathed Yanmo. Bending his knees, he sneered. You want to die that badly? Then I'll gladly grant your wish. But you'd better make it loud and clear in front of everyone. If you die, Qingfeng Stockade is not allowed to seek revenge on Fancheng. I'm not going to die. An 8-meter-long blade light erupted, the sharp tip pointing backward. As Lin Qing took his drawing stance, someone yelled, Holy crap, they're already throwing down? A level 9 fighting a level 8? Now this is going to be a real show. Zhang Mazi is in for a rough time. I don't know about that. Can Zhang Mazi really one-shot an 8th evolution powerhouse? Even if he can't beat a level 9, he definitely won't lose. He's terrified, he's totally frozen. Bai Xin, the number 2 powerhouse of the Kanglong Empire, versus the number 4 powerhouse, Zhang Mazi. Bets on Zhang Mazi are 3-1. I'm putting down 100 level 3 purification crystals. I bet 5 level 5 purification crystals. Let me spice things up. 10 level 5 purification crystals. The locomotive people, who were supposed to head back to the city, along with all the leaders, were now completely blocked on the highway. Crowds packed the area layers deep, leaving absolutely no room to move. In Qingzhou, Yang Ao started taking bets. The crowd of eager onlookers, always down for some drama, immediately rushed to place their bets. In the blink of an eye, the crystals piled up as high as a mountain. Lin Qing, who had originally planned to leave right after one slash, paused his hand. He walked over to Yang Ao. Can I bet on myself? Sure. You can even bet on Bai Xin if you want. Looking at the mountain of crystals towering before him, Yang Ao grinned so hard his mouth practically reached his ears. Placing a bet? It's a simple 50-50. Either Bai Xin wins, or Lin Qing wins. One of them has to lose. Since he was the bookie, he'd rake in the cash either way. No matter what, he was guaranteed to make a killing. I'm betting 70,000 crystals on myself to win. Lin Qin dumps all the crystals out of the carriage. These were given to him by Jiang Yanjun a while back. There were over 100,000 of them in total back then. Since he was the captain, he got the lion's share. After a quick count, they were worth about 105 times purified crystals. Do you want to count them yourself? Bro Lin, stop messing with me. This is way too much for me to stomach. I can't take a bet this big. 105 times purified crystals at 3-1 odds. If Lin Qin actually wins, he'd have to pay out 305 times purified crystals. The entire planet doesn't even have that many combined. If you can't handle it, then let me act as the house. But the house can't actually participate in the match. To put it bluntly, if you end up dead, who are they supposed to get their payouts from? How about I change the odds then? 2-1 odds if you bet on yourself. Yang Ao immediately refuses. We agreed on 3-1 odds. How can you just back out now? We already handed over the crystals, and now you're telling us this? It's already set. Whatever we agreed on stays. If you change it to 2-1, I'm calling off the bet. Changing it won't work, and leaving it as is won't work either. Backed into a corner with no other choice, Yang Ao took out 25 times purified crystals and handed them to Lin Qin. Brother Yun, maybe you shouldn't place a bet. Just consider these crystals as my tribute to you. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yi Dang gave Lin Qin a big thumbs up. Without lifting a single finger, he pocketed 25 times purified crystals just by chatting. Who else could pull that off? I'll show you some respect. After putting away the crystals, Lin Qin smiled and said, I'll open a separate bet on how many seconds Bai Xin can last. Everyone gasped in shock. Damn, pockmarked Zhang is incredibly cocky. The fight hasn't even started, and he's already written Bai Xin off. He's actually taking bets on how many seconds the guy can last. 10 to 1 odds if he lasts just 1 second, 5 to 1 odds for 10 seconds, and 3 to 1 for 30 seconds. Even money for anything over 1 minute. Seeing Yang Ao looking eager to bet, Lin Qing quickly interjected, anyone who placed a bet with Yang Ao is disqualified from this one. Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried the pool will get too big, and I won't be able to cover the payout. I gotta be responsible for everyone, after all. Yang Ao, you can't bet either. You're a high roller. Mine is just a small-scale operation. That guy is definitely a shady bastard. If I let him bet, he'd put his entire life savings on 1 second. That would make things too hard for me to rig. If I insta-kill Bai Xin, I'll have to pay Yang Ao. But if I go easy for a few seconds, I'll have to pay out a ton of. Pfft. Retail investors are going to lose either way. Yang Ao's jaw dropped as he cursed him for being so shameless. Others might not know how strong Lin Qing is, but how could he not? This motherfucker is playing both referee and athlete. He can take Bai Xin down in whatever second he wants. 10 grade 5 purification crystals. I'm betting 25 grade 5 purification crystals on over 1 minute. I'm betting on over 1 minute too. Hold on, Star God. Betting 5 purification crystals that you'll last over 1 minute. 30 seconds. 1,000 grade 4 purification crystals. 30 seconds. Teach him a lesson. Pockmarked Zhang. Easy. Big bosses. Don't rush. One at a time. Hand over your crystals. Then collect your tickets. Yi Daing held a pen and recorded each bet in a notebook, one by one. Everyone here is a base leader, and none of these mechas evolved 5 times or more are broke. Carrying a few hundred or even 1,000 crystals is just standard for them. In less than 2 minutes, on Lin Qing's side, the total pool reached over 500 mature stage crystals. With a completely dark expression, Bai Xin walked over and said coldly, I'm betting on over 1 minute. 30 level 5 purified crystals. Welcome. You're more than welcome. Yi Daing was grinning from ear to ear. He quietly wrote himself a betting slip for 3 crystals, betting that it'd all end in 1 second. He knew Lin Qing all too well. Aside from him, nobody bet on 1 second, not even 10 seconds. In this scenario, as long as Lin Qing could instantly defeat Bai Xin, the house would sweep the entire board, raking in over 500 level 5 purified crystals in a single second. Can we get this one-shot fight started? Already? Bai Xin spat, barely holding back his rage. Lin Qing was in a fantastic mood today, grinning as she replied, Sure, but it's a bit too cramped up here. Let's take this down there. The highway is completely blocked, so we won't have room to move, but those open fields on either side are perfect. Stepping over the guardrail, the two of them made their way down into the field. The bikers watching the fight didn't follow them down. Instead, they all craned their necks, eager for the show to begin. Hey, 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 watch it. Don't touch my crystals. If even one goes missing, who's gonna take the blame? Guarding such a massive pile of crystals all by himself, Yi Daing was feeling the pressure. He whipped out his shotgun and aimed it right at a Ferrari, and barked, Yeah, I'm talking to you, punk. Are you blind? Which of your eyes saw me touch a crystal? Who are you trying to scare with that piece of junk? Yi Daing fired a shot at the ground, blasting a huge hole in the reinforced steel road. Whoa, brother, let's just talk this out. No need to get worked up. Get lost. Smirking, Zhang Ning backed away, his eyes flashing with devious thoughts. Initially, he had planned to fish in troubled waters, inciting the crowd to snatch the crystals the moment Lin Qing lost. With so many bikers rushing forward all at once, how could a single motorcycle stand a chance? He never expected that shotgun to pack such a terrifying punch. A bullet right to the head. He'd still be a goner, right? Anyone who gets within 10 meters is dead meat. Standing right on top of the pile of crystals, Yi Daing held his rifle, scanning the crowd. Anyone with a guilty conscience started backing away. The fight's on. It's starting. Finally, they're going at it. Someone yelled out, and everyone's eyes snapped back to the battlefield. Bai Xing, now at his level 9 evolution, covered his entire body in armor 11. It was like he was wearing a layer of invisible dark armor. Except for his head before the 10th evolution, the head can't be armored. This is his only fatal weakness. A level 9 armored defense has 0 blind spots, 360 degrees. Ordinary guns are completely useless against him now, right? You country bumpkins, forget level 9 armor, even at level 6 evolution. Firearms are pretty much useless. Once they activate their armor, even a rocket launcher can't pierce it, unless you use a specialized missile, like an armor-piercing incendiary shell. When it comes to level 9 evolvers, the heavy weapons that can actually hurt them are incredibly rare. Seeing Bai Xing wrapping himself up so tightly, Lin Qin almost wanted to laugh. If the frog were here, he'd definitely call him a total idiot. You only have so much energy. Concentrating it on one point is how you maximize its defense. Spreading it out all over your body, isn't that just diluting your energy? Your defense is going to take a massive hit. Hey, someone count down. 3, 2, 1, go. Lin Qin lowered her stance, armoring the arm holding her blade, and kicked it into second gear, getting into a quick draw stance. Bai Xing stood 80 meters away. At this distance, it's a matter of split seconds. Let me do it. Let me do it. Always loving the drama, Yang Ao volunteered to be the referee. But the moment he counted down and hit 2, the ground beneath Lin Qin's feet shattered instantly, visibly sinking under the immense pressure. Before you could even count to 1, he had already completely vanished. One of his skills had reached absolute perfection, the heaven-slaying draw sword art. All the crowd could see was a long, flashing red line, extending from where Lin Qing stood, stretching infinitely right up to Bai Xing. In the blink of an eye, that red line vanished, as if it had never even existed. Some people rubbed their eyes frantically, thinking they were just seeing things. With a sudden thud, Bai Xing's pupils dilated with shock as he dropped straight to his knees. On his body, a deep, charred slash mark ran from his shoulder all the way down to his ribs. It was in the exact same spot he got slashed last time, without a single millimeter of difference. He fell flat on the ground, face first, completely motionless, leaving everyone wondering if he was even still alive. They all knew Lin Qing's blade was fast, but they had no idea it was this times fast. For a split second, he saw Lin Qing charging right at him, and the image of a sword slash flashed through his mind. But seeing it coming is one thing, and actually being able to react to it is a completely different story. In just 0.0 something seconds, he didn't even have the chance to move his feet. By the time he blinked, it was already over. Standing a few meters behind him, Lin Qing sheathed his blade in a single second. Yi Daing screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice trembling with pure excitement. "We're rich! We hit the fucking jackpot this time. That goddamn useless piece of trash, Bai Xing." He totally choked. "He just cost me a mountain of crystals. Out of 9 times, he loses 8. Defeated in a single blow. Instantly one-shotted. Are those two fucking acting? Is this match rigged or what? Is there really such a massive gap between them? He's useless. A total, absolute piece of trash. Has Bai Xing never even set foot on a battlefield before? If I knew he was this pathetic, I would have gone up myself. I mean, I could have lost with my eyes closed anyway. Fucking hell. Did you not see how blindingly fast Zhang Mazi's slash was? Who on earth could possibly block that? With that, many people shifted their gaze to Yang Ao. With a level 9 evolution under his belt, he's definitely the most qualified to speak here. Yang Ao shook his head. "Don't look at me. I couldn't handle that either." The crowd was left utterly speechless, completely paralyzed with shock. There are only 3 level 9 evolvers in the entire world, and Bai Xing just got insta-killed in a single hit. Even Yang Ao admits he couldn't survive that. The only other level 9 evolver left is Shen Ziyan, but she probably wouldn't stand a chance either, which means Lin Qing is officially the strongest guy in the world right now. Out in the crowd of onlookers, Bai Luomei and Bai Qianqian jumped over the guardrail, running toward Bai Xing, their eyes red with tears. They clenched their fists tightly. Bai Qingshan took a long, hard look at Lin Qing, and then jumped over the guardrail after them. What was supposed to be an absolute sure thing had completely blown up in their faces. Lin Qing got up onto the highway, and the crowd parted like a receding wave. He walked up to the pile of crystals and plopped down, stuffing them into his mouth by the handful. He hadn't been slacking off lately. He'd been training his armaments every single day. Even before arriving in the imperial capital, his compatibility rate had already reached 80%. Since the frog wasn't around, he had no idea what Bai Xing's compatibility rate was, but he could easily guess that it definitely wasn't high. It was a real question if it even reached 20%. Without a battle song, it's incredibly hard for ordinary mechas to raise their compatibility rate. Their only option is to keep fighting through endless life-or-death struggles, and even then, progress is slow as hell. "Boss, how did..." Seeing Ye Dang hesitate, Lin Qing mumbled with his mouth full. "Wait, did someone actually bet on a 1-second fight? Who the hell would do that? Must be feeling lucky, I guess?" Ye Dang pointed to himself. "Well, wasn't I just trying to show my support? If we don't bet on our own guys, we'll just make ourselves a laughingstock. Besides, boss, I barely have any crystals on me. How much did you bet?" 3 level 5 evolution crystals. His crystals had already been cleaned out completely by the frog. We actually grabbed these 3 on our way here. A few steel beasts reluctantly handed over 30 crystals. Then we gave the level 5 purified ones to Ye Dang. Lin Qing warned them, "Don't let it happen again." And just like that, while some celebrated, others wept. Lin Qing was stuffing his face, grease dripping from his mouth, while they wept on the ground, utterly heartbroken. The long scar was twisted and hideous, looking like a giant centipede crawling across. Bai Xing's body. Now, no one knew if he was dead or alive. With bloodshot eyes, Bai Qingshan roared at Lin Qing. You clearly had the strength to finish him cleanly. But you didn't. Why would you be so brutal? Old man, I think you're completely misunderstanding the situation here. Lin Qing was too busy eating to care, so Ye Dang spoke up for him. Bai Xing was the one who started this mess. There were plenty of witnesses watching. So don't go framing innocent people. Our boss held back again and again, and only fought back when he had absolutely no choice. Besides, you were already here before the fight even started, weren't you? Why didn't you step in to stop it then? Wasn't it because you thought a level 9 like Bai Xing was a sure win? Against our boss? So stop playing the victim now. If we were the ones lying on the ground right now, you'd probably be grinning from ear to ear. Hey, dang, watch your attitude. Your little girl is watching. Lin Qing took a break from eating to tell Bai Qingshan. I didn't kill him. I spared his life. He's just knocked out. And if I remember correctly, Bai Xing owes me 2 lives now. According to the duel rules, his crystals belong to me. 2. Old man. Once Bai Xing wakes up, tell him to send over 200 level 5 purified crystals. Bringing them to Donghai City is already a bargain. And if he doesn't agree, I'll rip his level 9 purified crystal right out of him. Besides, I'm only sparing him because he's a level 9, one of the Empire's few top-tier powerhouses. It would be a waste if he died, cutting her slack over and over again. But 3 strikes and you're out. There won't be a next time. Lin Qin's tone was dripping with murderous intent. Nobody doubted that if there were a next time, Bai Xing would be dead meat. The secret of the 300 crystals. Without saying a word, Bai Qingshan had her taken away. Before leaving, the look Bai Xing gave Lin Qin was like she wanted to eat him alive. It was a purple sheath dropped right at Ye Dang's feet. Bai Qianqian also left with Bai Qingshan. Uh-oh. Looks like your little wife doesn't want you anymore. Lin Qin was devouring the crystals in big gulps. As if that wasn't satisfying enough, he used both hands to pour them down his throat. With nearly 600 mature energy crystals, it was more than enough to break through to the 9th purification. This time, he wanted to reach the peak of the 9th purification in one shot, and once his compatibility hit 100%, go straight for the 10th purification, stepping right into the Lord level. Captain, please stop teasing me. What do you mean, little wife? There's no way we'd ever happen. Picking up the sheath, Ye Dang took his sword, which was only a few dozen centimeters long, and slid it inside. See? In front of others, she used to call me darling, and now she's calling me captain. Her mind is in disarray. Man, you really have a wild imagination. How can you read so much into a simple title? You're wasting your talent not writing novels. Grabbing his own 30 crystals, Ye Dang popped them into his mouth. One by one. He was at the 6th evolution, with 40% compatibility, far from 80%, but he couldn't afford to worry about that now. Once we go back, that frog will definitely squeeze us dry, and keeping them to ourselves isn't even an option. That frog always has plenty of ways to tempt us, making you hand them over of your own free will. Anyone who bet on Lin Qin, come collect your winnings. A 3-to-1 payout? What, only these few people? How could you guys have so little faith in him? Bai Xing just bit the dust. So if you bet on him, don't even bother coming over. Yang Ao's voice boomed like thunder, and there was no hiding the sheer joy in his tone. He made an absolute killing on this round. Even though it wasn't a clean sweep, it still added up to several hundred crystals, not to mention the 5 level 5 purification crystals he pocketed. Grandpa, why is this guy sometimes called Lin Qing, and other times Zhang Mazi? Are they really talking about the same person? Asked a little electric scooter who had tagged along with the adults to see the world. He's Lin Qing in public, but behind closed doors, he's Zhang Mazi. They're indeed the same guy. The old man sighed. If you ever run into that red heavy truck in the future, you can judge how dangerous he is just by how he introduces himself. If he says he's Zhang Mazi, then you'd better run like hell. But if he says he's Lin Qing, then you're good. The little scooter was completely baffled. Who is he trying to fool? Does he really think people won't recognize him just because he changed his name? You're still too young to understand. Bottom line, if you see Zhang Mazi, you run. The guy is a ruthless bandit. He wants your money and your life. Yeah, a notorious outlaw like him. Even fellow bandits like us are terrified of him. That young punk has absolutely no honor. The one speaking was Zhang Ning, the Ferrari, a level 7 evolved vehicle bot, and a bandit himself. But unlike Lin Qing, he never takes a life. Instead, he just blocks the road in Hu County to collect tolls. Before you even enter the county, several megaphones will blast a sweet feminine voice. You are about to enter the safe zone. At the Hu County toll station ahead, please prepare 1 crystal per person for the toll. Thank you for your cooperation. They're both bandits, but the difference between them couldn't be bigger. Talk about a class act. Meanwhile, looking back at Zhang Mazi, He clicked his tongue smugly as he listened to all the praise around him. Zhang Ning cupped his hands respectfully and joked, "It's all thanks to everyone else making me look so good." To avoid blocking the road, Lin Qing moved the crystals into a field next to the highway, where he sat down to eat them slowly. He didn't care at all about what anyone else was saying. Only Ye Daing noticed that Lin Qing's aura was slowly rising. A black light flashed between his crossed legs. He was about to break through to his 9th evolution. Crunch! After eating about 300 to 400 mature stage crystals, a muffled thud resounded within Lin Qing's body, followed by a loud crackling sound like popping corn. A black flowing light spread down from his collarbones, instantly covering his entire upper body. The black light continued downward, moving to his hips and thighs, down his shins and knees, and all the way to the soles of his feet. Except for his head, every single part of his body was now fully armored. The 9th evolution was successfully complete. Lin Qing could clearly feel that the crystal inside him had more than doubled in size. Its energy was several times stronger than that of his 8th evolution. As his power surged, his mecha synchronization rate began to drop, from 78% to 75%, before finally stopping at 70%. Under the frog's rigorous training, his synchronization rate was already incredibly high, and his control over his body had reached absolute mastery. So this sudden evolution didn't affect him too much. With plenty of crystals still left in front of him, Lin Qing didn't stop. After finishing those off, he pulled out his own stash and kept eating. An hour later, he had devoured them all. In just over an hour, he had swallowed nearly 700 mature stage crystals. Bursting with endless energy, he felt incredibly powerful with every move he made. He felt like he still hadn't hit his limit. Lin Qing turned his gaze toward Yang Ao. By this time, most of the vehicle bots had already left, with only a few left. What was Yang Ao even coming over for? Get straight to the point. Yang Ao was busy ordering his men to pack up the crystals sack by sack. But when he noticed Lin Qin staring at him, he got a really bad feeling. A business deal involving over 1,000 purified crystals. Are you sure you want me to shout it out loud? Coming, Brother Lin! Yang Ao crept over sneakily. Crouching down, Yang Ao whispered, "Who are we taking out this time?" He actually thought they were going to pull off a big heist, which left Lin Qin totally speechless. Can't you think of anything else besides kidnapping people? Well, I'd love to, but it's not like you know how to do anything else anyway. Get lost! Lin Qin snapped, kicking him right in the gut. He was sent rolling back a few times. Yang Ao grinned sheepishly and got back up. My bad. I'm all ears, go on. Damn it, I actually couldn't even dodge that kick just now. This cheater is definitely on another level. Lean in close. Lin Qin gestured with his hand. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? I'll sell you a secret. For the price of 1,000 mature stage crystals. Come on, bro. We're both just human here. Why are you treating me like an absolute idiot? What kind of secret could possibly be worth 1,000 crystals? Thinking Lin Qin was just messing with him, Yang Ao turned around and was about to walk away. Don't you feel like the crystal power inside your body has hit a ceiling? Like you can't break through any further? Yang Ao stopped, turned back, and squatted down again. Lin Qin continued, First secret. Do you want to know why I'm so incredibly strong? Give me 500 mature stage crystals, and I'll tell you. Yang Ao shot him a skeptical look. If I find out, will I actually become as strong as you? Of course he was dying to know Lin Qin's secret, but spending 500 crystals just to satisfy his curiosity? He'd have to be completely out of his mind. Exactly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be selling it to you for just 500. His heart began to race with excitement. Yang Ao quickly calmed himself down. Why are you selling this secret to me? Is Lin Qing really that strong? He's insanely strong. It's like he's using cheat codes. There's no way he doesn't have some kind of secret. But selling the secret to getting stronger for just 500 crystals? Yang Ao asked himself, if he were in that position, he wouldn't sell it even if it killed him. But even the best cook can't make a meal without rice. Lin Qing had been rubbing his temples in frustration this whole time. With such a big household, I'm not the only one who needs to eat. Of course, Lin Qing wouldn't actually tell him that he had more money than brains, and was easy to scam. I'll believe you for now, but 500 crystals is too expensive. I can't afford it. I'll buy it for 100. Lin Qing glanced at the dozens of sacks of crystals over there. He didn't say a word and got up to leave. 200. Yang Ao raised his offer for the second time. Seeing that the other didn't even pause, he quickly added, 300 max. I'm no fool. For someone like you to sell me this secret, it means it's not that important to you anymore. Or at least, not for now. Deal. Daing. Go count out 300 mature stage crystals. He ordered Ye Daing to fetch the crystals. Lin Qing walked back and squatted down. The secret to my strength is, Yang Ao perked up his ears, not wanting to miss a single word. 300 crystals for a secret. If he hadn't won big today, he would never have done something like this, even if it killed him. Among the 7 major legions of the East Sea, Do you know what mecha sync rate is? As Lin Qing said those words, he knew Yang Ao wouldn't understand, so he took 2 minutes to explain it to him. To put it in gaming terms, a level 9 character with no gear at all definitely won't deal as much damage as a level 8 character with a full build. Got it? Hearing this, Yang Ao's furrowed brow relaxed. He felt these 300 crystals were well spent, so it turned out his own mecha sync rate was just too low, which was why he got absolutely wrecked. Then, how do you increase your mecha sync rate? If you're gonna tell me that's the second secret, I'll chop you to pieces right now. Come on, do you really think I'm that cheap? Raising your mecha sync rate is both simple and complicated. It's easy to explain, but tough to actually do. You just have to keep fighting. The more you battle, the higher your sync rate gets. Are you freaking kidding me? Yang Ao immediately felt like he'd been scammed. Fighting? What kind of bullshit advice is that? When the hell am I not fighting? That's completely obvious. It's like someone telling you that if you eat, you won't be hungry. Feel like you've been ripped off? Lin Qin smiled and said, if I hadn't told you, you probably wouldn't have risked your life for it. Maybe you would have, but would your team members? Without this, wouldn't you guys miss your only shot at becoming truly powerful? So, do you still think you got ripped off? Mecha sync rate. That's the real secret to my strength. See? I didn't lie to you. Fine. You've got a point. I'll let you have those 300 crystals. Now we're talking. How about I sell you a second secret? Lin Qin held up 5 fingers. 500 this time? Forget it. I'm not buying. Yang Ao wasn't an idiot. Sure, what Lin Qin said was definitely useful, but when he really thought about it, it was basically common sense. He might have taken a few detours, but he would have figured all this out sooner or later anyway. Completely unfazed, Lin Qin just gave a calm smile. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Above the 9th evolution lies the 10th, and you can't just buy your way through this stage with crystals. I'll bet you anything that at least 90% of mechanized humans will get stuck right here in the future, never able to reach the 10th evolution in their entire lives. This secret of mine is the way to break through to the 10th evolution. So, you buying or what? Yang Ao, who had just stood up, squats back down. Buying it? Well, duh. Obviously. Since you put it that way, how could I not buy it? The thing is, he's actually stuck at this exact level too. No matter how many crystals he used, he just couldn't break through to the 10th evolution. Before this, he thought, mecha warriors could only reach the 9th evolution at most. But now, hearing Lin Qin say this, he is completely panicking. 500 is way too expensive. I don't have that much. Pointing at the dozens of sacks ready to be loaded, Yang Ao says, these should be worth about 200, level 5 evolution crystals at least. Take them if you want. Lin Qin shakes his head. If you're short on crystals, then make up for it with food. Go back and send me 200 tons of food, plus military gear for a whole battalion. Deal? Without even caring what else Lin Qin has to say, Yang Ao agrees instantly. For the sake of the 10th evolution, he has to agree. Whether he wants to or not, a gentleman's word is unbreakable. The secret is, Yang Ao glances left and right, then puts his arm around Lin Qin's shoulder and pulls him aside. The walls have ears. It's better if other people don't overhear this. Lin Qin smiles inwardly. Fair point. All right, you can tell me now. The secret to breaking through to the 10th evolution is, your mecha sync rate must be 100%. And? That's it, Lin Qin says, shrugging. That's the only hard requirement. After freezing for a few seconds, Yang Ao's eyes turn red with rage. You bastard! I'm gonna kill you. You dirty scammer. Classic. A saint in public, but a ruthless outlaw behind closed doors. You need a 100% sync rate to break through 10 purifications. This piece of garbage cost me hundreds of crystals? Yang Ao felt like he just paid a massive idiot tax today. Water fist armament. After dodging, Lin Qing gave him a brutal beatdown. With his sync rate, fighting Yang Ao was basically like beating up a toddler. 3 minutes. Yang Ao was lying on the ground, clutching his head and screaming, Zhang Mazi, you're gonna die a horrible death, you bastard. I hope your kids are born with no assholes. Whoa, take it easy, buddy. This is just business, right? It's a willing buyer and a willing seller. I didn't force you to buy or sell anything. So how can you say I ripped you off? I see how it is now. You're like a sow wearing a bra. Scam after scam. Some businessman you are. We're all about integrity here. Yang Ao. You bought this secret of your own free will. If you're thinking of stiffing Zhang Mazi on the bill, I'd advise you to tread very carefully. Clutching his head, Yang Ao trembled in fear. I'll pay. I never said I wouldn't, damn it. Stop hitting me. Just give me a month. I want to see the food and equipment in Donghai by then. Lin Qing stopped and walked towards Ye Daing, where Yang Ao's hundreds of crystals were waiting. Like a hog at a trough, crunching and chomping away, one sack after another was emptied. Seeing this made Yang Ao's heart bleed. Unable to bear watching anymore, he signaled his men and left. Boss, are we heading back to Chinjo? No. We're going back to the imperial capital to find Shen Zheyan. Why are we looking for him? I've got a project worth over 1,000 crystals to pitch to him. I can't be the only one getting ripped off. At times like this, you've got to find someone to share the pain. Shen Zheyan is with the Empire and is absolutely loaded with crystals. He is a certified fat cat. When we meet up, he planned to sell each secret for 500. Once he fleeces him, he'll pretty much make his money back. On the way back to the city, passing through Fancheng, he tracks down the street hustler, Bai Xin, to sell the secret all over again. He figures he can make a pretty penny off of it. Pulled over by the side of the highway, Lin Qing really can't force down any of the remaining crystals. In total, there are still over 100 pieces left. It's not that he doesn't want to evolve further, but the energy inside his body has already reached its absolute limit. Consuming any more would be completely useless. Currently, he's at the peak of the 9th purification stage. As soon as his compatibility rate maxes out, he can break through to the Lord tier at any moment. Lin Qing points at the remaining crystals and says to Ye Dang, "Here, these are for you. If you swallow them all, you should reach the 7th purification stage." "Captain!" Ye Dang's eyes well up with tears. "No. Please. Don't. Wait. Yes, please. I want them. I want them all. Give them to me." Since his mouth isn't as big as Lin Qing's, Yi Dang eats at a much slower pace, taking nearly 2 hours to finally finish them all. By the time he's done, he has also purified to the 7th stage. Outside of East Sea City, we will now begin organizing the legions. Standing tall on the high platform, Lin Qing keeps his hands behind his back, looking down at his army of hundreds of thousands. At the very front stand Ye Daiying, Huang Kuan, Zhejiang, Zhongba, and Jiang Yanjun. This is his 3rd day back from the imperial capital. After going through this period of training, although everyone's strength hasn't increased by much, their discipline has become exceptionally tight. For instance, as he addresses them from up above, not a single soul below dares to make a sound. "First Legion, step forward." The booming sound of heavy footsteps echoes in perfect unison, resounding like a clap of thunder. 3,000 heavy truck mechas step out from the ranks. From this moment on, you answer to me. Out of 10,000 heavy trucks, only 3,000 remain after a rigorous selection. The rest have all been reassigned to other units. Second Legion, step forward. The exact same heavy footsteps resound. This time, 50,000 family sedans stepped forward. "You guys are under Monk's command. Starting today, he's your Legion commander." Third Legion, step forward. You'll be under Huang Kuan's command. Fourth Legion, step forward. You'll be under Jiang Yanjun's command. Fifth Legion, step forward. You guys are under Xiongba's command. Sixth Legion, step forward. You guys are under Ye Daiying's command. With the 6 major legions, Lin Qing had 3,000 men directly under him. Huang Kuan, Monk, Xiongba, and Jiang Yanjun each had 50,000. Ye Daiying had at most 100,000. Out of 700,000 cyberbots, only about half were actually reorganized in the end. The remaining 300,000 plus cyberbots were either weak and disabled trash who couldn't fight, or cowards who were terrified of dying. Lin Qing didn't want people like that in his ranks, so he sent them off to do logistics, or work on city construction. With 60,000 dead in one battle, the sky was still hazy, and the outline of Donghai City was barely visible. The ground vibrated as 300,000 cyberbots marched into the city. They had been here for over 10 days, and this was the first time Lin Qing allowed them into the city to clear out the steel. Beasts, slaughtering countless of them. The headlights turned on, instantly lighting up the bustling city. Huang Kuan and the others led their respective forces, clearing their designated streets according to plan. Laser gunfire echoed as hunters and prey clashed. Battle cries filled the air. Crash. Over at the Second Legion, a cyberbot shattered the steel beast in front of him. Without pausing, he charged straight toward his next target. The Legion commander had given strict orders. In the middle of battle, no one is allowed to harvest crystals on their own. Violators will be executed. What the fuck? Are you trying to get yourself killed? On a quiet street corner, a biker bot was secretly pocketing a crystal, but his corporal spotted him red-handed and slapped him right across the face. "You think the discipline squad is a joke? Drop it right now and move." "Come on, boss. No one's looking. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, who's gonna find out?" But the biker bot remained defiant. "If we turn these in, who knows how tiny our cut will actually be?" I said, "Drop it. No way. If you're my buddy, just let me have this." Just as the biker bot was about to swallow the crystal whole, his head blew wide open. High up on a distant rooftop, a sniper on a motorcycle sneered, "First day on the job, and you're already defying military orders? You've got some serious guts." The discipline squad was established by Lin Qing himself. They don't actually join the fight. Instead, their sights are locked entirely on their own guys. On this battlefield, anyone who dares to pocket a crystal will face instant death. And it's not just the snipers on the roofs. There's an entire discipline squad stationed right behind the main army. They're easy to spot, wearing bright red armbands, printed with the words Discipline Squad. The moment they catch anyone pocketing crystals, they will execute them right then and there. For these soldiers, the absolute most important thing is discipline. If everyone just stops to dig for crystals, the second they bring down a steel beast, then this war is as good as lost. No amount of biker bots would survive that. Man, why'd you have to go and do that? The corporal shook his head with a soft sigh, then turned to charge at a giant crab beast nearby. This entire street was their designated zone, so no other squad would dare steal their kills. There was absolutely no need to sneakily pocket crystals. Once the battle is over, their shares would be distributed fairly anyway. Just minutes later, the carcasses of the steel beasts were piling up all over the street. A group of smaller helper bots carrying baskets stepped in with hammers, ready to harvest the crystals, and thick, dark smoke continued to billow over the war-torn city. After a full day of fighting, countless buildings and homes lay in ruins. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but rubble. Right at the front lines of the battle, Lin Qing leaned back against a wall. He was by far the strongest of them all, and easily the most badass. Going in completely solo, he had pushed over a dozen miles deep, leaving the main army far behind. Hey kid, I know we're right by the ocean, but you don't have to push your luck this hard. Sitting on a mountain-like pile of steel beast corpses, Frog was stuffing his face with crystals until he was about to puke. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself killed? They had fought their way in from the outskirts, and the deeper they went, the more steel beasts there were. The number of steel beasts Lin Qing had slaughtered was simply uncountable, and this wasn't even the center of the city yet. If they made it to the other side of the city, right up to the coast, the steel beasts there would only be even more ferocious. I know what I'm doing, Lin Qing said, toying with a crystal in his hand. He crushed it, popped it into his mouth, and swallowed. Let's call it a day. Time to head back and check our haul. As he stood up, his joints popped loudly, his chest and back completely covered in a dense web of scars. The steel beasts they ran into on the first day weren't that strong. There were just way too many of them, so getting a few cuts and bruises was inevitable. Damn, what a freak, he muttered, his eyes shifting, seeing Lin Qing's sink rate. Frog swore under his breath. No wonder his experience is skyrocketing, he's literally playing with his life. After the battle, the army of 300,000 pulled back from the East Sea, returning to their base camp. Lin Qing called a meeting with his legion commanders to review the day's haul. Only Huang Kuan was late, showing up 2 hours after everyone else. Sorry I'm late, Huang Kuan apologized, looking absolutely exhausted. Yet, his voice was bursting with excitement. Since he used to be a business owner and had plenty of management experience, Lin Qing left all the bookkeeping and accounting to him. Without a moment's rest after the battle, he rushed off to compile the casualty reports. Don't worry about it. Just tell us how things look. Lin Qing spoke up. All eyes turned to Huang Kuan. I've got some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? A heavy silence fell, and nobody said a word. Everyone stared at him as if he were an idiot. Huang Kuan cleared his throat and said, Let's start with the bad news first. Our casualties are pretty heavy this time. Counting the dead and wounded, we lost over 60,000. Over 60,000 dead on the very first day. Hearing that number, nobody could stay cheerful. Huang Kuan went through the casualty numbers one by one. Yi Dang's legion was in the rear, so they had the fewest casualties. The rest of the legions fared about the same. Each lost around 8 to 10,000. For the first day, these numbers are normal, Lin Qing said, trying to reassure everyone. The strength of our troops is quite uneven. A lot of our mecha fighters have zero combat experience. Once they get a few battles under their belt, that number will gradually drop. 60,000 dead in a single day. To Lin Qing, those 60,000 lives were just a casual statistic. Normal? Jiang Yan felt a cold shiver run down his spine. If this went on for 10 days or 2 weeks, how many of their 300,000 troops would even be left? Sure enough, Zhang Mazi hasn't changed a bit. What? Are you getting soft on me already? Seeing that no one was talking, Lin Qing scoffed. A soft heart can't lead an army, and a righteous soul can't build wealth. If you're already breaking down over this, what are you going to do when we lose hundreds of thousands in a single battle? Jump off a building? If you can't stomach this, just say the word. I'll find someone else to lead your legion. You can just focus on charging the front lines. War is not a game. The friend you were shooting the breeze with this morning could be dead by tonight. Having the faces around you change 7 or 8 times a month is completely normal. If a leader is indecisive or too soft-hearted, then this army will collapse sooner or later. If nobody's speaking up, I guess we're not trading. Old Huang, go ahead and finish listing the casualties. Come on, tell us some good news instead. Today, we harvested a total of 280,000 crystals. There are once purified ones, as well as twice and thrice purified ones. The exact numbers are just too high, so we're still counting them up. Jiang Yanjun's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, some good news. 280,000 from just one stop, man. If we stay here for 8 to 10 days, and then we just split the crystals and make a run for it. Amitabha, Zhejiang chanted a prayer. A single general's glory is built on 10,000 rotting bones. Huang Kuan's face darkened. If you think your sins are so heavy, I can gladly collect your share of the crystals for you. Ami freaking Taba. Actually, I'd better handle this sort of thing myself. Huang Kuan, does the crystal count include the 60,000 dead mecha warriors? Lin Qin suddenly asked. Of course it is. Otherwise, how could there be that many? So, if we don't count those 60,000, we only pulled in 220,000 crystals today? Lin Qin sneered. 300,000 mecha warriors, and only 220,000 crystals. What absolute fucking garbage. 300,000 mecha warriors, and 220,000 crystals. Let that sink in. Even if each person only hunted down a single steel beast, that still leaves 80,000 mecha warriors who did absolutely nothing. The kicker is, they were only operating on the outskirts of the city. The streets are literally crawling with snakes, crabs, lobsters, and seagulls creatures with barely any attack power. You barely even have to fight the steel beasts when you go in. Just picking them up off the ground should have gotten you more than that. Hearing those words, Huang Kuan and Ye Dang's crew were so embarrassed they wanted to crawl into a hole. A lot of my underlings are cowards who are just trying to save their own skins. Besides, they can't keep an eye on things 24/7 anyway. Commander Lin Qin pressed on, asking how far they had advanced today. 2 kilometers? Huang Kuan muttered, his voice quieter than a mosquito's buzz. Shit, I knew it. Lin Qin couldn't help but curse out loud. I bet the troops at the very back haven't even made it into the city yet. Whose men are they? Mine? Ye Dang raised his hand. Yeah, a bunch of mine didn't make it in, but you can't really blame them. The front was moving at a snail's pace, which left everyone in the back totally bottlenecked. Huang Kuan, you total idiot. Papa Bear, Jiang Yanjun. Boss, you've got to be the judge. Does that sound like something a sane person would say? Papa Bear was practically in tears. We were up there risking our lives, and he has the nerve to say we were blocking the way. Tomorrow, let someone else lead the charge. I'd love to just chill in the back too. Lin Qin nodded, understanding the situation. So, there are too many people to squeeze in all at once, right? Starting tomorrow, we enter the city in shifts. Yi Dang, you'll lead the charge. Let's set a small goal for you. Advance 5 kilometers out. I want to see your legion's battle flag, planted 5 kilometers deep, and don't say I never gave you a chance. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, step down on your own, and let someone competent take over. Ye Dang gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, but you have to lend me the 3,000 heavy trucks. Before Lin Qin could start yelling, Ye Dang quickly added, I'm not borrowing them to fight. I want them as a supervising force. If they see anyone retreating, they execute them on the spot. Damn, what a ruthless guy. Jiang Yanjun and the others looked at him in a whole new light. Using 3,000 heavy trucks as a battle supervision squad? Who would dare retreat? They'd be sent packing to the coast. At dawn, over 90,000 motorbots gathered at the city entrance. With the big battle looming, chatter and murmurs echoed continuously. Damn, yesterday's fight wasn't nearly satisfying enough. Today, my goal is to slaughter the stone steel beasts. Keep bragging, buddy. I literally saw you yesterday. You didn't even make it into the city. Honestly, our legion is pretty sweet. Hanging in the back, we're completely safe. I heard they're handing out crystals today. I bet tons of guys are just gonna find a spot to lay low. And once the fight's over, I'll just crawl right back up. Boom. Free crystals in the bag. When you can earn crystals just by slacking off, why the hell would you risk your neck? Only a total moron would rush to the front. At the city entrance, standing at the foot of a ruined 6-story building, Yi Dang stood with his giant blade resting on the ground, scanning the crowd below. He yelled out, I know you guys didn't get enough action yesterday, getting stuck in the back, and barely getting a chance to fight. So, to make sure everyone gets their fill, I stayed up all night to get approval from the big boss. Starting today, our legions will take turns charging into the city. Instantly, the faces of the tens of thousands below turned pale with horror. They were panicking like crazy inside. What the actual hell? Screw you and your whole family tree. We could have easily slacked off in the back, but now we have to take turns going in? How the hell are we supposed to hide now? Hey, no need to thank me, everyone. Yi Dang waved his hand with a grin, to make sure the other legions don't think we're a bunch of cowards. I even borrowed 3,000 heavy trucks from the 1st Legion. They're right behind us. Come on, heavy truck brothers, say hello. Tons of mechas turned around and saw those 3,000 heavy trucks, each over 15 meters tall. They all let out a collective sigh of relief. Well, that's a relief. With these big guys leading the charge, they can finally take it easy. But don't get it twisted, they're the enforcement squad. They won't be participating in the battle. Once we enter the city, if anyone takes even half a step back and gets sliced by them, don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, by the way, our Legion's goal for today is to push forward 5 kilometers. Screw this, I'm out. I'm signing up for logistics. I'm quitting too. You guys are trying to get us killed. We just spent all day fighting yesterday. And today you're sending us out to die. If you don't want to pay us, just say so. There's no need for these underhanded tricks. Looking coldly at the panicked crowd, Yi Dane calmly said, "You all know exactly how many of you actually fought yesterday, and how many of you hid in the back. My squad doesn't want deadweight, and Qingfeng Fortress doesn't want freeloaders either. I suggest you leave right now." "Fine, we're leaving. I'm done dealing with your crap anyway." With one taking the lead, others quickly followed, and in no time, 20,000 people had left. In the rear, Lin Qing and his companions watched silently. Huang Kuan asked worriedly, "Are we really just going to drive them away like this? Can he handle it?" "He'll have to. Whether he can or not, Daxiong, take some men and kick those leaving vehicle humans out of the base. If they can't even fight on the battlefield, yet still expect to slack off in logistics, dream on. If they ask for crystals, should we give them any?" Zhang Ba looked cautiously at Lin Qing. They did fight yesterday, and although Ye Dang's squad didn't do much, some of them actually did participate in the battle. Since we don't know who was hiding, if they insist they were out there hunting steel beasts, what are you going to do about it? Crystals? Lin Qing scoffed. Ask them if they want a blade instead. Useless trash like that actually has the nerve to ask? Tell them to get the hell out. If anyone starts trouble, chop them all down. I'm on it. Shuddering inwardly, Xiongba nervously took his leave. Honestly, Zhang Mazi was incredibly ruthless. Back when he and Zhang Yanjun were in charge, they would never dare offend the low-level vehicle humans, even if they knew they were just freeloaders. Just pass out the crystals like we normally do. There's really no choice with so many mecha men around. If we drive them away, we'll just be commanders without an army. Anyone else afraid of dying and wanting to leave? On the rooftop, Ye Daying looked around. If not, then get to work. I'll lead the 1st battalion. The 2nd and 3rd battalions will be the vanguard. The rest, follow us. Leaping down from the 6th floor, Yi Daying smashed his feet down, cracking the ground like a spiderweb. He walked at the very front of the army. Over 70,000 mecha men followed him into the city. 100 meters away, 3,000 heavy trucks followed, raring to go. "Do you want me to go help?" Beside Lin Qin, Fang Ping popped out of the ground. Lin Qin glanced at him sideways. It had been a few days, and this bastard has already reached his 7th evolution. With his kind of strength, he would absolutely tear things up once he entered the city. As long as he doesn't run into a 9th evolution steel beast, no one could possibly stop him. No need. Let them handle it on their own. I'm planning to take a stroll through the city center. You coming? Whoa. Hold on. Explain that a bit more clearly. Are you fucking coming or not? I'm in. Who has the great god of Sanhei ever been afraid of? But traveling straight to the city center, to be honest, Fang Ping was still a bit worried. While everyone else was training lately, he had sneaked into the city a few times, but most of his time was spent wandering the outskirts. He only went to the city center once and never dared to go back, because that place is crawling with 9th evolution steel beasts, nesting there as the absolute bosses of the area. How many troops are we bringing this time? None. Just the 2 of us to satisfy our craving. And we'll be back by tonight. It won't take much effort at all. Wait. What? Can I back out now? God damn it. Just the 2 of us slaughtering in the city center all day, and you call that satisfying a craving? It won't take much effort anyway. Speaking of which, I've got nothing else to do here. How about I tag along with you 2? The idiot turned to Huang Kuan and said, "Keep an eye on the team for me first." Huang Kuan said to Zhang Yanjun, "Keep an eye on the team for me. I'm heading to the city center to raise some hell too." The sadist cursed. Jiang Yanjun felt that if he didn't say something, it would make him look completely uncool. "It's fine. I'll let Da Zhong take charge in a bit, and tag along with you guys to check things out. To be honest with you, I've seen plenty of crazy stuff since the apocalypse started. Taking down a whole city single-handedly is something I've done more than once or twice. I can't say I wiped them all out completely, but tearing my way back and forth through them is a walk in the park. Brother Jiang is a beast." Fang Ping was ready to ride his coattails. "You've got to protect us if we run into a level 9 evolved monster in a bit." "And 9-time evolved?" Jiang Yanjun stuttered. "Yeah, and there's more than just one of them. There are several of them." "Holy crap, well, I don't really have a problem with that, but it really depends on the big boss. He hasn't given me permission to go yet. And as you know, there's been a lot going on with the team lately, so they really can't do without me in a lot of places." I approve." Lin Qin smiled with relief and said, "Actually, I've wanted to see Brother Jiang's strength for a long time. Since this is a rare opportunity, Let's go wild and have a blast killing them today. I've made up my mind. Our goal today is to go see the ocean before sunset. His knees went weak, and Jiang Yanjun felt worse than if he had just eaten a pile of crap. If the city center was just dangerous, then the beach was a death trap. One wrong move, and you'd lose your life. Who knows how many prehistoric monsters are hiding 10,000 meters under the sea? He had no idea, but based on what he'd seen on nature documentary channels, blue whales over 30 meters long, pods of killer whales, and plenty of sharks numbering in the hundreds at any given time. 2 hours later, Ye Dang slashes one down with a single blow, a 6 times evolved steel beast. Looking back, only a few dozen Motobots had managed to keep up. Commander, do you want to take a break? The main force has been left completely in the dust. Without saying a word, Yi Dang leaped onto a skyscraper and scaled it for a few dozen seconds. Standing on the rooftop, he looked out. His army of over 70,000 was widely scattered, stretching along the road like a crooked, twisting snake. What the hell is the 3rd Battalion doing? Even the old ladies hauling bricks at the base gates can run faster than them. Tell the commander of the 3rd Battalion, if I don't see his face in 20 minutes, he can pack his bags and get the hell out. Hey big boss, do you still need a pet? Slash. In the city center, Huang Kuan swung his green dragon crescent blade, decapitating an 8 times evolved hippopotamus. His arms were so exhausted he could barely lift them. With its thick hide, it had taken dozens of strikes to kill it. Old Huang, you're already completely spent? That's pretty weak, Lin Qing said with a laugh, sitting on the back of an octopus. With a swipe of its 9 times evolved tentacles, it was powerful enough to smash a whole building in half. But now, it was dead as dead could be. To kill this giant octopus, Lin Qing had also gone through quite a lot of trouble. Despite his casual tone, the bruises left by the octopus's tentacles on his body were absolutely shocking, with one of his arms even slightly bent out of shape. Hey kid Lin, can you give me this crystal? The frog hopped onto Lin Qing's leg, begging, I'll sell anything for it. How about selling your ass? Not my backside, the frog said. Looking down at Lin Qing's crotch, it continued, but I can do my front side. As long as you don't mind. By the way, my tongue is incredibly soft. Get the hell away from me. With a sudden shiver running down his spine, Lin Qing threw the frog over 100 meters away. A few seconds later, the frog comes hopping back. For the foreseeable future, you're destined to never break through your 10th evolution. So having this is completely useless to you. Why even bother? Why not just give it to me instead? I can use it to buy some kick-ass ultimate skills. You know, for self-defense? How about that? I don't need it, Lin Qin replies. Turning sideways, he says, between my heaven-slicing draw sword art and war song, 1 offensive, 1 defensive, that's more than enough. Pfft. Talk about thinking small. How the hell are just 2 moves gonna be enough? Tell you what, I'll sell you another absolutely badass move. How about I round it out into a killer 3-strike combo for you? What kind of move? Let's get one thing straight first. If it's not absolutely mind-blowing, I don't want it. Relax. This is from your Lord Frog. Have I ever given you anything that wasn't badass? Hang on. Let me think of a name for it. Wait. No, I mean, let me think about which actual move I should teach you. Slapping its head, it gasps. Aha! Got it, the frog proclaims. This move is called the Fofo Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. Lin Qin narrows his eyes. Let me guess when I practice this. Do I need to bring my own? Watermark too? Wait. My bad. I remembered it wrong. It's actually called the Phoenix Dance of 6 Phantoms. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, 6 Phantoms. That's definitely the name. Hopping onto Lin Qin's head, the frog begins transferring the technique to him. Inside his mindscape, that same red mecha appears. The warrior holds a blade, slashing downward. But this time, as the warrior swings the blade, his body splits into 6. They turn into 6 identical phantoms, all slashing right at him. Lin Qin tries to dodge, but realizes there is absolutely no way to escape this strike. Out of these 6 figures, which one is real, and which is an illusion? They're moving so incredibly fast. If he makes the wrong move, the other 5 blades will cleave straight through his skull. Whoosh! He hesitates for just a split second, and all 6 blades slash right through him. Lin Qin closes his eyes and lets out a low groan, his body swaying slightly. So, how was that? The frog asks. Pretty awesome, right? The frog boasts. One body splitting into 6, completely blurring the line between reality and illusion. Real or fake, truth or illusion. No one can tell which one is the real deal. A 1 in 6 chance. If you guess wrong, you're dead. Even if you guess right, there's no guarantee you can survive this strike. This move is perfect for both offense and defense. Just think about when you're being chased down. At a crossroads, you split into 6 and run in 6 different directions. Who could possibly catch you then? Taking out a level 9 purification crystal and giving it to the frog. Lin Qing said in a flat voice. You don't look so good. Teaching these moves must take a heavy toll on you, right? Why are you in such a rush to get the crystal? Haha, you caught me. The frog gobbled up the crystal. And this exact scene was witnessed by Jiang Yanjun. He fell to his knees on the spot. Holy crap. Feeding a level 9 purification crystal to a pet? Boss, are you still looking for a pet? I'll do literally anything. Chief, I can do it too. Fang Ping wiggled his body as he crawled over. He was also completely blown away by this insane way of feeding. Even if you're a totally heartless female streamer, I'd gladly be your eel. Get lost, kicking these two disgusting creeps away. Lin Qing walked toward the riverbank. On his head, the frog said, teaching moves this way drains a lot of spirit energy. I get weaker and weaker every time I do it. A few more times, and I'll literally die. But there's no choice. Time is running out. Why are you in such a rush? What exactly are you trying to do? Don't ask me that. It has nothing to do with you. Fine. Then let me ask you something that is my business. Do you have to sit on my head every single time you teach me a move? I can do it as long as I touch you. Sitting on your head is just a personal preference. Smack. Lin Qing tossed the frog 100 meters away. Every time the frog taught a move, it became a bit weaker. He had noticed this a long time ago, especially after it finished teaching Ye Daying, Huang Kuan, and the monk. Before, this little guy was bursting with life, bouncing around all day without ever getting tired. But now, he looked just like an old man on the brink of death. He's got zero energy for anything. When he's got nothing to do, he just shuts his eyes and sleeps. He's even lazier than Fang Ping. Is Monk dead yet? If not, give us a sign of life. Just as Lin Qin finished speaking to Monk popped up from the river's surface. He swam over to the shore. Once he got out, there was a massive snake wrapped around his waist. It was as thick as a human thigh and about 10 meters long. It was pitch black all over, giving off a cold, eerie vibe. You went down there just to drag out this snake? Lin Qin pointed at the python, which was flicking its tongue. A level 6 evolved snake is definitely powerful, but honestly, it doesn't seem that useful. Whew, that old turtle didn't catch up to me, Monk said, spitting out a mouthful of water. Don't underestimate this guy. Its strength is absolutely insane. If an ordinary, adult-stage mech warrior gets wrapped up in this, their limbs will be snapped clean off. That's some insane squeezing power. Why don't you have him wrap around me and let me try it out? Go get him, little black, Monk commanded, controlling the snake. The python slithered onto the ground and began wrapping around Lin Qin's thigh, coiling upwards. In the blink of an eye, it reached his crotch. Looking at the little guy's raised, fierce-looking head, Lin Qin gently gave it a pat. It really is a great find. It looks totally badass. You can wrap it around your waist or leg normally, and it'll definitely come in handy when things get tight. At that, Monk had little black squeeze harder. Lin Qin could clearly feel his thigh, under the snake's tight coil, slowly tightening. It was even creaking under the pressure, but that was about it. Too bad its strength is still a bit lacking. Even if I stand completely still, it can't even break my defense. If I activate my armor, I could crush it to death instantly. Though, it'd probably work pretty well against a level 7 or 8 evolved mech warrior. Duh! You're a level 9 evolved, and it's only a level 6. Just wait until it reaches its 9th evolution. Then you can talk. I'll find some crystals to feed and level it up later. It's gonna be super useful in future battles. Holy crap. Is keeping pets the new trend for big bosses now? Jiang Yanjun is completely dumbfounded. Should I grab one and raise it to be a badass too? Damn, those 2 tier 9 evolved ones got away. What a pity. Lin Qin shakes her head and says, let's go to the beach. Enjoy the ocean breeze. We'll head back once it gets dark. He follows them, bringing the frog, Huang Kuan, along. I don't care about any ocean breeze. I just want to slaughter a tier 9 steel beast to wet my blade. You psycho, Jiang Yanjun mutters under his breath. Seriously, I feel like I'm in a freaking asylum. Along the way, he finally realizes what they mean by the terrifying tier 9 steel beasts. Lin Qin doesn't show a shred of fear. She just draws her blade and starts hacking away. The monk looks pretty gentle and polite, chanting Amitabha every time he opens his mouth, and preaching, if I don't enter hell, who will? But damn, he's even crazier than Lin Qin. After a tier 9 sea turtle gets beaten half to death by Lin Qin, it escapes into the river. Without even blinking, he dives right into the river after it. He doesn't even stop to think about his own evolution level. As for Huang Kuan, he is a total battle maniac. He can literally laugh and joke while facing thousands of steel beasts. If a steel beast takes a bite out of him, he bites the damn beast right back. Jiang Yanjun managed to kill 2 tier 7 steel beasts, but compared to them, he feels like a total wimp. The 6th Legion was here. Deep inside the city, Yidaying plants a massive banner on top of a 15-meter tall steel beast corpse, having advanced 5 kilometers. He has successfully completed the mission Lin Qin gave him. Looking back, the entire street is absolutely packed with corpses. Some belong to the steel beasts, and some to the mech bots. The piled-up bodies form a road higher than a person. Talk about bad luck. They ran straight into a whole nest of steel beasts as soon as they arrived. 6,000 to 7,000 of them. Tons of casualties were left after a brutal, bloody battle. Even his neck had a massive gash torn open, after a nasty bite that almost ripped his head clean off. In the sky above the vast ocean, behind the scenes of the deep-sea lord, the clouds were sparse, and the fading light of the setting sun spilled through the gaps in the steel clouds. It painted the ocean's surface in a brilliant golden hue. As a cold wind blew, the water shimmered with ripples, looking completely peaceful. Spreading his arms wide, Zhejiang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Every day when I wake up, all I see at first glance, besides a gloomy gray, is more of that same gloomy gray. A dead world, completely devoid of life. The East Sea actually has a rare kind of climate, and the environment here is pretty nice. If we ever wipe out all the steel beasts in the future, this place would actually be a perfect spot to retire. In other places, it's minus 30 degrees, and people don't even want to step foot outside. The sky is constantly a murky gray, making it feel no different from night. They have to rely on indoor greenhouses just to grow veggies and rice, making life incredibly tough. But compared to those places, the East Sea is so much better. There are barely any clouds over the coast, so you can still enjoy the sunshine and evening showers every day. Plus, the weather isn't nearly as cold. It's about 3 to 4 degrees during the day, and minus 7 or 8 degrees at night. Honestly, if there weren't so many steel beasts in the ocean, this would easily be the best place for humans to live. Chief, now that you've seen it, can we please get out of here? Jiang Yanjun limped, nervously looking left and right. Spotting a shark fin cutting through the water, his heart nearly jumped right out of his chest. Walking all the way here from the city center, a 2-hour journey turned into over a dozen battles. Level 7 evolutions were just standard, level 8, and we even ran into level 9 ones a bunch of freaking times. His leg was crippled during those fights. He got bitten by a steel beast. If it weren't for that, Lin Qin would have destroyed that steel beast with a single strike, and he almost thought that Lin Qin brought him out here just to let the steel beasts finish him off. Yeah, indeed, it's about time. Lin Qin nodded. We'll kill one more on the way back. Thud. Jiang Yanjun's knees went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Bro, if you want to go on a suicide mission, don't drag me into it. Just coming here almost cost me my life. And now we gotta fight our way back? I'd rather just freaking die. Haha. My leg is just injured, so I couldn't stand straight. Xiao Huang, give me a hand here. Ignoring him, Lin Qin said to herself, we should come here to look at the ocean every day from now on. Brother Jiang, why are you collapsing on me? Captain, his eyes are rolling back. I don't think he's gonna make it. If he doesn't make it, just harvest his crystal and throw his body into the sea to feed the fish. Aren't you trying to break through your 8th purification? With his 8th purification, crystal, you should be good to go. Springing up instantly, Jiang Yanjun stood straight at attention, full of energy. The ocean is such a great place. It'd be a real shame to miss out on such beautiful scenery. I've made up my mind. I'm coming here every single day. Grinning foolishly, he knew the scenery was just a front. Both he and Huang Kuan knew that. Lin Qing actually wanted to guide them in cultivating their qi and breaking through, and refine crystals along the way. Since you're not afraid of steel beasts, what the hell are you afraid of? I've seen plenty of small scenes like this. It's just the ocean, right? Believe it or not, I can jump right in and swim 200 meters. Just as Jiang Yanjun was bragging, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the deep sea. The sound was incredibly piercing, as if someone was roaring right into their ears. It left everyone completely dazed and dizzy, nearly knocking them off their feet. Thousands of steel beasts floated belly up across the sea. Right after, a wild wind kicks up. A 100-meter whirlpool swirls up in the ocean. The steel beasts are all sucked down into it. Vaguely, Lin Qin sees a 100-meter silhouette deep below. A few seconds later, the storm settles. Everything returns to total silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Jiang Yanjun's teeth chatter uncontrollably, making a clicking sound. Is that a dragon? A dragon? No way. There's no such thing as dragons in this world. You've read too many web novels. It's probably just some other marine creature, Lin Qin says with a forced smile. Even if it's ridiculously strong, it's not like it can come ashore and eat us, right? There are plenty of amphibians in other places, but rarely by the sea. 99% of marine life can't survive on land. The ones that can are just tiny shrimp and crabs, nothing to worry about. Not necessarily, Captain, Zhejiang says, deeply worried, as if remembering something. Do you remember that Han River monster fish outside Yangcheng? It actually had legs. That was a big-head carp. They're born with legs. Don't jinx us. Holy crap. The shore suddenly explodes. A black dragon violently surges up, thrusting half its body out of the water. It literally blocks out the sky. Its dense black scales glint with a cold, metallic luster, and its massive maw looks wide enough to swallow a whole building. And right now, it's lunging straight at Lin Qin. His legs turn to jelly. Jiang Yanjun is scared out of his mind. He scrambles and runs for his life as fast as he can. Just looking at it, the wild, murderous aura that could crush everything, feels like an ancient beast, sending shivers down their spines. There's no way he, a level 8 evolved being, can fight this. Even a level 9 wouldn't stand a chance. Fighting it means instant death. He knows a bit about Lin Qin's strength, but compared to this steel beast, the gap is just too massive. They're like night and day. Get out of here first. Lin Qin instantly activates Yanmo's third gear. Flames wrap around the 8-meter-long blade, and a 10,000-degree heat blasts the air away, bringing a wave of searing heat to the surroundings. Standing his ground, he readies the sky-cleaving draw. This is Lin Qin's peak form. It's his first time activating third gear, and the first time he's channeled so much energy into a single strike. If the Black Dragon doesn't back down from this blow, then he's the one who will die. Boom. The blade clashes heavily against the dragon's fang. The massive recoil almost knocks Yanmo out of his grip, his eyes snapping open. He forces Yanmo downward with all his might. Just die already, you bastard. A fierce roar echoes from the side as the green dragon crescent blade slices through the air and slashes heavily at the dragon's eye. The black dragon shuts its eye, and the blade strikes its brow bone, getting stopped in its tracks. Zhejiang throws out the 10-meter-long python he just tamed. Xiaohei opens its massive jaws wide, its two fangs glinting coldly, and charges straight at the dragon's other eye without stopping. Meanwhile, Zhejiang's staff tears through the air, striking the dragon right on its head. Though Lin Qin's Yanmo and Huang Kuan's green dragon crescent blade couldn't force the beast back, Zhejiang's strike leaves the dragon utterly dazed, almost collapsing it to the ground. Roar! A foul wind erupts from the black dragon's mouth, accompanied by a thunderous, deafening roar. It's a splitting, headache-inducing, highly piercing screech. It feels like bombs have been planted in everyone's heads and then detonated all at once. And man, is that painful sensation agonizing. Hang in there. Strike again. Out of nowhere, the frog leaps onto Lin Qin's head, instantly clearing his mind and snapping him back to his senses. Slash! Enveloped in flames, Yanmo drives deep into the black dragon once more. One of the black dragon's long fangs snaps off as the blade slices across its jawline, tearing away a massive chunk of scales. Reeling in pain, the black dragon turned and retreated into the sea, churning up towering waves. Before vanishing from sight, Lin Qing stood frozen on the spot, unable to calm his racing heart for a long time. His mind kept replaying that terrifying scene over and over. When he finally turned around, he saw Huang Kuan and Zhejiang sprawled out on the ground. Their eyes were completely blank, and their pupils dilated. Not far away, Jiang Yanjun was face down by the roadside, his life hanging in the balance. He was truly down for the count. Xiaohei. Zhejiang was the first to wake up. Springing to his feet, he immediately scrambled around looking for his snake. Xiaohei. We only just bonded yesterday. You can't just die on me like this. I was counting on you to help me show off. Are you okay? Lin Qing sighed in relief when he saw him get up. Are you? Oh, it's you, Captain. Punching his own head twice to clear it, Zhejiang's gaze slowly cleared. That dragon is insane. Its roar almost shook the life right out of me. Hey, Da Huang. You dead yet? If you're not dead, get up. Huang Kuan didn't say a word, just lying there on the ground and staring blankly up at the sky. Only after a long while did some life return to his eyes. Clutching his head with both hands, he groaned after a moment. That roar was unreal. Can steel beasts seriously use skills? If you're fine, get up. We need to get out of here first. Lin Qing picked up the severed, 2-meter-long, dragon tooth and walked over to the roadside to help Jiang Yanjun up. Unlike the rest of them, Jiang Yanjun had been knocked completely unconscious. Where am I? Jiang Yanjun slowly came to, his head throbbing with a splitting headache. He opened his eyes, only to see that the sky had gone pitch black. Huang Kuan leans in, his massive face right in front of him. Lin Qing spat and said, If you're not dead yet, get up and walk. Man, I seriously couldn't take it anymore. I'm not dead. I'm actually alive. Groaning in pain as he sat up, Jiang Yanjun felt his body all over. Apart from a killer headache, there wasn't a single scratch on him. Ha, I really survived. Escaping from the jaws of the black dragon. Oh, he was definitely going to brag about this once he got back. The second the black dragon showed up, you just ran for your life. And the most embarrassing part is, you got knocked out cold by a single roar. How do you even have the nerve to show your face? Huang Kuan's expression was pretty sour. He said, his voice dripping with irritation. If I were you, I'd rather never wake up again. At least that way, you could have passed as a martyr. Oh, come on. Stop insulting the word martyr. Leaning against the wall, the monk spoke up lazily. Brother Jiang, how did someone with your tiny guts manage to evolve 8 times? I'm definitely going to have to ask you for tips sometime. Being looked down on by his two juniors made Jiang Yanjun feel incredibly ashamed. But the worst part was, he couldn't even say a single word to defend himself. He really had run away in the middle of battle. He looked around but couldn't find Lin Qing anywhere. Suddenly, his eyes welled up with tears. Oh, big boss, what happened? I really let him down. I owe him a huge favor. My brothers. From now on, we must work together. We'll make Qingfeng's stronghold thrive and prosper, and make sure we never embarrass our big boss. I've evolved 8 times, so from today on, I should be the one leading the charge. I'll set a proper example as a leader. Boom. A 5 times evolved. Steel Beast's corpse slammed right in front of him. Lin Qing stepped out of the darkness. What's with all the wailing and howling? I'm not even dead yet. And you're already trying to take my place? Huh? Shivering from head to toe, Jiang Yanjun instantly wiped away his tears. Big boss, you're not dead. Oh, thank goodness. Praise the heavens. If anything had happened to you, even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to wash away my guilt. Huang Kuan stepped forward and began to butcher the steel beast. He pulled out the crystal and tossed it over to the monk. Look at this pathetic loser. If he could actually pull off a coup, I'd honestly respect him as a real man. Now that you're awake, let's get out of here. And when we get back, don't say a word about today. Mr. Tycoon Jiang Yanjun. Lin Qin looked over at Monk. You feeling any better? The Black Dragon wouldn't have retreated without Monk's help. That strike with his staff wasn't just a physical hit. It must have carried some kind of mind control. He was trying to tame the Black Dragon, but unfortunately, he couldn't pull it off. The gap in their levels was just too massive, and his mental strength fell short. It was like trying to tie down a diamond pillar with a thin wire. Eventually, the wire just snapped. Of course, Lin Qin would never have figured this out on his own. It was the frog that told him. As for how he managed to deliver that final slash, it was also the frog helping him stabilize his mental energy. If the frog yesterday looked like an old man in his twilight years, now it practically had 1 foot in the grave. The poor thing was completely drained and lifeless. I'll be fine. Just need to rest for 10 to 15 days, and it won't affect my combat abilities. After swallowing the crystal Huang Kuan threw over, Monk shook his head. I just won't be able to tame any more pets for a while. That black dragon was just too massive. How on earth can there be an animal that huge in the ocean? Just mentioning that black dragon made Huang Kuan's heart skip a beat with fear. Back then, even with half of its body still underwater, the exposed part alone was easily 40 to 50 meters long. I can't even begin to imagine how massive its entire body must be. That wasn't a black dragon, Monk said, his eyes narrowing. Didn't you look closely? It only has a single horn on its head and 5 claws. It's a flood dragon. It must have escaped from some deep mountain forest. If it were a native creature of the deep sea, it would have been discovered long before the cataclysm. Our country's radar systems are no joke. With just a quick scan, what animal could possibly hide from them? Before the cataclysm, forget about finding a flood dragon in these waters. There weren't even any sharks. It probably wandered over from somewhere else. Yang Yanjun Sea Hill. Yeah, that thing is so freaking insane. Chief, what level do you think it is? I'm not entirely sure. At least 10 evolutions. Lin Qing stated the obvious. He's already evolved 9 times, and even he can't handle it. So it's definitely 10 evolutions. To avoid crushing their spirits, he didn't tell them the whole truth. This flood dragon isn't your average 10 evolution beast. In his past life, this seemed to be the exact monster that, back when he saw it, this flood dragon was already a half-step overlord, just a hair away from becoming a true overlord. Where are you guys off to for this meeting? Ye Dang and Xiong Ba had been waiting for quite some time. As for the wound on his neck, he had already taken a crystal to heal up, and went to the beach to watch the sunset. The scenery was absolutely beautiful, so they got a bit carried away and ended up a little late. Oh, really? Are you guys going back tomorrow then? Take me with you. With a thud, Jiang Yanjun collapsed onto the ground. I've had more than enough today. Go tomorrow? Screw that. It's your turn. Just thinking about that flood dragon makes him wake up from his dreams in a cold sweat. No way in hell is he ever going back to the beach. Xiong Ba's eyes flickered. He mustered up the courage and asked, Chief, can I go too? My hometown is deep in the mountains, so I've never actually seen the ocean before. Huang Kuan, Ye Daing, the monk, Jiang Yanjun, and Fang Ping all wanted to go to the beach with the chief. But this wasn't really about looking at the ocean. It was a clear freaking signal. Only the inner circle got to go watch the ocean. He wanted to be part of the inner circle too. Alright, starting tomorrow, aside from those on city sweeping duty, everyone else will take turns going to the beach. Awesome. Thanks, Chief. Xiongba grinned from ear to ear. Let's leave it at that. Everyone's exhausted today. Let's get some rest. Captain, I'd like to report on the 6th Legion's status. Ye Daing hurried over. I've completed the mission you assigned us. Lin Qing nodded. I saw you guys on your way back. How many of you are left? And how many crystals did you harvest? We have 50,000 mecha warriors left. And we harvested 110,000 crystals. You had 100,000 mecha warriors. And only 50,000 are left after just 2 days? Aside from the 20,000 who deserted, 30,000 died in battle. A heavy toll, but we got a massive haul. This is almost half of what the 300,000 strong army got yesterday. Looks like there are plenty of slackers in the other legions, who are just waiting around to die, Lin Qing said calmly. Hand over 20% of that 110,000. Distribute the rest among your own men. We'll keep doing it this way from now on. 20% of the loot goes to us for distribution, and you'll divide the rest among our brothers. While you're at it, hand out yesterday's share too. Boss, isn't that a bit too much? Jiang Yanjun couldn't help but speak up. In the past, that was then. This is now. It's settled. Go get some rest. Lin Qing knew exactly how Jiang Yanjun operated. He'd pocket the biggest cut, give the scraps to the officers, and he didn't care how much actually reached the guys at the bottom. As long as he could keep his subordinates in line, that was enough for him. Ultimately, it was a system of survival of the fittest. The strong got a massive share, while the weak barely got anything. Over time, the strong would only get stronger, and the weak would stay weak, creating a vicious cycle. But that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted a powerful army, one that was strong from top to bottom. After taking a few steps, Lin Qing turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, who's clearing the city tomorrow?" "I'll handle it," Zhongba volunteered. "Oh, it's a shame I won't get to look at the sea with everyone." "It's a shame," Jiang Yanjun said. "How about I give you my chance to see the sea? Clear the city?" "Haha, never mind. Business comes first. There's plenty of time to see the sea. We can go any time. The closer you get to the city center, the stronger the steel beasts become, which means the people in the back will be in the most danger. Right now we're just on the outskirts. But once it's the turn of those behind, they'll be facing steel beasts that have evolved 7 or 8 times, or even 8 or 9 times. Alright, then you'll add 5 kilometers on top of what Xiao Ying did. I'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow." Zhongba looked miserable. "Boss?" Lin Qing stomped his foot, faced the empty ground, and called out, "Feng Ping, you go help out tomorrow." "Okay," came a weak voice from below. When they ran into the flood dragon today, he was nowhere to be found. He had slipped away immediately. So now, just looking at Lin Qing made him feel incredibly guilty. Whoever suggests it should lead the way. Lin Qing arrived at a spot, transformed into a heavy truck, and closed his eyes to rest. It had been a heart-stopping day. His heart was still pounding wildly. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and Feng Ping's head popped out of the dirt. "Boss, today that thing was just too terrifying. I was scared." "It's fine, I understand." Even Jiang Yanjun didn't blame Lin Qing, so why would he blame Feng Ping? The flood dragon was a lord-tier beast, so someone who had only evolved 7 times wouldn't be of much help anyway. Besides, their friendship hadn't reached the point of risking their lives for each other. Huang Kuan and Ji Zeng were the ones who had been through thick and thin with him, supporting each other all along the way. They were long used to saving each other's skins. But Jiang Yanjun and Feng Ping were different. They had joined the team midway, and quite reluctantly at that. It was already a relief they didn't stab him in the back, let alone risk their lives to save him. "Boss, I was really wrong." "Hey, don't get mad. Next time, I'll be the first to charge in." Seeing how spineless and terrified he was, Lin Qing sneered. "I'll let it go. But on one condition. You've never transformed into your mech form, right? Just transform for me once, and we'll call it even. Can you please change your request? Even if you asked me to run a lap around the city center right now, I wouldn't have any problem doing it." The more Feng Ping tried to wiggle out of it, the more curious Lin Qing became. Every mecha human has 2 forms, a humanoid mech form, and a vehicle form. But after knowing him for so long, Feng Ping had never once shown his mech form. He always stayed in his tunnel boring machine mode. Whenever they traveled, he'd just burrow underground, and even when hitting solid diamond, he wouldn't transform, stubbornly clambering over and drilling right through it. "No way, you have to transform. Or would you rather go to the ocean tomorrow and catch me a few pounds of fish?" "Fine, I'll do it, Feng." Ping gritted his teeth. Feng Ping had a look of dramatic tragedy on his face, like a brave warrior marching straight to his doom. "Once I transform, you'd better not tell a single soul about this." Compared to dealing with a dangerous flood dragon, transforming his mech was clearly the lesser of 2 evils. "What the hell are you transforming into? A giant dick? And you're actually worried people will find out? What are you so afraid of? Female streamers flocking to your door? Sigh, whatever. Just promise me you won't tell anyone." To make the transformation easier, Feng Ping crawled out from underground. His 30-plus meter body completely blocked the narrow alley, looking exactly like a giant earthworm. As Lin Qing watched in utter disbelief, the area right below his cutter head shrank a bit, forming a shape that was narrow at the bottom and thick at the top. The rear end split to form 2 thick legs, and a pair of arms popped out from his sides. "Hey, Stand up so I can get a better look, Lin Qing muttered, finding this mech form more and more suspicious the longer he stared. Forget about combat power for a second. Other people's mechas are usually built to look incredibly badass. But Fang Ping's? Man, it is just weird on a whole nother level. It literally looks like a pencil eraser for a head, with the tip sliced right down the middle, and he just awkwardly used those split parts as legs. And the arms? They're even scrawnier, like 3 or 4 meters long. No matter how you look at it, it's just completely out of proportion. Looking like this, forget about fighting. Lin Qin seriously doubts if it can even walk straight. With a heavy, complex whirring of gears, Fang Ping stood up, towering over 30 meters tall. His body was taller than the surrounding buildings. Probably realizing he was drawing way too much attention, he quickly squatted back down, hiding himself among the buildings. Hey, monk, did you see a rocket pop up over there? It had a really long body, and a super round head. Man, you're seeing things. Where would a rocket even come from? Really? Huh, maybe I was just seeing things then. Snort times, ha ha ha. Back in the alley, Lin Qin couldn't hold it in anymore. Honestly, the way Fang Ping looks is actually sketchy as hell, I swear. His legs are already so short, and his upper body is just this long, thick cylinder, especially with that giant, bulbous head on top. No wonder he never transforms into his mecha in public. If he actually walked around like this, never mind killing the enemy, he'd literally make them die of laughter first. Okay. Change back. Seeing Fang Ping's face darken with frustration, Lin Qin tried to wipe the grin off her face and said with a totally straight face, "In the future, we'll let you handle all the female steel beasts. I told you I didn't want to transform, but you insisted, and now you're just laughing at me. That's not cool." Alright, sorry. My bad. Let's leave it at that. I'm going to rest. And remember, do not tell anyone about this. Fang Ping sank back into the ground, but not even 2 seconds later, giggles could still be heard echoing from the ground. Poking his head up to get a closer look, Lin Qing remains completely calm, asking, "Is there anything else?" He doesn't see anyone else in the alley. Fang Ping is totally confused, and obediently crawls underneath. Ha ha ha. Just a few seconds later, that annoying laugh echoes again. He's absolutely sure it's that bastard, Lin Qing. With a loud bang, they burst right out of the ground. "If you have something to say, spit it out," Lin Qing says flatly, sounding nothing like before. "I'm fine." The next morning, just as dawn breaks, an army of hundreds of thousands finally receives the military pay they'd been hoping for these past 2 days. The higher-ups finally distributed the crystals. To everyone's surprise, they received a massive amount. It was way more than back when Jiang Yanjun was calling the shots. The ones who got the most were the 6th Legion, since they fought 2 consecutive battles, and their ranks had swollen to tens of thousands. While others were certainly envious, there was no real jealousy. Don't hoard your crystals. Absorb them right now if you need to. Otherwise, I'm worried you won't get a chance to use them at all. Zhang Ba was rallying his troops before the battle. Just like the 6th Legion, we will be operating on our own today. The chief is being considerate. He's only asking us to push forward 5 kilometers from where we were yesterday. The other guys had nothing but a bunch of motorcycles and electric scooters. Even their tricycles managed to advance 5 kilometers. So don't you dare tell me that you guys can't do it. Mark my words, if you aren't afraid to die, step up. If you're scared of dying, you can back out right now. After all, you've already received your pay, haven't you? As their former boss, Xiongba had plenty of informants planted within the ranks. He had known for a long time that the only reason many of them hadn't left was simply to wait for this battle's pay. They wanted to grab the crystals and run. That was what many of them were actually planning, until we meet again down the road. See you around someday, Commander. Beat it. I, Xiongba, have absolutely no use for spineless cowards like you. Captain, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'm at your beck and call. Now scram, cut the crap and stop playing the damn saint. I need it right now. Can you even make it? I'm really sorry, Big Bear. If you're so damn afraid of dying, then get the hell out. Cowards like you don't belong in my army. In less than half an hour, half of Papa Bear's men had already deserted. They fled even faster than Ye Daing's crew did yesterday. Come on, Big Bear guys, please stay. We can talk this over. Please, brother, if I ever did you wrong in the past, I admit I was wrong. Over 40,000 mechas have already left, and the remaining 20,000 are about to slip away too. Papa Bear was on the verge of tears, practically begging them on his hands and knees. Back at the rear, Huang Kuan could barely keep from laughing out loud. That's what he gets for playing the big shot. He starts talking trash the second people want to leave, and look where that got him. At this rate, he'll be entering the city completely alone. Hey, Huang, we're all on the same team here. What's so funny about that? Jiang Yanjun said with a grim expression. We're a unit. We should be helping each other out. But even as he said that, he was already wondering, what kind of favors he'd have to hand out tomorrow to appease his own exhausted men. If his own crew ended up like Papa Bears, his faction would fall apart instantly. Man, Jiang, you're really something, spouting all this high and mighty talk. Every other word out of your mouth is about honor. We're literally bandits! Since when did we become saints? If you're so noble, why did you run so fast yesterday? Lord have mercy, Brother Jiang. If you really want to help, why don't you lend 20,000 of your men to Big Bear? That would actually be useful to him. With both Huang Kuan and the other idiot mechas mocking him, Jiang Yanjun's face burned with embarrassment. His cowardly escape yesterday was definitely going to be brought up to haunt him forever. Just drop what happened yesterday, he muttered. Lin Qin finally spoke. The three of them were completely stunned. Zhang Ba was the one who agreed to push forward 5 kilometers. Even if he's the only one left, he still has to plant that flag for me. That's just the basic mission. What's all this talk about helping each other? If you can't even get a simple thing like this done, then you're just staying here to slack off. Oh, and let's set a new rule. From now on, anyone who wants to play the guilt trip card, whoever brings it up has to take the lead. Bai Xing and Yang Ao went to Donghai and tried everything they could to persuade him. Zhang Ba finally agreed to leave 20,000 men behind and led them into the field with tears in their eyes. Fortunately, Lin Qin assigned Fang Ping to help him, and having such a powerhouse around took off a lot of the pressure. But we can't leave this place unattended. So Jiang Yanjun will stay behind to recover and keep an eye on Xiaoying. Old Huang, Monk, are you guys coming with me or not? Just thinking about that flood dragon made Huang Quan's legs go weak. The monk jumped up and slapped him on the back of the head. Are you stupid? Or is the captain? Would he really go all that way just to get himself killed? We're definitely going somewhere else this time. Lin Qin Sihil, at least someone is talking sense. Do you think I have nothing better to do than mess with that beast? The coastline is so long, we can watch the sunset from literally anywhere. Do we really need to stick to just one spot? Huang Kuan was still a bit uneasy. Captain, we won't run into that flood dragon today, will we? No way. We couldn't possibly be that unlucky. Let's go, he said, picking a path. The group set off. About 10 minutes later, a fleet of helicopters was circling in the sky. Surrounded in the center was a transport plane. Down on the ground, dozens of dark green military trucks were lined up, parked right outside the base by the Eastern Sea. Where is Lin Qin? Yang Ao shouted as soon as he landed. Captain Yang times Sniffle, Zhang Yanjun, who hadn't gone to sleep yet, ran out to greet them. The boss went into the city. He just left a few minutes ago. If you have anything, you can just tell me. It's the same. Yang Ao frowned. Only he went into the city? Why isn't everyone else moving? It's been days already. On my way here, I saw a bunch of people fleeing with their whole families. What's the deal with that? After firing off a rapid barrage of questions, Jiang Yanjun remained completely calm. Actually, the main force has already entered the city. Since the day before yesterday, they've been steadily clearing the city every day. Besides, the boss doesn't participate in combat directly. He went to the beach to watch the sunset this time. Those mecha warriors you saw fleeing aren't deserters. They're just the ones who failed our strict evaluation and got weeded out. Yang Ao raised his hand. Hold on. When I was here last time, weren't there over 700,000 people? Now there are only about 200,000 left in the base? Don't tell me the rest of them all went to clear the city. Even before landing, while he was still up in the sky, he realized something was off. There were far too few mecha warriors at the Donghai base. It was unnaturally empty. To suddenly lose over 70% of their numbers. Are you seriously telling me they went to clear the city? Since when does anyone deploy that many troops at once just to clear a city? Of course not, Jiang Yanjun replied. During our last meeting, the boss said we need to focus on building an elite force from now on. So, we kicked out everyone who didn't make the cut. Right now, there are only about 200,000 mecha warriors in the base who can fight. We have about 200,000 left today, but who knows how many will be left tomorrow. And that was Jiang Yanjun highballing the estimate. Damn, then why the hell does he still want this much food and gear? Sizing up the base, Yang Ao asked, how many of your men have entered the city right now? 20,000. Wait, how many? 20,000. Don't let the small number fool you. Every single one of them is a fierce fighter. Besides the 200 tons of food I brought this time, I also brought a battalion's worth of gear. The Empire's rations and heavy weapons have arrived too. Hurry up, grab your gear and go help out. Go to the capital for the meeting. Lin Qin asked for food and weapons. Zheng Qiao and Yang Ao are also delivering gear to Lin Qin. The two groups met on the road after months of fighting in Chinja. Yang Ao knew exactly how hard it is to clear a city. It's not something tens of thousands of people can easily handle. Where they're from, they always saturate the area with heavy artillery fire. They bomb it for hours before sending in the cyborgs. Hey, get over here and unload this stuff. Jiang Yanjun only heard the words gear and rations. He didn't pay any attention to the rest of Yang Ao's sentence. From the dark green trucks, the weapons from Alien Street were unloaded. There were heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, cannons, rifles, and sniper rifles. The cyborgs at the base couldn't tear their eyes away. If they had these weapons earlier, their casualties over the past 2 days wouldn't have been this high. Hey, are you even listening to me? I told you to send some backup. Don't worry, they can handle it. Jiang Yanjun didn't care. He waved his hand with a grin. Thanks, Captain Yang, for personally escorting the shipment all this way. I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can leave a few soldiers behind when you leave to teach us how to use these weapons. Of course, I already thought of that. But seriously, are you really not going to send any backup into the city? What if those 20,000 people don't make it back? Relax. They definitely won't be back before dark. With the supervising squad behind them, anyone who retreats gets executed on the spot. Yang Ao was startled. Holy shit, who came up with such a brutal idea? Just standard procedure. No big deal. If you're not too busy, Captain Yang, you can get some rest first. The chief went to the beach to watch the sunset, so he won't be back anytime soon. Damn. He really has a death wish, heading in that direction. I'll head over there right now. The chopper's speed is no joke compared to traveling on the ground. How could someone on the ground outrun someone flying in the sky? Forget a head start of 10 or 15 minutes. Even if they had an hour's head start, he'd still catch up to them. To the west, because they went that way to enjoy the scenery along the way, they're moving pretty slowly. Once you take to the sky, you should spot them in no time. Thanks. And then a voice boomed. Where is Lin Qing? Come on out. Just as Yang Ao was about to take off, a large, luxury RV came barreling in. It skidded over 10 meters in the sand before transforming, accompanied by the screech of burning rubber. 7 or 8 trucks kicked up dust and ground to a halt just a few meters away. The 9th Purification, Bai Xing, arrived with sacks of crystals, dumping them one after another onto the ground. A few of the sacks burst open, and a heap of crystals spilled out onto the ground. These are the 205th Purification crystals Lin Qing wanted. Where is he? 2 9th Purification warriors coming to the base in a single day. Jiang Yanjun felt uneasy. Thankfully, Yang Ao was an ally, not an enemy. But as for Bai Xing, it was hard to say. If he remembered correctly, Lin Qing and his crew had killed Bai Xing's cousin. Well, if it isn't young Master Bai. What a pleasure to meet you. Yang Ao greeted him with a smile. I'm also here to look for Lin Qing. He went into the city. Do you want to come with me? Lead the way. After saying that, Bai Xing turned to order his men, keep watch here, and don't let anyone touch these crystals. One flying in the sky, one on the ground. The 2 9th Purification mechas departed. What was left behind was only provisions, equipment, as well as a floor covered in crystals and a few uninvited guests. The people from Fan City held deep hostility toward Donghai Base. They kept their faces cold, not saying a single word. Jiang Yanjun tried to invite them to sit down for a chat, but all he got in return was a few cold, sarcastic sneers. Killing the 8th Purification Little White Dragon, extorting 100 adult stage crystals, and twice one-shotting Bai Xing with a single strike. This grudge was as deep as it gets. Fan City had newspaper agencies set up in many bases, regularly publishing newspapers, to report on all kinds of news across the empire, except for Donghai, which doesn't have a single newspaper. Isn't that just a clear sign of their dissatisfaction with them? Entering the city, they see 3,000 heavy trucks wiping out the retreating motorbots. It was an absolute slaughter on the spot. Now I finally get why only over 200,000 out of 700,000 people are left. This isn't an elimination. For God's sake. It's straight up murder. When people couldn't take it and tried to run, they weren't even allowed to retreat. No picking up crystals, no running away. Who on earth could put up with this crap? Even the smallest bugs will do anything to survive. Running from danger is pure instinct. But the soldiers who actually survive this kind of environment, they're bound to be the absolute strongest. On the ground, Bai Xin watched all of this with cold eyes. Maybe. But only someone like Ling Qin would dare to use a method like this. If Chinja tried to pull this off, with the motor bots dragging their families along, hundreds of thousands of them would flee in a single day. To Bai Xin, Ling Qin's methods seemed simple and brutal, yet incredibly direct and effective. Warriors forged in this kind of brutal combat really are the strongest. Compared to them, the motorbots back in Fancheng are nothing but useless weaklings. With their family-run clans, the elite families don't even need to fight. Tons of crystals roll into their accounts every single day, and in just 1 month, they can easily pay to create an 8th-level evolution warrior. When you have the chance to just sit back and reap the rewards, who would actually put their life on the line? As a result, the high-level warriors they produce are all total garbage. Before coming here, Bai Xin saw with his own eyes an 8th-level evolved cousin get absolutely wrecked by a 6th-level evolved slag truck bot. His moves and fighting style were so pathetic, they were hard to watch. When someone who'd struggled to even kill a chicken suddenly gets handed massive power, You can't exactly expect him to become some legendary badass. This trip to Donghai, aside from delivering crystals, Bai Xin mainly wanted to check out Ling Qin's training methods. You guys are basically independent operators. You can do whatever the hell you want. Up in the air, Yang Ao saw right through Bai Xin's thoughts. You could lock your own men in cages and force them to slaughter each other, and it wouldn't even matter. But that kind of extreme method won't fly in Chinja. If someone reports us to the capital, we'll be in deep trouble. The whole militarized management system we've been pushing is already facing a ton of pushback. In the early days of the apocalypse, when Chinja was in critical danger, we had to put the entire population under military rule. Back then, just to stay alive, the people didn't complain one bit. But now that the steel beasts have been cleared out of most areas, and the danger has passed, the citizens are starting to reject it. They're like, we have a place to live, food, and water. Why the hell should we still follow you guys to hunt those steel beasts and risk our necks on the front lines? Going out there is just begging for death. If they were just a bit more ruthless, they wouldn't have to deal with all this bullshit. Watching a steel beast pounce on him, Bai Xin reached out, grabbed its throat, and tossed it aside. The beast crashed straight through a building. As he spoke, Bai Xin kicked like he was playing soccer and completely blew apart another steel beast with a single kick. Honestly, I think Donghai's training method is actually pretty solid. I'm planning to implement it in Fancheng soon. I wish you luck dealing with the 100,000 Autobots running around every day. Up in the air, Yang Ao changed his route and flew off toward the west. Bai Xin quickened his pace to follow closely behind. Ling Qin's trail was incredibly easy to find. Wherever he went, the carcasses of steel beasts were scattered everywhere, along with collapsed buildings. This guy is seriously strong, killing a 6 times evolved steel beast with just one slash. Bai Xin picked up the carcass of one of the steel beasts on the ground to inspect it. The cut is perfectly clean, not a single bit of wasted movement, and the strike was incredibly fast. A blade mark this fine doesn't look like Ling Qin's style. Since when did he have a powerhouse like this in his squad? Yang Ao landed and glanced over. If I had to guess, Yi Dang did this. He's got a custom weapon too. That long saber, it's actually his motorcycle. Yeah, Ye Dang, and Huang Kuan and Ji Zhang. The weapon profiles of Lin Qing and those other 3 are all on file in Qingzhou. There are only a few of these custom blades in the entire Kanglong Empire. There's no way Yang Ao wouldn't recognize them. As someone who also wields one of these custom blades, he knows exactly what kind of wounds they leave. See? This one was done by Huang Kuan. Yang Ao points at a high-rise building. Bai Xin turns to look. A residential building over 10 stories high has been sliced diagonally in half from top to bottom. The cut is incredibly clean. The sliced surface is as smooth as a mirror. This isn't something you can do just by having a sharp blade. You need terrifying, raw power to back it up. Pointing at another spot, Yang Ao laughs. This one is obviously the monk's doing. A massive hole blasted straight through the building. These guys are monsters. Bai Xin is shaken. Compared to those useless pieces of trash back in Fancheng, they're on a completely different level. Which one is Lin Qing? Are you seriously underestimating him? Why would he ever use Flame Demon for a minor skirmish like this? But if you really want to see the power of Flame Demon, I can give you a little demonstration myself. With that, Yang Ao draws his bloodlust blade and unleashes a flash of white light. The building right in front of them is sliced clean in half. Unlike the scorched cuts from Lin Qing's slashes, this sliced surface is covered in a layer of frost. Bai Xin remains silent for a long moment before asking, "Are there any more weapons like this? I'll pay whatever amount of crystals it takes." Yang Ao looks back and grins. It's a limited edition. Even if you offered 1,000, you couldn't buy this with 10,000 mature stage crystals. With a dark expression, Bai Xin snaps. "Then why the hell did you show off to me?" "No reason. Just wanted to make you drool a bit. Do you think you could block a slash like that? I couldn't." "What about Shen Zayan?" Even he couldn't stop it. Seeing Yang Ao stay tight-lipped and silent, Bai Xin said, speechless, "Are you trying to say you're actually the second strongest in the entire country, and that Shen Zayan and I are just overhyped? Hey, you're the one who came up with that ranking, not me. It's just an empty title. Doesn't mean a thing." Standing up, Bai Xin kept moving forward. The path of destruction along the way was absolutely horrifying. The ground was littered with the corpses of steel beasts. Their bodies were embedded in the factory walls, and steel beast carcasses were hanging from the utility poles. During the 30-minute walk, he saw no less than 1,000 corpses of those steel beasts. "Pull it in, quick. It's hooked. Damn it, monk. Can you aim a bit better? I've lost all my damn crystals." "Amitabha, if you're so damn capable, why don't you do it?" With it moving this fast, hitting 5 out of 10 is already a miracle. "By the infinite damn Taoist Lord, are you trying to pick a fight? You guys hit on the first try. But when it's my turn, it's only 5 out of 10. Isn't this just bullying an honest guy?" Hearing the commotion up ahead, Yang Ao and Bai Xin rushed over to the edge of the bridge. They were actually fishing? and they were using mature stage crystals as bait. The Buddhist beads around the monk's neck served as the fishing line, with a crystal tied to the end. Huang Kuan was in charge of pulling, and once it was out of the water, the monk would beat the fish to death with a club. Judging by the dozen or so steel beasts and sharks lying on the riverbank, they were actually losing money on this deal. Boom! A deafening rumble echoed from upstream. Before anyone could react, they heard Lin Qin's voice calling out, "Monk! Old Huang! Jump in the river and block the water. Don't let the sharks escape." Without a second thought, the two of them jumped into the river, making Bai Xin and Yang Ao's hearts skip a beat. One of them was over 10 meters tall, standing over 20 meters tall, with a seemingly massive build, yet the river is still deep enough to reach his neck. Jumping down like this is just a death wish. The water is definitely not a mecha's home turf, as sharks and other aquatic beasts will easily wear you down to death. As things stand, water remains a strictly forbidden zone for mechas. But unexpectedly, the massive flood didn't submerge Huang Quan and the idiot, but instead, it started dropping rapidly, losing half its volume in just a few short seconds. 10 seconds later, it completely ran dry. Bai Xin and Yang Ao finally realized what was happening. That rumbling sound earlier must have been Ling Qin closing the sluice gates, blocking off the upstream water. Woohoo! Let's go fishing! Ye Dang drew his saber and leaped into the riverbed. With a swift flick of his wrist, a shadow flashed across a shark's head, slicing it clean in two. It was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 sharks lay dead at his feet. Looking across the river, the massive steel beasts stranded in the dry bed, numbered over 100, with about 20 or 30 lower-tier ones. To lure these big guys out, they had scattered quite a few crystals, and now, like fish out of water, they were sitting ducks, doomed to be slaughtered. Yang Ao and Bai Xin just stood there, watching them punch, kick, and use blades and staffs to take down over 100 steel beasts. 10 minutes later, Ling Qin's voice echoed from upstream. "I can't hold it back anymore." They immediately retreated without a second thought. The three of them scrambled back onto the shore. The second they got to safety, the raging floodwaters came crashing back, carrying a bunch of steel beasts with them. With the water first blocked and then released, the river rose even more dramatically than before, nearly spilling over the banks. A plain-looking monk suddenly spoke up. "Whoa. Well, if it isn't Captain Yang." Coming ashore, Huang Quan spots Yang Ao and Bai Xin. He greets them with a smile, saying, "Well, you guys wouldn't drop by without a good reason. Is something up? Captain Yang, you're here to deliver some gear, right?" Yi Daying already knows what's going on between Lin Qing and Yang Ao. Specifically, a piece of silver-grade gear from the Yang family. Yang Ao nods and grunts in agreement. "I just got here and wanted to have a quick chat with your boss." The monk is left completely in the dark. Yi Daying quickly catches him up on the whole situation. Once the monk realizes they're here to deliver weapons, a massive grin spreads across his face. "Hey there. Hey, it's really no big deal. Captain Yang, if you'd just given us a shout, we would have headed back ourselves." The group starts chatting and laughing together, leaving Bai Xin completely ignored and left out in the cold. After a long silence, Bai Xin finally speaks up. "I'm here to deliver the crystals. 200 mature stage crystals, to be exact." Bam! A heavy slap sends Ye Daying flying. "You idiot!" The monk snaps angrily. "You have absolutely no manners. Can't you see Captain Bai is standing right here?" "Haha. Sorry about that. This country boy has no proper upbringing. My apologies. Please, take a seat. Make yourself at home." Looking around, Bai Xin really can't find a single place to sit. "No thanks. I'm actually looking for Lin Qing. Where is he?" "Oh, he's blocking the water upstream. So he should be here any minute." "Well, speak of the devil. Look who's here." Looking completely disheveled, there's Lin Qing, absolutely dripping wet. He glances over at the pile of crystals on the ground and grunts. Well, at least my hard work didn't go to waste." Then, looking over at Bai Xin and Yang Ao, he wonders, what are these two even doing here? Oh, right. They came to deliver stuff. "Hello, you two." And, "Goodbye, you two." Lin Qing, Bai Xin, and Yang Ao snap. "Is this really how you treat your guests? I traveled thousands of miles just to deliver this gear to you." "I know," Lin Qing replies. "Since you're standing right here, the gear must have been delivered. So what else do you want?" Leaving them both completely choked with frustration, Yang Ao takes a deep, heavy breath, desperately telling himself not to lose his temper. "I can't beat you. So, shouldn't you play the gracious host and take me out, to show me around the place? Just think about when you guys were in Chinja. Day or night, when did I ever fail to keep you company? Director Lin? What's there to see in a dump like Donghai? The main force is outside the city, and the base was built with the help of your own people anyway. It's basic as hell." "Well, of course I didn't see it outside the city, but what about inside? This place is a total goldmine. You've got the mountains to live off of, and this C to rely on. It can easily produce over 100 mature stage motorbots a year, right? Everyone knows the sea is packed with resources, but not everyone can just harvest them, and normal people wouldn't even dare to touch a lucrative gig like this. Lin Qing can only hold down Donghai because of his sheer strength. Let anyone else try, and the massive steel beasts would wipe them out in a single day. Today, after entering the city and seeing how Lin Qing trains his troops, I realized he's going for an elite strategy. He's giving up on recruiting low-level motorbots. A smaller squad has its own advantages. With fewer people, there are more resources to go around. Individual strength shoots up much faster. Before long, Donghai will become a wholesale factory for mature stage motorbots. Nonsense. You think mature stage motorbots grow on trees? Ignoring his comment, Lin Qing turned to Bai Xing. Brother Bai, what brings you here? I brought the 200 crystals you wanted. Go take a look. Lin Qing remembered. Before, he had asked Bai Qingshan to pay the ransom to spare Bai Xing. At the time, he had just said it in passing. He didn't expect him to actually deliver 200 mature stage crystals. Well, might as well take them. I still trust your character, Brother Bai. No need to check. Our paths will cross again. I'll pay you a visit to express my gratitude when I have time. No need. There's nothing to thank me for. Damn, I was just joking around. Did you actually take me seriously? Didn't you hear what I said? That was your cue to get lost. Why are you just standing there like a statue? Hey, Bai, you still got business here? No? Well, since you rarely get out of the house anyway, just looking around, since he put it like that, what else was Lin Qing supposed to do? Yang Ao, are you just looking around too? Yeah, exactly. He looked around with his head held high. Yang Ao continued, it's not like your family owns the East Sea, it's a huge place. Looking around isn't against the law, is it? His mouth twitched in annoyance. Lin Qing nodded. Fine. Look all you want. Old Huang, the monk, and Xiao Ying packed up to leave, taking the crystal with them. Huang Kuan whispered. Still, they're 2 level 9 evolved beings. Is it really okay to just leave them hanging like this? Neither of them is up to any good. Just ignore them. Hey, whoa, if you're gonna talk trash, I can't just pretend I didn't hear you. Yang Ao caught up and scoffed. What's there to see in this dump anyway? I just saw that your Jugong city was struggling, and I wanted to pitch in and help. Bai Xin said guiltily. I'm seriously just passing by. Just looking around. You guys just do whatever you need to do. Don't mind me. Suit yourself. Unable to convince them, Lin Qing couldn't be bothered to try anymore. He just kept walking toward the shore. Along the way, whether it was a level 7 or level 8 evolved beast, they easily took down every single iron beast. Bai Xin and Yang Ao did absolutely nothing. They just tagged along like that, whispering to each other from time to time, Hey, don't underestimate that motorcycle. It's a level 7 evolved motorcycle, the only one in the entire country. It's small, so while its lack of raw power might seem like a weakness, it's actually its biggest advantage. It's about the size of a human, but it has hundreds of times the strength of a normal person. Lin Qing dodged to the side. With this Tang horizontal blade in hand, as long as his speed is fast enough, even level 7 or level 8 iron beasts can be killed. If he ever became an assassin to assassinate base commanders or government officials, that would be absolutely terrifying. With just a little disguise, he'd look exactly like any ordinary person. Would you ever believe he's a 7-stage evolved powerhouse? Who could possibly defend against that? With a grim expression, Bai Xin said, If you ask me, Huang Kuan is still the scarier one. His size is just way too massive. Even though he's only at the 7-stage level, I doubt even an 8-stage evolved fighter could survive one of his punches. And on top of that, he has the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Without a trump card, any 8-stage evolved Mecha warrior who runs into him is as good as dead. Most of their discussion revolved around Ye Daing and Huang Kuan, completely overlooking Zhejiang. You can't really blame them though. Huang Kuan was just way too prominent. His mining dump truck form is absolutely massive, a rare sight in the entire empire. You could probably count them on 2 hands. Even if there were other mining trucks, Huang Kuan is the only one who has reached the 7-stage evolution. While racing motorcycles like Ye Daing aren't rare, what's rare is a 7-stage evolved, highly combat-experienced racing motorcycle. After being trained by Frog, Ye Daing's close combat skills were absolutely top tier. Every strike and stance, decisive and lethal, brutal and powerful. You couldn't find another motorcycle like him in the entire country. Only sports cars like Zhejiang are a dime a dozen in any base. On the surface, he just seems to have a slightly higher evolution stage and slightly better combat skills. Other than that, he has no real redeeming qualities. He swears the second he opens his mouth, behaving nothing like a monk. He is as ordinary gets. Thud, thud, thud times. Let's take a quick break first to recover some strength so we can head to the beach this afternoon and beat An 8-stage evolved iron beast to death in 3 punches. Lin Qin sat down to rest. Casting a quick glance, he saw those 2 tagalongs were still there, and immediately felt a headache. He wanted to practice the 6 phantoms of the Phoenix dance, and didn't want Bai Xin or Yang Ao to know. So, he shot a look at Huang Kuan. Huang Kuan caught his drift and winked back, then pulled Yang Ao aside, saying, "Captain Yang, there's a 9 times purified alligator over there that we can't quite handle. Could you come take a look with me?" "No problem. Sure thing." But Yang Ao immediately shook his head. Huang Kuan whispered, "It's the team rules. If we go on a solo mission, any crystal we hunt down belongs to you. You catch my drift, right?" "Oh, I see. All right then, I'll go with you." Once Yang Ao left, the monk also pestered Bai Xin. But before he could even speak, Bai Xin coldly snapped, "I'm not going." Confronted with such a tough nut to crack, the monk was completely out of options. Lin Qing stood up and slowly strolled away, then turned onto a side street. A few seconds later, Bai Xin realized what was happening and followed. The hundreds of meters long street was completely deserted, with only a single massive footprint left behind and spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. It was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. 10 seconds ago, boom! The heaven-battling draw saber technique was activated, and Lin Qing instantly flashed 100 meters away. Then, he unleashed the 6 phantoms of the Phoenix dance, splitting his shadow into 2 and running in different directions. Not only was Bai Xin a step too late, but even if she had caught up right on time, she wouldn't have known which way the real Lin Qing went. Damn, I really put my trust in the wrong guy. Using these ultimate moves just to run away, what a total waste. He actually used such powerful killing moves to flee. The frog cursed in rage. But Lin Qing replied, "Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice. It's a good cat. Techniques are set in stone, but people are flexible, so who cares if I use it to slash enemies or just run away, as long as it gets the job done." Duh. Like I didn't know that already. I don't need you to tell me. But having lived for so long, the frog's life experience was on a whole different level compared to Lin Qin's. It wasn't even a contest. There was no way he didn't understand such basic logic. Still, watching Lin Qin use his ultimate technique just to run away made him feel an inexplicable ache in his chest. It was like gifting someone a legendary sword, only to watch them use it to chop pig feed. That's a feeling ordinary people just wouldn't get. After putting some distance between himself and Bai Xin's group, Lin Qin found a wide street to practice his moves. Drawing his blade, he went into a full sprint, slashing his weapon as his body split into 2 images. Striking from both left and right, he sliced right through a roadside tree. To an outsider, it looked like 2 identical Lin Qins were swinging their blades simultaneously. As the blades fell, the tree snapped clean in half. Looking back, Lin Qin saw only a single clean cut on the trunk. With his current strength, he could only conjure 2 images. To reach 6 clones in a single second, he still had a very long way to go. "I don't think the name Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions works," Lin Qin muttered. "It's way too flashy and totally unrealistic. Where's the actual Phoenix Dance in this?" Lin Qin bowed his head in thought. "I think this move should just be called Blade Swap." Hearing this, the frog's eyes twitched, almost letting a loud holy crap slip out, because the move's real name actually was Blade Swap. He had only made up that fancy-sounding name to trick Lin Qin and make it sound incredibly badass. If he didn't already know Lin Qin was a local, he would have almost suspected that the 2 of them came from the exact same world. "Well, now that I've passed the technique to you, you can call it whatever the heck you want, but I highly recommend you find some iron beasts to practice on. Stop hacking away at trees. In a real fight, your enemies aren't just gonna stand there and let you slice them." Knowing that damn frog just wanted the crystal, Lin Qin said, "You said yourself that no matter how much you eat, you won't evolve. So why do you keep stuffing your face? Isn't that just a complete waste? If we gave everything you ate to Huang Kuan, he probably would have reached his 9th evolution by now." "What the hell do you know?" The frog spat right in his face. "I'm the one who can save your world." "Can he?" "Sure. My initial investment is huge, but the payoff is massive. Just you wait, it won't be long, before I show you what a real one-shot kill looks like." "A 20th evolution? Yeah, right." Lin Qin knew the frog was mysterious, but this claim sounded way too good to be true. He didn't know what a 20th evolution looked like, but he'd seen a 15th evolution before. "Unless you blast that thing with a nuke, ordinary missiles wouldn't even scratch it." The frog said earnestly, "Kid, you need to look at the bigger picture. Keep me happy and pampered, and I might just take you out of this well to see the real world." "Forget it. I'm perfectly fine at the bottom of the well. At least it's safe." After Lin Qin and Yang Ao went to help Huang Kuan hunt down a 9 times evolved steel beast and returned, they saw Bai Xin sitting all alone on the ground. "So, where are Ye Dang and the monk? They said they went to take a leak, but they haven't been back for half an hour." Yang Ao's mouth twitched. "And you actually bought that excuse?" I'm not stupid. If they want to avoid me, it's not like I can watch them 24 hours a day. So you're just sitting here waiting for them? Bai Xin looked at Huang Kuan. As long as we have one of them, we can easily find the rest. Oh, finding them? That's a piece of cake. Leave it to me, Huang Kuan said, thumping his chest confidently. We made plans to meet at the beach. Follow me. Keep close, Bai Xing whispered. Something is off about them. Off? That's putting it lightly. There's a massive problem here. You have no idea what I just saw, Yang Ao whispered, his voice barely audible to anyone else. They are all freaking hackers. He had watched the way Huang Kuan fought, and it had left his heart pounding in absolute shock, especially the way he utilized his armaments. Compared to him, they were in a completely different league. It was literally like a grade schooler versus a high schooler, slaying a level 9 steel beast. He had learned an incredible amount from it. With Bai Xing and Yang Ao in tow, Huang Kuan bolted straight toward the densest pack of steel beasts. With 2 level 9 bodyguards backing him up, he had absolutely zero fear. He charged straight in without holding back a bit, immediately yelling for the 2 of them to help. Both of them were at peak level 9. And since the crystals were temporarily useless to them, they ended up letting Huang Kuan have them all. By afternoon, as the sun was setting, Bai Xing and Yang Ao were exhausted, collapsed on the ground, and gasping for air. Are we there yet? Where's Lin Qing? We're here. Where? I don't see him anywhere. I meant times have arrived. Crackling and popping sounds echoed from inside his body, as Huang Kuan broke through to level 8 evolution. Ah, feels amazing. Those 2, level 9 fighters, had hooked him up with over a dozen level 7 and level 8 crystals, along with a massive pile of adult stage crystals, and even some level 9 ones mixed in. If he hadn't broken through with all that, it would have been an absolute joke. Damn it! Yang Ao cursed, his face turning dark. I was asking about Lin Qing. Well, why didn't you say so earlier? I'll take you to him right now. Bai Xing clenched his fists tightly, desperately wanting to punch him after they had spent over 10 minutes wandering around in circles. The 3 of them spot Lin Qing by the shore, Yi Daing and the monk. Lin Qing is sitting on a cliff dozens of meters high. His legs are dangling in the air. Below him, violent waves crash against the rocks, with the tide rising and falling. Aren't you afraid a shark will jump up and swallow you whole? Without even turning around, just by hearing his voice, Lin Qing knows it's Yang Ao. What's there to be afraid of? Bro, normally we go for a couple of laps in the ocean before coming ashore. You're so full of crap. Believe it or not. Walking closer, Yang Ao asks solemnly, how exactly did you guys increase your synchronization rate? There's gotta be another way, right? Suddenly, the frog jumps up. Lin Qing grabs it in one hand. You want to know? Yeah. Why the hell should I tell you? Yang Ao is exasperated. Food, gear, men just name your price. I don't need any of that right now. Then what the fuck are we even talking about? Lin Qing points to the ocean. Teasing, go take a lap down there and I'll splash. A dark shadow plummets, hitting the water in the blink of an eye, and is instantly swallowed by the ocean. Yi Daing, the monk, and Huang Kuan give him a big thumbs up. A few seconds later, Yang Ao pops his head up. How's that for you? If you don't want to die, I suggest you get back up here. Screw you. You went back on your word. In the distance, the waves start rolling violently. As a massive, faint black dragon-like shadow swims closer, Lin Qing leaps to his feet. Get the fuck up here, now! Yang Ao leans against the cliffside, picking his nose. I'm not coming up unless you promise me. Look behind you. Look at what? Yang Ao turns around. Holy crap, a massive black shadow is circling beneath the water, swimming straight toward him. Massive, lantern-like, red eyes glare with murderous intent, ferocious and violent, just like an ancient, primeval beast. Holy crap, that's a dragon. With a loud bang, he punched his fist straight into the cliff face. Yang Ao scrambled up the cliff as fast as his legs could carry him. He'd barely been climbing for a few seconds, when a massive, bloody maw emerged from the depths. It leaped straight out of the water. 2 rows of razor-sharp, serrated teeth gleamed with a cold light. Yang Ao had zero doubt that if he got bitten, his lower half would be completely torn off. Lin Qing, you've got a massive problem on your hands. A life-or-death situation really brings out a person's hidden potential. Kicking off the wall with all his might, Yang Ao pulled himself up and vaulted over a dozen meters into the air. The propellers on his back deployed, sending him flying upward. But right below him was that gaping monstrous maw. Yang Ao was about to be scared completely out of his wits. He pushed himself past his limits, using every single ounce of strength he had, wishing he could strangle the helicopter manufacturer for not installing more propellers on his back. Bai Xing's face turned completely pale with panic. Lin Qing, you're so dead. He's not going to make it back up. That dragon lunged all the way from the ocean floor. With that kind of sheer momentum, it can easily surge up dozens of meters in an instant. Yang Ao flew up too late, now he's falling straight into its mouth. There's no way he can make it back up. He's dead meat. And it's all because Lin Qing made him go down there. If Qingzhou finds out about this, all hell is gonna break loose. Qingzhou is nothing like Fan Cheng. Sure, Fan Cheng lost one little white dragon, but they still have Bai Xing. And even without him, Bai Xing still has plenty of cousins left, not to mention all the family uncles. But over in Qingzhou, Yang Hongfei only has one child. Yang Ao is his only son. Sure, Yang Fan is pretty talented, but he's not a mecha human. If Yang Ao dies here, Qingzhou is never going to let this slide. This is a massive disaster. Grab onto me, he roared. As Lin Qing leaped off the cliff, his sword, Yanmo, flared to life, activating stage 3 of the heaven-slicing sword draw. Swapping his blades, he unleashed 2 lethal moves in quick succession. All of the energy inside Lin Qing's body was completely drained. 2 red streaks of blade light, like the roaring yellow river, crashed down with fury. Seeing one of the slashes heading straight for his head, Yang Ao cursed Lin Qing's entire family tree. Damn it. I didn't survive that steel beast, just to die under Lin Qing's blade? Why does it always have to be this guy? Seeing Lin Qing's move, the beast lunged even faster, its massive jaws about to snap shut. It was going to bite Yang Ao's lower half right off. Once it swallowed Yang Ao, it would go after Lin Qing next, settling both old and new scores all at once. You beast! But the blade light aimed at Yang Ao passed right through. There were 2 Lin Qins, holding 2 Yama blades, one on the left and one on the right, slashing at the black dragon's giant eyeballs. With 2 eyes, take your pick. Splat. The blade light crashed down. At the crucial moment, the dragon whipped its head aside, but it was still hit. A deep cut slashed from above its left brow bone all the way down to its cheekbone. An 8-meter-long scar ripped open, and the eyeball itself was sliced too. The dragon roared in excruciating pain. It's the same old trick, and the same familiar outcome. Lin Qing instantly saw stars, and the Yama blade almost slipped from his grip. Caught completely off guard, Yang Ao was blown back by the furious shockwave. At the critical moment, a pair of giant hands reached out. Zhejiang grabbed both of them. A string of Buddhist prayer beads was wrapped around his foot. On the other end of the prayer beads, Huang Kuan was at the bottom of the cliff, pulling back the black dragon's snapping jaws, just as it was about to swallow Lin Qing and Yang Ao. With a powerful heave, Zhejiang pulled them upward toward the cliff top. Screech. Lin Qing's scalp grazed against the dragon's jagged teeth, sending sparks flying. The black dragon tried to take a second bite, but unfortunately, its body, suspended in midair, began to fall. After all, it had lunged out from the water in the first place. Bouncing this high is already the absolute limit. The easy prey right under his nose is slipping further and further away. Furious and resentful, the black dragon seethes, leaving it with nothing but pure, burning rage. Massive waves crash violently near the shore, but Huang Kuan single-handedly pulls all 3 of them safely onto the shore. Are you guys okay? Oh God. Lying flat at the bottom of the cliff, Yang Ao just won't stop groaning. Today was just way too much for him to handle. It was his first time seeing such a massive steel beast. For a second there, he honestly thought he was dead, and had his last words ready. And that slash from Lin Qing aimed right at his face? That was even more fucking terrifying. I told you to get your ass up here, but you just wouldn't listen. Oh, screw you. The very first thing Lin Qing does when she gets back up is stomp the absolute crap out of Yang Ao. Do you have any idea how close you came to fucking killing me? As heavy kicks rain down on him like hail, an armored Yang Ao shields his head, yelling, "So this is my fault now? Who was the one who told me to go down there? I was just talking. You jumped before I could even finish my sentence. Whose fault is that? You're being totally unreasonable. Didn't you say beforehand that it was totally safe? If you had told me it was dangerous, there's no way in hell I would have jumped. Damn it. Talking back, are we?" Lin Qing stomps even harder, shouting, "How the fuck was I supposed to know it would be this